I made an agreement with the system to cross into the world of cultivating immortals half a year later, so I didn't study or work, and just lay around all day. Parents thought I was crazy and sent me to a mental hospital. I spent half a year in the hospital, finally waiting for the moment to time travel with the system, but the system time traveled without me, and now I'm sitting dumbfounded by the river, without time travel. Am I not facing social death? Just 5 hours ago, I even kissed my duty nurse. Do I really have a mental illness? Is the system just my imagination? My head is itchy, as if a brain is about to grow out. I took a few steps forward, my feet close to the river bank. What is the meaning of life? Isn't it all just a handful of yellow soil in the end? Congratulations on the host for crossing over to Xuanwu continent. This is a parallel world. Beginner's task, worship at Wudong Mountain to practice martial arts. Upon completion, you will receive a reward. Upon hearing this, I was stunned, but still bought a train ticket overnight to Wudong Mountain. On the way here, I repeatedly confirmed that the system had crossed over, leaving myself behind. Now, I have no way back and can only try to complete the system's task, absolutely not allowing the hospital staff to catch me. At the foot of Wudong Mountain, I, dressed in a Taoist robe, walked around and attracted many people's attention from time to time. Among them were several foreigners who praised me from a distance. Look, it's a Taoist priest. He must be skilled in martial arts. Ding! Detected that the host has already arrived at Wudong Mountain. Due to completing the task in advance, an extra reward is given, the skill of lightness to move through clouds. I have completed it in advance. The original journey was supposed to take 7 days. But the host completed it in one night and received an extra reward. I am relieved. It seems that if one crosses over there, the start is just an ordinary person needing to cross mountains and rivers from their hometown to Wudong Mountain. The journey will definitely be difficult and dangerous, with wild beasts and mountain bandits surely present. Hiss. It seems like I can exploit this bug. Feeling the subtle changes in my body, my legs couldn't help but want to run. This is the Tian zone, just like the light skills in the movies. Not as good looking as in the movies, but more real. I immediately ran to the outskirts of the square at the foot of the mountain, circled around from the road to the back mountain, crossed the no entry for visitors sign, and arrived at the rarely visited back mountain. Taking a deep breath, I activated the Tianzong technique in my mind and tried it out in a small grove. I jumped from one treetop to another, several meters above the ground, using the tree trunks for leverage a few times before landing lightly. I've mastered lightness skill. Physics doesn't exist anymore. I gasped lightly, not feeling too exhausted, my heart pounding with excitement. I'm not crazy after all. Everything is real. Ha ha, I've made it. I performed Tianzong, flying over the grass and through the mountains and forests, feeling free and unrestrained. Is the system there? What rewards can be obtained by becoming a disciple of Wudong Mountain? After completing the Wudong Sect's apprentice assessment and becoming a disciple of Wudong, you can randomly draw martial arts skills, 36 Tai Chi cloud hands, sunflower acupoint finger, 18 dragon subduing palms, dragon capture crane control hand. Isn't it cultivating immortality? Why does it feel a bit like a martial arts world? In the Xuanwu continent, ordinary people must temper their martial arts, refine their bodies, before they can enter the immortal sect and start cultivating immortality. I almost understand now. Currently still in the martial arts training stage, but it's already quite exaggerated. After resting for about 10 minutes, I suddenly jumped up, and a few figures disappeared among the trees. Cool. So cool. This scene was seen by 3 foreigners who admired Chinese Kung Fu. They took a plane to China and came to the famous Wudong Mountain as their first stop. Everything in the movies is real. Kung Fu is real. Oh my god. Let's go up the mountain quickly. I want to worship this Taoist priest as my teacher. I came all the way to the entrance of Yushu Palace, sitting and cooling off, squinting under the shade of the trees. This fellow Taoist, I spoke. Life is boundless. What can I do for you? Hey, I want to ask who is in charge here. Are you from the Taoist Association? The old Taoist priest looked me up and down. I speak frankly. I haven't seen you before. Please take a look at your identification. Hearing this, I awkwardly scratched my head. I forgot to bring it. The old Taoist who was enjoying the cool breeze smiled and said, "Wait a moment. I'll go in and ask for you." After saying that, he leisurely walked away with his hands behind his back. I waited devoutly for over an hour, but I didn't see any sign of Dao Yi. Alright, is this how you want to play? The Taoists really emphasize following one's heart. I stopped a few Taoists again and roughly understood the requirements for accepting disciples at Wudong Mountain. The intricate rules felt too complicated to me. I would have to spend 1 or 2 years here, or even longer. I estimated that in less than 2 days, the police would come knocking. Show off your light skills, fly over the eaves and walls in the square, make a bold move to surprise these people at Wudong Mountain, and then claim to be the reincarnation of the true martial emperor. No, after the thrill, I will definitely be taken away by the relevant authorities. At this time, a promotional page rolled into my hands with the wind. Upon opening it, I saw, Authentic Wudong Kung Fu Yuan Hongdao training class is now open for enrollment, with 7-day unconditional refund support. Learn as you come, and with this promotional page, you can attend one free trial class. Seeing this, I pondered. I remember the task stipulated that as long as I become a disciple of Wudong Mountain, it should be fine, right? The Yuan Hongdao class is located in the village at the foot of Wudong Mountain. I walked in holding the real scene photo on the promotional page in my hand and saw a spirited middle-aged Taoist priest live streaming. Several students were wearing practice clothes and practicing Tai Chi in the hall. Hello? I knocked on the window, and an uncle came out wearing a Taoist robe, with one sleeve empty, indicating he was one-armed. I shook the brochure in my hand and said politely, "I'm here to sign up." The uncle took a bite of sugar cane and said, "Master, someone is here to sign up." The live-streaming Taoist Chen Shiliang tilted his head and said a few words to the audience. "Today's online live teaching ends here. I will go offline first." Chen Shiliang closed the live broadcast room and looked at me with a smile. "This fellow Taoist." I smiled and said, "Hello, Master Chen. My name is Chen Jiamu. We were a family 500 years ago. Do you want to sign up for our Taoist class?" Chen Shiliang was very happy. Chen Shiliang is indeed a disciple of Wudong Mountain personally. The old Taoist priest has a sense of immortal style, cannot see the age of the sky in the north and south of the world after a round of travel, determined to open a monastic class. The threshold is low, mainly want to help the community spirit of internal consumption of people. The fee is not expensive, $1,800 a year, with food and lodging, and this money, in general, is used for the daily expenses of the Taoist temple. However, he doesn't take in everyone, and more or less has to be considered. Chen Shiliang and Chen Qiyama chatted casually, taking him everywhere in the playground and introducing him. This used to be a village elementary school, then deserted. A business contacted the village committee, said it was made into a farm, then did not negotiate. It was shelved. I was bored in the mountains, through the Taoist Association a few times to ease the way, rented this place, and ran our Yuan Hong Taoist cultivation class. Oh, just got it this year. The school was supposed to be all about some peripatetic stay-at-home kids, and people from around the village. Later learned they live on the internet, thinking to recruit some students. Now we have this. A total of 36 people have come to practice one after another, short of 10 days, long half a year. Those who are staying in school now, there are 7 left. Chen Shiliang smiled and gave people a very easygoing feeling. The tone of voice is flat and does not have that kind of pretentious master posture. He wore a Taoist robe that was a little whitewashed, shiny at the forehead, and was slim. And Chen Jiamu casually chatting. Chen Jiamu truthfully, he lost his cell phone in the river. No money. Can you do odd jobs against the tuition fee? And when Chen Shiliang asked Chen Keijai why he wanted to join the Taoist training class, Chen Armorwood's answer was also straightforward. Just 2 words, become immortal. This makes Chen Shiliang suddenly feel that this kid is a little different. I cannot say that flavor. Say he is stupid. Look at the human model. Say he deliberately flirting with their own bar. This little calf how to see is a face of sincerity. Don't say it. It really aroused Chen Shiliang's curiosity. This is the age of science. Where are the immortals? Being a Taoist myself, of course I believe in the ancestors, but very few of the general public are this pious anymore. Chen Shiliang's wise eyes stared at Chen Jiamu, seeming to find something in his eyes, but after looking at him for a long time, the boy's eyes were calm and only sincere. Chen Amu is indeed sincere. He didn't lie. He just wants to become immortal. The system is there, and he still gives me a lecture on science? At first, Chen Armorwood also wondered if he was schizophrenic, and if the system could be his own paranoia. How can this be explained now that likeness has been learned? Chen Jiamu firm very. He is not mentally ill, nor stupid, just those quacks blind barren diagnosis. One just has the system to cultivate immortality in the future. Can you cook, young man? Daoist Chen. So you agree that I should study with you? Well, agreed. Master come up again, and receive a bow from the apprentice. No, lad, no need to be so polite. The joy on Chen Imu's face swept out unconcealed, and at this moment, a crisp voice resounded in Chen Armorwood's head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully worshipping the Back Mountain ancestor, exceeding the quest and triggering the hidden rewards. Reward upgraded to Elixir, Marrow Cleansing Elixir X1, Elixir data loading. Chen Armorwood's whole body trembled. His expression was excited, and there were tears in his eyes. Sure enough, I knew it would work. Chen Shiliang a little puzzled. How also shelved and moved up. The night was silent, and the next morning dawned. Yuan Hong Doctrine Seminar, Compound Playground. The guys are sweeping the floor. Chen Shiliang lowered his head and swiped his cell phone. And as he did so, he hesitated. The face gradually stiffened. A video and jitterbug instantly caught Chen Shiliang's attention. Finders keepers, mentally ill man lost in Faith City. The train station. Or the young man in a Taoist robe, fleeing from the police station. 1 foot bare. Below that is a photo of Chen Keijai in a hospital gown, along with a basic introduction. The video screen switches again. A young man wearing a Taoist robe, standing at the river, looking up at the sky, and roaring harshly. The sky does not give birth to my Chen Imu. The caption reads, performance artist? Or mental illness? Chen Shiliang sat on the steps, looked up at Chen Jiamu who was sweeping the floor, and then looked down at his cell phone. His face sank slightly. So this kid is mentally ill. That makes sense. Whirling back to that warm smile, he released. It's so stressful for young people these days, and the lad was probably just tired. Koshiki, stop sweeping the floor and come over here. Chapter 6 I'm off the hook. Chen Shiliang pointed his cell phone screen at Chen Imu and gently shook it. Is this me? Chen Keijai said. Chen Shiliang stroked his beard and smiled. Not answering. Master, it's not really what you think. Does your family know you're out? Chen Armorwood wasn't too flustered. The system mission had already been completed, objectively proving that his logic wasn't faulty. He pressed on with no pressure at all. If there's anything you can't figure out, talk to me. Running away is not the way to go. Nowadays, society is indeed under great pressure. Mental illness is gradually aging. School performance roles, graduation work roles, all kinds of internal conflicts and fast pace, so that people in this era even feel the luxury of breathing. Running away from home won't solve the problem. This is also the reason why Chen Shiliang wanted to organize a Taoist training class. He has traveled to many cities throughout China and has seen too many families destroyed by stress. The big trend pushes people to consume themselves. Every day, as soon as they open their eyes, they have to spend money. Mortgage, car loan, utility bills, property bills, gifts from teachers, favors, friends get married, friends give birth to children, friends' children go to school, friends' children get married. See a doctor, take medicines, their own cremation fees, money for the urns, the graveyard. Omit 500 words here. Like that production team's donkey. It never stops. Daoist Chen, lend me your cell phone, Chen Armorwood said. Chen Shiliang smilingly put the cell phone in the heart of Chen Imu's hand. Give your family a call. What a big deal. Have to leave home. Make it clear. You want to stay in my place is also okay. Nothing to help cook. Tuition can be owed first. Chen Keijai nodded his head heavily. I'm going to call my mother and tell him to reassure her old man. His own mother's phone number. Chen Qiamo has always remembered very clearly. Beep, 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 that side answered. Video phone. The image is of a woman's face with a doctor in a white coat standing next to her. Son. On the screen, the woman sounded anxious. Mom. This person was none other than Chen Jiamu's mother, Liang Meiwan. The camera shows Liang Meijuan's hanging heart relaxing as soon as she sees her eldest son, who is alive and well. Koshiki, come back here. You want to become a Taoist monk, don't you? Chen Jiamu said. Mom, didn't leave the house. I came to travel. I'll be back in a few days. Little Chen your condition isn't very stable yet. If you're not used to living in the hospital, you can also be treated at home. His attending physician said with a frown in the back. I've come to Wudong Mountain to see a Chinese medicine practitioner. This Taoist priest, Chen Shiliang, is well versed in psychotherapy. Chen Keijai pointed his cell phone lens at Master, who smiled and greeted him, showing another round to the surroundings. In the video, at the very back, a little girl with pigtails, her head scuttling. Brother, you're an internet sensation. Chen Keijai raised his eyebrows and realized that it was his own sister. Chen Ji. Brother exploded. My classmates all know you. You are now old famous. Kiki, what did you say? The little girl, probably in her early teens, stood on a stool, holding up a cell phone that played a video. Much like what Chen Shiliang had shown himself earlier, the Taoist-robed Chen Karmu's riverside moves had been surreptitiously filmed. Liang Meiwan lifted the little girl with one hand. Go do your homework. Don't put it on hold to add to the mess. Chen Jiamu was rather helpless. Alright mom, I'll be back in a few days. Liang Meiwan saw that her son was also nothing unusual, and said with a puff of air, your father watched your video in Los Angeles. Chen Armorwood's face suddenly sank with a gloomy expression. He doesn't even want us anymore. Liang Meiwan suddenly felt that she had said the wrong thing and giggled a few times to change the topic. I transferred $2,000 to you on WeChat for fear that you would starve to death. Why don't you take it? Is your cell phone out of battery? This should be dead. At this time Chen Shiliang took over the phone and talked to Chen Jiamu's mother for a while. The old Taoist truly thinks that there is nothing wrong with this child. It is just that the spirit of internal friction. Too much pressure. Young Tuate's a little think. After a burst of pleasantries, Liang Meiwan was considered to have temporarily agreed to her son's proposal to stay in Wudong for the time being. The condition is that daily telephone contact must be maintained to report on the situation. In fact, Chen Jiamu has always been quite normal, just from time to time, talking to himself, and air chat. Liang Meiwan, one person pulling two children. The heart is also anxious. He was sent to the hospital for a checkup, and that guy, he was diagnosed with schizophrenia. So you're telling me to treat it or not? It's outrageous. After hanging up the phone, Chen Armorwood squatted on the ground and plucked the ants with a tree branch, thinking about the system mission in his head. Not a moment later, Chen Shiliang took out an old cell phone, lent it to Chen Jiamu, and gave him 200 yuan, so that he went to the town to make up a card. Chen Armorwood accepted it dryly and said thank you. Chen Shiliang smiling. Young people need to find a little something to do. Enrichment and cooking is precisely a way to experience self-worth. The Dashu class was just short of a chopper. With mental illness, autism, a lot of it is rejection by the surrounding environment, and thumbs up and praise for food you've cooked yourself, eaten by others, and gained recognition can quickly help build a person's self-confidence. Actually, being a chef is very rewarding. Does the lad know how to cook? No. Gue Wu. Come on, take this new student, Chen Keijai, to help in the kitchen. I wouldn't. Alright, master. The uncle who had opened the door for Chen Armorwood before, puffed and puffed, finished chewing the sugar cane in his hand, wiped his hands on his clothes, and ran his ass over. Junior brother, let's go. I'll teach you how to cut vegetables. I can't really chop vegetables here. I'll teach you. It's good to learn. I really wouldn't. I'll teach you. I really. Chen Shiliang stroked his beard and smiled. Moo. Master thinks you can do it. How could Chen Armorwood be in the mood to help in the kitchen? But, being a man is about conscience. The old Taoist priest was so kind to himself as an outsider and was willing to take himself in. He was not the kind of maggot who crossed the river and blackened his heart. Cooking is cooking. After helping the chef, in the courtyard, Chen Armorwood found a secluded place and sat on the steps, calling out the system in his head. Finally, I can take a look at this system reward. The interface in my brain is still stuck from before. In hell, it's been loaded all night. It should be fine. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully worshipping the back mountain ancestor, exceeding the quest and triggering the hidden rewards. Reward elixir, marrow cleansing elixir X1, loaded and released. What's a marrow cleansing elixir? Marrow cleansing pill, a lower grade elixir, can be taken to open the meridians, improve the roots and bones, and get rid of diseases and prolong life. With a thought, a reddish pill was added to Chen Armorwood's hand, thought about it, barfed, and ate it. A wave of warmth poured through his body from his stomach, and it was as if Chen Kiyama saw inside his body. The 8 meridians gradually lit up, and the various unknown acupoints around his body flickered as if they were lit up by the medicinal power. The system's voice rang out. True chi along the foot Taiyin spleen meridian, line to the 3 Injia points, seems to meet the shoal, slightly blocked, to be broken through. Please host to relax the mind. Congratulations to the host, has been broken through, arrived at the sea of blood points. This time fever is a normal phenomenon. Please do not need to worry about the host. True chi to the foot syncopal liver meridian, to Taichung point. At this time, there are knocking the flood bell. The feeling of shock, do not have to worry, has entered the run chakra, through the Guan Yuan point. Warm sunshine, internal organs are subject to its warmth. Row to the Danzhong point, seems to have a sense of telepathic communication, into the ducal chakra, starting from the Changshan point, climbing the fate of the point, to the Yang point, straight to the Baihui point. Beep, finished, ding. Congratulations to the host, he's washed his body, all his diseases have disappeared, and his bones have been upgraded to excellent. He can practice Taoist internal martial arts. Chen Armorwood unconsciously straightened his spine, and in a flash, there was a seemingly non-existent true chi running through the meridians of his entire body, as if he had changed his body. It's different, absolutely different, but can't tell where it's different. It's just one word, thief comfort. I'm off the hook. Chen Kimu's mind is getting clearer and clearer. I've done a small circumference. I recite the incantation and pinch my fingers. I'm a small immortal who has attained the way of the dragon and tiger mountain. Chen Keijai hummed a song called Little Gods. I vow to light a cigarette for the Supreme Lord in the Heavenly Palace. I will, from now on, be myself. Chapter 7, Two Senior Brothers. Taoism circulated in the folk books as vast as a sea. which is also a lot of practical cultivation class, but the version of a variety of different interpretations of the family. Few people cultivate successful. Nowadays, on the network, the prevalence of Taoist health techniques, such as the 8 Vajra, 5 bird play and so on, as well as parks everywhere to see old people practicing health Tai Chi, has evolved into a popular fitness culture. Those who are truly dedicated to monasticism often choose to return to the mountains and forests, away from the hustle and bustle of the world, unknown to the world. Whether it will work or not, only God knows. It's hard to practice Taoism, which is about cultivating both mind and body. Ding! The host is requested to cultivate and follow the master to reach the realm of refining essence and transforming chi to obtain rewards. Wait! The point is that no one on our side of the world knows how to cultivate. Everyone is a healthcare. The whole network cannot fight. How many masters have been exposed as a fraud? All rely on the disciples to enrich themselves and play with the hype of traffic. System, please give a hint. How to dive into cultivation. How to refine essence and transform chi. The system stopped paying attention to him. Well, Chen Armorwood's body had now been transformed and was not an ordinary person at all. He was able to run the true chi in his body and had a sense of chi, similar to the internal arts in martial arts novels, and it was like a substantial kind of internal energy. Only he wouldn't be using it or practicing it for a while. In the afternoon, Chen Armorwood traveled to the town alone. There, he went to the mobile company and got a replacement phone card. He then inserted the replacement phone card into the old cell phone that Chen Shiliang had given him, called my mom to report that I was safe, and logged into WeChat in the meantime to collect a transfer of $2,000. Played a disc of kings and the card blew up. Only hang on. On the way back, he made a point of buying a large watermelon and a roast duck. It's a favor for the master not to charge tuition, and it's a favor to buy something for yourself. When walking to a place where no one was around, performed a little lightweight skill. Weighted use of the ladder cloud vertical is more or less a problem, but not a big one. The good thing is that even the fare is saved. A few rises and falls in the forest. Well, a little tired. By the time he got back from town, the sky was getting dark. Jotsu and not much industry. Economic development is also very backward. Young people have gone out to work. With the development of tourism in Wudong Mountain in recent years, left behind the old and sick, will grow some of their own vegetables and sell them in the square below the mountain where there are more tourists. It's still relatively pristine, and the air is so much better than in the city. Yuan Hong Taoist training class. Living in a group home. The environment is simple, but in the water and electricity facilities are complete. There were also fewer classmates. 3 children, 3 adults, plus Chen Aimu. Just 7 people. Chen Shiliang is also worried. Remove the rent. Some hard to maintain. If we can't recruit any more students, perhaps, we'll have to close down this year and have to go back to Wudong Mountain for purification. After having dinner with the new students, Chen Jiamu followed the group to the evening class, which was very simple. Following the master to recite the scriptures, followed by group meditation. Moths danced from time to time under the yard's large searchlights, crickets chirped around the playground, and stars dotted the sky when I looked up. The playground wasn't very big, a concrete hardened surface in the center surrounded by grass, a badly painted basketball hoop with no netting, and some stone locks, dumbbells, and whatnot stacked in the corners. The mottled walls were inscribed with words, unreadable Taoist talismans. The entire Taoist cultivation class, without deliberately highlighting the compulsion of Taoist culture, without the ancient and elegant decoration, is just a common sense of an old school, but it's simple, it's real. Chen Keijai has seen those so-called meditation masters or dojo practitioners on TV, giving training to entrepreneurs to nourish the mind. An incense burner, get a mat on the wooden floor. The so-called masters, people sitting there with their legs crossed, feet numb or forced to endure, holding a volume of scripture in their hands, when next to the beautiful women dressed in ancient clothes to perform the tea ceremony, or play the guqin. It's actually a big pretend scene. These vintage beauties might even get a room for the night. A few so-called successful people sitting there, sipping tea and chatting, talk elegantly, say some of their own do not understand the esoteric philosophy, do not understand the people, but also frequently nodded in agreement. A stark contrast to Chen Shiliang's Taoist training class. One is grounded and real, the other is pompous and false. 3 kids on the playground are chasing and having fun grabbing a basketball with a patch on it. 2 adults were sitting on a long stone head munching on watermelon. One was a one-armed Gue Wu, and there was a middle-aged man, wearing glasses, svelte, shaking a bushel fan in his hand, talking eloquently. Gue Wu held the watermelon in one hand, puffing and gnawing. Eat melon, he, isn't this the new junior brother Chen who came today? The man with glasses smiled and waved his hand in greeting. Come, senior brother Chen, come and eat watermelon. My name is Manhwa. I've been here for half a year. I'm your senior brother. Good day, Master Ma. Manhwa said. Practicing Taijiquan after the master can strengthen the body and can regulate the kidney function. Guav said. To break the evil one. Manhwa was a bit despondent. I haven't jerked off in a long time. The corners of Guavu's mouth twitched slightly. Not speaking, Manhwa asked. Senior brother Chen, you're so young. Have you also seen through the world? Chen Jiamu words to the mouth. Swallowed back. I said I have a system, do you believe it? Soli also did not say anything. Taking a big bite of watermelon and spilling juice on his clothes. He didn't care. In the courtyard, a brief silence fell. What was that for, Master? Oh, it's on the air. I'll check it out. Chapter 8, Am I the only one who knows internal martial arts? Chen Imu stood up and wiped his hand on his clothes a few times, inclining his head to look at the large classroom, where Chen Shiliang was meditating live, teaching people to meditate to be precise. Chen Keijai curiously walked over and hid behind the camera. Taking a look at the Shake Shack live stream, there were over 70 people online. Chen Shiliang sat on top of a futon, both feet coiled on his thighs as he patiently explained. If we can't do double plates at first, we can try single plates first. Someone on the live feed said their legs were too stiff and they couldn't do a single plate. Oh, it's normal that a single plate won't work. You can have loose plates, Chen Shiliang said as he began to demonstrate a single disc. Oh, soreness, numbness, swelling and pain is qi in blood. This has to be done in a methodical way. What? Loose discs don't work either. This, brother, I suggest you go to the hospital and get a radiograph. How old is the Tao? The Tao does not ask for longevity. Oh, it looks like 39. Thank you. Chen Armorwood sat on the edge and realized that he was able to double coil himself with ease. And then he thought that it might be the effect of the marrow cleansing pill that he had eaten. Chen Shiliang began to talk about some of the methods of breathing and exhaling. And the people in the live broadcast room also followed. To meditate, the main thing is to have a quiet mind. The tip of our tongue, against our own palate. Yes, no need to exert yourself. Be natural. Chen Keijai followed suit. Well, the drape isn't for you to close your eyes. It's for your eyes to hang low, and it's easy to drift off and fall asleep with your eyes closed. Aha! At first you can stare at the tip of your nose, and focus your intention on the small of your back, and we'll find our belly button and, move it down 3 inches. How long is 3 inches? You'll go to Baidu yourself in a moment. Well, it's important to observe. And this is the lower dantian. You can all imagine the dantian as a bellows. Yes, it's similar to an engine. And the analogy is apt. Follow what I said yesterday. Adjust your breathing. Then, when your body is still, run your breath. Yes, most people don't have a sense of qi at first. Feel it slowly and mindfully. Oh, surely you can't fly. That's a movie. Trust science. This method is good for health. Equivalent to recharging a tired body. Just mess around for half an hour every day. This, brother, the 3 flowers gathering top is not for you to hold a 3-flowered cat on your head. Don't bring up the tempo. I'll pull the plug for you first. Chen Armorwood naturally followed the method Chen Shiliang said and began to meditate. Soon, almost in 10 seconds or so, it was obvious that he felt a surge of true qi in his belly, and he tried to control a surge of true qi, pushing it along the meridians of his body. The feeling was strange, as if one could see the structure of one's own body, that one meridian was clear and unrivaled, and that each level was an acupuncture point, and all of these levels were in an open state. The true qi was easily traveling throughout the body, and to put it bluntly, it was running in a circle from the soles of the feet to the ceiling of the sky. And Chen Keijai has entered the state of meditation. Chen Shiliang was single-mindedly live-streaming and didn't pay any attention to Chen Armorwood, who was meditating next to him. Just as he got up to pour the water, he saw the teenager next to him. His knees plopped upright. The face is serene. The breathing is extremely fine, and it really looks like that. At that moment, he felt that this son was amazingly gifted, and that only those with a simple mind could have clear thoughts and more easily enter into meditation. Chen Shiliang smiled with satisfaction, somewhat impressed with this student. A little. He didn't bother Chen Armorwood and continued to teach in the live streaming room. He just wanted to take in some people who were interested in Taoist culture through online promotion. Chen Shiliang himself will be some calligraphy, traditional Chinese medicine, guqin and so on. As for fortune telling, feng shui, qi men dun jia what, also have dabbled in. He pointed his cell phone camera at Chen Keijai, explaining and introducing it to the people on the live streaming line. Guys, this is my student. Line off duty. He meditates and has settled down. At the moment his body is repairing itself. This kind of kung fu, it's not easy. This student of mine, because of too much stress, had some problems with his spirit. These 2 days in our Taoist cultivation class, playing Taijiquan during the day and practicing Jinggong at night, the poor Taoist felt that there was a significant improvement in his spirit. Oh, this netizen. You can private message me if you sign up. It's not expensive. 1800 meters a year. Food and shelter. Learn as you go. There are summer programs that take little kids. I opened the live broadcast to popularize traditional culture and maintain the Yuan Hong Taoism class, to promote Taoist health preservation techniques. I don't know Jiao Yang Shin That's fiction made up. Chen Shiliang chatted with the netizens in the live broadcast for a while and patiently answered some questions before closing the broadcast. He realized that Chen Jiamu was still meditating and kindly lit a disc of mosquito incense and covered Chen Jiamu's knees with a very thin blanket, before quietly leaving the room, closing the door for him in the process. In the room, only Chen Aimu was left alone, and a dim table lamp. A summer night with a cool mountain breeze. Mosquito coil smoldered. When Chen Keijai had been sitting there for almost an hour, he began to show changes that were different from those of ordinary people. Wisps of white smoke rose from the top of his head. There seems to be a layer of plausible airflow around the body, so that mosquitoes and insects do not invade, and many small flying insects fly away around the road. There's no need to light mosquito coils at all. If Chen Shiliang was present, he would have kowtowed in amazement. This is what is recorded in the Tai Ching Yuan Dao true scripture. The fiber and turbidity are all gone. The true qi is wandering around, and the image of Teng Taishu Azure Jade Qing. This was a situation only found in legends, not to mention Chen Shiliang. Even his master had never practiced the true Tao. Chen Armorwood was also unaware of his change, and just like that, he sat all night, until an extremely soothing moan was heard. Chen Armorwood stretched and slowly opened his eyes. The window was already lit. Holy, it's dawn. I sat up all night? At this moment, Ma Huayun's yelling sounded from the courtyard outside. Master, there are 3 foreigners outside, clamoring to come and worship the master. Chapter 9, The 3 Gringos Who Came to the City. Early in the morning, at the entrance of Yuan Hong Taoist Hall, outside the big iron gate, 3 foreigners stretched their necks and poked their heads inside. These 3 foreigners were the same 3 people who had witnessed Chen Armorwood's display of lightness in the forest yesterday. Phew, choking, found Tom. Evelyn, are you sure the flying Taoist priest lives here? Kuna, you have to trust a woman's intuition. Ma Huayun was squatting in the doorway brushing his teeth, gurgling his mouth full of white foam. Hearing the commotion, he looked up to see, outside the big metal door, a tall, skinny black man and 2 yellow-haired white men. Who are you looking for? Hello, Taoist Chinese. My name is Tom and I'm from London. The speaker was a white boy, tall with slightly curly yellow hair. This is Evelyn, from beautiful Los Angeles. One of the women smiled politely and waved. She had blonde hair, blue eyes, curly eyelashes, fair skin and a very tall figure. I'm Kuna, from South Africa, and I love Chinese airmen. It's Kung Fu. Kuna, my black boy. I know, Tom, and don't you mind the pronunciation, it makes me look bad. Wait, what's the matter with you guys? Ma Huayun asked. We're here to sign up, the 3 men said in unison. Hearing the other party's still fluent Chinese, Ma Huayun quickly shut his mouth and inclined his head to shout at the classroom. Master, there are 3 foreigners outside, clamoring to come and worship the master. Chen Shiliang walked out of the classroom, and in the middle of the playground he saw outside the big iron gate 3 young foreign friends. Oh, a friend from a foreign country. Chen Keijai followed suit. Oh, Sel Karma, my heart is out of control. This flying Taoist priest is really here. Evelyn, your intuition is pretty good. The 3 foreigners were full of excitement and looked at Chen Armorwood with a look of adoration. Ma Huayun was puzzled, and Chen Shiliang was also confused. Ko Shiki, why do they keep looking at you? Do you recognize them? Chen Shiliang asked. Master, don't recognize it. Haven't seen it before. Chen Armorwood shrugged his shoulders. The 3 geezers got even more excited, and a few of them exchanged glances and whispered. Evelyn, did you hear that? He called him master. Oh God, to be able to teach flying kung fu. This master must be even more amazing. We're so lucky to be in the right place. Chen Shiliang, who was not too keen on taking foreigners as disciples, felt that there was a barrier to language communication. It is difficult for foreigners to understand the Chinese concepts of yin and yang, taiji, and so on. They pursued the so-called truth, seeking an absolute answer to everything, and Taoism, based solely on that one sentence, yin and yang and yin and yang, the concept of yin and yang, could easily confuse them, not to mention concepts like infinity and taiji. But there are also more alternative foreigners. Wudong Mountain seems to have a foreign Taoist priest, that mustache Taijiquan playing the human form of the dog, door that is the guest. Others have no malice, driven out of the door. But it seems that my great Chinese temperament is small. The main reason is that the Yuan Hong Taoist training class, which has been unattended for a long time, will receive 3 more tuition payments, enough to cover expenses for several months. Chen Shiliang had someone open the door, exchanged words with the 3 foreigners for a while, and told them to come in and wait. 3 foreigners from different places, met through social software. They are all young, in their 20s, although from different countries, but all aspire to the movie Chinese Kung Fu. Since many years ago, Bruce Lee movies took the world by storm and put the word Kung Fu in the English dictionary, counted as one of the more successful cultural exports. Coupled with the popularity of self-media platforms in recent years and the spread of Jitterbug International and the like overseas, there is no shortage of bloggers who are folk Kung Fu enthusiasts, uploading their own videos, some of them with special effects and AI, and a lot of great videos have made their way overseas as well. The Black Myth Goku, which burst onto the scene some time ago, is a game, but it also contains a lot of traditional culture. These 3 foreigners are here in China to fulfill their dreams, their Kung Fu dreams, just like in the early years. Many kids in the country were influenced by Harry Potter and loved Western fantasy wizards. The collision of cultures is free, spreading, and benevolent. Chen Shiliang smiled and touched his own goatee, a sense of pride gradually lingering in his heart. We're going to have an early class in a little while, so you can just wander around the playground and not touch anything. Okay, Taoist master. May I ask, the short-haired Taoist master, is he really your student? Tom asked, on behalf of the 3 of them. Oh, yes. May I ask what his name is? Chen Keijai. Cool. That's so cool and hot. I love that name. Evelyn clapped her hands together. This is the flyer for our Taoist training class. You guys take a look at it first. Can you read Chinese? The 3 foreigners reverently received it with both hands, like holding a Bible, with unexpected joy in their eyes. The flowery flyer was designed by a print store in town. A very flashy sort of typography. Cool. It's so cool. It's got the secret of Chinese Kung Fu printed on it. Oh, I'm going to mail it to my grandfather. He'll be so happy he won't be able to sleep. Chen Shilian was speechless for a while. This is just an enrollment brochure. These 3 foreigners will not be a little abnormal brain circuits. Early in the morning, the disciples all washed up and gathered in the playground one after another. 3 wizards, and just 2 adults, Chen Keijai and Ma Huayun. Gue 5 rarely trains during the week because he is in charge of cooking. Chen Shiliang every morning. The thunder and lightning lead the group first play once 8 vidra work. Chen Keijai followed along and gesticulated. Chen Shilan paid attention to Chen Keijai from time to time. It always feels like this young man of his temperament has changed, and I can't say that he has a dusty temperament. Before that jumping off, comical gesture seems to gradually disappear. On the contrary, there is a kind of Taoist immortal wind sense of spontaneity. The whole person, more and more serene. It seems that the magnetic field here at Port House is still very good. Chen Shilong contained a smile. He did not know. Chen A Mu enlightenment, taking the marrow washing dan, meditate into the fixed, before that to please others. The comical protective shell, falling apart. Chen A Mu, do not have to cook, do not have to get the recognition of others, but also to find self-confidence, to find the true self. Chen Karmic, understand, turn inward. The 3 foreigners moved the small horse zipper and sat aside, their eyes glowing. Sensei is going to teach them Kung Fu. Evelyn, record it on your cell phone. On the playground, Chen Shilian practiced while explaining the essentials of each movement and the way to generate power. The 8 Vidra skills were published on the internet a few years ago by Taoist master Zhang Jishuan of the Dragon Gate sect, and the old Taoist master 104 contributed all he had learned in his life before he was feathered. Among them are the source and flow of the air body, Rice Jingzi's good recipe for the world, the 8 Vidra Kung Fu, Vidra longevity Kung Fu, and so on. The 8 parts of the Vidra work, somewhat similar to the 8 brocade, is a good thing for health and exercise. Many people will only follow the action, do not know the way of each action of the force, often do not get the gist. A set of fight down, almost 20 minutes or so, the body is much smoother. A red face, old spirit. Of course, for the others, at best it was nothing more than a strengthened version of radio gymnastics. They were all ordinary people and naturally couldn't appreciate the mysteries of it, also including the old Taoist master Chen Shiliang. Chen Armorwood found that when he practiced according to the master's movements, the true chi in his body could not help but push the meridians in his body, and it seemed that, beating down once, his body had indescribable changes. Chen Armorwood felt it attentively, while the system's voice rang in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host. He has begun forging his body. This feeling is different from meditation, which is mainly about cultivating stillness and nourishing the sea of chi in the stillness, while the Eightfold Vajra, which is mainly about cultivating movement, is about seawater churning in the movement. If you compare the dantian to a lake, meditating is expanding, widening, and digging deeper into the lake so that it can hold more water. The 8 vajra, on the other hand, are more like boiling in a lake, shocking the waves and quenching the sea of chi. The 3 foreigners didn't see the point. In fact, the group was very rational, including the master himself, who said that this kung fu was nourishing and good for the body. Chen Shiliang finished collecting his power and touched his goatee. All go wash your hands and get ready for dinner. Have you 3 eaten? Chen Shiliang looked at the 3 foreigners. Not yet. Eat together. Choke. Chapter 10. 3 kids who are clueless. To the east of the classroom was the large cafeteria. Gue Wu, holding 3 cages of steaming buns in one hand, brought them up. Master, why are there 3 more foreigners? I can't cook steak. Whatever we eat, we'll give them. Chen Shiliang said smilingly. The buns are stuffed with veggies, cabbage and tofu. Cabbage grown by the local villagers themselves, and tofu hand-ground by Chuamei's wife next door to the dashu class. The main one is cruelty-free, without any food additives. There was also a big pot of noodle soup, and a pot of potato casserole. The 3 foreigners had just arrived in China for the second day and had not yet had a few meals of proper Chinese food, but that was all they had to eat. It was early in the morning and after running a few kilometers all over the mountain, my stomach was already rumbling. It's called noodle soup and it's got salt in it. There's no Sichuan peppers, so don't worry about your little butt catching fire. Oh, I think replacing the salt with cream and adding a little onion would make it even more delicious. There's a saying in the Chinese country, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Tom, you have to learn to adapt to the new environment. Evelyn, I don't feel as good as the milk in LA. And the little black man, Akuna, kept stuffing buns into his mouth. Black people have a fast metabolism and get hungry easily. Akuna, you eat slowly, with poise and grace. It's so delicious. It's almost better than lizard entrails. The little South African black skin is a wolfish eater. Lizard entrails, my goodness. That word makes my stomach juices flip. Chen Shiliang sits at a table with the group, with no trace of a master's demeanor. He also personally gave Chen Jiamu a bowl of noodle soup. Chen Armorwood has never been a master of false politeness, and he has nothing to lose now, not picky at all, and eats whatever he has. Having found a way to cultivate, the desire for food and drink suddenly became less important. Where's the roast duck Xiao Chen bought yesterday? Come set it up. Ma Huayun said. You don't get tired of eating roast duck early in the morning. I'll get it. It's in the big fridge. A little boy named Pleasant Pie volunteered to go get it. A few minutes later, carrying a bag of roast duck bones in his hand. The duck is gone. Only the crust and sweet pasta sauce are left. Who stole the food? 3 kids from the academy, who came to summer school, were growing and needed meat. Chen Shiliang himself is a vegetarian, but he does not require his students to be vegetarian, and the main one is to follow his heart. 3 little calves, with a bun in one hand, not forgetting to grab chicken nuggets in a big metal tub. They are left behind children in the surrounding villages. Their parents are working abroad, and the elderly at home can't keep an eye on their children during the summer vacation, so they send them to the Taoist training class to muddle through. Just a pot of potato casserole. It was a clear case of too many wolves and not enough meat. The little boy who had just called Pleasant Cake said, let's compete to see who can, in one bite, dazzle a bun. I'm not going to compare myself to you. Compare to a hammer. Goons. Joycake gave a look of contempt, her tone full of sarcasm. Just compare. Ouch. The 2 remaining defiant children choked and reddened their little faces. The little calf who encouraged his partner to eat vegetarian buns, a hint of joy in his eyes, and then returned to normal, quietly, and more chicken nuggets chicken fillet into his bowl. After eating, as a rule, you have to wash your own dishes, and half an hour after the meal, you are free. The kid took his badminton racket and ran out with a splash. Chen Shiliang and Gue 5 called on 3 foreigners together, went to the next door vegetable field planting vegetables to go. The beautiful name, life, but also a kind of cultivation. Doing farm work is for you to better realize your cultivation. Chen Shiliang patiently explained to the 3 foreigners. Take gardening, a vegetable seed. If you want it to take root and thrive, you have to put in a lot of work. The clods of earth are to be broken up and raked well, as the foundation stones of life are to be compacted. Loose and moderate soil is the beginning of the rapeseed to settle down. When sowing, rapeseed spacing, into the soil depth, all need to be pinpointed. Sprinkle too dense, seedlings compete with each other for nutrients, and it is difficult for anyone to grow. Buried too deep, breaking through the soil is laborious, and perhaps it will die. Life, how is it not a practice? Gue Wu had obviously been immune to this line of rhetoric for a long time, and his face was expressionless. On the contrary, the 3 foreigners listened to the plausible understanding, feeling that the master is a worldly man, said that there must be a reason. one by one wailing and grabbing to carry a hoe, scrambling to plow, comparable to the old bull. Chen Shiliang smiled and stroked his goatee as he stood in the ridge, nodding happily. Ma Huayun crossed his arms and patiently directed the 3 foreigners to do the farm work, and from time to time, he even personally demonstrated the correct plowing technique. Master, this is great. With 3 more helpers, should we start another plot and grow some tomatoes? That's exactly what the master wants. Then I'll buy some seeds online later. 1. Go get Koshiki and have him follow suit. Okay, master. Chen Keijai, skulking alone in the playground, saw 2 children in the distance with their heads tilted up, looking at the roof of a house. The school building is 3 stories high. The roof is the kind of antique spire. Above there is an 8 or 9-year-old child, hands clasping the eaves, legs hanging in the air, shivering. If you fall from this height, you'll be crippled if not killed. How did you climb up? Chen Armorwood walked briskly and raised his head. The badminton ball flew off the roof. Jubilee climbed up the ladder to pick up the badminton ball. Who knew the ladder had fallen down? In the yard, a long ladder fell to the ground and cracked. Joy Cake, don't move. Hold on tight. Chen Keijai shouted from below. Joy Biscuit looked down and turned his head in fear. His arm touched the corner of the roof, and a piece of black tile snapped to the ground and shattered. I'm going to fall to my death. Mom, help. It is said that it is easy to go up to the room and difficult to go down. And the little calf is also a great artist. But I did not think that after going up, I realized that I was afraid. It was now hanging on, unable to go up or down, and at any moment it could come off and fall. Asterisk. Joy Cake, you're going to die. At this moment, Ma Huayun, who had returned from the vegetable field, shouted, hold on tight, I'll move the ladder. Senior, you catch him down there. I'll move the ladder. Ma Huayun panicked and turned around to go back for the ladder. A system beep suddenly sounded in Chen Armorwood's head. Trigger hidden mission, fellow disciples picking herbs on a cliff in danger. Save the disciple who was about to lose his footing and fall off the cliff. Chen Armorwood is certainly not a cold-blooded animal. Not to mention that there is a system mission. Even if there is not, he has to save Ah. True Chi quietly and breathlessly infused into the legs. The ladder cloud vertical involuntarily operated. Chen Armorwood squinted his eyes, and the 2 children in the surrounding area began to coax. The 3 of us will hold hands and form a circle to catch Brother Pleasant. After all, he shared his duck butt with us last night. Duck butt smells so good. 2 bears, both completely unaware of the seriousness of the situation. Pleasant Cake hugged the corner of the room. A gust of wind blew by. 2 legs hanging in the air swinging back and forth. The amplitude is getting bigger and bigger. The fingers tensed white. A drop of sweat overflowed from the forehead. You guys need to catch it steady. I have duck legs in my stash. I'm going to fall to my death and you guys won't be able to eat the duck legs. There happened to be a swallow's nest by the corner of the eaves, and a few little swallows stuck their heads out and chattered happily. A large black swallow swept over the eaves. 2 kids, sucking in a breath of cold air. One of the kids immediately let go and covered his eyes. Whoa! The child cried in terror. At this moment, a silhouette suddenly pulled up and leaped up. Chapter 11, that's right. Treading swallow in the air. Chen Armorwood performed ladder cloud vertical. His body suddenly took off into the air. His toes pointed on the back of the flying swallow. His body pulled up a few more feet, stalled in the air for 3 seconds, and steadily caught the free-falling Joy Cake. The 2 kids down there, dumbfounded. He can fly? Obviously jumping. I saw him stepping on swallows in the sky. It's horrible. I'm going to tell Master. Ma Huayun carried a ladder and ran panting. Little calf. Hold on. Uncle come to the rescue. Holy, it fell off. Chen Armorwood held the child horizontally with both hands, and the child's face was white and full of shock. And the shock was too much, and he fainted. Fell down? Ma Huayun threw down the ladder and rushed forward to check. No, Uncle Ma. Brother Koshiki caught the wedding cake, the lightweight kind. The 2 children chattered. Ma Huayun naturally did not believe it. He understood the child that Chen Jiamu stood on the ground and caught. Elder brother, you put him down. I'll pinch him in the middle. The child's eyes were closed and his eyebrows twitched slightly, as if he had been overly frightened. Chen Jiamu did as he was told, and Ma Huayun stretched out his fingernail-rounded thumb, riveted it, and pinched the middle of the man of the happy cake. The child is frightened and prone to fever. Pinching is an earthy method. Ouch! It hurts. Joy Cake woke up from the pain of the pinch. Okay. Ma Huayun was thankful. Who pinched me? Ha? Where am I? Joy Cake's last memory is of falling from the roof. Little calf, you almost fell to your death. Next time you climb this high, your butt will be smoked. Luckily, your brother Chen had quick hands and caught you. Ma Huayun said. Chen Keijai flung his arms out. Near noon, 3 foreigners carrying hoes, gray, with full smiles on their faces. Chen Shiliang followed behind with his hands behind his back, and Guiwu carried a red plastic bag containing fresh vegetables that had just been plucked. Manhwa Yun recounted the thrilling story piece from before. Chen Shiliang was also scared to death. Meanwhile, a scathing rebuke was given to the roof-climbing bears. If you ever dare to play like this again, I'll go home. If you fall off, how will the poor Taoist explain to your parents? Master, Kabuto can fly. I can testify. That's right, the overwhelming swallow. The more the two bear children said, the more aggrieved they became, and they kept defending themselves to the group. And one of them even reddened his eyes and repeatedly emphasized that Brother Koshiki could fly and fly big jumps. You adults don't believe us, and you say we're lying. Gather in a little while and continue learning Tai Chi. Chen Shiliang finished, his eyebrows slightly wrinkled, slightly puzzled, glanced at Chen Jiamu, revealing a thoughtful expression. Small children most avoid being wronged by adults. You can beat him and scold him. If he is wronged, he will be anxious. Aha! Chen Armorwood nodded and sat down on the steps, calling out the system in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host, completing the hidden mission, saving the young master who fell off the cliff. Bonus technique, 36 Taiji Cloud Hands. In the process of comprehending Gongfu, a vision appeared in Chen Keijai's eyes. The morning mist has not yet cleared. The courtyard of the Taoist temple is covered with fallen leaves, golden yellow and dark brown intertwined, quiet in the depression. Chen Jiamu stood still in his Taoist robe, his eyes focused. As he slowly rose to his feet, the 36 Taiji Cloud Hands, plucking, teasing, kneading, patting, dragging. Chen Armorwood's palms were like soft clouds, and his strength hair was tangled, and wherever he passed, the airflow surged quietly. The fallen leaves have been detached from the ground and seem to have life like hovering around Chen Armorwood. He turned his body, stepped like flowing clouds in water. The leaves also followed up and down, seemingly invisible thread traction. In this side of heaven and earth, sketched out a long Tao rhyme, static and dynamic aesthetic scroll. After the 36 strikes, the fallen leaves on the ground formed a yin and yang taiji fish pattern. The illusion dispersed, and Chen Armorwood slowly stood up. Seeing the middle of the playground, Chen Shiliang himself began to demonstrate Taiji Quan. While demonstrating and explaining, the three foreigners with glowing eyes followed the blind barren thin gestures. Chen Keijai realized that the Taiji Quan that his master had fought and the one he had comprehended were simply two different things. That's senior citizen calisthenics for him. Koshiki, and Tom, Evelyn, and Akuna. Follow along for a few times, and if there's anything you don't understand, ask your master. Chen Shiliang stroked his beard and said with a smile. Chen Imu nodded his head numbly and sat back down on the steps, resting his hands on his cheeks and falling into deep thought. System. In. What's the main quest now? Main quest. Dedicate yourself to training in Wudong Mountain. Reach the state of refining essence and transforming Qi. And participate in the martial arts conference. How can we reach refining essence and transforming Qi quickly? Hosts can accelerate their cultivation by triggering hidden quests, obtaining rewards, comprehending techniques, exchanging elixirs, etc. What are the side quests? Current optional side quests. 1. Clean up the bandit group. 2. Find out the devilish spies lurking in the clan. 3. Search for the chance to obtain the relics of the old ancestor in the secret realm in the back of the mountain. These tasks, in the world over there, were easy to understand, but now that he was in a modern city, the tasks had become denatured. Any map hints? Unprompted for now, Chen Imu took out a small notebook and began to record it. What would be the counterpart of the bandits in the world over there? Now is the rule of law society, and there is no black jerks. I rub. Maybe really what society black jerks or something. Never mind. Let's drop this one for now. Scratch that first. Sect demonic spies? This is too difficult. The secret realm in the back of the mountain. Searching for the relics of the old ancestor. TSK. This is a good night to try it out when no one is around. System. In. Can meditating and practicing improve the realm? Chen Armorwood asked. Meditation is beneficial to increase internal power. The host may choose to meditate under the moonlight for a better effect in raising power. Chen Armorwood already knew how to meditate. It was the same thing that Chen Shiliang had taught him in the live broadcast before, and he had a distinct feeling. After sitting up all night yesterday, I woke up in the morning refreshed. Master Chen. Hello, Master Chen. My name is Tom. Evelyn. Akuna. The three geezers came next to Chen Jiamu in their newly issued Taoist uniforms, looking radiant. You guys? Wanted to see me about something? Tom gave his two companions a wink, and the remaining two nodded simultaneously. Make it mysterious, Tom said. Senior brother Chen, we were at the back of the mountain yesterday, and we saw you perform lightweight skills, old and powerful. You must be the Jedi Master. That kid just said you could fly. and all three of us believed him. Chen Armorwood smiled and said, "Just follow your master well." The three geezers got even more excited. "Evelyn, see what I just said? Real people don't show their true colors, and masters are high up in the world." "Tom, we've really come to the right place. Senior brother Chen, may I ask what was the name of the light skill you were using?" Chen Armorwood said indifferently. "Wudong, Ladder Cloud Zone. Cool, too cool and hot. I love the name. My dad wouldn't have forced me to inherit the family company and become the damn banker if he knew I could learn this amazing kung fu," Tom said. Tom thought for a moment and said, "Seifu, is it good to learn that kind of kung fu that flies? Should be good to learn." Chapter 12 Rewarded Technique for Completing the Quest, Dragon Falling 18 Palms. For the next almost a week, Chen Armorwood cultivated attentively every day, meditating at night and following the practice of the 8 Vajra techniques in the morning. From time to time, he sat with his master on the ridge to sip tea and discuss the way, and worked on transplanting rice seedlings. "When I look down, I can see the sky and the water. The 6 roots of purity are the rice, and the step backward is the step forward." With Manhwa Gue Wu Tu's senior brothers, together with cattle and watermelon, watching the moon, quite a sense of freedom from the chaos of the red world. His head is also getting clearer and clearer, and he is practicing in a low key. The 3 foreigners also became students of the academy as they wished, following Chen Shiliang in the big classes. Over time, the 3 foreigners also got acquainted with the other trainees and began to privately discuss the fact that Chen Armorwood knew lightweight. No one would believe it. Mahua and Gue Wu both felt that the 3 foreigners had a problem with their brain circuits. But the 3 children who had seen Qin Jiamu's flying body step on the swallows before were convinced. Early in the morning, the wind and sunshine, Chen Shiliang finished the big class, sat under the big tree and shook the bushel fan. Gue Wu, the one-armed uncle, was sitting on a small pony, wearing a pair of black-rimmed glasses and holding a ledger in his hand, reporting on the monthly food and clothing expenses of the college. Gue Wu is both the head chef of the college and Chen Shiliang's financial director. He also serves as the director of logistics. Yuanhong Dao College. The days are poor, just enough to wrap up the expenses. There is basically no place to spend money in Jotsuan, and all online purchases have to be mailed to the express post in the city. From Jotsuan to the city, a small 20 miles. Some places are still dirt roads. Rainy days riding an electric bike are easy to wheel slip. Guevi tallied up a list of items that needed to be purchased downtown and in the city. Windex, mosquito coils, and toothpaste are just what you need. Then there are some daily necessities. Underwear, sanitary napkins, Evelyn reported, socks, cotton swabs, nail clippers and whatnot. A whole lot of various things. Chen Jiamu just had to go to the city hospital to review his brain, so he was arranged by Chen Shiliang to go down to the mountain to make purchases. The 3 foreigners were so butthurt they had to go along. Thus, the villagers Zhang Puzi drove a tractor, carrying Chen Jiamu wearing a Taoist robe, as well as 3 foreigners who changed into civilian clothes. Kula out of the village. The tractor sped down a dirt road in a field, flanked by a picture of a hot, rolling wheat field. Evelyn took out her cell phone to record this wonderful idyllic view of China. I said the doll you put the blessing not enjoy. How to run to our poor village to suffer Tractor Zhang Matzi is a single old bachelor, 40-something, cut wheat sold money, are contributed to the downtown foot massage parlor. Evelyn was young and beautiful, a big live chick, and to Paki Zhang, she looked as good as a star in a calendar picture. He suddenly had the urge to become Evelyn's classmate. "Oh, I'm here to learn kung fu. Bull ***** kung fu. Calisthenics is more like it. That's just old Taoist Chen playing with you kids when he's bored up in the mountains." No, master is very good. My senior brother, Chen Armorwood, knows the ladder cloud zone. With his hands caged in his sleeves, Chen Kajai leaned against the sack on the tractor, squinting and swaying. "Him? I heard that this senior brother of yours came here to cure his brain with old Taoist Chen because of mental problems." Chen Jiamu lazily pulled the wool over Paki Zhang's eyes and the foreign girls, his mind pondering over the just-activated mission of going down the mountain to practice. Hey, the brain is also loaded out of a map given by the system. Chen A. Wood in cell phone comparison, is the center of the city, although he didn't know what the specific adventure quest was, but the system prompted that the reward was to comprehend the 18 palms of the descending dragon. Chen Armorwood's brain floated out of the phantom image given by the system. It is really a dragon descending 18 palms. Similar to the TV series, the kind of special effects that can directly hit the dragon are all there, to be more exaggerated and more exaggerated. As his true chi increased, the system rewarded more and more abstract feats, and he even suspected that it wouldn't be long before he was able to get out of martial arts and directly switch to cultivating immortality. After wobbling around for more than half an hour, The tractor stopped at the side of the highway. Downtown is up ahead. Tractor trailer restriction. So you guys get going. Don't miss the bus later. I'll pick you guys up here at 6 p.m. A few people stretched, jumped off the tractor, patted their asses, and said thanks. For the fare, go and settle the bill with my Gue fifth brother tomorrow, Chen Armorwood said. Good Lou. I went back to cut the wheat. Jotsuan's nearest urban area is called Qingyang City, which is small and barely qualifies as a third-tier city. Basically the necessities of life are sold, and it is relatively close to the Wudong Mountain tourist attractions. There are also many locals see the business opportunities. Built a lot of bed and breakfast. Chen Jiamu was still a little bit of a puller with his Taoist robes, mainly because he was followed by 3 little foreigner followers, 2 whites, 1 black, following in the saddle. Made a real spectacle. After lunch, go to the Homewood supermarket and give things a go first. Aha! I especially like Chinese food. What are we eating? Elder brother. Chen Jiamu business trip. The cost is naturally the college. Limited funds, a person $30 a day meal allowance. After turning around, I ended up having to choose between the San County Hotel and the Lanzhou Hotel. Lanzhou ramen restaurants are basically the same all over the country, with a male owner who kneads and pulls the noodles like an old yellow cow, and a female owner who wears an exotic hat and collects the money and cleans up after herself. There is a perpetual stream of 7 and 8-year-olds doing homework at the table near the bar. Chen Keijai asked for 4 large bowls of ramen, each with an egg, for 12 yuan a bowl. There were about 2 slices of beef in the bowl, which were thin and easily blown away by the wind. Tom was gracious enough to add another $10 worth of beef to each. Chen Jiamu asked for a bowl of noodles in clear soup, and divided the extra beef that the boss had added among the 3 foreigners. Kuna, be careful with the heat. The little black-skinned man's mouth was stuffed with noodles and he wore an enraptured look. Oh, yummy. I'll have to go back and show off the Chinese food to my chief. Tom said, you could open a noodle shop like this in your Africa and it would be an absolute hit. I will consider your offer. There are so many surprises in this magical land. Kuna drained the noodle soup and licked his lips. He didn't eat enough. Not overfed. To be precise. I love this country and I want to be a ramen chef. Kuna suddenly envied the ramen-selling couple. Chen Keijai had the list photographed by the 3 men and then instructed them to split up and go to the supermarket to buy supplies. His own hands were caged in the sleeves of his dhoti as he skipped up and down town. Before he came, he promised Manhwa that he would help pick up the thermos cup he had purchased online at the courier post on the city. Chen Jiamu followed the map navigation on the phone, and soon found the courier station. After some negotiation, picked up the health-insulated cup that Manhwa bought, which is indeed very healthful, with instructions and with a charger. On the courier bag, there was also a picture of a female teacher wearing black-framed glasses and a QR code attached. Below it is written a tiny line. Scan the code to enter the group. Sunshine rebate reward 5 yuan red packets. Chen Jiamu took a picture of the label and sent a WeChat to Manhwa. A few seconds later, Manhwa replied, Shidoshi isn't what you think. Aha. Senior brother. Can you keep this a secret for me? This merchant clearly said it was a private shipment. Damn it. May. Beeping. Chen Keijai locked the screen of his phone and put the thermos into his backpack. In front of the stage, there is a Walmart supermarket, and in the plaza of the supermarket, a stage has been set up. The huge background screen reads Wulin Feng Audition Live. On it, there was a group of hotly dressed girls holding colorful striped flowers in their hands and twirling their waists. In the corners of both sides of the stage, 2 boxers each sit. From the folks audition contest that is taking place, the host took the microphone and shouted aloud. Sponsored by 8 Grain Liquid. The Wulin Wind program, the large-scale audition site in Qingyang City, is now starting. I'm the host, Lu Mei. Welcome Kung Fu enthusiasts from the private sector. To sign up, several cameras, filming and also live streaming across the web. There were a lot of people watching from under the stage and a lot of young people jumping in. MS. Yo, may I ask, is there a prize for winning the race? An older man below asked. Of course I have. This uncle, correct me, my last name is Lu. Yes. MS. Bull. Where do I sign up? Please. Moderator. On the left side of the stage, there is a registration desk. This private audition is the organizer's attempt to search for kung fu masters in the private sector and promote the spirit of martial arts. There are many categories in our competition, whether it's free fighting, boxing, inu, karate, taekwondo, traditional kung fu. You can sign up. The emphasis is on participation. Next, please welcome the red side player. Sun Xiaojiang from Liuli Village. Blue side player, employee of the Day Glass Factory. Wang Dali. Chen Keijai glanced at the stage as 2 grassroots contestants waved their arms and mounted the stage as the referee checked their braces. The 2 men glared at each other with the demeanor of professionals. testing each other for a moment before opening the fight with a kingpin clinch. Ding! Triggering the branch quest. Going down the mountain to train and participate in the Qingyang City martial arts competition to overwhelm the group. Please use the 36 Taiji Cloud Hands to defeat the heroes of the world. Reward for completing the quest, Dragon Falling 18 Palms. Chen Jiamu raised his eyebrows and looked at Lu Mei, the host in professional attire, and suddenly felt that the system was becoming more and more mission abstract. Chapter 13. This gentleman. Let me emphasize again. My surname is Lu. Okay, MS. Neo. Chen Aimu watched for a while, and at this moment, a long line had formed in front of the registration desk. Damn, could it be the organizers hired a trustee? A martial arts entertainment program? Is it that popular? Only later did Chen Keijai realize that he could get a souvenir, a lift of toilet paper, for successfully registering for the event. A good chunk of the crowd in line were old men and women, and a few on crutches. The organizers have finally overlooked the horror of small places. The toilet paper given by the sponsors is simply not enough to give out. A lot of people fill out a form to sign up, come over to get a souvenir, and then evaporate afterward, playing a barren game and hating the words, "I'm just here to rub things in my face. Why don't you let me sign up? Old man, I'm 73 this year. Mang Village Han invincible. Very capable of fighting. Why should Lil Root get to claim the prize and I can't? It's not fair." The staff member at the service desk explained with a headache. "This Mr. Han, you please move your crutches back a little bit, poking my high heels. Old man, this dragon head walking stick is a family heirloom, Guangxu years, but beat the Northeast Tiger. Oh, there were plastic handles of crutches in the light years. It's an accessory the old man I fitted myself." The staff maintained a stiff smile and refrained from starting a debate on this topic. "Master Han, it is for your safety that you are not allowed to participate. Okay, then give me 2 carriers of paper and I won't sign up. This, by what right is Reagan a year older than me? He can, unless you take away Reagan's prize." The staff had a difficult face. She had also just received a notice to control the quality of the on-site applicants, and could not give souvenirs to whatever came. That guy, Mr. Lee, has already run off with the souvenir. He didn't even want to participate. Such malicious maneuvering will, on the contrary, prevent genuine enrollees from queuing up. There are too many old men and women mixed in the line. Young people simply can't squeeze in anymore. Female doll, you do not understand. My Chinese martial arts, profound, the older the more powerful. The movie has not seen. Zhang Sanfeng more than 100 years old. Do not move me. Who? Bold. Who pushed me? Get out of the way. Ouch. My arm is broken. I'm dying. The old man sat down on the floor and started blackmailing people for crying out loud. I didn't move you. Don't blackmail me. A security guard maintaining order immediately gathered his hands above his head, signaling his innocence. Ouch. I broke my arm. Let's go. Go to a big hospital for a checkup. We have the whole video here. You can call the surveillance. Moncler, extortion is a crime. The security guard is a middle-aged uncle, stretching his neck to debate up. As soon as he heard there was a video, Moncler outlet store, he immediately changed his face. Forget it, it's fine. I don't care about this broken paper. Unscrupulous merchants. Sooner or later, it will go out of business. Moncler outlet online. He climbed up and patted the dust on his body. This behavior drew the contempt of a group of old ladies. Ha, old man Wang is a disgrace. Shame on you. Go back to his son. Well, there's still his daughter-in-law to tell. I've filmed it. I'll send it to our village group later. There were a few old men and women from the same village who couldn't stand to watch, and some even hoped that the old man's registration would be successful so that they could rightfully beat him up in the ring. Wulin Feng is also the first time to hold auditions in the folk. The program team completely did not expect that the elderly dilettantes here are so enthusiastic. At this time, a person wearing sunglasses leader-like, on the stage whispered a few words into the ear of the host Lu Mei. Lu Mei subconsciously nodded, then cleared her throat. A good news announcement for everyone. The organizers have decided to give away free souvenirs to the audience. Here's the staff to carry up the souvenirs. A couple of security guards carried up several large boxes of toilet paper stacked by the registration desk. MS. Cow. How are we going to get our souvenirs? This gentleman, let me emphasize again. My last name is Lu. Okay, MS. Bull. Excuse me. Lu Mei coughed and said aloud. Please record a 30-second video of the scene on your cell phone. Forward it to Jitterbug, and come to the staff to receive a souvenir. Buzz. Soon. There were hundreds of people on the scene, and in a moment, more than 100 mentions of cheap toilet paper were divided up. A few old men and women who don't know how to play smartphones were not happy again, but this time they had no choice. You can't just go up and grab it. Grandpa, don't grab it. Okay, you take it. One of the staff members was startled. The unrelenting Moncler outlet salesman just now had a real gun and was still in glory. With this stance, no one dares to stop him. There was a buzz, and the line to sign up for the gift rubbing instantly dwindled by a good chunk. Those who stayed were the ones who actually wanted to participate, and signing up for a souvenir was simply redundant. The sunglasses-wearing leader was on the phone just now, and the words berating the marketing department for marketing failures could be faintly heard. Chen Carmu finished filling out the form and handed it over to the staff with both hands. The beautiful staff. Suddenly he looked up. She had observed this little Taoist master in his Taoist robes, who was different from the rest. Early on, Sven, a little handsome, and with his hair grown up, he was about the same length as Wang Yuya. She loves the Taoist youth the most. Chen Jiamu, what a strange name, 20 years old, from Xincheng, single, Taurus, under the tutelage of Wudong's Chen Xiliang. The little beauty quickly flipped through the form in her hand and continued to see the back, specializing in the 36 rows of Taiji Cloud hands. Enrollment category, all? Remarks, hangs everything. The staff at the service desk smiled and said, "Little brother, are you a Taoist priest from Wudong Mountain?" Sort of. Chen Keijai folded his hands into the exaggerated sleeves of his Dao robe, his face wearing a lethargy that was uncontested by the world. We are a formal competition platform. This should belong to traditional kung fu for you. We don't recommend you to be on the same stage with professional Muay Thai, grappling, boxing, sparring and other competitors. You may get injured this way. Prejudice, extreme prejudice, and no wonder. There are many fake masters coming out of traditional kung fu on the internet, and their reputations have been screwed up for a long time. There are also a lot of bloggers who fight counterfeiting. Master Ma, who was a hot commodity back in the day, lightning 5 in a row whip, Tai Chi Lei Lei, and so on. The little beauty in charge of registration tried to persuade a few words, but was urged on by a burly man waiting behind him to enroll. Ding! The host has been detected participating in a martial arts competition, so please press the host to win. Chen Armorwood saw that not far away, carrying a large bag, the 3 senior siblings came. Sherfu, I've found you at last. Tom jumped and waved his arms. Evelyn and Akuna followed in similarly large packages. Finished buying things? Chen Keijai asked. Well, it's all bought. Let's go back. Senior brother Chen Keijai owes. There's been a change of plans. What are we doing? Fight in the ring. Chen Armorwood said indifferently. Chapter 14 Tai Chi, Chen Karmu. Undertaking. Evelyn jumped up and down with excitement. Oh my god. Sell karma. Tom, did you hear what Senior said? Fighting in the ring. I'm so looking forward to it. Akuna, we're really so lucky. Is it like in the movies? Cool. The 3 geezers looked at the ring with interest. Matter. 2 folkloric amateurs in gloves, swinging their king's fists at each other in an unwatchable manner. This isn't the kung fu I thought it would be. Yeah, they look so low. Ding! The task of inviting the host to a martial arts competition has been released. Please ask the host to use the 36 Taiji Cloud hands and participate in the tournament. The system's icy voice was distracting. The corners of Chen Armorwood's mouth twitched as he retorted in his mind. I just finished filling out the form. It's not even lined up for me yet. This is outrageous. System on. It's a deal. If you win the fight, you'll be rewarded with the dragon falling palm, the kind that can hit special effects dragons. Ding! Confirm the reward of this quest. After completing the quest, you can realize the technique, dragon falling 18 palms. Chen Keijai throws his backpack to Blackie Jr. and walks slowly to the ring. You 3 wait for me down here. I'll fight, and we'll take the bus to the city hospital. The 3 little gringos look confused. What's the point of going to the hospital? Hey, this first, Mr. Daoist, the host, Lu Mei, shouted into the microphone in a hurry. You just signed up today. You can't fight yet. We still have to match the right opponent based on weight, type of fight, age, etc. Our martial arts wind is the people's big stage. After all, is the audition site? We have to buy accident insurance for each participant, after signing the liability contract. Hey, Mr. Taoist, you wait first. Chen Jiamu ignored it and stood in front of Lu Mei, stretching out a hand. MS. Bull, let me borrow the microphone. Sir, my last name is Lu. Ding, detecting that the host has boarded the stage. The system. Shut up. Chen Armorwood's lazy eyes changed into more and more determined. Then, took over the microphone, stood in the ring and shouted aloud. Under Chen Armorwood, under the 19th generation of Wudong's heir Chen Xiliang, the new student of Yuan Hong Taoist cultivation class. Today, challenge all the world's martial arts practitioners, those present, whether they are practicing Muay Thai, free sparring, karate, judo, MMA, sparring, wrestling, etc. All of them, can challenge me, and I will only use Wudong Taijiquan. Taiji, Chin Keijai. Take it. Immediately someone down there screamed and whistled. Brother, you haven't fought yet. Baron ah. He thinks he's won. I go. Who is this person ah? Chen Shiliang Jotsuan is not the one who opened the Taoist repair class. Yes, that Chen Shiliang little old man teaching radio gymnastics ah, which can play Taijiquan ah. Chen Shiliang himself says that stuff is for strengthening the body and can't hit anyone. Buzzing, the scene atmosphere was ignited. Qingyang City has not far from the Wudong Mountain. Come to travel a lot of people. Certainly look forward to Wudong Taoist Kung Fu. The fully synchronized live stream, on the other hand, has been swiping up pop-ups, and the number of people in the live stream has been climbing. Sir, you're a troublemaker, aren't you? Lu Mei sank her face. MS. Bull. I'm serious, but it's going to hurt. Chen Jiamu returned the microphone, smiled faintly, and stood with his arms folded, the breeze blowing his Taoist robes, his eyes defying the beings on the stage. Is there not a single capable fighter in the huge city of Qingyang? Seeing the silence on the stage, Chen Jiamu added more material. Or is it that everyone present is a musical color? The following immediately cursed, and Chen Armor had clearly caused the wrath of the crowd. It's too much. I can't watch it. Lao San, let's go up and K him. Okay, look at him. He's skinny and it's only a couple punches. This guy is a younger version of Ma Baogua, playing with hype. At this time, Lu Mei did not know how to deal with it. Suddenly came out a troublemaker. Just when she was ready to call security, the words of the person in charge of the site rang out over the headset. Beautiful. Is this your marketing department's program? How come I don't know? Lu Mei lowered her voice, holding onto her Bluetooth headset and said, Mr. I didn't receive the notice either. Mr. His voice came from the headset. Take control of the scene first. After I call to verify, listen to my arrangements. Stage side of the shed. Undertake this audition activities of the person in charge. Camel Media Culture Limited Company Hiwei. Hastened to call for advice. Asked half a day. The program group simply did not find this person called Chen A Wood. It is an unspoken routine in the industry to hire some actors to set the mood for the show. Mr. Take a look at this video. The assistant beside him took out his cell phone and began to slide it. The news is from the other day. Title, Search for People, Letter to the City of Mental Illness Lost to Patient. Please kindly forward. The video is accompanied by a photo of Chin Karmu in the hospital. Hiwei looked at the big sunny boy in the cell phone photo, and then looked up at the tart in the Taoist robe on the stage. Another looked down at his cell phone. The assistant swiped the screen. And this, Mr. Ho, in the video, Chen Jiamu, wearing a Taoist robe, stood by the river and shouted, Heaven does not give birth to my Chen Jiamu. The sword rode for ages as long as the night. Title, Behavioral Artist and No Psychopath. Hiwei's eyelids fluttered, and he realized in a moment that it was a mental illness. He immediately held the Bluetooth headset in his ear, intending to have the security guards notified of his boarding and arrest. The words came to a sudden stop. In a low voice, he asked, How many people are on the air right now? Mr. The number of people exploded to 60,000 plus now. Hiwei election to do synchronized live broadcast of the purpose. Naturally want to expand the influence of the martial arts win people's big ring C election. This project is highly valued by the leadership of the station. At the same time there are 8 project teams, in all parts of the country to unite the local sponsors, for the audition activities, themselves responsible for Central China, which is originally the birthplace of martial arts. Choose here, but also because of the Wudong Mountain near the martial arts schools. Martial arts halls are many. Under the banner of promoting traditional culture, itself carries a wave of traffic. Hiwei understands traffic. He instantly captured the value of this accident. It is now 10:13 a.m. An outdoor audition live broadcast. The live room can rush to 60,000 plus people online, and even did not send out the blessing bag. This kind of heavenly traffic is no coincidence. And this psychotic man in a Taoist robe, threatening to use Taijiquan and challenge all styles of boxing, has undoubtedly inspired martial arts dreams in the hearts of the nation. Yes, over the years, traditional kung fu has been suppressed by Western boxing in the ring, and the few masters who have managed to come out to transmit the martial arts have been faked. The beginnings of an excellent event marketing program instantly surfaced in Hiwei's brain, catching this wave of traffic. One's project team will surely be able to be far ahead of the other 7 regional competitors in terms of influence. He looked excited and immediately lowered his voice. Beautiful. Promise him that after this competition, he'll let this Tao master named Chen Armor would take the stage. Roger that, Mr. Ho. Hiwei immediately dialed another cell phone. Hey, Chang, arrange for Lao Chiu. acting as a boxing actor, to go up and fight this Taoist priest, to lose. The voice on the phone was a little surprised. Mr. He, this is not the same as planned. Master Chiu is not the afternoon to debut it. Now our local players, not rehearsed beforehand. Cut the crap and tell Cho Sheng to prepare now. Mr. He, old Cho is still on his way. He's not expected to arrive until noon. I don't care, you figure it out. Beeping, He Wei hung up the phone and squinted his eyes, staring at the image coming from the guide screen. Follow the interactive comments on the live stream from time to time. As expected and as one guessed, the netizens were all running to see what was going on and flirting with each other. Live pop-up scrolling. When will the Taoist master do it? I'm so looking forward to it. Taoist master's clothes are very bandy. Upstairs, can't you see it's a program effect? I'm going to watch the program effects as well. And I'm going to watch Tai Chi OK Muay Thai. You fools, Chuan Wu is dead. You can't fight. Kung Fu is a killing technique. The rules in the ring are too restrictive. And they all come with full sets. So many moves can't be utilized. Guys, this man is a psychopath. Look it up on the internet yourselves. He Wei's gaze went to the ring, and he almost choked on a mouthful of water. There was a young man on the stage, bare-chested, who jumped up and had to fight Qin Jiamu one-on-one. The scene seems to be out of control. Chapter 15, You're ready to fight. Chen Keijai inclined his head. In the ring, up jumps a young guy, bare-chested, all tendons and looking raw. My name is Zhang Xiong. I'm a combat instructor from Longwei Martial Arts Gym, and I'd love to receive a lesson in Wudong Taijiquan. Cheers rang out from below. Finally, a professional can't look away. Beat him, brother. Ravage him hard. Lower your hand a little. This little handsome boy is so handsome. Please lower your hand a little for this coach. People are too arrogant. Will always cause public anger. Just based on Chen Jiamu's arrogant look that owes a beating. As well as that sentence. Qingyang City. I can fight or not. It has already succeeded in pulling off geo-discriminatory hate. The host, Lu Mei, heard the command in the headset and hurriedly boarded the stage to separate the two. This gentleman, our show has rules about signing up to go through the process of matching contestants. Zhang Xiong looked furious and said in a deep voice, MS. Nyo, he just said himself that everyone can challenge him. What? Not allowed to fight is it? I'm sorry sir, my last name is Lu. Lu Mei already wanted to freak out. Okay, MS. Nyo, then may I ask why he cannot follow the process? Is it because you guys hired a trustee to do program effects? You guys can do program effects if you want. There's no need to look down on us from Qingyang City. Our city, however, has produced a national wrestling champion. Zhang Xiong was agitated, with a sense of responsibility to defend his hometown. People who practiced martial arts had an extremely high sense of honor and shame, and to denigrate their hometown was to denigrate their dignity. Mr. Zhang, the main focus of the Wulin Feng People's Grand Tournament is to be a real and promote martial arts. Chan Armorwood interrupted. Moderator, can you play? I'm in a hurry. Arrogant. Too arrogant. Arrogant. Zhang Xiong's face darkened as he took a few steps forward and was held by the stage referee. Dude, calm down. Zhang Xiong threw a few random kicks into the air. You think I'm really afraid to hit you? Chen Armorwood smiled without saying a word, rather like a high-ranking person. Zhang, get him. This man is so good at pretending. Damn it, the people of Wudong Mountain have been disgraced by him. Is he really from Wudong Mountain? I think it's on purpose, to hype himself up. The host, Lu Mei, pressed one hand on her headset and exchanged a few words in a whisper. Then he frowned and looked at Chen Armorwood and then Zhang Xian. Just now the guide over there gave the opinion that you guys can fight. But, if anything happens, our program group doesn't any responsibility. The host picked up the microphone and said aloud. Ladies and gentlemen, the two martial arts lovers on the stage. Then the martial arts competition belongs to the private behavior. The program group did not have a contingency plan beforehand. All the problems with the program group has nothing to do with the program group. And now the whole process of recording. We do not bear any legal responsibility. Fists and feet have no eyes. Let's talk in advance. If you break it, don't blackmail me. Zhang Xiong said through gritted teeth. Zhang Xiong put on his gloves and jumped around on the stage, moving his body. You guys find him a pair of gloves and protective gear. Zhang Xian was angry. But he wasn't a cutie. This person's footsteps are weak and skinny, and he has no formal fighting stance at all. So he's a complete straw man. A little cutie who's been brainwashed by the transmission of martial arts. Your own fist is heavy. In case you really break it, you say that you don't blackmail, but in actuality, you will be responsible for it. Tell him to put on his protective gear and protect the key areas, so that he won't be able to collect himself in a moment and have an accident. I don't need protective gear, nor do I need gloves. Chen Armorwood said in a breezy manner. Various murmurs rang out from the stage. People are practicing Tai Chi. You see the Tai Chi master using gloves. Yeah. I used to read the forums that the reason why Taijiquan can't be in the ring is because of the limitations of the gloves. You can pull it down. Not using gloves is just as wasteful. Taijiquan can only be fought in movies. In reality, you find one that can fight and I'll see. It's all ING actors who think all the Golden Age novels are real. In the guide shack by the ring, the head of the auditions, He Wei, rubbed his hands together in excitement. The number of people online in the live broadcast room has rushed from 60,000 plus to 80,000 plus. It is simply a white pickup traffic. He was now incomparably looking forward to Chen Armorwood winning the fight, or at least fighting for a little while longer so that his popularity could be on the rise. Unfortunately, the other guy was a live audience member, and the action he was watching was so even wrestling twice. I don't know how many times this young man can hold up. If it is the actor he arranged to go up and lose to Chen Armorwood, this marketing effect, it is bound to boil over twice. On the guide's big screen, hey, here's 3 more geezers, and holding up signs. Senior brother Chen Amu, go for it. The corner of He Wei's mouth twitched. There really is a team. Borrowing from each other to rub traffic. This young man is a good one for marketing. Gee, I wonder if we can work together in the future. He picked up his walkie-talkie and whispered. Beautiful. Give the referee a word. If Chen Aimu can't carry it, have the referee call off the fight in time. Don't really get hurt. Okay, Mr. Ho. Evelyn stood on her tiptoes, hands in the shape of a trumpet, and shouted unintelligible English. Tom rode Akuna's neck with his hands on the sign, shouting to his heart's content down below. Go for it, senior brother Chen. Akuna had a burrito in his mouth and looked excited. Pity these 3 geezers, victims of brainwashing by the transmuker. Someone sighed. In the ring, Chen Armorwood stood with his arms folded, rather like a patriarch. Zhang Ziong thumps his hands against the gloves. The referee blows his whistle and quickly steps back to make room for the duo. Chen Armorwood, lightly shaking the Taoist robe. True Qi from the Dantian running the whole body meridians. 36 rode Taiji Cloud Hand, moving in more and more. Please, with a raised hand. He drew his left foot in a circle and slightly bent his knees in a Tai Chi pose. Zhang Ziong raised his arm to protect his jaw and jumped back and forth in place in a very standardized grappling position. Pretend to be a hammer. I've been fighting for more than 10 years, and I've never seen a Taijiquan that can fight. At that moment, he was furious, and a swinging fist smashed out with 8 points of force. Chapter 16. It's all about the actors. A swinging punch from a professional grappling coach is powerful and fast. Chen Armorwood stayed put, his eyes calm and completely oblivious. Zhang Ziong was usually counted as half a pillar in the Longwei Martial Arts Center, and had brought out quite a few students. From time to time, he sparred with trainees and cut peers, and was a little known in the combat circles in this part of Qingyang City. Chen Armorwood stayed put, his eyes calm, not dodging or dodging. Zhang Zion was halfway through swinging his fist when he felt something was wrong. This punch, but to the other side of the bridge of the nose dry up. Who knows, the opposite live is a little cute. He dared to use his face to dislike him. If this is a dry fracture of the bridge of the nose, I guess I should call an ambulance in a while. At first I just want to teach this uninformed lesson. Wouldn't want to be on the hook for $100,000 or $80,000 for this kind of crap. However, just when his fist was a dozen centimeters away from the other party's face, Zhang Ziong felt that his fist hit a soft sponge, and all of his power was instantly unloaded. A hand ghosted on his wrist. Instantly, an indescribable force drove his entire body from his own arm. His center of gravity was completely unsteady. His feet left the ground, and with a flying splash, he fell into the ring, his body sliding forward on the ground for more than 3 meters before stopping. What happened? Chen Armorwood had one hand behind his back and looked at his other palm with complicated eyes. Just now, the true Qi in his body was running, and his 5 senses were instantly exceptionally sensitive. And the other party's fist seemed to himself to be very slow, as if the camera was slowing down, and he subconsciously struck a cloudy hand, unloading the other party's force, and then returning the other party's force to the other party, and bringing him flying out. It was almost exactly the same as the principle of borrowing power from Taijiquan in the novel. Chen Armorwood is also the first time to try. Using the system rewarded feats and real people to fight. I did not expect it to be so simple. To say that it is effortless, never exaggerate. The scene, silent. Asterisk. This is Wing Chun. Wing Chun a Baron. Tai Chi Cloud Hands. This move is called Wild Horse Splitting Mane. No, it's called Honey Fingers Hooked on the Moon. Just threw a hand. Didn't see it coming at all. All a bit of logic, okay? Just now on that one. No force at all. People flew out. Obviously rehearsed script. Fake. All fake. Actors. I didn't expect Zhang Ziong, this thick-eyed one, to be so disgusting that he came to be an actor. Shame on him. In this one, the combat instructor intentionally lost to the Tai Chi practitioner. How much money was given? More actors? I'll go too. Zhang Ziong lay on the ground and raised his head, a little confused. Slippery feet? Yes, I must have slipped on my foot just now. How else can I explain my fall? Zhang Ziong rolled over, popped up with a carp, turned around, and assumed a fighting stance. Hey, this floor is really slippery, wow. Zhang Ziong shouted aloud. Chen Keijai was slightly stunned. Is this true chi? Internal energy? It was as if, in this moment, one's world was different. Zhang Ziong shouted at the top of his voice. I should have known better than to wear skateboarding shoes. Chen Armorwood's eyebrows were first slightly wrinkled, then stretched. He figured out that according to the system's tips, in the end, he could become an immortal. Yes, all cultivated immortals. Still afraid of the above? Continue. Chen Armorwood said indifferently. I'm not holding back this time. Zhang Ziong suddenly threw a false punch, and instantly threw a whip leg out to throw it at Chen Armorwood's face. Looks like he's really serious. Chen Armorwood's figure dived slightly. His feet drew a circle. The two figures staggered. 36 paths of cloud hands. The fourth path. The Jade Maiden shuttle. It is like a woman with a delicate body lightly shuttling between the looms, moving in a flowing stream and going back and forth. One hand held Zhang Zion at the root of his thigh, deliberately offset to one side so as not to cause a lifelong disability to the other party, and lifted it upwards. 36 paths of cloud hands. Path 7. Spirit Vulture Vibrating Feather. With one hand on Zhang Ziong's thigh, he was able to restrain and contain his energy, just like a vulture resting on its wings, and then after 12 seconds, he suddenly stretched out and waved his single palm like a vulture with its feathers flying high, with a strong wind whistling, borrowing the Tai Chi rounding principle, and his energy was entangled with threads of hair. This move, Chen Armor with some small exuberance, true Chi rippling, the whole body of the Taoist robe windless automatic, like a martial arts film of the old devil out of the gate. Zhang Ziong's entire body flew out backwards, spinning 360 in the air like an acrobat. Then he fell heavily to the ground, his back on the ground, on his back, lying in the ring, his eyes staring blankly at the white clouds above the sky, falling into silence. What just happened? Cough, cough, it hurts. The leg is going to break. That scene just now was too unbelievable. From the angle of the stage, Chen Armorwood lifted Zhang Ziong with one hand and lifted him off the ground, and his body even somersaulted in the sky. A solid fall, but not the slightest bit of adulteration. The audience on stage was collectively confused. No, that Taoist priest-like young man, the whole body clothes just drumming what happened. Obviously there is no wind. Is it possible that there really is a supreme master? The people under the stage were puzzled, but the referee standing in the ring, at close range, he could see it clearly. The referee has been practicing in the Wuling Feng People's Grand Tournament for many years, having practiced Chuanwu and grappling in his own youth. Just now that moment, he even felt the astral wind whistling in his ears. This outrageous. This world really have internal strength and other martial arts? The referee rubbed his eyes repeatedly, pondering in his head the sound logic that fit the scene he had just witnessed, and still couldn't figure it out. In the headset, came the voice of the person in charge. Hey, Old White, what just happened? How come I didn't see it? Old White pressed down on the headset with one hand and whispered, Chief, I don't see it either. I'm a little scared. In the guide room, Wei stared at the camera replay and watched it several times. The more he watched, the more outrageous he felt. He hurried out of the side shed, clasped his hands on the edge of the ring, and shouted in a whisper, Hey bro, is everything okay? Zhang Ziong, who was lying on the ground on all fours, completely shut himself up. As the person involved, he could not comprehend how terrifying the power that lifted him out of the air was. He is more than 180 pounds of man. The other party just so lightly as if not much force at all. A hand to throw himself out. If his head had hit the ground, he'd be in an ambulance by now. Brother DJ. Hello. Wei slapped the stage floor hard with his hand and shouted some more. Zhang Ziong stiffened and turned his face, crying. What for? Wei's voice was lowered. What did you guys do with that one just now? I don't know. Stop pretending and treat your team to dinner tonight. The planning is so awesome that the clothes are inflated. Admirable. I really don't know how. At this moment, someone from the stage shouted sternly. It's simply spicy. You guys are doing it for the sake of hype. Insult Kung Fu. Insult the spirit of combat, and the people's big ring, and fairness. Bah! Zhang Ziong, you are simply a disgrace to our martial arts school. How much black-hearted money have you received to fight this kind of unseemly fake boxing? Come and settle your paycheck tonight. You're fired. With a burst of rough voice, a tall man jumped onto the platform with a single stride, and with a tower-like body, he pressed forward. My name is Tai Long. I'm the chief instructor and owner of the Long Way Martial Arts Gym. Former professional grappler. Champion of the 2021 Sector Provincial Grappling Tournament. Today, I've come to learn your Taijiquan. I don't know how you bought off our martial arts school coach, but your behavior just now makes me feel that our martial arts school is losing face. If you're able, try knocking me off too? Tai Long looked up to check the iron frame above the stage, and then checked Zhang Xiang's clothes and pants belt. Can't see that it's very talented in acrobatics. He was a smart man, and that illogical prancing flip just now would have taken professional acrobats, working with each other for years. Iron Dragon didn't check what was going on, and his eyes glared over. Chen Armor would look sideways and saw that the other party was tiger-backed, in his early 30s, wearing a tang suit, with 2 iron walnuts cupped in his hands, and a cold, angry look on his face. Chapter 17, Marketing Ghosts. Brother Long, I didn't confiscate the black money, trust me. Zhang Xiang staggered up, and when he didn't stand still, he fell down again. He's a real fighter. Chen Armor would have just lashed out against the side of his thigh, causing the bone joint to be misaligned and dislocated. Luckily, Chen Armorwood didn't lay a deadly hand on him, otherwise, he might have directly shattered his bones. Brother Long, listen to my explanation. This kid's methods are a bit evil. A bit evil. Iron Dragon grunted coldly. Of course he didn't believe that someone could use Taijiquan to send someone flying out of the room, and still rotate 360 degrees in the air. It doesn't fit the laws of physics. He clearly looks like he's just gently holding it up and people are flying. The two are just acting in tandem and juggling across the room. If it were true, Newton's coffin would barely be covered. Being a materialist, how can this kind of scene, which is only found in movies and games, be real? This damn a moment, not to mention this world has internal power. Can you send a wave out? Shame. I Long Way Martial Arts Museum lost a lot of big. Now the whole network live. Today if you do not get back the scene, in the future peers shall not laugh at the death of Long Way Martial Arts Museum. It is understandable to lose in a martial arts competition, and it is normal to be inferior to others. However, if you cooperate with a liar who practiced martial arts and acted in public, you will never be able to raise your head again. Carry him down. 2 men in tight undershirts followed behind Iron Dragon, and with an ouch, one lifted his head and feet. Wait a minute, Chen Keijai said. The 2 Hans froze, and Chen Armorwood squatted down and clasped Zhang Xiang's thighs, and his other hand clasped his calves. With a misplaced twist and a click, a crunch of bone, the errant dislocated leg bone recovered. 36 Taiji Cloud hands. One of them, named Splitting Tendons and Bones, can hurt people and also heal them? For a maneuver like bone misalignment, it's a piece of cake. Zhang Xiang grinned and jerked, shaking his leg and realizing that he could move it. Thanks, he said, his lips twitching slightly. This matter started because of me and cost you your job. If you know how to cook, you can follow me. We're short of a vegetable cutter in the Yuan Hong Dao cultivation class. Cut vegetables? Zhang Xian somewhat didn't understand what it meant. Brother, my senior brother is inviting you to join us. You're simply lucky. Evelyn ran over olishly. The 3 foreigners had been completely convinced by Chen Armorwood's Taiji Cloud hands, and at the moment, their faces were overflowing with infinite glory. Zhang Xian saw a very bandy white foreign girl holding a sign that Master Chen would win. Is there really a Tai Chi that you can fight, like in the movies? Oh, not only Taijiquan, my senior brother also knows Ladder Cloud Zone, which allows him to step in the air. The 3 foreigners, chattering away, narrated to Zhang Xiang the greatness of Chen Armorwood. Enough, Zhang Xiang. Still saying you're not an actor? Tai Long interrupted with an angry shout. I don't Brother Long. I don't recognize these 3 foreigners at all. Zhang Xiang slowly stood up, looked at the stage, looked at Tai Long, looked at Chen Jiamu, looked at the host, looked at the referee, and finally looked at the 3 foreigners, barfed and jumped off the stage. Brother Lung, you'll know if I'm acting or not if you fight him. Iron Dragon sneered and stopped paying attention to his disgraced coach. Tilting his head, he looked at Chen Armorwood. Chen Armorwood, right, Taiji? Come on, let's fight. Chen Amu concentrated his thoughts and communicated with the system in his head, confirming the necessity of wanting this challenge. After communicating with the system correctly, you need to defeat all the challengers present in order to receive the reward and realize the dragon falling palm. Hey, kid, you don't dare? It doesn't matter if you don't dare to fight. Make it clear. Make the ghost trick you just pulled in front of the live audience, in front of the netizens in the live broadcast. When Tai Long saw that Chen Jiamu froze in place and did not speak, A contemptuous smile appeared on his face. Brother Long, it's not your turn for him to make a move. Let me try. The young man who was wearing a tight undershirt just now took a step forward. Chicken. Okay, don't hit the nose. Don't hit the lower, just put it down. This kind of guy will blackmail us if he breaks it. The youth called Chicken. Inch-haired and tall. His eyes narrowed to slits as he rotated his neck from side to side, moving his knuckles with a crackling, crunching sound. Chicken in his half a year ago to Long Wei Martial Arts Museum to learn. This kid is a delinquent since childhood. Fight group fight belongs to the front of the kind of people ruthless. Hand black. Later, he was taken in by Iron Dragon and followed him to learn serious fighting arts and combat. Iron Dragon treated him well, not only teaching him moves, but also culture and morality, and Chicken was transformed from a loitering bad boy to a law-abiding good citizen. Last month, but also on the bus to see justice, forced to fight the thief, was convicted of self-defense. The thief was finally beaten on his knees and begged for mercy. In the end, Iron Dragon also compensated him for $8,000 of moral damages. However, the thief did get hurt too badly, losing 4 teeth and breaking a root in his ribs. Brother Long, this kind of person, he won't come to his senses without seeing some blood. Hey, Chicken, let me do it. Your hostility needs to be restrained. A few eager spectators on stage rolled up their sleeves and were dying to rush up. The live broadcast room also blew up, with all sorts of screaming pop-ups flying all over the place. Some of them are atmospheric. Some of them are mocking the show's awesome script. He Wei, who was back in the guide room, kept tapping his fingers on the desktop. The live feed has been 100,000 plus and he can't get it right now. He Wei is an experienced guide staff, dry more than 10 years of media. All the details strung together. It can already be clear. Long Wei Martial Arts Museum and this called Chen Armor Wood is to discuss in advance, taking advantage of this audition event to rub off on the traffic. It's been that way from the beginning, and the audience are cuties, even including themselves, were fooled. He Wei only one point did not see to understand. That is, how Chen Jiamu to do to make the clothes bulging. Preliminary inference. Should be wearing what technology equipment? Similar to what can be instantly inflatable device. Don't tell me. These guys, they're ING marketing geeks. One acted so well, especially the one called Chicken. Those eyes, they were about to spit fire. According to their script, in a moment, Chen Armorwood would more than likely be 1-on-2, using some Tai Chi postures to defeat these two, and then reap the shock of the entire audience? Or is it that someone from the Long Wei Martial Arts Center managed to fake it in front of the broadcast and the scene, and has been famous ever since? Both options, it seems, have feasibility. Interesting. Don't tell me, these hayseeds know how to play with traffic. But this is just a C-election. The influence can be how big. In fact, Chen Armorwood can be completely packaged, get a new traditional Taiji masters of the persona, then in the please a few foreign wrestlers, lose to him. Of course, these need to have resources and platforms like he weighs as a backer to be able to do so. When you're on fire, make a documentary. Either go crazy with ads or just live stream the bandwagon. TSK, 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 very add up. He sneered and picked up the walkie-talkie and said indifferently, "Beautiful. Do you have the contact information for this Chen Armorwood? And after it's over, arrange for us to have a meal." "Okay, Mr. Ho, Chief, Master Cho is here. Security team, maintain order on the scene. Don't let uninvolved people run onto the stage." He Wei narrowed his eyes in triumph, and the more he looked at Chen Aimu, the more he looked like a glittering gold mine. On the large screen on the stage of the guide room, the young man in a Taoist robe, with his hands folded into his sleeves, said faintly, "You guys go on together." "Ha!" Chicken pulled out his ears. "In all my life, I've never seen such an arrogant person." Chicken raged. Chapter 18, Spinning the Gyroscope. "Do you think you are Ip Man? Have you watched too many movies?" There was a lot of shouting and cursing from the stage, and a couple of the lads couldn't take it anymore and rolled up their sleeves to rush up and do it. He was stopped by the security guards present to maintain law and order. "Get out of the way. I'll do it." A man in his early 30s, wearing a pair of gloves, walks in from behind the ring. "This is Qiu Jianming, our city's 80-kilogram boxing champion last year. Holy, finally a real pro." Ken Yao, with both fists raised above his head, steps into the middle of the ring to a loud cheer. Iron Dragon and Chicken were slightly stunned. This person they also recognized, often seen on TV. "Ah, it's Mr. Qiu. My name is Tai Long. We clinked glasses that time at the Dafei Club in the province last year." Qiu nodded politely. There were more people in the combat circle who knew him. This Tai Long looked a bit familiar. Come to think of it, He opened a combat gym in Chungyang Mountain. Brother Jianming, I'm a fan of yours. My name is Chicken. Chicken's face was excited. He loved watching Chiu Jianming's boxing. That kind of fist-to-flesh striking feeling had always made Chicken want to go on and on. Oh, two brothers? Now leave the scene to me. Iron Dragon was a bit upset. He still couldn't do 3-1. To face. Chen Armorwood said slowly. Wait a moment. He didn't want to carry on endlessly one by one. It was best to settle all the challengers at once. The three of you come together. After a pause, Chen Armorwood shouted aloud. Anyone else on the stage? You can come together. Chiu Jianming froze. He suddenly also a little confused. Came in a hurry. The phone program team explained a few sentences. Come up in this fight. To get the effect of the program, after the fact there are rich bonuses can be taken. What's this? Isn't 3 actors enough? Xiao inclined his head to look at the referee, who wiped his sweat and said, What are you looking at me for? I don't know what to do. At this time, the host Lu Mei held her Bluetooth headset with one hand, nodded her head a few times in succession, and suddenly said, Audience members at the scene and netizens in the live broadcast room, don't be in a hurry. This Chenjiamu Taoist master is going to challenge multiple people with one person, and it's a request that he himself has made. Because of the limited ring space, let's just let him go 1-on-3. Let's all wait and see. Chicken and Iron Dragon looked at each other, both seeing determination in both eyes. Chen Keijai takes a step back and strikes a Tai Chi pose. The referee asked, What's the rule? In all my years of refereeing, I've never seen 3 different styles of fighting Chuan Wu at all. What's the verdict? No rules. Chen Armorwood said indifferently. So chokeholds, cunnilingus, and eye insertions all work? Chicken perked up. May. That's what you said. Don't blackmail us if you break it later. Iron Dragon, as an old man in the wrestling ring, instinctively felt that there was something fishy about this whole thing, and that if he broke his opponent, some kind of lawyer would show up in a little while. Wait a few minutes. T Lung made a call, and within a moment, a young man came panting, holding a printed document and a sealing clay. Boss, here's what you want. Tai Long picked it up and handed it to Chen Armorwood. What is it? Chen Keijai asked. Liability accident statement. If it's okay you sign it, we can't be held legally responsible for breaking it. Iron Dragon Open Wrestling Hall. Usually less than some social youth and peers door-to-door sparring, but also to kick the hall. Prepared in advance many copies of the Certificate of Responsibility. To put it bluntly, the two sides are not responsible for the bad hit. Chen Keijai took the document in his hand and quickly scanned it. Ding! A challenger has been detected submitting a life and death statement. Please decide whether or not to accept it at the host's discretion. Pen 2. The boy delivering the contract next to him immediately pulled a neutral pen out of his jacket pocket and snapped open the seal paste in the process. Chen Keijai sparingly signed his big name, and also pressed a heavy handprint. Tai Long and Chicken also signed a copy and handed it to Chen Emu. You guys are really fine. This makes me feel much more at ease as well. Chen Keijai praised in his heart. The live feed bristled. I really didn't expect this kind of operation. This doesn't look as if it's staged. We might have to see blood in a moment. I don't get it. Guys, is this going to be a real fight? Or is it unruly? I, Brother T Lung, am so fine. Society is complicated. Learn to protect yourself. There'll be something to watch later. Fist King Xiao, you're not signing a copy? Chen Emu asked. Xiao looks to the referee and casts an inquiring glance. There was no notification of this when he came. Sign it or not? The referee froze and looked at the host, Lu Mei. Chiu Jianming inwardly spat and put on a look of nothing to say. I'm not signing it, little Taoist Chen. I'm a man of martial virtues and won't lay a finger on you. I hope you'll behave yourself. Chen Armorwood nodded his head, his true chi running within his body. Just now, when he was dueling with Zhang Xiong, he had just casually dislocated his thigh with a single lifting motion. Try to be as light-handed as possible. This time against 3 at the same time. It is inevitable that they will not use some of the other moves in the Taiji Yunji, in case they can't collect the force. What if they blow someone's brains out? What if the police come? Is it possible to shark the police too? With a wave of the referee's hand and a blast of the whistle, the bout officially begins. Chen Armorwood withdrew his mind and looked faintly at the 3 people across from him. Surprisingly, none of the 3 moved, as if they were waiting for the other to strike first. The corners of Chicken's mouth curled slightly as he shouted, I'm not going to hold back. A fitful step was taken and the fists rushed forward. Chen Armorwood took a step forward. Taiji 36 Cloud Hands, first route. Clear wind whisking willow. Chicken felt the arm that struck out, pulled by an inexplicable attraction. Chen Armorwood was just a one-handed flick. His movements were gentle, like a spring breeze brushing willow branches, but Chicken felt like he couldn't control his hand, as if it was glued to the back of something opponent's hand. Can't make it work at all. I wipe. Chen Jiamu's other hand poked out. The wind whisked the willow, first using his chi like the wind to remove the force from his opponent's body, and then whisking the willow. The other hand pressed down on Chicken's shoulder. Chen Armorwood's strength rose from the ground, driving his waist, his chi transmitted to his big arm, and his body shook violently. The force jerked from Chicken's shoulder. Chicken's whole body spun like a gyroscope, and it simply couldn't stop. Chen Armorwood hastily withdrew his hand, somewhat puzzled that the other party was an ordinary person and did not have any internal force at all. Just now, he had the fear of shattering his shoulder with a slap, so he changed the slap maneuver to a return tease. Who knows? Taiji's drawing circle technique was naturally added, and the opponent could not bear it at all, spinning in place, like an electric motor. A look of horror appeared on Chicken's face, his head spinning as he let out a mournful scream. Chicken? What the are you doing? Iron Dragon snapped. Lung, I can't stop at all. I'm going to throw up. Ah, the soles of my feet are so hot. Xiao Jianming's head instantly topped with a big question mark. Holy, this dude is acting too pompous, isn't he? Chapter 19. Let's go to the Wonhyang Dasha class now and find out what's going on. As Chicken continues to spin in place, it's so pompous that it practically makes you question the reality of this world. The entire audience was also confused. There was even more yelling and cursing on the air. What's he doing? Nima, just now that Taoist priest just tapped his shoulder with his hand and he just started acting? Don't tell me that this person isn't a martial arts practitioner. He's an immortal cultivator. Putting on demonic spells, is it? My pants are down and you're showing me this? Say your mom and refund your money. Iron Dragon is about to collapse. Originally came to fight the fake. Now how to make it look like their own people are cooperating with the drama. Chicken, you stop it. Lung, I can't stop at all. Ah, I'm dizzy, like a professional ballerina. Chicken rubbed his 2 feet on the ground. His body was propelled by an invisible force, spinning non-stop, and the soles of his feet even emitted a hint of roasted flavor. Xiao Jianming stared at a pair of bulbous eyes and subconsciously took 2 steps back, which is also too embarrassing. It wasn't that he was afraid to fight, he just hadn't seen it played out that way. You guys? What's this? What's this routine? Mr. Xiao, don't misunderstand. My disciple, Chicken, should have been bribed. I will prove the innocence of the Long Wei Martial Arts Center. Tilung took an upward step and slammed his fist towards Chen Keijai. Chen Armorwood sidesteps, raises his hand. 36 paths of cloud hands. 12th path, golden snake tangled branches. The hands alternately rotated, intertwining and twisting and probing each other like golden snakes nimbly wrapping around a tree branch. Through skillful twisting of the wrists and arms, the opponent is held back by soft strength so that the opponent cannot break free. Chen Armorwood's arm was like a spiritual snake, drawing a circular arc to wrap Iron Dragon's thick arm. If the arm is not drawn back in time, it will soon be twisted. Iron Dragon's face turned white with fear, and he made a strong effort to draw his hand, but found that he couldn't. It won't budge. He obviously didn't have a tight grip. Why did it feel like his hand was being sucked by something? The pain began to spread from his arm, and Iron Dragon's other hand huffed towards Chen Armorwood's face, directly inserting the eyes. Came a move of Wei Wei to save Zhao, not worthy of being a veteran wrestler with rich combat experience. This lightning-fast movement was as slow as a snail in the eyes of Chen Karmic's concentrated intent, while Chen Armorwood only slightly tilted his head to the side. His right shoulder suddenly exerted force while completely withdrawing the golden snake tangled branch. The Iron Dragon was hit by Chen Armorwood's shoulder. Bang! Iron Dragon's entire body flew backwards and smashed into the crowd below. Chen Jiamu's heart secretly exclaimed dangerous, fortunately in time to close his hand, or really give him a broken arm that is not dislocated so well cured. Maybe the rest of his life will be crippled. Bumping you off to protect you. It's simply not a world of people. Perhaps it wasn't that he was too strong, but that his opponent was simply too good. Chen Imu looked at the mountain chicken that was still spinning around and shook his head helplessly. An ill-timed cell phone color ring. The magic of love goes round and round. Thinking of you at. Chen Armorwood frowned and suddenly said, wait, I'll take a call first. He retracted his hand back into his sleeve, pounded on it for a moment, and pulled out his cell phone. Hey, Master Koshiki, I forgot to tell you, I also need a cell phone charger. Get the Android one. Okay, Master. Come back early in the evening, or you won't be able to catch the bus. Zhang Mazi already drove the tractor to go. Almost a moment to pick you up at the stop sign intersection. Well, everything's bought and I'll be back in a little while. Did you eat at noon? Ate. Had ramen. Tom's treat. Well, you guys be safe in the city. I'll hang up now. It's live time. Good. Beeping. Chen Keijai hung up the phone and retracted his hand back into his sleeve, putting the phone away. There is one Xiao Jianming left in the ring. Chen Armor would said, "Okay, you can fight. You wait. You wait." Xiao Jianming raised his hands and shouted aloud to the stage. "Ladies and gentlemen, I don't recognize these two people from the Long Wei martial arts gym, as well as this oolong match, which I don't deserve to participate in. What kind of airplane is this? One touch and it flies off stage. One slap and it spins in place. Is it fun? Do you think we in the audience are retarded?" Xiao Jianming is a smart man. This is no longer a segment where the program side wants to pay for favors and intentionally lose to Master Chuanwu. It's a human being who can see that these three people plus what's his name Zhang Ziong who was knocked down in the beginning, obviously in cahoots. Yeah, they're both from the Long Wei martial arts school. Why the coincidence? This was the Long Wei martial arts hall and this person called Chen Jiamu, using the influence of this audition to make program effects. The master of playing with traffic. The new version of Master Ma is it? This track is also too desperate for traffic. Those hits just now. It's so obvious. First of all, there's no way a human being can be slapped into a gyroscope. Tyson couldn't do it either. Secondly, a somewhat skinny-looking teenager disliked a tall man with his shoulder and sent a tall man flying off the stage. This was completely inconsistent with objective perception. Not to mention, it's still live on the entire network. And the netizens aren't cuties. If he himself fights him, of course he can win. But what will be the result? Will he be labeled as a malicious hype? Wrestling matches. There are losers and winners. This is not a stain. But it's clear that the other guy is an acrobat. And it's really honorable to win the fight? Xiao's career isn't over yet. And he hasn't cha enough money yet. You're not going to fight? Chen Keijai asked innocently. I'm not going to fight. You guys are great. You're too good. Xiao Jianming shook his head and took off his own gloves. Xiao Jianming, don't fight fake boxing. Nor have I ever thought of becoming famous in this way. He said it righteously, posing as if he didn't care to engage in such fancy segment hype. Ding! Congratulations to the host, defeating 3 challengers in a row, skillfully overpowering the entire field. Rewarded with the technique, 18 palms of the descending dragon, Chen Keijai raised his head slightly, at a 45-degree angle, his eyes slightly looking towards the sky, and fell into silence. He was comprehending the techniques of the dragon fall 18 palms, absorbing and appreciating the moves that could deliver special effects. The illusionary image given by the system just now, this set of dragons subduing 18 palms, similar to the movie, could really hit the dragon. Even Xiao Foam had to call straight to the insider when he came. If the 36 Taiji Cloud Hands is similar to the movie Jet Li kind of picture, then the dragon subduing 18 palms, it is directly sublimated to the TVD version of the Jin Yong martial arts. According to the system's mission, it was impossible to say that, soon, he would be able to cultivate immortality. What more bike? Utilizing the two worlds bug seems to make everything easier. 3 senior brothers. Go. They were also the only ones on the scene who believed that Chen Armor would hit real kung fu. In a hustle and bustle of discussion, Chen Jiamu led 3 foreigners carrying large bags on the 27 bus. Quick, call an ambulance. In the ring, Lu Mei shouted. Chicken finally stopped, threw up, and passed out completely. The soles of the shoes were thoroughly worn through, revealing the flesh-colored skin of the feet if anything. Chicken lay on the ground, head cocked, white foam coming out of his mouth. Iron Dragon sits up from Zhang Xian's arms and stumbles to the ring, helping Chicken to his feet. In this moment, he believed. Dude, I just misunderstood you. Zhang Xiang also followed and whispered. Brother Long, I didn't lie to you, did I? He can really fight. Iron Dragon cognition had disintegrated, and he ignored the screams of the crowd, ignored the fact that someone had thrown a vegetable leaf at them. You ignorant dilettantes don't know what just happened, and you won't even understand what kind of power it was. That strange, that irresistible, that beyond human limits internal energy, true chi, magic. Ryoku sighed. Do you think it could be special? Zhang Xiang pondered for a while and nodded. It's possible. The ambulance came quickly and gave the grouse what was basically a resuscitation. The paramedics prescribed a little motion sickness medicine and advised that it was not life-threatening and that a good night's sleep would do the trick. I just heard that he's from Zhou Village, some Yuan Hong Taoist training class, and his master's name is Chen Shiliang? There must be a recorded video online. Let's take a look tonight. Ziang, the martial arts school may not be able to continue. Let's go to the Zhou Village Yuan Hong Dao cultivation class right now and find out what's going on. Zhang Xiang's eyes gleamed. Brother Long, I'll go too. Chapter 20, Going to Zhou Village in the night. A field path, a clear moon, an off-road motorcycle, carrying 2 people. It was none other than Tai Long and Zhang Xiang, who decided to leave tonight to come to Zhou Village to find out what was going on. Dragon, we're almost there, aren't we? Well, look at the navigation soon. And this village is remote enough that there aren't hardly any lights on. Hey, all the young people in the village have gone out to work, leaving behind some old people and children. And it's hard enough to find a Tao cultivation class to open this kind of bird ***** place. Dragon. What's that sound? Is it the roar of a beast? There's a guy up ahead. Ha! After dinner, Chen Keijai stood in the village grove. He deliberately avoided people and found a secluded place to test the power of the Dragonfall palm. Stretch your waist. The Dragonfall 18 palms technique came to mind. Starting stance. See the dragon in the field. In the darkness, Chen Armor would put his arms together above his head and tilted downward. A loud and clear dragon's roar was emitted, and the grass and trees around him rustled. True chi swirled and his clothes fluttered decidedly. Both palms pushed out, and a golden light condensed into a dragon head flew out, whistling and smashing into a large tree. Big tree cracks with a bang. A dozen meters away, there was the roar of a motorcycle, as well as fearful to the point of exclamation. Asterisk. Dragon? Zheng Xiang and Tai Long instantly collapsed. Backstage at the show, in the guide room, He Wei held in his hand the form that Chen Aimu had filled out when he signed up, revealing a thoughtful expression. Next to him sat Qiu Jianming, tilting his head and drinking mineral water. With a snap, he placed the mineral water on the table and said somewhat angrily, Mr. He, where in the world did you find these oddballs? It's a good thing I didn't fight. If I did, I'd definitely be stunk out by them. This matter, it was my negligence. You did the right thing. He Wei also understood the flavor. He actually didn't expect at first that the people from the Long Wei Martial Arts Center were so down and acting so pompous. The show was so good that it hadn't even been 2 hours since it ended, and there were already recorded screens on the internet, edited with lots of ghostly videos of chickens spinning gyros of all sorts. The keywords of the martial arts Win Qingyang City audition scene, also directly dry on the hot search. Jitterbug hot list. In the entertainment category, Spinning Euro is number 1. Taiji Chen Keijai came in second. Chansik Liang Yuan Hang Taoist Seminary is ranked third. Longwei Martial Arts Center in Xinjiang City is ranked fourth. Wulin Feng Xinjiang City audition ranked fifth. He Wei's mouth hung with a smile, looking at the various news in his hands, obviously very happy. Talent ah. Marketing genius. Unseen marketing genius. Xiao Lu, you're in charge of tomorrow's audition. I'm going to personally go to Zhou Village to meet this Chen Armor Woods master. Chen Xiliang. Ha, Mr. He, are you saying that the team behind Chen Armor Wood is the handiwork of his master? With a sophisticated look on his face, He Wei cleared his throat. Let's just say you guys are young. It's pretty obvious. Seeing that He Wei was about to share his experience, Lu Mei and Qiu Jianming unconsciously sat up straight. He Wei organized his language and said. He started off by reporting himself and did so clearly. Taiji Chen Jiamu, under the 19th generation of Wudong, Chen Xiliang, a freshman in the Yuan Hong Dao cultivation class. Then, after deliberately being on the way to the game, he answered a phone call and called out twice for master. The content of the conversation was also very simple, although we couldn't hear what the other side said, but from Chen Aimu's language, we could hear that it was to ask something about when he would be back, what he had eaten, and so on. Why do you want to intersperse this link? He Wei asked rhetorically. The two of them looked at each other and shook their heads, suddenly feeling as if Mr. He's analysis made sense, but they didn't know exactly where it made sense. There's an idea in event marketing called deliberate impressions. What do you mean? Event marketing is nothing more than through a thing, to make an article, such as the bus bravely fought the thugs, honorably wounded. This thing, if you want to be amplified, bring the heat, first of all, to add an emotional point. For example, the brave warrior is a takeaway boy, and the thugs are a group of companies the son of the boss. The huge gap in status naturally brings empathy from the eating public. Lu Mei said, Mr. He, it's impossible for the son of the group company's boss to take the bus. Is that the point? I'm just making an analogy so you can understand it better. It's a deliberate impression. What does deliberate mean? It's just engraved in the general public perception of emotion. Chen Armor Wood. Some time ago, the network has been exposed. Is a mental illness in the city of faith? The specific reasons for the network has not been evaluated, but soon, there will be stories about him circulating the network. Believe me, their team has long been ready. And, the Yuan Hong Taoist cultivation class, which I have just accessed, is under the banner of traditional culture, starting from health maintenance, cultivation of the mind, physical fitness, martial arts learning, and, also, there are children's classes offered. They want to do training? Admitting trainees to learn Tai Chi, some Taoist calligraphy, zither, chess, painting, and cutting leeks? Qiu subconsciously said. Well, that's part of it. But what does that have to do with a mental illness? Old Qiu That's why you're practicing martial arts with a simple mind. Ha! He Wei pressed a mouthful of tea and continued. He wasn't mentally ill at all. It was planned from the start. The Taoist cultivation class cured the young man's mental illness, depression, learned Taijiquan, and even had some success. That's what the Yuan Hong Dao cultivation class ended up doing. I now even suspect that there is capital behind the promotion. I always feel that I want to be simple. You say, Chen Armorwood will later enter the film and television industry. The entertainment industry? I think that spinning euro is going to be on fire too. To say there's no pushers behind it, I wouldn't believe it to death. He Wei rubbed his temples. The more he thought about it, the more complicated it became. Beautiful. Let's go to the village of Zhou. Meet them. Chapter 21 Brother Lung. Let's run away. I miss my mom. 2 minutes ago. Tai Long felt a tightening of his waist behind him and realized that it was Zhang Xiang who subconsciously hugged him tightly. The voice became more and more shaky. Brother Long, look over there. Iron Dragon turned his head and raised his eyes, revealing a scene in his eyes that he had never seen before in his life. A dozen meters away in a small forest clearing, the boy in his daytime dhoti towered over the moonlight, the edges of his clothes gilded with a silvery glow. In a flash, his clothes fluttered and the fallen leaves on the ground danced with him. His legs were slightly bent, his left hand was lightly lifted, and his right hand followed, changing his fist into a palm. And a palm was launched, with astral winds emanating from his palm, and the big tree in front of him rustled. The teenager's footwork changed while his palms struck out continuously. His wide Taoist robe sleeves danced, emitting bursts of air-breaking sounds, and the astral wind grew so strong that fallen leaves and weeds flew about in a chaotic manner around him. The teenager merged his hands, raised them high above his head, and violently separated them, palms back, his whole body's clothes instantly dancing wildly, and his head, which hadn't been cut for a long time, also rose and fell with it. A flock of mountain birds flew up in fright, a dull and loud dragon roar emitted, and a lifelike golden dragon coalesced in front of the teenager's chest, which was sculpted from light and swam out. The dragon's body saw the wind and stood long. The teenager pushed out both palms and shouted softly in a low voice, "See the dragon in the field." The golden dragon went forward, charging the large tree in front of it, which split in two and collapsed. The young man collected his energy, stepped forward, and stood on the side of the broken tree trunk, gazing intently. Tai Long and Zhang Xiang, their brains were completely down, just like wooden statues. The two of them were wide-eyed, and in this moment, their three views were almost reshaped. After 10 seconds or so, the two let out a strangled cry at the same time. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Dragon? Lung? Did you just see that? Saw it. That cry isn't a beast. It's a dragon's roar. Could it be the 18 palms of the descending dragon? Damn. Are movie special effects this realistic now? No. We're not watching a video. It's a real scene. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This world is crazy. Tyron straddled the motorcycle, his body staying stiff and his legs trembling a bit. This is so unbelievable that if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that there were spells in this world. The motorcycle suddenly stalled. The unknown, which often brings great fear, and the duo instinctively wanted to run, desperately hoping that this was a ed-up dream. Who? A crisp voice came from the grove a dozen meters away. It's over. Exposed. The voice rose a few decibels. Zhang Xiang frantically shook Tai Long's waist. Brother Long, let's run. I miss my mom. Come on. He's looking our way. We're not going to be silenced, are we? Tai Lung frantically fires up the car to start it because he's nervous, and the car makes a starting sound. And it won't start? Nima, what's going on? It's off at this hour. The moonlight stretched Shen Keijai's shadow very long. The duo dropped the car and sped off. The young man who was less wearing a Taoist robe looked at him with sideways eyes. His body's true chi surged around him, and the fallen leaves levitated. He lightly leaped up, his feet pointing on top of the fallen leaves, and he came stepping in the air. He flew over. Lightness? Chen Armorwood landed in front of Iron Dragon, stopping the two of them in their tracks. What are you running for? Chen Armorwood asked. We saw nothing, heard nothing. Iron Dragon kept his sanity. It's a remote place. There's no streetlight. It's dark and windy. And more than 100 meters to the east, there's a cliff with wild animals. The man-eating kind. Underneath it. Dragon. What should we do? Brother, let me tell you this is now a legalized society. Even if you know superpowers, you can't kill people. Killing is illegal. Iron Dragon shuddered. Chen Armorwood smiled faintly and said, misunderstanding. You guys are running around like headless flies, and you'll be finished if you fall off the cliff. Iron Dragon took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, is there really martial arts in this world? Where do you practice? Zhang Xiang suddenly felt someone tugging on his coat. He looked sideways and hastily attached himself. He's also a smart guy. Brother Long, this is martial arts? This is immortal cultivation. You came to Zhou village for something? Chen Armorwood said seriously. It's alright. It's our blindness that we don't know about your heavenly means during the day. Immortal, how did you do it? Not far ahead. Is the Yuan Hong Taoist training class? You guys want to learn Taoism? I'll introduce you to the master. He's very nice. Recently the academy just lacks a vegetable cutter. Do you guys know how to cut vegetables? I won't hide it from Master Dao. I graduated from high school and went to a chef training school. And if it wasn't for Brother Long's comment that I had a talent for practicing combat, perhaps I would be a chef right now. Zhang Ziong immediately said. Tai Long's eyelids twitched slightly, and he hurriedly snatched the words. I can stir fry, and I can also make all kinds of pastries. My family used to run a cake house. Chen Imu nodded. An unexpected harvest, not a bad trip. He let out a short sigh without making a comment about the secret that he was carrying a system. At first, no one was willing to believe it. Now that he had comprehended so many feats, it was only a matter of time before his identity was exposed. As the system tasks continue to increase, the risk of exposure is also increasing. In fact, it does not matter anymore. In the end, it is to cultivate immortality. Cell phone ringing, we'll learn to catcall together and meow together. Chen Keijai took out his phone and connected it. Hey, Master Koshiki, where have you been? We're having a big class tonight on the purpose of Tai Jinhua. Oh, Master, I'm taking a walk around the neighborhood. I'll be back in a bit. Well, you go by the way to Chuanmei's sister-in-law. I 8 pounds of tofu back. Chunmei usually grinds it now at night. Hot. Tomorrow the day off from school. We collectively make tofu balls. Alright, Master. Oh, by the way Master, there are 2 students to enroll. Upon hearing this, Tai Long excitedly locked eyes with Zhang Ziong and suddenly stretched out 3 fingers and wiggled them vigorously. Chen Keijai looked sideways and said instead, Oh, 3. That's good. Wow. Great. For the master to interview the interview. I didn't see it. Koshiki, you're really a prosperous star. Our Dao cultivation class is getting more and more lively. Hang up first. Beeping. Chen Armorwood hung up the phone and inclined his head to look at Tai Long and Zhang Ziong. My name is Chen Keijai. Hello big brother. Good day. Senior brother Chen. Senior brother is invincible. Yuan Hong Dao Shuban is invincible. Chen Imu's eyelids twitched. These 2 were too hyper. Brother Long, it's obviously just the 2 of us. How did you imply that senior brother Chen has 3 people enrolled? I'll pick him up on my motorcycle tomorrow when Chicken is healed. Phew, that makes sense. Brother Chicken is also someone who has experienced eldest brother's divine abilities. He will definitely come. Aha. Chen Jiamu backhands. Slowly walking in the field dirt road, the 3 walked for 10 minutes, not far from a small farmhouse, lit with dim lights. A woman in a floral cloth dress pushes a stone mill in the yard. Beside the mill, there is an open hearth, a big black pot, and under the hearth, a boy of 7 or 8 years old adds wood to the stove. By the small bamboo stool, a large yellow dog's ears suddenly twitched, stood up on all 4s, and barked twice. Marshmallow, don't bark. The little boy stroked the dog's head and raised his eyes to look out over the fence at the 3 figures. Mom, brother Koshiki is here to buy tofu. The pretty young woman grinding tofu, lifting the black silk from her cheeks, wiped the beads of sweat on her forehead with her sleeve and smiled. Master Xiao Dao, please come in. Chapter 22, 2 more senior brothers. The title Little Taoist Master was initially called by Ma Huayun first, because Qin Jiamu was young and wears a Taoist robe all day long. Although he has not formally become a monk, he always has such a dusty temperament, especially his eyes, lazy, slightly clear and innocent, as if many things in the world, for him, are as light as chicken feathers, full of care. Chen Jiamu politely returned, Sister Chunmei, 8 pounds of tofu. Chunmei, with a smile on her face, was pushing the millstone in the yard, and her 2 big plump things swayed with it, making people's eyes dizzy. Zhang Ziong's eyes darted about, stealing a few glances every now and then as he gently disliked Tai Long with his elbow. Lung, it's so big. Don't look around. I have a hunch that everyone in this village knows martial arts. Be careful of having your eyes gouged out for you later. Zhang Ziong's eyes were horrified as he whispered. No way. Don't scare me. Ever seen a martial arts movie? Usually the absolute masters are surrounded by ruthless people. Chunmei stopped pushing the mill and greeted Chen Jiamu as he entered the courtyard. Come on. Come into the yard and have a bowl of soy milk, hot and fresh from the pot. Chunmei hurriedly pulled over a long bench. There is a small wooden table in the courtyard. Chen Armorwood casually sat down. Tai Long and Zhang Ziong before they dared to sit down. Buttocks only a little bit of meat in the front section. next to the edge of the chair. The two men who had learned to wrestle like iron were at the moment rather constrained like a dainty little lady. Chun-Mei brought 3 sea bowls, set them on the table, and used a ladle to serve 3 large bowls of white, hot soybean milk from the large iron pot next to it. Tiger, go get the sugar. Chun-Mei inclined her head and shouted to the 7 or 8-year-old boy who was playing with the dog. Tiger nimbly got up. The big yellow dog followed all the way. A child and a dog nimbly ran into the house. Not long after, the child's hands holding a candy cane. Chen Jiamu added a spoonful of sugar, blew down on the rim of the bowl, and took a sip. What? Harumi asked. Yummy. Tai Long and Zhang Ziong did not dare to drink. Left and right to observe the surroundings. Is an ordinary farmhouse, but the two somehow brainstormed a lot of scenes that do not belong to the style of painting in this era. If it weren't for the light bulbs lit up on the eaves of the yard, and the blower humming beneath the iron pot, the duo would have even wondered if they had traveled to the world of murderous martial arts. And these two are? Chun-Mei asked curiously. She had seen all the people in the Taoist training class, including the 3 foreigners who came last week. Oh, new enrollees. The two put down their bowls and, following the example of people in martial arts movies, arched their hands. Iron Dragon. Zhang Ziong. Greetings, ma'am. Amused, Chun-Mei's sister-in-law snorted. The corner of the eye of Chen-A was straight twitching. These two goods. Will not be today to see too many usually difficult to understand the scene. The emergence of a temporary mental exuberance. Some of the small epileptic? It's also true that it's quite scientific that people tend to go crazy when they're overstimulated in unfamiliar surroundings. Meditating on my own. Practicing internal martial arts. My mind is getting clearer and clearer. And I haven't taken any medication for days. T-Lung and Zhang Zion might also be able to practice and wake up a bit. Unfortunately, they were ordinary people who hadn't taken the marrow cleansing pill, so I'm afraid that they would only be like Master and the others. It was fine to engage in regimen, but they couldn't fight. Wait 20 minutes and it'll be almost ready. The tofu has just been battered. It's not ready yet. You guys take a break. I'll call you when it's ready. Chun-Mei went on to push the grinder. Master Xiao Dao, would you like some bean tendons? Good. She had seen one after another many people who had come to study with old Taoist Master Chen Shiliang, as short as 10 days and as long as half a year, and most of them were over middle-aged, like Chen Jiamu and the 2 that came today. Such a young one is still really rare. Brother Koshiki, I heard from Joycake that you can fly? The little boy, Tiger, said. That's not flying, it's lightness, ladder cloud verticalization. Chen Armorwood nodded. Can you fly a little for me to see? The little boy was quite curious and clasped his hands on the edge of the table. I'll have a chance to watch it later. Chen Keijai continued to drink soy milk with his head down. This freshly ground, no additive soy milk does taste so refreshingly sweet and smooth. Not long after, Chun-Mei wrapped the freshly cooked tofu and handed it to Chen Jiamu. Behind him a pair of large, powerful hands reached out nimbly and caught the bag. Senior brother. I'll carry it. Zhang Ziong attentively carried the bag. How much? 8 pounds for a total of $24. Chen Jiamu's hand retracted back into his sleeve. At this time, Tai Long took out his hand and tapped the QR code. I'll pay. Sister-in-law, can you scan the code? It's okay. Chun-Mei took a collection code. Dropped. PayPal arrived to $14. Chen Jiamu got up, bid farewell to Chun-Mei's sister-in-law, and walked towards the academy. The two places were not far from each other, and it was only a matter of 10 minutes on foot. Behind him, Tai Long pushed the motorcycle, and Zhang Ziong held onto the back seat, following carefully. Chen Armorwood called out the system as he walked, checking the current mission. The main quest is still to cultivate to the realm of refining essence and transforming chi before you can start cultivating immortality. The side quests are still the same plausible otherworldly ones. Fighting bandits, searching for clan relics, participating in clan competitions, and the like. These 3, without any hints or loaded maps. Chen Armorwood just has to go with the flow. One more entry in the virtual panel floating in the eyes. The host will be able to participate in the Central State Martial Arts Conference and make a name for himself by winning a big victory in the martial arts competition in his downhill training. What the? Chen Armorwood inquired in his mind. System. In. Where's the martial arts convention? Instructions can be loaded for the host. Chen Jiamu brain surfaced a map. He hastily took out his cell phone. Positioning search, and found that the positioning is the provincial capital stadium of Haizhou province. The red small arrow is also marked out. Wulin Feng Fighting Competition National General Meeting Venue. Chen Armorwood instantly understood. This was to allow himself to participate in the National Martial Arts Competition and win the Wulin Feng Championship. It is reasonable to say that this is very simple to complete. To put it mildly, a move of the Dragon Fall 18 palms. 10 Peak Tyson have to hold their heads. Aha! I wonder what the reward is for completing this quest. In this real world, it would still be safer to have a defensive martial art like the Golden Bell Shield. More martial arts does not seem to increase one's cultivation realm, and when the realm is not reached, the system is in the martial arts period, and one cannot cultivate immortality at all. Not being able to cultivate immortality means that one is still pseudo-invincible and can't do machine guns or missiles. Gee, why would one think that? One doesn't cause any trouble, or rob banks or anything, or do anything illegal, so how could there be machine guns and missiles coming to bombard oneself? When the Yuan Hung Taoist seminar arrived, Chen Jiamu took out the key and opened the big iron door. Master, the enrollment people are here, coming out to collect tuition. Chen Shiliang stroked his goatee and looked at the two strong men behind Chen Jiamu with a smile. Very good. Chapter 23 The Clueless Master. In the courtyard, where a row of small matzahs had been set up, the one-armed Gue 5 sat on the steps with a volume of scripture in one hand, an old floor-standing oscillating fan with a squeaky, twisting head, the three foreigners under the seat, Ma Huayun, and his three bear children, sitting on a small horse, each holding a volume of scripture in their hands. Gue Wu recited one sentence, and the following people followed. Lu Zhu said, nature is said to be the Tao. The Tao has no name and appearance. A nature only, a Yuan Shen only. Life is not visible. Send the light of heaven is not visible. Send the two eyes. Ancient Xianjin. Mouth to mouth. Pass a get a. Evening classes in progress. Brother Lung, have you seen the one-armed uncle? He gives me the feeling of an elderly Yang Zhan. Before Tai Long could reply, he inclined his head and saw an immortal old Taoist walking with a smile. Old Taoist priest. Taoist robes old and clean. Through the rustic atmosphere. Thin figure, eyes and warm. Goatee. Slender white. Just like the dragon beard stained with snow, the hands of the bushel fan gently shaking, the rhythm of the soothing, fan up the breeze, seems to be able to whisk away the impatience of the human heart. The old Taoist priest stood there, did not speak, smiling, on a kind of serenity and far-reaching aura. Will be the world of noise or isolated outside, leaving only this side of the world of seclusion. Chen Shiliang touched the goat mountain beard, smilingly surveyed the two behind him and said, very good. Tai Long and Zhang Ziyongguan glanced at each other and saw a complex look in each other's eyes. There was a sense of a painting style that did not belong to this era. This feeling, which made the duo, who were struggling in the middle of the city, especially new, in associating the hand of Chen Armorwood during the day with the unpredictable and mysterious means of the immortals. Zhang Ziyong even brainstormed that this place might be an immortal cultivation sect hidden under the modern society. These seemingly ordinary people may not be strange people who possessed the most extraordinary skills. The two of them immediately stood in awe, and inwardly exclaimed that they had come to the right place. Arch and bow. Iron Dragon. Zhang Ziyong. Greetings to Taoist Master Chen Shiliang. Taoist Master will reign supreme for 1,000 years. Chen Shiliang stumbled and almost fell. With a head full of questions, he looked at Chen Armorwood. Is this your patient? These two, Master, are a little stimulated, a little agitated. In the courtyard, the three foreigners saw the two above the ring in the daytime come to the door, and saw that they were so respectful. There must be a reason for it. Three foreigners, sputtering and glowing, recounted how Chen Jiamu had been at the audition site during the day, and how great his Taijiquan was. The people in the arena, who were listening, scratched their heads. What's wrong? No idea at all what's going on. At this moment, Ma Huayun held his cell phone and let out a cry of surprise. Come and see. You guys. Various video slices of Chen Armorwood today, flaming all over the net, flirting with many, which is also equipped with AI special effects, with a variety of Netflix music, including the one with the most likes, but also a mixture of editing Chen Jiamu and some ancient costume drama, a variety of filters under the jam, hard to cut out a kind of Taiji Zhang Sanfun's movie texture. Chen Shiliang squinted his eyes, and the more he looked, the more complicated his face became. This? What? Chen Shiliang took out his cell phone, clicked on his Jitterbug account. The first thing that comes to mind is the private message 99+. A few hours up more than 210,000 powder. Before the release of a variety of videos, the message likes continue to climb. Refreshing the same will be more than a few hundred likes. The fans are still growing like crazy. A couple more refreshes. 220,000 followers now. Previously just a mediocre self-publishing account with 1,000 plus followers, including 800 zombie fans on a Jitterbug number that never filled any pods. And this ing took off straight away? The various messages are also varied. Koshiki, take the Taijiquan I taught you a few days ago, and play it again for Master. Chen Shiliang locked the screen phone, forced to suppress the shock waves in his heart. For a moment, it felt that the world had become so strange. Chen Armorwood which Hook 8 have this mood. to how to explain. I'm sorry, I have a system. I'm a Jedi Master. I showdown? Ding! It is detected that the back mountain elder ancestor is out of the gate, personally instructing the host in martial arts. Please shock the back mountain elder ancestor. Chen Armorwood's brain exploded. How to feel a little awkward. What is this setting? Obviously not a waste stream. There is a need to shock the old ancestors? Is it that straightforward? You don't even lay out the groundwork. You just come straight up and have fun, right? How dare you write a cool novel like that? The system never jokes. The system is a system that keeps its word. And there are rewards for completing tasks. Such an easy task. Cootie. I'm not doing it. Good. Chen Armorwood shook his Dao robe and said indifferently, Hua Yun, close the door. Chen Shilian commanded. Ma Hua Yun nodded numbly and, with a trot, closed the big iron door and locked it in the meantime. The guys make room. Come on, all of you. Chen Shiliang greeted all the trainees and stood aside. And under the basketball hoop in the compound, Chen Keijai stood with his arms folded. Ma Huayun's phone tapped on the video and the camera focused. Everyone's eyes were focused on Chen Armorwood's body in the courtyard. The bright moon was high in the sky, and the playground of Yuan Hang's Taoist training class was quiet. There was a rustling dance of flying insects and the rhythms of light from a large bulb hanging on the side of the basketball hoop. Chen Armorwood stood quietly underneath it, a robe gently swaying with the wind. His posture as if he were one with this moonlit night. Through the tranquility of the dust, move your left foot across to the side, slightly more than half a foot wider than your shoulders, and bend your knees slightly. Chen Shiliang rubbed his eyes. He suddenly felt that this student's temperament had changed for an instant. Chen Armorwood's eyes were slightly closed, and in a short while, slowly opened them, with a brilliant aura appearing, and then he started to formally unfold the 36 rows of Taiji cloud hands. At the beginning, the movement is light and slow, both palms in front of the chest gently paddling. The seemingly non-existent airflow began to condense between the palms, like a swimming dragon, disturbing the surrounding silence. Chen Shiliang nodded slightly. It was similar to the movements he had taught himself. The same Taijiquan. Chen Jiamu played with a feeling of floating like an immortal, while most of the people, they played it like a geriatric calisthenics. Russian. Chen A would pace accelerated. The body agile turn. Double palm transport as if like a stunning, erratic and yet a breath of air. Whooshing sound of air. Some leaves on the ground, plastic bags, dust, began to tremble slightly. Wind? No. Obviously there is no wind. With the flow of the stance, the airwaves gradually surged up and surrounded Chen Jiamu's body, a gust of breeze like ripples, rippling out in waves. Chen Jiamu's Taoist robes also being agitated by this invisible force, hunting and fluttering, his hair flying. Chen Shiliang clearly felt that his beard was swinging, and every rhythm of Chen Imu's moves perfectly matched. He was frozen. He was not a cutie, nor was he blind. This wind was swinging with Chen Armorwood as the center. His brain could not comprehend it, even though he had cultivated for most of his life. Meditating, reading scriptures, burning incense, practicing martial arts, discussing the Tao with others, and sensing the heavens and earth. He had never seen such a strange image. Could it be that this is what the Taoist scriptures say? That those who return to the light are not returning to the essence of the body, but are returning directly to the true chi of creation. Is that true chi emanating from Chen Amu's entire body? The person who refines the chi, meditates and fixes the breath. The yuan is silent and continuous, and guards within the chamber of God. Chen Shiliang muttered, recalling some of the Taoist scriptures he had read. Knowing it was knowing it, whether or not it could be practiced, how it could be practiced, and whether or not it could be practiced was another matter. Chen Shiliang seemed to have opened up a whole new world. His semblance of cognition gradually disintegrated. His hands unconsciously clenched, fiercely grasping something, grasping it hard. Ouch! Master, what are you doing? Joycake twisted her head and rubbed her shoulder with an aggravated look on her face. It's okay. Master was careless. The sound of breaking air. In a split second, Chen Armorwood's aura around his body steeply surged, and both of his palms pushed towards the basketball hoop not far away. In an instant, the basketball hoop seemed to be struck by an invisible force, issued a burst of creaking sound, followed by the moonlight, slowly tilted, collapsed, raised a piece of dust like fog. A basketball hoop was pushed over by a pusher? As the dust settled, Chen Armorwood collected his momentum and stood, a Tai Chi yin-yang fish pattern made of dust appearing under his feet. Everyone in the yard, silent. Ding! Congratulations to the host for shocking the old man in the back of the mountain, rewarding the host with the method of alchemy. The method of alchemy is loading. Note, pills are refined, and the host can take them on their own according to their needs, or give them to fellow Taoists, or sell them for money. Chapter 24. What are you pinching me for? It's not a dream. In the yard, a pin dropped. The dilapidated basketball hoop fell to the ground. The cracked concrete floor, the already bent rebar, exposed to the air. The large light bulb hanging from the basketball hoop, shattered. The tungsten filament flickering in the dust before going out. Is this the real world? A crunch broke the silence. Ma Huayun's phone fell to the ground and the tempered film cracked. Is this a dream? Ouch. That hurts. What are you pinching me for? It's not a dream. The three geezers and a few bear children were slightly better off because they had seen Chen Armorwood perform lightweight feats before. Iron Dragon and Zhang Xian are also in slightly stronger form, because they had seen the even more frightening dragon drop. However, this scene of a palm overturning a basketball hoop was enough to make everyone in the room, their brains go down for a short period of time. Chen Shiliang stood in the wind, his chest beating fiercely. He covered the location of his temples with both hands and ran like a madman into a room next to the large classroom. That was the place where he usually meditated to realize the great Tao. The room was not big, and it was cleaned up quite well. There was an offering table, on which was enshrined the statue of the three Qing gods of Taoism. Chen Shiliang tremblingly took out 3 incense cones, lit them with a lighter, knelt in front of the idol, worshipped, and inserted the joss sticks in the incense burner. Ancestor, manifesting. Chen Shiliang is almost 70 years old this year and recalls the first half of his life with much emotion. Disciple Chen Shiliang, more than 60 years old, past experience. When I was young, was wrapped up in the wave of the times, into the realm of the mountains to the countryside, far from home, in a remote place to taste the pain of labor. After returning to the city, I was fortunate to be able to work in Dahua cotton weaving factory, and thought that my life would be on the right track, and stability could be expected. But I didn't want fate to change, and the tide of layoffs came rushing in. Although he has become a family married to a room, I would like to be husband and wife together. The seed business. I did not think that his wife had private contacts with others. The scandal was exposed, resulting in the marriage of the disciple broken. Deeply aware of the impermanence of fate and the coldness of the world, the disciple decided to cut off his earthly ties and went to Wudong Mountain, disappeared into the Taoist sect and practiced meditation. At the age of 58, he traveled down the mountain, and what he saw along the way was more bitterness and less joy. In the city, rotten buildings are shocking. Online lending such as traps, credit collapse, under the economic recession, business closures, students inside the volume of the prevailing wind, tainted rice, fake milk powder, pesticide residues are common, fraud, hypocrisy, greed and all the evils of the horizontal often. The people's hearts are not ancient, the world is going down the tubes. Witnessing this chaos, I decided to go back to the mountain and open a Taoist training class, thinking that if anyone is exhausted and their will is breaking down, they can restructure their body and mind in the Taoist training class and regain their confidence and hope in life. Its original intention is to inject a trace of righteousness into this turbulent world. Unexpectedly, the ancestral master manifested his spirit, Chen Amu, who must be the reincarnation of an immortal, and the disciple was terrified. How could I be worthy of being the immortal's master? Chen Shiliang turned to the statue of the three pristine gods, and at the end of his speech, the old man burst into tears and his voice choked. He was not like the others. He was a monk and a Taoist priest, devoutly believing in the existence of fairies in the world, though he had never seen one in his life. But Chen Jiamu hadn't refreshed Chen Shiliang's 3 views today, but had made him firm in his beliefs. This world, there are supernatural beings. He opened a Taoist training class, not at all to make money, 1,800 a year, food and housing, but also contains some essential living supplies. Before coming here to clean up the students, there are several are unable to think of suicide. Was Chen Shiliang one by one to resolve the knot? For example, in the beginning, Chen Shiliang thought that Chen Jiamu was schizophrenic due to depression, and he was willing to help this teenager, slowly enlightening him and helping him, didn't even charge tuition fees, and had to pay back for food and drink. Master, Ma Huayun's voice sounded behind him. Chen Shiliang wiped his eyes with his sleeve and turned his head. Senior brother Chen, say he didn't do it on purpose. Ma Huayun looked toward the basketball hoop lying on the ground in the courtyard and revealed a bitter smile. He desperately hoped that Master would explain all of this. It's fine. I'll just fix it tomorrow. Okay, Master. Ma Huayun was surprisingly calm. Huayun, there's nothing you want to ask. Chen Shiliang could see this disciple of his was torn. Ma Huayun suddenly took a few steps forward and said eagerly, Master, what's going on? Don't tell me it's an illusion, haha. I've just videotaped it all. Chen Shiliang's face was particularly serious as he suddenly said, kneel down. Ha, Huayun, kneel down for the ancestor master. Ma Huayun has been in the Taoist training class for most of the year, and seldom gives incense to the ancestor. He is not a big believer in this. He's here to escape the world, and it feels good to be here. Oh, Ma Huayun understood and plopped down and knelt in front of the statue of the three Qing gods. Chen Shiliang said in a serious tone, Huayun I won't lie to you. After living for more than 70 years, it's the first time for my master to see this kind of magical scene. Master, do you think there are immortals in this world? Yes. Chen Shiliang's gaze was incomparably firm. I heard from Joy Cake that some time ago, it was senior brother Chen who flew up and caught him, and there was also that foreigner who said the same thing, said that senior brother Chen could fly. Chen Shiliang laughed, and then released. I really believe it now. I believe it too. Master. Snapping, a rattan cane smacked on the back of Ma Huayun's hand. Wash your hands first, then the incense. Master. Ma Huayun rubbed the back of his hand and ran off to wash his hands in aggravation. Chen Keijai sat on the steps and sighed helplessly. In his heart, he thought, just now he forgot to suppress his internal power, causing him to accidentally knock over the basketball hoop with a slap. Hey, sometimes it's troublesome when the battle power is too overpowered. Ding, loading alchemy, loading complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Golden Rock Dan formula. Taoism has had talismans and alchemy since ancient times, and it has been rumored for a long time. Just have never seen anyone who refined out of the Dan. Eaton can have superpowers. Chen Armorwood's mind moved, and a piece of rice paper was added to his hand. New skills are here? Chen Armorwood unfolded it and took a look. On the rice paper was an elixir formula written in traditional brush script. The required materials and refining methods were recorded in detail. Chapter 25 Marketing Ghost, Chen Shiliang. All gather in the playground. After Chen Shiliang's numerous requests, Chen Karmu began to teach the group the 36 Taiji cloud hands, and the group was excited and wild, including Chen Shiliang. Devoutly, he followed Chen Armorwood's comparisons, striving for perfection in every move. But the guy's can had no internal energy. At best it was just a strengthened version of the geriatric calisthenics, and they simply couldn't hit the effect of true Qi outward. Chen Armorwood tried to teach everyone to meditate and practice Qi, but as a result, everyone still learned to be lonely. The reason for this was that Chen Armorwood had taken the marrow cleansing pill, transforming his physique, and a bold idea formed in Chen Armorwood's mind. If one could refine a marrow cleansing elixir, did that mean that it could be taken by those around him, thus opening up their tendons and veins, and allowing them to cultivate internal energy? Imagine a group of martial arts masters in the middle of the city. They fly under the neon lights in the traffic, punishing the evil and helping the police to fight crime. It is simply China's version of superheroes. Chen Keijai suddenly had a feeling of a future incarnation of a godfather. Looking at each of the students who were hanging their heads in despair, Chen Aimu said, if you want to be quick, you can't be quick. Master, right, you are my master. Chen Shiliang performed a Taoist arching salute. It's getting late, so let's all go get cleaned up. Don't tell anyone about today. Keep a low profile. Chen Shiliang was rarely serious. After dismissing the group, Chen Shiliang looked at the amount of followers of his Shake Shack number that was still climbing, and silently locked the screen of his cell phone. He needed a reprieve from going live, much less dare to reply to fan messages. Regarding Qin Jiamu's unbelievable divine tactics, Chen Shiliang's request for the group to keep their mouths shut was the right thing to do from what he saw so far. Night, 2:30 a.m. Chen Armorwood sat on top of the roof, meditating, absorbing the essence of the moon, and studying the rewards given by the system in his head. Unfortunately, the system currently rewarded the Dan formula, Golden Rock Dan, although he didn't know the function of this elixir. However, the materials weren't difficult to collect, and they could all be searched on a certain treasure. The refining method can also be followed step by step and written in detail. System. What about the alchemy furnace? The host can go to the clan's alchemy room, where there are Dan furnaces for the clan's disciples to concoct pills. The alchemy room? Where is it? Map loading. A map appeared in Chen Jiamu's brain. He took out his cell phone, opened the navigation, and after comparing it, he found that the location of the red dot on the map that surfaced in front of his eyes just happened to be the location of Wudong Mountain's southern rock palace. Go check it out to find out. Chen Armorwood performed the latter cloud zone, and disappeared into the pale night with a few rises and falls. That night, Ma Huayun tossed and turned, unable to sleep. He got up in the middle of the night, sat on the steps in front of the dormitory, lit a cigarette, swallowing clouds. Then he took out his cell phone and watched the video of Chen Keijai playing Tai Chi in the playground again, set to a soundtrack of the Arakanese Emperor and uploaded to Shakeology. Edit text, my senior brother, Chen Aimu, is invincible. Upload. Taking a drag on his cigarette, he returned to his dorm room and was finally able to fall asleep. There was no talk all night. The next day, Ma Huayun's video caught fire, being forwarded by major bloggers, editing, and second creation. The buzzword of Taiji Chen Keiji for a while swept the network. Because the video is so realistic, it's completely impossible to tell that special effects have been added. And a lot of people have even begun to believe it. The Wonhong Taoist seminar has once again rushed to the top of the hot seat. Qingyang City, Longwei Combat Gym. A motorcycle pulled up in front of the martial arts center, and T Lung pulled down the roll-up door and put up a suspended printout. Brother Long, are you really planning to close down Longwei Martial Arts Center? It's your heart and soul that you've been running for years. Chicken asked, puzzled. In his tracksuit. Chicken, we have better options. Iron Dragon swore. Lung, what happened yesterday after I passed out? What happened? Chicken, the video of the one-slap overthrow of the basketball hoop you look at online. I brushed today. I look at the comments. Not that the AI did the special effects it. Big night. The picture and a little blurred. It is likely to be a green screen King synthesized fake video. Older brother. The pattern is small. Tyron patted the back of the motorcycle and pointed ahead with his chin. At that time, I was there. And so was Zhang Xiong. It's true. Senior brother Chen. The world is invincible. Chicken scratched his head as hard as he could. Yesterday, in the ring, he was slapped by Chen Armorwood and spun in place, and ended up foaming at the mouth and spitting out his overnight meal. He remembered the feeling at that time. It was definitely not a power that a human could possess. That kind of inertia. It was just too difficult to comprehend. Senior brother Chen? Brother Long? How did he become your senior brother? Brother, I also signed up for you yesterday. $1,800 a year with food and housing. And the opportunity to learn the ultimate martial arts. This kind of good thing. Why don't you still rush mindlessly? Tai Long's expression was serious. Gradually turning from his daze, Chicken tentatively asked. That is to say, this world really has the kind of martial arts in the movies? When have I ever lied to you? Get in the car. Zhang Xiang is going too. Let's seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We're bound to soar. I promised to go shopping with my girlfriend today, Tai Long said crossly. Dragon falling 18 palms see no brother? A palm strikes a dragon and directly cracks a millstone thick tree. I heard from the three geezers at the academy that Senior Chen can even fly. He can step on swallows in the air. I'll go. Brother Long. It's getting more and more metaphysical. I don't read much. You're not going to lie to me, are you? You go find your girlfriend, and I'll talk to Master later and ask him to refund one's tuition. Don't. Lung. 1800 is it? I've transferred it to you on PayPal. Take it. Okay. Buzzing with the roar of the engine, Tyron, carrying the mountain chickens, sped down the country road to Jotsuan. The scenery of the 2 weeks flew backwards, and the Iron Dragon rode out a feeling of Iron Horse and Golden Goose. Qingyang City Fortune Building, Room TF 1098, the 10th floor of this office building, is the office of Camelot Media Company. He Wei sat in the boss chair, the cell phone holder on the table playing the video of Chen Armorwood pushing down the basketball stand with one palm. On the table, the previous audition caused a great impact on the network. In the video conference, by the headquarters leadership of the 3 times by name praise, the program is well done. Promotion and salary increase is just around the corner. He Wei slid his finger across the screen, basically swiping 3 or 5 videos. There was one about a slice of the Wulin Feng auditions or Qin Jiamu playing Taijiquan. He tapped through the comments one by one, staring very patiently at his phone screen. I'm going. The aura has revived everyone. Is this Tai Chi? Nima, are you all blind? You can't tell it's special effects. Even the special effects are movie quality. A Hollywood team would have to do it themselves. There must be a team behind it. So hot. No. I'm going to Chukura. I'm going to join them. He Wei dialed the phone. Hey, beautiful a moment with me to go to the Zhou village. We go to find Chen Armorwood. Mister. Aren't you going to make an appointment with Director Wang today, to talk about cooperation? Let's put this aside for a moment. You go to 4C's Rent-A-Car and rent a Range Rover. Rent a car for what? I can't tell you over the phone. I'll talk to you more about it on the way. Get on it. We leave in an hour. Beep. He Wei hung up the phone and paced back and forth in his office, opening the office's makeshift lounge. He picked out the most fetching suit he could find, hurriedly changed into it, and pressed the elevator for an hour. Enough time to get a haircut from Mr. Tony. He was going to face the planning team behind Chen Armorwood in the best possible light. To face that legendary marketing guru, Chen Xiliang. Chapter 26. Please make sure you let me join your team. A Range Rover, chugging down a field and country road. He Wei sat in the back row, suited and booted, his hair coated with thick hairspray, the kind that can reflect light, all dressed like a business elite. No, I should say successful people, also kind of like insurance salesmen. Driving the car is the secretary and host, Ms. Lao Mei Mei. According to He Wei's instructions, She wore professional black stockings and red toenail polish, and since she couldn't drive in high heels, she was stepping on the gas with her bare feet. The red nail polish was hidden in the black stockings, and the hem of the white shirt, tucked into the black wraparound skirt, emphasized the proud figure. Mr. How does this place look like an ordinary rural village? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Lume held the steering wheel with both hands, her slender fingers deft and silky. Beautiful. You have to see the essence through the phenomenon. Trust my business intuition. I have observed Chen Shiliang's previous shake works. This account just did 1 month. Suddenly burst into flames, but he shut down the live broadcast. Do you know why? Lume's red lips lightly spat out a word. This is typical of starvation marketing. He's whetting the appetites of netizens. Chen Jiamu person doesn't have any self-media account. The only official account that can be traced back to the Wudong Chen Shiliang of the Yuan Hung Taoist training class. And the Wudong Mountain official media said they don't know Chen Jiamu as a person at all. Moreover, the Longwei Martial Arts Center has already closed its doors. And if I'm right, they're already in the Yuan Hong Dao cultivation class at this moment. The car traveled for a while and the navigation suggested that we were almost there. He Wei said. Beautiful. In a moment you park your car at the intersection. Try to block the traffic. When we go in, there will definitely be villagers who will come in and ask about moving the car. At that time, I'll give you the keys to the car, and you'll take the opportunity to drive the car into the road repair class. Lu may instantly understand. This car is worth more than 2 million. He always spends so much effort. Rent a car. Not in front of the people to show their strength. Really some waste. To put it another way, it also increases the bargaining chips from the other side. It looks like he's got this team eating out of his hand. The car followed the navigation all the way, and soon drove from the concrete country road to the dirt road, and stopped in front of a dilapidated country school. Here it is, Mr. Ho. He Wei small car. Shiny leather shoes stepped on the dirt road, looked up at the big iron gate of the rural elementary school. Next to it hangs a wooden plaque, One Hung Taoist Seminar, and a couplet. Left, there is nothing better in the world than practicing. Right, nothing under the sun is as hard as eating. Crossword, believe in science. He Wei nodded and shook the large, almost rusty iron door. Anyone? No one responded, at which point an off-road motorcycle braked to a stop next to the Land Rover. In the car sat T Long and Chicken. Who are you looking for? Ha, if it isn't Ms. Bull. Tai Long recognized that this was the host at the Wulin Foam audition site at the time. Nyo Mei. Lu Mei also put on light makeup and wore black silk according to He Wei's request. Looking Tai. And before in the audition site refined host image. Temperament is simply a different person. Oh, you guys came for something? He Wei's eyes narrowed slightly, recognizing that these were the two people who had faced off against Chen Imu in the ring last time. And it was this one called Chicken again, with very bombastic acting skills. The spinning euro still impresses him today. Sure enough, it's a team. He guessed right. They're a team. We've come to find Taoist Chen Shiliang. He Wei didn't move, pretending that he didn't recognize these two people. T Lung pressed a pager next to the big iron door, and in a short while the one-armed Gue Wu ran out with a whimper and opened the iron door. Gue Wu was holding half a sugar cane in his hand, holding out his fat belly, always with that greasy look of a middle-aged uncle living in the last century. Fifth brother, this is our senior brother. Chicken, call the fifth brother. Fifth brother. Oh, hello Chicken Master. Gue V nibbled on a mouthful of sugar cane, his oily cheeks bulging. Excuse me. He Wei stepped forward and handed over his business card with both hands. I'm He Wei from Camel Media's Qingyang City branch. May I ask, does Taoist Chen Shilian live here? Gue Wu held the sugar cane in his mouth, wiped it on his dhoti with his one remaining hand, and accepted the business card with a slurtum. Since there were no pockets in the do-rags, Gue 5 retracted his hand back into the grapefruit, put his business card away, and took down the cane in his mouth. What do you want with my master? I've heard a lot about you and came to pay a visit. He Wei smiled calmly. Oh, Gue Wu uttered another bite of sugar cane, chewed it, and spit the bagasse on the ground casually. Come in with me. There was a little awkwardness in the atmosphere as a strangely combined pair of people walked together. In the yard, a little brother wearing a Taoist robe, squatting on the ground, in front of a small ancient furnace. The furnace is about 40 centimeters high, unknown metal forging, somewhat similar to the Journey to the West in the scaled-down version of the Laojun Bagua furnace. Some charcoal had been placed next to it, and little was lighting a fire under the stove. This person is precisely Qin Jiamu. The stove as he went to Wudong Mountain last night, slipped into the South Rock Palace to steal. Hey no, don't look at this stove is not big, but there are dozens of pounds, all the way from Wudong Mountain back down. The average person also simply can't carry it, but this is not a difficult task for Chun Armorwood, who possesses internal strength. He had tried. Even if he carried a person on his back, he could still perform the ladder cloud vertical stretch. It was just a little bit tiring. Chen Shiliang recognized at a glance that this is the Dan furnace of the Southern Rock Palace, which is alive and well as an antique. Legend has it that back then it was the alchemy furnace of Zhang Sunfeng's grandmaster. It has not been used for many years, and has been used as a mascot in the Southern Rock Palace and exhibited for tourists to see. The mountain gate lost such a treasure. Surely the police must be called. Probably all over the mountain began to look for it. Later, Chen Karmu informed that he was going to make pills. That's right, it's alchemy. After it's made, give it to everyone to eat. Everyone can become a great master. Chen Shiliang was moved. He was really moved. Constantly comforting himself, Chen Jiamu was the reincarnation of the gods. The ancestors will not blame. Senior brother Chen, what are you doing? Tai Long asked curiously. Chen Armorwood wiped his sweat and took out a piece of rice paper, and was studying the method of refining pills. Alchemy is very troublesome. There are requirements for the hour, materials, orientation, and fire. He snaps out of it, beaming. Mr. Chen, I'm the head of Camel Media's Qingyang branch. My name is He Wei, and I'm also the organizer of Qingyang City's martial arts style audition program. I'm very happy to meet you here. He Wei extended his hand with an elegant smile. Chen Armorwood subconsciously stretched out his hand. The two hands together, suddenly realized that his hand just grabbed the black charcoal, dyed black. You guys wanted to see me about something? He Wei glanced at his blackened hand in surprise and quickly made an expression to manage it. His smile unchanged. Please make sure you let me join your team. Chapter 27, with the assistance of Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Daisy, Amu Jun will certainly have a bright future. Ding! The arrival of a messenger from the Martial Arts Alliance has been detected, triggering a mission to receive a hero's invitation to participate in the Martial Arts Alliance Master Selection Conference. The system's voice resounded in Chen Imu's head, and he looked up to gaze at the man in the suit across from him. An emissary of the Martial Arts League? This guy? He Wei withdrew his hand and smiled. Brother, wait for me for a while. I'll go talk to your boss. Yuan Hang Taoist Seminar. Tea Room. Formerly a teacher's office in the village elementary school. The very dated desk is decorated with a kung fu tea set. Chen Shiliang sat cross-legged in the master's seat, skillfully brewing and making tea. Across the table, sat a man and a woman. They were He Wei in a suit, and Lu Mei in a black silk wrap around her buttocks. The two were polite. He Wei implicitly stated his intention to join Chen Shiliang's Yuan Hong Dao show class, invite Chen Jiamu to fight in Wulin Feng, and be Chen Jiamu's manager, and briefly recounted his ideals and visions. The water, spring water from the mountains, and the tea is mountain tea that we grow ourselves. Chen Shiliang took 2 small ceramic cups, filled them 7 full, and gently pushed them forward. Tea poured into the 7/8 full. Is the etiquette, the so-called wine full of people, tea full of deception. Lu Mei's slender jade fingers pinched the cup and instantly retracted it. It's hot. At that moment, there was a knock on the door outside the tea room. Enter. Ma Huayun poked in half his body and whispered, is the car outside yours? It's blocking Paki Zhang's tractor. He Wei smiled apologetically and instructed, Xiao Lu, go, and remember to park in the right place next time. Don't block the villagers' path. Sorry, Mr. Ho, I'm on my way. The black silk-wrapped buttocks of Lu Mei got up in style and walked over with her confident breasts. Ma Huayun felt a body scent hit his nose and was in a bit of a trance. He stayed close all the way. MS. Bull, why don't you park in our playground? We have a big lot here. Lu Mei clenched her silver teeth, grunted, and quickened her pace. Ma Huayun scratched his head, pondering over and over that he hadn't said anything wrong. He Wei coughed softly a few times, trying to ease the awkward atmosphere. A few minutes later, the roar of the engine sounded next to the tea room. Through the window, He Wei and Chen Shiliang inclined their heads to look. A pure black Range Rover, such as a steel beast, parked next to the tea room. It's convenient to park here, isn't it? He Wei asked. It's fine. We have a big yard. Feel free to park. Chen Shiliang smiled. He Wei picked up the teacup on the table and drank it. Then he picked up a suitcase, placed it in front of the table, pushed it forward, and with a snap, the lid opened to reveal stacks of reddish banknotes neatly arranged. This is my sincerity. $1 million in total. Chen Shiliang still had that warm smile, with doubts in his eyes. You are? He Wei leaned forward slightly and said sincerely, Daoist Chen, trust me, I can maximize Chen Amu's commercial value. I've seen too many internet celebrities go from glory to meteoric rise. With my resources plus your planning, Chen Armorwood will definitely be able to break into the national competition and ignite the traditional kung fu craze. He'll be a hit. When the time comes to take commercials, make skits, open martial arts schools, live streaming with goods, We'll shave off the costs and split the profits 50-50. Yes, yes. There is also the mission of promoting traditional martial arts. Maybe, in the future, if we develop well, we can even enter the Oscars. He Wei spoke forcefully, his expression excited. Manager He, you may have misunderstood. The reason why Amu can fight is that he can really fight. And the poor Taoist doesn't have much of a team. Those 3 young men from the Long Wei martial arts school outside, they just came to register yesterday. And we just met them yesterday as well. You'd better please go back. 3 million. I'm offering $3 million. I only want 30% of the equity. He Wei said with a single word. Chen Shiliang. It's not about money. I've got a 140 square foot house in the new North Lawn Lake area that, at current market value, could go for $2. 1 million. I'll add another $2 million. I'll pike it. Chen Shiliang had a complicated expression and cried. No, Manager He, it's really not what you think. Taoist Master. He Wei was in tears. I am a person with ideals. It's not just about making money. Although I'm the head of Camel Media Qingyang City, I'm actually working for the TV station. We are the contractor, a third party, and not only do we have to face the head office's performance appraisal, we also have to make good relations with the program's leaders. Okay, that is to say, you want Qin Jiamu to go to that what's-his-name program with you and play a match, right? You find some tokens and intentionally lose to Qin Jiamu, to put his Taiji Quan through the hype and package him as a Taiji master, and then seek other benefits through that fame. Is this the right way for the poor Taoist to understand it? He Wei subconsciously nodded his head and suddenly explained. How can you say it's a trust? That's called business cooperation. One thing I can assure you is that we definitely don't make money against our conscience. Superfluous. Gui Wu. See off the guests. Chen Shiliang's face sank as he shouted at the door. With a creak, the door to the tea room was pushed open. The one who came in wasn't Gui Wu, but a bright-faced Chen Imu. Master. Good thing. Chen Armorwood pulled a stool and sat at the table. Grumpily, he poured himself a cup of tea. Chen Shiliang was a little worried, but not about Chen Imu being beaten up in the ring. He was worried about accidentally killing someone. Amu your matter. It's a bit special. It's better to think long and hard about it. Chen Armorwood smiled faintly, his expression quite relaxed. I have ways to refrain. After saying that, he inclined his head to look at He Wei and said solemnly, Welcome to our team. He Wei suppressed his excitement and swished to his feet, once again shaking Chen Imu's hand. He looked sideways at the old Taoist master with complicated eyes, and then firmly looked into Chen Imu's eyes, and said with exasperation, With the assistance of my crouching dragon and phoenix, Amu Kuan, you will certainly have a great future. Beautiful. Go to the car and bring the cooperation agreement here, and take out the thatch from the trunk. Today, let's not get drunk. In a moment I'll briefly recount my plan. First, we're going to package. He Wei began to gush and recount it with furrowed brows. When Chen Armorwood heard half of it, he found a reason to leave. It was too uninteresting for him. The tricky part now is how to get yourself in the ring without punching someone to death. He has seen the power of the dragon's 18 palms. Just one move. The millstone thick trees are cracked. If this is in the ring to come to a point, I guess the opponent instantly into a corpse. Maybe the front row of the audience are dead a few. Participating in a martial arts conference, losing all the world's heroes, and becoming a martial arts ally. In that other world over there, it might have been difficult, but now that the mission had been switched to the real world, participating in a martial arts program, it simply should not be too easy for the current self. Chen Armorwood called up Tai Long, Zhang Ziong, Chicken, and the 3 foreigners, and together they went to the sandy forest by the creek. When I came to the place where I experimented with the dragon's descending palm that night, the large, cracked tree, lying quietly on the ground, interpreted the reality of objective existence. Senior Brother Chen, you're really going to participate in a competition at Martial Wind. Senior Chen, I think it's too condescending for you to go to Wushu Foam. You should go to the international ring and fight in the octagon without rules. Come on, the octagonal cage is yielding, okay? In this world, unless there are other superpowered people. Otherwise, in single combat, Senior Chen is invincible. Chen Keijai tried to suppress his internal energy to about 5% and slowly exhaled. Senior Brother Tai Long, come and beat me. Ha! Iron Dragon pointed to the tip of his nose and looked around. Chapter 28, Merchants Seek Profit. Martial artists strive for heroism. I will keep my hand. Chen Armorwood's language was firm. He was going to try and defeat his opponent without missing a beat and accidentally letting his opponent shatter his skull. T-Lung tries a little swing and Chen Kiaki deflects it with a flick of the hand. All of you, together. Chen Armorwood wanted to try. He wanted to familiarize himself with the scale when confronting a mortal. Don't hold back. Come together and cop out. Several people looked at each other. slowly, and gathered around. Tai Long, Zhang Ziong, and Chicken were originally practicing combat, not to mention that two of them were combat instructors, so naturally they could fight better than ordinary people. 3 foreigners. Evelyn is learning Brazilian Judo. Small black skin Akuna and Tom, since childhood, is also a sportsman. Fighting enthusiasts, this time not far away from thousands of miles to Wudong Mountain. Just want to understand the Chinese Kung Fu. Fighting with the legendary masters was simply not too wow. And with his skills, Senior Chen had never bullied anyone or despised the group. Brother Chen is a good guy. He even sweeps the floor with the guys. Master said that Brother Chen might be the reincarnation of an immortal. Very virtuous in martial arts. A few men grew bolder and surrounded them. Although Chen Armorwood's inner strength was suppressed, his 5 senses that had been strengthened were still unusually sensitive. After concentrating, the opponent's speed seemed to slow down significantly, when in fact it was himself who had become faster. He tossed and turned amongst the 6, weaving in and out of gaps, catching, defusing, and not firing, using entirely taiji moves to defuse one move after another in a very ornamental manner. The group couldn't even touch the corners of Chen Armorwood's clothes before they were rattled away by a sudden assortment of maneuvers. Evelyn saw the right moment to sneak attack. A big jump embraced Chen Keijai's back and clasped her hands on his chest. She tried to perform a cross hold from Brazilian Judo, wrapping her legs around her waist and locking her opponent in a choke hold. Chen Armorwood felt his back being approached by 2 soft masses, and 2 long, slender and powerful legs that wrapped around his waist. A distinctive white man's body odor came from the back of his neck. Foreigners are supposed to be very open, especially this blonde white chick in hot pants with a tight black tank top. There was a powerful beauty in the 2 white arms and the big, bright white legs. Oh Cell Karma, I'm controlling Shifu. Wow, elder brother's pecs are so warm. Oh my heart is going to jump out of my chest. Good thing I shaved my armpits last night, Tom groggily exclaimed. Evelyn, mind the grace, Akuna reminded. Naked choke, use the naked choke. Evelyn reacted quickly, and the naked choke position immediately took shape. Chen Keijai doesn't panic, waiting for about 3 seconds. He executed a move from the Taiji body technique, catfish out of the hole, which originated from a peak martial arts predecessor in the Xuanwu continent, who was enlightened by catching fish in a lotus pond. Chen Armorwood's true chi rippled around his body. His body was strangely misaligned, and his arm that seemed to be locked was unbelievably backhandedly clasped around Evelyn's wrist, and his other hand probed out from her crotch. Chen Armorwood's hands rested, accidentally overflowing with internal force. Evelyn was lifted several meters high, her body threw an arc and flew to the creek not far away. Evelyn howled in the air. Oh, God! Chen Jiamu secretly screamed that it is not good. The creek water is shallow. The following are onyx stones. If the head falls to the ground, it is possible to stay in the ICU. He did not have time to think about it. The ladder cloud vertical instantly performed, stepping forward in the air on the water, his toes pointing out a circle of ripples. 30% of his internal force released. Both hands transported out the true chi, using the unique Taiji way of unloading the force. His hands constantly drawing circles. A circle of true chi as if it was substantial, forming a circle between Chen Jiamu's hands. Evelyn was pulled by the chi waves. The arc of the fall began to change. Chen Jiamu's palm was like a clear wind supporting a willow, using true chi to rigidly pull Evelyn to the shore. A smooth fall. Oh, it's so exciting. Evelyn, who had been rescued, was not shocked but delighted, and a fluttering smile overflowed on her face. Senior brother Chen, too cool and hot. Chen Armorwood collected his power and said faintly, sorry the power is sometimes poorly controlled. It's fine in the future. You guys will accompany me to practice. Yeah, the group clapped. Elder brother, this is internal power, right? Chicken asked. Aha. When can we practice like this? Chen Imu pondered for a while and said, I'm afraid it's not possible now. I reckon it should be possible later. After a pause he added, recently, I've been experimenting with alchemy, and if it's successful, no doubt, the group will be able to cultivate inner strength. Everyone, their faces could no longer suppress their excitement. Senior brother, if you need any help with alchemy or anything, just order. Aha, we help. Good. Chen Armorwood readily agreed. Not far away, came Ma Huayun's shout. Senior brother Chen, boss he invites you to dinner at noon. Go to the Delong Prince Hotel in Xingyang City. Chen Shiliang is an open-minded person. He respects Chen Jiamu's choice. From another point of view, Chen Jiamu to participate in the Wulin Feng program is also considered to be a kind of promotion of the traditional culture of good fortune. On the old rattan chair in the Dao cultivation class, Chen Shiliang shook the bushel fan and said slowly, Wai Yun, you're older, take care of Keijai. Master, don't worry, I used to reign supreme in the public relations department of a listed company. Ma Huayun had changed into civilian clothes and had given himself a simple hairstyle. When you go to the city, call if something happens. You come to the Taoist temple to practice for 6 months. Not long. Red dust refines your heart. The word color is a knife. Pay attention to your soft underbelly. Don't worry, master. I have a strong restraint against the female sex now. Mu. Come. I have something to say to you. Chen Shiliang said in a deep voice. The two of them stepped aside, and Chen Shiliang whispered, Mu, I have always believed that you are the reincarnation of an immortal. Master, not. You probably haven't recovered your memories of the immortal world. Chen Shiliang brainstormed many inferences of his own. The red dust refines the heart. My generation of cultivators must not fall into the devil's way. Okay, master. Chen Shiliang sent his disciple to the gate and waved his hand. He waved a burst of pleasantries. Chen Shiliang politely refused. He was trying to pull Chen Shiliang together. After lunch, the afternoon to arrange red romantic foot soak. The evening then drink. And then KTV point a few girls. A dragon. He called to arrange. He Wei thought. Maybe the old Taoist master is old and cannot let go in front of his disciples. He Wei seconds. Intends to find the kind of national-style theme club. Preferably the kind of Taoist non-uniform seduction, which is in line with the temperament of the old Taoist master. If you can't, train a few female publicists yourself. You'll definitely need them in the future. He Wei have decided to press the house pokies. Sooner or later is to take Chen Imu to do it alone. The first time, the single car into a motorcycle. The village is rather backward, with a stretch of dirt road that the average car won't drive in. Some of them, it had been a long time since they had left the village, especially Gue Wu. Almost 5 years. The guys seldom go out before. Dao Shou class at most will go to the city in January to purchase some essentials, usually by Zhang Mazi's tractor, to the suburban highway, and then in the transfer bus. The three brats, together with Gue Wu, the three brothers of the Long Wei Martial Arts Center, and the three foreigners, stood at the entrance of the big iron gate, waving vigorously. Chen Keijai and Ma Huayun got into the Range Rover. Ma Huayun rolled down the window to stick his head out and shouted, We'll just go to the city for a few days. Don't act like you're parting with life and death. It's okay to go to the city to find us to play. In the car, He Wei was very exuberant. Just pitifully he didn't know that Chen Imu was really capable of fighting. There was absolutely no need to go to such great lengths. Delong Prince Hotel belongs to the center of the old city in Xinjiang City. More than 10 years old store. Per capita consumption of more than 100. Dishes do great. Businessmen seek profit. Men of letters seek office. And men of arms compete for supremacy. He Wei is an authentic businessman. And in his bones, he thinks about how to make money. Dining to recognize people as a businessman must have the basic operation. He Wei is no exception. Ma Huayun became Chan Kap Mu's business secretary as a member of the Yuan Hong Taoist seminar. He Wei sat next to him and patiently explained to Ma Huayun, Brother Yun, our core selling point is to promote the traditional martial arts, using Taijiquan to defeat Western combat. Today to pick up the wind for all of you. Tomorrow the rehearsal begins. We invited 3 free combat fighters. When the time comes, and your senior brother Chen Armorwood, against the moves, to break up the moves. First, we'll establish a Koshiki Brothers persona. Then we'll make a promo, with the footage shot on a cell phone sneak peek to create a real-life feel. Ma Huayun whispered, Mr. There's actually no need. My senior brother is really capable of fighting. Oh, I know. He is very talented in acting, and also moves beautifully. I watched the video of that Taiji Chen Karmu that exploded on the internet before. Without a few years of kung fu, it is simply not possible to practice that kind of immortal feeling. But you guys are also tough enough to topple the basketball hoop with a palm. It was pulled with a rope, right? Or is it edited and pieced together? Ma Huayun laughed a few times, suddenly feeling that no matter how he explained himself, it was all pale. Yeah, who could believe those were real if they didn't see them with their own eyes? Chapter 29, King Kong Undefeated. Xinjiang City. Night, bright moon high in the sky. The roof of the Times Square Trade Building. 33rd floor. Below is a beautiful view of the bright lights of the city. It was the middle of the night and there was no one on the rooftop at all. Except for Ma Huayun. Ma Huayun was wearing a flowery pantsuit. The day was gradually entering autumn. And at night, the roof of the building was still a little cold. Senior brother Chen, must you refine pills on the roof of the building? A Taoist robed Qin Jiamu, sitting on the roof of the rooftop. Long uncut hair down to the chin. More and more with the temperament of a young Taoist master. He had lazy eyes and clear features. His hands were folded in the wide sleeves of his Dao robe as he gazed at a small Dan furnace in front of him. The Dan furnace was not big, about 40 centimeters high, made of brass all over, and gleaming under the moonlight. Next to it sat a duffel bag containing some charcoal. Chen Imu put some charcoal under the Dan furnace, then took out his cell phone and checked the time, which was also now 12:58 at night. According to the Dan formula provided by the system, alchemy had a strict study of the hour and direction. Chen Jiamu tapped on his cell phone's compass and turned the orientation of the Dan furnace. The Dan furnace is in the shape of an octagon, and on each face, the names of the trigrams of the 8 trigrams of heaven are engraved. Dry south, Koan north, Li east, Kan west, Tue southeast, Jin northeast, Sun southwest, Burgundy northwest. The golden rock pill requires that it be made at the time of the Zijiao. Z hour is 11 to 1 o'clock at night, and ugly hour is 1 to 3 o'clock. Arrive at 1 a.m. Chen Jiamu in turn. Gold, silver, copper, iron, tin, divided in advance of a penny, put into the furnace, and then add andrographus, orpiment, arsenic, sulfur yellow, Dan sand. The portions are prepared in advance in accordance with the formula of the Dan. Finally, take a pre-ground turtle shell and pour it all in. Senior Ma, where's the lighter? Chen Jiamu inclined his head to look at the dumbfounded Ma Huayun. Ma Huayun took out his lighter, lit a cigarette for himself, and handed one to Chen Jiamu. Chen Armorwood sat down on the ground with a cigarette in his mouth and said vaguely, "Start the furnace and refine the elixir." Ma Huayun squatted to the side and used a lighter to light the candles prepared in advance, igniting the charcoal a little. "I say, Senior Brother Chen, the wind is a bit strong on the roof of this building, in case the sparks float to the power distribution box next to it, but something will happen," Ma Huayun said as he blocked the wind with his body. "Senior Ma, during the day, Hui's side is arranging to play the preliminary round tomorrow, right? Well, that old dang ghost idea's a lot, but also intends to give you a propaganda film. I have said, you are really able to fight. 10 Tyson are not enough to fight. He thought I blew powerful, but also praised our acting skills. I am really speechless. No need to explain too much to him. There's no point." Ma Huayun nodded, rubbed his hands, asked with a little anticipation, "This alchemy, have to get how long? Hui also gave me a Clearwater Bayfoot Public Hall of the Black Card. Get done. Let's go to do a pedicure it." I'm going to start. You guard me." Chen Armorwood took a deep drag on his cigarette and his expression became serious. Ma Huayun said, "I don't know how to protect the Dharma. Go keep an eye on the entrance to the passageway over by the equipment room, and let me know when someone comes. I'm afraid anyone who comes to the roof in the middle of the night is trying to jump." Chen Armorwood made seals with both hands. Wisps of true qi poured into the air vent below the furnace, and the charcoal at the bottom of the furnace suddenly glowed red. The process lasted a full 2 hours, or 1 hour. Fine beads of sweat also slowly coalesced on Chen Armorwood's forehead. Ma Huayun was curious at first, then bored, played a few games and smoked boxes of cigarettes on the roof. Finally, Chen Armorwood wrapped up his work. The first attempt at alchemy is also a labor of love. Open the furnace. Wrapping his hands in a water-soaked rag, Chen Amu lifted the lid of the Dan furnace. 3 golden pills lay quietly in the furnace. "It's done? Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have successfully refined the golden rock pill. System, what is the use of this elixir?" The golden rock pill, taken by mortals, achieves an adamantine undefeatable body with a lasting effect of 1/4 of an hour. Vajra invincible body? The kind that's invulnerable to swords and spears for 1/4 of an hour? Yes. Using an iron pincer, Chen Jiamu picked up the 3 jindans, blew on them, and observed them under the moonlight. 1/4 of an hour, converted to real time, is 15 minutes, which, if understood correctly, is almost 15 minutes of golden invincibility. "It's done?" Ma Huayun witnessed a magical scene together. "Senior Brother Chen, what are the functions of this elixir when eaten?" Chen Armorwood patiently explained. "According to the Dan formula, one can obtain the Vajra undefeatable ability for 15 minutes. What's that? Something like Hulankyua Samwa? Copper head and iron bones?" Ma Huayun was smart. "It should be." Chen Jiamu took out the mineral water in his backpack and drank a few mouthfuls before dousing the Dan furnace. After Ma Huayun finished packing briefly, he put the Dan furnace into his backpack. Chen Kajai stood up and stretched. "The 33rd floor is very high and it's 3:30 at night. In a little while, the cleaners will start working." Chen Jiamu wandered a few steps on the roof of the building, ready to carry Ma Huayun on his back and use the ladder cloud vertical to slide down the fire pipe. After thinking about it, he took out one of the golden pandas from his pocket. "Anyway, the method of refining has been mastered, and there are 3 of them, so if I don't try it, my heart really itches." Ma Huayun's eyes glowed as he asked, "How do I try?" Chen Armorwood snapped and ate one. The taste was somewhat similar to a chocolate ball, slightly bitter in flavor, and in no time at all, it was flooded with the slightest hint of sweetness. "It's quite tasty. What flavor? Ma Huayun asked. It's delicious. Try one. Good. Snapped. And Ma Huayun took one as well. Just a few seconds after the golden pandan was eaten, Chen Armorwood felt that there was a heat wave in his belly instantly, spreading all over his body, and it seemed to be a kind of invisible shield, clinging to his skin, as if wearing a piece of true qi clinging film. Ma Huayun felt the same way. How come you have the body of steel now? Ma Huayun asked suspiciously. Chen Jiamu took out a wrench from his backpack and knocked hard on Ma Huayun's head. Dang! The wrench is bent. Ma Huayun touched his head, an incredulous smile on his face. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Awesome. Does it hurt? Chen Keijai asked. It didn't hurt at all, and nothing happened to my head. Chen Armorwood nodded and said indifferently, if we can batch refine this kind of elixir, we should be invincible. Awesome, my senior brother. From now on you'll be my big brother. Ma Huayun smashed the concrete guardrail on the edge of the roof with one punch after another. Dang dang dang. Each of his punches was thrown with all his might. The skin on his fists was intact. Be gentle. Don't make noise, Chen Imu said. Ma Huayun was so excited that he began to bang with every part of his body. He saw a crack in the wall and suddenly had a bold idea, but felt embarrassed. Forget it, there would be a chance to try it later. Ma Huayun fought to boost his run, intending to sprint at full speed to see the upper limit of defense. As a result, he suddenly tripped and his body flew out, falling to the bottom. Standing at the edge of the building, Chen Imu saw the small black dot in free fall and leapt, his body smashing down from the 33rd floor like a cannonball. Vajra is undefeated. The wind whistled in his ears, and Chen Armorwood collected all of his internal true qi and allowed his body to fall freely. There was a loud thud, and a human-sized crater was smashed into the road, sending rocks flying. Bang! Another body smashed in. In the deep pit, filled with dust, a silhouette, holding a person horizontally, jumped out and disappeared in a flash into the night on East 4th Street in Xingyang City. Chen Amu, Ma Huayun, unharmed, burdened, Vajra undefeated. The smash was so loud that it startled the cars on the side of the road and set off their alarms. Lights were sporadically lit in the residential buildings next door. Various puzzled voices were heard faintly. Big car with a flat tire? Where are the big cars downtown? Whose boiler blew up? An earthquake? Honey, come look. There's a big puddle out there. It's really going to be an earthquake. Come on, get up. What's the time for panties? Just wrap a blanket around you. 800 meters away in the alleyway. Chen Armorwood let go of Ma Huayun, and the two of them shook off the dust from their clothes. Big brother, you almost peed yourself just now. It's okay, 15 minutes, that's enough. Come on, let's go get a pedicure. Aha. Chapter 30, Kicked by the Xingyi Sect. The following published to this station's latest news. About 3:30 in the morning, the city of Pingqiao District, East 4th Street, West to East intersection. There is a serious concrete road collapse. There is a mass reflection. Before the accident, had heard a loud noise, suspected of falling heavy objects. This story, which officially did not release the surveillance footage from the time, puts the spotlight on the construction company that bid on this section of the road. The comments below are full of people saying that they witnessed someone flying out of a large hole in the ground and holding a person. Others say that someone jumped off a building and hit it. There's also talk of a test run caused by an alien invasion of Earth. It's just that no official surveillance footage from the time has been released and nothing is conclusive. A large, thick hand fiddled with the screen of a cell phone, and the image shifted to a young man in a Taoist robe, playing Tai Chi. Pei Tianlu, who was wearing his practice clothes, extinguished his cell phone screen, snapping the cell phone on the table. He pinched up an alabaster pot and took a drag. Disdainful Dao chortled. Jitterbug is getting outrageous now. He was tall and spirited, in his early 50s, practicing Xingyi Quan since he was young, and was the spokesperson of the mixed Yuan Xingyi sect. Master, Xingyang Xingyi Yiquan Wushu Association, Vice Chairman of Xingyang Wushu Association, the province's champion of sparring, proficient in a variety of combat, fighting skills, in the industry enjoys a good reputation. He is by no means the kind of Iron Dragon fitness fighting Jim Wild, is considered to be a master-level figure of Xingyi Yiquan sect master. That Taiji Chinkarmo that popped up recently, does he really have kung fu? A disciple asked. Pei Tianlu said lightly, it's just commercial hype, the national art, it's being played out by this bunch of pandemonium. But, that video of him stacking down the basketball hoop, a professional broke it down and concluded that it wasn't done by special effects. And you believe that? What professionals? Who gave him the seal of the professionals? That video Pei Tianlu watched. The beginning of the fight is indeed very Tai Chi that flavor. But when he saw the leaves on the ground floating up, it feels wrong. It got even more outrageous toward the end when the kid in the Taoist robe slapped down the basketball hoop. This world, without superpowers. Thinks it's in a martial arts movie, especially before the internet rumors. Martial arts wind audition site. The ring, the person into a spinning gyroscope. This ing is martial arts? Purely in that biao acting. Fighting spirit, the pursuit of truth. Pei Tianlu began practicing at the age of 4. Worshipped the master of Xingyiquan Zhang Tianbao, coupled with his own high talent, but also willing to work hard. In more than 20 years of studying martial arts, I had never seen any master with this kind of terrifying strength. However, he has recently also been thinking about going to the entertainment industry to pack himself up. Friedwell is really screwed money. He intends to let his son Pei Qianhu into the entertainment industry, become a kung fu star. Master, He Wei from Martial Wind, has something to talk to you about. He Wei? Pei Tianlu was the vice chairman of the Martial Arts Association, and had seen this person last year during the Provincial Martial Arts Forum, and was under the impression that this was a businessman through and through. Not to mention, he seems to be really good at the piece about playing with traffic. He doesn't know He Wei very well. What did he want with me? No way. It'll be at the door. Let him in. A black Hummer pulled up in front of a private compound on the outskirts of the city. He Wei got out of the car and looked up. This was a 3-story small villa, decorated in an antique style, and the entrance was overbearingly made with 2 stone lions, and the plaque on the front door was very ancient, with the 3 big words Xingyi sect written on it. On one side of the enclosure wall decorated with cultural bricks, there are various plaques symbolizing honors, on which there are, the second prize of the 9th National Wushu Competition, the National Intangible Heritage Inheritor, the champion of the first combat competition of the Thunder Cup, the champion of the Provincial Wushu Championships, the outstanding contribution to the cultivation of wushu talents in Shanha Province, and the 12th generation authentic heir to the Xingyiquan. A wall full of medals is enough to blind anyone. Mr. Chairman Pei, please. A middle-aged man in practicing clothes made a gesture of invitation. Excuse me. He Wei smiled and nodded, following along into the small 3-story building. In the front yard, a group of young men in practice uniforms with exploding muscles were knocking down stakes with a thumping crash. In the middle of the compound stood a tall man in a tang suit, carrying a purple clay pot in his hand. It was Pei Tianlu. President Pei, you've grown more and more spirited since our last goodbye. He Wei clasped his fists and saluted, rather like a jungle. Oh, manager I heard that your company won the Wushu phone contractor bid. Congratulations in fortune. Even though Pei Tianlu didn't have much favor with He Wei, he still had to say the scene in place. They are all mixed in the martial arts circle, and they are also engaged in the media. This kind of people do not go to offend or try not to offend. I'm looking for President Pei today to talk about cooperation, He Wei said with a straight face. Pei Tianlu frowned slightly. Cooperation? What was there to cooperate about? Disciples under his disciples were not allowed to participate in talent shows, to fight, also to fight a real match. Although in recent years the decline of Chuan Wu, coupled with more restrictions on the ring, a lot of moves are not played out. He Wei followed Pei Tianlu into the room and sat down on the mahogany chair in the guest room. Pei Tianlu took out a cigar and politely handed it to He Wei. As far as I know, your program, mainly boxing and free sparring. Manager, he said he wants to cooperate. I don't know where to start. He Wei smiled faintly. President Pei, I'll get right to the point. Nowadays Chuan Wu is suppressed badly. My Chinese martial arts, in the ring by the Western boxing pressure, the country is very stifled. We want to support Chuan Wu, specifically to get a traditional martial arts versus the Western fighting arts tournament. Don't be whimsical, just the rule restriction alone has already stifled how many sects? No rules. He Wei calmly uttered 3 words. What? Pei Tianlu body unconsciously sit straight. No rules, what concept? That is to insert eyes, lock throat, teasing can? Don't talk nonsense, get it wrong. It will kill people. I've already talked to the insurance company, and there are at least 3 preparatory programs about the piece of avoiding legal liability. And the match, after all, is risky. Pei Tianlu momentarily do not understand what the other side of the gourd selling drugs, puzzled and asked, how to fight. Traditional martial arts, so many schools, Wing Chun, Choi Liafo, Bagua Pom, Hung Gar, Xingyi Luha and so on, can be on? Have you heard of it lately? Taiji Chen Keijai? He Wei lit his cigar and snapped. That netizen who plays special effects? Pei Tianlu said. Well, President Pei, ever wondered why he's on fire and what makes him so hot? You're asking us to do special effects and find actors as well. With all due respect to manager we, Shapefist, can't afford to lose this reputation. He Wei smiled brightly, did not take the other party's words to heart at all, and said with confidence, making money, not too shabby. He pulled out several documents with his planned program. Pei Tianlu smothered his head and didn't say anything. His heart was a little shaken, and he quickly scanned the contents on the document. Pei Tianlu, whose brain was always quite okay, instantly grasped the key to the problem. While looking at it, he asked, "How will the profits be divided? I'll put in $6 million up front on my side, and if you're really interested, add in an additional $4 million. $10 million is enough to completely heat up the topic." Manager, he has a good idea, but I have one condition: to use my people. Why did traditional martial arts decline? It's because amateurs don't learn their craft well, and their flowery fists are packaged in such a way that they can't stand up to verification, like Master Ma before him. He Wei's face sank, retorted, "Master Ma, now live with goods. Live room 50,000 plus people. If you really want to make it, consider putting my son on the throne. He's a good fighter, and he's a classy looking guy." He Wei laughed, "Give you 10% of the dry shares and use my people. However, when the time comes, you have to stand up for us. What do you take me?" Pei Tianlu. 4. He Wei held out 2 fingers. 20%. Pei Tianlu looked puzzled and said softly, "Can you find a guy called what's his name? Chen Jiamu, who can resist a few punches? What if there is a challenge from a professional boxer when the time comes?" He Wei's body leaned back and laughed as he spread his hands. "Who said anything about a real fight? President Pei, can you make a movie?" At this moment, a disciple ran in outside the door and said in a deep voice, "Chairman, there's a Taoist priest outside. He says he's here to kick ass. Which one's full?" "Oh, he said his name was Chen Keijai." Chapter 31. With a bang, Pei Tianlu smashed the alabaster pot in his hand. "A fake boxer who comes here to kick ass?" Pei Tianlu was baffled and looked sideways at He Wei, who had a confused look on his face. "President Pei, don't look at me. I don't know what's going on." Pei Tianlu sneered, whooshing to his feet and striding out the door. In the courtyard, there stood a lean young man in a Taoist robe, his hands folded in his sleeves, and a lazy, uncontested smile on his face. The sunlight through the old banyan tree in the courtyard dappled and interlaced on him. The teenager was blandly self-conscious, ignoring the dozen or so angry Hans around him. "President, there's a disturbance." Pei Tianlu raised his hand and frowned as he looked up and down at the young man in the Taoist robe. "You're Chen Keijai?" "Yes. Something? I've come to kick ass." "Manager what do you mean?" He Wei smiled apologetically and immediately jogged over in 3 steps, pulling Chen Aimu aside. "Koshiki, what brings you here?" Chen Aimu asked. "Manager is the enrollment done?" "It's done. The official tournament will start next week. We're pretty much functioning on our side. Tomorrow we plan to let you rehearse with your opponents first." He Wei's voice was lowered. Chen Armorwood raised his hand to interrupt. "It's too much trouble. Didn't Hua Yun make it clear to you before? You can just arrange the match. There's no need to get so bent out of shape." He Wei wiped his sweat and said in a low voice, "Brothers, there are some things. Let's talk in private. There are many people here." Chen Armorwood shook his head. Sometimes, fists were easier to understand than any words. As for why Chen Armorwood had suddenly killed here, there was little hook for patient inquiry here. Because every task is overdone and completed too easily and too casually. The system is all screwed up. Worshipping the master, practicing martial arts, refining pills, and fighting in the ring, according to the plot development of the Xuanwu continent. Every task in here was very challenging. Take the alchemy. Just prepare the materials. Over there, have to be a good deal of effort. Chen A wood is good. Point open a treasure. What search keywords? It is easy to collect finished. Fighting in the ring, before and after even less than half an hour. All the enemies were taken care of. Due to the host's repeated early overcompletion of the mission, the main line of the mission accelerates the progress, and the host participates in the martial arts conference and becomes the martial arts champion, which can directly open the cultivation of immortality. Detected martial arts family shape idea sect attempting to prevent the host from participating in the martial arts congress. Branch mission, defeat the shape idea sect master. This was the new mission that Chen Aimu received half an hour ago. Following the map loaded out of his brain, he swiped a shared bike and navigated all the way here. I also saw He Wei's black Hummer at the entrance, which was a bit of a surprise. Could it be that this is the partner He Wei was talking about? Chen Armorwood has nothing to say. He now only wants to participate in the martial arts wind as soon as possible, beat all the opponents, become the national champion, and complete the system as so-called Martial Arts Alliance master task. There would be no need to hang out in the world of martial arts. What is the concept of cultivating immortality? That is flying in the sky, not fighting and killing. Manager I'm here, today, to kick the bucket. Chen Armorwood said indifferently. Ouch I go. My big brother my side has not yet been negotiated. There will be plenty of opportunities later. He Wei was anxious. He was really anxious. He even suspected that the video of Chen Imu's behavioral artist that he swiped earlier was real. This kid seems to have a bit of a problem with his brain circuits. Really think you can fight? What are these people? They are all real practicing And Pei Tianlu has always been a hot temper. Have you said enough? Pei Tianlu, dressed in a tang suit, took a step forward, darkening his face. Oh, who's in charge here? I've come to kick the bucket, Chen Keijai repeated. The feeling of being ignored makes Pei Tianlu very angry. As a nationally recognized boxing gym spokesman, by a fake boxing in the online hype of contempt, it is very loss of face. Who gave him the courage? What makes him so arrogant? Do you really think that all martial arts practitioners can't fight? With a thud, a man in the yard broke the stub of a wooden stake with a punch. The wooden stick, which was as thick as an arm, snapped with a sound. The Hanyu forced himself to endure the pain, put his slightly trembling arm behind his back, and said through gritted teeth, Wang Laoqi, come to try to put you. Kick? How's that for a kick? Young man? It's simple. Fight until you're convinced. Chen Armorwood moved his fingers, paused, and added, which one of you goes first? Don't delay. I still have things to do. A dozen or so Hans in practice clothes in the yard gathered around at once, each rubbing their fists. Chairman, who is this person? Too arrogant. I'll do it. Bye skin. I've seen him for a long time. That's so insulting. Little Taoist, you think you know how to subdue a dragon, don't you? Chen Armorwood looked around and laughed lightly, rather unconcerned. And this attitude, in the eyes of the shape idea sex people, turned into naked mockery, disdainful rampancy. If you guys don't dare, just admit defeat and I'll see if I can complete the mission. Chen Armorwood said tentatively. He wasn't a delinquent with violent tendencies. In fact, the purpose was simple, just to complete the system mission. If the other party directly admitted defeat, it might be a good thing for them. After all, one's control of internal force suppression was not yet very skillful, but there were advantages to fighting, since it was a refresher in the method of internal force suppression. For the subsequent matches in the ring, to make better preparations, the reason why to suppress the internal force is also very simple. He is afraid that in case the outburst is too appalling, in the end, no one will have a match. Maybe they'll even be arrested and taken to a special department for research, and then they'll with the police. So you're no longer a martial arts master, but a rebel? Designated as not being able to complete the system quest anymore. How can I open the cultivation of immortality? The temptation to cultivate immortality is so great that it makes sense to develop obscenely as long as you can. Very interesting young man. Pei Tianlu's voice was flat, but there was a fierce energy in his eyes. Can we fight now? Chen Keijai asked. Long, Da Fei, close the door. With a bang, Pei Tianlu smashed the alabaster pot in his hand. Chapter 32 Martial Way. Different paths, same destination. Xingyi Iquan, originally known as Xingyilu Hiquan, is rumored to have been created by Yu Fei, a famous general of the Song dynasty, but it is also said to have been created by Ji Jike, a native of Pazu, Shaanxi, in the late Ming and early Qing dynasties. Ji Jikwa was taught the Yu Wumu fist recipe by a master at Zhongnan Mountain, and after his own study and practice, he created the Xingyi Liuha fist. It belongs to the rigid and domineering boxing style. The fight is a big opening and closing without too many fancy moves. Just one word. Just. It has the feel of a battlefield killing the enemy. 7 or 8 Hans surrounded them, and they were clearly enraged by Qin Jiamu's rude attitude. Just want to let this feudal skinny Taoist priest have a taste of what it's like when a sandbag-sized iron fist blasts through. Whether in ancient times, or in modern society, these self-proclaimed martial arts practitioners of the Hanzi were not so bad as to beat up a person in a group in a public place. Lose your share. Even if there was a group fight, it would have to be in a back alley with no one around. Just as a few people were scrambling and discussing who would go first, they heard that lazy-eyed little Taoist priest say something that made them want to just chop someone with a knife. If you guys can't discuss it well, just go together. Chen Armorwood had a sincere attitude. He's meowing. It's too much. At this time, someone moved a eunuch chair for Pei Tianlu and placed it on the platform of the compound. I hope your body is harder than your mouth. Pei Tianlu sat firmly on the eunuch's chair with an iron face. Wei, go and lead this Taiji Chen karmic. Remember, point. 2. 4. Stop. Moved. A hunk who hadn't been much of a talker, not very conspicuous in a bunch of burly hunks, of medium build, with a shaved flat head, but in those eagle eyes, there was a viciousness that could not be concealed. It was a temperament honed by countless actual battles, and the aura was overwhelming. He took a few expressionless steps forward and bowed to Pei Tianlu. Yes, master. People cannot look alike. Learning martial arts is also the same. This Han did not have explosive muscles, the pace, but let He Wei see a lot of people practicing martial arts amateur. Feel rare calm. Naturally, He understood what the master meant by point to point. Hey, President Pei, can you give me a face? Today's matter. Wei smiled apologetically and stopped in front of the two. I've already given you face, manager in my temper 10 years ago. I'd even beat you up together today. Wei sighed, took out his cell phone, and shook it. Private fight. I'm calling the police, haha. When these words came out, everyone present frowned. What do you mean? You're the ones who kicked off the tournament, and you're just going to pull a stunt like this before the fight has even started? Before Pei Tianlu's contemptuous words could be spoken, a hand grabbed Wei's cell phone lightning fast. Chen Jiamu held the phone in his hand, waited a few times, and tossed it to Pei Tianlu. Manager you're really long-winded. After today, you'll understand. Xiao Chen we signed a contract. I have 2 days in the program group to run relations. To enroll you, do you know how much money spent? If you are broken, the back of the matter how to proceed. Have to lose how much money you back away. Good boy. Chen Armorwood gently pushed his hand and stroked on Wei's chest. The latter staggered his steps, thumping back a dozen meters, his body sticking to the courtyard wall and stopping. Wei touched his chest in surprise, feeling the gentle and irresistible push he had just felt, and shook his head in confusion. Holy, what's going on? Chen Armorwood struck a Tai Chi pose and said indifferently, let's begin. As for Wei, who initially had a calm face, a cautious look involuntarily flashed across his face. He was close enough to see that just now, this little Taoist priest's ghostly push seemed to have so much that he could not see through. It's not like acting, like Tai Chi and not like it. Zingi Iquan, Wei, please. With a bang, Wei stepped on the ground with his left foot, both knees slightly bent, an authentic cannon fist starting stance. Chen Keijai is kicking the bucket, not here to kill anyone. Wei's feet snapped into action, and an Iron Mountain lean came crashing in, while a cannon fist blasted out at the same time. Chen Keijai gazed and closed his breath, sidestepped and peeled away with a cloud hand. Wei's cannon fist deflected and missed. Having practiced martial arts for many years, he immediately took a step to stabilize his body. If he were an ordinary person, he would have already been unsteady in his center of gravity, and would have been carried out by his own strength. Something. Wei grinned, surprisingly excited. He no longer deliberately stayed his hand, up-stepped and charged again. Standardized Zingi Iquan strikes with a great sense of power. However, they were always dodged one by Chen Armorwood's seemingly breezy pace, and could not hurt each other at all. The more Wei fought, the more he felt puzzled, feeling that his power was like a mud cow entering the sea, completely unable to be utilized. Chen Armorwood between the swim, dodged Wei against 12 strokes. Surprisingly, there is a kind of sound overjoyed feeling. It wasn't that he wasn't willing to fight back. He was just experimenting with the fact that real kung fu wasn't fancy. The other party became more and more anxious, and their strikes became more and more vicious. It's actually really beatable. I don't know if it was because of the marrow cleansing pill, but before that, in the Taoist cultivation class, I followed Chen Shiliang in practicing the 8 Vidra plus meditating and practicing Qi at night. Chen Armorwood's mind unexpectedly floated to the opponent's punching technique and power generation style. It was a wonderful feeling, as if one was in an illusionary realm, and the other party's every move and style was all reproduced in his mind. Chen Armorwood dodged while asking the system in his mind. System, what's going on? Can I steal my opponent's martial arts? Detected that the host has opened the 7-knuckle mind, and can comprehend the opponent's martial arts in a real battle. Mortal martial arts paths, different paths, the host can learn from all. Chen Armorwood couldn't help but have a smile on the corner of his mouth. The path of martial arts, although it wasn't as powerful as immortal laws, it was different when it was placed on himself. Like Taijiquan, other people play geriatric calisthenics, while they can play falling leaves, perhaps because they have internal strength and true Qi. He hadn't seen any real Tai Chi masters at the moment, but logically speaking, even the most powerful masters wouldn't be able to fight the astral winds and tip over basketball hoops. Just for example, the dragon subduing poem. One can strike a dragon condensed by one's true Qi, and this is the difference between an ordinary person and oneself. Actually, to put it in another way, one is now a bit like a full-level number abusing vegetables in a novice village, or the kind of player who is full of talent and has racked up countless skill points with no skills at all. You're smart and good at dodging. Is this Taiji? Has it been a little kitty that hides? Kiwi took a step back and started to get serious, constantly changing racks. Wei looked at him with a sideways glance, the excitement of a long drought showing in his eyes. Kitten, next, you don't have a chance. I'm going to get serious. Chen Keijai smiled but didn't answer. Smile, let you feel. What is the meaning of Shingi Chop Fist? Wei's body shape changed. Fist like splitting mountain axe fall, palm like sharp blade breaking wind. It is that fierce and peerless split fist. Back then, this punch had drybroke a senior brother. This chop is 20 years of work. How can you dodge it? Ding! Comprehending the formal splitting fist. Time. As if frozen. A stream of arcane and obscure knowledge and sensations poured into Chun Armorwood's brain. From the perspective of human meridian chi and blood, the rise and fall of the split fist can regulate the chi of the Han Tien lung meridian. Lung should be gold, the main gas, the division of breathing, a split and a retracted, as if the lung chi propagation and purging. When it rises, it is like the propagation of lung chi, spreading the essence of water and grain and clear chi upward and outward to nourish the body. When it falls, it is like the purging and lowering of lung chi, making the turbid chi go downward and return to its original position. Shanshu Hongfan, gold is said to be from the leather. From the person, the meaning of obedience, leather, the image of change. The fierce downward chopping of chop fist is just like the sharpness of gold, which can change the situation of the battle by following the natural reasoning. In the distant sky, a low man's voice came from Chen Shiliang, Dao. In the midst of life, Chen Armorwood at this moment, in between the mountains and forests, open ground, only to see a woodcutter concentrating on the work in his hands. The woodcutter's posture was athletic, his feet firmly planted on the ground as if they were rooted. He gripped the sharp axe with both hands and raised it high, the blade of the axe flashing with a cold light under the sunlight. The sharp axe falls, chopping into the thick tree trunk with force. A trace of wood chips separates. The axe falls to the ground in response. The woodcutter turns his head, wipes away the sweat on his forehead with his sleeve, and smiles brightly at Chen Jiamu. Chop, axe, also belongs to the gold. Gold, robust, killing image. The chopping fist is the starting fist, like gold breaking through wood. Time to recover. Chen Armorwood sidestepped and dodged, lifting one hand and splitting it a few times in the void, experiencing the realization he had just made in the environment. So it is. What are you talking about, kitten? Kiwi was furious. Double charged again. Fists smashed like madmen, and Chen Armorwood had not been fighting back, moving his steps a few times every now and then, and most of the time, even standing still. A look of absent-minded contemplation of something. Every time Chi Wei finished a set of combos, Chen Imu's face first froze for a split second before revealing a cheerful expression of dawning realization. Come on, go on. What other tricks? Naya. Chi Wei more and more panicked. No matter how he shot, how tricky the angle, how brave the force, always by the other side seems to be light-hearted Tai Chi maneuver to dissolve. What the hell kind of trick is that? Chi Wei finished his last set of combos and stood with his hands on his knees, panting heavily, surprisingly tired. Chen Amu inclined his head and smiled. Is there more? Can you make all the moves once? Ki V. What are you doing? Pei Tianlu roared. Master, I don't know. You're like a monkey, jumping up and down and being teased by the other side. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the hell is going on? It's like he can infinitely predict my attacks. Chi Wei was completely numb, his eyes covered in horror. At this moment, Chen Armorwood took a step forward, his sleeves lifted, and a standard set of Xingyi Quan starting stances were raised. Already learned. Chapter 33, Xingyi Quan. It's interesting. Chen Jiamu Xingyi Iquan pile work takes shape. The left foot steps away, stepping on the ground. With a muffled sound, the hem of the Dao robe danced, and a seemingly endless circle of air ripples swept out around him. It was as if the crowd had an illusion, as if the entire courtyard shook for a moment. Xingyi fist. Somewhat interesting. Chen Armorwood clearly felt a fierce and domineering true chi that infused the meridians of his entire body, and had an urge to open up a mountain with a single punch. Simply standing there without moving gave people an oppressive feeling of a dominating king lifting a tripod. Pei Tianlu stood up from the eunuch chair, his eyes narrowing. The expression was serious and meticulous. The heart was in awe, and a sense of awe of facing a grandmaster actually rose. Pei Tianlu shook his head, trying to dispel the bull asterisk 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 thoughts that were arising in his mind. What kind of person is he? As one of the country's few inheritors of authentic Xingyi Quan, the young man became famous. Get awards to get soft. 10 years ago, in Europe and the United States over the black boxing, win more than lose less, the foreigners are admired by the old boxer. He would not be subdued by the aura of a junior, and it would be enough to make people laugh when it was spread out. In recent years in the country, a wide range of disciples, although from time to participate in some of the Wushu Association forum, what battle has not seen? After the age of 35, he had no desire to race and started gradually working on how to get money to pave the way for his son. Wei, can you still fight? Pei Tianlu purged his heart of its restraints and questioned with a thick voice. Master, this person, I don't know where he learned the ghost trick. He dodges around. He can't hit at all. Kiwi screamed in aggravation. Chen Armorwood remained breezy. Chi Wei calmed down. turning all the pent-up frustration in his heart just now into power. And with a lunge forward, avalanche fist, Chen Armorwood made the same movement. Only compared to Chi Wei, the movement was much more natural, without that kind of bluff pomposity. The lazy and uncontested Taiji temperament from a moment ago swept away, turning into a hilly and unmoving lordly humility. It's like an iron-blooded tough guy on the battlefield. Even if they suppressed it to 1/10 of their internal force, the crowd still saw flowers in front of their eyes, as if Chen Armorwood's fists were wrapped in a gale. Avalanche fist versus avalanche fist. The two fists clashed together. There were no earth-shattering special effects, only a crisp clang of misplaced bones and knuckles. That crunch, crisp, simple, like heavenly music. A second later, Kiwi's small arm, along with his large arm, was misaligned backward, and his body lurched to the side. Kiwi dropped to one knee, his right hand hanging limply as he swayed back and forth. The veins in his forehead throbbed, and the song his mother hummed softly when she put him to bed as a young boy rang in his ears. Kiwi looked up, and among the white clouds, it was as if she saw the gentle woman, with her flowery hair and kind smile. That year, there was a falling out with my mother over martial arts training. The first time he ran away from home and traveled to the Shaolin Temple. He was intercepted by the police at the station and sent back. Kiwi is not convinced. He has a kung fu dream. The high school language essay was written on chivalry. All other subjects, all turned in blanks. He worked harder than anyone else just to strengthen his determination to learn martial arts and join the Xingyi sect. The others are gluing. He's practicing boxing. Others are playing games. He's practicing boxing. The others are watching the date. He's practicing boxing. Fist practice. Fist practice. Fist practice. Talent is not enough. Effort is. Back then, my master said that I would most likely become a generation master. I, Chi Wei, will prove to everyone, prove to my own mother, so that the history of Xingyiquan will have my Chi Wei's name. Let the 5-star red flag fly on the highest flagpole of the international boxing ring. Let Tyson listen to the national anthem and make the Iron Men in the octagon tremble. When Chi Wei got the city's traditional martial arts exposition of excellence award, his face that swept the smile, so that his mother was very pleased. Later, his mother also understood that everyone has their own way of living, have their own ideals. Son, if you like practicing martial arts, do it. Mom has a pension. It's all an illusion. It won't scare me. Chi Wei suddenly leapt up and slashed downward in the air with his other hand. Power chop. Splitting fist. Chen Keiji advanced instead of retreating and crossed his arms to meet him. Cross punch. Crunch. A crunch came from Kiwi's wrist and he fell heavily to the ground. He struggled to get up and stumbled and fell to his knees again. Bracing himself strongly against the ground with his head, he screwed himself up. How could it be? He kept his head down, the sharp pain from the cracked bone irritating the cortex of his head. Why is that? Drops of sweat slid down his forehead to the tip of his nose and smashed from there to the ground. Why is his Xingyiquan so powerful? Chi Wei couldn't hold back any longer and yelled out violently to the sky. Ouch! Kiwi cried. He really cried. Tears slid down his cheeks, and he couldn't tell if he was crying from the beating, or from missing his mother. All of this, it doesn't matter. Mom, I miss you so much. Rolling tears reminded Kiwi that what was real to the touch was not a dream. No more martial arts training. I want to go home. Mom, I want to take the editorial exam. Be a good section officer. Ding! Opponent's broken heart detected. Chen Armorwood slowly took a step forward and softly said, "It's fine. It's just a fracture. Go to the hospital for a rehabilitation treatment. It won't affect your life in the future." Chi Wei lifted his head with difficulty, his eyelashes twitching, his eyes bloodshot, the knot in his throat rolling up and down, wanting to speak but not knowing what to say. "Please call an ambulance," Chen Keiji said innocently. "Xingyiquan, too dominant. Chen Qiaqi is trying very hard to stay out of this one." Perhaps it was because the other party was pushing too hard. Hard and fast, as the saying goes, hard and fast is easy to break. The whole room, petrified. Two disciples rushed over and helped Chi Wei up. "Will, is everything okay? Will, does it hurt? Brother Chi, speak up. Hey, senior brother Chi, why are you crying again?" Chen Armorwood, his eyes once again froze. He inquired about the progress of the system's task completion. With a buzz, 7 or 8 hombres surrounded them. Some had weapons in their hands. "How do you know Xingyiquan?" Pretending to be a pig in a poke. "Ha, ha, Tai Chi, playing dirty huh? Cunning little mouse. You kept dodging in the beginning, sapping my senior brother's strength before finally revealing your bottom card. Your trick, it's clumsy. Brothers, go together. Damn, I don't believe it. He still has 3 heads and 6 arms. 7 or 8 youthful disciples wailed and surrounded them. "Stop," Pei Tianlu shouted sternly. Chen Armorwood, Who exactly is your master and from whom did you learn Xingyi Quan? Chen Keijai paused, thought for a moment, and looked sideways at the lifeless Qi Wei. Young man, passing martial arts circle is not big. Are you with Chuan Yu Mu Laojiu? Practiced? I see you just now those 2 strokes. Have Mu Laojiu iron sand palm meaning? Pei Tianlu narrowed his eyes, thoroughly cautious. President Pei, this person you're talking about. I don't recognize him, but none of that matters. My mission is simple. Kick the bucket and defeat all of you. That's all. Pei Tianlu laughed instead of being angry, gritting his teeth with a smile. Niu Bacha, Zhang Fulin, Fine Cat, Black Iron, Lu Dahua, the 4 of you. Together. Yes, Master. At this moment, the 4 disciples replied in unison and with righteous indignation. Don't. It's too much trouble. There's 18 of us here. Let's go with whatever we can fight. Chen Jiamu backside lunge. One hand into a Tai Chi neon palm, resting on the chest. One hand clenched fist, contained in the belly. He wanted to try and see if he could use Taiji and Xingyi together. Chapter 34, the reward has been upgraded. I'll try and see if I can use Taiji and Xingyi together. What kind of talk is that? What do you mean by using 2 kinds of kung fu together? Pei Tianlu's eyelids twitched. Rampant. But Chen Armorwood did not have a trace of arrogance and domineering look in his eyes. He looked calm. His expression was natural, and his tone was as plain as saying what to eat tonight. Go! Zhang Fulin, Fine Cat, Black Iron, and Edward Liu rushed over in a fan shape. Chen Armorwood's eyes narrowed slightly as he took a step forward, his Taiji cloud hands dissolving the avalanche fist and cannon fist of the 2 people at the front. Following the trend of a standard Xingyi Quan Iron Mountain leaning, the shoulders and back powered up in a crash, sending the 2 flying several meters. Chen Armorwood's body dived down. Taiji Cloud Hand's Jade Maiden shuttle moved forward a few steps to meet one of the later people, and his body flew out ghostly just as soon as he made contact. 4 people, in just a few seconds, flew out 3, tumbling over, lying on the ground and screaming in agony. Only Edward Louis, who stood at the very back, was left with fear written in his small eyes. Deva, be careful, someone in the field shouted. Lu Dahua froze in place, only to see a Taoist robe floating in his eyes. Dahua did a very witty maneuver, directly to the side of a prone. At the same time, a strange cry, Grandma Lee's, restrained. Deva lay on the ground with his hands clasped together and raised above his head, convinced. Chen Keijai collected his pace and looked sideways at the long-haired man who was actively lying down, smiled gently and nodded. Pretty good. That's awesome, man. You're awesome. At this moment, the remaining dozen or so disciples in the courtyard who were wearing practice clothes could no longer hold back. It's outrageous. Someone cursed. Asterisk. Deva, you're a ing disgrace. Brothers, together, charge. Asterisk. A dozen or so people, with no regard whatsoever for the reputation of bullying the few with the many, rolled up his sleeves and charged. Chen Armorwood took a slight step back and assumed a stance. Soldier to soldier. It's best to go together. Everyone saves time. Hit it early and finish it early. A group fight broke out and surrounded the area. Chen Armorwood sidestepped and dodged. His right hand probed out and clasped a person's arm, making a move to pluck the clouds and throw the person back without looking at him. The unlucky child who was flung away by Chen Armorwood's feet left the ground and just happened to hit the 2 fellow disciples behind him who were preparing to engage in a sneak attack. At this moment, there were 6 people pouncing over at the same time, and for the first time, Chen Armorwood's brows were slightly furrowed. It wasn't that he was worried about being wrapped up and having trouble getting out. He was worried that in his haste, he wouldn't be able to suppress his inner strength and accidentally mess up a body. Chen Armorwood tapped his toes, and his body suddenly drew up, stepping on the top of one person's head, and once again using his strength to take off into the air, jumping around above the heads of the crowd. Where are the people? Asterisk. He can fly? Naya, what just happened? It's light kung fu. It seems like light kung fu. Grass mud horse. There's light power in this world? Chen Armorwood's toes snapped, lagged for 2 seconds, and suddenly swooped down. His body was like an eagle pouncing on a rabbit, and when he landed, 4 people were instantly sent flying. After Chen Armorwood landed on the ground, his hands were like embracing a Tai Chi ball, gently rotating. The force of the incoming lunge was led to the side, and then he pushed forward with a single palm, and with a burst of soft energy, the man flew out horizontally. Immediately after that, Chen Armorwood transformed his body shape, performing the 3-body style of Xingyi Quan. Front foot trip, back foot stomp, right fist like a cannonball. Bang hit the abdomen of the person in front of the most, and knocked it off the ground flying up. At the same time, the left fist turned into a palm, like a knife to the side of the person's neck. The person staggered back a few steps, snapped and fell to the ground. His head tilted and flowed a lot of saliva. Chen Armorwood made a smooth turn. The range-bird's tail of Taijiquan was used to neutralize the attack of the sneak attacker from the rear, and with a backhand stroke and squeeze, another person was thrown into the air. Chen Armorwood's Taijiquan and Xingyiquan alternated, his body moving like a ghost. In the courtyard, the handsome young man in the Taoist robe, rolling around and moving beautifully, the Taoist robe floating trick, a wave of the sleeve, a turn, a shot. There is a person flew out a few meters away. The courtyard fell to the ground and screamed for more and more people. He either softened his strength, or just launched his force, and each move precisely controlled the force without killing or crippling the person. Chen Aimu fought 18 of them alone, completely crushing them. He struck out in his own way and shouldn't have hurt his opponent's bones. Around the courtyard, a group of people were lying on the ground in mourning, constantly making pleas for mercy. He Wei, who had been watching the battle from the same spot, his legs gradually weakened as he held onto the old sycamore tree in the yard, his other hand pulling away the tie tied around his white shirt. The knots in his throat kept rolling. He swallowed saliva, and beads of sweat oozed from his forehead. His eyes widened as he stared dead at the godlike Chen Armorwood in the field. One by one, living, breathing Hans were sent flying out like kites with broken strings. He Wei leaned against the sycamore tree and fell into silence. The three views were reshaped, and a scene from the past surfaced in his mind. From the very beginning of the audition scene to yesterday when Ma Huayun expressed with a serious face that his own senior brother was invincible. In this world, there really are martial arts that are only found in movies. There is no such thing as a marketing guru. There is no such thing as commercial packaging. It's the real deal. The world is invincible. I dare not say. With him like this, he should have no problem fighting 3 or 4 Tysons, practicing kung fu to the highest level. Perhaps, the masters are really in the people. He Wei was inexplicably moved. A feeling that hadn't appeared in almost 20 years. Complex, excited, or rather, hyper. I have been engaged in the martial arts circle for a small decade, and when I was young, I had a dream of being a martial artist and fighting with a sword. Later, Chuanwu has been declining and has become a flowery martial arts routine and performance in the eyes of the public. Martial arts and dance arts, since when, I don't know when, have been almost conflated. Movies, TV shows with great warriors, kung fu masters, it seems like it's always in the movies. In reality, it's almost hard to see. Instead, Western free fighting, taekwondo, karate and whatnot, swept in, and many Chinese kids, in gyms, took taekwondo training. In the end, marketing plays a big part. Later, he had a high school friend who went south to learn Wing Chun because he watched the Ip Man trilogy. That year, he grade school graduation. His high school classmate Chi Tongwei returned from his studies, opened a Wing Chun National Martial Arts Hall in Xinjiang City. Half a year later, because of mismanagement, closed down. Traditional martial arts, is it really hopeless? He Wei had also asked himself, and had drunkenly fantasized that there might be supreme masters in this world. They live in the mountains, or in great seclusion, quietly practicing chivalry in some unseen places. He Wei's eyes were firm as he looked towards Chen Armorwood, towards the thin young man wearing a Taoist robe with no sorrow or joy in his eyes. Ko Shiki, you, as it turns out, have always been a master. He Wei bit his words and said with trembling lips. Chen Armorwood smiled brightly, a warm smile, without the arrogance of a victor, much less a sense of rampant dominance. I've told you not to go to all that trouble, just set up the match. With a buzzing sound, as if awakened from a dream, Pei Tianlu jumped up from the eunuch chair and rushed over with a few healthy steps. The bravado and confidence that had once been in front of the crowd had long since disappeared, replaced by a look of trepidation. After a full half-minute pause, Pei Tianlu clasped his fists and arched his hands, performing a salute of meeting peers in the martial arts circle. His eyes believed it, but his brain still didn't. How did you, just now, jump? Wudong, ladder cloud vertical, hiss, really light? Why not? Chen Keijai asked rhetorically. President Pei, it's your turn. Let's fight. Chen Armorwood said indifferently. Pei Tianlu's knees went weak. This tall, tendon-fleshed man, at this moment, was squirming like a little daughter-in-law. Don't, I concede. Ding. Congratulations to the host, completing the side quest, the bond of the formal sect. You may open the main quest, participate in the martial arts conference. After acquiring the martial arts champion, you can break through the shackles of martial arts and directly open the cultivation of immortality. Oh, Chen Keijai looked back at He Wei. Manager He, the martial arts style competition program, is to start the group matches this afternoon, right? He Wei kept his back against the sycamore tree, maintaining a standing position. It's trouble you. Sign me up straight away. Good. Chapter 35, Appreciation Pulling in Rejection Jealousy Cynicism. President Pei, today is a closed-door sparring session, so I hope you don't spread the word about today's events, Chen Keijai kindly reminded. Pei Tianlu rubbed his face with both hands and stood in place with mixed feelings in his heart. He knew that what he had seen and heard today was too shocking, and if word got out it was bound to create a furor in the community. Looking at the apprentices in the yard, who were all over the place, he sighed helplessly, and then he inclined his head to look at the equally confused He-Wei under the sycamore tree. Finally, his eyes fell on Chen Keijai. Firmly, he said, anyone who says anything about what happened today, I'll personally chop him up. Thank you. Chen Keijai clasped his fists and saluted. Don't, Master Tao, don't be so polite. I'm scared. Don't be afraid. I'm, like, a good talker. Manager He, for the competition, please butt heads with my Master Ma. He-Wei nodded mechanically, but his thoughts were still immersed in the thrilling scene just now. Brother Aki, this, the martial arts style people's grand tournament, is broadcast live on the entire network of the television station, and the program group attaches great importance to this competition, and has done a great deal of publicity in the early stages. Oh, live is live. This, I'm afraid, when you do, the internet will blow up. You can arrange it. I have a point. An ill-timed cell phone rang. We'll learn to catcall together. We'll meow. We'll meow. We'll meow. We'll meow in front of your eyes. Chen Keijai retracted his hand back into his sleeve, took out his cell phone, and answered it. Hey, Mom. Oh, nothing much. I'll be back after a few more days of work. What not thinking about Netflix. Hey, you said that that's my senior brother editing. Oh, go for a review today. Make an appointment online. I'll tweet you after the brain CT. Chen Keijai answered while walking out the door as the sound faded away. He-Wei coughed, diffusing the awkward atmosphere of the scene. He unconsciously puffed out his chest, and a sense of pride inexplicably surfaced on his face. President Pei, I don't think I need to cooperate just now. Don't. I say he old brother I tell you night, I organize. My family hit a bottle of more than 20 years of Mao-zi. We brothers have a destiny. Let's not get drunk today. Pei Tianlu changed his fawning smile. Look, can you introduce Master Dao to us? To melt the feelings, He-Wei smiled proudly. He came out this time, and it was me who personally talked to his master. Oh, the little Taoist master still has a master, so he must be a tall man. That's natural. Wudong Mountain's famous reclusive master. I even had a casual dinner there yesterday. What He-Wei said was the truth, but when it was processed by his mouth like this, the flavor changed. Gee whiz, please. Pei Tianlu reached out and personally invited He-Wei into the lobby. He-Wei walked into the lobby with a pretense of a calm pace. Pei Tianlu followed closely, his face piled with a pleasing smile. He-Wei sat on the eunuch chair, slightly tilting his head, enjoying Pei Tianlu's attentive hospitality. He knew in his heart that the weight he had in Pei Tianlu's eyes at the moment, as Chen Imu's agent, was not what it used to be at all. Pei Tianlu, on the other hand, kept saying flattering words on the side, his eyes full of anticipation, hoping that He-Wei could say a few more beautiful words in front of Chen Jiamu. Some of the disciples sprawled across the courtyard rubbed their arms, some covered their stomachs, helped each other, and wobbled as they walked to stand up. All over the body there were just sore muscles, or some minor bruises, and really no one hurt a muscle. What they didn't know was that with each move, Chen Armorwood was hitting their acupoints, briefly disintegrating their fighting strength without crippling them. Except, of course, for that rather unlucky Chi-Wei at the beginning, with both hands broken. The only one in the arena who wasn't hurt was Edward Louis. He was also busy at the moment. Walk, brothers who need to go to the hospital. Come with me, I'll drive. Master, where are your business car keys? De Hua shouted. Uncle Zhang, you join De Hua and see how the disciples are injured. Fortunately, Master Xiao Dao is merciful. Everyone is in good spirits. In the future, there will be a chance to follow Master Xiao Dao and learn supreme divine skills. In the lobby, Pei Tianlu's mellow voice was heard. As soon as this group of battered little calves heard this, they all looked excited, feeling that there was a heavenly chance waiting for them. In the lobby parlor, He-Wei was treated as the guest of honor, and Pei Tianlu personally made him work tea. The two old men turned out to be as affectionate as his mom's long-lost father and son who had been reunited. He-Wei sat on the mahogany sofa, crossed his legs, lit a cigarette and gulped it down. Well, old Pei open your eyes today, right? Opened. This life is unforgettable. By the way, before the internet rumors of that, the small master of the road with a palm to push down the basketball stand video, is also true? Nonsense. It must be true. He-Wei suddenly lowered his voice and said in a mysterious manner, I heard Master Xiao Dao's senior brother say that he had seen Master Xiao Dao strike the 18 palms of the descending dragon. What the hell? Pei Tianlu's hand shook, and the valuable alabaster teapot nearly fell out of his hand. Dragon fall 18 palms. He Wei had a serious expression. We're not open to jokes, ha. That's what I've heard. To be able to strike a dragon and crack a millstone-thick tree with one palm. Fighting out dragons? I'm not well read. Don't bluff me. He Wei let out a long sigh and shook his head. Actually, I didn't believe it before. But today, I feel that I do. I believe it too. Tea. The two men sipped tea and smoked cigarettes, silently digesting the images that had just presented themselves in their minds. And the living room was filled with smoke. No matter how much Pei Tianlu prayed and how high the conditions were offered, He Wei still politely refused to allow letting Chen armor would work with the formation sect. Pei Tianlu's expression remained unchanged as he poured the tea and drank it, his eyes shifting. Two old men, lapsing into silence. 10 minutes later, Pei Tianlu took the opportunity to go to the bathroom and came to a hidden room, which was the private room. Pei Tianlu pulled the curtains tightly and locked the door behind him, and the room was decorated with some pictures of him and some masters and seniors in the martial arts circle, as well as medals of honor from various competitions he won as a child. In the not-so-large room, Pei Tianlu paced back and forth. Make something happen with a face as well as a heart. What the face can't do, leave to the lining. Pei Tianlu took out his cell phone and made a call. It's his lining. The phone picked up. Dog. Trouble? On the phone was the voice of a man with a husky voice. It's been a few years since I've heard that familiar voice. Brother Dog, is there still enough money to spend? Pei Tianlu's voice gentled. Something's up. The man's voice on the phone remained husky and calm. Do you believe there are martial arts in this world? Pei Tianlu lowered his voice, his expression serious. Don't you just practice martial arts? Not my kind. The kind in the movies. Martial arts. Didn't you always say that Taijiquan can't be fought? Today I saw one that can fight. Pei Tianlu's voice trembled a little from excitement. The other end of the line hesitated for a few seconds. Hello. What do you mean? Do you know of a man named Chen Aman? Old Pei. Are you drinking fake wine? The voice on the phone was somewhat slightly drawn out. I'm serious. Just now this person came to kick the pavilion. One person. Knocked over 18 of my disciples. Pei Tianlu described what had just happened. Over the phone. Briefly. There was a long hesitation there. Okay, you send the information. Although I think you're bull ******* ting. No information. Do an internet search. Taiji Chen Keijai. It's hot. Have you been brainwashed by a pyramid scheme? The voice that was pretending to be mysterious no longer had the pushiness it had before. In its tone, there was a feeling of being teased by his own brother. Dog, please, you must believe me. I've got my mind made up. So here's the deal. Where are you? I'll drive to you. Clearwater Bayfoot Public House. I'm washing my feet. Okay, hold on. I'll be right there. Room 69. I'll wait for you. Beep. Pei Tianlu hung up the phone with a worried frown. Jianghu, sometimes it's not about fighting and killing, it's about brains. His own son will soon come back from further study abroad and found the new Chinese Martial Arts Association. The joint capital speculation of nationalism and the joint venture with Woolen Sun is just the right time to use people. This out of nowhere killed a talented demon-like opponent. He is bound to fire. Must be used for my son Pei Tianhu. Then only the inside has to do the dirty work. And then I, the face, have to be the good guy. Son, Dad's paving the way for you. Chapter 36, Senior Brother. You are intent on being difficult. Master Dao, the arrangements have been made to give you an insertion into the queue for a direct match in the afternoon. I'll notify you of the exact time in a moment. On the phone, came He Wei's voice. Well, wait for your news. Chen Keijai hung up the phone and walked into a restaurant. AIM Restaurant, located in the Southgate Snack Street in Xinjiang City. A small restaurant that has been open for many years. The store is small, but there is a lot of smoke and fire everywhere. As soon as Chen Aimu pushed open the door, he could smell a potty smell of onions, ginger, and garlic after they had been popped. Inside the store were 7 or 8 wooden tables. The tabletops were glistening with oil, but fortunately, they were wiped clean and did not feel sticky. The walls were that plain white color, perhaps slightly yellowed by the fumes near the kitchen from age. The kitchen was at the back end of the diner, semi-open. Through the grease-stained glass, the slightly chubby owner could be seen skillfully stirring and frying, and from time to time a fire would leap up. An old-fashioned cash register sits in the corner of the diner, and the owner's wife, who looks to be in her early 30s, dressed in fashionable clothes and light makeup, plays games at the register. Come here, all of you, and help me open the dragon. Shooter takes the red, one wave over the other. All come to the center. Charge. The beautiful young woman who was engrossed in the game, playing the game while opening the microphone to command. Chen Armorwood casually found a seat and sat down, his fingers lightly snapping the desktop with a crunching sound. The owner's wife raised her eyes and smiled an apologetic smile. Hello, if you want to order anything, you can scan the code and order. She still couldn't put down her cell phone, and at the moment, the game was entering a group battle, both to divide the winners and losers. At that moment, a man came in through the door, also in his early 30s, and greased up with hairspray. It's none other than Ma Huayun. Ma Huayun stood in the doorway. Suddenly, his body stiffened, and his eyes complexly looked at the woman sitting at the cashier's desk playing games. 7 years, she still hasn't changed, still likes to play games. Senior brother. Chen Armorwood waved his hand. Ma Huayun's eyes were drawn, ignoring Chen Armorwood's soft shouts, and the corners of his mouth lifted into a bitter smile. May, long time no see. Ma Huayun whirled back to normal and said in a deep voice, have a bowl of wontons and put more cilantro in it. May's body trembled violently. This voice, so familiar. She raised her eyes, her expression gradually stagnant. The cell phone fell on the desktop. The sound of crackling and releasing skills resounded inside, accompanied by a monkey scream before death issued. The two men, looking at each other, lasted for several dozen seconds. The woman turned her back and made a motion of wiping the corners of her eyes with her sleeve, her shoulders twitching slightly. In a few moments, the woman turned around. Her expression had returned to lightness, and smiled. Please wait a moment. Honey, a bowl of ravioli with extra cilantro. Okay. The fat man in the kitchen who was stir-frying answered. May poured 2 cups of hot water and came to the table. Drink some water. Ma Huayun hastily took it, put the plain water on the table, pulled a stool and sat opposite Chen Jiamu. This little Taoist master. What would you like to eat? A bewildered Chen Amu chimed in. Oh, I'll have a bowl of wontons too. Okay. May called out again as if nothing had happened. Honey, 2 bowls. Okay. Su wait ha. I finished frying this dish. Ma Huayun covered the disposable plastic transparent cup with both hands. Because the water was hot, the cup was a little deformed, and also emitted a strong plastic smell. Senior brother, aren't you hot like this? Chen Aimu asked. Ah. Ma Huayun flung his hand, seemingly instantly feeling the pain, and the water cup nearly knocked over. Half an hour ago, Chen Jiamu came out of the shape door, and the two of them agreed to come to the South Gate snack street to eat something. Chen Jiamu casually chose one, and sent the address to Ma Huayun. You know her? Chen Armorwood asked curiously. From the perverse actions of the two just now, one can guess a 7 or 8, like acquaintances who are afraid to recognize each other. Elder brother, do you want a drink? Not really, but I can keep you company. May, boss lady, have a bottle of gnocchi and a plate of peanut rice, Ma Huayun shouted, sitting with his back to the cash register, occasionally peering at the familiar face through the reflection of the sliding glass door. Aim, it's Ma Huayun's intention. Oh, people have husbands, maybe their kids can even write. And me, a failure, a complete coward, a fake Taoist priest who hides at his master's place and lives a life that looks like he has broken through the red dust. Even in the middle of the night when I couldn't sleep and jerked off, I didn't dare fantasize about her. Memories swept over him like a gale. He and May, after graduating from college, met at a job fair. 10 years ago, Ma Huayun, in his early 20s, was full of joy and longing for the future, but was stabbed all over by his mother-in-law's dislike. No house, no car, no steady job, only a young, hard body. May, wait for me for 3 years, then I can buy a house. The self in those days just wasn't convinced. I was high on life and working at a pop-up job. Worked during the day, doing copywriting in a marketing company, went to part-time chauffeur at night, went to the construction site on Saturday and Sunday to work as a temporary laborer, and couldn't be bothered to drink Coke. Even when I was tired, my spine didn't bend. This dark life lasted for more than 3 years. It was hard to save up for a down payment, pick a project with a big real estate company, and buy a 120 sq.ft. house. He remembers the name of the neighborhood to this day, saying Great Imperial Garden. We'll open a small restaurant together, and we'll pay the mortgage together. That's what May said at the time. 3 months later, the house was rotten and the developer ran away. The whole project, only a sales department. The other is still a piece of grass. Ma Huayun, completely desperate, rushed into the sales department. Communication is fruitless. Smashed the sales department sand table. Convicted of provocation. Sentenced to 6 months imprisonment and 2 years probation. In the days to come, facing the threat of the black sharks from time to time, he felt so small for the first time. Ma Huayun ran away, saying that he couldn't give her happiness. Senior, senior, Chen Keijai shouted a few times and pushed his glass forward. Ma Huayun picked up the cup, brought it up, and drank it down. Chen Kajai pushed the plate of peanuts forward again. Sure enough, it was fried with pretzels, not boiled, and she remembered. A cup of white wine slightly drunk. Manhwa faintly said, "Senior brother, you say, this world, reason does not make sense if you cannot use your fists to solve. It's a society under the rule of law now." Chen Kajai dropped a peanut into his mouth. "You've refined the Vajra undefeatable immortal pill, and you struck the dragon subduing 18 poems. Senior brother, Master said that you're the reincarnation of an immortal." Chen Armorwood gave a dry laugh and said faintly, "Maybe, there are some things that can't be explained to you guys." Manhwa borrowed the strength of this wine, intermittently told the story of him and Ame, to Chen Jiamu, during which he did not say the names of men and women, as a bystander, to tell how that cowardly man was defeated by life. Chen Jiamu folded his hands in his sleeves and rested on the dining table, not caring about the grease stains on the tabletop, as his senior brother said one sentence and he listened to the other. Serenely, half a bottle of white wine went down, and Manhwa eyes were a little blurry. "I'm going to the restroom." Manhwa stood up, ruthlessly smoked a few sheets of toilet paper, and picked up the cigarettes on the table. He headed in the opposite direction of the restroom and stepped out the door, looking down and lighting a cigarette. A few Hans were faintly heard talking. "Boss, Dogside called and told us to finish up and go over for a meeting." Say anything yet?" "Said they were getting a webcam or something." "Okay, errands first." 5 men, with big grins, pushed open the door. When Manhwa was halfway through his cigarette, he felt that there was something wrong with these people, and when he entered the door, he saw that the few Hans just now seemed to have a conflict with Mei. One of them, a bald man with a centipede-like scar on his head, sat at a table with his feet on a chair. "Mei, it's the last day." Sitting at the cashier's desk, Mei, her face shocked at the sound of the voice, with a furious look, quickly stood up. "Lu Biao, didn't you say next month?" The fat boss in the kitchen, who was cooking ravioli, hurriedly turned off the fire and trotted out. From the cash register drawer, he pulled out a box of wazoo and smiled attentively. "Yo, Biao, come on, smoke." The bald man known as Brother Biao said in a cold voice, "Don't give me this." "With interest, a total of $300,000. Today only. We borrowed $80,000 last year, and now, after paying back almost $150,000, how come there is still $50,000? Didn't you say before, the last $20,000 interest, then clear the account?" The fat boss was dumbfounded. "The contract was signed by you, and the handprint was pressed by you." "What? Fatty Wang, do you not know the law?" Mei blocked in front of her husband, not the least bit abashed. "Lu Biao, this contract is invalid. I'm doing business here. I called the police." "Doing business?" Lu Biao kicked over the stool, and immediately the neighboring table of guests ran away in fear. "You call the police? It's not like we, Happy Loans, haven't been sued before." The fat boss laughed nervously and rounded up, pulling his daughter-in-law back. "Hey, Brother Bill, take it easy, I'll fry you up some hardtack later." But the 5 Hans across the street didn't even put the fat cook in their eyes. The vicious eyes stared at the somewhat exasperated and pretty boss lady, and said word for word, "You don't have any money, you can sell your house." The atmosphere was getting more and more condensed, as if they were really going to eat her alive if the boss's wife couldn't get the money today. At this moment, Chen Armorwood took out a golden rock pill from his sleeve and handed it to Manhwa. Faintly, he said, "Elder brother, here." Manhwa was surprised and squeezed the elixir in his hand. "But, elder brother, you're just being mean." Manhwa's eyes reddened slightly as he looked at the elixir in his hand. The table snapped with a snap. Manhwa stood up abruptly and barked through clenched teeth at the 5 Hans. Stop. Chapter 37, Senior Brother's Obsession. A man in the corner of the restaurant with his back to the cash register stands up. Stop. The noisy scene was silent. Lu Biao touched his big bald head and scratched it vigorously. The scar that spread from his left eye all the way to his canopy followed the appalling twitching of his skin. "Nah, who? My big brother had his brain operated on and is easily startled. If you scare him, you'll have to feed him in your next life," a flamboyant armed man with dyed yellow hair said with a smirk, but in his eyes, there was a ferocious glint. Several jerks jumped down from the table at the same time, looking sideways at Manhwa. "Who were you talking about, Mom? Big brother, did he scare you?" "Big brother doesn't talk. Big brother is intimidated." "Okay, pay up." A jerk in a duck-tongued hat took a few steps sideways, a pair of inverted triangular eyes under the brim of the hat staring the meddling man dead in the face. He was slightly hunched over, a steel pipe scratched out of his sleeve like a vicious dog poised to strike. On the contrary, the boss's wife, Mei, even cursed at the righteous man. "It's none of your business. If you want to eat, eat, don't eat and go. May intentionally blocked in front of a group of mongrels and turned her head to say angrily, "What are you screaming about? Don't get drunk in my store. Hurry up and go. Go go go." The corners of Ma Huayun's mouth twitched slightly and he didn't say anything. His eyes were complicated and he didn't dare to look directly at May. "Why don't you go? Go go go." May rolled up her sleeves and pulled this nosy good guy out, but found that she could not. Chen Armorwood had his hands folded in his sleeves, a toothpick in his mouth, and more than a hint of appreciation for the boss's wife in his lazy eyes. "I haven't eaten my ravioli yet." Ma Huayun took a deep breath. "Ouch, ouch, come, you sit." The chubby boss ran over with a kind face to round things up. Tilting her head, she whispered to her own daughter-in-law, "May, don't take it out on the guests." The fat boss changed to a professional smile that wasn't really professional and said with a smile, "I'm sorry, two of you. Just now the wontons were half cooked and soaked for a long time. It's not good. I will give you two a new bowl. Put more cilantro." I remember. In the small restaurant, there were only a few customers scattered, and when this happened, many of them stopped eating and all of them came over to watch the show. Some people took out their cell phones, and if they did get into a fight later, they would just have to help call the police. Bald Lu Biao unexpectedly hemmed and hawed, and snapping applause rang out. Lu Biao clapped his hands while shaking his head. His tone was flat, no emotions audible. Fine. 3 good words in a row. Looking up and down at the wild calf that had appeared out of nowhere, Ma Huayun's eyes stared fearlessly over at him, clenching the jean pandan in his hand, suddenly having the feeling that he could possess a magic armor. Lu Biao's eyes narrowed slightly and he was just about to blow up when his cell phone rang. With a vicious glare, he answered the phone, his expression growing stony. "Dog. Hey, good, fine, okay, beep." Lu Biao hung up the phone and waved his hand. "Go." The remaining Hans followed and left. On the way out, one of the juniors used his cell phone to secretly take a picture of Ma Huayun. A few assholes hurried out of the store, seemed to have met something urgent, and got into a van. The gas pedal roared, bringing up a cloud of smoke. Lu Biao sat in the back row, lit a cigarette, and took a deep breath. He did not feel any stifling. Had intended to eat in one more year of this small restaurant oil and water. No way. The casino lost. That can only debt feel to increase the size. "Brother Bill, just stop messing around?" The little brother driving the car asked. "Why don't you pick up that kid? He looks like an outsider. He doesn't know the power of our Qingyang Biao." Lu Biao gave a short sigh and said helplessly, "Dog is waiting impatiently. Let's go over and take a look first. Let Lao Si keep an eye here, and after the meeting later, come back and get them." The van was parked in an old warehouse compound, where a middle-aged man, dressed in a labor suit and with dark skin, was squatting on the warehouse steps with a birdcage next to him, teasing a parrot. "Dog." Lu Biao led a few people over. "Come here, all of you." The man known as Brother Dog pulled up a video and handed his cell phone to Lu Biao. "It's a video of Chen Keijai doing Tai Chi." Lu Biao rubbed the back of his head and looked confused. "This man, named Chen Karmu, has a gold master to spend money on. Get one," Dog said absently as he teased the bird. "Dog, it's been a long time since our brothers have done this kind of thing." Dog reached out, compared 3 fingers, and wiggled them. "That number. Dog, it's not the money. 300,000. When these words came out, the whole room was silent, and Lu Biao discreetly picked up his cell phone and looked at it again. "So spare? I didn't catch that. Chopping hands or stomping feet? As long as the other party is not running to kill and exterminate, there is nothing that he, Brother Biao, does not dare to get." He looked at Dog with a strange expression. Dog pulled a pistol from a small bag and pretended to aim at the caged bird. Lu Biao's face stiffened and he took a step back. "Dog, using a gun, isn't that a bit costly? Don't always use it. It's good to be prepared. Is that necessary?" Dog said blandly. "The Gold Master said that the other party can beat up a dozen or so practiced fighters by himself." "Impossible," Lu Biao said decisively. Dog looked up and snorted. "Cut the ing crap. I've already had a step on the spot on my side. You call a few brothers who know their way around. I'll join you. We'll do it tonight." One of the minions stared at his cell phone screen, puzzled. "Hey, that's not right, Biao. I think I saw this guy just now at the Ame restaurant, wearing a Taoist robe. Very conspicuous." Yeah, I remember. He's sitting at the table with that nosy one." The 2 minions looked at their cell phones and pointed. Lu Biao looked at his cell phone screen, and in the photo taken just now, sure enough, in the corner next to him, a small Taoist priest with his hands caged in his sleeves, leaning against the wall, with a harmless look on his face watching the show. "What? Ames Diner?" Dog asked. Dog made a call, asked a few questions, then hung up and said, "That's right, it's really fate. Ahua has been keeping an eye on it. This time the two are still eating inside. Let's go now. Lu Biao asked tentatively. Are you Pio? That's downtown. Dog. Nothing is called Clear the field. Pull the roller shutter door. Pipe Baron thin hair downtown not downtown. Where to do is not dry. Dog. It's a matter of minutes. It's not like picking it up for nothing. Dog. If the other side stays downtown, we'll just stay put? Quick and dirty. Okay. You kids got some blood in his veins. I'll call the Gold Master. Then I'll call someone. Dog put the gun in his bag, picked up his beloved birdcage, followed Lu Biao, and got into the van. Chapter 38, In Heaven and Earth, the way is great, and so is the man. AIM Restaurant. At this moment has passed the mealtime, with the last table of customers left. Not big small restaurant, only one table of customers left. The little Taoist master in his Taoist robes and the hair gel man with the complicated expression. For more hard dishes were added to Chen Aimu and Ma Huayun's table. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes, buckwheat with preserved vegetables, stir-fried ground pork, and beef casserole with potatoes, and a small pot of seaweed and shrimp soup. The chubby boss, in the kitchen, was vigorously turning the frying pan, the flames flickering and reflecting off the greasy skin of his face. It's like taking out all the hopelessness about life into this day-to-day rehash. A few more dishes for the righteous man, he thought. It's just that Wang Xiaofang knows that this pavilion, which has been operating for many years, may not be able to open. The gang won't be so willing to let it go, and they wouldn't have taken out a loan shark in the first place if they hadn't been trying to get the money for their mother's surgery. The surgery was successful and the state reimbursed almost half of the cost. When Wang Xiaofang slowed down and went to the happy loan to pay back the money, he found that the repayment was only the interest. The interest rolled over and the principal more than doubled. When the old mother learned of this, she once again fell ill and eventually closed her eyes completely. Wang Xiaofang does not know what to do tomorrow. The court prosecution, or relations to find someone? Himself a small restaurant owner, and happy loan that gang of behemoths compared to, there is no flip any room. Sighing, he continued to sell the stir-fry. Outside on the dining table, Ma Huayun stared blankly, the pretty back that cleaned up the leftovers from the neighboring table, not saying a word. The woman lowered her head and wiped the grease stains on the tabletop with a rag, her dimpled and sexy figure wrapped in a cheongsam. But at the moment she looked more and more forlorn and uneasy. Senior brother, eat the dish. Chen Jiamu used his chopsticks to hold a slice of buckwheat and placed it in Ma Huayun's bowl. Ma Huayun looked back at the meat in the bowl and didn't move his chopsticks. What are you worried about? Chen Keijai asked. They'll be back for sure. I want to help her, Ma Huayun said in a deep voice. Then help yourself. I'll keep you company. Ma Huayun snapped his head up, seemingly touched, said, Senior brother, we do not have a background. It does not matter. Do you want to find He to ask? He is at least a boss. There may be some contacts. Chen Armorwood smiled faintly. It's superfluous. Ma Huayun clasped his hands together, remembering that Taishan Laojun speaks of constant clarity and quietness sutra taught by his master, Chen Shiliang. At that time in the Yuan Hung Taoist training class, he bowed his head and silently recited it. Laojun said, the great Tao is invisible, giving birth to heaven and earth, clear, the source of turbidity, and the base of movement and stillness. Seemingly, trying to self-brainwash themselves into inner peace with this scripture. Just now, even if the other party stayed for one more minute, he wouldn't mind eating the golden rock pill himself and giving these lowlifes a fair fight. Even if he goes to the police station, even if he breaks someone, he admits it. Who knew that those sons of ES? They took a phone call and actually left. To be honest, Ma Huayun was in a conflicted mood. He thought about just rushing up and ing the hell out of him, but the pill was still held tightly in his hand, wet with sweat. Senior brother, what does it mean to be clear and the source of turbidity? Chen Armorwood took an unprecedented sip of wine and raised his eyes to ask. Ma Huayun froze and explained. The source of clear water is turbid water. Oh, and the next sentence? He who moves is the foundation of stillness. What do you mean? The prerequisite for movement is stillness. Or rather, stillness is the basis for movement. So you're still not fighting? Chen Keijai said. What? Ma Huayun was a bit puzzled. If you want the water to be clear, then you must accept that you are first to become turbid. And if you want to be clear, then you must first act to beat the odds. Chen Jiamu simply explained it literally. He didn't know the Taoist scriptures either, so he felt that there was nothing wrong with this explanation. Ma Huayun subconsciously said, but Master said, do not do unto others what you would not have them do unto you. Chen Armorwood blinked and said, Master is right. What you don't like must be inflicted on others. If we take the lead in evil, then we will be fulfilling the Master's saying that the one who started it all has no posterity. We can't become evil by dealing with evil. Ma Huayun argued. Master is right. The one who started it all has no posterity. If someone offended us in the beginning, we must fight until he is cut off and has no posterity, Chen Armorwood said innocently with clear eyes. Hiss. Ma Huayun's expression was surprised, and for a moment he was speechless. Senior, Chen Imu looked sideways at the window, and the sunlight filtered through the glass, refracting on his face. Lightly said, Elder brother, I once heard my master say that only after experiencing the good and evil in the red dust, love and hate, can one realize the true meaning of the true Tao. To realize life through, to see the world of man is a necessary step to learn the Tao. Between heaven and earth, the Tao is big, and so are the people, and life is supposed to be about going up and coming down the mountain. After a pause, Chen Armorwood seemed to smile, light-heartedly said, and the heart of the Tao is broad, can tolerate all things, loaded with mountains and rivers and the earth, the stars of the ages, how even a few punks, cannot be beaten? Ma Huayun rested his fists on the table, loosening and tightening them at times, his thoughts seeming to be undergoing a powerful shock. All of a sudden, his eyes were firm as he gazed at Chen Armorwood, and there was actually worship in his eyes. Ma Huayun took out a cigarette, reverently handed it over, used a lighter to help Chen Jiamu light it, and said in a deep voice, Senior brother, nothing more to say, it's all in the wine. After saying this, he picked up his cup and drank it all in one go. Ding! It is detected that the host has gained incense offerings, which can be used as a reserve of aura after the opening of immortal cultivation. Current aura reserve 1%. Chen Armorwood's brain suddenly resounded with this cold, mechanically pleasing tone, and for a moment, he was also a little confused. Come on, brother, don't be so serious, I'm not used to it. At that moment, a woman's voice rang out from the side. Eat up and get out of here. We're closing. Don't come back later. Aim whispered. Of course Ma Huayun knew what the other party meant. She was afraid that she would get involved in strife that she shouldn't have. Those few greenhorns who demanded debts, of course, would not just let it go, and the next time they came, they might not be so nice. What are you going to do? Ma Huayun asked. If you can't, just sell the house. This small restaurant can't be opened. We are still young. Go to the south to work as live. Mei said calmly. It's a pity, after operating for so many years, it's considered an old name in Xingyang City. Aim's eyes showed dismay as she looked around. At this moment, the fat boss was holding a tray with 2 bowls of steaming wontons. You too, I reordered your 2 bowls of ravioli with extra cilantro. Wang Xiaofang laughed nervously and placed the wontons on the table. There was a tearing sound and the glass door was violently pushed open. The patter broke in 7 or 8 men. Fierce and vicious. Brother Bill, people are here. The few bastards who had just gone and returned suddenly barged back in, with a few more people. Chapter 39, Don't bully honest people. Ouch. Brother Bill, you smoke. Wang Xiaofang immediately handed Huazi again. Was Lu Biao side of a yellow hair a hand to shake away? Fatty. None of your business. Get out of the kitchen and hide. A steel pipe slipped out of Yellow Hair's sleeve and raised his hand to point at the man in the Taoist robe. Just your name is Chen Keijai, right? Chen Keijai inclined his head to look uncertain. Aha. Good. Lao Si. Do it. With a swish, a man stood in the doorway, his feet on the table as he pulled down the roll-up door. The light in the room dimmed at once. What are you doing? Mei yelled. You too, get off to the side and stay there. We're, today, borrowing this little restaurant of yours to run some errands. Yellow Hair laughed sarcastically, staring at Chen Armorwood who still remained in a relaxed sitting position, and licked his lips. In the restaurant, a moment of saber rattling, the roll-up door was closed to death. 7 or 8 men all lit up their weapons. Machetes, steel pipes, there is one holding a Japanese-style military spikes. In the far corner, a middle-aged man, dressed in a labor suit, with dark skin and capable movements, carrying a birdcage in his hand, he pulled up a stool and sat down, and with a wave of his hand, lifted the chopstick cones and napkins from the dining room table to the floor. Gently, he placed the birdcage on the table and, using a dogwood, teased the parrot in the cage. The parrot squawked and spoke some broken Mandarin. Kill them all. Kill them all. Parrot the creepy phrase over and over again. Hush, the middle-aged man in the labor suit gestured, took a bag of bird worms out of his pocket, and patiently fed the birds. Aim quickly took out her cell phone, intending to call the police, when a nearby Yellow Hair snatched it away and snapped it to pieces. I'm repeating myself for the last time. Today is not about your diner paying off your debt, so get out of the way and squat first. Yellow Hair's eyes stared straight at the breasts of the pretty young woman in the cheongsam, and the ferocious light in his eyes was gradually replaced by another intriguing look. Been wanting to get it for a long time. Yellow Hair gave a hefty laugh. Ma Huayun crossed his body forward, blocking Yellow Hair's next frivolous move. Lao Kai. First things first. With the machete in his hand, Dog took a step forward and slashed into the corner of the table. Little Taoist, we don't mean anything else. We just want an arm. When it's done, we won't delay you from going to the hospital to get it bandaged. All of you get out. Mei took a step forward and protected Chen Aimu and Ma Huayun like a frightened lioness. Wang Xiaofang clammed up. His afterglow looked at his daughter-in-law who had suddenly become tough, and subconsciously looked at the big knife in the kitchen that was chopping ribs. Not just bully honest people? Yellow Hair smoothly picked up an ashtray from the table and, without saying a word, smothered Ma Huayun's head. With that kind of force, if you hit it, you'll at least crack your head open. Ma didn't know where the courage came from and subconsciously hugged Ma Huayun, using her back to block the powerful blow. Just in the moment when the ashtray was going to smash in the back of Mei's head, a chopstick flew by with a whoosh, directly shooting through the back of Yellow Hair's hand, and the ashtray landed with a clang, bouncing a few times on the ground, made of tempered glass. But it didn't break at all. Everything happened in a flash. Everyone was stunned to see that the little Taoist priest who had been sitting in the corner, yawned lazily, and the chopsticks in his hand, which were holding the food, were missing a chopstick. Ah! A pig-killing howl rang out as Yellow Hair covered the back of his bleeding hand, his eyes terrified. The man playing with the bird in the doorway no longer had the same subdued expression he had before. His eyebrows were locked and one hand touched his waist. Crouching nest. How did he do that? Kai, what's wrong? It's chopsticks. It's chopsticks. One of the juniors covered his mouth and looked at the chopsticks inserted into the wall with a horrified expression. He used chopsticks as a concealed weapon and shot straight through Kai's hand. How is this possible? In the far corner, a hoarse and low voice rang out, and the middle-aged man who was teasing the bird slowly spoke. I've heard that there's an old man surnamed Tang over in Sichuan and Chongqing who specializes in playing with flying daggers, but it's really the first time I've ever seen him use chopsticks. Little Taoist, you are qualified to let me do it myself. Dog, can you really fly chopsticks and stick them in people? Lu Biao was horrified, with a questioning gaze. Traditional kung fu, vast and profound. What's so rare about it? It's just a Jianghu trick. What era is this? Who still practices this when they have a gun? Dog looked disdainfully at the little Taoist priest who still looked like he was out of touch with the world. Chen Armorwood remained silent, didn't speak out to retort, nor did he explain that he didn't even know that Sichuan and Chongqing expert with the surname Tang, just gently shook his head, a trace of compassionate feeling in his eyes, as if he was considering, today, whether to twist off a few arms and legs. Mary, chop them all up, chop them all up. Yellow Hair screamed like a madman. The back of my hand was penetrated. It hurts. The corner of Lu Biao's eye twitched straight. A crooked chin. Immediately a junior tore his clothes and wrapped the wound for Yellow Hair. Damn it, is there any iota for? Yellow Hair viciously screamed at the fat boss who was squatting on the ground. Ask you? Fatty Wang, is there any iota for? If my hand is inflamed, I'll sell it to you as a duck. Yes. I'll go get it. Wang Xiaofang's whole body shivered, ran into the kitchen in 3 or 2 steps, lifted his bib, inserted the knife for chopping ribs into the waistband of his own pants, and his body suddenly stopped shaking. Ma Huayun sighed, inclined his head towards Mei, and smiled, as if he was laughing at his own cowardice at the time. There's no iodine, there's ravioli. After Ma Huayun finished speaking, he picked up a bowl of ravioli that had just come out of the pot and was steaming hot, and covered Yellow Hair's face with a hand, because there was no forward swing at all before striking, and it was so sudden that Yellow Hair had no time to dodge. Woohoo from the burn. With a buzz, everyone all gathered around, turning their attention from the little Taoist priest to the hairspray-smeared slugger. Ma Huayun kicked over the chair in front of him and said aloud, bunch of scum, want to all have a bowl of wontons? Suddenly a steel pipe chopped over. Ma Huayun instinctively raised his hand to block. Dang sound. Ma Huayun back a few steps. His arm was swollen at that time. Not caring about the pain in his arm, he took out a pill from his pocket and, with a swish, threw it into his mouth. Golden pandan. With a bitter flavor at first, and then a sweet aftertaste, tastes as delicious as a chocolate bean. Not far away, Chen Armorwood, seeing that his senior brother had finally made the right choice, had a smile on his face as he gathered his body and assumed a more comfortable position. Ma Huayun Jean Pandan entrance swallowed. A warm current swept from the stomach, instantly spreading the strange meridians and veins, and a layer of armor invisible to the naked eye coalesced around the body close to the skin. Golden rock pill. The person who takes it is adamantine and undefeatable, like copper and iron bones, solid as gold. Although it's only 15 minutes, it's enough. The refreshed Ma Huayun took a slight step forward. He hung his head low and said coldly, kittens, I'm going to get serious. Chapter 40. Everyone knows that good is good, but not good enough. Ma Huayun suddenly remembered a phrase that his master had said before. At that time, he had just been here for 10 days, And once the old Taoist priest Chen Shiliang returned with the plowing oxen, the cow's tail swings about to drive away the flies from the cow's back. The old Taoist priest sprays the cow's back with a tap water hose, and Ma Huayun uses a brush to help brush the old cow's hair. The old cow reclined on the ground with a look of enjoyment and made mooing noises. The Taoist said as he squirted and laughed at the man who had been stirred up by life. In the second chapter of the Tao Te Ching, it is said that when all the world knows that beauty is beautiful, then it is evil. When all know that good is good, then it is not good. Master, what does this mean? Ma Huayun didn't understand. Look at the old ox plowing the field. To mankind it is for good, but in the eyes of the old ox, it is great evil. Look at the flies, commonly known as cow flies, who make the back of the cow their ideal habitat. To the flies, the back of the cow is for beauty, but the flies are ugly and evil in the eyes of the cow and us. In all things in the world, there is no absolute good and evil, beauty and ugliness. Huayun in the future, when you go down the mountain, if you encounter a fly, you should still hit it. Master, what if we can't beat them? Huayun how many chapters of the Tao Te Ching have you memorized? Can you sneak up on me if you can't beat me? Master, in the restaurant, Ma Huayun, who had taken the golden granite pill, slowly raised his head, and for some reason, his mind exploded with the words that his master had casually spoken back then. Golden rock pill. The taker is adamantine and invincible, as solid as copper and iron, lasts for 15 minutes. In the restaurant, Lu Biao held a machete in his hand and pressed over step by step, stoned at Ma Huayun's head with the back of the blade. Dang! Ma Huayun didn't dodge, and as he grabbed Lu Biao's neck, in his eyes, he blossomed with a refined light. If the flies don't go out, the old cow is restless. Lu Biao was a bit puzzled, not understanding what this calf was yakking about. The tip of the knife was pointed at Ma Huayun's stomach. Viciously, he said, "Let go." Ma Huayun smacked him with a big mouth. Lu Biao froze. This calf is really not afraid of death? You don't think I dare stab it, do you? Ma Huayun remained silent, riveted and backhanded another slap. Asterisk. Lu Biao gritted his teeth and stabbed in. It won't stick? Lu Biao stabbed a few more times vigorously. The knife cut through the clothes, indifficult to enter the slightest, as if stabbed in the iron plate. Before Lu Biao could come back to his senses, Ma Huayun smashed his fist on the bridge of Lu Biao's nose. A powerful punch that made Lu Biao thump back a few steps and 2 nosebleeds flowed down. Biao! A few of the minions shouted in response. Son of a, he's got steel plates stuffed in his shirt. Hit him in the head. Him. Lu Biao covered his nose and growled like a madman. Buzzing, the minions all gathered around. 7 or 8 hands holding steel pipes, knocking on Ma Huayun's head and body. Anxious tears are coming out. Copied a bench, is about to go up and fight with this gang of heavenly killers, but he was pulled back by the little Taoist master sitting in the corner. The young man in Taoist robes with lazy eyes, pointing ahead with his chin. Aim was completely surprised. Only the man who was mobbed by the crowd, the man who used to be with you on the park bench, the man who went up the mountain and left the world behind. He let the rain of attacks rain down on him, not dodging or dodging, using the most primitive way to return the favor, punch by punch. One man fighting 6. In the upper hand, it seemed that all the attacks could not hurt him a bit. He snatched a steel pipe in his hand at the moment and rode on top of Lu Biao, punching him with his hands on his head. A Japanese-style military spike glistened with cold light and stabbed at Ma Huayun's back. Perhaps with too much force, Ma Huayun's body only slightly leaned forward, suddenly turned his head and used his head to vigorously knock against the sneak attacker's head. Head to head. Dang sound. The other party's brain spilled blood, eyes covered with incredulity, staggered back a few steps, sat on his butt and fainted. The top of the bent military spikes fell to the ground. Told you guys, he's got steel plates in his shirt. Hit the head. Hit the head. With a strange cry, the yellow hair who had just been stabbed by the chopsticks picked up a steel rod from somewhere, jumped down from the table, and smashed on top of Ma Huayun's head at once. Ma Huayun turned back to the top, using his head to carry it hard, and with a cackle, the steel rod trembled. Yellow hair was confused. The tiger's mouth was shocked with raw pain. His teeth chattered, and his brain went down as if he had seen a ghost. Ma Huayun covered the face of yellow hair, who was in a daze. With a punch, picked up the steel rod on the ground, and smashed down on yellow hair's kneecap. 7 men. Less than 10 minutes later, all of them were on their backs, begging all over the place. Ma Huayun looked around, proudly. Beating to death counts as self-defense. A pistol, pressed against the back of Ma Huayun's head from behind. The man in the labor suit finally managed to resist drawing his gun. The machine amplification rang out, and a gloomy voice came from behind. I really didn't expect to be able to practice the golden bell shield and the iron cloth shirt to such a realm, and really be able to carry them hard. Amazing. Marvelous. Ah. Wearing steel plates on your body, are you? I wonder, though, if your head can carry a bullet? Look out. Mei screamed. Manhwa laughed coldly and said, I've eaten the golden granite Dan and I'm fine even if I jump from the 33rd floor. So I'm still afraid of this measly bullet of yours? M9 pistol. From Beretta, Italy. Caliber 9mm. I wonder what the effect would be of a blow to your head. Manhwa slowly turned his head. And Dog immediately put the pistol against his head. You think I don't dare to kill? Dog was titanic. Senior brother. How long has it been? Manhwa shouted inexplicably with a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. A sight of the hands gathered in the grapefruit Chen A took out the phone to use the fingerprint to unlock. Unlocking failed. Fingers wiped on the clothes. Unlocked again. Beep. Unlocked successfully. Oh, it's only been 7 minutes. That means there's still 5 or 6 minutes of potency left. Enough to clean up this birdcage carrying pretender. Shoot. Manhwa said faintly. What? The dog brother panicked. He used to but pulled out a gun. In the cattle batch of hands he also have to be weak in the legs. In fact, he did not open the gun, usually used to pretend in front of the little brother. Shoot me, please. Manhwa repeated. Kid, are you betting that I don't have any bullets in my gun? Dog, mentally spitting. Silly batch. This isn't a lighter. It's the real thing. Are you blind? I told you to shoot. Daff? Manhwa shook Dog's shoulders with both hands. Dog's body swayed back and forth, his head bobbing back and forth with it, his nose twitching, his hands gripping the gun in a death grip, his finger pressed on the trigger, hesitant to press it. If you shoot, you can't really go back. You're really killing people. This is downtown. Killing someone and maiming them are of a different nature. What are you pointing at blindly if you're afraid to shoot? Manhwa reached out, going for the gun. Dog's hand clenched tighter, scrambling, and his thumb pulled the trigger with a thud. The gun went off. A wisp of smoke rose from the muzzle of the gun, and the bullet hit Manhwa's head solidly. Manhwa's head was thrown back violently, and the powerful impact of the bullet caused him to raise his head. Don't! Aim's heartbreaking screams came from behind her. Chapter 41, Oh, nothing much, just a little fight. A gunshot rang out, and the modest diner was as quiet as a pin drop. Off to the side, in a birdcage, the parrot spoke in broken language. Kill all, kill all. Mei slowly fell to her knees, tears streaming down her cheeks. He's dead? He died for me. Wang Xiaofang, who was squatting on the side, gripped the tiger scissors that had been hidden in his clothes. His whole body trembled. A mountain will bite even if it jumps sharply. Dog was horrified and muttered. Asterisk in hell. I didn't do it on purpose. Doggone it. Killing one is killing. Killing 100 is also killing. Dog pointed his gun at the little Taoist master sitting in the corner. Yes. An untimely sound rang out, and Manhwa shook his head as the slug fell from his head. Manhwa wiped his shot brain. Nothing happened. Dog was instantly startled and hastily aimed his gun at the creature again. Manhwa inclined his head to look at Chen Qiamu. Senior brother. Invincible. Chen Imu stretched out 2 fingers and made a victory gesture. Bang! Bang! Dog fired 2 more shots. The first shot was aimed at Manhwa's chest. The second, at his crotch. Manhwa still took 2 steps back physically, and the bullet head fell to the ground. Bang! 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 Dog shot all the bullets in his gun like a madman, shooting all over Manhwa's body and head. It does nothing but slow down Manhwa's walking. My turn. Manhwa kicks across and stomps Dog in the small of the back. The latter was a practitioner after all, and it was still a piece of cake to deal with Manhwa's 3-legged kung fu. The golden rock pill could only work on defense, as if the skin had coalesced into an invisible shield, but it added little to strength. But even if Dog, who had extraordinary hands, could block Manhwa's physical attacks, he would not be able to injure him at all. You call the police, boss lady. Chen Keiji dialed the police and handed it to the boss's wife. Then he stood up and moved his fingers. It's about time, elder brother. A lazy voice came from behind Manhwa. I'll take care of it. By the way, there's a move in the 36 Roads Cloud Hands, splitting tendons and bones hand. I'll give you a demonstration. Chen Armor would walk slowly. One hand probed out and clasped Dog's big arm. The latter turned around and tried to defuse it with a counter-grappling maneuver, but found that this Taoist priest's slightly thin fingers were like magic, completely defusing his own strength. Before he could react, the sound of misaligned joints rang out, followed by pain like cracking bones. Chen Armor would drove his 5 fingers, and his other hand twisted in the opposite direction in the wrong direction, directly dislodging Dog's arm. Large arm, small arm, wrist, tendon misalignment. Chen Keiji struck again, removing one of his legs and his other hand. Dog was as good as a wreck, hanging his arms and rolling around in pain. See what I mean, brother? Nope, can't quite see it. Chen Armorwood picked up another person and, crunch, unloaded another person's arms and legs. Learned? Nope. Okay. He demonstrates and explains as he goes along. For example, if you want to dislodge an enemy at the wrist and lower arm joints, the thumb clasps the back of his hand and the remaining 4 fingers clasp the center of his hand. As it is now, to find this big tendon at the wrist, here you touch it and feel it. The fully controlled yellow hair grinned, teeth chattering. Master Tao. Master Tao. Have mercy. Master Dao. I was wrong. Ah. Manhwa squatted down and watched carefully, attentively feeling the details of each of Chen Armorwood's movements. It seems like it will and it seems like it won't. Chen Jiamu had no choice but to unload the hands and feet of each of the punks present, to prevent them from escaping, and secondly, he really wanted to teach Manhwa the split tendon and bone hand. A scream echoed through the AIM restaurant, and Chen Karmu was like a hungry wolf intruding on a flock of sheep. They sheep, however, were still confined and injured, and the only horns that were offensive were still curved, not the pointy kind. AIM trembled as she called the police, her mind echoing back to the man who had just carried the bullet so hard. We belong to self-defense, right? Chen Aimo inclined his head and asked Lu Biao, who was completely dumbfounded. Lu Biao's throat rolled and he nodded frantically. We'll learn to catcall together, and meow together, and meow, 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 meow. Mei handed Chen Aimu's cell phone with both hands and said woodenly, Master Xiao Dao, your phone call. Chen Keijai took his own cell phone and answered it. Hey, Manager Ho. He Wei's voice came from the phone. Master Dao, it's all done. The group stage starts at 3 p.m. You're lined up for the third game. You'll be fine if you get there before 4:30 p.m. Where are you? I'll drive to pick you up. Oh, this one AIM restaurant on Southgate Snack Street. Okay, you wait. I'll be right there. By the way, Manager Ho, I'm not just going to fight in the traditional martial arts arena. I'm going to challenge all the styles. I know, but the show also has a rule that you have to fight out of the Chuanwu arena before you can enroll in any other type of boxing next. Grappling, fighting, sparring, boxing, kickboxing, Muay Thai. You misunderstood. I mean, it's okay to participate at the same time, or have them have to be together. I want to get the title fast. There was silence on the phone for a few seconds. Then He Wei's firm voice came. I'll coordinate immediately. Beep. Chen Keijai hung up the phone. Ma Huayun asked. Senior brother, you're going to fight in the martial wind in a while, right? Well, Manager Ho is driving us. Not a moment later, sirens sounded outside the door. It had to be said that the local police in Xinjiang City were still very efficient. Ma Huayun pulled open the roll-up door and the harsh sunlight shone in. There were 2 hat uncles standing at the door, surrounded by a lot of people. The first gunshot, the guys thought who bear children discharge, and then bang 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 more and more wrong. The lead policeman raised his eyes and looked around the room, recognizing Lu Biao at once. He looked odd and asked, what's going on? Lu Biao pulled his neck and yelled, they beat people up. Team Zhang, you have to judge us. I didn't fire the gun. You guys can check the fingerprints. Who called the police? Gun. Ah Hua. Call the Criminal Investigation Brigade. Hurry up. Need reinforcements. Need reinforcements. It's me. Mei bravely stepped forward and began to deal with the police. A police officer next to him was calling for an ambulance. As soon as he heard his colleague shouting, he immediately took out his walkie-talkie and called headquarters. AIM patiently finished explaining the ins and outs, downplaying the incredulity of Ma Huayun's counterattack, and downplaying Chen Jiamu's justifiable act of over-defense. One kept saying how bad Lu Biao's gang of loan sharks were, because the other side of the gun. This is not good. The comrades out of the police immediately arranged to send additional manpower. The scene pulled up a cordon. Alright, all of you, come back to the station with me to make a statement. After determining that the people lying on the ground were incapable of resisting and that the murder weapon had been seized, the group breathed a sigh of relief. We're going to? Chen Keijai asked. Of course, I've been on the police force for many years, and this is the first time I've seen a gun being moved. The officer was exuberant. Okay, I'll make a call first, Chen Aimu said. Okay, Master Dog, get in the car. Uncle Hat saluted. Chen Aimu smiled faintly and looked at the time. There was still more than an hour before the 4:30 match, so it should be almost enough. He took out his cell phone and gave He Wei another call back. Manager He, the place has been changed. Come pick me up at Pingqiao police station later. What happened? On the phone, He Wei asked with concern. Oh, nothing much, had a little fight. Ha, Chapter 42 Ubeidu, Qingyu City, counting on the representative of the local snake Lu Biao's group, all sent to the ambulance, and even handcuffs are saved. All these people, except for one yellow-haired man whose kneecap was smashed and who will probably be lame for the rest of his life. The others, none of whom possessed the ability to escape, had misplaced bones and joints, twisted meridians, and in the most outrageous cases, people who were fine, just simply unable to move, crying out in pain. The EMT was sweating profusely and exclaimed that it was a medical miracle. A group of orthopedic and surgical specialists, with x-rays of various parts of the body, were engaged in a heated discussion in the office. What's the cure? Direct surgery on internal fixation? Or do you go to a folk bone-setting guru to set the bones? One of them is an old doctor who was about to retire. Surnamed Yu. His family was a family of traditional Chinese medicine before the liberation of China. And then the devils came in and the medical center was blown away by shells. In the last century of military chaos, followed by his father to walk the streets, running south and north, belonging to the foot doctor, with a pillow 3 fingers, smell and ask, but also had cured many difficult cases. After everything settled down, he was arrested for not having a license to practice medicine, fined, confiscated his ancestral medicine chest and canonical books, and set fire to what was then called the dregs. Ubeidu, more than 80 years old this year, has long been retired, because now the medical resources cannot keep up. The little old man and spirited, was rehired back in the orthopedic department with traditional techniques, to give people to do postoperative conditioning. Over the years, by ear, I would also watch some X-ray movies. Get up, all of you, who just said they were coming in for surgery. Professor Yu, Elder Yu, what is your opinion, old leader? Several directors and associate doctors, who were respectful to the old man, stepped aside to listen to the opinion of this once highly respected old-timer in the city hospital. Is this a fight injury? Old man Yu frowned and subconsciously asked. Well, fighting in a group fight. The other side is also really powerful. Hurt people do not see blood, do not know how to get. Ubeidu followed his father when he was 8 or 9 years old, ran the Jianghu for decades, went through wars, and saw a lot of things. At the moment, the office, lying on a stretcher, serious Lu Biao, 2 arms, a leg were unloaded, joints dislocated. Soft, Ubeidu used the traditional technique to feel the bones, and while doing so, he looked up to see the film in the display. Does it hurt? Ubeidu made a push, his thumb pressing hard. Lu Biao shook his head, his eyes a little dull. Professor Yu just doubled him up on painkillers. Old man Yu pondered it for a while, touched and looked at that, and slowly said, this is like the tendon-splitting hand? TSK. A few junior doctors had a head full of question marks. How did this even involve martial arts moves? When I was a young man, I saw this kind of injury when I ran in the jungle. It is the splitting tendon and bone hand. It is said that it was created by a Taoist priest with the name Yu Enjin in the Purple Heaven Palace of Wodan Mountain during the Chenghua period of the Ming Dynasty, and was later integrated into Taijiquan. Only that the uncle who could make the splitting tendon and bone hand died in the war against the Japanese. This kung fu was also lost. Ubeidu suddenly brightened up and asked, is the one who injured you a Taoist? Aha, it's a little Taoist. Lu Biao nodded frantically. What's the name? Chen Keijai. Where are the people? This will be taken at the police station. An accompanying police officer said. Ubeidu thought about it. I have not heard of it. Maybe this kung fu, not lost, for the country of China, but also said that it is a Dorshing thing. Many traditional kung fu styles, most of which have been lost, some of which have been tampered with and neutered in practice by later generations, have disappeared over time into the tides of time. Can make split tendon wrong bone hand? Can heal. Solve the bell must also tie the bell. This little Taoist priest surnamed Chen must have the technique of bone splitting. To be able to practice the tendon splitting hand to such a realm, naturally one has suffered and endured efforts unimaginable to ordinary people. And the Taoist inheritance is extremely strict, teaching the real thing, first of all, to test the character. At that time, I heard that uncle say that for the first 3 years of the split tendon hand, he only grabbed the oil scoop. It's a scoop, dipped in a barrel of fine peanut oil to prevent the oil from getting greasy, and replaced with fresh oil daily. The dipper is already smooth plus it is soaked in oil. Practitioners, daily, grab the dipper with one hand because their hands will be slippery and it will be difficult to grab it. Within 3 years, only those who can grasp it with their bare hands will have the talent to practice it. This is not brute force, nor is it skillful force. It is necessary to go to the qualitative change and the quantitative change day and night. This item alone. How many people are difficult to fall outside? Ancient times, the so-called poor literature and rich martial arts, can also be found in this basis. How many people can be in a position to practice when the oil, which is already refined, is so spoiled? It is said that within 3 years, those who can grab the oil scoop with their bare hands have enough finger strength to touch the skin and penetrate the bone. Then you start to learn the structure of the human body and bones and so on. Professor Yu, can you hook them up? Yu Beidou smiled. Although it is a healer, no matter who the other party is, as long as it is a patient, then the doctor should have the obligation to cure, even if he is a murderer of 10 evils. Since he was sent to the hospital, as a doctor, he should have professional ethics. But, this theory, to Yu Beidou, was bull ********. These people inside the 2 underlings, you old man previously seen in the hospital, last month, I do not know what the reason, the people of the young girl hair all cut, and people's boyfriends against the cut, sent to the hospital. He also learned the basics, that they were all low-life greenhorns who deserved it. Old man you naturally understood bone-setting techniques, but he was unwilling to dirty his hands and said indifferently, you guys will get a plan yourselves. I'm old. My medical skills are no match for you youngsters. With that said, he walked out of the diagnostic room with his hands behind his back. At this point 2 officers finished filling out their materials and came out of the ward to turn in their shifts. Yo, this is not Dr. Dr. You is not yet off duty? I small Lia, District Police Station Li Weiming. Old Dr. You has worked hard. Last time I had my leg. Thanks to your ointment. It saved me a lot of medical bills. Thank you. One of the officers chimed in. Old man you waved his head, rather unconcerned. It's fine. It's fine. Little Lee, right. Where are you going? I'm going back to the office. Dr. You, bye. Wait, the one called Chen Kji. This will be in your office, right? Ah, yes. I guess I won't be able to leave for a while. After all, this belongs to a dozen people who were seriously injured. And one of the injured was armed with a gun and attempted to injure someone. The case is all reported to the city council. You guys piggyback me along. I want to go see him. Ha? You recognize? No, but I think I know his master. Green Elm City Police Station. Questioning room. Chen Kji asked for a cup of coffee. No sugar added. The metal spoon clanking and stirring the walls of the cup. The 2 Amy families were also brought in, and together they described the whole cause of the incident. Manhwa explained the causes and consequences. In addition to his own eating pills and hard-to-carry bullets intentionally concealed, all other honestly explained clearly. The 2 officers flew through the records, with the law enforcement recorder on next to them. Captain, come here for a moment. A police officer at the door looked grave. Xiao Jiangwo was suspicious, but he got up and walked to the door. What are you doing? Are you still a servant of the people? The officer looked around and pulled out a clear plastic bag with several deformed bullet heads scattered inside. Boss, the comrades from the Criminal Investigation Division have preliminarily determined that the gun in the brawler's hand is real. And it's not an empty shell. It's a real bullet. Xiao Jiangwo took the small transparent bag containing the bullet head and scrutinized it. Sure it was found at the scene? Well, the police officer's voice was lowered and ambushed Xiao Jiangwo's ear. That person nicknamed Brother Dog explained at the hospital that the other party, who is invulnerable to knives and guns, carries bullets in his flesh. Stop bull ******* ting here. Xiao Jiangwo pulled the corner of his mouth. Arrangements have been made for him to have a psychiatric evaluation. But boss, he's not the only one who said so. Several of the injured ones, all said so. It's like he's seen a ghost. Too bad there's no surveillance at the crime scene. It's not as if one man fighting 7 or 8 thugs. Historically, hasn't happened before. Carrying bullets in the flesh? Thanks to them for thinking of it. Team Xiao, the director told you to go to the city bureau for a meeting immediately. Someone from Kyoto is coming. Also, the bureau said that this case will be taken over by someone from the province in a while. Xiao Jiangwo suddenly inclined his head and shouted at the inquiry officer. Xiao Zhang, go check to see if they're wearing bulletproof vests or something. At that moment, footsteps sounded outside the door. With an anxious face, He Wei ran into the police station in a hurry. Comrade officer, I'm Chen Armor Wood's manager, He Wei of Camel Media. Here's my business card. What happened? Xiao Jiangwo looked at him with a sideways glance, and the man in a suit was well-mannered. An agent? Isn't he a Taoist priest? Why does he have an agent? He's filming here? Oh, right after the statement. I'll tell you what. This case is a bit confusing. Outside the door 2 co-workers who came back from the hospital were holding a bag of beef burritos, and before they entered the room, the aroma wafted through the room. Team Xiao, Master Yu from the city hospital came and brought us burnt cookies for the office. Xiao Jiangwo's eyes lit up and he immediately trotted to welcome the old doctor, who was both respectful and grateful. Last year, if it is not this old man you righteous hand, to help their 8-year-old son Bone, I guess, will be sent to the province to have major surgery. Not allowed to leave the crutches for the rest of his life. Yo, Dr. You, what brings you here? A bright laugh came from the doorway. Ha ha ha, xiao xiao ah. I came to see if you guys have a Taoist priest named Chen Jiamu here. Chapter 43, Master Chen. The old man's bow. This kind of vicious incident will have such a great social impact that the city will have to write a review. This year's Civilized City Awards are a no-brainer. Someone's got a gun. Gun control is extremely strict in China. Where did he get it? What do you want to do? Behind any gang? This is worth intriguing. No matter how you ask. It seems as if Manhwa and Chen Imu's side both fall under the categories of bravery and self-defense. In the inquiry room, at the door, an old man with white hair walks in. The old man stopped at the doorway, and his eyes immediately fell on the young man in the Taoist robe, for the simple reason that the robe was too conspicuous. Old man, you smiled and performed a ziwu xie, which is a traditional Taoist ceremonial gesture. The full name is called Taiji Yin and Yang Ziwu Xie, the so-called 10 Taoist 9 doctors, learning Chinese medicine, naturally have dabbled in Taoist classics. The Zi and Wu symbolize the balance and harmony of Yin and Yang in the 12 earthly branches of the ancient world, representing the alternation of Yin and Yang, water and fire, respectively. Left hand outside, right hand inside, both palms facing inward, left thumb pinching the tip of the middle finger, right thumb pinching the root of the left ring finger. Put your arms around each other and place them in front of your chest. Young Taoist Master Chen. The old man has bowed. Chen Jiamu sipped a mouthful of coffee, inclined his head to look. The old man kind eyebrows. A large age. The spirit is still bright. Smile and she. A moment. Let Chen Jiamu remember his own master. Chen Shiliang. Chen Keijai smiled and nodded. The old man knows me? He. I don't know you. However, I recognize your tendon-splitting hand. Yu Beidou smiled, as if he had seen an old acquaintance, and took a few steps forward, sitting on the sofa next to the inquiry room. This, officer, is affecting your work, right? Yu Beidou suddenly remembered that this was a serious place. Oh, it doesn't matter. I just happen to have finished recording as well. Then who? Xiao Zhang, make a cup of tea for the old man. There's a convenience service station outside. Will you go sit over there? After a few people signed without error, they were sent to the next door convenience station by the police officers, because the case was not yet over. A few people could not leave Green Elm City for the time being, and had the obligation to be summoned at any time. He Wei, outside the courtyard, looked at his watch, calculating the time, saw Chen Jiamu out, immediately asked, Master Dao, I just inquired. We belong to the righteousness and courage. The problem is not big. If that side wants to prosecute, I have a classmate who is a gold medal lawyer of the Nanchang lawyer's office. A phone call. All right, thank you. You make the arrangements. Chen Imu nodded his head. The match over there is still an hour away from kicking off. Would you like to prepare in advance? He Wei asked tentatively. No need. I'll take your car in a while. Chen Armorwood's long-awaited martial arts conference mission can finally begin. Taking the championship was just a matter of time. And once he got the championship, which on the system side was equivalent to becoming a martial arts ally, he could directly open up immortal cultivation. At that point, winning or losing a lawsuit no longer matters. Chen Jiamu suddenly remembered that not long ago, after he pushed the basketball hoop, Chen Shiliang had a private discussion with him about the Tao Te Ching chapter 31. Soldiers are ominous weapons, not the weapons of a gentleman. If you have no choice but to use it, tranquility is the most important thing. Victory is not beautiful, but the beauty of the person is happy to kill. If you are happy to kill people, you cannot get the world to carry on. When a person crosses the hierarchy and reaches some kind of supreme position, it is easy to be controlled by the power or force in their hands. Chen Armorwood, the Taoist heart is correct. Say it is go or say it is good. He did not become a slayer after all because he carries a supreme divine power. At that time, after Chen Shiliang had worshipped his ancestor, he was like a different person, and could be said to be both a teacher and a friend to Chen Armorwood. Amu Ah. The master firmly believes that you are the reincarnation of an immortal, only that you have not yet awakened the memories of your past life. You may have the power to move mountains and fill up the sea in the future, as well as the aptitude to move mountains and split up the earth. So do not be controlled by the power to control your own Tao heart. It's hard to get through the hurdles. It is hard to make things happen, and it is hard to make things happen. Master, when I've refined the marrow cleansing pill, you'll be able to cultivate immortality as well. Then Master will worship you at that time. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. On the ridge, came the master and the two unbridled laughter. Taoist, sometimes just don't care about red tape. Free and easy. Chen Armorwood still had a lot of respect for this master who lived in seclusion on the mountain. and instead of going to Wudong Mountain to enjoy the offerings by virtue of his seniority, he opened an ordinary Taoist training class down the mountain, doing everything as he pleased and helping some people who were temporarily defeated by the world. Master Dao! Master Dao! He Wei plucked up his voice. Chen Keijai returned to his senses and smiled faintly. I'm going to go out front and drive in the Walmart underground parking lot. I'll pick you up and take you there in a few minutes. Aha! He Wei turned around, hurriedly left the door of the police station. There is no parking space on the side of the road. He Wei helpless, and do not dare to park the car blocking the road. Can only go to the nearest parking lot? That, too, have to walk for 10 minutes. There is really no way. Ma Huayun sent the Ame couple to the door, and the honest Wang Xiaofang was so grateful that he directly knelt down to Ma Huayun in front of the police station. Can't even pull it up. Brother Ma, you'll be my own brother from now on. I, Wang Xiaofang, am your younger brother. If I charge you money when you come to eat at our restaurant in the future, I'm not human. Ma brother, what also do not say. Ping Shui met. You righteous hand, but also let Lu Biao gang of moneylenders and est. I, thank you. Wang Xiaofang voice more and more choked, kneeling on the ground, holding Ma Huayun's legs. Snot and tears wiped his pants leg. Well, brother, you get up. He was an airburst bomb. I'm not as powerful as you think. In fact, I'm not as good as you. May, take your old husband, help up. Ma Huayun smiled. The smile was a bit bitter and helpless. Mr. Yun, Ma, I didn't see you wrong. May took a step back and gave Ma Huayun a heavy bow. Tears seized her eyes and dripped onto the back of her own husband's head. Two people, neither of whom opened their mouths to exchange contact information. After hesitating for 10 seconds or so, Aim's face had returned to its original color when she raised her head again. May, add brother Ma's WeChat. My cell phone is dead. Wang Xiaofang reminded. Well, May picked up the phone with the cracked screen, scanned the code, and added Ma Huayun's WeChat. She smiled at Ma Huayun, assisted her husband, and got into a cab. Ma Huayun inclined his head to look at the police station compound. A Taoist-robed Qin Jiamu with a smile in the corner of his eye. At this moment, Yu Beta carried half a bag of oranges and waved his hand. Little Taoist Chen, come, eat the orange. An old man and a young man didn't go into the convenience hall and sat down on the steps by the flower bed in the compound. Old man Yu peeled his own orange and handed Qin Jiamu a petal. Sweet, young Taoist Master Chen. May I ask what the honorable master's name is? Wudong, Chen Xiliang. Old man Yu smacked his lips, thinking that he hadn't heard of this one. Or was he just old and insular? Did you learn your splitting hands from him? No. Who taught you that? I comprehended it myself. With a snort, old man Yu, who had been unperturbed by the situation, almost spat out a mouthful of orange. Chapter 44, let's go to the game. In no time, He Wei drove the car to the entrance of the compound, honked the horn, turned on the double flashers, and rolled down the window. Master Dao, this is only temporary parking. Forgive me if I can't come down and open the door for you. Chen Jiamu got into the car with Ma Huayun and was just about to close the door when Yu Beidu, the old man, hurriedly followed him, knocked on the car window and grinned. Take me with you. Old man, I'm off work and I don't have much to do. Can I join you for the fun? Surprised, He Wei glanced back from the driver's seat to Chen Aimu, as if asking for his opinion. Without saying anything more, Chen Aimu pulled open the car door and let the old man in. To tell you a couple of backwoods men. When I was young, the old man I learned a few tricks, and in those chaotic times, it was good to know some kung fu to save your life. He Wei only roughly understood that this old Chinese doctor, who seemed to be in good spirits, was one of the more famous returning professors at the city hospital. It seems that he and Master Dao are quite compatible, and the two of them are like a forgotten friend. Yu Beta took out his own elderly cell phone and clattered it a few times. Sitting in the back, with a big grin, he made a phone call. Inside the house. You'll pick up the grandkids later. Playing mahjong? You won't leave early. Good. Okay, I'll get it. Beep. Old man, you hung up the phone. Day Chun, do you sometimes take indirect mill? Picking up a client. Fine. You're busy. I'll take it. Beep. Old man, you hung up the phone again. Hey, Tonely. Nothing. What are you doing? Oh, a meeting. Oh, what time to get off? Well, it's fine. I'll go pick up Milo. Beep. Old man, you hung up the phone again double time. Rather helplessly. He Wei coughed a few times and asked kindly. Dr. You, where does your grandson go to school? Victory Road Elementary School in front. Immediately after school point. Old man Yu, whose phone hadn't been dialed out yet, looked up and asked. Posterity. Want it? Success. It doesn't matter if we take it on the way. That's a good feeling. Old man Yu was pleased, and took a handful of melons out of his pocket and put them in the cup holder in the center armrest in front of him. Split another handful between Chen Keijai and Ma Huayun. Want some melon? Young man, I remember you. If anyone in the family has a headache or fever and needs to go to the city hospital, give me a call. I'm well acquainted with the directors of several departments. Gu, with a word from you, the Tarzan, He Wei, am just happy to receive it every day. Old master, leave a contact information in a while, and some other day when I have time, I'll treat you to a fishing trip. Old man Yu smiled and nodded, looking out the car window at the traffic, just waiting for a red light. He Wei braked and picked up a melon in his hand to get high. Master Yu, what grade is your grandson in? 3rd grade. Naughty. Field day today. School gets out 2 hours early. He Wei barfed on his melon, spitting the shells out the car window. A traffic cop stood at the car window and saluted. Hello comrade, please do not eat when driving well. Also spit. Do not know we create a civilized city this year ah? Everyone immediately smiled, put their hands together and smiled. I was wrong. School road ahead. Watch out for standardized driving. You've worked hard. The traffic cop saluted again and busied himself with directing the crowded traffic. He Wei parked the car on the side of the road. An old man Yu got out of the car nimbly, and in no time at all, led his eldest grandson to the car. The young man was wearing a school uniform and knew the old man 7 or 8 times. Hello brother. Hello uncle. Hello uncle. Very polite greeting to the people in the car. This is my grandson, nicknamed Milu. Old man Yu introduced. Milu blinked her big eyes and looked curiously at Chen Jiamu, who was dressed in Taoist robes, with an envious gaze in her eyes. Big brother, are you a Taoist priest? Chen Keijai thought for a moment. Sort of. Phew, cool, can I touch your shirt? Chen Keijai nodded. Mile really touched Chen Armorwood's Taoist robe and exclaimed, do you have a magic weapon? Can you catch a piao? Chen Keijai shook his head. Milo inclined his head toward his grandfather and said, Grandpa, where are we going? Go to the TV station. Watch martial arts programs. The little kid clapped his hands in excitement. Really? That can be fake. Look at the kung fu of this Taoist brother of yours, Tai Jiquan, specializing in beating foreign devils. Phew, the little kid's eyes glowed and quickly dimmed again. But, I haven't done my homework yet. Right my ass. Tomorrow Saturday, a bunch of homework every day. Can't you just have fun and not write? But, have to go to piano and drawing classes tomorrow. It's okay, I'll let you nurse and look up the answers online for you. So we'll just copy them. Okay. The car passed the school road and soon got into the fast lane and winded up. It was only a 7 or 8 minute drive to the city gym. Several people got off one after another. He Wei showed his work permit and led a group of people, not buying tickets, directly taking the employee channel. Soon arrived backstage. In the ring, the host, Lu Mei, is summarizing the results of the last match, and it's time to interact with the audience. Even if it's a group stage, this is a regular tournament. There were also many spectators on the scene, with cameras set up at all angles, television, and synchronized live broadcasts on the internet. The effect of pulling full circle. Well, viewers on the field and in front of the TV, here comes the long-awaited traditional martial arts competition. I'll announce the first to come out. The red side contestant from Manhwa City, Lu Weixing, Wing Chun, against the blue player from Confidence City, Tai Jiquan enthusiast, Chen Keijai. Please prepare yourselves. Because of the special nature of traditional martial arts, gloves and protective gear are worn at the discretion of the participants. Phew, there was a cheer from the stage. After all, it was rare to see this kind of traditional martial arts competition on TV. Moreover, the organizers completely follow the ancient law. Do not set any weight class, boxing division, as long as they think they can fight. Through the election registration selection, can come to fight the preliminary round. The tournament is based on an elimination system, with the group stage being decided in one game, with the winners advancing and the losers being automatically eliminated. Wait a minute, I have a question. MS Neo, a kung fu enthusiast on the stage, with a design of Tai Chi plastered on the left side of his face and the 5-star red flag on the right, shouted aloud as he got a microphone from somewhere. What can I do for you? Lu Mei made a gesture of invitation. I've heard that this so-called Wing Chun contestant, Lu Weixin, used to fight free sparring, which, in my opinion, is unfair to the traditional martial arts. Oh, this gentleman, you need to speak responsibly. I can be sure of that. Lu Mei was just about to speak, but she heard in her headset, He Wei's reminder. Beautiful. It's no problem. The rules aren't that strict to fight. Lu Mei maintained her professional smile and said aloud back. Traditional martial arts. Profound, drawing on the strengths of various schools, is also allowed. After all, there is no one to stipulate that the practice of combat cannot learn Wing Chun. This gentleman, do you think so? The audience on stage was dumbfounded for a moment. Lu Mei listened to Yiwei's prompts in her headset and finished one sentence at a time. Backstage, Yiwei smiled and looked at Chen Jiamu Master Dao. Is that alright? That way when the time comes for you to fight Western Fist, it will make more sense. Chen Imu nodded and gave a thumbs up to Yiwei. The ghost boy. Ma Huayun laughed. Mr. Don't say that you arranged this audience, right? Yiwei smiled but didn't answer. Ding. Host detected participating in the martial arts conference. Main quest, fight the heroes, become the martial arts ally, and open the cultivation of immortality. Chapter 45, The Sect in Distress, 3,000 words big chapter. Wulin Feng people's big ring, not only professional fighters, but also from the folk of the transmission of martial arts enthusiasts. There is no shortage of certain deep-seated kung fu masters in this mixed bag of venues, probably because of the group stage. The auditorium was not full, and the tickets were more conscientious 88 yuan apiece, which is only 49.9 yuan with the jitterbug group buy. For that matter, there were at least half of the empty seats, and the traditional martial arts circle, in the end, was still a relatively niche circle compared to mainstream culture. The organizer's ring is also inclined to retro style, built with anti-corrosive wood, surrounded by hemp rope as a guardrail, if not for the spotlights and cameras in all directions. Open the ring alone. Quite a kung fu movie in the Zhenghu atmosphere. Even the wrestling babes used to set the mood don't wear bikinis anymore. Changed into Chinese dresses, antique, and held up signs written in traditional Chinese characters. Several classical women danced an opening dance, with pipa music in the background. Ambush on 10 faces. Red side representative Lu Weixing, originally 70 kilograms. Free combat Guangnan province athletes. The size of the competition also participated in several times. And then the team group to go to Hong Kong side of the exchange of learning. Did not think that Lu Weixing in a party? Befriended the Yi department of the passerby. Obsessed with the transmission of the martial arts. Learned 3 years of Wing Chun. Wing Chun, belonging to the Southern Fist, to close the short punch-based, flexible and changeable moves. Focusing on the coordination of hands and feet. Pay attention to the power of the inch power. Rigid and flexible. Tight defense. Even the elimination of the fight. Good at weak to win. And focus on the application of the actual combat. Which stall hand, bladder hand, ambidextrous hand is the main one, with the Japanese character punch, often close to a set of moves over, either take away the enemy, or take away themselves. In the ring, the spirited young man with short hair, wearing black breeches over a white practice jersey, landed on the stage with a burst of help and 2 somersaults in the air. Who? Lu Weixing learned a strange cry from Bruce Lee, quite satisfied with his stance just now. Jumped a few times on the stage, stretching his arms and legs, doing warm-up exercises. The host's voice rang out in the arena. This is the red contestant. Wing Chun, Lu Weixing. Sure enough, it's a traditional martial art, really as light as a swallow. Lu Weixing took several deep breaths. He was wearing a 5-finger glove, which could protect the back of the hand and wrist, and did not impede the dexterity of the 5 fingers. And now we have the blue contestant, Tai Jiquan, Chen Keijai. A Taoist robe of Chen armor would slowly walked up to the ring. His pace is very light. Standing on the stage, slightly thin figure in the wide Taoist robe, but also has a different kind of sense of dust. Someone off stage recognized it and started whispering. Hey, isn't that the internet star from before? Yeah, I've seen it at the audition. I was there at the time, and it was bullish. Kawa Baron. Can't see that's deliberate hype. A slap in the face of people who can't get out of their own way. Think it's a movie. Yes, the little Taoist priest who was beating people into spinning gyroscopes at the time. Snort, this is a regular competition. And this is coming up here to be funny? Lu Weixing won't go along with the show. Chen Armorwood gazed at the audience. His 5 senses instantly enlarged several times, ignoring the skepticism from the audience. Across the room, Lu Weixing finished warming up and smiled crookedly and lightly. Ha, Tai Chi? Hey, little Taoist, how long have you been practicing Tai Chi? Hey, you talk? Chen Armorwood still ignored it, his chi running through his body. He just wanted to end the tournament early. According to what Yiwei said, the tournament would start with the top 16, then play into the top 8, top 4, and so on all the way to the finals. In fact, for Chen Armorwood, who the opponent was and how many people there were, it didn't matter anymore. If it was possible, he really wanted to let everyone go together. Finish the fight earlier. Finish the mission earlier. I will now announce the start of the match. The host's voice rang out from the arena. Because it is a passing of the martial arts competition, There is no referee in the ring. In line with the principle of point to point, with the gong ringing as a signal, a small lady in Chinese dress, a gong, duong sound, the competition began. We'll learn to catcall together, meow together, and pout before your eyes. Meow meow meow. Chen Jiamu's cell phone rang. Hello, brother Gue Wu. Gue Wu's voice on the phone was urgent and panicked. Senior, something's wrong. What's wrong? A few foreigners have come to Zhou village, yelling that they want to kick the school, saying that the master is a trickster god, cheating Evelyn or something, and now they're arguing, and they're about to make a move. It's fierce. Did you call the police? Reported. There is no police station near Zhoutsuan. The police can't come at all for a while. Senior brother, you come back quickly. They said to wait for 10 minutes at most, or else they will use the electric baton to electrocute the master, saying that they want the master to try what is called the Western Thunder Law. I'll be right there. Beeping. Chen Imu hung up the phone, looking grave. Ding. Branch quest. Clan attacked. Hey, this is a match. Why are you still answering the phone? Lu Weixin had the feeling that his dignity had been insulted. For the first time, impatience welled up on Chen Armorwood's face. Lu Weixin posed as Ip Man, said faintly, under Lu Weixin, after the division of Hong Kong IP June, IP Sanping closed disciple, specializing in Wing Chun, the only thing on Chen Xiao, the standard finger. Ouch. I go, help ah. Taiji Cloud hands, one sleeve to set the stage. Below the ring, two well-known commentators, are commentating on the event to a live audience. Commentator David Zhang, oh, the People's Big Ring. If you have talent, you come. Welcome to the First People's Grand Tournament Competition Program. I'm commentator Zhang Dawei. I'm the commentator. Qi Yongguang. Yongguang ah. I still favor Wing Chun players. Ha, where is the person? 3 seconds ago. Chen Armor would steeply forward. A wave of the sleeve. Lu Weixin directly take off in place, was flipped and flew to the stage. With a ghostly cry in the air, he crashed into the audience. Alive or dead? Audience, clueless. Guide, clueless. Even Yi Wei, who was in the background, was confused. The two commentators, having just adjusted their microphones, look up at the ring and realize that Wing Chun contestant Lu Weixin has disappeared. They looked at each other, confused. On the huge LED screen at back of the ring, a replay of what had just happened appeared, and Chen Jiamu, dressed in a Taoist robe, moved forward at breakneck speed, waved his sleeve, and with a slap, he pushed Lu Weixin directly away, falling off the stage. The whole process took less than 3 seconds, and some viewers even just glanced down at their cell phones and looked up again to find that the match was over. Chen Amu hurriedly shouted to the backstage, "Manager I have something to do." Wait! A man in sportswear jumped into the ring. He was Lu Weixin's master, Yip Sanping, the Wing Chun Grandmaster level of the world. What's the trick? I'll fight you. Chen Armorwood glanced back and suddenly moved forward, waving his large sleeve as an invisible true chi swept in. Yi Sanping two-word pincer sheep horse steady. 20 years as one-day horse stance kung fu, categorically is not a waste of time. He sideways to unload the force. Retreat 3 steps back. Stand steadily. An unbelievable sense of horror appeared in his eyes. What's the situation? The other party's spaced-out sleeve was so amazing. Is this a human being? Chen Jiamu anxious to return to Zhou village, which Baron Thin have moved to these mole crickets to fight mouth. See, the other party was not lifted over by the true chi. One hand into a palm, forcibly suppressed the internal force to the 2 layers, descending the dragon 18 palms. Dragon war in the field offering. The dragon warriors are in the field. The name comes from the I Ching. Koangua, the dragon fights in the field. Its blood is yellow. This move is extremely powerful, and when performed, it looks as if 2 divine dragons are fighting to the death in the wilderness. After the suppression of the dragon battle in the field, naturally did not hit the true chi condensed light dragon, but the entire stadium, vaguely ringing the sound of the dragon, the light bulb flickering and shaking, like an earthquake. Chen Armorwood launched a palm with one hand, and before the palm arrived, the palm wind came first. Yi Sanping clothes, hair, was blown by the wind backward fluttering decision. He instinctively make Wing Chun stalling hand, feel wrong instantly change bladder hand, and then change the ambidextrous hand. 3 techniques limit pull. The other side of the palm speed is not fast, but with a god blocking to kill the god of the momentum. Chen Armorwood's eyes narrowed slightly, feeling that this palm, even if it suppressed internal force, was still not something that mortal flesh could resist, and immediately oriented downward, attacking the opponent's chest to turn to the ground. With a palm strike, the floor of the ring, which was made of antiseptic wood spliced together, immediately cracked. Wooden pieces splashed everywhere, and Yi Sanping was sent flying by the aftermath, smashing underneath the ring, just like his disciple. The field is silent. Chen Armorwood collected his power and hurriedly ran to the backstage manager. Drive! Ha! He Wei was confused. Drive! Take me to Chotsuan. Right now! What's wrong? Seen your brother? Ma Huayun asked anxiously. It was the first time he had seen Chen Armorwood lose his temper. There are a few people who want to electrocute Master with electric batons. I'll go take care of it. Chen Armorwood casually picked up a bottle of mineral water and drank it all in one go. I'll go with you. You stay here. If there's a reporter or something interviewing you in a while, you'll help me deal with it. Remember, you can't spoil the next match. It's very important to me. He Wei, which dared to be stubborn, heard Chen Jiamu command, immediately took to running to go to the parking lot. At the moment he will directly drive the car violation to the backstage entrance. Master Dao, get in. Chen Armorwood made an assisted run. His figure flashed, and his body jumped in directly through the rear window. Where to? Master Dao, He Wei asked. Shashon, Wanhyang Dashu class. Without asking any more questions, He Wei kicked the gas and rushed out onto the road. It's rush hour at the moment, and downtown is jammed up a bunch. He Wei frantically tapped the horn and honked in all directions. Still not helping. There seems to be a cutoff in front of us. It's blocked. Master Dao, wait. I'll see if I can make a detour. Chen Jiamu sat in the back and said faintly, open the sunroof. Ha! Chen Keijai casually picked up the Ultraman mask that Hoyu Beidu's grandson had left in the car and put it on his face. Open the skylight. He Wei pushed the sunroof button, but a young man wearing a Taoist robe and an Ultraman mask was seen leaping up from the sunroof of a Range Rover, stepping through a long line of traffic jams and stepping through the air. Horns were honking and screaming wherever they went. Two sweaty traffic cops, who were clearing the congested traffic, blew their whistles. Comrade, danger. The man who tapped the roof of the car and sped all the way, suddenly turned back, wearing an Ultraman mask face, extraordinarily flamboyant in the setting sun. Chapter 46, Young Men's Courage. Jotsuan, Wanhyang Taoist Seminar. A yellow-haired man from Los Angeles stood in the playground compound, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, svelte, wiping the corners of his mouth with a clean white napkin. Behind him are two expressionless bodyguards. Evelyn, my little sheep, I think you've been brainwashed by this Chinese monkey. Evelyn hid behind Chen Xiliang with a face full of disinterest. Hair as golden as the waves of wheat, shimmering in the caress of the sun. White cheeks, a few playful little freckles, adding a touch of unique flavor of innocence. Winston, shut your smug mouth. I have my own choices and I'm willing to learn kung fu here. Evelyn's tone was firm. Winston shrugged, casually discarding the napkin stained with his lipstick. My dear little sheep, I can't even imagine the look on Leonardo's face if the family knew you were farming and herding cattle in a place like this. All these Chinese monkeys do is jump around. None of them can fight. Evelyn casually picked up the dustpan on her left and threw it. Don't use Leonardo on me. For your information, Winston, my master knows kung fu. The dustpan spun and flew, and a black-clad bodyguard standing behind Winston waved his hand out of the way, his eyes glaring menacingly at the fuming Yu. A step forward. The one-armed Gu Wu, who hadn't moved, also took a step forward. Akuna and Tom, squatting on the ground, holding their heads with their hands, their faces swollen and bruised. Their three foreigners had been digging ground vegetables by the ridge, ready to make ground vegetable dumplings together in the evening. Meet Winston, who has come across the ocean to take Evelyn back. There was a fight, and Tom and Akuna were finished. Because of Evelyn's special status, no one dared to make a move against her. It's just that this foreigner chick is really stubborn and won't go back. That's what brought us to this point. Chen Xiliang did not move like a mountain. His lean face still had a breezy expression. This Mr. What? Everyone has the right to pursue their own life. Since Evelyn paid money with me, I have to be responsible for her. If she is not willing to go back on her own, no one can force her. After Chen Xiliang finished speaking, he turned his head to look at Tom and Akuna, who were crouching with their hands on their heads, and asked, what about you two? Tom was startled and opened his mouth, but ultimately didn't speak. Scornful of the man named Winston, the sky-high son of the family that had only a hand in Los Angeles, Akuna poked Tom with his elbow and spoke. Master, we can't afford to mess with the family. So, Master, forgive us, Evelyn, but you'd better come back with us. The little dark-skinned man compromised gutlessly. Winston shrugged, full of concern. Old leather boots, come let me see your Chinese kung fu. How many minutes can you last in Andre's hands? Old leather boots, is Winston's honorific for Chen Xiliang. Iron Dragon took a step forward and said aloud, asshole. The three brothers of the Long Wei Martial Hall clasped their fists at Chen Xiliang. Iron Dragon, Chicken, Zhang Ziong, request to fight. Iron Dragon, Chicken, and Zhang Ziong had been living in isolation in the Taoist training class for some time, and had already martialized themselves, and even their speech and movements were always imitators of the ancients. They thought that this was the only way to feel, so that they could comprehend the inner work and the real martial arts. Chen Shilian's eyelids twitched, almost amused by these three living treasures as he inclined his head towards Gue Wu. Gue Wu, have you gotten in touch with Koshiki yet? Gue Wu let out an "oh." I've already called Master Chen, and he said he'll be right there. I told my senior brother that these foreigners, they are going to electrocute the master with electric batons, and I think that he will come back at all costs. Chen Shilian was speechless for a while, and had no way at all to deal with this seemingly naive and foolish disciple who was actually very wise. Shorty, when did we say we were going to electrocute old leather boots? I'm not a pervert, and I have no intention of dealing with the Chinese police. Winston listened in disbelief. Chen Shilian chest, smilingly said, "Gentlemen, wait a moment. A moment. You and my disciple to play a game. Win. Poor road at your disposal." Winston covered his mouth and laughed lightly with a condescending expression. Old leather boots. These two behind me. One of them served in the Marines and is well versed in all kinds of combat techniques. The other, who works as a mercenary trainer for the Wagner Group. They do it, it's no joke. Not the playfulness of you Chinese monkeys, kids. Who will see blood? Chen Shiliang is still a smiling expression. Not a problem. Not a problem. Young people are brave. See some blood is also understandable. Come into the house and drink some tea. Let's drink while waiting. Little sheep, you have to understand that the movie and reality are two worlds, Winston said gently to Evelyn. Humph, my senior brother Chen Armorwood is invincible. Winston, there's a saying in the country of China. It's called a toad buried in a deep well. Oh no, it's a frog at the bottom of the well. Oh, then I'm looking forward to it even more. At this time, the sound of breaking air sounded in the distance. A young man wearing a Taoist robe, stepping in the air, crossing the big iron gate, lightly pointing the eaves, a few ups and downs, floating. Chapter 47, Manhwa, I'll go. Screwed up. City Gym, backstage at the People's Grandstand program. Everyone's staff was also confused, and the group turned their attention to Yue, who hurried back. The project of passing the martial arts tournament is the flag bearer that Mr. He personally did. From the stage construction, the staff's costumes, as well as the marketing program before and after, are all Mr. He's heart and soul to be the first to lead the group to do together. Originally, the first few tournaments, the effect was good. A few athletes who practiced traditional martial arts, a move, but also really have a little bit of the flavor of the Jianghu. The heat has been building since the morning start, and has even had ratings that exceed those of the free-for-all next door. I did not expect that the afternoon scene directly from the martial arts to the metaphysical, a sleeve slap flying people. Understandable. Just as with the show to engage in program effects, logically there is no problem. What the hell was a slap that sent chunks of wood splattering across the floor? And even the roar of an unknown beast coming from the venue? How can this be explained? The auras revived? The fallout shook off the Wing Chun martial arts master from Hong Kong. And the two parties, who had already left in an ambulance, were still in a coma. Some self-published media outlets followed the ambulance live throughout in order to capitalize on this wave of hotness. The good thing is that the two Wing Chun practitioners only suffered some trauma, and a slight concussion. And the reason for their coma was that they were overly shocked. They'd been transferred to the psychiatric department for brain CTs. The back door was jammed with crowds, martial arts enthusiasts, spectators, journalists, and self-publishing media professionals went crazy. The security guards on the scene struggled to maintain order, red-faced and wincing from the crowds. Guys, don't crowd. Don't step on my foot. Our mister. He will come out in a moment to explain why. Ouch me. Who touched me? Forced by the pressure from above. Wei temporarily announced a press conference to explain with the public what had just happened. There was a series of questioning up there asking what the hell was going on with Wei? Where did this player go? Just drove him wherever. Etc. Explode in place. Take off in place. Play what high tech? Is it a crane? What kind of mechanism has been installed under the ring? This is a regular TV program. And it's promoting superstition, isn't it? Do you play like this for the sake of heat? Don't tell me that all this is true. That this Chen Keijai is a superhero or something. It's okay to lie to the netizens, but don't fool your own people. Do you still want to do your job? Wei of Camelot Media? Do you still want to host this event? Temporary rest hall for spectators with a few tables set up. Reporters hooted and hollered and crowded in. A dozen microphones were stretched across Wei's face. Network public opinion like a tidal wave began to erupt. Some people directly on the spot to open a live broadcast, hanging on the small yellow car, borrowing the wave of traffic began to bring goods. Wei ahead of too big. He really did not expect a small master will be so a whole. Not a little bit of good fight it? We are not saying that we are low profile. We are restrained. We are steady to get a national championship. The world champion also line Shao Dao master, what urgent matters can be said there is no need to appear on the scene so explosive. In case the relevant departments come, will not be in trouble? Will it alert the 749th Bureau? A bunch of people were gathered around the launch site, and there was a lot of noise. Mr. Would you please explain what just happened? Is Chun Armor a supernatural person? Excuse me, is this the effect you designed for the show? We, the public, have to have the right to know? Excuse me, is this a paranormal event? Chen Kajai, the world is invincible. Who picks my pants? I told you long ago that I, karmic brother, am the reincarnation of the true martial emperor, and what I posted before is true, not special effects, and you mole crickets don't even believe it. I, Kabuto, am a cultivator of immortality. Where are the brainwashed? What kind of era is this? You've swiped too many short videos, haven't you? In the age of science, there are no fairies. It's all fake. It's all an illusion. Then explain to me why there are dragon chants in the real world. It can also send people flying with a slap. Mom, I can't tell the difference. I really can't? Where's the psycho? Fork it out. In the crowd, there was a lot of talk about everything. He sighed as he pushed through the crowd and squeezed onto the stage. He looked at Manhwa, who was calm and collected next to him, with a consultative gaze. On the platform stood Manhwa, and the old Chinese Dr. Ubedo holding his big grandson, blocked on the platform, completely unable to get out. Grandpa, I want to eat KFC. Ubedo's grandson's stomach grumbled. Shama the old man I just eyes flour. Small chin Taoist that is not a split tendon wrong bone hand that is simply chin koan denua Manhwa, comparing an okay gesture of having me here, smiled faintly. Old man, calm down. I have a lollipop here, so you can give it to your grandson first. Countless cameras, cell phone lenses, frantically shooting at the few people above the stage. Mr. Now, hand over the scene to me. Manhwa extended his hand and glanced at the microphone in Hiwei's hand. Master Yun. Hiwei didn't hesitate and handed it over. He now calls Manhwa not Brother Ma anymore, but Master Yun, which fits Manhwa's temperament. Manhwa took the microphone and blew out a few breaths. Senior brother, don't worry, I'll make sure to let you play smoothly until the finals. I have 9 scenarios that will stabilize these mortals. Manhwa cleared his throat. Hoo. Ladies and gentlemen of the media world, I'm Taiji Qinjiamu's senior brother. My name is Manhwa, and I will explain the phenomenon of the blow-up in the match just now. The stage was momentarily quiet, but after a few seconds, someone shouted, Holy, Ma Yun is here. Are you hard of hearing? He said his name was Manhwa Teng. All stop bleeping and listen to what Musk has to say. A couple of people who were watching were up in arms and whistling, slightly embarrassed. Manhwa glared at the several dilettantes who were coaxing next to him, wanting to have them forked out. Cut stomach. Traditional martial arts. Profound and profound. The so-called sky outside the sky. People outside the people. Foreign barbarians' culture invasion of Manhwa. Mr. Hiwei's great righteousness. In order to promote traditional culture. Revive the confidence of the countrymen. Vomit. Remove all difficulties. Organize this martial arts competition. Mr. Be worthy of the imperial temple. Manhwa shouted aloud. Hiwei's eyelids twitched, and he said, Master Yin, don't mess with me. I just simply want to make money. Don't put me on my fire roast. Don't tell me, it's really quiet down there. But there's a point. It doesn't explain the supernatural event that just happened. My senior brother, Chen Armor Wood, is a supreme Tai Chi master. He comes from the Yuan Hong Dao cultivation class like me, and fights. Naturally, can fight drops? It's just that just now, that fight where the ring floor cracked and the wooden blocks splattered, was touching the mechanism at the beginning. Wait, I know what you're going to ask, just hear me out. First of all, that's because of the organs installed underneath, because we originally planned to have a program that was after the competition. We invited the Shaolin Wushu monk troupe to perform the 18 bronze men formation, similar to the one used for drama performances, but as you can see, there was an accident at the scene. Also, the dragon's roar before the explosion is our sound effects artist, who downloaded the special effects sounds in advance, all for the show. Immediately, someone below was unconvinced and shouted, Nonsense! Then you translate. In the beginning, how did he slap someone away with his sleeve? No science. Translate. The following ones shouted together in an uproar. Manhwa was confident. Gentlemen, in ancient times, there was a hegemonic giant tripod. Today there is Taiji for 2 pounds. Think of the past. Yang Luchan. A move of the bird does not fly. can also be explained by science? Many of you here are even passing the martial arts. That Chinese medicine meridians, acupuncture, can also be explained by science? The following people were momentarily speechless, and some, surprisingly, showed expressions of deep thought. Brothers, I just googled the previous video. This Taiji Chen Karmu is a student of Zhoutsu in Yuan Hong Dao cultivation class. Come on, let's go take a look. Go to Zhou village. He just said they were all in some kind of Taoist training class. What if there really are Jedi masters in this world? Reasonable. The crowd dispersed a good portion of the way, and the crowd set off toward the village of Zhou. Manhwa slapped his head inside darkly. I'm going to go in it up. Mister. Drive. Back to Zhou village. He rubbed his hair vigorously. Good. Beta came over and said with an excited face, piggyback me. I'll go too. Manhwa dialed Chen Keijai's phone. Hey, Sifu. It's not good. Lots of reporters, spectators and whatnot. This is going to be a dojo class. You guys take shelter for a while. Oh, senior brother. Then I'll quickly deal with these troublesome foreigners. A roaring dragon roar came from Manhwa earpiece. It was the sound of the dragon subduing palm. Chapter 48. Arise, people who don't want to be slaves. Zhoutsuan, Yuan Hong Taoist Seminar. The remaining sun is like blood. The setting sun reddened the clouds. They were fiery clouds. The beautiful kind. Clouds that look like a dragon soaring through the sky. On the big playground, Chen Armorwood's Taoist robe fluttered. His chi bulging. One hand holding a cell phone. The other hand running the trick. Placed in the middle dantian. The palm of the true chi condensed a lifelike small dragon. The small dragon circled and swam faster and faster. Winston stood still, his knees growing weak, his face covered in horror. The two battle-hardened bodyguards behind him did not understand the Chinese language. Their mouths were full of unintelligible foreign languages, and from the tone of their voices, they could vaguely distinguish that they were begging for mercy. In the wind, a dragon's roar rose. Chen Armorwood struck out with a palm strike, and the small dragon condensed by his true chi suddenly grew larger and charged out with a death roar. The air machine wrapped around the fallen leaves in the yard, swept over the heads of the three foreigners, tilted at a 45-degree angle, and flew toward a large tree in the distance. The three rowdy geezers, their hair instantly vaporized and their bare scalps exposed to the air, changed their hairstyles. All bald, the two bouncers, each on the taller side, had fiery scalps. Winston slowly dropped to his knees and the first thing he did was to touch his head. It was still there. With a rumbling sound, an old elm tree in the distance was obliterated by the upper part of its trunk by the going golden dragon. In the forest, flocks of birds fly in terror. Chen Jiamu made this move. The name is, Kan Long Have Regrets in the I Ching. Qian Gua, the upper nine, Kan Long Have Regrets, which contains a philosophy. When the dragon to fly to the very high place, things will be reversed. There will be remorse. Hyper represents an extreme, hyperactive state. The dragon flies to extreme heights, and its power, if all of it is released, will go into decline. Just as in life, when a person is at the peak of the state, springtime, if a person is aggressive, arrogant, and ultimately face only regret. Just like these three foreigners who think they are superior, bullying my small village of no one. Chen Armorwood collected his energy, turned sideways, and faintly said, Master, I'll leave the rest to you. Chen Shilong coughed softly and touched his goatee. Then, standing with his hands behind his back, he slowly spoke. You three, do you have any remorse? Winston, the only one who could communicate in the Chinese language, fell to his knees, his teeth chattering up and down. Knee. Bang, bang. The two bodyguards behind him silently kneeled down. Three men, kneeling in an equilateral triangle. Hey, and did not let you kneel. You foreign barbarians, have not heard a sentence. Men's knees have gold? Chen Shiliang shook his head, feeling that the other party, there is a feeling that the children cannot be taught. Iron Dragon, Chicken, and Zhang Ziong, collectively took a step forward and arched their hands sideways. Sect Master Heavenly Father, let disciples teach them to behave. Chen Shiliang stumbled and almost didn't stand still. He looked sideways at Gue Wu and whispered, Gue Wu, idle, take the three of them to the city hospital. Check their brains. Oh, Gue V nodded. Chicken moved an old rattan chair, placed it in the center, and made a gesture of invitation to Chen Shiliang. Senior Chicken, can you have some eyesight? Tai Long reprimanded. Yes, Senior Brother Iron Dragon is teaching us a lesson. Chicken immediately ran back to the large classroom, puffed and moved another chair, placing it behind Chen Jiamu's butt. Senior Brother Chen, please. Chen Armorwood eyes straight twitching. Forget it, in front of outsiders, embarrassed to fold their own master-brother face. After the three guardians of the Tao cultivation class had done this, they stepped forward in unison. Iron Dragon snapped. All of you crouch down, hands on your head. Winston immediately changed from kneeling to squatting, and the two bodyguards behind him did not understand Chinese and had a head full of questions. Winston twisted his face, ate his teeth and spiked a few Western languages, and the two ironclad men behind him immediately crouched down and clasped their hands over their heads. Chen Shiliang is a little bit unable to look at it. Do not bring such bullying, ha. Tai Long, what are you doing? Chen Shiliang asked. Tai Long's back was agitated, turned around, and said righteously, Master, these three foreign barbarians, with no respect for their elders, especially this pervert, who even spit lipstick, can't be tolerated. If placed on the side of my Ming Dynasty Emperor Qingzu, they must be skinned. Alright, Gue Wu, what have you been teaching these guys lately? Why does it feel like it's even more abnormal than when Aki first arrived? Chen Shilong was rather helpless. Master, these three senior brothers of mine, who are born martial arts nerds, seem to have gone off the deep end. Starting today, lead them in reciting the Ice Heart technique every night. Oh, squatting is good. Did I tell you to move? Chicken growled suddenly. Winston raised a bitter face and said innocently, My lord, my neck was a little itchy just now. Hold back. If you move, I'll chop your head off. Now, all sing me the national anthem. Get up. Daring. Who told you to get up? Zhang Ziyan bellowed. Winston's cerebellum shriveled up and stared, wide-eyed, at Chicken, who had just started a song. Simply obstinate. Sect leader Heavenly Father. I believe that these are spies sent by an enemy country and must be plotting and scheming. I suggest that these three be handed over to the Precepts Hall for disposal. Alright, stop it. Who of us is the preceptor? It'll even rise to the diplomatic level in a moment. Evelyn, this matter started because of them. What do you want to do with them, Chen Shiliang asked smilingly. Evelyn laughed. I haven't thought about it yet. At that moment footsteps sounded outside the door, and car horns, as if a large group was running this way. A dozen meters away, on a dirt road in the countryside, a few reporters who rushed at the front, yelling as they ran. They were followed by a large group of people. Brothers and sisters, it's here. Which is this Taoist temple? This seems to be the village elementary school. We followed the navigation. Yes, isn't the navigation going the wrong way? Look, you guys, there's a sign here. One Hung Taoist cultivation class. And the couplets. There is nothing better in the world than to practice. Nothing in the world is as hard as eating. Crossword, believe in his science? A couple of reporters looked through the fence of the big iron gate and saw three balding geezers squatting in the yard with their hands clasped over their heads, singing a lame and slightly out-of-tune song. Arise, people who don't want to be slaves. Chapter 49, Master. You'll need to PUA them in a while. One Hyung Dojo Shugyo. Outside the big iron gate, the crowd gradually gathered and buzzed with discussion. Chen Shiliang raised his eyes and his beard twitched. What's going on? Why are so many people here? Chen Jiamu hissed and picked up his phone to dial Ma Huayun's number. The phone just connected. There came Ma Huayun's eager explanation is, Senior brother, this gang is too enthusiastic. Simply can't stop. Wow. Can't stop. I'm telling you, I'm stuck behind the crowd. I can't squeeze through. Elder brother, He Wei just got a press conference. I'm very witty. I said that's an organ. It's for performing programs after the competition. Come on. What a big deal. Chen Armorwood interrupted. Beep and hang up. Master, you'll be needed to PUA them later. Chen Jiamu simply described what happened to Chen Shiliang in a low voice. Chen Shiliang's beard twitched again as he listened. Ziang, Xiaolong, Mountain Chicken. You follow Gue fifth senior brother. Take these few foreigners, all of them, to the back room. And you can't come out without my master's orders. I respectfully obey the law of the sect master. Heavenly Father. The three men, chest out and head up, repelled the squatting foreigner. Bold. I told you to get up? Give me the frog jump. Jump. Hands on your head. Chen Shiliang frowned and said to Chen Imu. Imu. Master feels that the three of them are too deep into the drama and really can't help themselves. My master is really worried that the three of them will go crazy in a while and start doing that jungle thing with this bunch of reporters. It will affect my play. Maybe it's the outside world that makes them too stifled. Studying or mixing with society. There's no shortage of weighing the pros and cons and commiserating. They are yearning for the world in martial arts novels. They are obsessive. Martial obsession. Like all boys, from a young age, a Jianghu was hidden in their hearts. A jingoistic, fastidious Jianghu. It's just that many people, when they grow up, have no choice but to forget that jungle. They see that kung fu was only in those movies of yours, and the obsession in their hearts, the dream of martial arts, is rekindled, and bravado takes over their sanity, And that, well, that's not good either. Amu. If you become immortal and enlightened in the future, remember not to forget to fulfill them and settle this karma. However, there are two sides to everything, and it is precisely because of the simplicity of their hearts that the three of them have developed this delusional disease. Chen Shiliang contained a smile. Eyes have a deep meaning. Slowly said over to Chen Jiamu. Listen. Completely ignored the gang outside almost fast to tear down the big iron gate of the crowd. Chen Imu bowed his head. Seemingly enlightened. Chen Shiliang accepts people, also by eye, and is well versed in the divine face of Mai. People have purple and yellow Ronghong gas color. Hair is seen under the eyes. Lying silkworms of the palace. The hall of indigo Fudan live. In physiognomy, the so-called Gungdof silkworms refers to the area below the eyes, adjacent to the lower edge of the eyelashes, where a band of about 4 to 7 millimeters is located, and is named for its resemblance to a baby silkworm lying across the lower eyelid. Eyes are usually clear and bright, with black and white orbs. The more black and less white, the more simple-minded they are. There is not too much cunning or wandering look. As it is said in the divine appearance of Mai, the eyes are correct and the mind is also correct. At that time, when Chen Shiliang first saw these three people, he felt that maybe the shaft was a little bit of the shaft, but the good thing is that the eyes do not lie. In fact, from the time when Chen Armorwood was in the ring at that time, threatening that there was not a single one that could fight, it was also these three, who were the first to rush out from the crowd. After all, what they were defending, was the dignity of their hometown, the dignity of their martial arts practice. Chen Keijai smiled and nodded. Master, the brothers are fine. Here, comfortable. Chen Shiliang took out a copper coin from his sleeve, tossed it 6 times, and laughed. Stroking his beard and carrying his hand, he strides to the door. Gentlemen, what is it? A couple of reporters at the front of the room grabbed the grill of the big iron gate with both hands, itching to stick their heads in. Hello, old Taoist master. I'm a reporter from Kirikou TV. It's an honor to meet you. May I ask if Chen Armorwood is your disciple? Does he have supernatural powers? What superpower? That's knowing Jedi Kung Fu. That's called internal power. Taoist master, can you open the door? Let us visit your dojo. Outside whimpered almost 200 people, yelling at the top of their lungs. Taoist master, just now I saw a couple of bald geezers frog jumping. Is this a martial arts training style? Taoist master, you can't teach foreigners the treasures left by our ancestors. Old Taoist master, I'm the head of the Dongxing Club. My name is Yao Yang, and I'm an anchor. I specialize in stand-up comedy and improvisation. Can I talk to you about cooperation? I have an idea that can make your Dao cultivation class flourish. Please make way. Make way. An anxious-looking Ma Huayun finally squeezed over and turned back to block the large iron gate. All of you, back off a bit. What for? I'm calling the police, ha. Ma Huayun gasped for air, but he heard a low voice of an old Taoist priest from behind him. Huayun, get up and leave it to the master. Ha? Ma Huayun turned around with a head full of question marks. At this moment, Gue Wu took a megaphone and handed it to Chen Shiliang. Master, just fully charged. Chen Shiliang nodded silently. He liked the fact that Gue Wu was so understanding and big smart. The megaphone sounded Chen Shiliang's mellow voice. Gentlemen, the poor Taoist will now begin to answer your questions. Keep quiet while I speak. This is a rule of the Taoist sect. Those who don't abide by the rules, the poor Taoist will have the poor Taoist's way of making you all abide by the rules as well. At these words, the scene fell silent. Chen Shiliang cleared his throat and said aloud. That's right, Chen Jiamu is the poor Taoist's disciple. He is the reincarnation of the banished immortal man, who came from the red dust revenge. You guys, love to believe it or not. First, be honest and upfront. But most of the people sighed, said martial arts masters. There are any ancient ancestral practice methods they believe. To say that the cultivation of immortality, purely some too abstract. I believe it. Someone in the crowd let a shout. I believe it too. I believe it too. Almost a third of the crowd had their arms raised and were filled with excitement. Please take us as disciples. Old Taoist master. Old Taoist master. Can we be your disciples? Taoist master. I just read on the internet. You this Taoist cultivation class. 1800 a year. Food and housing, living and recreational facilities are complete. With a cafeteria, practice room, meditation room, tea room, painting and calligraphy room, basketball court, ping pong table and other supporting facilities. Is that true? Taoist master, please take a look at what kind of spiritual root I have. Chen Shiliang raised his hand, and the scene fell silent. Those people who said they wanted to pay their respects just now, have you seen that piece of wasteland to the east? Chen Shiliang raised his hand and pointed. Not far away, by a piece of reclaimed vegetable land, there is a bigger piece of wasteland. A few bumpkins. The Taoist heart is firm. Only then can you enter my door. That piece of land. Need people to open up the land. Used to say that it's retired to the forest. Go out to work. Look at this great river and mountains. Fertile land. It's all wasted. There are hoes and farm implements for sale in the town ahead. So you know what the poor man is going to say? After Chen Shiliang finished speaking, he stood with his hands in the air and scanned the crowd one by one. To say nothing of it, there were 40 or 50 of them, glowing, gradually dispersing to buy hoes. The remaining 100 or so people were in a daze. Really cultivated? Why does it feel like a pyramid scheme? Don't talk blindly and barrenly. Beware of his disciple beating you. It's hard to say I think it's not right. If you can really cultivate immortality, in will enter the special departments of the country. Those left behind seemed to listen to a loneliness and a sense that their purpose had not been achieved. You guys are still not leaving? Chen Shilong asked. A group of people stood in place, talking in tongues. Huayun, you can call the police. Later, call President Liu of the Taoist Association, and tell him that the front door of the house of an old man named Chen Shiliang is being blocked by a group of people. Tell him to call Hao Jianming from the city council, and Chui Yuanzhao from the Cultural Affairs Bureau. Good guy. A bunch of people are engaged in entertainment, media, or small TV stations, websites to do interviews, play the news. Once they heard that the Cultural Affairs Bureau had come out, they were all skeptical and a little intimidated. Chen Shiliang took out his cell phone. His fingers whirled and dialed a few times, and read aloud. According to our country's criminal law, Article 293, the act of blocking the door may constitute the crime of provoking trouble if the act is to seek excitement, vent emotions, show off, play hard to get, etc., and make trouble out of nothing. According to the criminal law, one of the following acts of provoking trouble shall be sentenced to fixed-term imprisonment of less than 5 years, detention or control. Emphasize one point. Poor Tao this Tao cultivation class, but attached to the Zhou Village Primary School subsidiary unit. Your nature does not need to pour Tao in the elaboration, right? The group of people at the scene were, at once, dumbfounded. Hiccup. The one-armed Gue Wu burped, looked sideways at his master, and muttered in his mind, I still have a lot to learn from my master. Ma Huayun leaned against the iron door and looked at his master, his heart running like thunder. It seems that there is much more for me to learn from my master. Master's sentence is the truth. Is the cultivation of immortality? Master did not lie. Of course you do not believe. And then, screamed out a group of students with a firm heart of morality, can reclaim some wasteland? And then you can plant some crops, taking advantage of the situation, posing the Taoist Association and the Cultural Affairs Bureau, the Municipal Public Security Bureau, sensible and reasonable, causing psychological pressure. Smiling faintly, without losing his poise, he set up the inquisitorial stance. The penal code. End of the crushing round. The crowd dispersed. The sun set. Ma Huayun inclined his head to look at a bald old acacia tree not far away. Hey, how come the leaves are gone? Chapter 50, Steaming Hot Dumplings. Tao Te Ching. Chapter 4, Tao Rushes. But the use of it may not be full. The abyss is like the origin of all things, thwarting its sharpness, resolving its disputes, harmonizing its light, and sharing its dust. The sun sets and the moon rises. Elder brother Gue Fifth. You can see that the dumpling filling is almost stirred. In the compound, a group of people from the Yuan Han Taoist seminar are making dumplings. Gue Wu makes the dough. Gue Wu rolls out the dumpling skin. Gue Wu mixes the dumpling filling, and the group wraps the dumplings together. There is strength in numbers, and the dumplings are placed one by one on a large dustpan. Chen Shilian and Yu Beidu, sitting on rattan chairs, sipping tea and discussing the Tao. The group buzzed together, and during the day the three Evelyns and Tom, Akuna and the others dug up a lot of ground vegetables, and had planned to make dumplings together in the evening. Winston and his two hulking bodyguards, their heads bandaged, struggled to wrap the dumplings under the supervision of the three guardians of Dashuban. There is no such thing as a blood feud, but it is just a few foreigners who don't know that they haven't learned an idiom called hidden dragon and crouching tiger. Winston was Evelyn's cousin, probably belonging to the same family, and Evelyn was one of those rebellious girls from a big family who grew up as a maverick and loved kung fu. Evelyn is considered to be a runaway who came to China to fulfill her kung fu dream, and Winston was also ordered to return to China to catch this naughty daughter who gave her third uncle a headache. Chen Shiliang is a C of very good. The visitor is a guest, although the scalp was almost cut, but the good thing is that the head is still there. It's okay, 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 it's okay. Winston thought better of it, and returned home the next day on a plane ticket, informing the family that he had personally fought the Taoist priest of Wudong Mountain, and fought to a draw, and that the other party held him in high regard, promising to watch over Evelyn. and to report to the family the old sister's safety. This time, without dishonoring the mission. The three guardians received a mission from the clan to go to the vegetable field at the entrance to pluck cabbages. On the way, Zhang Xian couldn't help himself and asked, "Big brother, why did the master invite these three foreign barbarians to eat with him? Why do they deserve it? Look at the dumplings they wrapped. They're so ugly." Tilung turned on his cell phone flashlight, illuminated a large field of cabbages, plucked one up, and threw it in a bamboo basket. "Second brother, if you win the fight and eat together, people will respect you. It's called culmination. It's called temperament. If you lose a fight and eat together, people will despise you. It's called flattery. It's called flattery. Back in the day, my Qing dynasty invited the foreigners to dinner and the ambassadors nodded and bowed. Why? It's because we couldn't do it on the battlefield. Big brother, the Qing dynasty has already died. What's the point of bringing up filthy things?" Chicken was filled with righteous indignation, frantically pulling up one cabbage after another, as if venting his anger. "What you say? Third brother." Three people suddenly remembered that just now, we won the fight, and senior brother Chen made a move of hyperdragon. Simply ghostly. We should be happy. Yeah, it's a celebration. We're heroes. Pulling vegetables and plucking vegetables. Gue fifth senior brother is still waiting for us to mix the dumpling filling. At the edge of the ridge, Gue Wu, who wore a Taoist robe and kept his sleeves empty and fluttering in the wind, tugged at the corners of his mouth. "You three, are you done plucking?" Three people turned around, surprised just now also in the compound rolling dough. This will be how to appear in the ridge son of the noble five brother. Walking how no sound it. "I've just heard Iron Dragon say that it's a matter of winning or losing the fight, brother Gue Wu. Just tell me if I'm right." Gue Wu cocked his head and said after a moment, "Yes, but master doesn't think like you do. So what's the idea?" "Yesterday, we learned thwarting and resolving, and harmonizing with the light and the dust." "What does it mean?" Tai Long said. "Thwarting its sharpness is to take something and sharpen the tip of the knife so that it is not sharp anymore. It's telling the three of us to hide our clumsiness before our skills are learned. Don't be too sharp. It's easy to get karma." Zhang Ziyan said, "Solve its disputes. Is a messy mess tied up with a dead end of the thread? Give him a little bit smoothed out. Unraveled. Is called us three do things to find the law. Can't anything? Are thinking of a scissors directly ga rub. What about harmony of lights?" Chicken looked around and continued to pluck cabbages with his head down, not speaking, his forehead dripping with cold sweat. He was a schoolboy. Gue Wu thought for a moment, as if trying to find an apt analogy to tell these three why master didn't care to eat with these daytime screaming geezers. After a pause, Gue Wu said, "And it's light, with its dust. The three of you imagine. Now, there is an old house that has not been lived in for a long time, covered with dust, a darkness, cannot see the fingers. At this time, a wild cat stepped over. The rubble fell, stirred up the dust, the roof broke a hole. There is a beam of light shone in through the hole. You just saw that beam of sunlight, flying dust. Ha, it's called harmonizing with the light. Ha." The three men had a head full of questions. Gue 5 added, "I ask you, is there no dust where the sun does not shine?" "There is, it's just dark and invisible." Iron Dragon replied. Gue Wu nodded and said faintly, "Go back, under the moonlight, in the compound, because there are many people today." Gue Wu set up a big iron pot, gurgling and cooking freshly made dumplings. Joy Cake and his three little kids, leading Ubeidu's eldest grandson, Mile, were playing basketball, and a large group of people were gathered around the big table, looking at the big plates of dumplings being served up. "Milo, all of you go wash your hands. The dumplings are ready. Coming grandpa. Come on. Original soup to make original water. Eat dumplings. Of course you have to drink dumpling soup. Later haha." Ti Lung ran to the kitchen, pounded away for a while, and after a while was carrying a large bowl of steaming spices, a little vinegar, a little cayenne pepper, a little hot canola oil, soul juice, pour it on. "Ha ha 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 ha, senior brother Tai Long. You'll cook tomorrow. Ooh, yummy." Winston learns the Chinese language purely for the sake of doing business, and usually attends some high-class clubs, and this kind of grounded potluck is the first time that he, a foreigner, has attended. He had never cooked before either, and it was kind of the first time he had eaten Chinese food that he and the guys had made together. Using chopsticks, he twisted up a dumpling and put it in his mouth and chewed it, an unspeakable surprise appearing in his eyes. "Evelyn, don't tell me, I'm kind of envious of you right now." "Winston, you can't keep your mouth shut over a meal." Winston laughed and stuffed another large dumpling into his mouth, an intoxicated look on his face. He ate a few bites, inclined his head and whispered, "Master Xiao Dao, are we going to participate in tomorrow's competition normally?" Chen Keijai took a sip of the dumpling soup and smiled faintly. Of course. Chapter 51, Charting. The next day. Zhou Village. After dinner yesterday, it was dark. Wei drove Beidou and his eldest grandson back to the city. Evelyn's cousin Winston, before leaving for the airport early the next morning, even licked his face and asked Gui Wu for the dumpling filling recipe, saying that he was going back to wrap it up for his own father, his lord, to savor. Wei has not been idle. This Wulin Feng People's Grand Tournament, he personally manipulated the planning, set up the schedule, divided into many categories of boxing, the only category of Chuan Wu. The contestants who made it to the quarterfinals can choose their opponents from other boxing categories, of course, if both parties agree. The top 16, the top 8, the top 4, several groups of players in each game. It made no difference to Chen Armorwood, but he really wasn't interested in beating them over one by one either. There is a sense of comical peak Ma Yun and beggars than the bank card balance. Because of Wei's internal coordination and mediation, the final was eventually played directly in the final, as requested by Chen Aimu. Of course, the ultimate goal is to get the championship, become the martial arts champion, complete the quest, and start cultivating immortality. Straight to the finals. This little shrimp. So don't make me come one by one. It's time consuming. However, this scrounging of players from the private sector did blow up a big fish from deep. Because of the rules restrictions, Chuan Wu can challenge all fighters and is the biggest draw to this show's explosion. There really are masters practicing traditional kung fu. For example, there was a Bagua Palm practitioner who won many battles along the way, especially in the quarterfinals, when he crossed the line to challenge an Eastern Japan karate player. Because of the historical emotional premise, the attention of this event was drawn to the highest level, and in the end, the Bagua Palm players did not dishonor their opponents by beating them. This is not the most exaggerated. The most exaggerated is that the Bagua Palm contestant, who made an extraordinary move, is a woman. The woman beat the man, and won. The little girl's name is also quite a Jianghu flavor, Bagua Palm. Yu Lingyun. I don't know if I paid for a connection to change my ID name later. This Yu Lingyun, written on the enrollment resume, is from Sichuan and Chongqing provinces, the ancient town of Luomu in Leshan. Baguazhang origin claims vary. Currently more recognized in the martial arts community. A statement is that the Baguazhang by Dong Haichuan created in the Qing dynasty during the reigns of Xianfeng. Tongji traveled to Amei mountain, encountered Taoist priests Biyun. Jing Cloud passed on its Baguazhang. When Dong Haichuan returned from his studies, he competed with Yang Luchan, the master of Taijiquan, and became famous in Beijing and Tianjin. He served as the chief instructor of martial arts in King Su's residence and took on disciples to pass on his skills, and dozens of his disciples learned the art. East of the ridge, there is a fish pond. Some years ago, is a small boss in the city contracted, specializing in raising the mouth. The market can sell a catty more than $10. In these 2 years, the economy is not good. The fish boss cooperated with the chain of fresh fish supermarkets, closed down the owner of the fish market to find the person in charge of the debt, and ultimately there is no result. The fish pond is also deserted. Chen Emu stood at the edge of the fish pond, picked up a flake stone on the ground, and spun and threw it. The stone flew out sideways and hit the water continuously until it reached the opposite bank of the fish pond. The cell phone suddenly rang. Hello, Master Dao. This side is coordinated. You're playing the final directly. No problem. Wei's slurred voice came from the phone. Thanks. You're eating? Well, I was up all night yesterday debriefing the station leaders. Hard work. By the way, Master Dao, the case of Amei restaurant. There is an eyebrow. Your side of the matter. I let that South City law firm of my classmates in the stakeout. Good guy. 8 perpetrators. 3 completely crazy. Shocked. Master Dao, what did you do at the scene? Chen Keijai hummed, signaling to continue. They're all horsemen, taking orders from the one nicknamed Dog, whose real name is Zhang Dongchen, and who stabbed the city council because he moved his gun this time. Chen Keijai said, get to the point. Said that there is a big shot up there. Admired this case and investigated it severely. I'm telling you. Secretary Kai has personally gone to the bureau for a meeting. Guess what? Now Pei Tianlu is under control. I was really blind in the beginning. Still thinking of looking for him to stand. Chen Armorwood's eyes narrowed. Pei Tianlu? It's the one you kicked out of the Shape sect. Old Pei. I heard that his son, Pei Qianhu, came back from abroad and was detained just after getting off the plane. Master Tao. This is a bit sinister. Keep an eye on it lately. I always feel like we've alerted some people above us. I know. For now. I'm going back to my morning class. Beep. Chen Keijai hung up the phone, looking into the pool of water in the fish pond. An egret swept in, its beak pointing at the water, picking up a large fish. spreading its wings and flying toward the shore, and was just about to get a full meal when a three-flowered cat snapped out of the forest. Frightened, the egret dropped the fish and flew away, not forgetting to glance back at the cat, which was black, white and yellow. Meow. The cat held the fish in its mouth, tilted its tail, and stepped with a condescending cat step, stepping to the side of Chen Jiamu, putting down the fish, seemingly showing off, and ate it with a cat eat 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 cat eat. This scene, praying mantis catching cicadas to see the Chun'e would crying and laughing. So many Taoist priests, they like to keep cats. In the past, Chen Jiamu swiped a video on the internet of Master Ma of the Guanfu Museum. He had an interview that was just interesting. Master Ma said he had a dog when he was young and liked cats when he got older. The dog is with you every day and has to be walked. Otherwise the dog can get depressed. Cats don't need to. A cat is very independent. It stays with its owner and you seem to know what it's thinking. You go about your business and the cat stays a meter or so away from you. Not far and not close. But of course, there are sticky cats. The kind that have to be next to you. Chen Keijai crouched down and beckoned. Squint 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 squint. The three-flowered cat had finished eating the fish and was gracefully washing her face. Meow. In a few moments, a small Taoist priest wearing a Taoist robe and looking uncontested with the world, followed by a three-flowered cat with its tail cocked, slowly disappeared at the end of the ridge. The great readers. P.S. Heroine wanted. 1. Bagua Pomulingyun. 2. Three-flowering she-cat. 3. I'll take all of them. Chapter 52. Brother. Is this Ultraman you? In the compound, the brothers and sisters and the small horse and sitting in a row, each hand holding the scriptures. Chen Xiliang in the upper leading the group on the reading of the Qing Jing Jing. After the morning class, the thunderous group practice of the Eightfold Vajra work began once. After the event, and after the exertion, that morning meal is what it's all about. Gue Wu took the dumplings left over from yesterday's meal, fried both sides golden brown with vegetable oil, boiled a big pot of millet porridge, and a big jar of salted duck eggs that had been pickled some time ago, opened the altar, and each person divided one. This salted duck egg, it's not the same as the one sold in the supermarket. Gue Wu is cured according to the ancient method, using yellow clay, with salt, water, white wine, peppercorns and star anise, sealed in a jar and opened for 77-49 days. There is absolutely no technology or ruthless work. 3 bears around a table in the big cafeteria. Joy Cake peeled off the eggshell and stabbed it with chopsticks. Snorting, a stream of golden oil flowed out, and Pleasant Pie's little mouth sucked it up with an enraptured look. Brother Pleasant, are the yolks good? Not tasty at all. Joy Cake finished the runny duck egg yolk and left the duck egg white in the bowl, looking blearily at the 2 young masters next to him. Dog, fine wa, let me tell you too. This salted duck egg yolk, it's awful. Both children inclined their heads to look at the same time. The second dog said, Brother Pleasant Cake, I see you just ate with great flavor. Hosokawa, I still remember when you said that duck's ass was delicious and duck's legs were hard to eat. Pleasant Cake had a sincere face. Egg whites are delicious. Otherwise, why would I leave the egg whites for the end? How about this? I'll trade my egg white for your yolks. How about that? Joy Cake said as she stuck her chopsticks out. The second dog and the fine child immediately hugged the bowl, spitting on their duck eggs, with an expression like a small beast protecting food. It made the table laugh. Without saying a word, the 3 guardians took the shelled salted duck egg and stuffed it into their mouths in one bite. A little kid will come to you for it later, and you say you'll give it or not. If you don't give it, it looks petty and not in the spirit of chivalry. Adults, get a face. Can't spit on it too. Still want the face. Meow. A 3-flowered cat, lying in front of the entrance to the large cafeteria, licked its paws. Ha! Where'd the cat come from? Meow meow. The 3-flowered cat strutted in, huffed, and jumped onto the side table. Bold, demonic beasts are dare to be reckless. Chicken suddenly committed an offense, slapped his chopsticks and stood up abruptly. Chen Xiliang's eyelids twitched, shook his head, and sighed. Chicken, give me your hand. Chicken reached out and Chen Xiliang put 3 fingers on his pulse, eyes closed, not speaking. After a moment, the other hand. Chen Xiliang finished taking his pulse and smiled. Not a big problem. Chicken, and Tai Long, Ziong, you 3, in the future, if you startle like this, Master will lock you up to copy the scriptures. The 3 men suddenly bowed their heads to pick up their food and stopped talking. Chen Armorwood touched his stomach. I'm full. All the senior brothers eat slowly. On the way out, he took half a bowl of dumplings without moving and walked out of the large cafeteria. Meow. The cat lightly jumped down, cocked its flagpole-like tail, and followed Chen Amu out with a twist of its butt. Manhwa looked at the cats departing back and turned his head to ask, Master, this cat is so smart. It followed senior brother back from the ridge this morning. Chen Shiliang smiled and turned the bowl to drink millet porridge. After dinner, have aki, go to the peach grove on the east side, and pick some peach tree leaves. What do you need that for? Manhwa asked. Need the leaves of the peach tree, boil them in water, then bathe the cat, and in 100 days, no fleas. Master is so knowledgeable, disciple admires. When I was young, I had cats too. In the compound, Chen Jiamu squatted on the ground, placed the bowl on the steps, and stroked the head of the three-flowered cat, which seemed to be naturally intimate with Chen Jiamu, rubbing its head against the palm of his hand. Eat my food in your mind from now on. Mika, meow. Good, you will, from now on, be called Sanahana. After the gang wiped out breakfast, each washed the dishes and left two to clear the table in the order of the duty roster. Chen Shiliang and Guiwu stood on the ridge of their own vegetable field and saw that not far away, more than a dozen people, with hoes, really began to cultivate the wasteland. Master, I've counted. Yesterday there were 47 people. Today there are 16 left. There's no rush. These people are different from the previous trainees. They are running to cultivate immortality and learn martial arts. Guiwu, do you know immortal techniques? I won't. Neither will the master. I think that senior brother Chen might. That's how the master feels. The master and disciple looked at each other and both smiled. One a wise smile and the other a naive one. Then I saw Chen Amu, who was making a video on his cell phone under the peach grove to the east, filming these hard-working people. There was also a three-flowered cat squatting on his shoulder. On the ground was a red plastic bag half full of peach tree leaves. Chen Kajai sent a small WeChat video to his mother. Originally, according to Liang Meijuan's request, the son can be outside the distraction. A day to play a phone call to report peace. Chen Jiamu did as he was told, and then every other day to play one. In the later 3 days to play one. During the period, mother and son, but also more WeChat, with the phone and text message exchanges. Liang Meiwan also found that her son has changed. Mature, unlike before, as the god is crazy. Over time, it's gotten easier to let it go. And maybe it's true what they say on the internet, that a child's mental problems may be simply tiredness. Not long afterward the Liang Meikun video call came in. Connections. In the scene, Liang Meiwan is in the living room, and on the table next to her, a little girl is writing her homework with her head down. It's been a long time since I've been home. Mom, look, there are many young people, just like me. Chen Jiamu turned the camera to a group of steadfast people wielding hoes to cultivate the wasteland in the ridge of a field. Koshi, I was just about to call and ask about you. I saw you on TV yesterday. What happened? Ha? Martial arts wind. You can do it. Go to a martial arts program. Mom, that's for fun. What's martial arts? In the video, Liang Meijuan's face showed a worried look. You are also big. The male ambition. Go out to break into the world. Long knowledge. Mom also support. Seriously, this Chen Shiliang master of yours, really have so too. Dr. One side recognized his psychotherapy. Chen Kajai turned the camera back. Mom, you see the air is good. The environment is good. There is food and drink. And we have children here, as old as Kiki. Son, why do you still have a cat? Liang Meiwan realized that on her son's shoulder, there was a three-flowered cat sitting. Well, keep it for fun. Sansha, and say hello. Meow the cat purred, using its nose to sniff the front camera vigorously. Chen Kajai flicked his hand and flung the cat down. Suddenly, a little girl appeared in the camera, and Chen Ji, who was just doing her homework on the side, violently put down her pen, stepped on a chair, took her own cell phone, tapped on the game interface, and waved her hand vigorously. The pigtails were shaking. Brother, I'm on platinum. I'm finally out of the ranks of the indomitable silver. Brother, Chen Ji, go do your homework. Liang Meiwan glared back at her 8 or 9-year-old daughter. Ji, when brother goes back, I'll take you hacking. Brother, here's something for you. What is it? Is this Ultraman not you? Don't tell me it's not. I recognize it. Chen Ji clicked on a jittery video with more than 1 million likes, and the camera showed a man in a Taoist robe wearing an Ultraman mask, stepping on a long line of cars downtown, pointing his toes from the roof of one car to the other on. Brother, are you practicing immortality in Wudong Mountain? Answer me. Chen Jiamu cried and laughed, following Liang Meijuan's tone, and chided. Go do your homework. Not far away, there came a shout from Ma Huayun, senior brother. There's a woman practicing Bagua Palm at the door. What's her name? Yu Lingyun. Yelling for you. Chapter 53. She doesn't wear jade on her waist, but hangs a Taiji Bagua feng shui disc. Not far away, there came a shout from Ma Huayun, "Senior brother, there's a woman practicing Bagua palm at the door." "What's her name?" Yu Lingyun. "Yelling for you." Two women. One big and one small. Or the same family. The descendants of the Yu family Bagua palm over in Sichuan and Chongqing. Chen Jiamu looked sideways as Ma Huayun stood shouting across the fish pond with his hands in the shape of a trumpet. The three flowers meowed and scurried to the shore with a whoosh. And under the sunlight, the round black pupils gradually transformed into vertical pupils. Chen Jiamu hung the red plastic bag with peach leaves on the top of the peach blossom branches, slung his shoulders, and leisurely left the peach forest. Suddenly, he softly eked, seeing a large ceramic tile scattered in a clearing in the peach forest, which seemed to be the ancient type of black-tiled bowls for drinking, an empty bottle of green erguotu, and a few bloody balls of toilet paper. On the dirt bag, 3 burned-out joss sticks were stuck. Who had the peach orchard on hold yesterday? No one knows that. Last night, in the dark of the moon, deep in the peach grove, the Taoist cultivation class had a scene of 3 good men, drinking blood wine and worshipping in the peach forest, who themselves firmly believed that by learning the ancients, speaking the ancient language, and imitating the chivalrous spirit of the ancients, they would be able to realize the true meaning of the Great Way and cultivate true qi, just as Brother Chen did, from the vastness of the Taoist scriptures that were as vast as the sea. Iron Dragon, Jiang Zion, Wei Xinjin. Today, we are brothers with different surnames in front of Master Guan. We don't want to live in the same year, the same month and the same day, but we wish to die on the same day, in the same year, in the same month and on the same day. Big brother, second brother, third brother, second brother, big brother, third brother, dry. They drank the blood wine and broke the bowl with great vigor. Chen Armorwood vaguely guessed the scene at that time, smiled slightly bitterly and shook his head. Manhwa, go, meow meow. Senior brother. Have you swiped the video in the past 2 days? To tell you the truth, this little girl called Yu Lingyun is fierce. Ma Huayun gushing, with the same as playing chicken blood, from the C election to the top 16, played 4 group matches, all the way into the top 8 without a single defeat. Yesterday, with Bagua Palm violently beat the island karate, directly rushed to the entertainment list of hot search first. He manager this program has really stepped on the wind, especially the passing of the martial arts field. In accordance with the ancient law, do not limit the weight class, do not limit the male and female field, said point to point, but the injured are also quite a lot of people. Fractured bones, the skin was scratched, spitting blood, the program group atmosphere 3 insurance companies co-insurance medical expenses, nutrition costs. This high-cost policy is said to have been negotiated by He Wei at great expense. There are a lot of enrollees who just made it to the top 16, visited a couple of top 8, or top 4 matches, and just abandoned the tournament. That Yu Lingyun, he injured a lot of people? Chen Aimu asked. Ma Huayun smiled and said, this is not. This woman gossip palm make demonic very. Really did point to point. Stop for the martial arts 8 words. Hit a few master level old guy. A little temper. However, Ma Huayun turned. Wry smile. Yesterday the Dry Island Country Miyamoto Saburo match. The other side is too sinister. Under the dead hand. Maybe it is pissed off this little ninja. Halfway through the match, Miyamoto Saburo was directly pulled by the ambulance to the city hospital. What is she doing here with us? Chen Keijai asked. Oh, her father seems to know our master, and came all the way from Sichuan and Chongqing to visit master for her old man this time. Ma Huayun smiled mysteriously and whispered, senior brother, this female goblin, style, is a bit tricky, master can't seem to handle it, so he asked me to call you back to support the scene. Chen Jiamu's heart thumped slightly and slowly inclined his head. What do you mean? Master's brainwashing techniques are unrivaled. Would he not be able to handle a girl? Ma Huayun bowed his head and led the way. Miao Sansua, who had been seemingly eavesdropping on the duo's conversation, whooshed and bounced in the direction of the Dashu class. Why is this cat so excited? Ma Huayun asked. Talking in 2 places, time back to 15 minutes ago, Yuanhong Taoist Seminary, the entrance to the compound, morning light and sunshine, 3 magpies squatting on the eaves of the house to build their nests. There stood 2 women, both extraordinary at first glance. One of the women, about her early 20s, had a slender back, small buckskin boots, strong pants, cinched at the waist, and wore a clean, crisp female dress, a hanbok. The waist does not wear jade, but hangs a Taiji Bagua feng shui disc. Simply this outfit and figure, walking in the traffic on top of the noisy street, worthy of the word stunning shadow. In the last 2 years, national studies hot, Chinese dress culture is also hot. Walking street can occasionally see some wearing Chinese dress shopping ladies. However, this woman in Chinese dress, less twisted and shy, more valiant, especially that brown chestnut-colored hair, tied in a high ponytail, in the morning light, gently swaying. What's more, the three guardians of the Tao cultivation class, Iron Dragon, Zhang Ziong, and Mountain Chicken, were glowing and excited. Suddenly there was a feeling of finding a kindred spirit. This woman is simply a walking version of the urban jungle heroine, the woman who played gossiper to the extreme. As the saying goes, strong forces attract each other. Magnetic field induction. Fellow traveler, the compound, Iron Dragon, Zhang Ziong, Chicken, each of them, with band-aids on their thumbs, stood in a triangular formation, looking out the door. Chicken spoke up. Who's coming? Tai Long, as a big brother, had to be pushy, so he chose to be silent and let the two wise brothers inquire first. The two girls outside the door froze and took 2 steps back, reconfirming the plaque on the gate. That's right. Third brother, where are your manners? Who are you to talk like this? Get up and go to the side. What should I do if I scare the two heroines? Iron Dragon stepped forward and cupped his fists. I am Iron Dragon. The girl looks strange. Where is the person? I don't know what's the matter. My name is Yu Lingyun. I'm from the Sichuan and Chongqing side. May I ask, does Chen Shilian live here? It's really a spicy girl from Sichuan. No wonder she looks so pretty. So it's the family master's late friend. Please. Zhang Zian opened the big iron door. 2 women, one big and one small, walked into the compound. All of them are ahead of question marks. These 3 people, so strange. Oh, Evelyn and the 3 of them geezers were practicing their zigzags and couldn't help but look at them with an inclined head. A few of the little kids from Pleasant Cake cocked their heads, admiring the sister who looked as good as if she had walked out of a painting. Tai Long is a big brother, but also the host. In front of the lead. Sichuan and Chongqing are thousands of miles away from here. 2 girls, traveling alone. The road has met bandits? We came by high-speed rail. It's safe. The one who opened her mouth was not the valiant Lingyun girl. It was another strange woman standing behind her, nearly 2 meters tall, with a waist as thick as a millstone, and a pair of unicorn arms, as strong as a bear, like a small mountain, wearing a fattened version of a casual sweater, carrying a small and delicate suitcase in her hands. Chen Shiliang, just out of the doorway of the large classroom, raised his eyes to see, only to see that this appearance temperament our extraordinary female child so familiar. In the courtyard, the 3 great protectors are receiving the 2 pair of girls who have come from afar, and by the looks of it, they have already gone through a bout of pleasantries. Yu Lingyun was surprised to see not far away, wearing an old Taoist robe with a warm face, Grandmaster Uncle. Long time no see. Yu Rian? The woman nodded her head and took out a letter from her bosom, holding it between her 2 fingers, and smiled. Uncle Master, my father always recites a few words about you every time he drinks, and this is his letter to you. Chen Shiliang staggered back a few steps, a butt to the steps on the old rattan chair, subconsciously to touch his beard. The millennium-old calm expression, for the first time, revealed a sense of hopelessness of life. Gu Wu stood beside his master, one of his empty sleeves swaying in the wind and occasionally swinging in old Taoist Chen's face. Chen Shiliang squeezed out a smile. Great niece, haven't seen you for over 10 years? You've grown so big. Yu Lingyun's head tilted and he smiled wryly. This time I came to participate in Wushu Feng, and I inquired about you holding a class here, so I brought you our homebrewed hot pot base, and spicy chicken. Chen Shiliang whispered. Why Yun? Ah, go, to the peach forest in the east, and call a moo here. Manhwa Yun asked. Master, he called you uncle, so her dad, must be a worldly man as well? Chen Shiliang heartspit. Hi people hammer, you Fuxing that ghost child. Still owes poor Rhoda but gambling debt has not been paid. Chapter 54. My name is Yu Lingyun. I've swiped brother Chen in Shake Shack. Yu Lingyun's father, called Yu Fusheng, floats like a dream, half the road and half the vulgar. How to say? Younger than Chen Shiliang, belonging to the orphans abandoned in the mountain gate, since childhood in the Wudong mountain monk. Taoism, seniority, not according to the age of the size, depending on who advanced to the door. So Chen Shiliang have to manage Yu Fusheng called a senior brother. At that time, Yu Fusheng, also 7 or 8 years old. It is the age of the dog is too much, and has been close to the age of Chen Shiliang sleep in a room. The two have become friends. Back then in the Wudong mountain, the wind and rain together for dozens of years. The little brother also reached the age of love. Unexpectedly, this junior brother, who was ridiculously gifted in martial arts, ran away with a female incense burner. The past is like smoke. Chen Shiliang still remembers, the day before the wedding of the youngest brother, but also let himself to press the bed. The result is because of drunkenness, urinating the new bed, because it was too late to change the mattress, Yu Fusheng stiff head, to the bride that he urinated. Later, Chen Shiliang 56 years old traveled the world, passing through Sichuan and Chongqing, in the small brother's home in January. At that time, Yu Lingyun, or a small girl about the same size as the joy cake them, already naughty enough to dare pluck Uncle Master's beard. Chen Armorwood stood at the entrance of the compound. Really saw a big small. Just this big. Not two. Come, Master will introduce you. Chen Shiliang beckoned smilingly. This is Yu Lingyun, the Master's, niece. Oh great niece. This is Chen Armorwood. I think, you have heard of him. Yu Lingyun smiled slightly and stretched out his hand. My name is Yu Lingyun, and I've swiped over Brother Chen on shivering voice. Chen Armorwood ceremoniously shook hands, slightly frowned. Green onion white like jade back of the hand no abnormality, but obviously feel each other palm finger root. Some la hand. It's a callus worn out over 10 years. Chen Shilian gazed at the other tender woman who was as iron tower as a bear. Oh, and this is? A thick woman's voice rang out. Hello Daoist Chen. My name is Yuan Chuanxi. I am Lingyun's senior sister. You can just call me De-chun. De-chun. A burly woman close to 2 meters tall, stretched out her thick unicorn arm and followed the example of her own senior sister who wanted to give Chen Armorwood a handshake. Even Chen Armorwood, who was armed with a supreme divine power, was not yet a little stunned, and he subconsciously reached out his hand and gripped the other party's bare paw. An anthropomorphic, condescending look appeared in Mika's eyes. Chen Jiamu withdrew his hand, and Three Flowers used its furry head to rub against Chen Jiamu's pants leg. What is its name? Yu Lingyun asked. Mika. Meow. It's so cute. Haven't eaten yet. Uncle Master. Gui Wu. Burn the pot. Cook. Gui Wu gave an oh-so-subtle cry and turned to leave, with Ma Huayun following along. Whispering in his ear, he said, Gui fifth senior brother. What's for breakfast? Steamed dumplings. Made yesterday. Oh, in that case, steam 2 more. No, 3 more. Ma Huayun said while looking sideways at that small mountainous soft body. In the kitchen, Ma Huayun was burning the fire below, and Gui Wu was brushing the pot with one hand. Not enough. Gui Wu spat out 2 words and added 2 more cages. Breakfast was very calm. Dachuan did not eat as much as the guys thought. She was very reserved in her mouth, and ate 4 cages of steamed dumplings, 3 salted duck eggs, and 4 bowls of congee. It shook the 3 of them, the 3 farts, to their core. Chen Keijai and the cat sat at a table, eating steamed dumplings to themselves. The 3 Peach Orchard brothers and Gui Wu, as well as the master, accompanied Yu Lingyun as they sat at a table, during which the 3 brothers spoke eloquently, and from time to time there was pain. Refreshing, dry. Such words were deafening. Having a porridge is like ing drinking. 3 geezers were sitting alone at a table, gabbing away about some kind of bird language. After the meal, in the compound, the 3 brothers clamored to see Yu Lingyun's bagua palm. Before the fight even started, the shouts of Paki Zhang rang out from the doorway. Old Taoist Chen, the village chief is calling you. Something's happened in the village. Something has happened. They say they have to get you, a professional, to take a look. Zhang Mazi trotted in and gabbled a bunch. Probably means, the west side of the village 10 miles of slope that recently in the resort tourism B&B project, the site are surrounded. Last week the excavator are driving in. Last night dug up something. This morning stopped work. Investment in the construction of the developer's representative also came. Said the digging of ancient tombs may not be inside the cultural relics. No one dares to move. Overnight to the Bureau of Cultural Relics reported. Came to a few experts. Is exploring. Did not negotiate a result. Is asking the provincial experts to come back and forth to go through the procedures. Delayed 10 days and half a month. Developers cannot afford to wait. I heard that Chen Laodao understands geomancy and feng shui. Thought to ask him to see if he can help reference. Chen Shiliang heard. His college occupies the land with the village or the village. The village head has opened. And then he himself is curious about what in the end dug out a what thing. So that the headache of the City Cultural Relics Bureau. The graveyard is very cloudy. Chen Shiliang out of safety considerations. Take Chen Jiamu. Yu Lingyun and a few disciples also must follow along. So the group got on Zhang Mazi's tractor and went whizzing around. On the tractor, Chen Jiamu hands together in the sleeve, mouth holding a dog-tail grass, body leaning against the wall. The arms of the 3 flowers have already huffed and puffed, let out the sound of gurgling. He inclined his head to look at the ridge road on both sides of the paddy fields such as the waves. His face quiet, do not know what to think about. Yu Lingyun looked at him with a sideways glance, but he saw that the little Taoist priest who was often swiped in jitterbug, looked even better than in the video. His eyes were clear, and his face had a lazy and uncontested expression on it, giving off a puzzling sense of spontaneity. Yu Lingyun involuntarily curled the corners of his mouth slightly, somewhat looking forward to competing with him in the ring. Elder Taoist Master Chen, you have finally come. You give a look. This is dugout what moth. Not far away. The village chief standing outside the construction site barrier waved his hand vigorously. Chapter 55, Danger. 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 Please consider carefully. What did you dig up? Chen Shiliang jumped down from the tractor. Gu. Chen Lao Dao Ah. Big thing. Developer anxious to give hot pot of grasshopper like. Wailing. The village chief rushed to welcome him. You didn't bring any magic weapons, did you? Paki Zhan. Hey, you didn't give old Taoist Chen the word to bring your weaponry? The village chief glared at Paki Zhang, who had picked up the man. Zhang Paki scratched his head on the tractor and said unconvincingly, Village chief, you can't accuse people wrongly. I have shovels, hose, and scythes in my car. You stupid bird. Do not know that the digging is a tuma. Forget it, Chen Lao Dao. You professional. You first go to see. Not I let his second uncle ride a motorcycle on your home to get. The village head while leading the way to explain, originally built a house, dug out a tomb. There have been similar cases before, but this time is different. Last night, the driver of the excavator, early in the morning crazy, said he saw his own two milk, hiding in the shed, covering his head with a quilt. Who moved to fight with who? The driver's family also came. Had no choice but to notify the city's 6th psychiatric hospital to the 5 tied up to get away. That dug out a big black stone. Dog or tiger? Heard them say what to call brave. Okay, make a godly mess. Believe in science. The poor Taoist will look at it. Chen Jiamu in a Taoist robe. Yu Lingyun in a hanbok. His senior sister Dachuan, who was nearly 2 meters tall, and Ma Huayun, followed along and jumped down from the tractor. How many? Behind this? The mayor looked away. Together. After old Taoist Chen finished speaking, he carried his hands behind his back and took large strides in the direction of the enclosure. On the outskirts of the site, a billboard has been erected on the roadside with a spray-painted image of a rendering of the resort's bed and breakfast. A couple of dirt-colored excavators quietly straddled it. Some of the old people and children who had stayed behind in the village were watching, craning their necks to see what was going on. A temporary cordon was drawn at the entrance, and several county and city heritage bureau staff in white coats, under a large open-air shed, gathered around a table with stacks of manuscript paper placed haphazardly on it, as if debating with each other about something. How much of the area has the metal detector scanned? Almost a third of the way there. Synchronizing AI calculations in progress. Team leader, the geological radar geophone is on its way. There is a section of dirt road in this village. The tires of the big car got stuck in the ditch, so I guess it will be a little late to arrive. Lao San. First let the brothers use the Luoyang shovel, dig slowly, do soil analysis, and immediately drive it to the city laboratory for testing. On the other side, a couple of contractors were discussing their strategy and following along blindly. Old Gao, what were you thinking? Bombing with cannons? It can't be said that there are all artifacts down there. We used to dig the mountain, and when we encountered big rocks, we used detonators to blow them up. My 4th grandpa has someone in the construction bureau, and the procedures can be approved. It's just that it has to cost silver. My construction team has been working for 3 days, and now they say they want to stop work, and now they can't dig because of the boulders, and they don't need to be blown up with detonators, so you pay their wages. Ha, okay, Lao Gao, let's buy your 4th master a drink, and if we can really get the detonator, I'll go talk to the project manager. Brother Gao, digging a mountain is not the same as digging a grave. Settle the wages for these few days to count the demands. Let's go back and continue cutting the wheat. The village head led Chen Shilian and his group, and walked to the entrance of the enclosure in a great manner. So many people? There were 2 people guarding the doorway, preventing some of the ones who were watching from getting into trouble. All professionals, the mayor said casually. Chen Jiamu came in. There is 2 large pits in the enclosure. The next 1/3 hit the foundation. Another large pit, dug half, stopped working, in the dirt, revealing lapis lazuli bricks, piece by piece. There were a few staff members in protective suits, using brushes, bit by bit, to sweep the dust from them. A black stone carved out of a brave beast or something like that, eyeballing at least 1 person high. Half of the head cracked and shattered all over the place, next to an excavator's shovel, quietly lying in the other half of the shattered brave brain. This is the tomb suppressor of the tomb in the feudal era, just now after a preliminary identification. It is carved from black jade, also known as Hangshan ink cui, with all black is expensive, like this quality to the paint as pure, as fine as sheep's grease, belongs to the very best of black jade. Pity, speaking is the local backbone in charge of exploration, the city's Department of Cultural Heritage, Museums and Social Heritage Division Office Director and Secretary, Shan Yuliang. The mayor introduces himself as the 2 butt heads. Shan Yuliang looks 50 years old or so, wearing a pair of black-rimmed glasses, white hair, A old leadership temperament cannot be pressed. Secretary Yu Liang. This is our village's old Taoist Chen, who came down from Wudong Mountain, with a seniority as high as a 3-story building. When the Wudong master teacher meets him, he has to call out to him as senior uncle. Oh, according to our preliminary judgment, this should be a big tomb in the late Ming and early Qing dynasty. These lapis lazuli slabs, which are the pressure tombstone, a bad touch the mechanism will collapse. With this grand gesture, the owner of the tomb, at least, is a lord. Now the comrades are discussing where to excavate from. The orientation of the entrance. There is no result yet. Waiting for the experts from the province to come. Chen Shiliang slightly narrowed his eyes, observing the surrounding environment. Previously in the mountains, followed the master to learn a few years of geomancy, belonging to the theoretical school, not practiced. The old Taoist master did not have the hobby of throwing people's graves. But now, in order to study historical relics, when you see an ancient tomb, where is the rule of not throwing? Unless you don't dare to dig, or can't dig. Chen Aimu, who was unattended at the scene because he was also wearing a Taoist robe, curiously stuck his head out to survey the large pit below. Ding! Detecting the host's proximity to the secret realm. Holy! Chen Aimu took a step back and the sound disappeared. And when he went a little further, the system's voice sounded again. He inquired in his mind. System. Does this secret realm belong to a side quest? What are the rewards? In order to allow the system to better detect it, Chen Aimu jumped into the large pit and approached the center of the tomb. Danger! Danger! There are demonic cultivators guarding the secret realm. We suggest that the hosts come back to test this secret realm after they've started their immortal cultivation. Danger! 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 Please consider carefully. Chen Armorwood's mouth slightly curved up. Dangerous hook 8. In the world over there may be dangerous. Don't forget. This is the real world. Which task is difficult? In addition to obtaining the martial arts alliance, this need to wait for time. The final. The other tasks, which is not a second to pass. He looked back up, but saw Yu Lingyun jump down as well, taking off the bagua disc in his waist and looking down in place to find his bearings. Yu Lingyun looked around the mountains, squinted his eyes and slowly rotated his body. The pointer was fixed on the Wu of Ziwu Maoyu, which represented the south. The Qian Kuan, Burgundy and Sen represented the 4 oblique directions of northwest, southwest, northeast and southeast. There is an open area in front of the mountain range, which is the Mingtang, facing south. It is generally believed that a cemetery facing south is a more ideal orientation. In line with the principle of negative yin and embracing yang, Yu Lingyun covered both eyebrows with one hand and looked carefully from a distance. There was a case mountain in front of the Ming Hall, and it was round and low. She continued to follow the gossip disc around and snapped, accidentally bumping into a young man in a Taoist robe. Brother Chen, you know about geomancy? Yu Lingyun raised his head and ruffled the hair on his forehead. Don't understand. Chen Keijai smiled brightly. Then how do you know that the entrance to the life gate is here? Yu Lingyun looked at the 8 trigrams disc and reconfirmed. Chen Keijai hastily took a few steps back. Coincidence? Yu Lingyun shouted. Hey, over here. Secretary Yu Liang looked sideways at Chen Shiliang, as if seeking the old Taoist master's opinion. Chen Shiliang stroked his beard, pretending not to see the other party's inquiring eyes, smiling breezily. God knows what he was thinking. At that moment, not far away, came the sound of staff calling. There's a discovery! There's a discovery! Someone exclaimed among the archaeologists clearing the site. Some people gathered around. It's a cave. It's a robber's hole. Team leader, this grave has been plowed before. In the opposite location of Yu Lingyun's positioning, several archaeologists found a trace of an excavation that had been made, and after sweeping away the dust that had accumulated on the green stone slab, a 1-meter square earthen hole was revealed. Secretary Yu Liang. Secretary Yu Liang. There was a young man in a white lab coat who came running over in a hurry to report the credit. The boy was panting, wiping away sweat. Secretary Yu Liang. Our group. Phew. Look, it's urgent again. Shang Yuliang held up his glasses, and from the table next to him, took a bottle of Centennial Mountain and handed it over. The boy took the water, calmed his breathing and said, There's a hole. Don't bother looking for the entrance. Shang Yuliang smiled and patted the youngster's shoulder. Hard work, Xiao Wei. The team led well. Give you 3 groups, a credit. That hole. It's a dead door. You can't enter. Not far away, came Yu Lingyun's voice. Chapter 56 Yu Lingyun. Shang Yuliang froze and once again turned his gaze to old Taoist Chen. Chen Shiliang still stroked his beard and looked at the sky with a light breeze. Old Taoist. Secretary Yukari shouted softly. Ah, the poor Taoist is in. Your apprentice's comment about the dead door? This You specialize in. Chen Shiliang smiled. Ling Yun come here. Yu Ling Yun stood in the large pit and looked up with his eyes. What's wrong? Uncle Shifu. This geomancy, is that little brat from Fuxing taught you? I'm telling you, words don't come out of your mouth. This is no joke. A few years ago, when real estate was hot, there were so many big developers looking for my dad to see the feng shui. My dad used this, and in our town, built a large one-story villa, which is now completely lying flat. Yu Lingyun cocked his head. Chen Shiliang coughed, solemnly said, Secretary Yu Liang, poor Tao think, or wait for the provincial experts and equipment to all, and then decided, after all, we archaeology, to have the spirit of science, but this thieves' cave. The poor Tao also agreed with this great niece of mine's suggestion, cannot be under the people, you really want to wait impatiently, follow the ancient method, first use a live chicken to explore the gas to try, Shang Yu Liang is a man, all the cow ghosts and snakes disappear, after the founding of the country is not allowed to become a defender of the spirit. However, there was still something to be said about the feng shui of ancient burials, and he was working from experience. Smiling, he said, thanks a lot. Since the little girl pointed out a safe place, let's dig in. Yu Lingyun drew a large circle with his toes and dotted the center of the circle. Try digging from here. Good guy. A few professionals excavated, plowed through the surface soil. Really, appeared a large stone door. These guys old excited, began to carefully and slowly excavation. Yu Lingyun's eyes unexpectedly revealed a look of anticipation, the kind that couldn't be suppressed. She took out her cell phone, turned her back, squatted down, clicked on WeChat, and opened the family group. Love each other as a family. An endless sense of accomplishment shone in his eyes. I'm invincible within 6 feet, it dad. Guess what I'm doing? Ding dong, shoes are a moving castle for feet. I found your master uncle. Did you deliver the hot pot base and spicy chicken? Yu Lingyun didn't move and took a small video of the scene and clicked send. Shoes are feet's moving castle, are you digging a grave? I'm invincible within 6 feet of the dragon. I'm looking for a dragon to wrap around the mountain. If there are 1,000 locks on the gate, there must be a king or a prince living here. Shoes are the feet of the mobile castle. Nonsense. You have not learned. Do not rest their blind command. Listen to the field experts. Your master uncle. Open a video. I give him to speak. Do not know to control the late generation. Yu Lingyun stole a clip of Chen Shiliang standing on top of the big pit and the leader enthusiastically climbed the scene to send. I'm invincible within 6 feet, dad. I'm so jelly. I just pretended to be the old six. They all look at me with adoration. What posture am I going to use in a while? I'm so nervous. Shoes are a moving castle for feet, don't be fooled. You're the one with ID. Shame on you. I'm invincible within 6 feet. It's not like anyone knows about it anyway. Dad. I'm telling you. There's a little Taoist priest here at Shifu's place. He's old and handsome. Shoes are feet's moving castle. Who? Within 6 feet. I'm invincible? A man's voice sounded from behind. Phew. Yu Lingyun immediately covered his cell phone screen and jumped away with a whoosh. Chen Aimu looked at the frightened doe with strange eyes. How long have you been standing behind me? 5 minutes or so. Chen Keijai said. A short silence. Yu Lingyun, you saw it all? Chen Keijai, no. Yu Lingyun, then what are you laughing at? Hua Zi. Still saying you didn't see it. Chen Keijai, am I laughing? Senior sister is calling me. Yu Lingyun threw down these words and scampered off quickly, making expression management as he went. Elder sister. You called me. I didn't call you. The tower-like Daharu's gaze was sincere. Little girl. At such a young age. You're really full of skills. This is called dragon spotting, isn't it? The Yuliang secretary on the side gave a thumbs up and marveled. Yu Lingyun sighed. I glanced at the still standing in the big pit quiet teenager. New mouth. A moment actually speechless. Nodded and smiled. He, this is the poor Taoist's great niece. Yu Lingyun, from the Sichuan and Chongqing side. Intangible cultural heritage. Bagua palm inheritor. Chen Shiliang smiled and stroked his beard. Oh, Shan Yuliang appreciated it even more. And then he saw that this extraordinary-looking little girl just bowed her head. Phew, still a good humble child. Rare, not proud, really rare. Shan Yuliang offered praise again. Yu Lingyun inclined her head, trying to run, just in time to see Chen Aimu with a bad smile on his face, and instantly blushed to the root of her neck. Damn it, and you say you didn't see anything, to socialize to death. A few clerical staff below, seeing that Secretary Yu Liang had spoken, made a wink to each other, and one by one, they came over and gave a thumbs up. Follow the leader and agree. Miss Yu is both talented and beautiful, but she has helped us a lot. Oh, I said, how do I look so familiar? It turns out to be Yu Lingyun who won the group stage of the martial arts wind a few days ago. It's really extraordinary. A group of mixed system. see their colleagues in front of the leadership of such a volume. Cannot be left behind. The leadership boasts of people. Must be given to me 10 times to strengthen the praise. That's the way to take a stand. Firm leadership vision. Miss you. Sword and guts. Fight for your country. Not only for the country's glory. It is simply a walking cultural confidence. It is a model for us. Section Chief Chang. What are you waiting for? Isn't this publicity material a ready-made material? Just write about Miss You. The title I've already thought of for you. The living fossil of the combination of traditional culture and scientific practice, Yuling Yun. Oh, good reminder. Director Lee. TSK. Tasty. Tasty. Wonderful. See, you said. This is not all Secretary Yuliang discerning eyes. If not Secretary Yuliang visionary, we cannot recognize such a treasure? Yes. 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 Secretary Yulian dares to be innovative and use young people. Fully responding to the call. In the end, Yuling Yun once again jumped into the large pit and went to help the staff at the site to dig together. Secretary Yulian, the tomb door is dug out. I'll go. What is this? There's writing on this. Ha, why is this gate bubbling with blood? Gurgling. What the hell? There are dumplings. Not far away came the shouts of several staff members. Chapter 57 Stud. A kind of wisdom. The next day, downtown Green Elm. Fortune Mansion. Open parking lot. Black clouds are pressing down on the city and a thunderstorm is coming. In a few moments, beans of rain crackled down, hitting the cars in the open parking lot with a dense drumming sound from the roofs. An all-black Audi S6 braked slowly to a stop. The passenger side ran down to a stalwart man in a black executive jacket, jogged all the way to the rear door and opened it. A shiny leather shoe stuck out of the car door, and almost at the same time, a black umbrella opened. The man getting out of the car from the back row took off his sunglasses and raised his eyes to the 5i office building in front of him. This is it? Yes. Section Chief Lin. On the 12th floor of Block B, Camel Media. The person in charge is called He Wei, and he's Chen Imu's agent. The man with the umbrella replied in a deep voice. The driver was a woman, also dressed in a black executive jacket, with meticulously fastened breezeways and a cold face, carrying a black suitcase. Camel Media General Manager's office. He Wei was organizing the proposal in front of the computer, when he heard the secretary's knock on the door. Slightly urgent. Enter. Mr. He, someone is looking for you. Before Lu Mei could finish, He Wei had already seen the 2 men and 1 woman at the door. Manager He, there is something that I need to check with you. The man seemed to naturally carry a sense of oppression. His voice flat. He Wei inserted the pen back into the cap and stood up. Beautiful. None of your business. Get out. Lu Mei nodded and left, also closing the office door with her hand. The 3 men stood in the office, their faces expressionless. Introduce myself. My name is Lin Weidong. You may not have heard of our unit's name, Bureau 749, and this is my work ID. He Wei spat in his mind. I have seen this movie. I heard that the box office flopped. Duban rating 4.1. Have a seat. He Wei looked unmoving, but in fact, he was panicking a batch in his heart. From the moment he saw Chen Armorwood hammering the ring floor apart at that moment, he already felt that he had thought simple at first. At first, in order to get this sub-contest, completely stud, pressed the house and all the savings, renting a car, the strategy of the stage leader, the strategy of the insurance company, the strategy of all kinds of sponsors, can be said to be the top of the heavenly pressure in the step. A fight, a bicycle into a motorcycle. It evolved into, fight, just want to jump into the Yellow River. Lin Weidong sat on the sofa across the desk, and the 2 people accompanying him stood behind him on the left and right, immobile as a clock. He Wei got up to make tea. Lin Weidong took out a tablet computer from his suitcase, and with a few finger strokes, he reversed the screen and placed it on the coffee table. Manager He, please take a look at this. He Wei put down the jar of tea in his hand and stretched his head, his eyes trembling. The video was a surveillance video, blurry and switching several angles at once, showing a man in large flowered pants falling from the roof of a building, followed by another man jumping down after him. Then the shot is of a large puddle on a concrete road, and in the smoke, a shot of a man holding another man across his arms, jumping out of the puddle, and disappearing down an alley in a couple of rises and falls. Lin Weidong did not move and continued to slide his finger. Another video, much clearer. You can see a young man wearing a Taoist robe, with an Ultraman Terra mask on his head, flying on the roof of the car, jumping from one car to another. There's no need to show you those videos online. Lin Weidong slid his finger again, and several photos of Chen Imu secretly photographed appeared, both in the city and on the ridge of the Daoxiuban field. Chen Armorwood, male, 20 years old, the Shurha district of Xincheng. His mother Liang Meiwan, 46 years old, employed in the Xincheng Electricity Bureau, The position of section. His father, Chen Jiangwo, now settled in Los Angeles. His sister Chen Jiqi, 8 years old, attending the Victory Road Elementary School, the 4th class of the 3rd grade, the homeroom teacher. His agent He Wei, male, 36 years old, legal representative of Camel Media, registered capital of 5 million. Enough. He Wei blushed slightly, put down the tea canister, and looked up to ask, did we break the law? Does destroying roads count? Forget it, these small things are not worth mentioning. It doesn't matter, Mr. Ho. There are some things that you may not understand his importance. You don't know what you're dealing with, what you're doing. Lin Weidong leaned his body back and snapped his fingers. The woman in black standing behind her pulled out another tablet, turned it on, and rotated it on the coffee table. In the picture, it resembles some classified files. On January 3, 1959, in the northern Ural Mountains, several skiers left the group and disappeared, and 14 hours later the skiers were seen some 370 kilometers away, stiff, in a kneeling position, and without vital signs. On July 23, 1986, 9 experienced mountaineers died mysteriously in the Ural Mountains of the Soviet Union. The bodies were found in bizarre condition, some with their tongues cut out and bones cracked and fractured all over their bodies, but there were no traces of an external attack, and the Soviets officially claimed force majeure, but the real cause is still unknown. On April 7, 1993, a woman named Kotrice in New Hampshire, died strangely in her sleep, and an autopsy revealed extensive cauterization of the internal organs, with flames burning inside the midwoman's body. In 2003, on May 9, in the town of 13 Mile Bridge in our country's Luozhou, at night, someone cried in a dry well at the entrance of the village, until one day, 3 bold villagers checked out what was going on, and they swore that they saw a woman with a red cover in the well, and the next day, a few villagers disappeared completely, and their whereabouts are still unknown. Lin Weidong extinguished the screen and slowly said, yesterday, Zhoutsuan, east of Yuanhong Daoxiuban, Shirley Pa, Date Resort BNB project, excavated late Ming Dynasty tombs, fresh blood seeping out of the tomb doors. The site has now been taken over. The experts gave a reasonable explanation that what oozed out of the tomb door was not blood, and that some minerals, organic matter and other components carried by the groundwater during its flow penetrated into the tomb. These substances had a chemical reaction under the specific environment inside the tomb, forming a red liquid similar to blood. There was a pause, a very logical explanation. Right, Mr. Ho, He Wei blanched and asked, how do I know? Lin Weidong finger rhythmic tap on the desktop, meaningfully said, these so-called supernatural events, we have a very reasonable scientific explanation. Just, that called Chen A Wood Taoist priest, from the roof of the building jumped down. Really difficult to bad some experts of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Mr. Can you help us explain? He Wei's eyelids fluttered, as if he were sitting on pins and needles, and the intense struggle of his thoughts made him sweat through his shirt. That's for the master himself to ask. What are you going to do? Lin Weidong raised an eyebrow. Oh, Master Dao. Very interesting to call him. We did not disturb him, much less arrest him. Through this period of observation, the comprehensive judgment. He belongs to the moderate faction. The upper management attaches great importance to him. Very important. We need a bridge to communicate with him. Or rather a buffer. And you, Mr. Ho, you are that bridge. And I hope you will convey our goodwill. Our olive branch. He Wei did not say a word, low in his head repeatedly weighing something. Lin Weidong continued. People like him shouldn't be farming in the countryside, herding cows, or even raising cats, and going to that ridiculous tournament. Don't you think that it's an extreme waste of resources for Chen Jiamu? But, I promised Master Dao that I'd run this show, that I'd let him win the championship. Although, I don't know why a person with such heavenly skills as Master Dao has to compete for the trophy of being the champion of this kind of entertainment program. But, if I call off the competition, I'll have to face an astronomical amount of compensation for breach of contract. Those sponsors will sue me for eternity. Dude, I studied it. You know what? Stud up. Ahem. Lin Weidong coughed, and an entourage behind him, standing straight, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly, forcing a smile, struggling to maintain a serious face. Stud, it's an intelligence. Snort dash. The man in the executive jacket standing in the back couldn't hold it in any longer and finally made a sound. Lin Weidong frowned and turned back, and the man immediately changed his serious expression. He Xian. Snort. The anachronistic, agonizing laugh resounded again. In this case, I'll go to Zhou Village and pass on your ideas to Master Xiao Dao. However, I have one condition. Please, Can't terminate the match. That's my bottom line. He Wei stiffened his head and said decisively. Stud. It is indeed a kind of wisdom. Mr. I admire it. Lin Weidong got up, gently patted He Wei's shoulder and walked out the door. Chapter 58, Manhwa's diary. After the three left their contact information and left, silence fell on He Wei's office. He sat on the couch, rubbing his face, disheveled. With a sense of disgust after healthcare, he took out his cell phone and dialed Chen Imu's number. Then he immediately hung up, walking out of the office. At the water fountain, he called out to a clerk. Crane, I'll use the cell phone to make a call. Okay, Mr. You wait a moment. Xiao He, who was receiving water, froze and pulled out his cell phone from his arms, quickly unlocked it, changed a system default wallpaper, and handed it to He Wei. Using his employee's cell phone, He Wei dialed one by one at Chen Imu's phone number on his own cell phone screen, turned and walked into the office and banged the door shut. Xiao He was holding a cup of water in his hand and had an embarrassed expression on his face, hoping that Mr. He wouldn't look at my chat logs or photo albums after the call. In the office, He Wei stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling glass window. Outside the window, lightning and thunder, pouring rain. Downstairs a black Audi S6 crashed through the rain curtain far away. Beep 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 beep. Hello, who is it? Master Dao. He Wei. Oh, what is it? I've just been approached by three men in walking jackets for an appointment, and I've been looking at things I'm not supposed to look at in my class, and I'm so scared. Where are you? Oh, it's in Dashu class. Wait Sifu, get me a bottle of shampoo. The sound of a cat purring and slapping the water on the phone could be heard, and faintly Ma Huayan's voice could be heard. There's no more shampoo. Is soap okay? Master Xiao Dao. What are you doing? I'm bathing the cat. Go on. Did you guys dig up some big tomb over there? Hey, forget it. I can't tell you over the phone. I'll drive to you right away. Wait for me. Master Dao. Good. Meow. Beep. He Wei hung up the phone. What a time to give the cat a bath. At this time, WeChat popped up a message, and He Wei subconsciously clicked on it. A message called Tomodachi Resource Swap Group popped up, showing a drenching image of a plant in a long drought, accompanied by a long string of links below. The mosaic follows the camera as it swings. He Wei frantically pressed the volume and suddenly remembered that it wasn't his cell phone. He watched it silently, then locked the screen and opened the door. Crane, the doorway clerk, held a thermos in his hand and smiled awkwardly. Mr. Are you done with the phone call? Aha. He Wei handed Crane his cell phone. I'll go to work then. A representative from Red Bull's Central China Region Marketing Department is coming over in a few minutes, so I'm going to go, but heads about event sponsorship. He Wei nodded. Crane turned as if relieved. Crane at the company, put your mind more on your work from now on. Some irrelevant videos. It's better to go home and watch them again. Little Crane's back trembled and he stiffened. Thunderstorms come and go quickly. After the rain in Jotsuan, the air exudes the smell of earth. By the fish pond, He Wei looked panicked. Master Xiao Dao, I tell you, wait a minute. Chen Armorwood frowned slightly, reaching out from the collar of He Wei's shirt and snapping out a tiny button. Snapped, crushed, a smell of burnt. Chen Jiamu casually threw the button into the fish pond. A wiretap? When did those three old denizens do this? He Wei was in a cold sweat, just now stealing his own resourcefulness, knowing to use the staff phone. He Wei put Lin Weidong's matter, one time without omitting to repeat. He tried to restore each word of the other side, did not add oil and vinegar, completely truthful. Chen Jiamu listened quietly and said faintly, these are things we have to face sooner or later. Manager do you believe me? Faith. Okay, let's have a smooth race, and as long as I can get the title, everything, it's going to take a qualitative leap forward. Chen Armorwood's eyes narrowed slightly, reconfirming the mainline mission given by the system in his brain. The progress was stuck at the last level, proving that the logic of the adjudication system was correct. As long as he could get the champion of the tournament, he would be able to complete the mission, unlocking the shackles of the martial arts path, and stepping into the cultivation of immortality. He Wei was slightly confused. He didn't understand, but it seemed like he had no choice now. Well, Master Dao, there will be no interference with our program over there, and that's where I draw the line. Right. How do I reply to them now? He Wei asked. Just play Tai Chi. Chen Amu's eyes flashed with cunning. Shirk, cope, be vague, don't agree or refuse, and drag it out until the end of the match. I see. He Wei picked up a stone and struggled to throw it into the fish pond. You and I will go back first. Prepare for the next arrangement. Speed up the process. The original 4 groups per day. 16 games of the season. Increase 8 groups, 64 games. This way, It's estimated that the finals will unfold in another 2 days. This piece is your specialty. Just arrange it properly. Chen Jiamu finished, his hands caged in his sleeves. Do you want to stay for lunch? We grow our own tomatoes. They taste great. No, I'll be right back in the office. Master Dao, call anytime. I'm on call 24/7 and I can drive over anytime. He Wei gritted his teeth and endured the pain thinking. Speed up the process, so that he will make a lot less money. Engage in the entertainment season. Engage in the program. Know that the longer the battle line is stretched, the more dividends eaten. He is a man who knows how to be contented. So far, basically almost back to the capital. The major sponsorships, advertising fees, the next periphery, the official number of the bandwagon, as well as the station's share of the authorization fees of the B station, Shake Voice and several bloggers. Tickets for the scene, too, from the beginning was a group purchase of 49 yuan, was scalped to 300, excellent location, and even speculated to more than 1,000. After seeing the Volkswagen maiden leave, Chen Jiamu called home, asked some parents. Liang Meiwan asked him if he lacked money. Chen Jiamu said no, later, or received his mother's 2,000 yuan WeChat transfer, turning his eyes to the dozens of people who had clamored to sign up for reclaiming the wasteland earlier. From the initial 40 or so, there were now only 7 left. Cavan Tidbits, the Diary of Manhwa. During the lunch break, in the large warehouse, a man's long sigh stopped the buzzing and vibrating sound. Manhwa sighed and disheveledly left the miscellaneous warehouse of the Dao cultivation class. He was carrying a black cloth package in his hand. God knows what it contained. He came to the large cafeteria and washed his hands, casually tossing the paper ball in his pocket down the drain and flushing it away. When he arrived at the holding room, a room used for meditation and cultivation of the mind, the room was lined with bookshelves, a table, a chair, and a few futons piled up in the corner, without any electronic equipment. There is a calligraphy character on the wall, written by Chen Xiliang, to the extreme of emptiness, keep quiet. Ma Huayun sat at the table, devoutly repenting. He pulled out his journal and flipped forward casually. August 24th, clear, day 3 of quitting jerking off and feeling okay. Well, I still have to quit smoking. Okay, I'll start quitting today. August 25th, clear, no more quitting. I broke it yesterday. I blame Tyron for smoking in front of me and giving me cigarettes. Damn it. Stumbling block. August 27th, clear, the 5th day of abstinence. Go for it. Today the Taoist training class came a girl called Yu Lingyun. Very beautiful. She is the master's great niece. From Sichuan in Chongqing. Very powerful little girl. Not only will Bagua Pom, but also geomancy and feng shui. I felt as if she liked me a little bit. After all, in the Taoist cultivation class, I was the most handsome one, unlike Senior Chen, who wore a Taoist robe all day long and looked unkempt. Ti Lung and the 3 of them seem to be crazy. They go to the kitchen at night to steal bowls. I didn't tell Master. I'm not the kind of person who likes to snitch. August 28th, clear, day 6 of quitting jerking off and it's so hard. I shaved my beard. I can't practice the 8-fold Vajra Kung Fu anymore. Turn to the latest page and start recording today's epiphanies. All was quiet. Only the tip of the pen rubbing against the paper, and the sound of rustling. Thunderstorms. August 30th. I just broke my fast again. LOL, why do I have to say again? It's killing me inside. Yesterday, May messaged me again, asking if I'd slept. I replied, sleeping. So I lost sleep. The master used to say that those who cultivate, do so by behavior, and those who are enlightened, do so by nature. I seem to understand at this moment that before one has reached a certain level of cultivation, one has to restrain one's behavior, which is also known as the precepts, and keep the precepts. It is only when one is enlightened and realized that one can act according to one's heart and nature, and one will not make mistakes. I think it's also so much better for me to play with toys than to go and destroy other people's homes. At least, I did it, and those who fix it by doing it. In Jerk Chop. Phew, I seem to have come to my senses. Ma Huayun, from today on, no one any toy can be in control of you. He suddenly got up, took the black cloth bag in his hand, ran outside, filled it with a couple of rocks, and sank it into the fish pond. Running back in another breath, he grabbed his journal in a panic and shoved it into his arms, looking left and right before he sighed in relief. Has Master Ma been well lately? Senior Brother Chen ordered us to come and pass on the order to discuss great matters in the council chamber. 3 bold voices came from outside the door. Chapter 59, Anemia to go back to his own home and still have to buy a ticket? Iron Dragon. Lend Master your motorcycle for a ride. At your service, Sect Master. My mount is hooked up to a gear and has good off-road performance, so you should drive carefully. Ti Lung handed over his motorcycle keys with both hands. Chen Shiliang lifted up the hem of the robe, cross right up, removed the full wraparound helmet hanging on the handlebars, turned his eyes and looked. In these 2 days, are not allowed to run around. Not to mention that you cannot go over there to see the archaeological team to see the fun. Wait for me to come back to inform. With a crunch, the helmet shield snapped off. Koshiki, get in the car. Ha, this car has a clutch? Chen Armorwood lightly jumped onto the backseat and grabbed the corner of Chen Shiliang's waist. Master, why don't I run behind? What? You look down on your master's driving skills? Chen Armorwood pulled out a pill of golden rock pill that he had just refined last night and handed it to Chen Shiliang. Why don't you get high? No need. This elixir of yours, the other metal materials are fine. Just this one needs a penny of gold each time, which is equivalent to 5 grams, and can only produce 3 grains. It's too costly. I borrowed the money from Hiwei. You always have to pay back the karma you owe people. Aki remember to pay them back when the time comes. Aha. I told him to take it out of our share of the monastic class when the time comes. Got it. Let's go. Chen Shiliang twisted the key, pinched the clutch, put it in gear, gave the oil. The front end of the car bucked violently. A very belting engine roar sounded. In a puff of smoke, rushed out of the countryside dirt road. Geez, I'll be damned. It's time to oil this head unit. Chen Shiliang riding a motorcycle, carrying Chen Jiamu, drove all the way to the Wudong Mountain Scenic Area ticket gate, parked the car in the parking lot, led Chen Keijai through the door. Comrade, the ticket office is on the left. You haven't bought a ticket yet. The two would have been wearing a Taoist robe, and Chen Shiliang stayed Goat Mountain Beard, a faction of immortal style and Taoist style. On that, because the scenic spot is contracted, people do not buy. Chen Shiliang hadn't been on the mountain for several years, and had been living in a Taoist training class at the bottom of the mountain. The staff guarding the gate had long since changed to a new person and didn't recognize him. The poor Taoist still needs to buy a ticket to return to his own home? Chen Shiliang stared with a pair of bull's eyes, suddenly feeling humiliated in front of his own disciples, nearly breaking his Taoist heart. Taoist master, are you from the Taoist temple above? Please look at the documents. Chen Shiliang ignored him, took out his cell phone and huffed and puffed and dialed and made a call. And soon the staff intercom rang. Copy that. 2 Taoist masters. Sorry. Verified. Please come in. The staff swiped the ramp entrance with their magnetic cards, and the duo came in without any problems. Along the way, we encountered a number of tourists who took pictures of the duo and posed for photos. I'll go. Dragon Tiger Heavenly Master. It looks just like the Heavenly Master in One Man's World. Really, yeah. And Taoist Master Wan Yuya. It really seems as if it's like look at those lazy eyes. So handsome. What are the people from Longhu Mountain doing in Wudong? Tianshur Baron Thin. I just saw this old Taoist riding a motorcycle. You see who's a Tianshur still riding a motorcycle at his age? I even doubt he can get a driver's license. Brother, you're a bit hostile. Be careful of the Taoist master summoning the Thunder Ancestor to split you. Yeah. I've heard that Taoist masters don't report overnight grudges. Along the way, there were occasional tourists chattering away. Chen Shiliang, a handful of years old, still walking like flying, up the mountain, is generally very tired. Many young people are walking a rest a while. Chen Shiliang, a breath, has been visible to the naked eye. Even speed, shook off a lot of mountaineering gasping for breath. Young people walked to a large part of it, before leading Chen Jiamu turned into the tourists stopping near the road, all the way to the back of the mountain of the place of purification. But Sia in the mountain road, reflected in the eyes, the door scattered a few Taoist priests in the stakes, the gate purple gas. This place is usually closed to tourists, unless a great leader comes to nourish his heart. It's the place where the Wudong sect leader purifies himself. Chen Shiliang introduced. Chen Armorwood nodded, all the way to the curious left and right. In fact, he came, that night, right here in the Purple Sky Palace, stole the Dan furnace. Yo, seen your uncle. Blessed life is limitless. A middle-aged Taoist performed a Taoist salute. Well, where is the sect leader? Chen Shiliang asked. Waiting for you at the Qingwei Palace. The middle-aged Taoist looked at the young man behind him and asked, and this little Taoist friend is? Oh, my apprentice. Together, the middle-aged man immediately stood in awe. So it's senior uncle. Disrespectful. Taoist discipleship is strict. Chen Shiliang run Taoist training classes. Nominally, everyone is a student, while the only real worshippers are Gui Wu, Ma Huayun, and Chen Jiamu. Of course, usually the guy's also called Chen Shiliang Master, just in a different sense. Senior uncle. On the palace gate, an old Taoist priest with white hair and beard greeted him with great strides. It was none other than the contemporary Wudong mountain talker, Jade Kyung. Good spirits, huh? Yu Jingzi performed a Taoist salute and guided the two of them all the way to the purple heavenly palace. The next time Master Uncle comes, you can give me a call ahead of time and I'll have them drive a bus to pick you up. It's okay. I came on my motorcycle just to walk the hills and get moving. The three of them stepped into the purple heavenly palace. A Taoist Dong set up the tea. The offering table, empty, was originally placed in the year when the three Fengzhenren left the Dan furnace place. Some time ago, the Guanli was robbed and the Dan furnace was lost. Also called the police. Cannot be found all over the mountain. I have a divination. Uncle, you guess what is the word of divination? Chen Shiliang maintained his posture of drinking tea. His arm slightly stiffened and didn't move. Chen Armorwood got up and picked up the teapot, pouring tea for the old sect leader. Yu Jingzi took out a crumpled note from his arms, unfolded it and read, 36th hexagram, Earth Fire Mingi, fixed lines in, upper 6, unknown obscurity, first ascending in the sky, later entering the earth. Chen Shiliang carefully smacked the trigram's rhyme, slowly nodded his head, and sighed in admiration in his heart. The calculation is really accurate. Unfortunately, after all, a leaf blind. Yu Jingzi doubted. Earth Fire Mingi, fire from the ground, indicating that the thieves are coming from below, but it is Mingi. The ancestors said. The name of the site is not seen is called Razor, but the only one below who is going to be in the Dao sect, sight unseen, is your Dao cultivation class. Seen your uncle. First ascended in the sky, it means the thief came from above. Is it hard to fly? After entering the ground, after stealing it, he hid it under the mountain and didn't get rid of it? How dare you be so wild? Seen your uncle. I suspect that there is a mole in the mountain gate, and this incense burner isn't light. One person can't even move it. It must be a gang. Nearby large and small Taoist temples are also quite a lot. I am now a bit suspicious of the Qingfeng Guan's Lao Yang. That mange head misses our Dan furnace. Not a day or 2 days. Some other day to let someone go to swindle him. Which Lao Yang? Chen Shiliang asked. When I was a child, we went to Willow Creek over there to catch fish. And Fuxing that follower is also in the Qingfeng view of the old Yang must be alchemy. And then blew up the furnace. Almost to the people village straw heat point. If it is not uncle you extinguish the fire in time. The old Yang estimates that this is still squatting in the number of it. 83 years, the year of the crackdown. Yu Jingzi recalled. This is which year stale sesame rotten grain thing. Don't talk about other things. Line. Yu Jing. You at least is also a headmaster. How to be like a little daughter-in-law. Your fortune telling is good. It is the people of the Taoist sect who steal. All in the blessing of the ancestor master. Do not get in the way. Do not get in the way. I've had someone contact Alliance United Surveillance. They're running wires, and they're going to put in a couple of monitors after a while. Please have some tea. Chen Keijai digressed. This is junior brother. It really is all righteousness. The old Wudong sect master stroked his beard and admired the decent-faced junior senior brother with a smile. Alright, down to business. The tomb below. What's going on? Chen Shiliang asked seriously. The old sect master Yu Jingzi sat upright in his body, turned his eyes and shouted. Shui ah! Close the door. The little Taoist boy with the duster bowed his head, closed the door of the purple heavenly palace, and slowly retreated. Chapter 60, our unit. We still have a lot of energy, Yu Jingzi said in a deep voice. Originally, we, the old guys, were in the mountains for purification, but yesterday, President Liu of the Taoist Association and the Provincial Cultural Relics Bureau both came, so I changed into my purple robe and followed them down. The door to the chamber was mortised in stone and sealed with mercury around it, and when the door came out of the ground and saw the light, the sealed tomb suppressing blood spilled out through the cracks. Chen Shiliang said, well, at that time, we were at the scene commander-in-chief Yu Liang's secretary to see this situation, but also dare not dig, so blocked the scene. We also went back to eat. I didn't realize that martial law would be declared that day. After all, it's in my own neighborhood, so if I don't find out, I'll be uneasy. So we left first and you arrived second? Uncle Shifu got his fortune? Yu Jingzi smiled wryly. Kuwen Gua. The first 6, crawling on frost and hard ice too. This trigram describes how one is not far from freezing when one's shoes step on frost. There is a sign that things are turning dangerous. Yu Jingzi laughed and said, after the province came to the people, they can't get the idea. I can't get it just say, don't let the old Zhang family of Longhu Mountain to send a representative also come to see. A bunch of people hired outside the exploration team, engaged in more professional than we were back then. Black donkey hooves, big roosters, glutinous rice, and someone holding 2 black dogs. Must dig. You know, these people have listened to advice? Back and forth cannot wait. And finally with an impact drill, chiseled, clattering plasma sprayed out, when a few young students, to the stunned, that scene, The chickens and dogs barked wildly. Fortunately they all wore their isolation suit. That blood, but if it touches a little skin, senior uncle, you know the consequences. Later went in. Indeed also found some artifacts. But the main tomb cannot be opened. A move. All have to collapse. There's something holding it down. Don't dare move it. Jade Kyoko took out a tablet and scratched it a few times, squinting at some pictures taken in it at the time, with some inscriptions on it. While looking at it, she said in the white language, the tomb owner's father, a vassal king at the end of the Ming dynasty, was called Zhu Changrun, and in the 29th year of the Wanli reign, he was named King Hui. Tianqi 7 years, Chongzhen emperor after the throne, Shu Changrun clan to Jingzhou province, and then Li Zicheng hit Jingmen, Shu Changrun run Xiangtan. Who knows? Zhang Xinzhong's army of the west captured Changsha. Shu Changrun and ran, fled to Hangzhou. Hangzhou was soon to be conquered. Shu Changrun and fled to Yangzhou, and then into Guangxi. In the end, Shu Changrun took the initiative to surrender to the Qing army and elaborated that he had been unquestioning since he was a child and had converted to Buddhism, hoping that the Qing army would spare him from death. In the 3rd year of Shuanji, Zhu Changrun and 11 other clansmen of the Ming dynasty were beheaded en masse near Kaishiku. Yu Jingzi pressed a mouthful of tea and said, Senior uncle, do you know what this vassal king has hidden? Chen Shiliang spat. Say, don't sell out. According to the introduction of the inscription here, this called Zhu Changrun, after the descendants settled, took the initiative to go to his death. He got a treasure. That is, that the tomb of the Dan furnace. The inscription said it was the year Jiajing's imperial furnace. Shu Changrun firmly believed that that furnace can be alchemy, eaten can be soared to the sky, and instructed his descendants. He went to the capital to his death. Be sure to guard the treasure left behind by his ancestors. What stove? Chen Shiliang asked. Both the G furnace. Hey, anyway, is an old object, after all, stained with the dragon gas. You did not see the old young that coveted the strength of Yo. Cannot wait to move the furnace to his home. What's the final word? Yu Jingzi smiled, a bunch of people resting there to study it. Anyway, the furnace cannot move. A move the whole chamber must collapse. As for the main tomb and what? And so solve this to go in. These days waiting to see the news. I estimate that it is also fast. Now what era? Robots and everything out. There is always a way. After the three of them exchanged pleasantries for a while, Chen Shiliang led Chen Aimu around the back of the mountain and rode his motorcycle down the mountain. When I passed the 10-mile slope, I purposely turned around to look at it. There were guards standing guard and a long cordon was drawn. Just as he was approaching the doorway of the cordon, a system alert sounded in Chen Armorwood's head, detecting the opening of the secret world. The demon cultivator has been sealed. The host can go to the secret realm to find the treasure. Chen Aimu sighed in his heart. Technology is awesome. In his heart, he asked, System, what treasures are in the secret realm? The demon cultivator has been sealed. The host can go to the secret realm to find the treasure. Well, the system should also be whole confused. Originally said that the critical suggested that after cultivating immortality in the fierce battle of the old devil, this will be directly in the realm of martial arts. The old devil sealed. This is halfway done? I don't know if the system has any psychological activities. This host should be the easiest one to bring. Master, let's go to the big tomb. Chen Aimu asked. Don't go and be nosy. If you ask clearly, your master's heart will be at peace. Right you. When are you going to play the tournament? Ling Yun, that girl went to play the Final Four again this morning. Oh, I'll pick up and play the finals then. The intermediate process has been ignored. It's not much fun. Chen Shiliang did not say anything, twisted the throttle. The motorcycle owed, bringing up smoke and dust far away. Dao cultivation class. He Wei looked hurried and unusually anxious. When will the little Taoist master be back? Almost there. Just messaged. On my way. What's the matter, Brother Wei? Manhwa Yun asked as he stood the playground, wearing his practice clothes and playing Tai Chi. Master Yun, what did you just call me? He Wei's face was agitated. Ha? What? Did you just call me Wei? He Wei confirmed. Yeah, Viagra. Is there a problem? You're older than me. Brother, I recognize you as my brother. We'll be brothers from now on. He Wei had a serious face. Ma Huayun looked over in confusion. What's this for? He Wei's phone rang, and he stepped aside and picked up the phone with a serious look. Something wrong? The voice hardened involuntarily. On the phone, Lin Weidong's low voice came. Mr. He, in the past 2 days. What's the result? He Wei said coldly. Chief Lin, my brother said that everything will wait until he finishes the fight and wins the championship. Then he will take the initiative to meet you guys to talk. Just now, Ma Huayun called him brother. Ma Huayun is the junior Taoist master's senior brother. Senior brother is also brother. In other words, Chen Jiamu was my Hiwei's brother. Very reasonable. Very logical. Your brother? The voice on the phone drew up a few notches. Ah, what is it? My brother. Hiwei rationalized. The phone was silent for a few seconds. Said, okay, hard work. If the game meets any difficulties, feel free to give me contact. Our unit. The energy is still very big. The attitude and tone of the other party was obviously quite a bit milder. Good. I'll buy you dinner someday. Well, I have a meeting. Talk to you later. Oh yeah. Give your brother my regards. We're in good hands over here. I'll relay the original message in a moment. For now, in a moment we two brothers have to fish. No more. Hang up. Beep. Hiwei hung up the phone, and suddenly felt that the entire air was a few points sweeter. Chapter 61 Self-check completed. No bugs. Confirming completion of the mission. Chen Karmu didn't go back. He wanted to visit the ancient tomb. After getting off the bus at the midway point, at the door, I watched the master ride away on his motorcycle. 10-mile slope resort BNB project entrance. Security personnel obviously increased a lot. Originally erected on the roadside billboards on the BNB built on the rendering, has been torn off, leaving only a square tube frame, a lonely towering. Shan Yuliang sat in the doorway of the makeshift police booth, removed his own black-framed glasses, and rubbed his tired eyes. Secretary Yulian, who was up all night, received many leaders yesterday. Teacher Origin. He later took the public examination, and as the person in charge of the site, he understands the importance of the reception of this way. Just at this moment, but some worried eyebrows. Teacher, I feel it is still. Asked Wei, who made outstanding contributions in the excavation work on the side. How many times have I told you to refer to your position at work? Xiao Wei swallowed his saliva and changed the topic. Secretary Yu Liang. Fortunately there was that girl's reminder last time. And yesterday, the fourth group used the exploration robot to go down the robber's hole. And there were indeed organs inside. Otherwise, we would have taken a bigger responsibility. Shan Yuliang sighed. He was the flag bearer of this excavation project. All the pressure was on his shoulders. Through several terrain analysis, scanning, the main chamber was pressed under the Dan furnace. The Dan furnace will trigger a collapse accident when it moves. Although it has been a few hundred years, some of the machine may have decayed and failed, but Shan Yuliang did not dare to take risks. The morning meeting temporarily determined the program is from the bottom of the surrounding area. Slowly digging through. What's that you're carrying around in your waist? Shan Yuliang asked with a frown. Xiao Wei took out a furry, air-dried black donkey hoof from the cloth bag on his waist and smiled bitterly. I'm on night duty at night, so I'm prepared. Shan Yuliang shook his head, wanting to bear him, but also cannot afford to give up. Whispered, Lu District Governor has not yet left. You pack tightly. Do not hold these cow ghosts and snakes. Let people see how to lead the team in the future. Do you still want to progress? Oh. The latter hastily stuffed the black donkey's hoof into the briefcase and zipped it up. Here. Shan Yuliang sidled over, took out a blackened wooden block from his pocket with a talisman carved on the back, blocked it with his clothes, and handed it over. What? Wei carefully took it and placed it in his hand to observe. Put it away. Shan Yuliang whispered quickly and mysteriously. Put it in your pocket during night duty and return it to me tomorrow. What's this? Teacher. Lightning strikes wood. After Shan Yuliang finished speaking in a low voice, he turned his head to see a small Taoist priest in a Taoist robe strolling by. Ha, little Taoist Chen. What brings you here? Shan Yuliang got up and greeted him. Let me take a look. Is that okay? Chen Armorwood asked gently. Shan Yuliang froze and then said, Of course, let's go. I happen to be going to the scene as well. After he finished speaking, his eyes looked towards the piles of mineral water by the table. Xiao Wei immediately ran over and took a bottle for the little Taoist master and another for his teacher, who waved his hand. The duo walked past the peripheral work shed and down the makeshift wooden steps into the on-site crypt. The excavation site was noticeably more advanced than before, with the outer perimeter largely cleared and a large stone chamber door, chiseled into a small hole just big enough for a person to enter. Lights have been placed inside to illuminate the dark stone walls. The staff member on duty at the door handed the duo their helmets and walked through the tunnel to the front room. Ha! This is the front chamber of the main tomb. The two smaller ones on the left and right are ear chambers that hold some burial goods. Shan Yuliang explained as he walked, and Shen Jiamu's eyes fixed in the center of the hall of that Dan furnace. Maybe a long time ago. The body is dark with copper color mottled, a little similar to the journey to the west in the Laojun furnace, a lot smaller, probably also about 2 meters. Shan Yuliang said slowly, after preliminary testing. Dan furnace is fine copper casting, the shape of the rounded and regulated, 3-legged tripod, the body of the furnace towering, the furnace wall, engraved with ancient seal scripts. Absolute first-class cultural relics. Chen Aimu approached. And indeed there were 3 rows of text inscribed on it, which were lengthy. This is the furnace of Emperor Jiajing, and it is recorded in the literature that Jiajing gave himself 3 Taoist names: Spirit, Sky, Upper Qing, Unity, Thunder, Yuan, Yang, Myriad, One Fei, Xian, Jin, Jun. The 9 heavily macro teachings of universal life, Pamin and Yang Kung Fu over Great Tao, Siren, Zi, Xian, Wang, Yang, Jin, Jin, Yuan, Shu, Xianing, enlightenment of the devil, vermin, loyalty and filial piety, Emperor. Taishang Daluo Tianxian, purple, extreme longevity, holy, Zhi, Zhaoling, Tong, Sanyuan, Jini and Yushu, chief administrator, 5 thunder, great real person, Xuandu, realm, Wanshou, emperor. Shang Yuliang squinted his eyes and read the small words on the stove, sentence by sentence, because the ancients wrote without punctuation. Shang Yuliang read in one breath. A little lack of oxygen. He's an emperor. Engaging in all this? Chen Armorwood asked. Does young Taoist Master Chen not know? Emperor Jiajing of the Ming dynasty did not go to court for 20 years, single-mindedly refining pills to cultivate immortality. A pity, but lived to be 60 years old. Among emperors, it is also considered a high life expectancy. Chen Armorwood didn't say anything and slowly stepped forward, one hand gently caressing the Dan furnace. Ding! The host has been detected to have won a great victory in a fierce battle against the demon sex old man and harvested a supreme treasure. The host crosses the realm and defeats the demonic cultivator with the realm of the martial artist's flesh and blood, releasing the super rewards. Ding! System loading. Bug self-testing. 10%, 20%, 70%, 100%. Self-check completed. No bugs. Confirm mission completion. The hosts are amazingly talented and unprecedented. Reward upgrade, open cultivation. Will the host please confirm whether to break through the shackles of martial arts right now and start cultivating immortality? Chen Jiamu Clam lived. Not. What the hell? I haven't even played the game yet and I'm just handing out trophies, he inquired in his mind. System. In. No need to fight in the ring? No need to be a martial arts ally. Just cultivate immortality? Mission reset in progress. Reset complete. Hint, the martial arts assembly are all mundane flesh, so the host should strike at his discretion to avoid causing unnecessary suffering. The task of the martial arts alliance master is still valid, and the reward is adjusted to aura dense. The host can participate in the martial arts conference to win the top, to receive aura dense, to help the host 3 flowers. 3 flowers? Gathering tops? Is that a realm? System? Clueless? Will the host please confirm whether to break through the shackles of martial arts right now and start cultivating immortality? Will the host please confirm whether to break through the shackles of martial arts right now and start cultivating immortality? Little Taoist Chen. Little Taoist Chen. Shan Yuliang, who was on the side, shouted. Chen Armorwood returned to his senses and inclined his head to look at the other party with a cordial face. Didn't rest well? Oh, 2 days ago the old headmaster of Wudong Mountain also came. He saw this antique also froze for a long time. Do you people outside the party like these artifacts? There's also an old Taoist master called what's his name? Yangzi, that looks at the Dan furnace with eyes that are almost stretched out. Ha! Shan Yulian laughed. Chen Aimu took a long breath and smiled brightly. You're busy. I'll go back first. Well, lo, I send you together. A moment, but also write a report to the province. Now as this Dan furnace can see cannot move. Too tricky. Chen Xiaodao master left. Left decisively. Left dryly. After Chen Aimu left the 10-mile slope, he was in the field path, and confirmed with the system again in his head. There's nothing wrong with it. You can turn on cultivation anytime you want. The active point kind. Skill points are all ready for you. He held back at that time, intending to go to a safe place to open the cultivation of immortality. After all, there is no reference to experience in this matter. The movie has seen. In case then in the catacombs directly point to confirm. There's some kind of heaven and earth vision or something, or they just glow by themselves or something. So don't scare the old clerk of the people out of a heart attack. Phew, cool. The tournament was still going to be played, and that 3-flower gathering reward was too tempting. It should be some sort of realm or technique. It never mattered who the opponent was. It used to be White Rabbit versus Tyson. Now it's White Rabbit versus Terra. Whoosh. Chen Jiamu show ladder cloud vertical. In the field path. Stepping on the tip of the grass. Flying through the fish pond. Pointing the water in the air. The autumn of the skimming. A few up and down to jump to the opposite bank. Casually pulling up a dog's tail grass. Holding it in his mouth. He sang indistinctly. The rock rises with the wind in one day. And lifts up, straight up 90,000 miles. 100 meters away. On a tree. The special agent who had been responsible for surveillance in Jotsuan. The binoculars in his hand fell to the ground. Chapter 62. The rock rises up with the wind in one day. Rocking up to 90,000 miles. Above the roof of the Yuan Hang Taoist Seminary. The rock rises up with the wind in one day. Rocking up to 90,000 li. a blue man in ancient costume, wearing a bucket hat, his hands clasped to his chest, and a long sword slung behind his back, stood in the wind. Will be on top of the world, with a view of the mountains. A few meters away, on top of the roof, stood the same blue man in an ancient costume, wearing a black iron mask, one sleeve empty and fluttering in the wind, which could clearly be seen to be an arm's thickness wider on one shoulder. He stood proudly with one hand on a giant sword, stabbing at the cracked tiles. Mo worry about the road ahead without a friend. Who in the world does not know the king? In the middle of the roof, a blue man dressed in white like snow, standing with his arms folded, wearing a wig cover. The ribbon that bound his hair was casually pulled up, and a few strands of broken hair were scattered in front of his forehead. Big brother, second brother, big brother, third brother, second brother, third brother. Today, the 6 major sects are besieging my top of the light. The Master Tianzuan's closure is imminent, and all of my fellow disciples are seriously injured. How to be good? Desert North Wild Sword. Zheng Xiang, please fight. Dokoroku. Chicken, please fight. Chicken. The words are all wrong for me. It's Doctor. Record it again. Evelyn, pinch this part later. I cut the projection open with a member. It can be spliced seamlessly. In the compound, little white-skinned Evelyn, setting up a floor tripod with a cell phone resting on top, is recording. Choke. Cut. Evelyn shouted. How was the shoot? Seen your sister? Is it ever turned on for beauty? The 3 men on the roof looked excited. 3 brothers? Not bad. Not bad. Just why are you playing one-armed? Brother Chicken? Evelyn shouted from below in disbelief. Elder sister Yu Yangi have no idea. Have you ever heard of the name of Dokoroku? The person who practiced the sword, breaks an arm of his own, so that he can control his heart in one place, and cultivate a supreme sword technique. Third brother, the person's surname is compounded as Dugu, not the one you understand as Dugu. Zheng Xiang corrected. Oh, there's such a thing? Chicken was amazed. A white dress Tai Long took off the wig cover. His scalp immediately rose a stream of steam. Xiang, where did you buy this wig? Remember to give a bad review. It's too much of a stew. Big brother, when our hair grows, we won't have to wear a fake one. And I don't plan to cut my hair anyway. All come down to me. Going up to the sky, Chen Shiliang shouted up to the sky at the top with his hands behind his back. The 3 men, down the ladder, slowly climbed down. Go to the kitchen. Help Gue Wu cook. Want to play can't be on the roof. This old house, old tile. Step on the empty accident. Chen Shiliang finished, inclined his head to look at the 3 children with burning eyes, said in a serious tone, pleasant cake, 2 dogs, fine baby, the 3 of you, in the future you cannot learn them all. School starts soon. Have you guys finished your summer homework yet? 3 little heads bobbing their heads together. Chen Shiliang laughed and didn't care. These 3 left behind children. Their parents have gone out to work. Said that in the future every year to come to him for summer vacation classes. Master, I don't want to go to school, Joy Cake said. Chen Shiliang squatted down and stroked Shikai's little head. Turning his eyes, he asked, what about you two? Brother Pleasant is our boss. We listen to the boss. Chen Shiliang's face turned serious. How can I do it without going to school? The graduation certificate for the master here is printed by himself, and he can't find a job. My brother Taiju, but he has a diploma from outside, and he still can't find a job. Pleasant Cake innocently retorted. That has to go too. You can skip homework, but you can't skip school. Chen Shiliang's face sank slightly in seriousness. Cake was still unconvinced. How about cultivating immortality with Brother Aki? Master, you said, for the sake of learning, you increase day by day, and for the sake of the Tao, you lose day by day, and lose again and again, to the point of doing nothing, and doing nothing and doing nothing. Chen Shiliang froze, staring at this young boy who was only 8 or 9 years old and dared to discuss the Tao with himself, and for a moment he was speechless. Now what era? The world of great struggle. Competition is so fierce. People, no matter how to live, what to live, at least you have to eat first. Pleasant Cake, the master asks you, 100-foot pole, 1 step further, it's all the way to the top. How do you want to advance? Joy Cake's eyes were puzzled. What do you mean? 100-foot long bamboo pole, you climb upwards along. Well, already climbed to the top. Now, but also in further, how do you want to climb? Chen Shiliang asked. Climb in and you'll fall out. Master is saying, let's fly. Yeah, fly. Chen Shiliang at first cried and laughed, but in a moment, such as a lightning strike, seems to have a realization. By 3 children naive casual talk, make a kind of open water dunking feeling. He cleared his throat and said, okay, count yourselves right, but learning knowledge, it's like climbing a bamboo pole, only when you climb it, are you qualified to put it down? Or rather, You can put down the bamboo pole. Understand? For the sake of learning and increasing. For the sake of the Tao. Why did the ancestors put learning in the front? If you can't do the first thing right, how can you say you're doing nothing? All go and wash your hands. Then pack up your things. Your parents will come tomorrow to pick you up and take you back to the city. Study hard. The 3 kids hung their heads and shook them. I don't want to go to school. I don't want to go to school. Meow. The 3-flowered cat swished along a wooden pole in the courtyard and scurried to the top, leapt lightly, jumped to Chen Shiliang's feet, and rubbed its furry head against Chen Shiliang's pants leg. Chen Shiliang smiled down. Sanhua ah, the cat food bought by the poor Taoist is almost here, and I'll have Huayun pick it up from the city's express post in the afternoon. Meow meow. And canned cat food, cat strips, imported, old expensive. At this moment, a figure crossed over the large iron gate, stepping through the air and landing on the ground. Kogi, why are you so excited today? Chen Armorwood smiled sideways and said lightly, Master, you are well versed in the Taoist scriptures. Can you tell me what rumors have been recorded about the ancient immortal truthful great virtues, when they were cultivating immortality? What's going on here? Are you awakening to your past life's predestined wisdom? Pretty much. Chapter 63, The Immense Heavenly Father of Blessed Life. Will the host please confirm whether to break through the shackles of martial arts right now and start cultivating immortality? Inside the dormitory room of the Dao cultivation class, Chen Aimu casually closed the door. Chen Keijai confirmed in his mind. Open. Inside the small bedroom, wearing a whitewashed robe, long uncut hair randomly bundled behind the head, Chen Jiamu legs seated on the creaking old wooden bed, spine straight, hands ceiling, but the breath around the body is slowly flowing. Visible to the naked eye, the white light wisps of convergence, Chen Jiamu body slowly floating in the air, the breath ruffled the bed, and then, the thermos cup on the table, a few books of metaphysical books, scattered pens and paper actually followed the floating, like an invisible hand gently lifted. The metal shell of the thermos flickers with a shimmering light, reflecting the young man in a Taoist robe who seems to be in a state of tranquility, as if wrapped in a starburst, the pages of the book rustle and turn, and the whole dormitory seems to be trembling slightly. In the compound, Chen Shiliang is holding a large white porcelain water jar in his hand, looking up at the sky of the dormitory building, his goatee shaking. The 3-flowered cat sits on the ground, the paw that is licking hovering, its pupils reflecting a 7-colored haze. 3 blue men in period costumes, devout, exuberant, and stirring, Evelyn, Ma Huayun, Gue Wu, etc., simultaneously looked up at the sky, stunned in place. In the sky, under the dome of the sky, the sunlight colorful, red as the fire burning, orange like the evening glow, yellow like the gold mango bright, green as jade light, green as the mountains with the sea, blue with the blue sea clear, purple like Roland fragrance, the 7 kinds of light intertwined with each other, entangled, the white cloud illusion as the dragon and phoenix soaring, 7-colored haze lingers over Zhou village, rice paddies, is cutting wheat. Zhang Mazi one hand to cover his forehead, looking up, the sickle in his hand fell, nearly cut the bare toes. On the open field not far from the Taoist cultivation class, the last 3 of those who swore to prove the firmness of the Taoist heart in the first place remain, putting down the rakes in their hands, moved to tears by their final stubbornness. On a rural village road, a car pulls over and the driver gets out and uses his cell phone to photograph this bizarre sight that has not been seen in ages. 10-mile slope archaeological site. Secretary Yulian removed his own black-rimmed glasses, wiped the lenses vigorously with a glasses cloth, put them back on, and raised his head once again. Somewhere in the village, at a makeshift resting spot for the Secret Service, the agent disguised as a farmer, one hand on his Bluetooth headset, looking agitated, his mouth agape, was reporting the second blast of news. 30 kilometers away from the city, the streets of the crowd of shoppers have looked up. Food trucks are frying rice noodles. Vendors stop the spatula in the hand. Busy white-collar workers in office buildings look out the window with their heads sticking out, and cars honk their horns all over the road. The children squealed with excitement and pointed to the sky. Yu Lingyun, who had just finished the game, stood by the window of the gymnasium, holding a thermos cup in his hand and gazing at the beautiful view of the sky, strong as a small mountain. Oken raised his head, his face expressionless, walking street square fountainside. A man with roses on one knee is giving his white lotus confession. The background of the man's head is a 7-colored haze, like a dragon and phoenix entwined. The woman's hands covered her mouth, moved to tears like rain. Once there was a sincere feelings placed in front of me, but I did not cherish. Wait until the time of loss to catch up. The world's most man voice in the recitation of the lines. I promised you. The woman lunged at the man, crouching to her ear, that my beloved would come to fetch me on a cloud of 7 colors. And you did. You did it! Lin Weidong, head of the Special Services section, stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling glass windows of the city's towering buildings, gazing at the airborne visions, his eyes trembling, and in the earpiece of his cell phone was the deafening report of his subordinates. I see it. You guys stay low and watch from a distance. Snapping, Lin Weidong hung up the phone, tapped his address book and dialed another number. Old Jai. What's with the 7 colored clouds in the sky of Zhou Village? Chief, just asked. The technical department over there said it's Rayleigh scattering or Mia scattering. When the sun's rays pass through the Earth's atmosphere, the scattering phenomenon occurs. They said it's quite specialized, probably similar to the rainbow principle, belongs to the relatively rare astronomical beauty. Lin Weidong directly interrupted. This answer is really logical and self-explanatory. That haze made up of dragons and phoenixes is considered an extra added surprise? These idiots receive a paycheck to translate and translate. What do you call a surprise? You wait, I will be at the weather station. This time, the phone came from a vague voice. Old soup. Do not play with the phone. Lin Teamside let you translate what is called TM shock. The voice gradually faded. Russell. Oh chief. There's an explanation. Gestalt psychology. There's an expression called the law of similarity, where during visualization, people automatically combine similar elements together, and the brain brainstorms them as a whole, imagining the objects they might make up. Lin Weidong's face turned white, his eyes staring at the changes in the sky as he muttered. So what now? Let all those idiots show me the sky. On the phone, came the puzzled voice of the other party. What's the problem? Chief, I'm going to the window. In the sky, the 7-colored haze ripples apart. Set aside the sea of clouds like cotton wool. An immortal door cave imitation Susu emerged. The immortal gate towered majestically, up to 100 feet high. The door beams were surrounded by carved white jade disc dragon pillars, and exotic flowers and plants competed with each other. The staggered pavilions were gradually presented. The tiles are made of glaze, and the corners of the pavilion are flying up, with cranes spreading their wings and wanting to fly. The perimeter of the pavilion was surrounded by gurgling spiritual springs. The spring water seeped out from the jade pores on the walls and gathered into a stream, flowing down along the edges of the pavilion, forming a spiritual curtain in mid-air, with fish vaguely weaving in and out of the curtain. The mountains in the distance are hidden in the sea of clouds, and there are a few small Taoist temples on the mountainside, as if they have become one with this heaven and earth. The vision lasted for 10 minutes or so before gradually dispersing and the sky returned to normal. Chachin. Wundo Shugyo class. Big playground. Chen Armorwood floated in the air and slowly floated out of the dormitory building. With a snap, Chen Shiliang dropped the white porcelain jar in his hand and splashed the tea water. Chen Jiamu flexed his fingers. An invisible true qi wrapped around the white porcelain jar. The tea went and returned to the cup. Covering the water and collecting it, the cup flew back into Chen Shiliang's hand. Chen Armorwood slowly landed on the ground, took a deep breath, and exhaled it out calmly. Wudo, which is about internal force, true qi, originating from one's dantian, forges the body and quenches the spirit. Immortal cultivation is to be able to transform the aura between heaven and earth and absorb it for one's own use, to follow nature, to master nature, to drive the aura, and to cultivate both life and death. Heaven and earth see man as a mayfly, and the way sees heaven and earth as a bubble. But the true nature of Yuanshan is beyond the meeting of Yuan and upward. One said, refining the air. Secondly, it is said that the 3 flowers are gathered together. Thirdly, it is said that the 5 qi are facing the sun, turning the sense god into the first god, returning light to the heart of heaven. What is the center of the sky? Modern medicine explains it as the pineal gland, which cannot be interpreted clearly at the moment. Confucianism said, virtual center, said, Lingtai. Taoism said, Zhu Tu, said Huang Ting, said Xin Guan, said innate orifices. In the end, cut off 3 corpses and ascend to immortality. Chen Armorwood has stepped into the threshold of air refining. Master, I'm fine. It's just immortal cultivation. I haven't become an immortal yet. Chen Armorwood looked up at the sky. Blessed infinite heavenly father. Chen Shiliang slapped his head, and the large white porcelain cup in his hand once again fell out of his hand. Senior brother Chen, the world is invincible. Master Tianzuan, 1,000 years of unity in the world. 3 magnificent voices echoed through the Yuanhan Taoist seminar compound. Let's learn to catcall and meow together. Chen Aimu picked up the phone. Hello, manager he. Brother, this side is arranged. Tomorrow the finals. Address in Huzhou province. Zhenlong downtown stadium, after all, is the national nature. We are. The place is small. The address sent your cell phone. Good. By the way, brother, that I will be on the highway. I can't send you guys. I have to go over there first to buttress my work and meet up with the other 4 race leaders. I'll let Beauty drive you? No, It's more convenient for us to take the high-speed train ourselves. Okay? Something at any time to brother contact. I'm on 24 hours. Beep. Chen Armorwood hung up the phone. After the fight, he would be able to directly promote to the Three Blossom Gathering. Master, why don't we all go together tomorrow? And the province will be bustling with activity and distraction. My disciple fights. What kind of person who is a master doesn't stand down there? I must go. Gue Wu. Iron my master's new robe. Chapter 64, Second Brother. Third brother, you guys help me cover up. I'll change into my battle robes first. Jotsuan. A grocery hardware store, front store and backyard. The yard has old iron smithing furnace. The wall root erected some agricultural tools. Iron. Square tube triangle iron. Etc. Wang Defa is an old blacksmith. 2 sons have settled down in the city. Have a stable job. The ancestral iron craft. No one to inherit. Some time ago, the old man took on a big job. Not far from the front, 3 young men from the Taoist cultivation class commissioned themselves to build some artifacts. The trio provided pictures and today came the day of delivery. Near the edge of the counter lay 3 weapons in order. Double-stranded sword. Green dragon crescent blade. Zanba's hang snake spear. The roar of a large off-road motorcycle came and 3 men got off. Abbot, have our brothers' weapons been forged? Wang Defa is squatting under the eaves of the porch in the doorway smoking welding cigarettes. One hand holding a straw hat as a fan. Yo, here we go. Last night was good. The 3 gazed at the 3 artifacts in the room. Their 6 eyes glowing. Nice touch. Tirona took a sword in one hand and made slashing and stabbing motions into the air. It was satisfying. Zhang Xiong held the Zhaba snake spear. And once the spear was in his hand, he immediately had a feeling of being a king in the world. Smiling brightly. Ouch. He walked out into the yard, put the spear around his neck and caught it in his backhand. Chicken went to get the green dragon crescent blade. Slightly frowned. So heavy. Pretending to be calm. Gritting his teeth and lifting it up. Dragging it out. Learning from Zhang Xiong who also put it on his neck and turned it around. And as a result, it almost smashed his feet. And he dodged it with a big jump. Old Abbot. How many pounds is this green dragon crescent blade of mine? Got on the scale and weighed it. 42 pounds. The old abbot held back his laughter. The other party hadn't paid the final payment yet, so he couldn't mock the customer. Chicken stood on his sword and didn't speak. Second brother, when I advised you to use wooden shafts, you did not listen. You have to be all steel forging. Look at my spear. Wooden handle, only the spearhead steel. The same can stab people. It's so easy to use. Zhang Xiong said as he danced his Jabba snake spear in a tiger-like manner. Wang Defa barked a mouthful and knocked the cigarette stick. Back then, Guan Air Master's green dragon crescent blade, but 82 pounds. Late born. You still have to practice. I'm obliged to you. Abbot, how much is it? Tai Long took out his cell phone. Oh, 600 for the twin swords, 300 for the spears, and 1600 for the greatsword. Pay together or pay for your own? Pay yourself. Tai Long and Zhang Xiong spoke in unison. Is there a scabbard? There's no such thing. By the way, you guys, I don't dare to open the blade. I'm afraid that the police station will find me matter, saying that I sell arms. The old man emphasized. It's okay, we have sharpening stones at the academy. We'll sharpen them ourselves. The duo was quick to scan the code and pay, and Chicken stiffened his head and went out to make a phone call before paying as well. The 3 of them used the cloth prepared in advance, wrapped their weapons around and carried them on their backs, hurried back to pull their suitcases, and went to the village entrance to gather with the group. Chicken, why are you sweating all over the place? Ma Huayun asked. It's okay. I'm a little tired from clearing stuff earlier. What are you guys carrying? A long one? It's just a carry-on. The group rode together in a Zhang Matzi tractor, took a bus to the outskirts of the city, went to the high-speed train station, and traveled to the capital of Haizhou province for the nationally anticipated finals. Because Chen Shiliang asked the 3 guardians to wear ordinary clothes and not to wear wig sets, so they did not dare to disobey their master's orders. But Sect Master Tianzuan didn't say you can't bring a weapon. Joke, going to stand up for your senior brother's competition. How can you let people underestimate you? Qingyu City High-Speed Rail Station. In the eastern suburbs of the city, at this time to catch the return of college students to the tide of the beginning of the school year. The station is crowded. The old Taoist master Chen Shiliang, dressed in brand new Taoist robes and cloud-patterned, 1,000-layer-soled cloth shoes, was in high spirits as he led the students through the security check. Drip drip drip. An alarm sounded from the first security gate. 3 gentlemen, could you please open this tubular item you're carrying? Open it up and take a look. The uniformed security lady held the security equipment in her hand with a shocked face. The 3 looked at each other, forgetting that there was such a thing as a security check. What's the best way to do this? Find a place to dig a hole and bury it. Mark it, and then throw it out when you come back? Master, let's go by car. We'll be competing tomorrow anyway, and we can save money on hotels for 3 people at night. Tai Long wisely proposed. Chen Shiliang blew his beard and glared, grunted, turned his head, and strutted in the direction of the platform with his hands behind his back. Are you guys together? The security lady asked. Out of professional instinct he developed a hint of alarm. We don't know them, Ma Huayun answered truthfully. Looking at the 3 distant backs in the square of the high-speed railway station, Chen Armorwood shook his head with a smile, also amused by the 3 senior brothers. In the green belt next to the square of the high-speed rail station, Tai Long opened his suitcase. 3 pieces of ancient clothes were neatly stacked. Second brother, third brother, you guys help me cover up while I change into my battle robes. Go ahead, big brother. The 3 men, taking turns covering up, changed into vintage attire of their own, but it was so crowded they didn't dare show their weapons, still wrapped in cloth. Soothing, master, his old man, too, he himself wears Taoist robes and won't let us wear battle robes. Brother, the bus station seems to have security checks as well. Who said about the bus station? Now the students return to the tide. Hitchhiking is good to call. I just placed an order on the phone. Look at the positioning a moment to arrive. Big brother is truly a strategist. There is the talent of hemorrhoidal multiple stars. Crosstalk. Second brother. Jidwa Xing is a green forest bandit, but we are the Peach Orchard 3, taking the route to support the Han dynasty. Aha! A stretched 7-seat business car pulls up to the curb. Windows rolled down. Driver shocked. Tail number 8765? Tyron pulled his cell phone out of his wide sleeve and tapped on the ordering screen and shook it. Exactly. Master, please open the trunk. There were 2 other girls in the car, dressed as students, who took advantage of the opportunity and immediately asked to be switched to the front row. 3 large men, grinning broadly, sat in the back, holding long cloth bags across their laps. Big brother, third brother, listening to a song? Chicken took out a pair of headphones he had modified, with a total of 3 listening holes, shove it into each of the 3 brothers' ears. Enchanted. In front of the car, the girl with the ponytail whispered to her classmate, "Why don't we get off here? We can get a refund." "No, I've got a movie cached on my tablet. We'll be there almost as soon as we finish watching it. It's only a matter of 3 hours or so." She bangs of the girl is not much care. Broad daylight, and then again are after 00. Originally open. The school also has a lot of play cow spray. Not how rare. The driver put on his sunglasses, glanced in the rearview mirror at the 3 ruthless men who were listening to the song with mesmerized faces, and slammed his foot on the gas. Magnificent in the sky, who can compete with me? Who can lean on the sky and be the only dragon with a green blade in his hand? Sang a loud and clear singing voice from the back seat. The driver subconsciously stomped his foot on the brake and broke into a sweat. What is it, master? Is it not a mountain bandit roadblock? Chapter 65, The World is as You Wish It to Be. In the crowded waiting hall, Chen Armorwood's eyes were slightly closed, obviously feeling the aura around him thinning out quite a bit. The more materialistic you are, the less spiritual you are. Compared with the Zhou Village Taoist training class, it is a world of difference in terms of the cleansing of the surroundings and the body and mind. But that is not important. Even if the aura in the urban world was thin, it did not prevent Chen Armorwood from absorbing and refining it. And as a beginner in the practice of air, even if it was thin, it was still enough of a luxury for him. He simply couldn't use it up. Perhaps because there was absolutely no one to compete with him. After breaking through the shackles of martial arts, the most obvious feeling that Chen Armorwood had was that when he meditated, he could become one with the nature around him, sensing heaven and earth, realizing the 2 meters, and referring to the 4 elephants, becoming a true immortal cultivator. Initial attempts, the body floating in the air, snapping the fingers to control things, will have a certain amount of consumption, depending on the degree of exertion. It also borrows from the 5 elements of the phenomenon of birth and death, and is more like the transformation of consciousness into energy from a microscopic point of view. Attention all travelers, train G234 to Tailong City, Hanoi Province, has begun checking tickets. Dear passengers, please note that ticket checking for train G234 bound for Zhanglong City, Huzhou Province has begun. Master, let's go to the station. Ma Huayun carried a large bag of luggage. Chen Shiliang nodded, took out his cell phone, and gave a call to Guiwu. Hey, Guiwu for the teacher's clothes do not forget to collect. What is at home? Give us a call. You can also give the Wudong Mountains headmaster to say that I will be a moment phone number to send you WeChat. By the way, don't forget to feed the cat. The cat food is in the 3rd drawer of master's bedroom cabinet. Oh, good. On the other end of the line, Guiwu hung up the phone and picked up a bowl of freshly squeezed sugarcane juice and took a small sip. the one-armed uncle with one arm, sitting on the steps in front of the large classroom, eating his lunch in solitude. As the only remaining member of the Dashisha class, Gue 5 is not lonely, he is used to it. He didn't want to go out. He didn't want to go to the big city. He didn't want to meet too many people. And he liked to cook and pull vegetables. In fact, he was a man who knew how to live. And when he was young and had both hands alive, he liked to play and sing glory days to himself on his guitar. Yuan Hong Taoist Seminar. The mottled fence of the playground looks like rags torn off by age. And the big rusty iron gate, half hidden, makes a creaking sound in the wind. Time for some oil. Gue 5 move a small table, placed in the playground under the sycamore tree. Today, to make 2 hard dishes for themselves. Tomato scrambled eggs and ribs stewed lotus root. Gue Wu picked up a chopstick of ribs and ate the meat, the bones gently thrown into a stainless steel bowl on the floor. The 3-flowered cat sniffed and meowed in displeasure. Hannah, the bones are delicious too. Meow. Short, drawn-out voice. Gue Wu picked up another piece of meat and ate the lean meat underneath, putting the fat into the cat bowl. He didn't like fat meat. Mika ate with her head down, her furry head thumping the stainless steel bowl. That's a good boy. You can have all the fat ones from now on. Master is just lazy. He doesn't know what cat food is made of. If he eats too much of it he will get knots. Hannah, let's go fishing and make fish stew at night. In a few moments, the uncle with a round belly, carrying a homemade fishing rod, one man and a cat, arrived at the fish pond near the Dasha class. Gue 5 dug some worms on the spot, strung the hooks and a dashing dump. A good long time. Ha? What's that? What's hooked? Hannah, I think we caught an old turtle. Meowing. Sansaku jumped off of Giga's lap and stuck her head out to look in the water. Gue Wu wound up the thread and found it to be a cylindrical object wrapped in black cloth. What is it? And wrapped so tightly? With a zipper. It was a black cloth bag. Canvas. And Gue Wu pulled it open to find a thermos-like item. On the side of the mug, laser-printed rows of calligraphic characters in dragon-flying script, with a string of Japanese characters underneath. This bloom is as you wish. Small print, 10 years limited edition. The moment he looked into the mouth of the cup, Gue Wu, petrified. I really don't know what kind of demons and devils live in the village. Gue Wu casually threw the cup away, collected the fishing rod, and took the fish trap. Hannah, let's change the pond. It's polluted. Cats mewing. Dusk, holding the park room. Gue Wu was looking for books on the bookshelf, his eyes sweeping through the vast sea of canonical books one by one, and found a book under the newest in the corner of the bookshelf, revealing a corner. Gue Wu reached into the bottom compartment and pulled out a copy of Lao Tzu Speaks of the 5 Kitchen Sutras. He picked it up, intending to put it back on the shelf, and casually flipped through. It's like someone's diary? It's just wrapped in a scripture cover. Could it be Master's cultivation epiphanies? Gue V sits in ambush, reverently turning it over, his eyelids gradually twitching. He flipped quickly through the last page. August 31st, clear. Actually, I'm a bit regretful. I want to go over to the fish pond to salvage, but I'm worried about being bumped into by my brothers and sisters. There's no proper reason to do so. Today, Master Chen levitated, and a strange view appeared in the sky. Master was right. Master is the reincarnation of an immortal. I don't miss her that much anymore. And the reason why I can't get enough of her is because I never got her. It's true what they say, unobtained is always in flux. Favored is emboldened. It's not a good thing that you can't be happy with your first love. And once you've been through the woods together, the flavor changes. I wrote her name on a cigarette and inhaled it into my lungs, keeping her closest to my heart. Erase, scratch off, read, is the departure of the leaf pursued by the wind, or is the tree not retained? I'm going to the provincial capital with the gang tomorrow, to stand up for my master. And then, I'd like to choose to officially leave the house, the second day of abstinence. Go for it. Manhwa. Gue Wu silently closed the scripture. His body leaned back and leaned on the back of the chair, looking at the old beams of the ceiling. His 3 views were like remodeling. After a long time, Gue Wu got up, closed the scripture and put it back as it was, carefully restoring it to its original state according to the traces on the ground. He jogged all the way to the fish pond, where the splendid cup lay quietly in the grass, and Gue Wu snapped a picture with his cell phone. This bloom is as you wish it to be. Open the WeChat group at 5 o'clock. And open, one young Taoist classes love one another family. Select the photo you just took. Send. Thud. Knock. 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 Taoist law, master, what's wrong? Gue Wu. We're on a high-speed train? Taoist law, master, airplanes. Withdrawal of message. Taoist law of nature, master, Gue 5 ah. You sent what ah? How come I haven't seen it before? Chen Kimu, junior brother. At Manhwa senior brother. Evelyn, oh. Sell karma. Shatter. Iron Blood, Iron Dragon? Sword Saint of Shushan, Zhang Ziong, is a limited edition. Withdrawal of message. Sword Saint of Shushan, Zhang Ziong? Gui Wu. What is this? Dictating Vanguard, Chicken, Brother Gui Wu. Could it be that you've discovered the clan's greatest treasure? At Manhwa Junior Brothers. Have you taken the high-speed train yet? Yang Kuaishui, Gui Wu. Manhwa. Brother? Yang Kuaishui, you're 5. Sword Saint of Shushan, Zhang Ziong, at Manhwa. Are you there? Iron Blood Dan Xan, Iron Dragon, at Manhwa we're in a car. This will be on the highway. By the way, senior brother, Gui Wu is eyeing you. At Taoist Law of Nature, Master, at Wine Sword Immortal, Manhwa. The Master has also experienced the red dust, and knows that hard to hold will also be out of order. Daofa Nature, Master, Huayun don't care about what others think of you. The gentleman on the trace regardless of heart, who has not been young. Play with a toy only, don't therefore bad Taoist heart. Wine Sword Immortal, Manhwa, has quit the group chat. Iron-blooded heart, Iron Dragon, sect leader. Brother Ma has withdrawn from the group. I'll pull him in. Chapter 66, Senior. What's wrong with you? In the afternoon, the group had just left the high-speed train station, and Wei had arranged for several people to receive them together. Because of the start of the race tomorrow and the live broadcast, he was really busy and couldn't spare any time. Arranged to stay in the hotel. Specifications are very high, 5-star, and still a few suites. The location is also very close to the provincial convention and exhibition center nearby. It was enough to see how much Wei valued a few people, and he was a man of wisdom. After being in contact with the old Taoist master for a while, Wei changed his initial opinion that the young Taoist master was not that kind of person. He was ashamed of his previous PR strategy. The clubhouse tender model was an insult to the old Taoist master. Old Taoist master, he's a decent man. He doesn't even recognize those lowlives. In the business world for many years, the way to make money is also quite perceptive. To say that making money, first of all, we must look at the general trend, called knowledge of the situation, and then knowledge of the people. What people can cooperate? What people cannot cooperate? What people want to be used for me? What people I want to go to the service? This point, Wei door clear. Therefore, Wei told the hotel staff early in the morning, do not let some irrelevant phone calls disturb the old Taoist master's purification. In front of the hotel, several people check in at the front desk. Manhwa placed his suitcase at the door and handed it over to the security guard in charge of carrying the luggage. Lonely and forlorn. After he quit the group, he followed the group like a zombie. He went to buy water when you asked him to. He carried his bag when you asked him to. He was just silent and didn't say a word. During this time, if he needed to communicate, he would tweet the other person face to face and communicate by text. Senior. Manhwa came back to his senses and realized that it was Chen Keijai calling out to him from the front desk. You have to register your ID to come over, and you have to swipe your face. Manhwa hung his head low, smiled bitterly to himself, sighed, and walked slowly. Yesterday was a piece of history, tomorrow was a mystery, and today was a gift from heaven. He remembered this line from Kung Fu Panda that old turtle gave to Pa. After checking in and registering in the elevator, Manhwa suddenly felt that something was wrong and couldn't tell. Why would Gui Wu ate me? Yeah, even if he went down to the river to touch the fish, swim, and accidentally picked it up, there's no proof that it's mine. I'm perfectly fine with not admitting it. Back out of the group instead. Sloppy. In the elevator, Manhwa looked up sharply. From the reflection of the metal door, he saw his own terrified eyes. My diary. Gui 5 division. Gui 5 old thief. Mistake me The room was a suite. Originally 1 per person. And then Chen Shiliang felt that it was a waste. Return 2 rooms. Just 2. The master and disciple 3 people sleep in 1 room. Evelyn alone to live in a room. Tom and Akuna because of something at home. A few days ago to return home early. Agreed to get together again after the year. 5-star hotel. The room is very grand. The master bedroom is a round king-size bed. The 2 small bedrooms are ordinary queen-size beds. The table on the TV cabinet was decorated with all kinds of high-grade birth control supplies. Chen Shiliang casually picked one up, looked at it, and put it back. This egg. It's simply spicy to the eyes of the poor Taoist. Huan Yun, take this filth and get rid of it. Manhwa silently got up, used his clothes to pocket a large pile of things and props, put them in the closet, thought for a moment, felt uneasy, and covered them with the floor cushion at the end of the bed. Out of sight, out of mind. Chen Shiliang said as such. Master, in this restroom, there's a waterbed. Chen Armorwood was bare-backed, wearing big pants with a towel on his shoulders. The 3 men, taking turns, took a shower and sat cross-legged on the large circular bed. It's been running all morning. Let's sit for a while and recover our energy, Chen Shiliang proposed. Chen Armor would quickly settle down, feeling the wisps of aura around him converge from all directions, warming his spiritual platform. The yellow Ting Nei Jing Jing is recorded. The spiritual platform is a lush, yellow field, with 3 inches of different chambers with upper and lower levels. The gateway to the world is the Gao Xian suffering, and the cave is the gateway to the purple ultimate spirit. The 3 inches here refers to the 3 middle and 3 lower dantians, because there are some esoteric things that are unspeakable or cannot be expressed in words. Therefore, it was barely compared to the 3 houses in the middle, and Chen Armor would at the moment. It was as if he was laying the foundation of his own house, which was what the world often called the 100 days to build the foundation. He stepped into practicing the air and was able to use the aura of heaven and earth. First of all, he had to introduce the aura into his own body, and after transforming it, he could use it as he wished, at the cost of consuming the aura. Currently there are no specific techniques to practice, such as Palm Thunder, Golden Light Mantra, or the Tao of Sitting in Forgetfulness, Shou-yi, etc. There are many thousands of laws, like thousands of paths. It was appalling enough now to be able to manipulate aura, levitate, and send out waves, along with the special effects of the dragon subduing palm. Chen Armor would slowly open his eyes and thought in his heart that he wondered what the effect of driving the dragon subduing 18 palms or the Taiji cloud hands with heaven and earth aura was. Too bad it's a bustling city. I'll have to try it when I get back to the gates. During the period, He made a few phone calls, booing and asking whether the residence is accustomed to. The food is still satisfied? Having established the procedure for tomorrow's event for Chen Amu skipped all the sessions and went straight to the finale, defeating the strongest as he had requested. He eliminated all difficulties and argued with reason. At first, the heads of the 4 major regions disagreed, saying that this was not in line with the rules. Then He spread his hands and said that Yu Lingyun, the most capable Chuanwu player in their region, had already lost to Qin Jiamu. Of course, this matter was not given to Yu Lingyun. The little ninny was probably still preparing for the next day's competition. He wasn't afraid of her blowing up. He was confident that after she watched Chen Armor would strike, she would definitely thank himself. After a few people ate lunch, they returned to their room and Ma Huayun was watching TV. Chen Shiliang drew a mahogany sword from his suitcase. Master, is this peachwood sword important? Look at you carrying it even when you go out. Chen Armor would asked. This is when the master just started. He peeled it himself. Accompanied me for decades. Have feelings. Chen Shiliang hand playing a small wooden sword about a meter long. Because of the age, the sword body has been pulp. Koshiki for you. Chen Shiliang took and handed it over. Chen Aimu took it with both hands and saw the 8 words engraved on the sword. But do good deeds and ask no questions. Thank you, master. Chen Shiliang waved his hand and moved his mouth to speak. Chen Armor would wrapped both fingers around it, and the mahogany sword flew away from his hand, circled around, and hovered in front of his body. Good sword. Chen Shiliang's beard twitched with a complicated expression. It's boring. I'm going to go watch TV with Huayun. Huayun, what are you watching? Ma Huayun remained silent. Is there a movie about a war? What's the big deal about falling in love? Chen Shiliang picked up the remote control and chose a tunnel war in the movie section of the main interface and watched it with great interest. Ma Huayun silently stood to the window, opened it, lit a cigarette, and looked at the traffic downstairs. God knows what he was thinking. News from the group. Iron Dragon and the others have arrived as well. Chen Armor would send them the address, informing that there was one more room left. I'll go down and sneak around. Senior brother. Together? Chen Armor would asked as he played with his mahogany sword in his hand. Ma Huayun stared back, exhaled a smoke ring, exhaled another stick, went through the smoke ring, and shook his head. A business car pulled up in front of the convention center and got down with 3 ruthless men, particularly eye-catching in the crowded street. Chapter 67, The Hero's True Colors. The provincial capital is really different. The building is really tall. Big brother, third brother, can we exchange weapons? I can't carry it. I'm not good at making guanbaos. The long, uninterruptedly flowing streets are bustling with men and women, cab, net car in a row, and hurried away. Not far from the bus stop, a group of people look forward to the bus slowly into the platform. The crowd surged. Delivery boys, carrying insulated boxes in the back seat, looking at order information and listening to audiobooks as they make their way left and right through the crowds. Not far from the entrance of the provincial center hospital, a plainly dressed old woman holding an old man on her arm and carrying a black cloth bag in her other hand walked out of the door of the hospital. Looking around strangely, behind him followed a man with a mask on his face and a duck-tongued cap on his head, who gradually quickened his pace and tugged at the cloth bag in the wife's hand. The old woman grabbed the bag in a death grip and pulled it up. Ah, The old woman's mouth was open and she couldn't even make a sound. And the old man wailed, "Catch the thief! Robbery! Robbery!" The crowd around them buzzed and looked over, murmuring. A schoolboy in uniform shouted, "The police are coming!" With a small hand pointing ahead. He was about to rush over, when his own mother pulled him back. The cloth toad ripped off and the man looked around, one eye on his mask scanning his surroundings and giving the meddling child a vicious glare. Pressing down his ducktail, he turned his head violently and ran fast. A few people took out their phones and started to call the police, at which point the security guards watching the entrance to the hospital, with their batons in hand, went after them. "I told you to let DeBeo bring us to the doctor. You don't have to hide it from him. You had to hide it from him. That's over $10,000 in reimbursements. Over $10,000. God damn. Jesus Christ mudblood." Someone commented, "Hey, this older one can't use a cell phone. So I guess the son of a was on to them from the start." Yeah, people don't carry cash anymore. It's so arrogant. They can't steal it. They've changed it to open robbery. Call the police. Help me call the police. There's surveillance here. Yes, I can't run from him. You conscienceless bastard. Security guard holds on to big round hat, runs clumsily. Suddenly 2 people from Yokohama shooting a costume drama flashed by. How dare the little thief. You this guy. In broad daylight. Thump 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 chased all the way. The security guard had his hands on his knees, hunched over and gasping for air, clearly lacking exercise. "Abbott, please keep it for me." A man, also dressed in Yokohama costume, sweating profusely, removes a long item of cloth wrapped around his back. "Lean against the side of the stop sign, then swing your arms, lean forward, pick up speed, take a sideways leap, and jump over to the side bench. Big brother, third brother, wait for me." The little boy who had shouted out righteously earlier moved away from his mother's hand and turned his eyes to ask, "Mommy, why did you cover my mouth just now? What do children know?" The adults haven't spoken yet, but these 3 uncles, they are adults. The child looked at his mother in disbelief. The woman was speechless for a moment, but she didn't know how to answer, and looked toward the 3 chivalrous men who were running wildly away in the distance. With mixed feelings in her heart, the thief panicked, darted all the way to a food stall in front of him, jumped directly onto the table and kicked over the skewers on the table. 2 diners are dumbfounded. The owner who serves the food freezes. The thick, booming voice was deafening. "Little thieves don't go." The proprietor looked at the sound, and saw 3 more rushing more violently, jumping on the table one after another, and one of them, a good man in green robes, and smooth a spatula of his own, sending his strength after them. The thief ran and looked back. The distance is getting closer and closer. The heart of a million horses. Bang on the practicing family. When I was on the varsity team, very capable of running. Someone on the street began to notice. The thief clenched his teeth, dodged and scurried into one side of the alley. The alley is narrow and unoccupied. Echo like drums like thunder. He turned around again and saw 2 of them removing their backpacks from their backs and pulling off the cloth. The brightly shining spears glowed with a cold light. There was also one who held 2 swords, and in conjunction with the swinging of his arms, he had both swords in buckets. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The real thing. There's another one with a spatula. Not very damaging but extremely insulting. "Thieves, follow us to the court." At the base of the wall in the alley, leaning against a pudgy homeless man, awakened by the shouting, looked over suspiciously. Both sides sprinted for a long time, and indeed neither could run any longer, and the men took off their duck-tongued hats, stooped down to pick up the crutches by the side of one of the vagabonds, and arched their backs, gasping for breath. Open robbery. At least 3 years of sewing machines to start. Spell it out. All of a sudden, the homeless man's face was filled with horror, as if he had seen something horrible, and he stretched out his finger, pointing behind the thief, his teeth chattering. The thief turned back, suddenly full of white. Eyes showed extreme confusion. Look. Deep, narrow backstreets and alleys. I only saw a young Taoist priest, his feet on a flying sword, hovering above the heads of 3 big men, quietly looking at himself. Chapter 68, The body enters the land of nothing. The mind passes through the realm of the netherworld. 4,000 words. Big chapter. The following day, the provincial gymnasium was packed with people. The pavilion, which has hosted several concerts and sporting events here, is a surprising sellout today, and some older martial arts enthusiasts remember fondly a national traditional martial arts competition from decades ago, which was regrettably called off temporarily due to uncontrollable casualties on the scene. In fact, this tournament, during which there were several twists and turns, was nearly called off. Hiwei made a phone call to a special department informing that if the program was called off, my brother would be upset, and so all the obstacles were smoothed out on the same day. As the saying goes, there is no first in literature, there is no second in martial arts. The organizer, River State Provincial Television Station. The organizer, Camel Culture and Media Company, Ltd. Over a period of half a year, selected from the folksy of various sects of inheritance of the transmission of the martial arts masters and modern combat players of a friendly exchange of competitions, is about to kick off the curtain of the final round. Hello everyone, I'm the host, Cow Beauty. I'm the host, Benning, the People's Grand Tournament. Come if you're talented. In the ring, the two hosts open the show with excitement for the audience in the arena and in front of the TV. Applause under the stage. A camera for the whole network live. Because the pre do a lot of marketing and publicity, this program also hit the headlines, resulting in the plan to open the concert on the same day. Wang Feng learned of this news, decided to temporarily postpone the original schedule. Beautiful. Which contestant is your favorite regarding tonight's match? Benning asked, sidling up to the stage. Little Sam. Personally, I'm still more optimistic about the Taijiquan representative of the Transfiguration Stadium, Mr. Chen Keijai. Oh, the district champions from the 4 major tournaments out of the ring this time are Muay Thai fighter Akira Sakamoto, free sparring fighter George Pesci, MMA fighter Connor McGee, as well as our national martial arts transmitting master, Tai Chi Chan Kap Mu. Among them are the free sparring and MMA fighters who have expressed their abstention, wanting only to fight on the circuit where they belong and have decimated the championships in previous tournaments, and the Muay Thai fighter Akira Podunk. He said that he is very interested in the traditional Chinese Kung Fu and wants to learn it, so it seems that he has his sights set on winning the Hercules Cup this time. As far as I know, there have been many injuries in the Transfiguration Stadium, leading to repeated call-offs when it comes to the final 4 group matches, and this Chen Keijai is more of a survivor. How do you maintain your confidence in Mr. Chen Aki? Can you share that? Host Cow beautifully and generously smiled. Xiao Sa, when it comes to this, had to have to happen yesterday, a righteousness and courageous reality. The scene and the audience in front of the TV, please watch the VCR. The large LED display behind the stage lights up. In the scene, Jianlong City, Jinshui District Police Station. 3 oddly dressed men are answering reporters' questions. Live link to the second session reporter, Sun Lei. Yesterday afternoon, Jinshui District, Hongdou Road, in front of the Provincial Central Hospital, a vicious robbery occurred, when 3 enthusiastic citizens, across 3 streets in 5 kilometers, and later in the 6-foot alley bravely fought the robbers, to help the owner of the loss of property back. On the second site, Sun Ray took the microphone and was also on the air. Here we link to the witness on the spot. The performance artist, Mr. Tony, a pudgy homeless man, appeared on the scene, so exuberant that he could even be described as dancing. Hello Tony, as the only eyewitness at the scene, may I ask if the 3 warriors are as brave as they are? Flying. Mud beep Imperial sword. Ruthless. Slot beep beep. One big baird. Hook 8 beep beep beep. The scene switches rapidly. According to the Jinshui District Police verification, these 3, who are students from the Wudong Mountain Yuanhong Dao cultivation class, are the very same students who are the masters and brothers of our today's transmission of Wushu match, Chen Jiamu. The scene picture cut to an old couple, grateful to hold their lost and found belongings. To the 3 good man, thank you, which the old man because of the emotion is too excited. Hard to ask the hand-holding spatula hero's real name, the hero to do good deeds, do not leave a name, he is not even willing to face the camera. The reporter on the scene said, they are Tai Long, Zhang Ziong, and a hero who doesn't want to disclose his real name. We only know that his last name is Wei. The scene cuts to the thug, who is in the temporary holding cell of the detention center, handcuffed, shaking the guardrail frantically, looking agitated. His mouth opening and closing, and his voice is not played on the scene because of the implications. It was clear from his demeanor that he seemed to be trying to prove something, bordering on insanity. Scene of the match. Then the 2 contestants make their entrance. Taiji, Chan Kap Mu, Muay Thai, Akira Podunk. On the big screen, a video of the duo is shown, starting with the Thai, Akira Podunk, in a tight tank top, his muscles exploding as he's jacking up sandbags to beat the thumping hell out of them. The scene then shifts to a young Taoist priest, lazily playing Tai Chi in a country school playground. The 2 contestants took the stage one after the other, a bikini-clad martial arts babe and a hanbok-clad martial arts babe, each holding a sign that read the first scene in both Chinese and English. Pa Ji-ming takes it very seriously. He's not one of those ordinary fighters who just screams. He respects every opponent, and there must be something about him that makes him stand on this stage. and the little Taoist who stood on the opposite side of the road looked calm, without worry or fear. Duong, the gongs and drums are ringing. Both sides are testing the waters. Oh, Daffy, remember the last match? The Wing Chun versus Tai Chi one. Memories are fresh. There was a lot of media talk about hype, but this is the finals. Less than 20 seconds into the opening round. In the ring, Chan Kajai lifted and threw a Karapodunk straight up. There is no deliberate manifestation of sainthood in front of people, nor is there any deliberate pairing of moves for the sake of program effects. It is just so simple. Close up, transform the strength, lift up, throw and fly. Unconvinced, Podunk Akira bounced to his feet and raised his eyes to the little Chinese Taoist standing in the ring with his arms folded. Stifling a grunt and shaking his head, the lanky Muay Thai fighter staggered a few steps, adjusted his breathing and charged again. Chen Kajai stepped up, a standard Taiji cloud hands, and with a push, Harimaki flew out like a cannonball. And just as his body was about to hit the audience stage, it seemed that the air created some kind of resistance, allowing him to slow his ass down and land on the ground. A perplexed look appeared in Pa Jiming's eyes as he froze for a long time. Finally, they stood on the stage, placed their hands together in front of their chests, bowed deeply, and recited a Buddhist chant unique to their hometown. I admit defeat. Pa Jiming spoke in broken Chinese language. His face did not have the disheveled look of a loser, but instead had a look of relief. A group of reporters and fans chased them out, and the lone back figure walked backstage from the arena without looking back. And Pa Jiming didn't even want to, or wasn't willing to, explain, as he picked up the Buddhist beads and medallions he had with him from his assistant, hung them around his neck, and chanted silently, pious to the point of outrageousness. The referee, having heard Wei say ahead of time that he might not need anything from him and that the match should be over quickly, really didn't expect it to be this quick. There was a moment of silence in the arena. Then a clamor of chatter erupted as the audience mingled and wondered. This? I paid $2,600 for the best seats in the house, and I didn't have time to send my friends, and the king of Thai boxing ran straight away in one round? Nope, not even a round. Someone off stage looked exuberant and waved his right hand. Say you and get your money back. At this point, the host Neo May speed on the scene, holding the microphone. Urgently take the second option that had been rehearsed in advance. What a great game. Neo May's expression remained unchanged, and she said in a confident manner, I announce that the winner of this People's Grand Tournament is Chen Jiamu. Buzzing, the scene of discontent grew even louder. No, what are you guys up to? What just happened to that Muay Thai fighter? Holy, you're showing me a Lohan worship in the finals? Say your mom and refund your money. For those of you in the audience and in front of the TV, here's a mystery guest to sing a song called Downhill. Bang, the scene goes dark, and the chasing lights instantly illuminate a raised platform to the side of the stage, where a handsome young man stands, slowly rising, dressed in a glittering sequin suit, microphone in hand. This is Wei's program. Because of the experience of the last time, he made 9 preparatory programs, 9, with traffic stars to divert the attention of the audience, and then some cultural programs, singing, dancing, and the Shaolin Temple Martial Arts Monk Troupe performed the 18 bronze man array. At least, have to make people feel that the ticket is worth buying. It's Wang Jun Kai. Someone shouted from the stage. A fan, with his hands covering his mouth, looking excited. On the stage, the elevator stopped and the singer with the microphone whispered into it. Hello everyone, I'm Wang Yuan. Chen Armor Wood, who had already retreated to the background, held the Hercules trophy in his hand as the system's beep sounded in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Martial Arts Alliance, which will allow him to open the 3 flowers. Whether or not to open the 3 flowers at the moment. Backstage, Chan Kajai sits in the lounge area, inclining his head towards the king of Muay Thai, Akira Podunk, who has changed his clothes. The other stood at a distance and, seeing himself looking at him, immediately folded his hands and paid respectful obeisance. Next to Manhwa silent shaking his head. Fantasy if he is Chen's senior brother. High and low also want to make 36 road cloud hand one by one. And finally in the end of the opponent. Such a good opportunity to pretend to be a pussy. Chen's senior brother was so wasteful. Simply a waste. Backstage a staff kid ran over and asked with an envious look on his face. Big brother, can I touch this trophy? Chen Amu withdrew his gaze and handed the trophy casually. It's for you. Really? The little boy's eyes lit up. Chen Kajai asked with a sideways glance. Master, what is the meaning of our Taoist's 3-flower gathering? Wearing a brand new Taoist robe, Chen Xiliang had a feeling that his big move was letting go. He had bought all the flash sticks and hadn't even unpacked them yet, and his own disciple had taken care of it in such a gentle way. Chen Xiliang mused. The 3 flowers gathering tops is the ultimate state of Taoist cultivation. Its essence, qi, and God are originally the three treasures of the human body. But ordinary people are ignorant and do not know. At the beginning of the refining of the essence of gas, consolidate the essence in the internal, with the interest to attract each other, so that the gas line in the meridians, such as the flow of the river. The cycle is endless. Then, refining gas and transforming God, condensing God in the void, guiding the gas with the intention to make the gas and God unite, meditating on the internal view, forgetting to know, and embracing the God and the gas. Ultimately, the refining of God to return to the void, God to the void, silent and unmoving, feeling and then pass. At this time, the essence, gas, God is one, cannot be separated, gathered in the Naiwang palace, such as the three light, shining at the top. Therefore, the three flowers gathered top, not only for the body of the practice, is the transcendence of the nature of the mind, the sublimation of the spirit, and the Tao of meditative integration of the wonderful state also. Chen Shiliang finished in a deep voice according to the Taoist scriptures plus his master's oral teachings, and after a pause, he added, by the way, back then, his master said that if he could cultivate up to this point, the three blossoms would converge, his body would enter into the countryside of nothingness, and his mind would pass through the realm of the mysterious underworld. Chen Amu listened with a seeming understanding, muttering and repeating, the body enters the country of nothingness, and the mind passes through the realm of the mystical underworld. Koshiki why did you think to ask about this? Those in the world who can cultivate to such a realm are few and far between throughout the ages. Chen Keijai stood up and walked over to the window. He took out his phone and dialed his mother Liang Meijuan's number. Hey, son, mom, is the house okay? What's wrong with this? Lack of money. I'll transfer some to you on WeChat later. It's okay. I want to take the division back with me tomorrow. We're out for a reunion. Over here in Zhenglong. There was a few seconds of hesitation on the phone. Yeah, it just so happens that tomorrow is Sunday. I'll go buy some food and make you your favorite sweet and sour pork. A little girl's eager voice came over the phone. Brother, exploded. I was just watching the live broadcast. Brother, Chen Armorwood smiled faintly. Mom, I want to stay in Wudong. Liang Meijuan's voice trembled. Son, you're going to leave the house aren't you? I only have you as a son. Mom, no, I didn't say I wanted to become a monk. And I'm not a monk. I'm a monk at best. A fire-dwelling Taoist priest. The kind that can get married. Okay, you go to bed early. Beeping. Chen Armorwood hung up the phone and summoned the system in his head. Whether or not to open the three flowers at the moment. Open. All of a sudden, the sky of the stadium shifted with wind and thunder, and the clear sky instantly rolled and exploded with heavenly thunder. Cobwebbed lightning rips through the clouds. Lightning strikes one after another, converging on the lightning rods at the top of the stadium. Boom! The stadium lights dimmed and the power went out. Seconds later, more lightning converged down, forming a 1,000-year-old vision unique to Wudong Mountain above the Golden Cauldron. Thunder rolls the Golden Cauldron. Above the street, screams rose and fell, the sky darkened, and lightning, like a thunder dragon, circled around the top of the stadium like a blockbuster of doom. In the meeting room, Chen Shiliang hugged the slowly collapsing Chen Aimu. Apprentice, what's wrong just? Ma Huayun and Evelyn also gathered around, as did more of the staff backstage. That quiet little Taoist priest, eyes closed tightly, eyelashes fluttering slightly, a light smile hanging at the corner of her mouth, gradually losing vital signs. Quick, call an ambulance. A staff member at the scene rushed to call 120. Master, junior brother isn't breathing. Ma Huayun, who hadn't spoken for 2 days, hissed. Chapter 69. The disciple of the poor Taoist. The poor Taoist manages himself. He waved his arm and guided the ambulance, stopping at the backstage emergency access entrance. Ma Huayun and Evelyn, along with a few backstage staff members, helped carry Chen Armorwood onto a stretcher and followed him into the ambulance. Fiery, numbly closed. Mighty, Master Lao Dao, what's going on? With an anxious face, He Wei directly ripped off the headphones that had been hanging around his neck for listening to the reports from various departments. Chen Shiliang was equally questioning, and suddenly slapped his thigh. Hey, poor Taoist hasn't gotten into the car yet. Chen Shiliang quickly ran out, trailing the ambulance all the way as it rushed out. There was a cab parked on the side of the road. The driver put the front seat down, a pair of feet on the steering wheel, was playing QQ Flyer on his cell phone, his eyebrows fluttering, his expression of concentration. The passenger door was violently pulled open, and the driver glanced sideways at a panicked old Taoist priest. Little brother, follow that ambulance up ahead. Hurry, the driver hummed, instantly returned the seat to its place, released the handbrake, pressed the clutch, and flicked the gas pedal, all in one motion. The buzzing roar of the engine was deafening. and only one of the 4 exhaust pipes at the rear of the car smoked. He placed his cell phone on the cockpit shelf and switched to a live feed. On the screen of the phone is a live feed, synchronized with a splice of footage from the car's recorder and the driver's side of the car. Did you just say, catch up with that ambulance? The driver inclined his head, an irrepressible excitement glinting in his eyes, his tone flat and low. Chen Shiliang subconsciously touched the seatbelt and snapped the buckle. That's right, please hurry up. Chen Shiliang pointed at the taillights of the ambulance that was about to disappear at the end of the long street. The driver let out a soft chortle, his expression rather debonair as he pulled out a glass of water and placed it on the shelf in front of the center armrest. Daoist, prepare for takeoff. Ouch. Pretend to be ejecting the start. A Honda Civic with Fujiwara no Tofu shop plastered on the body. The manual version went absolutely out of the gym entrance. At the stadium's gatehouse, an Audi S6 with Kyoto license plates trailed at breakneck speed, along with a few other cars that also gave chase. The driver glanced at the live feed pop-ups as he drove. Thank you for the big sword from Big B. Big B, blessed as the East Sea and long live the South Mountain. Today the anchor takes you to an exciting game. The bottom left corner of the screen in the live room is also graciously labeled with a safe driving. Do not imitate anti-seal watermark. Chen Shiliang hands tightly grasping the seatbelt, body following the body swaying from side to side, eyes dull. Old iron. Double-click 666. Trouble point of concern. The previous big turntable. I shift plus arrow keys thief. A windy ride. This little brother driving a taxi is only his side business. Outdoor live broadcasting is his main business. Thank you Big B for the sports car. Big B is awesome. Big B is magnificent. Jinshui Road is sparsely populated, often with car enthusiasts to compete. Now the track is still there. Not see the old drivers back in the day. Soon, it reached the entrance of the hospital. The car braked to a halt with a big swing, the tires rubbing the ground with a sharp whistling sound. A bowl of water placed on the shelf suddenly spilled and splashed Chen Shiliang's pants. The driver blushed and apologized. I'm sorry, it was a minor accident. Next time I promise I won't. The old Taoist master's chest rose and fell frantically, and he said with a trembling voice, how much? No need. Splash your pants. I feel bad. This is my business card. If you need to use the car, you can make an appointment in advance. I also take long-distance jobs. Chen Shiliang suppressed the stomach flips and swallowed back hard, casually accepting the business card and placing it in his sleeve's sewn inner pocket. Get out of the car and run towards the emergency room without looking back. Chen Armorwood had been placed on a trolley, with Ma Huayun and Evelyn guarding the side, and 2 paramedics in white coats were frowning as they examined it. 1. Huayun. The old Taoist master panicked and pushed the door open. The 2 paramedics inclined their heads and fixed their eyes on Chen Shiliang's wet crotch. It wasn't the poor man who peed. The paramedics just ignored it and lowered their heads to examine it, and a nurse took a sample of Chen Qiamu's blood and hurriedly sidled out. Chen Shiliang quickly stepped forward and began to take Chen Armorwood's pulse. The paramedic doctor wearing glasses said suspiciously, "Are you a member of his family?" "Yes." Chen Shiliang patiently took his pulse and hastily returned a sentence. "Xiao Chang, go and call Director Xing here." After a pause, the doctor continued, "This little Taoist situation is very special and rare. His breathing is extremely light, almost non-existent, and his pulse beats extremely slowly. Xiao Li, go to the pharmacy and transfer an epinephrine here." At this moment, a few people wearing executive jackets barged in outside the door, and the leader was none other than Lin Weidong. "Taoist Master Chen Shiliang, I've heard a lot about you. I think you should have heard Mr. He introduced me," Lin Weidong said in a deep voice. "Don't talk, didn't hear that." Chen Shiliang raised his hand to interrupt, switched to his other right hand, and continued to take his pulse. Wrist at the right and left hand pulse, corresponding to inch, off, feet, 3, a total of 6 pulse. Left and right hand corresponding parts of the different pulse classic recorded, from the fish to the high bone, but the line of 1 inch, which is named inch mouth. From inch to feet, the name of the feet Z, so that is called the size of the inches after the feet in front of the name is called off. Yang out of the in into, to close the border. For example, the left inch weight for the heart, the right inch weight for the lungs, a total of 6. Chen Shiliang was full of doubts and, finally, went to touch Chen Imu's middle finger. In the opinion of Taoist doctors, pulse cutting should not only have 6 conditions, but 9. The 3 knuckles of the middle finger correspond to, respectively, the family, the ghost, and the god, which is also called the god and ghost pulse. Chen Shiliang bowed his head and prepared to cut Chen Jiamu's other hand, but helplessly, under the deep coma Chen Jiamu's right hand tightly gripped the cell phone, and couldn't even break it. "No, mister, he didn't tell you about our unit?" Lin Weidong stared in surprise. "Bold, The three guardians who had heard the news appeared at the entrance of the emergency room, only without weapons. It was assumed that they had been temporarily detained by the police station. Master, how is senior brother Chen? Tai Long's face also turned serious, and for the first time, he replaced the title of sect leader Heavenly Father with Master. Chen Shiliang gently placed his beloved disciple's hand under the quilt, looked up at the doctor, and slowly asked, "How do you plan to treat it?" The emergency doctor sighed and shook his head. Have to check first, but the old Taoist, from my experience, I am afraid that it is a little difficult. He is almost 2 or 3 times a minute breathing. The brain will be deprived of oxygen. I am afraid that the intelligence will be impaired, and there is a risk of vegetative pulling barren eggs. Chen Shiliang was completely disappointed and exploded. Taoism has the saying of grain, reducing the interest. In the eyes of Chen Shiliang, Chen Jiamu is not immortal. He has also heard some grandmasters and great masters talk about the cultivation method of reducing the interest in the Tai Ching Yuan Dao True scripture, and he himself has also studied it, but he has never succeeded, or at least he has not exaggerated it so much. Old Taoist master, hand him over to us. We have a professional team that can give your disciple an all-around examination. Lin Weidong took a step forward and revealed a sincere smile. The doctor from the laboratory came over in person, in a hurry, with the preliminary report of the blood test in his hand. Director, it's incredible. All the indicators are normal. This is simply a medical miracle. A couple of doctors immediately went to the checklist with their heads in their hands. Sure you got the right sample? Lin Weidong's ears twitched and he inclined his head to give a wink to a colleague beside him, who quickly left. Old Taoist? How? Our car is outside. It's convenient. Chen Shiliang said in a cold voice. The poor Taoist's disciple. The poor Taoist controls himself. Hua Yun, carry your senior disciple on your back. Chapter 70, gotta drift, ease drift. Nest around the flashback rain knock. The matter was urgent and could not be delayed. He had to go to Qingfengguan below Wudong Mountain and look for Lao Yang. Who had a better idea? When Lao Yang was young, he was obsessed with exoteric elixir and was keen on alchemy, though practicing alone. However, his medical practice did collect a wide variety of herbs that Manhwa didn't hesitate and immediately carried Chen Jiamu on his back, resting his hands on his buttocks and lifting upwards. Ti Lung, Chicken, Ziong, go get the car. Respectfully obey the sect master Heavenly Father's decree. The three of them shouted in unison. Deafening. Move over, have some quality, will you? It messed with Lin Weidong and the medical staff's head to ask questions. Wait, no need. Chen Shiliang took out a business card from his sleeve and dialed the number on it. Little brother, you just said that long distance also picks up, right? Must drop. Can I go on the highway? Where are you? I'll be right there. On the phone. The other party's voice was quite excited. Where we just got off. Quickly, very quickly. A Honda Civic with Fujiwara no Tofu shop plastered on its body had its dual flashers on, and at the front stood a young man in a biker suit, arms clasped over his chest, waiting in the wind. At the entrance of the hospital, Chen Shiliang and his group walked briskly. The driver smiled faintly and crooked his mouth sideways. You're here? Get in the car. Get in the car. We're in a hurry. Old Taoist, you're the only client who's ever called me. Okay, little brother. Go to Wudong Mountain and leave now. I love it. Wudong Mountain is almost 300 kilometers away from here. Not to mention the money or not. That's not important. The important thing is far enough. And it is said that there is a mountain highway there. And there are 9 straight hairpin turns. Think about it, all makes his blood boil. Wait, I'll get a bottle of mineral water. The ones we brought have. Dude, why are you getting water into the bowl? Is there a problem with drinking straight from the bottle? The driver looked sideways and smiled evilly. You don't understand. It's called art. Ma Huayun put Qin Jiamu in the back seat and opened the passenger door himself, only to be stopped by Qin Shiliang. Juan, the three of us will do the back together. Why? Listen to master. Yes. Did you take the bag you were just told to take? Took it. Ma Huayun was confused. After the three of them got on the car, Chen Shiliang said to the 3 guardians outside the car window, Tai Long, you are older. Be more stable. Now that your senior brother is in a coma. In case you guys really mess up something, there is no one to wipe your asses. This car can't seat so many people. You guys figure out a way to go back by yourselves. Okay, master. Tai Long glanced at the unconscious Chen Armorwood inside the car and asked with his hands on the window. Master, should brother Chen be alright? He was truly worried. It's alright. Master has old friends who specialize in curing such problems. It's time for him to return the favor. Master, then we'll go ahead and check out. Little brother, depart. Go, go, go. A gust of wind blew the robes of the 3 guardians. Buzz, 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 swoosh. The car secondly pretends to eject the start. When you turn, take a straight drift drain over the corner. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What are you doing? Ma Huayun sat in the back row in shock. B. Thanks to my Big B's sister-in-law for the cloud-piercing arrow. A cloud-piercing arrow. 1,000 armies come to meet. No. Are you driving or live? Ma Huayun grabbed the front seat with both hands, his eyes covered in blood. An old hand pressed on Ma Huayun's shoulder as Chen Shilong inclined his head. Huayun, calm down. He's very skilled. Yeah, I'm pretty good at it. Once on the highway, the driver in the biker suit completely let loose and throttled the gas willy-nilly. The car sped down the highway like an arrow off a string. The scenery outside the window seemed as if it was pulled frantically by an invisible giant hand, rapidly receding. The fields, trees, and hills passing by so quickly that it was too late to see the details. Taoist Master. Just now, we agreed to go up the mountain and take the disc road. You can't go back on it. It can be a little more steady. And really, it's not that much of a rush. I've been pretty steady. Ma Huayun's head was almost sticking out of the bag and he threw up the whole way. Hey, I told you to exercise some moderation in general, but you didn't listen. Look, how grown up you are. You still get carsick. Master, vomit master. I'm very restrained. Vomit. Ha, what is this? Chen Shiliang took out his cell phone, tapped on WeChat, and pulled up the photo that Gui Wu had sent. Vomit vomit, it's from chicken. Nothing to do with me. Phook. It was dark when the car arrived at Wudong Mountain. Taoist Master. Not far ahead is the entrance to the scenic spot, and there are no more ticket sellers at this point. The crossbar that restricts access to the car is in the way, and it seems like no one is on duty. Chen Shiliang had already taken out his phone and started dialing. Hello, the number you have dialed is turned off. The number you have dialed is powered off. Shut down? Old thing. What's doing? Master. Junior brother him. Look. Chen Shiliang looked down and realized that his beloved disciple, whose head was resting on his thigh, had actually started to grin and giggle. Young master is talking. What is he saying? Chen Shiliang was startled and ambled his ear to Chen Carmu's mouth. Chen Armorwood's eyes were tightly closed. His body began to wriggle, and his voice grew louder and louder. So beautiful, so spectacular. Phew, where's this? So much innate aura. It turns out, it's like I've come to my senses. I've come to my senses. Chen Imu's right hand, which was holding the cell phone tightly, began to shake wildly. Oops, hadn't Mo planted a heart demon? Chen Shiliang snapped his head up, looking towards the 1-pole 3000 lift lever, and shouted sternly, crash through. The driver froze and snapped back. What did you say? Crash through. The poor Taoist is responsible. The driver's puzzled expression gradually swung. I love it. Bump crashed through the guardrail, down the panhandle, and up the hill. The security guard in the weed pile behind the post, hands on his pants, shivering in his urine, his back shaking violently. Chapter 71 Master. I'm back. Zhongluan Highway, black Audi S6 Mercedes in the fast lane. Inside the car, Lin Weidong looked gloomy and was answering the phone. Boss, according to the informant's report, they went up the mountain, turned into Qingfeng in the west. Lin Weidong frowned. Is the information reliable? It's all smart. Sure there's no switching of packages midway? Before the Zhou village to worship the crowd. There is my informant. On that cattle Junjie, the old cattle, the big tall man last year unit tea party you have seen. Chief, with you, he is really capable. Open up the land. Plowing, a person top 3. Put dozens of people are rolled away. Before the unit is also hard work and endurance. This is not the time for you to take credit for your subordinates. What I'm asking is the information reliable? Lin Weidong spat. These people, they think about taking credit all day long. John Bull saw it with his own eyes. And by the way, Chief, there's one more thing. Say, Zhou village 10-mile slope side of the large tomb seems to have a situation. The village elders said that the archaeological team destroyed the feng shui or something. After the last heavy rain, the east side of the potential for landslides or mudslides. And now a few experts are meeting at the site. Lin Weidong said in a deep voice. This matter is not under the control of our unit. What program is there on the exploration team side? The special agent on the phone paused and said, Zhou village doesn't have many households and the terrain is low. Now a team of geologists has gone to the scene, and the preliminary emergency plan is for the villagers to evacuate first, and then organize their return to the village after determining that there won't be any natural disasters such as mudslides. Alright, leave this matter alone. Now focus all of your energy on Chen Armorwood's side. Are all the people in their positions? 7 groups, 4 groups have arrived at the scene. 3 groups and 6 groups lurking in the Taoist temple 3 kilometers away. My side has just finished coordinating the road martial law. The armed helicopter is estimated to have another half an hour will almost come. Boss, let me interject something. This battle is like a drug lord firefight. That Taoist priest is a good fighter, but he's already dead. Lin Weidong said in a deep voice. Buck up, I'm almost there too. Hang up. After hanging up the phone, Lin Weidong looked out the car window at the rapidly receding blue guardrail and rubbed his temples. Some information. The frontline special comrades do not have permission to see. They only know that the little Taoist with a good temper can fly over the eaves and walk on the wall. Kung Fu is invincible. How do they know? There is a more ruthless person. Is his senior brother? 33 Flora leaped down, landed in the explosion of the pit. And how do they know? Or that man, in the shooting of a small restaurant, the flesh to carry bullets. There's so much pressure from above. It's important not to alarm the masses, but also to rationalize the collection, and to do so in a controlled manner, but not to raise doubts in the minds of the targets. In fact, he kind of wants to quit his job or go clerk. Rinko, we're at the temporary gathering point. The driver of the car turned around and said, gather a group of 2 rentals and prepare to go up the mountain. Clear wind view. In the Qingfeng Guan, the master of the Guan is called Yang Yang Yang, self-appointed Taoist named Sanyang Danzi, a monk since childhood, obsessed with the science of external Dan, and in love with the Joey Sentonchi. When I was young, I liked to make 9 steamed and 9 sun-dried black sesame balls, and the ingredients were quite elaborate, following the ancient method. Chen Shilian likes to go into the back of the mountain to collect medicines, often use some Chinese herbs in Yang 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 exchange. Did not eat a lot of the chef's elixir. In Taoist philosophy, the process of 9 steams and 9 suns is a process of harmonizing yin and yang. Steaming is yin and sunning is yang. Through 9 times of steaming and sunning, the sesame seeds are allowed to fully absorb the yin and yang qi from heaven and earth. Later Yang 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 living in seclusion Qingfengguan. Do not ask the world. He does not engage in publicity. Do not live and do not accept disciples. Taoist temple is also quite simple. These years all rely on Chen Shiliang in the relief of his life. The old man at first very stubborn, not saying that he is in the valley. He also took out his own refined grain dan to Chen Shiliang show off. Chen Shiliang asked him on the spot, you ate the grain dan is still considered to be grain? Lao Yang was speechless. In the center of the Qingfengguan's main hall, Chen Aimu was lying on the case table and had gone completely quiet. Ma Huayun was kneeling in front of the statue of the ancestor god, reciting scriptures to his youngest brother. After Chen Shiliang came, said things briefly, especially emphasizing that before fainting, Chen Jiamu ghostly asked him what is the 3 flowers, and then make a phone call. The person fainted. After Yang 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 cut the pulse, a moment to break his eyes, a moment to listen to his chest, a moment to look at the tongue or something. Lao Yang, how is my disciple? Chen Shiliang asked in a low voice. Yang Yang Yang, the scruffy Taoist wearing a greenish-gray tattered Taoist robe, had his eyebrows stretching for a while and frowning for a while. No, speak up. Chen Shiliang was in a hurry. Guess what? Dying. Fart. Chen Shiliang looked agitated, sitting cross-legged beside his disciple, his hands slapping the ground, slapping it raw. You get him alive. Lao Yang, you give poor Tao to get alive. You were not known as the reincarnation of Hua Tua back then. The chicken leg can give you to receive the duck leg to grow well. How can the poor Tao explain to his mother? Poor Tao is sorry for MS. Liang, how can poor Tao explain to his mother? Woo woo woo. People alive and well. The eldest son died in the poor Taoist ancestor master. In the end he did not kill and set fire Originally, the Taoist training class was about to run out of work, and he himself was planning to go back to the mountains for purification. How festive the Taoist training class became after the arrival of this young man who was hovering between depression and schizophrenia. Even Gue Wu, who is usually not a talker, is now taking the initiative to send messages in the group, and his cooking skills have improved. The more Chen Shiliang said, the more difficult in his heart. He is convinced that this little disciple is the reincarnation of the immortal. This is how good the child he is very kind, with great skills, not to kill the heart. To the guy's easygoing, enlightenment is also high. To some of the classic interpretation, unique, such a good boy, but he's become my master and my pupil. This kid's father has been abroad since he was a child, so we have no right to get involved in family affairs. He is simply treating the poor Taoist as his father. He has never experienced a father's love, and he envies those children who have a father to support them. He also had a lot of questions, a lot of ideas, a lot of doubts when he was a kid, 100,000 reasons why he had to ask his dad, and a desire to have a hero for him to worship. Chen Shiliang's voice choked. Lao Yang, he's still hanging on. If you really can't get it, I can only take him to a big hospital to try. Speaking surprisingly old tears, The 70-something-year-old Taoist priest shed tears in front of his own Taoist friends. Look at your little outburst. TSK TSK TSK, can you listen to me finish my sentence? Yang shook his head, having a sense of pleasure of getting the game back. Said, handing over a dirty handkerchief. The ancestors have a saying, those who kill do not die. Those who live do not live. Chen Shiliang's expression gradually froze. This sentence was from the Zhuangzi Grandmaster, and he had an impression of it. If you want a man not to die, first you have to die. Understand? When Yang said this, Ma Huayun, who was kneeling aside and chanting the sutra, inclined his head to look at it, with a head of question marks. Chen Shiliang muttered, are you saying that my disciple, in a similar way, is transmigrating? Really fighting the heart demons? Fighting himself? The three-flower gathering is originally an illusion, and the clouds under his feet are not real. Whether or not this child's soul can come back depends on his own heart. The scruffy Taoist stood up, his hands behind his back, and looked up into a hole in the roof of the dilapidated Taoist temple as the clouds faded away and the sun rose. A ray of sunlight shining on the face of the young Taoist who was so serene that he seemed to be dead. Master, junior brother him, little master him, his hand. The two suddenly lowered their heads. Chen Jiamu died not willing to let go of the right hand, tightly holding the phone. The ring finger root turned golden, gold thread-like surround to the middle finger fingertips, and then the entire right hand palm. The skin became gold color. The phone-tempered film cracked. Yang glared and inclined his head towards Chen Shiliang, just as the latter cast an equally puzzled gaze. 4 eyes. What are you looking at me for? I don't know what this means. Going to turn stone into gold and cultivate a golden finger? It's the golden palm, Ma Huayun corrected. At this moment the half-hidden wooden board door was pushed open by a little Taoist boy, who shouted in a panic, Master, there are many people outside, dressed in black. They want to take away this little senior brother. Didn't tell them. People are dead. We're preparing to bury them after the first 7 days. How did I teach you before? Yang considered this when he learned of the situation. Master, gave them the word. They said they'd take the body. Ma Huayun ran to the door and stretched his head to see that a crowd gradually began to gather in the courtyard. The roar of propellers came from the sky, and 3 helicopters hovered over the Taoist temple. He took out 2 pills of golden pandan from his pocket, which his senior brother had left for him to use for self-defense earlier. At this time, Chen Armorwood's body slowly floated into the air. The incense and candles on the offering table, the futons on the ground, and the many living wooden, or clay foam idols, all together shook slightly, and then, the entire hall shook. The young Taoist priest with his eyes shut tightly, eyelashes fluttering, eyes open, glowing. Master, I'm back. Chapter 72, That Splash of Red Cloud, 3,700 words big chapter. In the great hall of the Taoist temple, Chen Armorwood uncovered the crack-tempered film of the cell phone and threw it with his hand, slowly ripping open the silicone cell phone protective case. He drew 3 sheets of yellow paper from it, unfolded them, and formed them into long strips. Yellow paper is an arcane talisman written with a vermilion pen. Taoist talismans. Sure enough, it can be brought back. A magical expression appeared on Chen Armorwood's face. Armorwood, what is this? Chen Shiliang's eyes narrowed slightly, instinctively feeling that these 3 talismans did not belong to this world. Because they were neatly arranged in front of Chen Armorwood hanging in the air, they were also faintly glowing. Why did you pull it out of your cell phone case? Could it be that the cell phone is also? Master, I'll explain it to you later. I'm going to go first, and take care of some things. Chen Jiamu tossed his phone to Ma Huayun. Senior, help me reapply the film when you're free. Ma Huayun nodded sluggishly. Outside the great hall, the sound of a megaphone rang out. Taoist Chen, can we talk? We really don't mean any harm. Chen Armorwood asked with a sideways glance. Master, what's going on outside? Coming to get you. You take it easy for a while. The helicopters are coming. Master, why are your eyes red? Just now, my eyes itched and I wiped them with your Uncle Yang's handkerchief. Old Yang, how long has it been since you've washed your handkerchief? It's all rancid. Yang froze and said, this is not a handkerchief. This is a foot wipe. We thought you were going to die. It's that Lin Weidong who contacted He Wei earlier. He wants to take you away. Chen Armorwood let out an slight sound and looked around, roughly understanding that in the 10 hours or so since he had gone over there, it had been Master and the others who had been tending to him. It's very peculiar over there, and there's a video of it taken by Chen Keijai. He stretched out his right hand, which was gradually turning into a normal skin color, and took a closer look. My gold finger has arrived. The system's voice rang in his head. Chen Karmu. Master Chen, if you don't come out, we'll go in? Taoist Master Chen? Outside the courtyard, Lin Weidong shouted again with his megaphone. At the same time, He gestured a forward motion with his left hand, and 2 rows of Secret Service agents catapulted over and began to surround them from both sides. Lin Weidong turned around and whispered, "Where's the maneuvering team?" A special agent with one hand on the headset said after a pause, "Boss, the mobile group temporarily draw that 10-mile slope over there. I'm afraid it really is going to be a landslide. Time is of the essence. They helped to evacuate the villagers of Zhou Village." "Got it. Tell team leader Lin, don't feel condescending. When you go back, you'll still get credit for what you deserve." Lin Weidong finished his command, looked up and continued shouting with his loudspeaker. "Daoist Chen, we are planning to redecorate your Dao cultivation class and are designing the rendering." Bang! The already old and dilapidated wooden boards of Qingfeng split in pieces, and wooden pieces flew. A young Taoist priest floated out, levitating on the doorstep. The visual effect of floating is not the same as lightwork, which may seem calming, but is more likely to boil over. "Where are you taking me?" The Taoist spoke, not loudly, but clearly heard by everyone on the scene. Lin Weidong froze. "No, not a vegetable? Hey, I'm going." "So who? Niu Junjie was turned by them? Give me false information." "Little Taoist master, I've heard a lot about you." Lin Weidong put down his megaphone and kept his composure. He realized that the little Taoist priest didn't answer at all, and smiled awkwardly. "Since you're fine, would you like to go with us for a physical examination? Our unit's equipment is very advanced." "No go. You can leave and don't come back." "Well, there's no way around it. There's a mission. How about you cooperate?" rumbled Chen Armorwood's whole body clothes fluttered, centering on himself. A circle of air ripples visible to the naked eye rippled out, and all the people on the ground immediately toppled over, being lifted out. The steps under his feet instantly cracked, and his body broke through the air with a bang and catapulted up into the air, and in an instant, transformed into a tiny black dot. So fierce, Lin Weidong climbed up with a gray head, removed his hat, and shook off the dust. "Where are the people? Fly away." "Ha!" Many looked up in the sky as the 3 helicopter gunships began to swing uncontrollably, and swing away. Bang! "Go and come back." Qin Jiamu came back, suspended in the sky above the Taoist temple. He to the sleeve took out a talisman, clamped between the 2 fingers. Fighting wrist ignited the talisman. The mouth recited the words. A golden light fell and drew a circle tilted from top to bottom, encircling the Taoist temple. "Master, I'm going to take care of some things, so you guys don't come out for a while. I'll be back soon." Chen Armorwood's voice floated in the sky. The golden circle encircling the Taoist temple gradually dimmed, occasionally emitting a transparent circular shroud that covered the entire temple. Chen Armorwood turned his body in the air, and with a bang, he suddenly accelerated and flew toward the direction of the great tomb of 10-mile slope. Lin Weidong stared blankly at the distant sky, his heart turning over. "Chief, communications just came back up on the helicopter side. The pilot jumped out early. Strange the plane didn't crash and was thrown into the Plug River." "Chief, should we use hot weapons?" "In this case, members of teams 9 and 10 are in ambush in the mountains. On standby. They have rockets." Lin Weidong chopped his head and slapped it. "Are you?" "On my command. Everyone stay put and do not alert him." "But, you know a hammer. You should be glad that we are still alive. This matter, I will personally report to Wei Luo. This kind of person can no longer be described by supernormal capabilities that he can even make a country become the top of the world." "What is the strongest supernormal ability in our unit?" "Spit makes soybeans sprout quickly. Flesh possesses faster than normal healing ability." The only one who turned an iron pot into a snake was finally realized to be a charlatan. "And what else is there?" "There isn't even a single one who knows light kung fu." Lin Weidong was completely numb. From the moment that the so-called sky vision appeared, he was already numb. Just before he still had a hint of fantasy that it was a mirage. Now, there was no need to doubt. Hung Dian could not find that kind of building at all. Inside the dojo, a man walked out, and with a swish, the special agent who had just been flipped over and injured instinctively raised his pistol and took aim. "All of you, put down your guns." "Who told you to raise your guns?" Lin Weidong hissed. "Give me a gun." The man held out his hand, head held high, eyes hyperactive. His name was Manhwa, and he had just eaten a golden rock pill before Chen Armorwood flew off to take care of everything. Manhwa believes that Jing Pandan should not be wasted, and he is a thrifty person. "What do you want?" "Brothers, we do not have bad intentions. A moment to invite you to dinner. I personally write a report to the leadership." "I put down," Lin Weidong said with narrowed eyes. "I don't eat beef. I didn't say I was buying you beef." "Big brother." Manhwa stretched out his hand and looked at the box gun at Lin Weidong's waist. "My senior brother is invincible. You have no choice." Lin Weidong took a few steps forward, pulled out his gun, and placed it in Manhwa hand. Manhwa took the gun in his hand and suddenly looked up and asked in a low voice, the safety catch is here? Lin Weidong nodded. Manhwa took a few steps back and pulled the safety off as everyone panicked and went on alert. The next moment he put the gun to his temple. The world's martial arts are indestructible, and the only thing that can't be broken is speed. What are you doing? Bang! The gun rang out. Manhwa's 2 fingers didn't hold the bullet. The bullet shot on his temple. The bullet was ejected out, narrowly missing the fish in the pond. The special agents present were frozen in place. Lin Weidong's eyelids twitched. His nose gasped for air, and in the end, he chose to remain silent. Look at the sky. Manhwa pointed at the sky. Above the sky, Chen Armor would look like a heavenly god, emerging from the clouds. System in. Is this the right place? Testing in progress. Confirms no errors. Suspended high in the sky, Chen Armorwood slowly breathed a sigh of relief. His original manipulation of aura could only levitate and imperialize, maneuvering 3 helicopters with aura, breaking into the air and blowing up incarnate flesh missiles. It's completely dependent on gear. Another world's equipment. That over there might not count for much, but on Earth, in terms of the effect just now, it can be described with the word explosion. It's the 3 talismans he brought back from over there, and he's used 2 of them. The first talisman that was ignited was called Wind and Thunder Benefit, which could briefly draw on the 2 forces of Jinsun and Sundance in heaven and earth to be so amazingly powerful. The second talisman, which was sealed with the Golden Light Divine Incantation, he used to protect his master and brother. The one that's going to finish the latest mission before the Wind and Thunder benefits dissipate. He looked toward the mudslide that had begun to erupt at his feet, and from this angle, it was going to end up flooding the entire village of Zhou. The villagers were evacuated in an emergency. Big bags and lines. There are special agents waving red flags in their hands to guide the villagers, and Secretary Yu Liang is standing on the roof of the construction site shed in Shirley Pa, using binoculars to look at the mudslide that is slowly pouring in the distance. It's a shame. This place is full of artifacts that can't be moved. He was sad and bitter. Show. The heart is very difficult. A few experts said he blind bearing command. Digging too deep. The tomb did not collapse. Now the opposite slope of the mountain is to collapse. It's all his pot anyway, and Shan Yuliang knows that all this is bull ********. It's just a ing point of catching up. This is not scientific at all. Teacher, let's hurry and retreat. The students behind him held onto the ladder and shouted, Teacher, it's going to change. There won't be any cars for a while. The sky dripping pattering rain. Shan Yuliang sighed, just ready to turn down the ladder. Suddenly saw the distant sky flying over a black dot. The black dot is getting bigger and bigger, faster and faster. Vaguely looked like a person's silhouette. He hastily picked up the binoculars hanging around his neck, and in the next moment, his mouth opened wide and he let out an ah trill. Teacher? What's wrong? What's in the sky? Shan Yuliang was fully focused on the image in the binoculars when the little Taoist priest in the Taoist robe suddenly turned around and smiled at him. Aha! Wei! You come up! You come up! He handed the binoculars to Wei and pointed his finger at the distant sky. Look at that! Xiao Wei took the binoculars. Inexplicably, there's nothing. Teacher, what's so great about eagles? It looks like a person. Wei hissed. Shen Armorwood broke through the air and swept over the heads of the villagers, and in an instant, the crowd only felt a silhouette flashing before disappearing. The special agent who was holding up the red cloth to guide the villagers suddenly realized that the prop in his hand was gone. Shen Armorwood levitated high above the sky and ignited the third talisman. Geomancer's charm. Koan is the earth, and the water is the can. Of the 12 heavenly stems and earthly branches, red is Sing Ding, corresponding to Yang fire and Yin fire. Respectively, fire can produce earth, and with Yin and Yang 2 fires as traction. Gold can be refined, and gold can produce water. Combined with the geomancer's charm, it should be enough. The red cloth grows against the wind, getting bigger and bigger, up to 100 feet, and still getting bigger. On the ground, there were loud cries. Look at the sky. What is it? A red cloud in the sky, covering the sky, was pulled by a small black dot with a humanoid silhouette in front of it, and flew towards the 10-mile slopeside. Is that a red flag? Amitabha Buddha, the goddess of mercy is here. It's Chi Tian de Shang's cloak. Red cloth covered half of the mountain range, wrapped up the mudslide, once again broke the sky. Good eyesight. Can vaguely see. There is a very small person in front, pulling the corner of the red cloth, stepping in the air. In the crowd, some people fell down and nabbed their heads. On the western hillside, at the entrance of Qingfeng 1, 2 old Taoist priests stood side by side on the steps of the entrance of the Taoist temple, looking at the red clouds in the distant sky. One of them, in hot tears, in the front yard of the Taoist temple, Lin Weidong held his binoculars and watched in fascination. He saved the whole village. All the artifacts in 10 Mile Slope. He, a hero. All the special agents either raised their hands to their foreheads, or stretched their necks and stood on tiptoe, their eyes all fixed on the distant sky. The world's martial arts. No firmness. For fast. Ma Huayun picked up the pistol, once again aimed at his own temple, and suddenly realized that no one took care of him. Ha! What are they looking at? He looked away from the sky as the crowd looked on, and the gun in his hand snapped to the ground, nearly going off. That's my disciple. My disciple. Chen Shilian wiped his tears and shouted loudly in Yang Yang Yang's ear. Will you stop being so loud? I'm not deaf. Also my senior brother. Ma Huayun faintly concurred. Master, you're saying that junior brother, after a nap, became immortal? Ha? I don't know. We'll ask him when he gets back. Chapter 73 Zhuangzhou Dreams of Butterfly. Butterfly Dreams of Zhuangzhou, Kyoto. Inside a special building, an old man with a white beard and hair was sitting in a wheelchair, and in front of him were dozens of high-definition displays showing videos about Chen Karmu at various times. There's the live stage at the audition, a late-night crash, a slap in the ring that shatters a block of wood, a downtown pedaling stop, a backstreet imperial sword hanging in the air, and a ruthless man who, for whatever reason, shot himself in the solar plexus, as well as a couple of photos taken by satellites. The larger display in the very center is a red cloud holding up half a mountain range. The old man looked on in fascination, almost in autism. Some of the information on the table at hand was the daily routine of an ordinary female employee of the Shinseki Electricity Bureau, as well as a little girl with pigtails who liked to walk with her head in a whirl. The photo at the top of the profile is of the little girl clutching her cell phone and gritting her teeth as she plays a game at the kiosk in front of Victory Road Elementary School. A capable mom, a cheerful to the point of morbidity sister, a father who settled abroad, a bunch of ordinary relatives, a superhuman Taoist? The buzzing phone rang. The old man took out his cell phone and answered it. At the same time a man in a black Zhongshan suit with a serious face appeared in the TV set on the side of the office. It was Lin Weidong. Wei Luo, our operation has failed. Lin Weidong's background in the video was a hotel room. I've temporarily cancelled my original plans for my afternoon flight back to headquarters, and I'd like to brief you in person regarding this matter. The old man known as Wei Luo smiled helplessly. Xiao Lin I know all about it. You did the right thing and deserve praise. Wei Luo. Me. In a moment, you and your colleagues in the publicity team will butt heads, and you'll discuss the specifics. Okay. By the way, Wei Luo, Chen Jiamu has a senior brother, called Ma Huayun, who has a Vajra body, and I even suspect that he hides his strength, which is not to be underestimated. It can be concluded that the shooting incident at the small restaurant, Lin Weidong suddenly remembered the gunshot. Well, I will report the situation truthfully. Also, the comrades involved in the operation. In the next 2 days, you personally give them a meeting. On that day, the evening sunset in the sky of Zhoutsuan was beautiful. On that day, on the large playground of the Yuan Hong Taoist training class, the one-armed middle-aged uncle, holding a three-flowered cat in his arms, looked at the red cloud in the sky and was lost in thought. Hannah, why do I feel that little black dot? Like a person. Meow. It's nice that we don't have to go. Opinion shifting is a common PR maneuver, but it also depends on what's going on. After all, the internet is traced, and it's impossible to completely delete it clean or tamper with the memories of netizens. A dozen hours later, the entertainment industry was overhauled, and it was revealed that some freshman had done a heinous scandal, rushing to the top of the hit list in an attempt to divert the conversation. On that day, many AI-synthesized special effects videos were frantically pushed to stream, and a domestic technology company held an impromptu press conference announcing that the AI model code developed by their company was open source, and the masses could use it for free. Immediately afterward, various domestic and foreign UFO incidents resurfaced on the internet, generating discussion and wondering if there were pushers behind the scenes. The next day, several countries publicly announced plans for friendship visits to China. Earth's strongest 80s, standing in the Plaza del Sol, proclaimed his readiness to fly a fighter plane. On the same day, a composite video was uploaded on the extranet and rushed to the top of the Hot 100, featuring Kryptonians fighting the Monkey King. The carrier group USS Eisenhower sailed out of the harbor, testing the latest Tomahawk tracking missiles, claiming to be able to decapitate the Man of Steel for 1,000 miles. What kind of news is all this? It's either showbiz or these playing with AI special effects. And Monktang has started racking sniper rifles. Early in the morning, Yuan Hongdao cultivation class on the large playground. Ma Huayun squatting on the steps to brush the phone, revealing a look of disappointment. There is no world of martial arts, only fast and unbreakable Akwang? Huayun why does your towel smell like chestnut fish? you've been idly whacking the towel. Why don't you get another one? Master, I've been sweating a lot lately. It's more than normal for a man's towel to smell a little. Don't hang with the towel for the master in the future. Manhwa snorted, and the ears of the three-flowered cat squatting on the side perked up, whooshed to the door, and before long, followed Chen Jiamu in from the outside. The gods have returned. Senior, where have you been all night? Chen Armorwood smiled and raised his hand to grab the three-flower cat in the void. Looking around. Senior brother, during the time we've been out, Gui Wu must not have fed your cat properly. Look at how skinny this cat is. He's just not a good thing. Not far away. Gui Wu turned his eyes and said faintly. On August 21st he said he quit, and on August 21st, he said he broke his fast. Ma Hua Yun. The three of them arrived at the large classroom, and Chen Imu sat cross-legged. Chen Shiliang stroked his beard happily, his eyes full of this good disciple who had risen from the dead. Tell me for the master, what happened before? What about Iron Dragon and Evelyn and the others? Oh, they came back on the high-speed train today, when the situation was so urgent that the car of the Akamason car gods couldn't fit. Chen Armorwood said faintly, Master, you said before that the body enters the land of nothingness and the mind passes through the realm of the mystical underworld. Ha? What's the matter? For the master also heard it from the master. Chen Jiamu asked again. Zhuangzhou dreams of butterflies. Butterflies dream of Zhuangzhou. Zhuangzi dreams of butterflies? Or does the butterfly dream of Zhuangzi? Master, I seem to have realized the meaning of this sentence. What's going on here? Chen Armorwood slowly said. Before, it seems that I went to another place. Those three talismans, also brought back from that place. At first, I thought that my soul was out of my body and crossed over. Until I saw the cell phone that my right hand had been holding tightly over there. You really went to another world and came back? Chen Shilong asked. Yes, Master, things are blowing up over there. Chen Imu organized his words and recalled the scene. He concealed the system and began to recount his previous experience. Chapter 74, The Wine Sword Immortal. Chen Imu spoke in a calm tone, narrating the story. After I talked to my mother on the phone, I suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. The environment around me began to distort and change. The backstage of the noisy gym like water ripples rippling into an unfamiliar place. A fairy-inspired place called the Dojo of Yuan Hongquan. Time to go back to the time when Chen Amu opened the three-flower gathering. After Chen Keijai opened his eyes again, it was a large hall, with four walls made of unpolished raw stone, with candles hanging from the walls, a strangely high roof, and a wooden floor, in an environment that was neither hot nor cold, as if it maintained a delicate balance between heaven and earth. The door to the room was closed, surrounded by windows, and he himself was sitting on top of a futon, still wearing his Taoist robes, only in a more vintage and simple style. What am I? Soul worn? System on. Where is this? Detecting the host is in seclusion in the Bao Park room. I'm not in a martial arts tournament anymore? System self-testing in. Antivirus in. Update the latest antivirus software. Antivirus software renewal in. Beep. Annual membership opened. Detection complete. System normal. Antivirus complete. No virus. What hook 8 system? Can I still go back? Program crash. Reboot in progress. Reboot complete. There's nothing unusual. The host can practice in peace. Chen Armorwood looked down and suddenly found himself holding a cell phone in his right hand. He subconsciously fingerprinted to unlock it and found it successful. Same body? The cell phone showed that it was a call that had just been made to his own mother. No WLAN. No 4G 5G. What a pit. Chen Armorwood stood up, walked to the window, stretched his head to see. Outside the window the sea of clouds rolled. There are cranes flying, fluttering, a patchwork of buildings and pavilions complex. There are curved bridges connected, across the sea of clouds, under the bridge clouds, as if a fairyland. It's beautiful. It's spectacular. So much innate aura. Phew. Where's this? So much innate aura. The mind recalls that this is what the master said after the three-flower gathering, that the body enters into the land of nothingness and the mind passes into the realm of the mystical underworld. So it is. It's like I've come to my senses. I've come to my senses. Since there were no mirrors in the room, he took out his cell phone, turned on the front-facing camera, and pointed it at himself. So handsome. The camera shows the face of a young Taoist with skin so hydrated that it's exaggerated. Like a dummy. Oh, so it's beauty on. Chen Jiamu turned off the beauty face. The lens is more and more real. This is my original appearance. Can be concluded. And his own exactly the same. Can't you just fix the bugs over there? Do this. The heart rises the feeling of sadness. And before the sure river in the mind. Very different. Really do not want to cross. I don't know what's going on over there. The flesh should still be there, right? Mom is still waiting for me to take the master and brothers back to dinner. but also promised GG together to open the black, but also want to sit with the master on the ridge to listen to stories. Chen Armorwood's gaze fell on the great hall, rows and rows of bookshelves, on which was placed a vast sea of ancient and simple books, some of rice paper, some of bamboo. On a sideboard, a few familiar words were carved. The Chronicle of the True Man of Huan. Real Huayun? Don't tell me it's Ma Huayun. Chen Jiamu took down a book and flipped it open. With traditional lowercase characters written in brushstroke on rice paper, the book's strangely released light. The center of the hall coalesced a water mist. A vivid picture of sound and emotion emerged. Immersive, comparable to a VR movie. But see a rough cloth and linen clothes wild Taoist priest, standing in a pool lake, hair slightly messy, bearded, high nose and deep eyes deep and godly, hands clasped chest, waist hanging wine gourd, the vicissitudes of the unruly, the lake water under the feet boiling. This mother her looks exactly like Ma Huayun, only one is the ancient version and the other is the modern version. Hiss. Two worlds, sane people? Holy. The Taoist man in the water mist seemed to be realizing the great Tao, and there was also a narrator's voice ringing out, which was exactly the textual content in the Chronicle of the True Man of the Transforming Clouds. My generation of students, today moistened to record, value breakthrough before the shackles of martial arts, recounting the past, recorded in detail your ancestor Chen Jiamu's life achievements. If you get to read, be sure to treasure, do not neglect, so as not to live up to my today's statement also. Future generations of children, when diligently strive to progress, sharpen the immortal path, in order not to live up to the heritage of this lineage. In the year of Azi, the hibernation, the clan has come with a stunning young master, surnamed Chen, first name Amu. The master calls it, the reincarnation of an immortal. Chen Armorwood's heart flooded with shocking waves, hastily turned a few pages. Senior sister Furin, born with a vision, blonde hair and blue eyes. Master said that the great Tao is invisible, and cannot be reduced to appearances. In the year of Gangzi, the year of small fullness, the master's brother self-realization of Taiji Cloudhand, the power to defeat the three great Vajra of Qingzhou. The next day, the three kneeled on the mountain for a few days. The sincerity of the master to impress the master, to be accepted as a registered disciple. In April of the same year, the master brother also self-realized a set of palm techniques, which can transform true qi into dragons, shocking the clan, and overshadowing the master's kung fu. And in August, a man and a sword thwarted the Xingyi sect, and the Yuan Hongguan gained a great deal of notoriety. Outer disciples increased to over 1,000, perhaps because it's been too long since I've seen a plum blossom. That spring, my senior brother and I traveled through Qingzhou and passed by that man's hometown, where there were no plum blossoms at all, and plum blossom was nothing more than a woman's name. The mundane ravioli was delicious and she gifted it with coriander. When you can't be in possession, the only thing you can do is to keep yourself from forgetting. The talisman, the spirit method seals this section and shields it from prying eyes of onlookers. As Chen Armorwood quickly flipped through the pages, the images of the water mist in the Great Hall were changing into the scenes recorded in the text in no time. Xin Chou year, less than 2 years after the entrance of the young master, has climbed to the peak of martial arts. Under the immortal, invincible, in the 10-mile slope, a person battled the devil's ancestor, breaking the shackles of the martial arts. The sword opened the door to heaven. That day, the aura is dense. The world of martial arts, all can cultivate the immortal, and the clan aura is the most dense. We break through the martial arts shackles, all because of the little brother given. The following year, in the month of June, Master Kuai Shui, who had once broken his arm to seek the Dharma, was the first to reach the land god immortal realm. Chen Armorwood gradually calmed down. People can be right, but the timeline cannot be right. This side can easily be a few months, a year, and finally the whole clan to break through the shackles of martial arts. He still loves to journal so much. If it is true, as the master said, that the body enters the land of nothingness and the mind passes into the realm of the mystical underworld, then I will be able to go back after I have entered the meditation. As far as my mind is concerned, Chen Jiamu took out his cell phone and recorded a video of a real person, Ma Huayun, tilting his head back and drinking from a gourd by the lake with his imperial sword, to the image in the water mist. Gradually, I realized that my right hand, which was holding the cell phone, turned golden. Is this my golden finger over here? System. In. What happened to my right hand? In the test. Hexagram grip. From, outside the hexagram, the sages stored but did not discuss. Inside the hexagram, the sages discussed but did not discuss. Chen Aimu studied it for half a day, and intuitively, it should be something that this hand held that could travel with him. Try it and you'll just know. He began rummaging through the other bookcases and pulled out 3 talismans from an ancient tome that recorded the use of talismans. It is said to be a wind and thunder overflow talisman. It is said to be a golden light divine incantation talisman. It is said to be the earth and water master's charm. The light from the canonical book was projected above the watery mist of the Great Hall, interpreting the driving spell casting effect of the talisman in all directions. Shinkeiji memorized the driving method as well as the incantation in his mind. To be on the safe side, folding the 3 talismans and placing them in the protective case of his cell phone, he gripped the phone tightly in his right hand and resumed his place on the futon. Sitting on my knees. I can bring it here. I can bring it back. Chen Armorwood's forehead saw sweat, and after meditating for an unknown period of time, he heard the sounds around him, and opened his eyes again, and realized that he had returned. Then, there was the matter of him at the entrance of the Qingfeng Wan. Chen Armorwood told the situation over there one by one, hiding the conversation with the system in the meantime. Chen Shiliang a side person to listen to the wide-eyed, as if intoxicated. Elder brother, are you saying that I'm called a Huan Yun Jinjin over there, able to defend the sword? Ma Huayun stretched his head in incomparable anticipation. Well, it's similar to the wine swordsman. I knew it. Ma Huayun was incredibly excited and suddenly said, you said you videotape, right? Chen Jiamu took out his phone and tapped on the photo album. His eyes narrowed and he nodded. Senior brother, the video is really there. Asterisk. Microsoft pass it to me. Remember not to compress. Koshiki, you open the casting screen, the group together to see it first. If you go next time, we'll give you protection. Don't shut down. Go and see what it's like for the master over there. Remember to bring more things back. The master's heart is really itchy. Master, I wonder if the thousands of living beings on Earth are living in another way in that immortal world. Senior, later, come on, cast the screen, come on. Ma Huayun clutched a laptop and placed it on the podium of the large classroom. Chapter 75, The Master. On that day, Ma Huayun boiled over when he saw the video of that debonair, somewhat handsome Taoist priest, especially because he looked exactly like himself, and read a poem. Come with a sword on the wind, get rid of the devil in the world, have wine and be free, without wine I am also upside down. Ma Huayun gazed at the display in fascination, having completely substituted himself. Senior brother, I'm over there, so powerful? Holy, is it possible that I can go over there when I've gathered the 3 blossoms, and feel a sword immortal asking for love? Chen Armorwood laughed. It should be possible. I don't have any memories of that world. The me over there should be in seclusion practicing some kind of technique. All the information was learned through your diary. But your diary is too much. I didn't finish reading it. Oh, I have a diary habit. How come I didn't know myself? Do you keep a diary, master? Ma Huayun asked innocently. I don't keep a diary. Chen Shiliang answered truthfully. Do you keep a diary? You're 5. I don't keep a diary. Guivi's face was expressionless. Strange. I don't keep a diary either. Ma Huayun sent this video to the WeChat group of the loving family of the Yuan Hung Taoist seminar. I like reading diaries. Though, Gigu's expression passes. Chen Shiliang slowly walked to the door and said indifferently, Mu, come out for a moment. In the yard, the master and apprentice strolled through the large playground. A breezy early fall morning. Can you get into that state anytime? Yuan Shen wanders away. Chen Shiliang held the Tai Jinawa purpose in his hand and handed it to Chen Jiamu. Chen Imu stood in awe and took it with both hands. I tried yesterday. There's no guarantee that I can go over there every time I enter the meditation. Did master just say Yuan Shen? Chen Shiliang laughed, lifted up the hem of his Taoist robe, sat down next to the basketball hoop in the big playground, and casually picked up a fallen leaf. Sit. Chen Jiamu sat next to him, quietly waiting for his master to preach. He did not understand the Taoist scriptures, nor did he know much about cultivation, meditation, enlightenment, 100 days to build the foundation, the 3 flowers to gather the top. These are accomplished naturally, or rather, it is a card bug accomplished. But, Chen Jiamu likes to listen to his master, never tire of listening. Whenever his master finished speaking, he had some insights and could even trigger side quests. Having a feeling of hello, this is okay. Mu Lu Zhu said, heaven and earth regard man as a mayfly, and the Great Way regards heaven and earth as also a bubble. But the true nature of the Yuan Shen is beyond the Yuan Hui and above the mortals when they are reborn. The Yuan Shen resides in the square inch, while the consciousness God resides in the lower heart. Chen Shiliang closed the book and began to say in layman's language, we people, from the moment we are born, there are 2 things in our body. One is called the Yuan Shen and the other is called the sense spirit. And these 2 things, are deadly rivals, fighting in our body every day. Chen Armorwood held his chin with both hands, and the 3-flowered cat swished over as well, sitting quietly on the sidelines with an old and a small Taoist priest imprinted in his pupils. This knowledge of God, At night, or when we fall asleep, it runs to the liver, and we dream. The Taoist scriptures say that the soul resides in the eye by day, and sheds itself in the liver by night. It resides in the eye and sees, and sheds itself in the liver in dreams. The dreamer is a divine wanderer, and he travels to 9 heavens and 9 earths, and he experiences all of them in a flash. Master, are you saying that that side might be a dream of mine? Chen Armorwood asked. No, you've come back with the talisman and made a video, so it's true. Chen Shilian paused and continued. The Yuan Shin is the same as the Great Tao. The sense spirit makes up our 7 emotions and 6 desires, swaying the emotions of the world. Look at Huayun. Every time he does something shy behind our backs, he develops a strong sense of regret, and no one has ever forced him to do so. He is just having a hard time with his heart and is not feeling well, and quitting breaks, and breaking and quitting again. Huan Yun that toy, for the teacher to recognize, for the teacher also young over. Chen Qimu is dumbfounded. This is the Yuan Shen and consciousness god in the fight. Hey, life In fact, there is no correct answer. For the teacher traveling, have seen the father and son quarrel, husband and wife beat each other. What unpleasant words are said. The next day, both sides and regret. With the chemical cloud to play with the toy after regret, there is no difference. Chen Armorwood bowed his head and asked after a moment, Master is asking me to turn my sense god into Yuan Shen? Then I can have my Yuan Shen wander and come and go as I please? Yuan Shen and sense spirit are originally 2 sides of the same coin. Master believes that you can do it. This book, Tai Ji Noa Purpose, you can look at it on the train. Chen Jiamu rolled up the Taoist scriptures, put them in his sleeve, and gave his master a bow. Master, next time I go that way, I'll give you something back. Kji when you go back to Shinsei, you can visit Lea Juntai when you pass by Louis. Good. Chen Jiamu to go home a trip, before promise Liang Meiwan to go home. Originally said that the master and brother to go back together to eat a meal. The result of the Divine Soul Tour out of the way. Chen Shiliang said it is okay. Wait for the new year. You can come to the Taoist training class vacation to play a few days. After lunch in the afternoon, Chen Jiamu flew to the city with his aura and then took a cab to the high-speed train station. Floating flight is consumable. When the hand that made the shocking operation of holding the mountain in the first place, all relying on that wind and thunder overflow talisman. Joko East Railway Station. Out of the station, a small Taoist priest without luggage, all alone, hands folded in his sleeves, leisurely boarded the bus to Lea Juntai. Louis Lea Juntai, counted on the mouth of a famous local attractions. People come and go. A group of tourists just passing by. In front of the tour guide holding a small red flag. Sunburned, holding a horn, dry mouth to the group to explain. Visitors, here is the Lao Jun Terrace. You see this ladder a total of 33 floors. To come, look at this side. See that the wall of the shells did not. 38 years. The Japanese cavalry brigade Fujita that set of people, from Manhwa Bojo towards our Louis County, killed over, at that time Louis that place, are some short flattened cottage, just Lea Juntai poking high up there, especially conspicuous. The Japanese took a look at it from a distance and said, hey, this must be our military stronghold, we have to get rid of it first. So, they set up a gun, toward the Lea Juntai can fire a shell, hit the left side of the Kuwaiting building, blowing up a mess. One little girl sat on her daddy's neck and asked curiously, what shells? I think it's a mortar. It's described in the glass case in the pavilion down there in a moment. The guide went on to say, and then they kept bombing. Toward this side, the guide pointed to the back. Hey, guess what? The Japanese gunners were dumbfounded. What's going on here? A total of 13 shots were fired. Damn, all duds. Not a single one exploded. The Japanese are terrified. The guide led the tourists, one by one to count. This look. Found that the Lea Juntai Hall east wall, the east side of the back wall of the hall and the cypress tree set a lot of shells, 2 of which went through the wall of the hall. A hair stuck in the beams. A hair fell in front of the statue of the Lao Jun shrine. There is also a hair stuck in the hall east of the cypress tree on the branches. It's still a mystery why none of the 13 shells exploded. Some people say it's the spirit of the old man protecting this place. I know, their shells are damp. Someone in the crowd shouted. The guide took out a QR code and said with a smile, in a while you can go to worship. Come on, this side to buy incense. 18 and 188 are available. Scan here, write hello. After buying a wave of incense, the guide continued. Who just said that the cannonball damp? 3 years, is burning incense on the Lao Jun Terrace Li Daogu. Suddenly heard boom a loud bang. The southwest corner of the Lao Jun Terrace collapsed a large gap. Staff and the repair, found a rusty cannonball. Identification, is when the small Japanese bombardment Lao Jun Terrace with. In 83, an old Japanese man named Taro Yumekawa came. He claimed that he was the gunner who shelled Leijuntai. He even knelt down at Leijuntai and kowtowed to the Chinese ancestors, confessing his sins to us. Yumekawa Taro also set up a monument of gratitude we'll take you to see. Na hu, Xiaozhang. Go to the car and get a few more packs of incense. Today do activities on the incense buy one get one free. Little Taoist, buy 2 handfuls of incense? You party outsider. I'll give you a 50% discount, the guide said with a smile. Chen Armorwood smiled and asked, that story you just told, you didn't just make it up, did you? The tour guide was furious and full of displeasure. Hey, you're not a fake Taoist priest, are you? You don't even know this? Chen Jiamu smiled without saying anything and took out his cell phone to scan the code to pay. Give me a handful. I'm going to pay my respects to Master Lao Jun. Little Taoist Master. Which Taoist temple? I still have alternating current lightning wood. Yin and Yang ring, child and old man. The tour guide looked down at the cell phone payment code, and when he looked up again, he found that the small Taoist master, who was clear and quiet, had long disappeared. 3-3. Ding. It is detected that the host has overcome all difficulties and won the Grandmaster's secret realm, the grand competition of the Mountain of Inquiring Minds, and reached the top of the 33rd floor. Reward, Genjutsu Yorikawa. Open the side quest, harnessing the sword to cut down the scaly dragon. Chapter 76, A Trip Home. Zhenlong High-Speed Rail Station. 3 warriors and a white chick, sitting in the waiting room. Eldest brother. Second brother. We are really disturbed that our weapons were seized by the Yamen in this Central Plains tournament. Third brother. Our brothers capture the thief Merit. The Yamen let us on TV. Also received a reward. Can be said to honor the ancestors' call. Does big brother want to recruit? How come it's all Yamen with his mouth open and shut? Oh, by karma. Shet. Grip te 1 day degree boing? Evelyn exclaimed as she looked at her cell phone. Asterisk. Manhwa made a movie. Chicken looked at the video in the cell phone group and was so surprised that even his language style changed. What is the second brother so alarmed about? The remaining people opened the Wonhun Taoist Seminar Love One Another Family WeChat group. A small circle is loading. A video posted by Manhwa. The scene is an antique one. The remaining sunlight poured down like blood, and the sparkling waves spread over the surface of the large lake. Manhwa was wearing a worn but not too dashing Taoist robe, his sleeves hunting with the wind, and the wine gourd dangling from his waist clashed with his sword from time to time, emitting a crisp tinkling sound. He tapped the surface of the lake with the tip of his foot, and a flying sword broke through the water. In an instant, the sword rose up and shot towards the center of the lake like a stream of light. The costume version of Manhwa stopped his body and stood on top of the flying sword, his Taoist robes fluttering, as if he were an immortal in the world, only to see him laughing as he reached for the wine gourd at his waist, tilting his head back and pouring a mouthful, the wine splashing in all directions and dripping down his unruly stubble. A long, unimpeded sigh of relief, the collar of his shirt all drenched with wine. The breeze ruffled his hair, and his gaze was mesmerized yet sprightly as he looked toward the sky that was burned red by the evening sun. The surface of the lake reflected his silhouette, blending in with the sky's haze, and the long sword in his hand moved with his heart, gently swinging, the sound of the sword resonating through the lake, stirring up a circle of fine water ripples, rippling away into the distance. Manhwa walked further and further away until he disappeared at the end of the haze. Wonhyang Dojo Classes, A Loving Family. Video, Wine Sword Immortal, Manhwa, fellow Taoists. We should strive to make progress. We must work together. Wine Sword Immortal, Manhwa, at Xinjiamu, Little Master, translate for them. What a surprise. Wine Sword Immortal, Manhwa, perhaps floating with the wind. Wine Sword Immortal, Manhwa, why did I come to Wudong? In order that one day, you will call me Immortal Sword. Wine Sword Immortal, Manhwa, wine into the heart. The sword to break the illusion. The world's sorrow and happiness. But a dream. Wine Sword Immortal, Manhwa, don't you all have internet on your cell phones? Wine Sword Immortal, Manhwa, et al. Wine Sword Immortal, Manhwa, removed from group chat. Chen Jiamu, who had exited the Xianchang High-Speed Railway East Station, sent a private chat to Manhwa. Senior brother, don't be discouraged. There's a talisman over there called Ox Elephant Power. Next time I'll bring it to you to try it out. It's even more powerful than the Golden Granite Dan. Silent lock screen phone. The East High-Speed Rail Station in Xinjiang is very remote, similar to most high-speed rail stations in China, which are built on the outskirts of the city in the middle of nowhere. Get a cab from the underground waiting hall of the high-speed train station and go home. Where to, little Taoist? The driver spoke in his affectionate hometown dialect. Xiao Nan Men. Chen Jiamu sat in the back row and sent a message to his mother. I hear the accent is local. Are you a monk? Pretty much. The driver looked up in the rearview mirror with an envious look. I actually quite like Taoism. Spontaneous. At ease. It's not like us. Running cars all day and night. Raising a family. And if I didn't have kids, I'd really want to run for the hills and stay there. The driver was a chatterbox and asked curiously. The last time I went to Spirit Mountain to burn incense, I drew a medium-low lottery. The old Taoist priest in charge of interpreting the lottery saw my sad face, took the lottery back, and let me redraw it again for free. Guess what? It's a downer. The old Taoist priest asked me what I was praying for, and I said that my son was going to take the college entrance exam, and I had come to worship the gods and goddesses to see if I could be blessed with a good college entrance exam or something. The old Taoist priest took the sign cylinder, turned his back, and pounded it for a while. I saw it then. He picked out all the bad ones, and then he re-handed me the sign cylinder again. Chen Amu laughed. And then you drew the upper hand? Right. I'll ask the old Taoist. Is this really going to work? Doesn't the Grandmaster care? The old man pulled out a QR code and said up and up for $100. I was in a hurry. So the old Taoist priest said that it didn't cost any money for the next sign, and said, handing over the next sign that I had just drawn, and said that I should believe in science and scan the code or not. How much did you sweep up? 100. Chen Amu asked. Did your son end up getting into the college of his choice? Well, passed the test. Blue shine. The driver gave a valiant smile and said lightly, my cousin's child is the same age as my son. He is a repeater. He ran for Tsinghua last year, and ended up being more than 20 points short. Didn't get in. That's not a bad grade. We would have had a ridiculously high score here. The kid didn't play well and jumped off a bridge. The driver's voice was soft and a brief silence fell over the car. My cousin and sister-in-law are professors. My great-nephew, since childhood, is someone else's child. Also poor. High school rolled 3 years. The year before last New Year's Eve and the hotel party. I look at him a little bit wrong. My son took him to play the game. He did not dare to play. At the stoplight intersection, the driver lit a cigarette and slowly said, this person hey, don't say it. Now cousin and sister-in-law are also divorced. A good family. Scattered. Shao Taoist. You say my brother wrong where? Is this fate? Chen Amu inclined his head to look out the window in silence. Suddenly remembering his sister, Chen Ji, he sent a message to Iwei. Not a moment later, WeChat received a $20,000 transfer. The little South Gate is here. Taoist, go to the Wami Mall. Ha, okay. Half an hour later, Chen Amu walked into the cell door with the latest top-of-the-line Sony PS5 game console. Mother and sister have been waiting downstairs for a long time. In a moment, a little girl with pigtails, clutching a game console, her head scurrying and running along the neighborhood flower beds. Brother, the exploded. This game console exploded. Son, tomorrow I'll notify the relatives and we'll treat them. Go to the Grand Hotel, to celebrate my eldest son's good health. At the entrance of the neighborhood, Liang Meiwan smiled like a flower. Chapter 77, You're playing a game? Don't twist your body. Chen Jiamu's family lives in the old city of Xincheng, belonging to the old district more than 10 years ago. The district is no elevator kind of 6-story building. 140 to flat, plus mom and sister, cozy and relaxed. For some time away from home, Liang Meiwan helped wipe the dust off her son's room every few days. Like most boys' bedrooms, computers and game consoles were standard equipment, and on the wall hung a map of the world and a caveman, a gift from Chen Jiamu's grandfather. Grandfather is an old musician. Chen Jiamu when he was a child back in the countryside. His grandfather would teach him some musical instruments, learned to play a handful of good xiao. In the room, my sister, who had pigtails, was playing her new PS5 console, her body swaying from side to side in time with the characters on the screen. Chen Jiamu inclined his head for a moment. It was a shooting game similar to CF. The character Chen Jiji used was a humongous bandit, holding an AK-47 and shooting at people. You play a game, and your body doesn't twist along. Ha, brother, I can't seem to control it. Liang Meiwan carried a plate of apples, divided into pieces with a knife, with toothpicks stuck on them. Oh son, change your clothes. Chan Aki nodded, changed into a casual outfit, picked up the other handle of the console, and joined his sister in the battle. Liang Meiwan took away her son's doti and threw it into the washing machine with a complicated expression. Dinner was very sumptuous. Liang Meiwan made 4 dishes and 1 soup, all of which Chen Jiamu used to love to eat. After eating, Chen Jiamu took the initiative to help his mother clean up the table, and also went to wash the dishes, which were all habits developed in the Tao cultivation class. He chatted to his mother about some of the life in the Dasha class. Wo Hiai's master, the all-righteous brother Ma Huayun, the hard-working brother Gui Wu, the chivalrous 3 brothers, and the little white-skinned Evelyn, chatting about their gardening together, herding cattle, practicing kung fu, writing brush strokes, making dumplings, and going out on a reunion. There is also the big boss Yue who sponsored them to participate in the Wulin Feng performance tournament, which is a bug for Chen Aimu. Well, Liang Meiwan surprisingly also did not get to the bottom of the matter, so that Chen Aimu's eyes flashed a trace of doubt. Himself some time ago, became a netizen. All kinds of slices flying all over the place, and then quickly faded on the network. About the video of Taiji Chen Jiamu. Seems to be hidden behind the internet, a big invisible hand. Intentionally cover up. Mom, has someone approached you recently? Chen Keijai asked bluntly as he inverted the last bowl on the bowl rack. No, who looking for me? Right son. Night early to bed. Tomorrow earth stove incense private kitchen. Relatives are too. Liang Meiwan hand took over the apron. Hurried out of the kitchen. Followed by a stern waterfall drink, writing to go. Wait until I finish this boss. Finish this boss. This boss. Mom, why did you turn off my power? In the kitchen, Chen Keijai's eyes narrowed as he glanced sideways at his mother slightly hurriedly departing back. I'll go downstairs and turn around. Come back early son. Brother, I'll go too. Chen Jiji stiffened her head and charged towards Chen Keijai. The two of them used to play this game a lot when they were kids. Chen Jiji was the bull and Chen Keijai was the matador. Then the older brother would hold his charging sister and put her down in a smooth spin. Chen Armor would floated with one hand. Taiji Cloud Hand's sticky hands followed his sister's charge, flipped in the air, and then threw his sister back. Strangely enough, her sister didn't fall, and was surprised to find herself back in the same place. Brother, how did you get it? Chen Jiji was excited. Chen Armorwood turned around and turned back, smiling faintly. Want to learn? I'll teach you. Closing the door. In the hallway, vaguely heard Chen Jiji's pig-killing howl and Liang Meijuan's sharp reprimand. The smile hanging on Chen Armorwood's face gradually faded as he quickly went downstairs while dialing Yue. I was surprised that my mother didn't react much to this kind of maneuver by myself just now. Master Xiao Dao. Yue's voice came from the phone. Did Wei Donlin approach you after the game? Of course I looked for it. Zhou Village's Red Mirage, I know it's your handiwork. They now have a surprisingly good attitude. And my side of the game is over. And I'm taking stock of the profits. So when the time comes, not a penny less to. Chan Aki interrupted. Send me Lin Weidong's phone number. Okay. What's the matter, Master Pathfinder? Trouble? Little things. Chen Jiamu hung up the phone. Unconsciously has walked to Shirha River. Along the river on both sides of the bright lights. Tea stalls, mahjong stalls, a variety of roadside liquor stalls. In this is known as the north of Jiangnan. Jiangnan, north of the country's small towns, are fast becoming a Netflix card place. Hello. A low man's voice was on the phone. Chen Armorwood got right to the point. You've searched for my family? The caller hesitated for a few seconds. Master Dao, that was a misjudgment of your policy before, but rest assured, on behalf of myself and my unit, I mean you and your family no harm at all, and your presence may change human history. I know that. The voice on the phone became more and more agitated. What did you say to my mother? Master Dao, you do not misunderstand. Out of so big a deal, we contacted the local martial arts association ourselves, informing your mother that you are practicing martial arts wizards and so on. And then to the country's effectiveness. There is absolutely no exaggerated expression of any superpowers. I'll immediately take the fastest flight, an airplane to the city of letters, and give you a face-to-face. Is that okay? The above attaches great importance to you. Lin Weidong had a sincere attitude. Xinchang, the news is pretty quick. Master Dao, there are some things. Lin Weidong voice is quite helpless. If my family, my master and them, were to get into a bad situation, I would do something out of my mind. Also, from now on, drop everything I'm listening to with my family. That's the bottom line. I promise. Arrange it immediately. Call me when you come in tomorrow. Chen Keijai hung up the phone and crouched his hands on the guardrail by the river. His eyes like torches. System. In. What is the task of harnessing the sword to cut down the scaly scales? The road to immortal cultivation is not an overnight journey. The demons of the heart must be cut down. And the external demons must also be cut down. The host is invited to sharpen his cultivation, go through the thunderbolt, and reach the 5 qi toward the yuan, so that he can harness the sword to split the mountain, cut down the jiao and eliminate the evils, and accumulate merits to achieve the fruits of the Tao. Xuanwu continent of the west coast, there is a bad jiaoyan, cultivation age for more than 200 years, has become a charm. It relies on brute force, rampaging and bullying the people of the surrounding small countries, bullying the weak, for a long time for the scourge of one side. 72 years ago, in the Great East Island and all the cultivators' fierce battle, the two sides are equal. Recently, the evil scaly dragon's heart is undead, and it has resurfaced, wanting to set off another wave. wreaking havoc and terrorizing the people. Chen Armorwood consciousness focused on the map loaded in the brain. Looking to the west, the knot in his throat rolled. This bug, a little bad card miles away on the Atlantic coast. The carrier group USS Eisenhower returned to port. Chapter 78 Drive and get on the highway. Come with me to Xincheng. The following day. Shurha Bridgehead. Soil stove incense private dining hall. Chen family Liang family direct relatives. Gathered together. Set up 4 big tables. The restaurant's ingredients are exquisite. The consumption is not low. In the local area belongs to the more upscale open in the city farmhouse. For one thing, the owner was able to burn wood downtown. Using a clay stove. The kind that city officials have to bow when they see it. It was just after 10 in the morning. Still early for the noon meal. Since it was a holiday, the relatives were almost there. Too many people cannot sit in the private room. Just into the hall doorway hustle and bustle on the face. 3 uncles and 4 uncles chattering. From the fruit they stole in their youth. To whether their pensions have risen nowadays. Who recently took over a big project. And who got a promotion and a pay rise. 7 aunts and aunts' voices. Chattering about how their children's grades are doing. Whose daughter-in-law is fighting with her wife. And so on. The children were like wild beasts. Scurrying all over the house. Fighting over a small water pistol. Their tears had not yet dried up. And then came together to have a silly fun. Yo, the big star is here. The speaker was Auntie 3. A fashionably dressed half-aged woman. Mei Wan, are you really going to let Amu hang out with Lao Dao in the mountains for the rest of his life? I'm telling you. His third uncle was promoted last month. And he's now the head of the department. And now the various community committees are recruiting grid clerks. And I think Amu would be quite suitable for the job. So why don't you ask him to help you with your activities? It depends on the child. What's the salary of the grid clerk? Liang Meiwan asked. 5 insurance and 1 pension. Good for you. How many people lined up still cannot get on? NetRed is a momentary. Before a wooden though spoof video. You see, this is not all closed. Money did not earn. Just fire is gone. Chen Jiamu symbolically greeted the several elders one by one. And then ran very uninterestingly to the backyard of the restaurant to hide in the quiet. The yard is clearly designed. With flower gardens, rockeries, stone tables and chairs forcing the way. Chen Jiji moved a chair on the stone table. And with a broom in her hand, she was poking the persimmons on a persimmon tree. Aren't you playing a video game? Chen Keijai looked puzzled. Brother, persimmon. The restaurant staff was speechless for a while and stood under the table. Their hands ringed in the air. Fearing that this little girl who didn't know what was going on would fall down. Little sister, don't stand so high and dangerous. Just now on there is a fruit plate. This persimmon is an ornamental persimmon. Ornamental persimmons? That must have a very special flavor. Chen Jiji grew more and more excited. Come down. Chen Armorwood wrapped an arm around his sister, clapped it under his armpit, and dragged her out of the courtyard. The little girl with her head up in the air, her feet dragging the ground as she slid and bounced, fondly looking at a big yellow persimmon on the tree. Brother, I shoo. Chen Armorwood's hand lifted. Chen Jiji hugged her brother's arm, rolled over to break free, and ran down the hall in a puff of smoke. The yard is quite large, at least 400 square feet at eye level, and is said to be able to be filled with people for open-air barbecues at night in the summer. The buzzing phone rang. It was Lin Wei Dong. Master Dao, we're almost at Xin City. Is it convenient for you to meet? I'll give you a status report. The conversational attitude was conciliatory. I'm at the Shire River Bridgehead's Tujiaxiang private dining room. Okay, call me when you get to the door and don't alarm my family. Hang up first. What a commendable attitude. Not a moment later, He Wei called. Hey, Master Xiao Dao. Just now Lin Weidong called me and said that he would visit you in a while and asked me to give you a word. He just got off the phone with me. What's his plan? Chen Aki asked. Who Baron Thin know how he thinks? Appear to pay attention to you. Flatter you. I told him. My brother does not like to deal with the officialdom. He likes to cultivate quietly. There is something to come at me. Come at me. I as a brother to deal with. Okay, brother. On the other end of the phone, He Wei sucked in a breath of cool air and barfed himself a slap in the face. A big jump in the office. It's over. It's a good one. Beautiful cow. He yelled. What's wrong, mister? Ho, the meeting is ready. The heads of the departments are all here. Lu Mei held a pile of documents and pushed the door in. Have a damn meeting. Drive and get on the highway. Come with me to Xincheng. Now. Immediately. He Wei rubbed his face with both hands. Calm down. I want to calm down. Ma Huayun called me Brother Wei, and I called his senior brother. It was Ma Huayun who said that. Right. It's none of my business. It's Manhwa Yun who told me to call him that. No problem. No, I'm too abrupt alone. My brother is still young. Some things, when the brother to take the initiative in order to bear, for his sake, he just said, okay, brother. Is not there another layer of meaning? That is, the gods also have secular things. The emperor also has poor relatives. In the old country to do a what? Sometimes inconvenient to use the superpower. If someone above, it is also to say hello to a sentence of the matter. Well, sure enough, he quickly dialed Lin Weidong's number. Hey, old Lin, are you planning to meet my brother alone? What's wrong? Lin Weidong asked on the phone. Shouldn't you arrange for some local dignitaries, people of note, to accompany you? Is that necessary? I'm only going to order you once. I'm getting on the highway in 2 hours. Good. I'll contact the local city council right away on my end. On the other end of the phone, Lin Weidong had just arrived at the entrance of Mingang Airport and whispered a few words in the ear of a colleague beside him, who, with a serious face, immediately called the office of the Xinjiang Municipal Party Committee through a relationship, using the identity of the Kyoto Secret Service Department. A few minutes later, the subordinate reported, boss, contacted, and said that Chen A. Wood is our Special Services Department of the first-class academician. The next few days may use some local resources. That side expressed great importance to immediately convene an emergency conference call, sent to select the right people and us in the Municipal Party Committee after the rendezvous, together to go to Zaosian Private Dining Hall. Aha! Departure. Is the gift ready? The subordinate carried a black suitcase and said, according to Wei Luo's order, apply for the Linglong coiled snake ball unearthed in Hongshan Town, Wuxi in 05 from the National Museum, which is said to be the magic weapon of Fan Li of the U State. Gov. This thing he will really like? Are you questioning Wei Luo? Chen Jiamu, a superhuman Taoist priest. You give him money and beauty? Do you think it's meaningful? Right now the policy from above is appeasement. Appeasement, and ing appeasement. From the analysis of his previous behaviors, this person, as long as you don't mess with him, he won't mess around. Look at the people around him. All of them are ordinary people. True heart for true heart. This kind of character, it's very rare. Not to mention, people can fly. Lin Weidong finished. The heart holds a sentence. Did not say out. We this. Count sincere? Gov. The temporary reception team over in Xinjiang just asked if it's a public meeting or a secret one. Should it be a little more vocal? Or a little more low-key? Lin Weidong twitched the corner of his eye. He couldn't take it anymore. You wait. I'll think about it. Buzzing Lin Weidong's phone rings. Manager Ho. What's wrong again? Did you comprehend what I just said? On the other end of the phone, He Wei was uneasy. Afraid that Lin Weidong hadn't comprehended what he meant. He felt the need to nudge himself very much once more. What the hell do you mean? I arranged it on my end and communicated it to the local city council. Well, it's just a relief to talk to smart people. Oh yeah, old he, does your brother like it a little more lively? Or quieter? A god is a human being. He's been bland in the Taoist temple for so long. And when he comes home, of course he's going to be hot and bothered. Okay. See you in a bit. See you in a bit. Bye. Chapter 79. Today's theme is to celebrate the return of Chen Jiamu. When a mother knows that perhaps the child grew up lacking fatherly love, Dr. Wang said that the reason he used to make trouble, according to psychology, is to get attention from others, or because of low self-esteem. At first in the hospital, scared Liang Meiwan jumped, immediately looked to the same lack of fatherly love of the daughter. Dr. Wang saw Liang Meiwan concerns, categorical conclusion, your daughter has no problem. Her fuss, just simple wisdom. Lively. Chen Jiamu after a period of time in the repair class psychological conditioning. Liang Meiwan is very satisfied. The child obviously understand more. Will help themselves to wash the dishes, and, before those people to find their own, said that his son is very special, hoping to go on the right path, but also let himself sign a confidentiality agreement. It was about 11 o'clock in the morning when the relatives almost arrived. In the hall, 2 tables of mahjong were opened. 1 table of landlords. Intense pre-dinner economy for half an hour. Melon skins all over the sky. There are several relatives, one by one, giving Liang Meiwan advice and planning for Chen Jiamu's future. A young man can't be a Taoist priest. He has to work hard. During the chat about Chen Jiamu uncle's daughter, Chen Tingting, the little girl is 3 years older than Chen Jiamu, is now working part-time as a legal advisor in a foreign-listed company. While working on the examination, can be said to have a promising future. Ting Ting can indeed be the oldest 3 family. How do you cultivate harm? Both of us have not much control over her. Not as much as she knows. This judicial examination known as the first difficult test. I said the little girls don't be so hard. We just find a unit to work a class like life. Ingchun awesome ah. Now the unit cannot be good to enter ah. When to drink your family Tingting's wedding wine ah. Do you have a date? Harm. Last time Director Chui of the Tobacco Bureau wanted to introduce his son to our Tingting family. But my Jianye didn't like him and pushed him away. It's a matter of fate. Not of parents. Maybe Tina likes it. Yo, Ingchun, do you know what Versailles means? Chen Tingting, who had her head down in the corner and was concentrating on her cell phone. Her ears twitched and her afterglow swept this way. Meiwan ah. Jiamu is also back. Let him have more contact with Tingting and inculcate the merits. He's the only male child in our old Chen family. Yeah. If he really went up the mountain and became a Taoist priest, I'd rush your house with a shovel. Any news from Chen lately? Old Six isn't going to come back after all these years in Los Angeles? Liang Meituan's face sank as she grabbed a melon seed and got high as if nothing had happened. Sibling, don't be angry. I'm just upset for you. The guys tacitly changed the subject. On the table, right in the middle sits a small old man. Appearance in Chen Jiamu has 7 or 8 points of similarity. It is Chen Jiamu's grandfather. There are waiters on a few fruit plate. The old man does not move to grab a few wrapped in sugar thinning hawthorn ball, silently put into his jacket pocket. Yo, Dad, what are you doing? The third uncle of the Chen family on the side hurriedly asked in a low voice. Lao San, keep your voice down so the waiter doesn't see you. After saying that, the old man took a few more and put them in his pocket. Because the sugar thinning did not dry, the hand made a sticky mess. Chen Laosan was also helpless, splashing tea water on toilet paper and giving it to his old man so that he could wipe his hands. The old man was tired of the noise in the house and turned into the backyard on the side of the restaurant hall with his backhand. Just bumped into Chen Keijai. Ha, Jiangwo, when did you come back? Where is my eldest grandson? The old man with a head full of white hair, cleanly dressed, looked at Chen Jiamu with a surprised face. Grandpa, it's me, Chen Keijai. Nonsense, my oldest grandson isn't that tall. I took him to the playground yesterday. Chen Jiamu cried and laughed, sighed slightly, and did not bother to explain, since the grandmother closed her eyes. Grandfather's dementia has become more and more serious. Chen Jiangwo was Chen Imu's father. Jiangwo, it's good to be back. It's good to be back. Look at Mei Wan. She's bringing up 2 children on her own, and the youngest one is still breastfeeding. You should have come back a long time ago to help her out. You should have come back a long time ago to help her. Is the moon in this foreign country fuller than ours or what? Here. The old man pulled a couple of sugared hawthorn balls out of his pocket, covered in lint. What is it? Hawthorn balls, my oldest grandson's favorite thing to eat. When you pick him up from school later, remember to give it to him. The old man had a serious face. Chen Armorwood had mixed feelings in his heart and subconsciously reached out to pick it up, when a head with pigtails whooshed out and grabbed it first. Master, there are hairs on this fruit. I'll peel it. Chen Ji used her incisors, ka eating to gnaw off the outer lint-stained shell. Chen Ji ate a few, choked, rolled her eyes, couldn't spit, forced it down, and took a long breath. Brother, here. She thrust forward the last hawthorn ball she had gnawed on the pit. You go give it to Mao. Brother won't eat it. Good. Mao, come here. Mao, don't run. Stand still. Mao. Chen Ji jumped up and down and chased after his cousin. The old man Chen froze. Jiangwo, why is the old third family's girl so rowdy? I told you that when Lao San named her Ting Ting, it was a moment of non-stop ah. I'll go steal a few more for my grandson later. Grandparents and grandchildren walked outside the restaurant, came to the Shirha River walk along the river road, casually find a chair to sit down. Master Chun from the waistband of his pants to draw out a caveman. Jiangwo, I've recently composed a new song. I'll play it for you. On the stone benches by the river for tourists to rest, Master Chen blew himself. Chen Keijai listened quietly. The sound of the shao was melodious, like a quiet valley, as the stream gurgled out from its source, carrying clear waves of light as it meandered forward. The stream circled around the hill, and as the terrain undulated, the water flow converged at the foot of the hill, and circled around the contour of the hill for a week, and eventually, the stream folded back and flowed back to the source. The seasons come and go, and the song ends with a week around the mountain. Jiangwo, what is it? Does this tune have a name? Chen Keijai asked. Going home. The old man placed the caveman in Chen Jiamu's hand and took out a small, crumpled book from his pocket. Here's the sheet music. You give it to my oldest grandson. He can play it. He plays it so well, I taught him. Chen Amu carefully opened the sheet music, and his fingers rhythmically followed the score. Master, I'll blow down too. Not far away. The daughter of the third uncle's family, Chen Tingting slowly came and stood not far away, looking towards this cozy scene. Chen Tingting still has a very good impression of this cousin, often played together as a child. Only later his own good grades, admitted to the Kyoto University of Politics and Law, completely across the level, whether it is a mentor network, or alumni-classmate relations, later from business and politics can be. Since then, perhaps because they have grown up with each other and with their peers in the family, they have drifted apart. This time the judicial examination round over, Mom had to let himself back, is also considered busy to take time off. Mom said the rich and powerful do not return home, such as Brocade Nightline. Chen Tingting's mom is scoffing at this theory. She has no intention of deliberately showing off in front of her relatives, just remembering the cousin that she hasn't seen for a long time. I remember that high school, evening study hall late, often have yellow hair smoking in front of the school. There are several times. Then still in junior high school cousins squatting in front of the kiosk after school, waiting for their own school. Chen Tingting sometimes think, if they mix up in the future, on this cousin, can pull a hand is a hand. After all, now he is not high education, and nothing professional skills, now so competitive. Boys, pockets cannot be cleaner than the face. There is always able to earn a few dollars. Chen Tingting tilted her head with a slight smile, saw her cousin Chen Jiamu picked up the whole xiao in his hand. Standing by the river, the breeze blew through his long hair. His face was serene, his eyes looking at the open sheet music in his grandfather's hand. At this time, not far from the river square, surrounded by people, fire engines, ambulances come one after another. Something seems to have happened. Chen Tingting looked up, but saw a middle-aged uncle standing on the roof of the building, with a few firefighters containing themselves as if they were advising him on something. The middle-aged uncle was so agitated that he stood at the edge of the floor and could fall at any time. You guys go away. If you come over here I'll jump off. Man, think about it. Think about your wife and kids. Think about your parents. Roll. Get out. The older man got even more agitated. Fine. I'll roll with it. I'll roll with it. This way. You have any difficulties? Give us a. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. I want to blow up the school. Do you have any explosives? The middle-aged uncle growled. Dude, we can't help you like this. I printed their rolls. They owe me 3 years worth of clerical fees. And I'm now borrowing from loan sharks. When I die, the debt will be cancelled. My wife, my son, at least I don't have to go into debt. No need to sell the house. This, brother, calm down. There seems to be collateral responsibility. With a scowl on his face, the older man stomped his foot on the lightning rod around the perimeter of the roof, looking down at the dense crowd of people downstairs. At this time, the melodious sound of the piper, Chen Jiamu's piper sounded in the distance. Chapter 80, The birdcage is broken. The bird's body is bloodstained. Chen Jiamu Heartfeel grandfather wrote the score. The body of the aura cannot help but pouring into the cave xiao. The penetration of the sound of the tune seems to be enhanced by several times. The sound is not noisy, as if in the circumference of the square circle of the people's ears ringing like. Grandpa made this song, titled Going Home. An elder Chen blew out a mood of a stream traveling around the mountain and eventually returning to its source. He is thinking of his son. This was not the case for Chen Kji, whose song was soaring and seemed to have images floating in the crowd's minds, like a fledgling bird lifting its wings on a branch, its eyes gleaming, aspiring to the heavens. However, when a young bird first learns to fly, it does not know how to fly, and it has to rise up again and again, and it has to fight again and again. At last, it lifts its wings and flies. Again, the sky does not agree with me, and the bird is imprisoned in a cage. I have learned to fly well, and my wings are getting full, but I cannot spread them. The bird looks out of the cage and is mesmerized, wanting to fly but not being able to, sighing in vain. It is not willing to stop, and it repeatedly hits the cage wall, and its wings and feathers are broken, but it still refuses to stop. In the cage, its will is not gone, and it strikes the cage wall with all its might, and its beak clangs, and its feathers fall one after another. The cage is broken, and the bird's body is bloodstained. The wind is suddenly high, so it lifts its wings and breaks through the clouds, returning to the nest to look on. The female and her chicks are in the nest, looking for her return and chirping. Although the bird is hurt, it is at peace. The end of the song. The uncle on the roof was already in tears. He slowly ended down, his hands covering his face, his mouth bearing a choking sound of whimpering. Ling, son, I'm so tired, I'm so tired. In a flash, the rescue firefighters saw the opportunity to hold the uncle and fell within the roof enclosure. The crowd erupted in fierce cheers and applause. Chen Tingting stood frozen in place. The tune echoed in her heart for a long time. She looked to the distant roof of the successful rescue. Her mind suddenly gave birth to an unrealistic idea. It was the cousin Xiaojiao. Save that uncle. She looked at the familiar yet strange cousin and shook her head vigorously. What was I thinking? Master. Koshiki. Uncle told me to call you back. It's time to serve the food. The grandparents and grandchildren turned back, and the old master, not yet finished, exclaimed, Jangwo. I didn't expect it. I didn't expect it. You're very musically talented. It's almost catching up to my eldest grandson. Master, let's go in. It's all served. What are you calling me? What are you calling me? Jangwo, you've had too much foreign ink. You can't tell the difference between generations. Go and fetch my eldest grandson. I've missed him. After the old man finished, he waved his hand and marched in the direction of the restaurant. Ha, is this a leader coming to inspect? At that moment, the owner of the diner rushed out of the house in a panic, putting on his shoes as he ran, followed by the hall manager next to him with a tie in his hand. You didn't see it wrong, did you? Secretary Liu really came? Mr. Chin, Director Hao of the Municipal Bureau, Minister Liu of the Propaganda Department, and Chang of the Justice Bureau. Quickly, tie, where's the mirror? Chin boss while busy organizing grooming instrument, twisted his head and said, let the hall of the gang to engage in partying quiet point. I said we cook real material cannot be wrong. This entire municipal party committee has come to investigate. Boss Chin walked to the door, and a few official cars 070-802 exam dumps PDF were parked on the side of the road. A bunch of big leaders stood at the door, mingling and not daring to go in, like they were waiting for someone. All of a sudden, the sound of propellers rang out in the sky, and everyone looked up at the sky in unison. A military helicopter slowly landed in the open parking lot of the Lions River Market, and a few men in black uniforms pulled up a temporary cordon below. After the airplane landed, Lin Weidong got down from the helicopter, and then He Wei followed. Xinjiang is really congested. Lao He. It's lucky that Mingang Airport is dual use and has a backup helicopter. Hey, how are you? He Wei crouched with his hands on the parking lot guardrail and vomited. I'll just slow down for a bit. Never been on one of these before. I'm a little dizzy. Come on. The reception team is waiting at the door. The entrance to the restaurant. Chen Armorwood's eyes narrowed as he walked to the door and saw the owner of the restaurant nodding and leading a group of people. He Wei had sharp eyes and immediately jogged over. Master Dao. Can't stop it. Can't stop it. Old Lin is too enthusiastic and has to give you a windy reception. Today is our family banquet. Don't let them disturb our meal. Chen Armorwood said in a cold voice. What's this for? You're here for a skit? The relatives of the family are sneering, and then suddenly a man comes in, slaps him across the face, and says, Young master, the 3-year period has come. Please return to the Dragon King. Xiao Dao. Chen Di. This, he always means. Said that he wants to introduce the leadership of the Letter City to you to recognize. In the future, if there is anything to say hello to, the county officials now. Convenient. Lin Weidong smiled and extended his hand. Chen Jiamu raised an eyebrow and said, You two play very flowery. Good intentions received. Something to say after dinner. With that, he turned and entered the diner. Lin Weidong froze and inclined his head to look at He Wei. What's wrong? It's okay, let's go in and eat. We're not doing anything else. Boss, is there a private room? He Wei has nothing to say. He has never experienced the treatment of a prefecture-level city's leadership team eating together. There's wow. Come on, inside please. Boss Chin couldn't figure out what kind of god He Wei was. Anyway, when he saw the one coming down from the helicopter, he might be a ruthless person from Kyoto side. Should not ask. In fact, Boss Chin had already panicked. He was even a bit afraid that he might have to engage in counter-terrorism or something in a while. A group of a dozen people, followed through the hall, came to the second-floor private rooms. After all, are in the letter of the city's premier big shots. Style is naturally written in the bones. That posture, do not want to attract attention are difficult. A few Chen family lords who were playing cards. One of them was still bare-chested with a cigarette in his mouth. Pair of threes. Old three. Was that Secretary Liu just now? Chen Jiamu's eldest uncle asked suspiciously. Which secretary Ryu? Right two. Senior. I'll bid against 3 and you'll go straight second? What? Can't. Don't want it. Airplanes. 678,910 hooks. King Bomb. Pay up. The Chen family's eldest uncle huffed and puffed, tipping over the cards on the table with a furious look on his face. Did you not hear what I just said? It was Secretary Liu just now. Not running. And there's also the city council's chief Chang. You see him on TV all the time. Big brother. Your bull ***** ting me. Secretary Liu will come to this place to eat? Give money. Do you not want to pay? Let's eat. This hand doesn't count. A few people followed the coaxing, suddenly feeling that Big Brother's plan was wonderful. Not coming. Wash your hands and eat. So who? GG come over and serve us tea and water. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Big Brother, it's really Secretary Lou. He's coming towards us? He's also carrying a wine glass. Is he going to give us a toast? At this moment, Chen Laosan didn't sit still and fell down with his chair. Chapter 81. It is said that the earth is koan, the fire is li, the thunder is quaked, and the wind is sundown. Lin Weidong opened the black suitcase, uncovered a layer of protective cotton, revealing a small all-metal code box. He pounded for a while. The iron box opened. Wrapped in cotton a small skeleton beads, material translucent similar to glaze. Master Dao, this is a small token of our appreciation. The literature records that this object is from the handwriting of Fan Li of the Yu state. The system's voice appeared in Chen Imu's head. Ding! Jinju bead detected. If the host obtains it, he will be able to comprehend the palm thunder technique. This bead is Fan Li real people before ascension. By the earth, fire, thunder and wind for robbery sense, respectively. Refining. 4. It is said to be koan earth, is said to be away from the fire, is said to be thunderquake, is said to be sundown wind. If the host can collect 4 of them, he can refine the creation of the 4 elephants and go straight to the 5 chi. For those who practice magic, law, earth, wealth, and couple, all of them are active laws. Jinjibu is the human emperor's treasure, the host's current cultivation, not enemy to the human emperor. Seize, rob, take the difficult to heaven. Suggest the host to cultivate. Don't lose because of a small, cut off the immortal road. What's with the hook 8 setting? 1 set. Don't know this is the real world. I'm the only one who cultivates immortality. Do I still need to rob? For me? Chen Kajai asked. Of course. Feel free to take it if you like. Chen Armorwood took out the skeleton beads from the iron box, and immediately a blue-purple halo visible to the naked eye lit up, and the palm presented a squeaky electric current sound, which was very sensual. Detected the host to rule out all difficulties and shock the human emperor. Logic error. Self-test in progress. Program error. 8 plus tell plus day. Force end. Detecting that the host is in retreat in the pack supplement room. Dropping. Drop. System reboot. System self-test in progress. Reboot complete. Detected the host obtaining the Jin Z bead and comprehending the palm thunder technique. A stream of arcane and obscure feats was forced into Chen Armorwood's brain. This was the first immortal technique level skill obtained after opening immortal cultivation, and it was still T0 level. Visions appear before your eyes. The mountain wind whistled, and the ancient pines at the edge of the cliff shivered. The little Taoist priest stood at the edge of the cliff, his clothes fluttering in the wind. His eyes were focused, his hands slowly raised, and electricity flickered in the center of his palms. In an instant, lightning converged from all directions and melded in his palms. Only his body rose up in the air, surrounded by lightning. His clothes hunted and his hair flew wildly. The lightning in his hand was like a roaring thunder dragon, shooting out with the force of 10,000 pounds. The boulder at the bottom of the cliff was struck by lightning with a deafening roar. The surface of the boulder was instantly scorched by the high temperature, and cracks continued to spread. Under the impact of the lightning, the boulder crumbled down piece by piece, splattering debris. The little Taoist priest stepped on the thundercloud and came down. The electric awnings surrounded him. The birds flew and the beasts were frightened. The insects and ants fled, and the grass and trees were all trembling. Congratulations to the host, comprehending palm thunder. Master Dao. Master Dao? Lin Weidong's voice rang in his ears. Chen Armorwood returned to his senses, put the beads into his pocket and said, there should be 4 of these beads. Do you know where the other 3 are? Lin Weidong froze, inclined his head to look at the assistant beside him. The latter immediately dialed the phone. Russia, respectfully said. Master Dao is right. The literature does have 4. One of which is currently in the Getty Center Museum in Los Angeles. Chen Armorwood frowned and did not say anything, then realized that when the 8-power Allied forces got rid of a lot of national treasures, antiques and treasures are naturally rare, very reasonable, since the collection of the 4 beads of earth, fire, thunder, and wind can directly 5 chi toward the yuan, then also slowly sneak a hook 8. There is a bug does not card, white blind so a system that speaks of integrity. Just now, the system prompted that he was in the Baopu room closed. Presumably the original owner of the clueless over there. Hey, forget it, thinking about this is useless. Master Dao, this is a bit difficult. Within the 9 states, you a word, we can almost set things right. Los Angeles, hey, this, give me a whole passport recently. Make arrangements. I'll take a trip to Los Angeles. Chen Armorwood said indifferently. This, is going to be a war? Lin Weidong stared. Don't worry, I have my measure. Give me your boss's phone number. Chen Imu's eyes narrowed as he stared into Lin Weidong's eyes. The latter shuddered and nodded his head in a hurry. This, Wei Lao is old and has a bit of a bad heart. Master Dao, you shouldn't scare him, Lin Weidong said with a trembling voice. Brother Lin, this Wei Luo of yours, it's not simple, but it doesn't matter. Chen Armorwood had a complicated expression and called out to Brother Lin in an unprecedented manner. Lin Weidong is like sitting on pins and needles, and he is exuberant and afraid. Spinning behind the back shocked out of a cold sweat. Why did Wei Luo send him this thing? Fine thinking Master Dao, the classes from the City of Faith are here. Look, do you want to give a greeting to your relatives in a while? If there is anything you need. He Wei, Chen Keijai said unhappily. He Wei immediately came over. Don't let them get too flashy. Master Dao, there's one thing that I need to make my point. He Wei said with an innocent face. Chen Keijai was puzzled. Which? Secretary Lu seems to be giving a few of your uncles a chat about life. The secretary of our Xinqing Municipal Party Committee is enthusiastic and mingles with the masses. Look, how festive. He Wei added, while casting a pleading look at Lin Weidong. Chen Jiamu double-sided shrinkage, pushed open the door of the second-floor private room, immediately saw, their own a few uncles, red-necked, at the table, to a leader look like a man, called brother, in which the third uncle naked, chest also tattooed a dragon, red-necked yelling to not drunk. On the side of the hotel boss personally served tea and water. 7 great aunts and 8 great aunts all starry-eyed around Liang Meiwan, as if expressing years of sisterhood. The only one is a little girl with a punchy braid, squatting on a chair, mindlessly playing with her cell phone, her body swinging back and forth, next to an old man, sticking his head out to cheer his granddaughter. Chen Armorwood stared back and shook his head helplessly. Does the helicopter still fly? Any time, Master Dao. In the afternoon, give me a ride back to Chocho. Dashu class. Chapter 82, Selling Karma. Brother, we don't have to pay the electricity bill anymore. Brother, do you really know martial arts? Sure River. Chen Tingting chased out. She did not even eat enough. She is not a little cute. The city clerk personally toasted his dad, and the dad still thought it was one of his daughter's mentors or classmates' connections. Chen Tingting couldn't stand it anymore. Before he got drunk, his father was a gentleman. After he got drunk, the whole Xian Chang was his father. From the time she saw Chen Jiamu blowing by the river, she felt the mood of that song, and a scene even materialized in her mind. Metaphysical, fantastic, indescribable images. In Grandpa's tune, it's the father's longing for his son, and in his brother's tune, it's the son's anger at his father. In Going Home, it's Jangwo in Grandpa's mouth, and in his hand is the hawthorn ball he stole from my oldest grandson. What kind of emotion is this supposed to be? She remembered her sixth uncle, Chen Jiamu's father. The memories of her early childhood were still there. She was 6 years old. Chen Jiamu was 3 years old. It was a sunny summer day. Her sixth uncle was wearing a black trench coat, giving herself and her brother a Jinji stick each, and a big bubble roll, which belonged to the children's show-off things in those days. Then the sky suddenly clouded over and it rained like a joke. She saw her brother cry and saw Uncle Six walk out of the alley without looking back and get into a van. Later, I heard from my mother that Uncle Six came back once and then had Chen Ji. Up to this point, Uncle Six never had any contact with this family. Brother, that champion of martial arts wind. It's an entertainment program. It's hype, right? Chen Tingting took a few steps forward and stood side by side with Chen Imu by the river. I didn't even participate in the group stage. I played the finals directly, and besides, the head of the program, He Wei. I know, you're right. Chen Armorwood inclined his head and smiled. I don't believe it. I'm in high school. You're in middle school. You get out of school early and wait in front of our school, and Jana gets out of school late. I'll call Yang Na now. How about we go see a movie? Bureau 749. I've always wanted to see it. Chen Tingting was stubborn and suddenly said the girl's name. Chen Jiamu's eyelids twitched, and he suddenly had a feeling of being possessed by Manhwa Yun. Chen Tingting continued. Why have you been afraid to confess? Don't you know? Yang Na has never talked. Sister, I had a senior brother. His name was Ma, and when he was at his most despondent and desperate, he ran away, thinking that he was not worthy of the woman called Mei. And by the time his thoughts were clear and his Vajra was undefeated, that woman was already a woman. Do you believe it? In another world, there was likewise a sword immortal surnamed Ma who loved to drink, and every time he got drunk, he would say that there were no plum blossoms in this world at all, and that plum blossoms were nothing more than a woman's name. This sentence, in his diary, appeared 987 times. I used to be like my elder brother. I was a fatherless child, a bad student, couldn't find a job, had a low eye, and then went crazy and was sent to a mental institution. Sis, Sometimes it's funny. That day, I thought I was going to die. Brother, you understand it all now. The secretary of the municipal party committee has come to flatter you. What knots do you still have in your heart? Boldly go in love. Chen Aimu smiled helplessly, his smile bitter and hopeless. He stretched out his right hand. Thunder and lightning dancing in the center of his palm. Thunder and lightning from the palm like running thunder shot to the river. Bang! Splash! Russia! Countless fish bodies slowly ambling on the water. Sis, look, am I fit to chase girls now? Chen Tingting's jaw dropped and she nodded stiffly. Chen Jiamu long sigh of relief. Said the avenue is merciless? For the current self, really do not have that realm. Love one word. Is the nature of man? Mother, sister, and teachers and brothers. As for the matter of falling in love, put it aside and then say it. On the shore by the bridge, many people gathered and pointed at the vision of the explosion in the water. Who the hell is electrofishing in the Shirha River? Holy, that's definitely dynamite. Not electrofishing, it's fish frying. Call the police. Call the police. Doggone it. What if someone swims? Chen Armorwood took out a pill from his pocket and handed it to his sister. Sister, this is called the Golden Rock Pill. Keep it. If you encounter danger in the future, eat it, and within 15 minutes, you should be safe. Chen Tingting took it. She didn't ask more questions and didn't suspect anything. Brother, I finally know why the helicopters are here. Hurriedly bid farewell to his mother. Chen Jiamu, surrounded by leaders, boarded the helicopter and went away. Liang Meiwan covered her mouth, standing in Shirha Market, feeling still in a dream. A group of relatives fluttering eyebrows. There are several video shot to send a circle of friends. The title is my nephew, and so on. Only Chen Jiji hung her head upside down in her pants and squatted in the grass to observe the ants moving. Sitting under the helicopter, overlooking the great mountains and rivers of the city of Shin, Chen Keijai slowly closed his eyes and called out the system in his head. Confirmation reward, Yuan Shin Yuli X1. This was the reward for having previously been at the old monarch's terrace, eliminating all difficulties, winning the grand competition at the ancestors' mystery realm, the mountain of inquiring minds, and ascending to the top of the 33rd floor. In other words, he could go to the other world once more, and with the experience he had last time, Chen Armorwood couldn't just waste it. He wanted to fully understand the ins and outs of that world. The last time I got 3 talismans over there. The Wind and Thunder Benefit Talisman, the Golden Light Divine Mantra Talisman, and the Earth and Water Master Talisman. The effects were astounding. Superman breaks through the air, lifts his finger to golden light, and red clouds move mountains. He had to go to his master's place and ask for advice. Although his master was immortal, his understanding of the Taoist scriptures was many times stronger than that of Chen Armorwood, especially when the 3 flowers gathered at the top. The master said that the body enters the countryside of nothing and the mind passes through the realm of the netherworld. About this time to go to Los Angeles to search for national treasures, looking for the earth, water, fire, wind, one of the robberies, and what there is to say. Chen Armorwood knows nothing. What is the 5 gas toward the yuan and Baidu checked half a day? Gibberish, all kinds of answers. The most reliable surprisingly. The skills in the game. Chen Aimu fell into deep thought, and after an unknown amount of time, Lin Weidong's voice came to his ears. Master Dao, Zhou village has arrived. We're in a suitable landing position nearby. Chen Armorwood said indifferently. Don't bother. When he finished, he opened the airplane hatch and leapt. Asterisk 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 Master Dao. Parachute. Lin Weidong subconsciously shouted after, suddenly remembering Master Dao's magical powers from before. Feeling like an idiot. At the Yuan Hung Taoist training class, Chen Xiliang is leading the group in practicing the Eightfold Vajra. The sound of breaking air came from their ears, and all of them looked up in unison, and suddenly saw that in the distant sky, a small black dot gradually enlarged and smashed over like a cannonball. Lie down, Chen Xiliang bellowed. The cannonball's fall slowed down and hovered in the air, and Chen Armorwood, dressed in casual clothes, shouted aloud, Master, don't be afraid, it's me. Chen Xiliang sighed in relief, and the 3-flowered cat in his arms whooshed and jumped out, tilting its head and meowing. Chen Jiamu landed on the ground, and the 3-flowered cat swished up along Chen Jiamu's legs like climbing a tree. Chen Jiamu stroked the cat's head, and the kitten used its furry head to push hard against Chen Jiamu's palm. Mika, why have you lost weight again? Senior brother, let me tell you, Gue Wu has been forcing your cat to eat carrots lately. I even suspect that he has a fetish for animal cruelty. Ma Huayun said indignantly. Gue Wu, who was practicing kung fu, made a movement and took out a diary wrapped in a Taoist scripture cover from his arms and slowly turned a page. There are no plums in this world at all. Plum is nothing but a woman's name. Ma Huayun shuddered violently and rushed over like a madman. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Gue 5 you pouncer. It's against the law to peek at someone's diary. I'll call the police. In the compound, a one-armed older man rolls around, gently dodging the pursuit of a stormy man. Master, look, palm thunder. I went home for a meal and accidentally learned it. Chen Armorwood stretched out his hand, and thunderbolts pulsed and flickered in his palm. Chen Shilian's mustache twitched and he inclined his head away from. Oh, selling karma, elder brother. We don't have to pay the electricity bill anymore. Evelyn cheered. Chapter 83 New Equipment. Dao Cultivation Class. Dormitory Room. Sitting cross-legged on his senior brother's bed, Chen Amu, holding his cell phone in his right hand, slowly closed his eyes and gradually fell into a better state. Enable or not, Genjutsu Wanderer. Open. The space around them twisted and changed like water ripples, and the mottled and peeling walls of the bedchamber gradually faded away, emerging within a large hall surrounded by an ancient immortal aura. Sitting on a futon in the center of the great hall, Chen Armorwood, who was wearing a Taoist robe, opened his eyes. Phew, here we go again. The marvelous experience of the last 3 blossom gathering surfaced again, and it seemed that this side of himself was still in closed-door cultivation. Chen Keijai moved his limbs and felt something slip off his sleeve. It was a piece of paper, a letter to be exact. The rice paper is unfolded, and the lowercase written in brushstrokes exudes a faint ink fragrance. The paper suddenly emitted light, projecting an image made of water mist over the great hall, familiar with VR movie immediacy. The little Taoist, who looked exactly like himself, bowed his head and asked for a salute. Like Ma Huayun's diary in this world at the time, it should be a visualization technique type of carrier. Xiao Dao Chen Amu, closed for meditation a few days ago. There is an image in it, and there is a thing in it. Seem to enter a foreign land. Cannot help but marvel at the wonder of the world. There is such a prosperous scene. Lights like day, like a river of stars pouring down on earth. Colorful, iron car without cattle and horses. Shuttle between them, it's chirping very strange and wonderful. And even more men and women dressed in foreign dress. In the South China Sutra, it is said that one should deal with the spirit of heaven and earth alone, but not with all things, and not condemn right and wrong, in order to deal with the world. I am grateful that a high merit and great virtue has entered my spiritual platform. However, I am a humble Taoist, so I can enter the 3 realms of the barbaric, the mysterious, and the microscopic. As the Taoist scriptures say, the name of the sight is not seen is called Yi, the name of the hearing is not heard is called Shi, and the name of the wrestling is not allowed is called Wei. Out of the fixed, want to inform the master of this experience. However, out of the customs days not yet arrived, package park room forbidden art is not eliminated, so the book can recorded. Take the pen. I occasionally see the real person of the Cloud Chronicle forbidden to lift. I expect that must be into my spiritual platform of the high work of the great virtues due to the master had said, without the permission of the master brother. Do not feel free to go through the scrolls of other people, the small way not to see. However, I saw that the cloud book talisman created by the Xiao Dao was also turned over. Very surprised and happy. Xiao Dao will be recently closed and realized that there are 2 talismans. Said, the Bull Elephant Thunderbolt Charm. Said, Kuan Yuan Virtual Wall Charm. If I can get his guidance, I am grateful. The water mist illusion dispersed and the rice paper slowly floated on the ground. Chen Armorwood sucked in a mouthful of aura and instantly figured it out. This side of myself, writing a letter to myself, by the looks of it, thinks of myself as a great god. Highly meritorious is an honorific title for a deity of high cultivation. TSK, TSK. Chen Armorwood moved his body and observed his surroundings. It was the same as the place he came last time, and he didn't know how long this body over here was going to be in seclusion. The room seemed to have some kind of forbidden art cast on it, and he couldn't feel the cultivation and gong methods of this body. The key is the complete lack of any memory of this body. Forget it. Whatever. Let's get down to business. Chen Aimu rummaged through the bookcases and took the last 3 remaining Wind and Thunder Benefit, Golden Light Divine Mantra, and Earth and Water Master Talisman from the cabinet of the Cloud Book of Talismans. At the edge of the futon picked up the Bull Elephant Running Thunder Talisman and Koan Yuan Void Wall Talisman that he had left for himself, and it also came with a volume detailing the insights and drawing methods used to create this talisman. Chen Armorwood nonchalantly collected it and was about to settle down and leave when he suddenly remembered something. You can't go too far with your own self on this side of the world, and if you take something from someone, shouldn't you leave something behind as well? With the tabletop, he picked out the hardest brush he could find and searched for it. Nor could they write traditional Chinese characters, much less their feats of changing words into water mist reflections, and tried to write in one stroke. Hello, brother. Erase, cross out, crumple up the scrap paper and rewrite it. Sincerity is the key to success. Gold and stone are open. The Taoist heart is firm. Cultivate at ease. I will reproduce it. The talisman I bring back to the White Jade Capital. I will come back on a different day, when I bring the gift of the White Jade Capital to give it to you also. Chen Jiamu finished writing, blew the mouth. Double check, no misspellings, placed in front of the futon, always feel less something, and folded back. Take the pen to add a sentence. If you want to read the biographies of others, read them, do not get entangled in them and block the way. Then he found a few paperweights to press the corners, and held the scroll with the talisman drawing tips in his hand along with his cell phone. Sit back down on top of the futon and adjust your breathing. System. In. Go back. In the next moment, the space around them began to distort and change, and the ancient hall turned into an old bedchamber room. Chen Keiji opened his eyes and looked down at his right hand. Bring it back. Los Angeles side of the people are more wild. Although he is now unarmed to fight hundreds of Tyson no pressure, but also did not try to physical body resistance to missiles and so on. Nowadays, technology is so advanced, in case there are any laser cannons and so on. Moreover, after entering the country himself, he would definitely be watched. However, getting 3 talismans with tried and tested effects was already enough. This was a T0 level skill. He carefully put it away, together with the golden rock pill. As long as he didn't die, he wouldn't die. At present, if you want to use great aptitude such as moving mountains and breaking rivers, you still need to rely on equipment. But it doesn't matter. After collecting all 4 beads, and promoting the 5 chi, I guess it won't be a problem to multiply the battle power by a few times. After coming out of the settlement, Chen Armorwood curiously unfolded the other 2 talismans. Bull Elephant Running Thunder Talisman, Koen Yuan Void Wall Talisman. I seem to have seen some kind of introduction of the power of the Bull Elephant before. It should be the draft drawn by the self-research of this talisman over there. This name sounds very high. He turned over the Record of Talisman Insights handbook. Look carefully. The above also detailed description of the drawing method. From where the starting brush, from where the turn easy to understand. He noticed the most crucial piece of information. The saying of Taoist talismans was closely related to the heart of the person who sacrificed the talisman. In other words, the same talisman would not have the same effect when used by people with different hearts. Like a knife that butchers a cow, mortals can only cut a little. The nature of the heart determines the nature of the thing, such as people cooking. The heart, and perfunctory, the cooking taste is different, very metaphysical. The compound. Master, where are our vermilion pens and the yellow paper for drawing talismans? Chen Jiamu walked out of the dormitory and saw that Chen Xilian was reading a book on a rattan chair in the compound. Getting away with it. Why do you want to get up and draw a talisman? Not in the middle of the year. Chen Keiji handed over the handwritten note. Chen Xiliang took it and said seriously, "What is this?" "I brought it from that world over there." "Master, can you read it?" This kind of talisman has never been seen by Master either. Chen Xiliang carefully flipped through it, shaking his head while looking at it. "By the way, good disciple you went over there this time? Did you look at the diary of the Hua Yunjinjinjin? Did he write about the Master Did he videotape it?" "No, but this time the harvest is quite large. And his self over there should be in seclusion to envision some sort of technique or something." Chen Armorwood took out the vermilion pen and yellow paper from the house, and began to follow the tutorial of the handbook, drawing the new talisman with a single stroke, during which he obviously felt that the aura around his body was converging on his fingertips and transferring to the paper. And the consumption isn't exactly small. Phew, it seems like it's useless for people without auras to draw. Bull Elephant Running Thunder Talisman, Koen Yuan Void Wall Talisman, drawn. Well, it's always good to be prepared when you find a place to try out the effects. And if you can, paint more lately and save up some skills. Elder brother, have you finished your shower yet? It's been almost an hour all. Is it taking so long? Oh, I'm almost done soon. The echo of Ma Huayun's voice came from the humble boiling water room. It's a bummer that the door has to be unlocked for a shower. Well. Out of the watery steam came a man with a towel wrapped around his lower body and a damn powerless look on his face. "Get dressed and I'll teach you to sacrifice talismans. It's not like I know any fairy magic." Murphy's the kind ordinary people can make. Aha! Chen Keiji nodded heavily. Chapter 84, Chicken. Thou hast only seen the bull and the elephant, but hast not heard of the running thunder. This talisman is called the Bull Elephant Running Thunder Talisman. The power of the talisman is different depending on the heart of the person who sacrifices the talisman. You are a person with a story. You should be very powerful. Senior brother, how about we try it too? Iron Dragon, Chicken, and Zhang Ziong were dancing with guns and sticks in the compound, and when they heard that mortals could use it, they couldn't wait. That's fine. It just so happens I drew 2 of each. Big brother, third brother, let me go first. Chicken volunteered to take over the Ox Elephant Running Thunder Talisman in Chen Armorwood's hand. How does this work? Senior brother Chen, Hold the talisman between your two fingers. Bend your fingers and ignite it. And recite the mantra in your heart. Bull elephant running thunder. Whole wisdom intersecting. Tu chi quickly appearing. Covering and protecting my body. Chicken was dumbfounded. And again Chen Keijai recited it, memorizing it several times before he could remember it. He was not too good at studying. In the compound, Chicken stood still, holding the talisman between his right index and middle fingers, and shook it off with no response. Tilung took out his lighter and helped him light it. The yellow paper talisman saw the fire both burning. The mountain chicken hastened to meditate in the heart. Or not much reaction. Elder brother, I read it in my heart. It's useless. Ergo, read it out loud. Hurry, it'll burn out in a minute. Chicken said aloud. Bull elephant running thunder. Whole wisdom crosscheck. 2 gas quickly appear. Overlay protection, my body. Ouch. So hot. In an instant, Chicken's entire body clothes were windless. His muscles continued to expand. His clothes shrunk with the naked eye. And his entire body seemed to have grown a circle larger, with loud and clear elephant calls coming from his chest. I'm so good. Chicken felt like his whole body was filled with power. A power that transcended human limits. He walked to the compound next to the basketball hoop, lifted up a piece of pressure ball frame of the long stone. The stone is less said to have a large several hundred pounds of weight. The chicken lifted the stone over his head, hands alternately rotating. Long boulder tiger. Bull pucky. Erdy. My second brother is possessed by a bull demon and is invincible. Excited. Chicken gently put the boulder back in place. Big brother, fetch my knife. Our weapons, the police station has impounded them. Have you forgotten? With a pang of disappointment, Chicken inclined his head toward a 3-bullfig tree in the large playground. And he couldn't help it. Hugged the tree and pulled it up hard. Chicken, you get the poor Taoist out of here. Who told you to pull up the tree? Where will you ride the cool air in the future? Chen Shiliang bounced up from the rattan chair. Furious. Chicken stuck the tree back in. Master, I'll loosen the soil for the big tree and grow taller. After a few more minutes of tossing and turning, the power from the talisman gradually dissipated, and Chicken's swollen body returned to its original state. What? Does it feel like your stamina is being drained? No problems at all. Except a little tired. Chicken was moved to tears as he looked at the earthworms tumbling in the dirt inside. I knew it. I can be invincible even if I follow senior brother Chen. Chen Jiamu roughly estimated the time. About 10 minutes or so. Did not look at it carefully. A moment when Ma Huayun used it. It is best to record the details of the time. The talisman draws on the power of nature's bull elephants. It won't affect the body. It seems to work quite well. Ma Huayun rubbed his hands together in unbridled anticipation. I'll try it too. Bull elephant running thunder talisman. It sounds very pushy. Chicken is just reckless. His heart is not working. Just bull elephants. No running thunder. The talent is still poor. What do you mean? Old Ma. Looking down on people is it? Senior brother said well earlier that the power of the talisman is based on the caster's heart and has different effects. If this were the world of immortal cultivation, the 3 of you would probably be martial artists or something like that. Huayun why don't you guys go out and play? Don't tear our home apart. Chen Shiliang's heart inexplicably rose a wave of worry. He felt as if there would be something bad to happen. Master, you know me. I've always been steady in my actions. Ma Huayun held the talisman between his 2 fingers and murmured excitedly. I'm a man who has eaten the golden rock pill. The bull elephant is just mundane power. The running thunder is the core play of this talisman. Chicken, you guys take a good look at it. Master Ma's heart. Come on. By the way, Senior, how do you recite the mantra? Chicken repeated it for Chen Jiamu. And with just this one time, Ma Huayun remembered it, and from this it was clear that his talent, indeed, was much stronger than the 3 martial artists. Ma Huayun shook his hand and flung it out. The talisman unexpectedly ignited itself without fire, not needing a lighter at all. Crouching nest. Ma is so awesome. Old Ma, what did you do? I actually don't know. Ma Huayun's heart set off waves of shock. His other hand, which was holding the lighter, loosened from his pocket and gave a sardonic smile. Joke? I still need physical ignition? The words were pronounced correctly. Bull elephant running thunder. Cave wisdom crossing. Tu chi quickly appears, covering and protecting my body. In a flash, the sky seemed to be rolling with wind and thunder. Ma Huayun's entire body manifested blue light. His body actually slowly floated in the air, half a meter away from the ground. His arms unfolded, revealing an unbridled smile. Sure enough I'm different. Is this the power of the bull elephant running thunder? Just this? Chicken, thou hast only seen oxen and elephants, but hast not heard of the running thunder. Ma Huayun smiled with satisfaction, inclining his head to look at the 3 guardians who were caught in a daze. The effects didn't stop there. Ma Huayun couldn't laugh anymore. he even wanted to cry. The cow mooed and the elephant chirped, and an elephant trunk ripped through the jeans and out through the body. And the trunk was lifelike, covered with scales and armor, and wrapped in wisps of lightning, like a dragon or a python, swinging back and forth in the compound. Manhwa stood upright, eyes wide open, legs apart, letting the giant elephant trunk swing as if it was simply out of control. Tai Long and the three of them crouched down to avoid the elephant trunk's unruly rampage, one of them shouting for help while fleeing in all directions. Basketball hoop topples again. Freshly planted sycamore tree is swept up by elephant trunk and uprooted again. Manhwa covered his head with both hands, controlling his power with great uncoordinated difficulty. Crouching nest. I seem to be controlled by it. Master, be careful. Master, run. Chen Shiliang jumped up from his chair, holding his head. The elephant trunk swept, tables and chairs flying, almost let the master to the west. Oh, shat. Cell karma. Far inside the safe zone, Evelyn covers her eyes with both hands, her afterglow peering through her fingers. Side by side, your five faces were expressionless as they sighed and shook their heads. The three-flowered cat crouches on the ground. Pupils follow, swinging from side to side, moving and more out. Hannah, don't go catching that thing. It's Tai. Chen Jiamu floating in the air. Palm thunder from top to bottom single-handedly captured the culprit. To the lightning traction lightning, catalyzing the body aura. Make efforts to rise high. With Manhwa together. Flew out. The scene is unusually explosive. With a man carrying a long object through the air and descending a man on all fours, wailing in the air. This scene, coincidentally, was driven over to deliver the passport He saw. He stopped on the car, watching the immortal far away. In a few moments, in the middle of the wilderness fish pond, the fish pond turned over, and the water churned. Master Dao, the passport is done, and the things you asked for are ready to go. On the phone, came Hiwei's trembling voice. Chapter 85 Kuan Yuan Void Wall Talisman. 300 meters away, the agent team is working on docking. These were requested by Chen Armorwood, who was worried about the safety of his brothers and sisters after he left the country. So Lin Weidong proposed to arrange for Secret Service personnel to protect them in disguise on the periphery, and will not disturb the daily routine of the Dao cultivation class. Similarly, on the side of the City of Faith, Chen Imu's mother and sister, there will also be professional personnel to protect them in secret. Captain, something seems to have happened over there just now. Wah, don't call me Captain. Our current status is fruit stall vendor. Call me first cousin. Secret Service agents disguised as fruit vendors, wearing large straw hats and sitting on ponies, with a dump truck full of oranges beside them. The subordinate, also dressed as a merchant, peeled oranges while lowering his voice and said, Elder cousin, mutated creatures are suspected to have appeared over there just now, and it's scary as hell. Don't talk nonsense. People over there are cultivators of immortality. That's called immortalism. Do you understand? The subordinate ambled in the ear of the first cousin, colorfully describing the scene he saw. The first cousin's subconsciously chrysanthemum is getting tighter and tighter, listening to a tremor. Are you sure it's not bull asterisk 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 asterisk? I videotaped it. Look. The first cousin reads half of it, his face getting heavier and heavier. The video encryption sent to Chief Lin. Hey, the work pressure is so high. I even want to apply for peacekeeping in North Burma. I will write a report to Lin in a while. My intuition tells me that we need reinforcements. Where are the alloy underwear issued by the Bureau? Inform all members to wear them 24 hours a day. The two men sat by the big cart, and suddenly felt that the cart of oranges was, at once, tasteless. An older woman passed by, picked up an orange and asked, Boss, how much does this orange cost per pound? 88 a pound. How much? The older woman was taken aback. 188. Love it or leave it. The older woman threw down her orange and walked away cursing. 10 minutes later, by the fish pond, Manhwa, who had fallen into despair, squatted on the ground. His hands plunged into the mud, water droplets dripped from the tips of his hair, and the pond reflected the disheveled face, and the wind picked up, a refreshing feeling, as if interpreting the reality of this world. Senior brother. In fact, think about it from a different perspective. If this technique is paired with the golden pandan, don't talk about it. Senior brother. This matter, the group will keep their mouths shut. Really? Manhwa raised his head, regaining his hope for life. There is also a talisman named, the Kuan Yuan Void Wall Talisman. Do you want to give it a shot? Chen Armorwood didn't have bad intentions. He just wanted to understand how talismans worked on mortals. Drawing talismans, need to consume one's own spiritual chi reserves. At present, oneself, is not enough to draw these talismans in bulk. It is not guaranteed that when the realm climbs later, the output will be greater. Kuan Yuan Void Wall Talisman. Sounds, Much more forced. What does it do? Chen Armorwood said. According to the Cloud Book of Talismans, where the talisman goes, it is all vanity. This talisman allows the person who sacrifices the talisman to wander away from the void and pierce through the entity. To put it simpler, similar to the art of piercing through walls? Not bad. The golden pandan increases defense, the elephant increases attack power, and this talisman, it should be used for escape. It's just that I don't really want to try it. There's no one around here. It's a rare opportunity. If you don't try, I'll try it for Tai Long and the others. Chen Armorwood turned around to leave. Wait. Manhwa stood up, lowered his head, his eyes gleaming, here only himself and his senior brother. If something goes wrong, it will not be made known to everyone. Manhwa reached out his hand and said in a domineering, deep voice, the talisman comes. After igniting it, the same recitation of the mantra drives it. Chen Armorwood repeated the mantra to his senior brother. Manhwa, two fingers clamped the talisman, focused on the idea, shaking the wrist to draw a circle, the talisman without fire since the fire. He recited under his breath, crawling frost and hard ice, barriers through the secluded, a thought that is to reach, to help me to penetrate the stream, a cool air, swirling all over his body. Manhwa asked, this will do? Chen Armorwood pointed to a large tree next to him and said, try focusing your intent and crash through it. Hiss, are you sure you're okay? Elder brother, to be honest, I'm not too sure. I, for one, can't stand excitement. No, I really didn't provoke you. It's going to not count. Manhwa concentrated his thoughts, and accelerated vigorously, rushing towards a large tree not far away that was almost 3 people's hug, and with a whoosh, his body strangely passed through the tree. It's done. I can walk through walls. Chen Armorwood frowned at the clothes left under the tree. Open underwear, open fall pants, open jeans, jackets, socks, shoes, cell phones, journals, and these out-of-body things were isolated on the other side of the tree. Can only flesh barricade through the ghosts? This skill is too ribald. Brother Ma, test the poison with your body and deserve to enjoy the temple. Behind the tree swirled Manhwa debauched and arrogant bragging. Senior, wahahaha, there are no side effects at all this time. I even felt that cool aura become even more intense. Ha, why am I naked? Holy, oh, what did I see? Jesus Christ. Sell karma. Me a fruit guy? Evelyn, who had come over to tell them to go back to dinner. Frozen place. Coconut silk. Is this what Shifu said about the heart of a naked man? Cool. So cool and spicy. Senior sister. Why are you so alarmed? Big brother. Third brother. Look guys. Someone is playing a hooligan in broad daylight. Not far away. Across the fish pond. The naked man stood in the wind. His skin nice and muscular. Even shaved. He is in a quiet fish pond on the shore. Standing quietly. Not wearing an inch. Skin exposed in the world. Seems to have become one with the surrounding nature. The water of the pond rippled finely under the breeze, and the occasional fish leaped out of the water, making a slight plop sound, but it didn't disturb the men in the slightest. He faced the fish pond over the pointing mortals, the face of the ancient well, and did not use his hands to cover. My generation of monks, when the mirror is broken, when the heart of the nakedness, the man just turned around. The body did not go into the tree. Long time, until the talisman's magic power dissipated and Manhwa was repelled from the tree. He didn't say a word. He just quietly picked up his clothes, put them on carefully one by one, picked up his belongings and left as if nothing had happened. Lock yourself in your room. The world, quiet. September 27th, clear to cloudy. I sometimes wonder what the meaning of life is. May hasn't messaged me for a long time. I liked her friend's circle today. Her son is growing up chubby like his dad. I don't envy that cook at all. He wouldn't dream of knowing that there's a man who's so strong that he can pull up a tree without using his hands. May's restaurant is getting bigger and bigger, and the signature dish is still wontons. I remembered the bowl of wontons she cooked for me in the girls' dormitory with a rice cooker in the spring of that year. I only ate half of it, and sealed the rest with plastic wrap, just as I had sealed my youth. The hostess aunt said, college does not fall in love, equal to 4 years of life in vain, but always a secret love, do not dare to confess. May, I sometimes dream of you, dreaming of that grassy campus, that little girl sitting behind my bicycle, giggling all the way. I think I'm more mature than I used to be, at least. I'm mentally tough now, and nothing seems to beat me. Shifu will be going to Los Angeles soon, together with Evelyn. She is familiar with that side and can be Shifu's guide. In fact, I want to go with senior brother, but master won't let me. He's worried that I'll disgrace the country outside. Actually, I have a strong talent, at least much better than Iron Dragon and the others. Alchemy, talismans, not only strengthen my body, they can even cure social fears and make me Strong inside. Yes, strong inside is too apt a word. Senior Chen said that I'm a drink-loving sword immortal over there. I like to levitate my feet on the lake and realize the realm of the goodness of the water. I really want to go to the immortal world in the mouth of the senior brother to see. I really hope that the senior brother can be faster 5 chi toward the yuan. Get a teleportation spell formation or something, even if it can only go for a day. Elder brother said that there's a sword fairy named May over there who likes to use peach blossom branches to make swords. Honestly, I'm quite touched. Go, manhwa. Go for it. Immortal worlds manhwa. Don't leave yourself with regrets. Chapter 86 Lighten Up. My L.A. Girl. Guangcheng. Baiyun Airport. In the waiting hall of the CZ-327 direct flight to Los Angeles, Lin Weidong personally escorted Chen Aimu and Evelyn. Master Dao. It's not as safe over there as it is at home. Of course, I'm not questioning your ability. You can't hide your deeds from the satellite photos. After that incident in Zhou village earlier, our diplomacy was a lot tougher, but we're still being scrutinized. It's okay, I've got it covered. Chen Armorwood carries a lot of refined Jin Pandan, as well as several talismans, as well as the most ruthless 3T0 level talismans in the evening. Really messed up. Dare to use missiles to play with the ash and smoke. He would dare to throw the White House into the sea. An announcement sounded in the terminal. Attention all passengers. Flight CZ-327 to Los Angeles, California is now checking in. Please bring your valid ID, ticket and carry-on baggage to C67 area for check-in. Thank you for your cooperation and have a pleasant flight. Attention please, passengers bound for Los Angeles, California on flight CZ-327. Boarding procedures are now underway. Please make sure you have your ID, ticket, and carry-on luggage, and proceed to area C67 for check-in procedures. Please make sure you have your ID, ticket, and carry-on luggage, and proceed to area C67 for check-in procedures. Thank you for your cooperation, and have a pleasant journey. Evelyn, do you have luggage to haul? Seifu, I'm just a satchel. I've called my grandfather. He's a demolition Kung Fu fan and he's looking forward to your arrival. Planning your greeting party. Well, isn't your family rich over there? I suppose so. I'm not interested in the family business. And by the way, Winston says he's hand-breaded Chinese dumplings and invites you to tea. Chen Keijai whirled around, remembering the Los Angeles boy whose hairstyle he had changed with a single move, and a smile spread across the corners of his mouth. The two waved goodbye to Lin Weidong and turned to step into the boarding gate. Lin Weidong eyed the backs of a man and a woman. Picking up the phone, Wei Luo, Chen Jiamu is on the plane. Should we notify our colleagues over there to butt in? A low, wise voice came from the phone. Shaolin, no need. During this time, you also take the opportunity to take a vacation. Wei, not to mention, the CIA must have been watching for a long time. In case Chen Jiamu makes a big deal over there, the relationship between the two countries will be tense. After all, he's from our country. Strained relationship? Why would relations be strained? Shaolin you're still young. Some things need to be looked at in the long run. Well, I have a meeting. First, beep beep beep. The other party hung up the phone. Lin Weidong sighed with a complex mood. On the plane, the duo was seated in first class, which was very barfy. What can I get you to drink, elder brother? Evelyn's white fingers slid a tablet on the side of the seat that contained a variety of drinks and pastries. Got any hairy tips? Oh, I'll look for it. There. Evelyn chose a cup of hairy tips and a cup of coffee, and in no time at all, the pretty stewardesses came in style, offering genuine and hypocritical smiles to the honored first-class passengers. Hey, little brother, please help me look at this contract. This sentence, what does it mean? This word is so strange. The speaker was a young man who looked about the same age as Chen Armorwood, dressed in a suit and a business elite outfit, holding an English manuscript. I don't know English. You can scan it with your phone. Chen Jiamu politely rebuffed. That's not good. Man, it's a beautiful and dangerous night in L.A. If you don't speak English, I'm his translator and guide. Because first class is all single seats with a cubicle feel. Evelyn had her feet on the small couch, puckered her pert little butt, and stuck her head out with a grin. The man turned around and realized that the speaker was a white girl with blonde hair, great looks and a bright smile, and turned his eyes to give a friendly smile. My name is Song Xian. Get acquainted. Chen Armorwood extended his hand and shook it briefly. Chen Armorwood. Evelyn. The cheerful, vivacious little white-skinned one immediately agreed. Song Xian's expression gradually enriched with slight surprise. Hey, you're the who? The who? The TV1. Taiji Chen Keijai. Admit Evelyn smiled wryly. Yeah, that's the one. The one who killed Podunk in martial arts style. Phew, You're even more handsome in real life than on TV. Hey, brother, do you really know martial arts? I heard that it was an entertainment program, playing with props, and in the end, a good competition was hardened into a concert. Even Qianxi is coming. Don't know a lot of martial arts, just 2 or 3 I guess, mainly still cultivating my body a bit more. Here, this is my business card, add a WeChat later. I'm going to LA to talk business. What are you guys doing there? Traveling? What are you guys doing? Traveling? Chen Jiamu took the business card, glanced at it, and casually placed it on the table. Sort of a tour. Looking for something on the way. This flight, are there a lot of Chinese people? Many basically a large part of our countrymen. Watching a movie no. I this big. Can squeeze 3 people. Chen Keijai smiled and refused. Sitting in his seat with his eyes closed. The plane starts, picks up speed and pulls up outside the window. The skyscrapers gradually get smaller. The crisscrossing streets resemble the veins of the city. And the Pearl River passes through the city like a meandering ribbon, which is gradually obscured by the lingering clouds. In that world, there were sword fairies who used their swords to break through the clouds. In this world, no matter how powerful a person is, he can only hide in an iron box and pretend he is flying through a small window. Actually, flying with a sword is quite pleasant. Otherwise, how would anyone want to go ahead and play winged flight? About 3 hours later, there was a lurch and a radio sounded. Ladies and gentlemen, the plane is going through some air currents and there may be a slight bump. Please do not worry. This is a normal part of the flight. Please remain in your seats and fasten your seatbelts while the flight attendants suspend cabin service. If you have any questions or need assistance, please feel free to contact us. Thank you for your understanding and cooperation. Then the English playback once, 197 words omitted here, will not be repeated. If necessary, you can point paragraph comments. Watch the original English version of the broadcast, in order to avoid being spat on by readers intentionally word count. So, here to clarify to you, before adding the English, mainly to describe the authenticity of the scene, to give you readers to provide a better sense of immersion and reading experience. Chen Armorwood's eyes opened and he felt an unusual sense of crisis. His 5 senses were different from normal and he instantly felt that something was wrong. Sure enough, the plane shook even more violently. The sensation of falling hit, and the engines seemed to lose power. Many passengers lost their voices and screamed, and the scene was a mess. The announcement came on at the same time. Passengers, this is an emergency announcement. The airplane has encountered a severe turbulence bump, so please take the anti-impact position immediately. Put your head down, close to your knees, and hold your hands over your head. Please make sure your seatbelts are fastened as tight as they will go. Captain, what did you say? Is the engine broken? No, the voice behind the announcer hissed almost with desperation. Senior brother, Evelyn was like a frightened deer, her eyes moist and her body curled up next to Chen Armorwood. Chen Keijai is in an annoyed mood at the moment. This is really a meet and greet gift. The boys in Los Angeles are so crazy. Is this trying to force me to slaughter the city? He himself might be able to carry Evelyn in his arms and smash through the glass and walk away unharmed. But half of the 200 or so passengers on the entire plane were his own countrymen. He took out the wind and thunder benefit talisman from his pocket with a determined gaze. Don't panic, senior sister. I'm here. Evelyn raised her head and looked from the bottom up at her senior brother's clear, determined and charming side face, her small buttocks unconsciously moving forward. Chapter 87. May the Lord bless us with light. Amen. With the endless Pacific Ocean below, the chances of surviving an airplane crash are about 0.00037%. In the cabin, a mixture of screams, wails, cries, maniacal laughter, prayers, and all sorts of desperate voices mingled together. Some were in English, some in Chinese. It's the end of the world. Poor me. I haven't eaten any cheesecake yet. Yeah no. Kawaii no. Oba Smithy. I'm going to lose it. Sister-in-law. Are we going to die? Woo woo. Fark yo. Sell insider one day fark squid. Fark yo spit. The thunder ancestor hears the order to hurry. It's a shame there's no lighter on the plane. I'd love to light a cigarette. Buzzing Lama Abimanyu. Song Xian, the spiritual guy from earlier, was holding a cross and his other hand kept bouncing back and forth between his forehead and his breasts. Mouths the words, may the Lord bless us with light, protect us and shine upon us. Amen. As Song Xian prayed reverently, a smell of smoke came from her nose, and with a sideways glance, she found that Chen Jiamu, who had just accosted her, had a yellow paper talisman between both fingers, which had already been ignited. Squatting aside, the little blonde white skin recited in fluent Chinese, heaven and earth Xuanzong, the root of all air, widely cultivated for billions of robberies, to prove my divine power. Song Xian looked out the window, getting closer and closer to the sea, late at night on the vast and endless Pacific Ocean. lifting black waves like a fierce beast with its mouth open. Who said the Pacific Ocean was calm? The cabin, which was tilted downward, floated upward with a strange jerk, and the crowd experienced the extreme lift after the drop as if they were on a roller coaster. Two flight attendants who weren't wearing seatbelts gripped the seat rails and changed their body's orientation. The airplane kept being pulled up and up, as if held up by a giant unseen hand. In the cockpit, the captain and co-pilot looked at each other, shocked, and operated frantically at the console. Pulling up. Oh my god. Captain. We did it. We saved the group. The engines still have no power. That can't be right. The co-pilot lost his voice and screamed. What? What's going on? The cockpit alarm sounded and a small blonde, white-skinned girl was tapping on the isolation glass, looking agitated. The co-pilot opened the cockpit door and a handsome young man in his early 20s appeared, dressed in casual clothes, his forehead slightly sweaty. Does the navigation still work? The little white-skinned girl asked eagerly. The co-pilot hastened to say, that would be fine, but the engines have no power right now. Don't interrupt me. Zoom in on the navigation. The captain froze. Evelyn said quickly, listen up, idiot. We have a limited amount of time and this is not the time for you to gawk. The captain quickly brought up the interface for navigation. Like a frenzied little beast, Evelyn yanked up the captain. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. I can't believe that the usually cheerful and lively little sister also has a resounding determination in the face of crisis, which is worthy of praise. Hey, what are you guys doing? You. The captain swallowed the next half of his sentence as he saw the youth's feet leave the ground and float up, his head almost on the top of the cabin. It seems hard work, like carrying a heavy burden on your shoulders. Could it be him? Oh my god. Superpowers? The captain immediately gave up his seat and slapped the dumbfounded co-pilot on the head. What are you waiting for? Make room. Make way for the gods. Ooh-hoo. The co-pilot takes off his noise-canceling headphones and gets up numbly. Chen Jiamu sat in the cockpit. Wind and thunder benefit talisman can be to the world briefly with the help of the power of wind and thunder. Should be able to fly the plane without power. Evelyn, cut the map into Chinese. Chen Armorwood's voice was low, even a little weak. He needed to use his energy on maneuvering the plane. Evelyn shouted sternly. Both of you, cut the Chinese version for me. Look at how tired my senior brother is. It's over. There's no language patch down. Captain, what to do? The co-pilot looked helpless. What are you doing? You've forgotten what country you're from. God, there's no Chinese patch for this. Can I translate it for you? Forget it. Evelyn, you translate for me. Chen Imu's eyes narrowed into slits as he stared at a small red dot on the navigation map on the screen. Evelyn was smart. She quickly got the general idea that sky navigation was different from driving. It wasn't like you had to think about detours and traffic lights, as long as the direction was right into it. Evelyn stretched out her small white hand and gestured. Elder brother, fly this way. Yes, yes, a little too much. Come back a little more. There, that's it. The two captains in the back exchanged a glance with each other, and one of them said worriedly, if the course is wrong, what if we hit someone else's airplane? Look at us flying low. Whose airliner dares how to fly so low? About 10 minutes later, the navigation signal suddenly terminated. What's going on? Captain, tune out. The captain had a head full of questions. It shouldn't be. And just as he bowed over the operator interface and pounded away at it, the teenager's very soft voice came to his ears. Evelyn, it looks like we won't be able to attend your grandfather's party tomorrow. What's wrong, senior? Chen Armorwood smiled bashfully. When the red cloth was used as a guide, the Earth and Water Division talisman was used, which belonged to the rough floating and dragging mud and stone flow, and there was no need to care about the inside of the dragging object. This is now such, with the help of wind and thunder and so on, especially from the inside carefully maneuvered. For fear of a force too strong, the aircraft disintegrated. Like weight mountaineering, hand holding a bowl of water. Water cannot be spilled. Not a quantitative operation at all. To land safely before the talismanic mana wears off. The vast ocean. There is an isolated island. Chen Jiamu exhausted the last spiritual power. Hard to a fully loaded passenger plane. Vertical landing. Slowly put on the beach. Got it. We're saved. The captain and co-pilot silently high-fived each other. A Korean stewardess on loan. Winks and licks her lips through the glass oba. The way he drinks water is so Similac. So there really are superpowers in this world. So want to sit there. To that blonde white-skinned little foreign girl. Envious to the point that her legs are crispy. Really hook ate tired ah. Chen Jiamu took a long breath, and a small white hand handed over a cup of hot green tea. Harry tip. You must be thirsty by now. Evelyn smiled proudly. Chen Jiamu took it and drank it all in one go, and just when he wanted to say another cup, a gentle massage from his small hands came from his shoulders. Sherfu, you did it. You're so awesome, Evelyn shouted cheerfully, rubbing her elder brother's shoulders graciously, with nothing but the innocence and joy of the aftermath in her eyes. Ding! The host has been detected opening the secret realm. Westscale Island Trial. The islander is an ancient beast, Sagittarius. Rumor has it that the Shangliu, its shape is different. The snake body winding, 9-head lofty, each has a human face. Icanthus. Sex is extremely ferocious. People and animals encountered, seldom spared, like the 9 heads to share the food. A hydra? Or the human face kind? Chen Armorwood asked in his mind. The host can do what he can. The cultivation level of this object is much higher than the host's current. It's okay. The host must not be brave and courageous, lest this be the end of the immortal path. Hang up and go. Be good. Be good. The system is uneasy. The system is a good system. Because the aura was consumed too much this time, almost emptied out, Chen Armorwood needed to rest and recover for a while. By now, the hatch had opened, and since there was no ladder, the passengers spontaneously used their clothes to piece together a rope and climbed out one by one alone. Many of the survivors on the beach knelt and prayed, thanking the gods for their blessings. Great God, let's go down and get some air, shall we? The captain and co-pilot were overwhelmed with emotion. It's a deserted island, in the open sea, not part of any one country's territory. Chapter 88 Jehovah. No, Rudra manifested himself. The sky of the deserted island is as dark as a big black cloth, covering this wild and deserted island tightly. All around a little human movement is not. Only the waves of the sea one hard to beat the shore. The sound is monotonous and dull. In this dead silence seems particularly harsh. Not far away was a forest, and from the periphery, the trees inside were tall and large, pitch black, with branches and leaves intertwined with each other and leaves rustling. There were more stars in the sky than I could count, one next to the other, shining brightly, like little diamonds on a big black cloth. On the deserted island where no human shadow could be seen, the stars looked particularly bright, and the contrast with the surrounding darkness was especially great. The island was probably due to the lack of pollution. The stars were bright, and the night sky was beautiful. By the beach of the deserted island, Chen Armorwood sat cross-legged, feeling the aura around him converge into his body. Evelyn stood guard and turned on her cell phone, finding no signal at all. After nearly an hour of acclimatization, the crowd gathered in a few small piles. The airliner carriers were limited, and the supplies they carried were a meal. Not to mention, the group was rescued, a whole 200 or so people. What little fresh water there was brought down by a few volunteering youths. Bags of buns and sandwiches, various drinks, evenly distributed. Perhaps because of the circumstances, even those who were not very hungry or thirsty at the moment quickly ate up their share of food and water. Because before boarding, lighters and the like cannot be taken on the plane. There are a few people who have seen online wilderness survival people learn some bloggers to play drilling for fire. 7 or 8 people take turns drilling for more than an hour. The Hook 8 fire did not rise, which is so easy, perhaps because of the dampness of the island. 2 or 3 hours later, a dozen young men, who had taken it upon themselves to go deeper into the island jungle to hunt, ended up with a lonesome shot and only got a few snakes. On the deserted island, the most is seabirds or monkeys or something like that. Everyone he is the urban elite. He can't catch them at a moment's notice. Evelyn, what is your friend doing? Song Xian, who had sat beside them earlier, was holding 2 coconuts in her hands and looked curiously at Chen Armorwood, who was meditating. My senior brother is recovering. Song, where did you get the coconut? Evelyn asked. Just picked it up over there. What luck. You help me hold it. I'll break it open with a rock and we'll drink it together. Damn it, it's a deserted island. There's no cell phone reception at all. I don't know if a boat or something will pass by. Evelyn glanced sideways at the beach in the distance, where the captain and co-pilot were organizing the group. On the beach, throwing a huge SOS with their feet in hopes that a passing plane would see it. Song Xian smashed it hard with a rock a dozen times and finally smashed it open, revealing some of the juice, and he handed the coconut to Evelyn in a gentlemanly manner. Ladies first. Evelyn glanced sideways at her senior brother, who was still meditating with his eyes closed, and set it aside to hold up the other coconut. Come on. Smash it open and let's drink together. Humph. Song Xian put on all her energy and continued to smash another one. The coconut trees were very tall, and Song Xian was just lucky enough to pick up 2 of the fallen ones. Little beauty. Your coconut. It looks delicious. A tall white man, his eyes fixed on the coconut, licked his lips greedily. I picked it up first. Evelyn instinctively hugged the coconut tighter. Then on second thought, there was absolutely no need to be nervous with elder brother around. Let's share. The man said, taking a few steps forward, reaching over to grab it. Song Xian stepped in front and responded in the same English. What for? We haven't had a drink ourselves. Demoni's monkey. This is the Pacific Ocean, not Demona. The two men argued, the white man obviously stronger, and even tried to make a move. Chen Keijai suddenly opened his eyes and asked, "What's wrong, Evelyn?" "Senior, he's trying to rob our coconuts." "Song picked them up first," Evelyn said in Chinese. Chen Armorwood casually waved his hand, and the European American who had rushed over to grab a coconut flew out backwards, his head plunging into the sand and skidding for several meters. Song Xian was so dumbfounded that she sat on her butt. Magic? At that moment, not far away, the captain and co-pilot ran by with bags of chapatis. "Great God, there's some bread left, and the rest, it's all divided." Chen Armorwood nodded and said, "Thank you." Evelyn held out the smashed and cracked coconut to Chen Keijai. Chen Jiamu flexed his fingers, splitting the coconut in two and popping open another, giving Song Xian a nod to make himself at home. Oddly enough, the coconut shells parted with no spillage of juice. Evelyn gulped it down. "Elder brother, taste it, it's fresh." "What island is this?" Chen Keijai asked. "I don't know. It should be a deserted island. I used to brush up on wilderness survival videos all the time. I didn't think that it was my turn this time." The captain spat. At that moment, a cacophony of sounds rang out in the distance, and an unusually tall brown bear, roaring, charged out of the forest. On the beach, crowds fled in all directions, some big smarts crawling down ropes spliced from their clothes, toward the plane. Song Xian was startled and subconsciously gripped the stone in her hand. The next moment, the brown bear ghostly flew backwards, his body into a throwing arc, smashed back into the forest. "Life and death unknown," Chen Amu said. "It's not a big problem. Tell them to stay put. I'm going to take a look around the island." "Senior brother," Evelyn revealed a scared look, worried that Chen Armorwood had left her alone. Chen Armorwood frowned slightly, then understood, and using his finger as a sword, he chipped a coconut tree to make a giant wooden sword and stepped on it. "Senior sister, come up." Evelyn jumped onto the giant wooden sword. Chen Armorwood drove his spiritual power. The wooden sword rose up in the air, and the imperial sword flew towards the center of the island. Evelyn was full of excitement, and she grabbed onto Chen Armorwood's shirt. "Oh by God, shredded coconut. Cool, so cool." Song Xian, who had just stabilized herself, fell down once again, kneeling on the ground and kowtowing with a thump in the direction where Chen Armorwood had flown away. "Jehovah, no, Ka has manifested." Farther away on the beach, a group of people looked at a man and a woman who went away with the imperial sword, screaming in shock. All kinds of national languages mingled together, swirling in the sea breeze of this uninhabited deserted island, and what's more, taking out their cell phones and recording. The man who was lifted out of the air by Chen Armorwood pulled his head out of the sand, raised his eyes and looked up with the eyes of the group, and fell into silence. At that moment, the sound of salsa 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 came from the forest, and a series of shrill cries rang out, and countless green eyes flickered in the forest at the edge of the island. Chapter 89. A little extra animal food is a release for the plants. "Elder brother, how are we going to get out of here?" Evelyn asked. "Don't worry." Chen Armorwood, who had previously carefully maneuvered the plane under the talisman's enchantment, had almost exhausted his aura, and meditated on the beach to recover a bit, and under the night sky of the deserted island, a man and a woman stepped on coconut wooden swords, and flew around the island in a low-altitude hovering. Chen Armorwood's eyes narrowed as he noticed that on the other side of the island, there were traces of human habitation. Barbed wire separated wooden huts, with a few guard-like people around a campfire getting a barbecue going. On the other side, there were stone-built forts spread out, and not far away from the coast there was a harbor with a few large ships. One of the ships was flying a black skull and crossbones flag. A bluff, and it wasn't a play on cowspray. "Looks like this isn't a deserted island." Chen Jiamu had previously read the news that some pirates would disguise themselves as ordinary fishermen or merchant ships here and attack at night or when the ship's defenses relax, looting goods and property and then quickly fleeing, posing a threat to passing ships. Maritime plundering by organized criminal groups can involve acts of piracy like plundering in remote or poorly regulated areas of the Pacific Ocean, and may also involve other criminal activities such as smuggling and drug trafficking. Which country's ship can be robbed? Which countries cannot be robbed? They also thought deeply about it. This gray industry chain, from ancient times to the present, has not been broken. A group of people were walking along a forest path. Branches were ruffled from time to time, leaves rustling in the night wind, and they lowered their voices to communicate. The man at the forefront of the group, the beam of his flashlight constantly sweeping across the path ahead of him, the light wavering in the darkness. "Hold tight," Chen Keijai finished, turning and returning low. Along the beach, many young and strong, were using branches, clothes and such to repel the swarms of bats. Some followed the rope ladder that had been spliced together earlier. The co-pilot directed the group to set up an emergency ladder. And inside the return cabin, the captain was making simple torches. Dude, these are island fox bats, not vampire bats. They just have a stronger sense of territory and like to eat fruits and plants. Phew, such a big group of fox bats. It's unforgettable. Just now, in the forest, those sparkling eyes, those are these little cuties. Quickly organize the guys back in the cabin and come back out when it's light tomorrow. A barren one, you say? A woman was just bitten on the ear. Bats have teeth. Man, a couple of these old blacks, glowing with energy, wrapped a couple of fat bats in their clothes and wrapped them up. Amula, my dopamine is starting to boil. Remember the bonfire in Zambia that year? Of course I remember. Senegal, my mouth is watering thinking about the charcoal grilled skin bat with mango sauce that night. I'm beyond looking forward to breakfast tomorrow now. Here, help me pull my backpack open so these little babies don't fly away. Had my cousin Akuna been there? He would have been so excited he would have squealed. Hey, what are you guys doing? The co-pilot stood on the emergency ladder, holding a torch and waving his arms. Your honorable captain. You may not understand that this ingredient is comparable to the Chinese screaming chicken. These old black guys were catching bats, and every time they caught one, they'd stuff it in their backpacks. The co-pilot smiled and shook his head, rather helplessly. Great God, you're back? Chinkajai nodded as he carried Evelyn and hovered directly over the cabin opening. This isn't a deserted island. Tell the group to stay put. After saying that, he turned his eyes meaningfully toward Evelyn. The latter nodded. Just now, senior brother had given himself a few grains of golden rock pill and 2 talismans. The method of driving the talismans had been told in detail on the way here. Chinkajai and Evelyn landed on the emergency ladder, and the coconut wood sword lost its spiritual control and fell free, plunging into the beach. At that moment, beams of light lit up at the edge of the jungle in the distance, and 7 or 8 men in uniforms, quickening their pace, argued with a couple of old blacks, and after 10 seconds or so, one of them was scooped up with a rifle butt, and sprawled on the ground, bleeding all over the place. The co-pilot froze and blurted out, "Don't be a pirate mercenary or something." 7 or 8 men, 2 with rifles, one of whom looked up and spouted some English. The co-pilot likewise replied in English, whispering in Chen Armorwood's ear. He said, "Great God, they're letting all of us out." Before Chen Armorwood could speak, bang, a gunshot rang out, and an old black man was directly shot in the head. Several other old blacks squatted on the ground, hands holding their heads, shivering. The muzzle of the gun shifted across and aimed at the head of the other old black man. The windows of the cabin were crowded with heads, murmuring and in a panic. Chen Armorwood figure swept down, extremely fast, a foot on the end of the gun thug's head, perhaps to save people eager to send too much force. This foot directly to the person's head stepped into the chest cavity. With a backhanded tease, the other thug with the gun was flung away with a slap, and Chen Armorwood's 5 fingers formed a claw in the air, and the rifle was sucked into his hand. In a flash of lightning, several of the other thugs were confused, swishing and drawing their weapons and gibbering some unintelligible bird language. Surrounding over, Chen Jiamu True Chi infused his body. Dealing with these ordinary people, there was really no need to waste aura. The peak of the Wu Dao's stature. It was enough. Seriously, it was a little exciting to kill someone for the first time. Regarding the killing and releasing of life, and whether it would affect the Taoist mind, Chen Jiamu asked his master, and Chen Shiliang told Chen Jiamu a Taoist story at that time. In 41 years, in the middle of the anti-Japanese war, Japanese invaders invaded Wolf Tooth Mountain. There is a common surname Li, Taoist named Yuantong Taoist Master. Li Taoist Master with his disciples to come forward. The surrounding villagers only know that Taoist Li is proficient in medicine. I never thought that when the mountains and rivers were shattered, the Taoist leader even led his disciples, carrying swords and spears down the mountain. Only a small apprentice left to guard the door of the mountain. When leaving, the small apprentice asked Li Taoist when to return. Li Taoist said, "Shengshur will be back. My generation of monks and nuns go down to the mountains to save people in times of chaos, and go into seclusion to cultivate in times of prosperity." In the end, the young Taoist boy who guarded the mountain gate waited until he was in his twilight years, but did not wait for the return of his masters and brothers. To kill the Japs is to give life to the Chinese. To eat more plants is to set the animals free. To eat more animals is to set the plants free. Chen Shiliang summarized at the time. Buddhists talk about gradual and sudden enlightenment, becoming a Buddha on the ground, practicing compassion, cutting off flesh to feed eagles, sacrificing themselves, and the flesh is just a stinking skin. Taoism is not so great. Advocating has always been the body and mind dual cultivation of life. The body is the container of the Taoist heart. The body do not want. Life is gone. You can only listen to the arrangements of the king of hell, but also to change the life of a begging. Start from scratch. Chen Armorwood inclined his head to look at the ground. Two old black corpses. One of them a ground of brain flowers. The hands of the dead grasp of the backpack straps. The bag seems to have a living thing. They just catch a few bats and you guys pop them? That's too much. If I don't kill you all, my Tao will not be clear. Chen Armorwood struck a shingy half-step bouncing fist without any reservation, and the body of the person who rushed at the front flew out backwards like a kite with broken strings, crashing into the reef, and was almost split into pieces. Closing his fist in a smooth motion, he formed a claw with one hand and clasped the other man's throat, lifting him up and inclining his head to ask, "Who are you people? What are you doing?" The lifted one's feet swung back and forth, his face suffocating in red. A few thugs suddenly paused, gibbering in English. "What a day, silver-plated. Mudtama Silver Jerry District, our cloth destroyed? Farking squid. I can't understand. Give what olay him." The mob suddenly rushed forward. Chen Armorwood frowned slightly, threw the person in his hand casually. True chi rippled around him. His hands unfolded and drew a circle, closed his palms on top of his head. His hands parted violently, palms back. A dragon roar emitted from his chest, and a palm was handed out. Dragon falling 18 palms. See dragon in the field. The golden dragon rotates around the arm and flies away. The upper half of the body of the one who rushes in the forefront explodes, and the body pieces fly horizontally. The golden dragon does not reduce its momentum, and then runs through the back of a person and finally crashes into the mountains and forests, and the trees and shadows shake, and the seabirds fly up in flocks. The 4 or 5 remaining men froze on the spot, watching as 2 of their companions, who had lost the upper half of their bodies, staggered a few steps and collapsed on the beach. Chen Armorwood rose up in the air, lagging at a height of 7 or 8 meters, one hand palm down. The golden dragon coiled from the ankle to the arm, making the 18th palm of the descending dragon, flying dragon in the sky. I didn't have a chance to try it on a live person before, so I'm just going to go all out with the special effects this time and try it out. The sound of a dragon's roar rang out from the sky, and the thug with the hooked blade looked up to see a hand above his head that kept enlarging. At this time, a group of people gathered in the distance. Came the roar of the beach off-road motorcycle. The edge of the forest is densely packed with no less than 100 people, dressed in different ways, holding a weapon. Ow, 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 ow. Chapter 90, Senior Brother. Your immortal talisman is too good. After Chen Armorwood landed on the ground, a grain of golden rock pill was imported into his mouth. In the distance, Evelyn similarly took the golden granite Dan, and she sacrificed the ox elephant running thunder talisman and rustled over. Elder brother, let me help you. Chen Armorwood looked back, but saw that the blonde-haired, blue-eyed junior sister, with every step she took, 2 feet tall, humanoid ox-like and elephant-like light shadows materialized behind her, with a pair of thick and curved ox horns on her head emitting a cold chill, and her whole body flickering with thunder and lightning as she followed the movement. Chen Armorwood was dumbfounded, calling out that this talisman is really 1,000 faces. Evelyn is simple-minded. She is different from the 3 Iron Dragon brothers martial arts obsessed with the dream of the Jianghu, and different from Manhwa Yun, who is entangled in love and not love. It was also different from the one-armed Gui Wu, who was a hard worker and a man of few words. The little girl came from thousands of miles to seek Taoism. What the master said, she believed in. As the only woman in the Taoist training class, greatly generous not to squirm, and with the brothers and sisters as close as family. The little foreign girl who grew up with no shortage of money, no shortage of love, and whose biggest worry was perhaps an extra pimple on her face, always seemed to have good hopes for the world. She believes in the light, believes in the ideal, optimistic, cheerful, but also will show off. A little bit of vanity. The most valuable thing is that never heard her say cynical complaints. While she had to work in the Taoist training class, she found it interesting, and when it got cooler, she even paid out of her own pocket to buy new bedding for the guys online, and followed Gui Wu to learn how to cook several delicacies, laughing and saying that she wanted to whet her grandfather's appetite. Senior brother, your immortal talisman is too good. Watch out, they've got guns. It's fine. Senior Ma said that the golden granite pill is bulletproof. Evelyn excitedly rushed over and leapt forward, followed by the bull demon Void, and the ground was instantly stamped out with a deep footprint, splattering sand and gravel. Pants. Oh yeah. Evelyn fought the Taijiquan that Chen Shilong had taught her. The bull demon Void behind her did the same, and Evelyn struck the rangebird's tail, sweeping across the area like a god of war possessed. Senior brother, did you bring your cell phone? Quickly record it for me and send it to Senior Brother Ma. Bulls and elephants running thunder. I love elephants and buffalo. A sweeping leg, looks like a joke, but the synchronized bull demon shadow behind him overwhelming force, directly overturned the motorcycle in front of him. Shredded coconut. The more Evelyn fought, the more skillful she became, taking a cue from an actor in a kung fu movie and blindly barbarically gesticulating the moves. The rock spreads its wings. Woohoo! The monkey steals the peach. Ouch! This move doesn't count. The goddess of mercy sits on the lotus. Invincible wind and fire wheels. Old man's wheelbarrow. Evelyn? Who did you learn these moves from? Chen Aki asked with a frown. Watching it in a cartoon. Evelyn opened up a savage charge towards the most crowded area. A loud elephantine roar accompanied by rolling thunder that rattled the ears of the mob. The battlefield quickly turned into a one-sided sadistic fight. Two people, fighting more than 100 armed thugs. Like wolves like sheep. People constantly fell. A few of those hiding in the cabin were bold enough to stick their heads out and watch. Some even began to kneel in reverence. Song Xian pulled off the cross around her own neck, kissed it, and threw it on the beach. That's Dragonfall in Taijiquan. I recognize it. It's awesome. No, it's magic. The captain narrowed his eyes in disbelief. No, it's immortal cultivation. A passenger's eyes shone with a hot light. In less than 10 minutes, amidst yelling all over the place, the remaining dozen or so threw down their weapons and dropped to their knees, some holding up their white underwear and rocking back and forth. In the cabin, more people came out, and at that moment, a hint of fish-belly white gradually appeared in the sky, and the sun slowly rose. The coastline is sparkling. One of the men flanked by the mob was a chieftain-like man wearing a general's outfit from an unknown country and several medals on his chest. We surrender. Surrender. Are you Chinese? The general like European or American. Throwing away the cane he was leaning on and raising his hands above his head, limped slowly. What do you do? Hello, I'm General Gervais. Oh my. I originally thought it was the Marines coming to try to exterminate us. General? The regular army kind? Evelyn asked. No, you're joking. We should probably be called pirates in the mouth of the world. All those damned American politicians. Those sons of ES senators snubbing us. With a bang, a violent explosion rang out in the distance, and smoke rose in all directions. Oh, shatter. I thought I said I wasn't coming until next Saturday. That treacherous vampire. The old dragon. Gervais turned back angrily. He really couldn't figure out if his 100 or so men needed to be shelled. Chen Keijai slowly floated into the air, and through the mountains and forests of the island. He saw two battleships sail over, without national flags, and the shells on the battleships thudded in through, blowing wooden houses, forts, and watchtowers to pieces. An airplane accident and then a military exercise? It's coming at you, and these so-called pirates are nothing but cannon fodder. Great, that's quite a give and take. Taking care of an uncontrollable and unknown threat to yourself in a place like this and avoiding public opinion. Chen Armorwood landed on the ground and whispered to Evelyn. The Lords of Washington are really good at finding opportunities. Unfortunately, I don't have enough spiritual power right now. Senior brother, we didn't do anything. Why is this happening? Evelyn heard what Chen Armorwood was saying. She wasn't being a cutie. This was the army trying to secretly besiege her own senior brother, even at the expense of the entire airliner's passengers. Elder brother, what can I do to help you? Chen Armorwood said indifferently. I still have two great talismans. The Golden Light Divine Incantation, which can set up an impregnable defense spell formation, and the aura is currently enough to drive it. There is also an Earth and Water Master talisman that can borrow the power of Kan and Koan from heaven and earth. It's just that it consumes more. Recovering aura takes time. Damn. Not even in LA yet and the equipment is almost used up. No. Gotta find a chance to go over there again. Chen Jiamu tugged at the corner of his mouth. No harm done. Just two broken ships. In the distant sky, a round shell broke through the air and smashed into the sky. Evelyn screamed in alarm. Senior, be careful. Chapter 91, Evelyn, elder brother goes to swat some flies. A shell came crashing in with a loud whistle. Chen Armorwood leaped up, hanging in mid-air. The few spiritual energy around him infused into both palms. Cloud hand. Catch. A palm held out, catching the cannonball meandering around. The body followed the rotation in the air. The Taiji winding silk strength followed the trend. The cannonball kept rotating, following the body of Chen Armorwood. Chen Jiamu's left hand changes to his right hand. Mixed energy. Transformation. The clockwise rotation becomes counterclockwise. Chen Keijai handed out a palm and sent it out. Utilizing the formal cannon fist's way of sending out power, palm thunder was offered, and lightning was like a whip, smacking the cannonball like a gyroscopic reversal. This move, which he had swiped on the internet to the netizens to make bad video clips, came from the mixed Tai Chi formation sect, created by sect master Ma Bagua, receiving and transforming hair, lightning 5 consecutive whips. The move was jokingly called by netizens, rat tail juice. Master Ma is old and unconvinced. His fists are afraid of the young and strong. He resisted 3 punches from the young and strong, fell down and quit martial arts. He did not even call the police or blackmailed anyone. It's a handsome Chen Keijai. However, realized the core fighting style of these 3 moves from it. The shell folded back and smashed back. At this moment, the sky was colorful. More shells, missiles came, like the sky scattering flowers. Chen Keiji possessed his body and flew low, wrapping an arm around Evelyn. Evelyn clamped her legs around Chen Keiji's waist and clasped her hands around his chest. Sure fu. Don't talk. Chen Armor offered the coin yuan void wall talisman crawling through frost and ice. The barrier is through and through. A single thought will help me penetrate the stream. The figure vaporized. The space around him tore gaps. The figure flashed dozens of feet away. Flashed again. Several times in a row. To the other side of the island. Chen Armor put down Evelyn. Raised his fingers to hold the golden light divine incantation talisman. Ignited it and threw it upwards. A passport of golden light covering the 2 of them. Evelyn, I'm going to meditate to recover my aura. You may not leave the range of the golden light. Evelyn nodded heavily and raised her eyes to the far sky, where dozens of airplanes broke through the clouds and circled the perimeter of the beach. Elder brother, there are some more planes coming. I don't know if they are enemies or friends. Chen Armor stared at the dust and did not care about it. As the dust stirred on the outside of the shield within the talisman's range. Kyoto, Special Branch Command Center. Inside the spacious but depressing office, an ink painting hangs on the wall, and an antique go table stands out next to the huge solid wood desk. Elder Wei sat to the side of the chessboard, his white hair neatly combed back. Across from him, his subordinate, Li Guofu, was dressed in a straight suit, his forehead slightly perspiring with fine sweat, his eyes darting back and forth across the chessboard. There was a sharp knock on the door. Upon opening the door, a man in a Zhongshan suit had an anxious look on his face. Wei Luo, that side has made a move. Battleships, fighters are out. We have to do something. Wei Luo waved his hand and Li Guofu carried the chessboard away, offering a cup of hot tea. Lin sit. Wei Luo took a sip of tea. Lin Weidong had a hook-8 mood to drink tea. His hands crouched on the table and his body leaned forward. Wei Luo, that's our country's Superman. They are running towards the ashes. Look. In a hurry again. Wei Luo contained a smile and personally poured a cup of tea for Lin Weidong. Lin Weidong directly took out his cell phone, tinkered with it for a while, made a video call, and handed it to Wei Luo. Wei Luo suspiciously took it, and on the screen was the image of an old Taoist priest, with a goatee, wearing a tattered Taoist robe, and in the background was a large classroom resembling an old school. Wei Dongchen, mud horse. In the video, the old Taoist directly cursed. The eyelids of Wei Luo, who had always been unchanged by shock, twitched and looked sideways at Lin Weidong beside him, who plugged his ears with his hands and closed his eyes. Old Taoist Chen, crazy isn't it? In the video, Chen Xiliang did not let the poll go in the slightest and questioned with an angry face. Wei Dongchen, what the hell do you know? Why did my disciple go to Los Angeles to get some antique? What are you hiding from us? You son of a? You let him out without caring if he lives or dies. Just let the foreigners bombard us? Can you be a little more stable? Wei Luo said helplessly. I'm steady your grandma. Wei Dongchen, are you unable to make a decision? If you can't make a decision, get me the Minister of War on the phone. The poor Taoist will speak to him personally. Wei Luo paused inside. Come on, Lao Liang, what do you think I am? We are not fighting against pirates? Who says we won't go? If they're happy to conduct military exercises, they won't be happy for us to do so? Now the J-15 group has gone. So, I let Shaolin pick you up to the capital. Let your sister-in-law personally give you a few dishes. Less ing give poor road to set close. Others I do not care. Poor road's 2 disciples if less a hair. Poor road to your house point. Beep, beep, beep. Disconnected. Wei Dongchen threw his cell phone helplessly and went to grab the teacup, and was scalded, almost screaming out strangely. Wei Luo, what kind of person is this Chen Xiliang? Lin Weidong hurriedly righted his teacup and poured a new cup of tea for his leader. Wei Dongchen laughed helplessly. A stinking Taoist priest with considerable skills and a hard and stubborn nature. Lin Weidong gulped and said, Wei Luo, will it provoke a war between the 2 countries? Shaolin To put it in a small way, we are all engaged in military exercises. To put it in a larger way, we are all going to fight pirates. There are some things that don't weigh 2 or 2 pounds on the scale, but 1,000 pounds on the scale can't be beaten. Lin Weidong pondered for a moment, then realized, still slightly worried, if Chen Aimu got out of danger and went to Los Angeles, wouldn't he be a sheep in a tiger's mouth? Are you out of your mind? L.A. is their second largest city? What? To put missiles to blow up your own city? Congress would make such a decision to dig their own grave? Don't forget, it's a very democratic country over there. Sheep in a tiger's mouth? Who's a sheep? Zhou village's means of moving mountains and casting rivers. Aliens would have to weigh that when they come. What is that? That's Superman. I prepared a great gift for Chen Armorwood, the town treasure of the Hubei Provincial Museum. On the deserted island, General Gervis is hiding in a dirt pit, and several of his fellow lieutenants are covering their boss's evacuation. General, that Superman flew away. What are we going to do now? Admiral, there's a swarm of fighters coming from the east, bombing those damned Aimric warships. We're saved. Admiral, one of the subordinates held the binoculars with an exuberant expression, and shortly afterward, his expression began to stiffen. Oh my God, justice will prevail. What country's fighter jet? General, it looks like those fighters are starting to come and bomb us. It's chaos, total chaos. Oh, we're under siege by two forces. General, everyone is attacking us indiscriminately. We seem to have been abandoned by the world. Farking squid, it's conspiracy. It's a naked conspiracy. Major, I order you to organize a counterattack. Bang, a shell landed in the mound and the world went silent. Almost an hour later, Chen Armorwood, who had recovered half of his aura, opened his eyes and said with anger, Evelyn, senior brother is going to swat some flies. Chapter 92, seriously, I'm kinda craving for dumplings. A silhouette cut through the sky and hovered above the coastline as he flexed his fingers and offered a talisman. The geomancer's talisman burns out. The wind was raging on the sea, and the sky was dark as ink, as if the end had come. Chen Jiamu stood on top of the waves. His eyes were tightly closed, his mouth was reciting words, and his hands were rapidly forming seals. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and a stern light flashed in his eyes. In an instant, the already unsettled sea looked like it was being stirred by an invisible giant hand. The seawater boiled and tumbled, and an incomparably thick column of water shot up into the sky, plunging straight into the clouds as if it was trying to poke a hole in the sky. Immediately after that, with the water column as the center, huge ocean waves roared and swept in all directions like ancient beasts awakening. The waves surged up high, forming a towering wall of water, each of which was tens of feet tall, covering the sky and the sun. The waves slammed into the battleship with the force of a mountain, and the huge impact instantly threw the battleship up high and down heavily. With the sound of the battleship's deck breaking, and the terrified cries of the crew, the battleship fell apart. In the distant sky, the circling Chinese fighter jets hovered above Chen Amu's head, seemingly proclaiming their sovereignty. In the distant sky, dozens of unknown warplanes swoop in. Chen Armorwood levitated in the air, holding thunder in both hands as electricity surged throughout his body. Detecting the most precious treasure of all time, the pure June sword, Chen Armorwood froze and looked up to see the bilge of a fighter plane opening and an ancient bronze sword crashing down. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the human emperor immortal weapon. This sword is small, about 60 centimeters long. It also has an alias, the Yuang Gojian sword. The head of the sword turned out to roll for the round hoop shape. The sword body is black. There are rhombus dark lattice pattern, 2 from the edge of the sharp edge. The front cast animal face pattern, inlaid with blue glaze, the back of the casting of the cloud, inlaid with turquoise, the hilt wrapped around the silk rope and engraved with 4-ring hoop. As soon as the Chen armor wooden sword was in his hand, he had a feeling of being a king in the world. The natural history of the heavy air cohesion in the sword above seems to have the spirit, such as the suppression of 1,000 years will always release. The Fanlesian Z bead in Chen Armorwood's bosom seemed to feel something, calling and trembling. It flew away from his bosom and was set in the groove above the hilt of the sword. Chen Armorwood borrowed the power of the Earth and Water Master talisman, holding the sword in one hand and the thunder in the other, and with a bang that seemed to shatter the air, he met a group of black warplanes. The Chinese warplanes circling overhead earlier seemed to have been instructed to quickly retreat away from the battlefield. Chen Armorwood, with every swing of his sword, a fighter plane disintegrated and exploded. His figure fluttered in the air, dodging left and right amidst the rain of gunfire from the group of American fighters, and with one man and one sword, he shot down 16 fighters and wiped out the enemy invaders. The following day, the international news pages were stormy with a heavy news story that shocked the world. The beautiful country, claiming to be motivated by the noble mission of maintaining world peace, has launched a massive siege operation against the pirates of the Creeks Islands. In the midst of this heated exchange, an accident occurred and 5-star General Gervais was tragically killed in action. According to a detailed report sent from the scene by war correspondent Robin, it was a sad ending for General Gervais, who chose to shoot himself in the face as the battle became desperate. In the last moments of his life, Gervais was full of remorse for his past crimes to confess. Surprisingly, he will cause such tragic consequences of the reason. A brain to blame on the so-called should go to hell of the Mexican octopus. This statement instantly triggered an uproar. On that very same day, the Senate of the beautiful country quickly convened an emergency session, where a major and highly controversial decision was made. They planned to build a massive wall between the two countries, stretching 141 kilometers from San Diego California. In the west to Brownsville, Texas. In the east. What is even more outrageous is that the beautiful country is strong-arming the Mexican government to bear the full cost of construction. Meanwhile, in the Far East, China's major self-media platforms are showing a different picture. A popular science video about humans and the ocean stood out in the list of popular videos and somehow made it to the top. The video provides extremely detailed coverage of the seagulls and lobsters around the Creeks Islands, from their ecological habits to their unique place in the marine ecosystem. On the distant island of Crixus, a giant merchant ship docks in a dilapidated harbor, and the survivors of the plane crash in the war are escorted aboard in a grimy mess. On the masts, red flags were flying, only no one noticed that the merchant ship was full of soldiers in civilian clothes and equipped with state-of-the-art rocket launchers. In the cabin, Chen Armorwood sat cross-legged in meditation, with Evelyn keeping watch by her side for a moment. Master Dao, there's a call from Section Chief Lin, a lady in military uniform said softly and handed over a cell phone. Chen Jiamu slowly opened his eyes. Master Dao? The name Lin Weidong taught you to call him? The uniformed lady nodded her head with a slate and left in a respectful manner. Chen Keijai picked up the phone and fed it. Master Dao. Awesome. I've heard about your deeds on the island from my side. Chen Keijai raised an eyebrow. You guys knew this was going to happen early on? Almost 2/3 of the passengers on the plane are dead. Heaven and earth. I really don't know. Wei Luo had already applied for the first level of combat readiness of the fighter maneuvering group 10 minutes after the plane's accident. It doesn't matter. Sooner or later I'll have to face it. That bronze sword. What's going on? Chen Armorwood asked. This was Wei's idea. I'm not sure. He said that you might be interested in some antiquities that are steeped in history. All right. I'll finish my business and make a trip to him when I get back home. And go to Los Angeles? Lin Weidong raised his voice. You don't understand. That's someone else's territory over there. If something really happens, our fighter group can't cross the border. I need those things? Okay. You take care. And feel free to contact me if anything happens. Aha. Chen Keijai hung up the phone, mentally calculating that it was a city over there. If they really didn't care about the repercussions, then they cared even less. Chen Armorwood sat cross-legged, his horizontal sword resting on his own knee. The Jinzi bead was perfectly set in the sword's body, and there were also 3 grooves, so it seemed that the bead in Los Angeles was a must-have. Ding! The West-Scale Island trial mission is complete. The secret realm is detected to be destroyed by an unknown force. Congratulations to the host. The sea of Qi is deep and the spiritual platform is high. Chen Armorwood closed his eyes to feel, and suddenly realized that his aura reserves had taken a qualitative leap, and seemed to have widened by more than several times. Evelyn, did you keep your grandfather safe? Chen Keijai asked. Of course, elder brother. I'm a little worried. Don't be afraid. You can inform your cousin to make dumplings. Seriously, I'm kinda craving for dumplings. Chapter 93, Evelyn, why are you sitting so close? On the vacation cruise ship to Los Angeles, in the VIP super black gold luxury room, Chen Jiamu sat cross-legged. Evelyn took off her cotton white socks and rubbed her feet tiredly. The door was unlocked and the curtains were drawn tight. The white-skinned blonde girl's jeans had several holes worn in them from fighting on the island, and her bodysuit had rips in the chest, revealing a tight bra emblazoned with a Mickey Mouse design. The natural tightness and firmness of the European and American is exposed to the air, and Evelyn is not the type of hot woman to take advantage of a situation. She's a foreign chick with a bottom line. She sat on her bare feet and knees on the edge of the bed, carefully helping her senior brother, who was in a meditative state, to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Chen Keijai was likewise in rags. Phew, elder brother's eyelashes are so long. Evelyn, don't get your face so close to me. It tickles. Chen Keijai rubbed his nose. Okay, elder brother. Phew, elder brother's throat is so sexy and hard. Chen Armorwood opened his eyes, flexed his fingers and flicked out 2 grains of golden granite dan, taking one for himself. Going to fight here? Senior? Evelyn looked puzzled. I'm going to have my genjutsu wander off once, and I'll briefly enter a state of pseudo-death. This ship is not absolutely safe, even though it's guarded by Chinese agents. Elder brother, I'll protect you. Evelyn patted the butt pocket of her jeans and nuzzled confidently. I still have 2 more talismans. Chen Armorwood was not assured and handed Evelyn another golden rock pill. Thank you, sister. Chen Keijai's eyes were closed, and in his right hand he held several picture books taken from the Merchant Navy's casual dining room. The space around them began to distort and change. The crib in the room faded in the swaying and shaking of the waves. Chen Armorwood opened his eyes again and was already in a different body, the Chen Keijai of that immortal world. The environment hadn't changed much, and the self here was still in closed-door cultivation, and the note left on the ground earlier was stowed away on the tabletop. Chen Jiamu put up his pen on a piece of white paper and wrote in a sprawling manner. I brought a return gift from Baiyu Jing. when cultivation is boring. You can watch it to relieve your boredom. Next time I come, please prepare a few more talismans. Chen Jiamu will come to bring the comic book on the side of the Holua Complete Collection published by Shanghai Fine Arts Film Studio. Illustrated, top and bottom, or collector's edition. He got up and rummaged around the room, hoping to find other treasures. The holding room really had nothing left to scavenge, except for a large number of books. Chen Armorwood unconsciously flipped open the memoirs of the true man of the transformation cloud, Heart Reckoning. Through the previous observation, it felt that the two sides of the world, it seems to repeat the same experience. In addition to the form of expression and the timeline cannot be right. He flipped through it quickly, attempting to find an account of the pirate attack and the subsequent trip to Los Angeles that he could at least refer to. On that day, I asked my senior brother, what is meant by love? No, Chen Keijai quickly flipped through it. Maybe because it's been too long since. Flip away. The sea of sins is vast, and the first evil is only lust, and the earth is disturbed, and the only easy offense is lewdness. I, Hua Yunjinjin, swear today that in this life, I will not step into the lust and beauty dock for half a step, and the color of demonic rule as an enemy. I have heard that the Aramoir Demonist sect has produced a female fox who has turned the world upside down, born with a charming fragrance and her tail is dense. Today, on behalf of the world's righteous people, I will go to crusade against it. If you are confused by the desire for women's color, you will be scattered and lose your true nature, and it will be difficult for you to achieve self-reflection and realize what you have learned with your writing. Today, leisure, in the Kangmang Mountain to see the bull demon elephant devil fight, the understanding of its reasoning. That night, create a talisman into the time, the 9 days on the thunder. So the name is, Bull and Elephant Run Thunder Talisman. This talisman has been infused into the power of the Bull Elephant Thunder Law. Can make the first into my door cultivators, combat power greatly increased. Talisman, always return to the external. My generation of cultivators, if we are accustomed to relying on external support, slow down their own cultivation, but also is not a good move. So a little art, the talisman of the direction of the charm, and the applicant's heart to determine the nature of the talisman. It's wonderful. Chen Armorwood frowned, then instantly understood and exclaimed in admiration that Senior Ma over here was still a little genius. Give this talisman to Senior Brother Chen, and then include it in my sex cloud book of talismans. There are just too many memoirs of the real Huayun, and many of them are written wherever he thinks of them, most of which are epiphanic in nature. Chen's senior brother returned to his hometown a few months. Very miss. The clan beaver tiger today in the Weishui River, captured 100 years of python A. Kuaishui's senior brother Shi Jiao Yang blazing fire cooking, meat baked some old. I did not eat. Master is arranging a spell formation, saying that after senior brother Chen's 5 chi are in the air, the inner disciples will have the honor of shattering time and space and traveling to the otherworldly realms. Chen Armorwood's eyes narrowed as he lingered on this page for a long time. He continued to flip through it. Today, when I was drunk, I asked my master what love meant, and he punished me with 100 days of facing the wall. I thought, perhaps master is also a man with a story. What the hell are you remembering? In the year BC, Chen's senior brother and Fu Lin's senior sister, by flying boat, far to the ocean barbarians, the flying boat fell, in the West Jiaowei Island in distress. Found it. Next, the immortal mansion sends a message over 10,000 miles, and the master himself leads us to the rescue. And then, nothing. Holy, the events are synchronized? Could it be that in the real world, Shifu and the others are coming to LA too? Chen Armorwood toward the entrance of the hall, attempting to go out. Ultimately, there is nothing to do. This place is closed. Disable the arts. With the ING prison, on the doorway of the Great Hall, there was a huge hourglass suspended, which seemed to be the timer that limited the time of the retreat. Chen Keijai returned to the desk, and on the white paper, added another sentence. The talisman must be prepared. I will come for them in a few days. After writing, and re-stressing his pen in ink a few times, he resumed his seat back on the futon and settled into, with focused intent, the surroundings rippled like water. Chen Keijai opened his eyes, his consciousness returning to the ship's room. Elder brother, you're back? Evelyn sat cross-legged across from Chen Keijai. Where is the ship? Chen Armorwood, who had recovered his aura to the 7th degree, stood up. Evelyn took one of the neatly ironed new dresses from the bed and warmed it up with the hairdryer. I don't know. Let's go ask the captain later. The cell phone has gotten a signal. I've called master and the others. Chen Keijai picked up the clothes and hesitated for a moment. Let's go take a shower. I have a disposable toiletry bag with me, and the dining room will be open soon. Evelyn smiled wryly and left the modest room, closing the door in the process. Chenimu picked up his clothes and disposable wash bag and walked into the VIP bathroom on the cruise ship. In the bathroom, The hot water was soothing as it washed over his well-proportioned, healthy body. Evelyn was really attentive. She even got the person in charge of the ship to prepare brand new underwear and socks for Chen Keijai. The ship's restaurant, a large part of it, was almost all tourists disguised by Chinese Secret Service agents, even the pianist, who had been replaced by one of their own. Evelyn had them bring a pair of chopsticks. Faced with a table of Western-style meals, Chen Carmu smiled helplessly. Chapter 94, Welcome to Los Angeles. Chun. A few days later, the ship docked in the harbor. Seagulls circled in the air. At the San Pedro Bay port in Los Angeles, containers are piled up in orderly rows on the docks, and orange gantry cranes, accurately grabbing the containers, move them smoothly through the air before gently placing them in their designated spots. Forklifts shuttle between them, emitting a low humming sound. The streets by the harbor are filled with traffic and transportation trucks are constantly moving in and out. There was a great deal of noise. The shouts of dock workers and the chatter of sailors intertwined. The air was filled with the salty smell of seawater mixed with fuel oil. Elder brother, the people from the family have already contacted us, and they will come to pick us up soon. Evelyn's face was filled with joy as she returned home. A very long black sedan was parked on the side of the road not far away, with a European and American man with a full head of blonde hair and gold-rimmed glasses sitting on the front of the car. Winston, here, Evelyn waved at her cousin. Winston, the flat-headed man, plugged his nose with a clean white handkerchief. Oh my God, Evelyn, why don't you take a plane back? The damn smell of fuel in this marina doesn't make me want to stay a moment longer. Welcome to Los Angeles, dear Chen. Winston opened his arms in a spaced-out hugging gesture. I welcome you on behalf of the family. Please get in. Winston personally opened the door of the car for Chen Armorwood. This time he was alone, without a driver or bodyguard. The streets of Los Angeles are built in a variety of styles, with modern skyscrapers and vintage European buildings standing side by side in a unique collision of beauty. Huge electronic billboard with bikini-clad woman, making flying kisses for the camera. The sidewalks were lined with people of different colors and styles of dress. Around the corner, an open-air cafe sits a few travelers, leisurely sipping coffee and enjoying a moment of relaxation. Chen Jiamu's gaze retracted from the window. The interior of the car was unusually wide, and there was an exquisite small tabletop with red wine on it. Chan, drink something? Red wine, Coke, green tea, or champagne? Evelyn took out 2 bottles of Coke from the built-in refrigerator on the side of the car and reached out to hand one to Chen Qiamu. Where's the corkscrew? Winston, it's in the storage compartment, isn't it? Damn, I can't believe old Fred didn't check the carry-on. He lost my corkscrew. Mind you, it's solid gold. I'd like to kick his ass with my boot. Chanting, Chen Camu thumbs flick open Coke lid. Winston, when will your young master's temper change? Winston smiled sardonically, rather unconcerned, as he held the steering wheel with one hand and hung the other at the bottom of the window, pondering something. Chen, there's something that I need your help with, and I think I should check the answer with you ahead of time. Waiting for the stoplight, Winston stared back with a thirsty gaze. But there's no harm in saying so. Chen Armorwood shrugged. At that time, I traveled far to China to persuade Evelyn to come back. At Wudong Mountain we competed in martial arts, and we were not able to win or lose. This matter, do you still have any impression? Winston said fluently. Impressive. Chen Keijai laughed. Chen, I love you. Evelyn kindly reminded. Winston, are those 2 bodyguards of yours equally impressed? They'll keep their mouths shut, my little sheep. And tonight at the party, there will be Chinese dumplings made by me myself. Are you looking forward to it? Evelyn spat out her tongue and stopped paying attention to him. Elder brother, the thing we're here to find, the Watsit bead. I've already informed grandfather and he's sure it's at the Getty Center Museum. Chan Aki nodded and smiled, patting the Yuan Pure June sword that was placed across his lap and wrapped in a golf club cover. At that time, Lin Weidong sent, Fan Jinji beads. The system prompted. Set up 4. Can refine the 4 elephants of the creation. Straight to the 5 Qi Chao Yuan. Now this one in his hand is Leijin. I wonder if the one in the museum is Kuan Di, Li Hua, or Sin Feng. The Getty Center Museum, which is scoured with cultural treasures from many countries, is a sure bet to buy. Chen Keijai didn't intend to buy it either. He used to consider as stealing. No, take. Now the idea is more transparent. Really cannot be directly robbed. However, to be on the safe side, he planned to take the time to return to the immortal realm once more, to see if his self over there had prepared even more powerful equipment. Kyoto, Special Services Department Building. Lin Weidong had 2 big heads. He was followed by an old Taoist priest with a big grin who insisted on seeing Wei Luo. The 2 should have known each other for a long time. And for some unknown reason, the old Taoist master did not serve the country. but chose to open a Taoist training class in the mountains and be an ordinary practitioner. Lin Weidong admired this unkempt old Taoist master, just for the fact that at that time, old Taoist master dared to scold his mother Wei Luo directly on the phone, and Wei Luo still didn't dare to talk back. This alone was enough to dazzle Lin Weidong. "Egu, old fairy, you're really here." Wei Dongchen smiled as his wheelchair automatically moved forward. "Old Wei." The poor Taoist was a bit agitated on the last call. "Don't take offense." Chen Shiliang stretched out his hand and shook it with his old friend whom he hadn't seen for many years. "Okay, I don't know your newbie's bad temper. We agreed to go to our house at night, but your siblings are busy for a morning." "Then who? Shaolin Ah. You accompany together at night." "Ha, good." Lin Weidong looked around and nodded slowly. "Not for anything else. Just for the sentence Chen Armor would casually shout it out as brother Lin. He, Lin Weidong, deserves to be promoted 3 times in a row." Chen Shiliang took a package off his back and handed it over. "This is a small token of the poor Taoist's appreciation. Homebrewed yellow essence wine. For you to replenish your waist." Wei Dongchen took it with both hands and then hung it on the hook of his own wheelchair. The wheelchair turns automatically, very slowly. "Come on, let's show you around our office. Old Wei, you know what I'm going to do." Chen Shiliang stopped his steps and looked at the disabled man who had turned his back with a straight face. He had questions about what these people knew. Why would they send their apprentice Fan Li beads? And why would their apprentice go to Los Angeles to look for other beads because of this bead? At that time, his disciple said that as long as he collected all the remaining 3, he might be able to climb up the realm. This secret he himself had not told to anyone. Why he surnamed Wei seemed to know it like the back of his hand. "Of course I know. Let's talk about it at home tonight." "Okay, old gods, these things involve the happiness of the people of the world." Chen Shiliang didn't say anything, stiffening his head and looking to the side. "You're the only one who came?" Wei Dongchen digressed. "My disciples are here. Comrade Shaolin has arranged a good place to stay." "Old Wei, you are not knowingly asking. This sentence is very simple. The poor road to sit, which car, where to transfer, what to eat for breakfast. You old Wei will have no eyes to stare at?" Wei Dongchen came to a realization and laughed. "Get used to it, get used to it. Ha ha." Immediately, he had a serious expression. "Your disciple, Chen Armor Wood, on Creek's Island. 1 man, 1 sword, chopped down enemy planes, 13 of them." Chen Shilong stumbled and barely managed to stand. "Will it cause a war?" Chapter 95, directly burst the glass cover with a punch and grabbed it? When Winston's car passed by the Getty Center Museum, Evelyn casually introduced the history of this museum, and Chen Jiamu suddenly called for a stop and insisted on going in to take a look. Winston said in disbelief, "Chen, there's nothing to see here. A lot of those audience members are just pretentious pretenders who are attached to the world. Not many of them really know about art. These pathetic people who are being toyed with by capital." Because of the weekend, there were lines of students entering the entrance to the pavilion, and Winston's car slowed down as he spoke eloquently. "The most valuable of these is Van Gogh's Iris, which once fetched $53, 9 million at Sotheby's. And my God, mind you, that was 1987. Van Gogh is said to have been working on at the time in a psychiatric hospital in Issy, Remy, France. And would you believe that he was insane at the time? The work of a madman. The funny thing is that Van Gogh painted all his life, and his work didn't become famous until more than 50 years after his death. Then one piece was held as a treasure. Chan, these are capitalist games. Things are rare, and dead people don't get new works." Winston, first of all, people do look good in paintings. Evelyn didn't deny her cousin's theory, but she couldn't help but spit it out. "My dear sister, those beautiful paintings are just a baton for piles of money in my opinion. I still prefer the thighs of those thong girls at Lennis Bar. Chen, if you're interested, how about I take you on a night out to experience the nightlife of Los Angeles?" Chen Kajai tapped the front center armrest. "Pull over, Winston. I'm going in for a look." "Oh God, those body art canvases are not nice." Winston hit the wheel and parked the car in the open parking lot next to the museum, and the 3 men, one after the other, got out of the car. A couple sitting on a bench in front of the museum talking about their love. As it gets better. The woman's eyes narrowed and she suddenly turned to ride on the man's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck and looking sideways at the backs of the trio entering the museum. The woman pressed the man's head to her chest and pretended to be intimate, whispering in her ear while the man's side was making a phone call using a wearable headset. It's a pair of CIA agents in disguise spying on Superman in China. Almost at the same time, a mariachi singer with a low, slightly runny voice looked nervous as he pressed the red button lurking on his guitar. Inside the museum, a few traveler-like people maintained their posture of admiring the artwork as if it were nothing, sweat overflowing from their foreheads. Not far from some warehouse, loaded elite war team, entered the first level of combat readiness. Somewhere in a military base, a conference room was in a state of chaos, with smoke, cigarette butts thrown randomly on the floor, and papers rummaged through. Officers in various uniforms were stony-faced, maps of Los Angeles hung on the walls, and someone was pointing his finger at the markings on them and gesturing something out loud. What's he doing at the Getty Center Museum? Don't tell me he's really traveling? Conspiracy. There must be a conspiracy here. I can smell gunpowder through the screen. Several commander-like men, staring at the images coming from the big screen, seemed to be arguing over some unsupportable decision. One of them, a bald cyclops in a black suit, puffed on a cigar and raised his hand to look at his wristwatch. George, play the footage from that time before the fighter plane crashed one time. An agent in the lobby's fingers flew over the keyboard as a side screen showed footage coming in from multiple angles on Creeks Island at the time. That Chinese youth on the sea, floating in the air, every sword swing, a warplane exploded. The bald cyclops eyed it and lit another cigar. Perhaps we started out on the wrong track. Honorable Director. The scenario of burning down Los Angeles was originally a figment of the imagination of those plutocrats with rusty brains. There's a saying in the country of China about playing with fire, and it's aptly applied here. They are trying to start the S3 season. Maybe we should give him honorable status, money, beautiful women, and even be able to give him a green card. As far as I know, every year there are a large number of Chinese people who want to join our nationality. Enough, man. You've had too many hot dogs. Put away your smug pride. For a Superman like him, he may not even be moved if you just gave him the entire federal government. Any new orders from the president? Those Senate members are still discussing the fact that yesterday's congressional radical and conservative representatives have started throwing boots at each other. Has the Chinese government said anything new about this? No, they domestically re-released The Wolf recently. Northern Dynasty released a special effects video yesterday of the shelling of New York. I'm so confused. It's none of his business. That fat guy who's only interested in the world seems to be up to no good. God bless Amalric. God will bless his people. Chief. Several insurance companies added temporary treaties at the same time, announcing on their official accounts 4 hours ago that they won't pay a dime if there's a mountain fire in Los Angeles. These ING vampires deserve to go to hell. A young man from the East, who is just visiting the city's beautiful museums, gets the adrenaline pumping for many of the big boys. The Getty Center Museum in Los Angeles is a local museum of public interest exhibitions, without admission, divided into several areas: paintings, sculpture, ancient and modern art, including not only Van Gogh's Iris and Monet's Sunrise, as well as a variety of cultural relics from the Great Eastern countries: Dunhuang Mogao Grotto's cave colorful sculpture, Buddha, Tibetan scriptures and some of the year from the Qing dynasty plundered the weather. In the center of the Oriental Heritage Pavilion, in a glass enclosure, lies a glazed lucite ball in the form of an open-work sphere, with an introduction in English on one side. Chen Armorwood walked straight to the side and looked closely at it, and it was almost exactly the same as the Fan Legion Z-bead in his own hand, except that the one with the glass cover was modeled red. It should be a fire attribute. Off bead. Just punch through the glass cover and grab it? Robbing and killing people in broad daylight is not in line with the practice of my generation of cultivators. It's against the rules. They're flying fighter jets to kill people, and they still talk about these rules? Senior brother. Let's go. Not far away, came Evelyn's voice. Chen Armorwood came back to his senses and secretly called out that he was so close. He is not that kind of killing demon king, cold-blooded animal. My character is clearly not like this. The Taoist heart must not be messed up. There were a lot of kids around. And, well, that would definitely involve the little sister family. If you are happy to kill people, you will not be able to win the world. Many years later, according to the sword immortal Hua Yungjinjin's memoirs, the story I had to tell my senior brother and I, Volume 39, Los Angeles past, Shinshitty is actually a kind person in his bones. As long as you don't piss him off, he's very nice to talk to. But then, those eagle sauce guys had to pull out the tiger's teeth. Looking for excitement is also a kind of human nature. Then, in the history of Los Angeles, there was that bloody night. Chapter 96, Master and the others are coming. Chen Armorwood stood there with a firm gaze, his mind already made up its mind, deciding to show his cards directly to the local curator through the relationship of the Evelyn family. He had come with the goodwill of being polite first. Let's just say give or take. If you really don't, then I'll have to rob it, because it's supposed to be our country's. No one could stand in his way of the 5G. Soldiers against soldiers. Chen Armorwood will not be merciful, will not be soft, but to directly implicate many ordinary people because of this, he really cannot do. This is not the world of immortal cultivation, is not the world of fantasy. It's the real world, with family, friends, and the motherland. The grand scale of the Evelyn family's mansion was far beyond the scope of an ordinary villa, and it resembled a fairy tale castle standing on the lawn. The building is located in the world-famous Beverly Hills, the most prestigious and wealthy neighborhood in Los Angeles. Every inch of this area is glittering with wealth and fame, and the Evelyn family castle is one of the most recognizable landmarks in the area. People often see it as a symbol of wealth and fame. That looks beautiful, dreamy, vintage house, in the eyes of adults, and will not be associated with the illusion of Snow White's goodness and bravery, because that is countless money piled up, with the beauty of the capital squeeze. It is home to many Hollywood stars and tycoons from all walks of life, and has a wide range of architectural styles, from European classic to modern minimalist. Evelyn happily ran off to prepare for the evening's welcome party with her own grandfather, while Chen Armorwood was called away by Winston, and the other party said that he must do his best as a host. Two people, strolling on the commercial street in the Beverly Hills district. The same commercial street. This place is different from other places. Fewer people, and not busy. A store with different designs and shapes all have a common feature. It is that the door is big enough and high enough. Chen, these things aren't worth our time. I'll take you to drink the best red wine in the world and ride the whitest women. Winston led the way, and many of the famous gentlemen he met on the way gave him a greeting. Winston, can your family get me that bead from the Getty Center Museum? An artifact of our country. Chen Kajai asked tentatively. Winston froze and asked, what beads? You mean the one you just looked at? I'm afraid this one is a bit difficult. But I can ask father to try communicating with the governor. Chen, what do you want that thing for? Does it have any special meaning? Chen Armorwood smiled and perfunctorily digressed. What kind of business does your family do? There are too many. Except for arms trafficking, almost all of them are included. Chen, are there any other superpowered people like you in your country of China? Winston was curious. He was the only man who had experienced the shaved head of the dragon subduing poem. He would never have dreamed of the scene of his cousin, Evelyn, blowing up after using the talisman. Yes, Chen Kajai was blunt. Oh, tell me about it. Winston came to be interested, and even jumped a little. I have a senior brother who can turn his body into titanium, and he also has a trick to turn into an elephant, which is awesome. That sounds wonderful. Learning all that takes, what's called talent, right? Right. I wish I was gifted, too. At last I know why Evelyn was willing to stay in that place so long. Chan, I can tell that my dear little sheep cousin is happy. Much happier than she has ever been. Chen Kajai smiled and didn't say anything. Winston said aloud, and now, I officially declare that nightlife in Los Angeles begins early. He led Chen Kajai into a private entertainment club that had a perfumed smell similar to a bar. China, Capital Airport. Chen Xiliang, accompanied by a group of special agents, checked in. VIP waiting hall. Chen Xiliang and Wei Dongchen all night long talk after the beginning of Heavy Heart. Under his strong request, Wei Dongchen cannot be argued with. Agreed to this stubborn up 10 head of cattle cannot pull back the old Taoist monk out of the country's request. The VIP hall. The light seems to be brighter than the outside. The floor is the kind of light can shine out the shadow of the marble. The ceiling is even crystal chandelier, with the ING hotel-like. On one side of the hall were a number of sofas and coffee tables, and a number of elegantly mannered business people were seated, some of them coming together for a little chat. There was a large electronic display in the center of the lobby that was constantly updated with flight news. The staff, dressed in uniform, rushed over to anyone who needed help, always with a smile on their faces. This time, the disciples of the Taoist cultivation class, all of them, even Gue Wu, who hadn't left the village for several years, was pulled out. Master, what if they don't allow cats on airplanes? Gue Wu pulled open his hole-ridden suitcase and a cat's head stuck out. It's fine. We're related. Chen Xiliang waved his hand, turned his back, and continued to pick at his cell phone. It's still early. I'm going to the restroom. Ma Huayun stood up, moved his arms, took out toilet paper from his satchel, stuffed it into his pocket, and wandered off. He even smiled kindly and nodded as he passed in front of the three Iron Dragon brothers. Chicken looked at Brother Ma's back and whispered, Big brother, I told you that you can't eat too many pancake fruits at the airport. Look, Brother Ma, one morning, pooped twice. Is that where he went to take a? Tai Long was studying the Chinese and English online translation software Groove. Why do we need a membership? Big brother is joking. We are big men. Do we need paper to pee? Zhang Zion let out a heckle and said rather disdainfully, Second brother, we are all our own brothers. What would you not know what Master Ma wants? There's no need to pretend to be innocent. What does third brother mean by that? Zhang Ziong said indifferently. Nothing meaningful? That's not enough for you. That's the idea. Chicken nodded his head. Oh. A foreigner next to him looked at the duo with a dumbfounded look on his face, completely unable to understand. About an hour later, a Secret Service agent came over to inform Chen Shiliang that he could board the plane. Where's Hua Yun? Fell down the toilet? Tai Long, go get your master, ma. Okay, master. The three brothers went together. Chen Shiliang touched the black wooden box he had been carrying close to him in his arms and let out a long breath. Oh disciple, you don't know how many lives are involved in your every move now. Chapter 97, is Qin Jiamu a hero or a heroine? You don't want my old man to have a three-flower summit too? Liquid nitrogen is liquid nitrogen. At minus 196 degrees Celsius at standard atmospheric pressure. In the form of a transparent liquid that can flow like water. But due to the extremely low temperature, the heat of substances in contact with it will be absorbed instantly. In the medical field, moderate toning can be used to preserve biological samples such as sperm, eggs, embryos, etc. Of course, there have been experiments on freezing people before. It is said that in 1967, American physicist James Bedford offered to freeze himself after he was diagnosed with stomach cancer, becoming the first person in the world to be cryopreserved, and he has yet to be thawed out. This afternoon, at 14:38, a private club in Beverly Hills, Los Angeles, was the scene of the famous liquid nitrogen cold bombing, the first of its kind in history, for reasons that cannot be traced. All the customers, including the owner and staff of the club, were invited back to the CIA. At this time, dozens of agents in black suits with sunglasses were on the outskirts of the box, with several helicopters hovering overhead, and heavily armed special forces ambushed the surrounding mountains, even setting up rockets. Ta-da! The squeak of a metal lighter rubbing out sparks and burning cigars. The one-eyed man in the black trench coat had a cigar in his mouth and combat boots clattering on the granite floor. The expressionless black-clad agents moved out of the way. There were a lot of scientist-like people in the hall, directing some workers, installing the equipment on the spot. The entire box looked like a giant ice sculpture, and several impromptu devices had been pulled together and were spraying a thick foggy substance into the large block of ice. Dr. Karch, are you sure he's just done? We won so easily? The Cyclops man asked. Han, Nick, we did it. It worked. That paranoid maniac Payne is a biochemical genius. The newly developed HW8 type liquid nitrogen will be sprayed out from the ceiling and surrounding walls as well as the floor by high pressure, instantly making everything in this room a liquid nitrogen ice sculpture. The other party is Demolition Nest Superman. Can they detect vital signs? Unsure. Nick looked to the side of the monitor screen, which displayed all sorts of assorted data that he couldn't read. The doctor known as Cage looked excited. This liquid nitrogen weapon can theoretically freeze Rex instantly as long as the amount is given in sufficient quantity. Don't worry, we'll follow up by adding penetrable special cyanide that can gradually corrode away his central nervous system. Your Excellency the Commissioner. Also frozen were the manager and two waitresses of the establishment, as well as the young master of the old Nickhoke family. Winston. George, a subordinate on the sidelines, began to report on the situation. Tell old Nickelback to thank his grandson Winston for dying in the line of duty for his country, and that His Highness the President will present him with the Congressional Gold Medal and may even declare him a nominee for the next Nobel Peace Prize. Poor Winston didn't know until he died that the entire box had been temporarily remodeled before his best friend invited him and his Oriental Superman friend to enjoy afternoon tea, and his best friend, whom he had known for less than 3 months, was at the moment receiving a high bounty and had gone to the island of Hawaii to enjoy the beach beauties. Through the special laser scanning technology, it could be seen blurrily in the display screen that several people were sitting stiffly on the sofa, sealed and frozen forever, and among them, the young Chinese man named Chen Amu's body was still in the jumping position. 5 hours later, in the first-class cabin of a certain flight to Los Angeles, Lin Weidong looked grave. Ordinary people on the plane couldn't communicate. The big man could. Old Taoist master. Something has happened on the little Taoist master's side. Chen Shiliang's hand holding the scripture gave a start. What's wrong? Lin Weidong said in a deep voice. Our informant over there just now provided information that there was an attack by a terrorist organization in a bar, and several staff and guests were frozen by the latest liquid nitrogen weapon developed by the terrorist organization. What the? You say it slower. Chen Shiliang's body leaned forward slightly. The Kodo master is being counted by them. It should be a tailor-made decapitation program. Damn it. These damned eagle sauces. Still so unseen and good. Lin Weidong explained it to Chen Shiliang in as straightforward a language as possible. Your protege was eating out. But it turned out that was a setup because the previous performance was so bombastic that the enemy used a weapon that could instantly turn the air into ice. Chen Shiliang listened patiently without interrupting during the time. His eyes lowered as if he was thinking about something. How much longer to LA? Master Dao. For the safety of the group, we decided to return immediately after arriving at the airport. This matter, need to meet above to study. Besides, we went There is no meaning at all. It is hard to believe that you want to use your peach with sword to stab the CIA. I have a way. Lin Weidong. In a moment, no matter what the poor Taoist does or says, you should not be afraid or worried. After Chen Shiliang finished speaking, he sat cross-legged on the small sofa, took out the box of black wood that he had been carrying from his arms, lifted a corner, and took out an elixir. He took the elixir reverently and looked around the room. This was given to him by Lao Yang of Qingfengguan, the old fellow who had made the Paigu Dan in order to dispel the grain. Lao Yang himself is not sure that the effect of this three-flower danav is after taking it, whether it is a three-flower gathering or not, and he has urged Qin Shiliang 1,000 times that he should not take too much of it, and if he takes too much of it, he may be addicted to it, and he may be schizophrenic as well. When Lao Yang was young, he had obtained a simple and ancient lone dan formula, according to the refining of 12 times a year, basically every time to blow up the furnace. Just after the last time Chen Jiamu awakened in his Taoist temple, who knows, he ghostly refined. Lao Yang was so excited that he took one and went over there for a trip and almost didn't come back. Chen Shiliang barfed the elixir into his mouth and made the 3 clear seals with both hands. Disciples, protect Master. Manhwa and the 3 Iron Dragon brothers had a head full of questions. Master, what are you doing? Only Gui Wu sat silently next to Master. He unzipped the zipper of his satchel, and the 3-flowered cat's head poked out of it. Chen Shiliang smiled a bitter yet determined smile. Only he, Chen Jiamu, is allowed to be a hero and a great man? Why don't you let my old man have a 3 flowers gathering? In the cabin, many passengers' jaws dropped. I'm going. Cat got on the plane too. That's an old Taoist priest. Is he going to give out gong or something on the plane? He seems to be meditating. It is well known that those who can afford to sit in first class are people with ID cards, most of whom are considered middle class, and the quality is still a little bit, at least not, crouching nest. That cat jumped on the old Taoist priest's head? Or a 3-flower cat? Chen Shiliang's face showed excitement, as if he had seen something incredible, and his eyes were glowing. The body enters into the land of nothing and the mind passes into the realm of the fair. So that's it. I've realized. Wisps of white smoke rose from the top of his head, and he let loose a loud, unbridled laugh. 3 flowers gathering. Master Dao, I'm a success. Ha! Chen Shiliang felt that the space around him began to distort and change. A world surrounded by immortal qi, slowly present. Chapter 98, Prelude to Invincibility. Wudong Immortal Mountain. Qingshu Palace. Palace door no one since open. An immortal-style Taoist, old Taoist, dressed in a rustic Taoist robe, hands behind his back, flying swept out of the door, bringing out the residual shadow. Outside the Qingshu Palace, the clouds and mist as if the veil, the mountains in the dense, rolling, hidden, the old Taoist silhouette like the wind, turned the breath swept to the mountain stream, the spiritual spring bubbling and flowing, clear and winding down, he gently pointing the spiritual spring, suddenly pulling up the body. Along the way, cranes circled around and sighted their necks, and spirit beasts crouched on the ground. He landed in the square of the immortal gate, standing on the basis of emptiness, overlooking the bottom. In a moment, turned into a stream of light far away. 3,000 outer sect disciples stood neatly on the platform, and in unison, they bowed their heads to a streak of light in the distant sky. There are 3 people standing in the square above the platform. Is the audience disciples' drill? In a short while, the 3 of them rose, gazing into the distance, sending a flash of light in the sky. In unison, he shouted, see the sect leader, Heavenly Father, Big Brother, Third Brother. The sect master Tianzuan has come out of the gate. Second Brother. The sect master Tianzuan has flown away. Second Brother. Third Brother. Why is Heavenly Father in such a hurry? Is it because the devil sect is fighting over? Look at the direction. Is running to ask the heart of the lake over there. That smear of light. Its potential as a falcon. Through the forest to break the fog to the bamboo sea. Bamboo as waves. Bamboo leaves fluttering. Seems to dance for it. 10 minutes ago Chen Shiliang. His head was stiff. His spirit was collapsing. And his heartbeat was wild. He thought it was his own demon at first. And then he reconciled with it. Great virtue practitioners. The Taoist heart is firm. The heart of the heart. The Yuan Shen wandering. In fact, the old yang that pill. Hook 8 with no, at best, is a placebo. Can make people secrete dopamine. Will produce hallucinations. Ordinary people eat it is not likely to be really addictive. Lao Yang firmly believes that serving it can experience a brief experience of the 3 blossoms and the wandering of the Yuanshan, similar to an extremely real dream. But Chen Shiliang was different. He knew that this was not an illusion. It was a real experience, and he had fused the memories of this body in the immortal world. This point was completely different from Chen Imu, that hung up on the system. Koshiki deduced correctly that the billions and billions of beings on Earth are indeed living in a different way in this immortal world. Chen Shiliang in a flash has been over the bamboo sea, straight to the lake and go. The body shape gradually slow, fluttering, gently landed on the lake above the lake. The lake surface is flat as a mirror, but did not flood or ripple, proudly standing on the water. Master, you've come out of the gate? On the opposite side up stood a roughly clothed, linen-clothed Taoist, not wearing jade at the waist, hanging a wine gourd, his hands clasped in front of his chest, similarly hovering over the lake, the water boiling under his feet. Chen Shiliang exhaled a breath, and sighed in his heart. Ma Huayun is still really like the wine sword immortal Ah. Huayun, Amu encountered a heart demon in seclusion. Follow my master to kill his inner landscape and help your senior brother to break through the realm. The expression of the Huanyun real person was slightly stagnant. How could there be such an evil thing? Master, when will we leave? Chen Shiliang secretly praised in his heart. According to this side's cognition and memories, entering the inner scene, how treacherous it is. Cultivators are aware of it. In the inner scene, one's own heart's demon will also be amplified, and it will not be good to destroy the Tao heart. Huan Yun is so decisive and sentient. The teleportation spell formation penetrates the void. It's not within the reach of Master's power alone. You go and gather the other inner disciples, and Master will go to Qingfengguan and seek out your uncle Yang, to buy some more time. After saying that, Chen Shilong transformed into a stream of light and went far away. Ma Huayun unclasped the wine gourd on his waist, tilted his head back and gulped a few mouthfuls, and threw the gourd towards the lake. He had long hair and a beard, his eyes were deep and disheveled, and it had been 3 years since he had comprehended the realm of Shongshan Ruoshui here. With no breakthrough, with a grab in the air, dozens of feet away, a plum blossom flew away from the branch. He cupped it in his hand and sniffed it, sighing, every year when the plum blossoms bloom, I think of someone who used to like me a lot. Explosions around the lake. Ma Huayun's sword breaks into the air and goes away. 900 feet away, Suwalin Mountain, a sugarcane forest. There was a middle-aged one-armed Taoist, using his finger as a sword. His sword chi condensed his fingertips to strip away the fibers of a single root of sugarcane. The juice was completely squeezed out, and with the pull of the aura, it converged into a side of a bamboo tube. On one side, a spirit beast more than 3 times bigger than an ordinary tiger with fur color of 3 flowers, black, white, and yellow, overwhelmed a piece of sugarcane and dozed off lazily. The ears of the seemingly sleeping 3-flower spirit beast perked up and opened its budding eyes, looking towards a gradually enlarging black dot in the distant sky. Spirit beast suddenly flying pounce, nearly overturned the bamboo tube on the ground. One-armed Taoist was greatly surprised, regardless of the physical state. Flying slippery shovel to protect, stable and relieved. Panic about what? Flower. This isn't just any sugarcane juice. Each one is a rare piece of spiritual sugarcane that I've handpicked for over 100 years. He stuck the bamboo tube in the ground, swept a dozen paces, and pulled up another one with his imperial fingers, patiently separating the fibers with his sword chi. The coarse linen-clothed Taoist who came in the air with his sword made a dexterous turn and flung the spirit beast with a backhanded slap, and the spirit beast flew out 100 feet backwards, overwhelming countless trees along the way. Senior brother Yang, something happened? Ma Huayun picked up the bamboo tube, smelled, without saying anything, a mouthful of dry, face showing intoxicated look. The one-armed Taoist suddenly looked back, his face covered with panic, his whole body erupted with golden light, and in an instant, he crashed into Ma Huayun, snatched the bamboo tube, and found that all of them drank it all. Not even the first drop was left. Bang! 3 miles around the sugarcane forest was pushed back by an airwave, and an ancient sword flew from the sword pool 100 feet away, landing in the hands of the one-armed Taoist. The sky rolls in and introduces the sword. Ma Huayun, who was knocked out, snapped, Yang Kuai Shui, drinking a few mouthfuls of your sugarcane juice. You're as good as splitting me with the divine sword Royal Thunder True technique? The one-armed Taoist didn't say a word as lightning was introduced into his sword, and his entire body jumped with thunderous light. Ma Huayun pranced in the air to dodge. His back sank, bowed into the shrimp was a giant claw slapped away. The spirit beast with a huge body shape did not know when to go and come back, standing between the clouds, its budding eyes with round pupils gradually turning vertical. At this time, the far side once again resounded with the sound of breaking air. 3 mangy men holding divine weapons, drifted to, a fair-skinned blonde-haired blue-eyed woman from the western region. At the head of the 3, after the hair first, her bare feet under her skirt, stepping out of the void to fly with a lotus flower. Senior brother Gue Wu, senior brother Ma, stop playing, Uncle Yang has arrived as well, and Master has summoned us to go to the Bao Park room to help Brother Chen break through the realm. P.S. In the later chapters, a few people from the Taoist cultivation class's immortal cultivation world, integrating into the real world, with a time limit, and saying that the Earth is invincible without releasing a nuclear bomb is not too much to ask. Stay tuned. Chapter 99. Congratulations to all senior brothers on their return to the throne. Wudong Immortal Mountain. The door of the Bao Park room was pushed open. The small Taoist priest with a clear appearance, sitting on top of the bushes in the main hall, had already settled down. A silky chill rose all over his body, and the entire room was so cold that the floor cracked with cobweb slivers of ice. The immortal Chen Shiliang twirled his beard and frowned. Accompanying him was a scruffy Taoist with a head full of disheveled hair, none other than the Lao Yang of this world, the Qingfeng Guan master. Followed by him was a big monk in a rough robe. Lao Yang touched it, looked at it, looked up and asked, "Is your disciple entering his mind? I think it's 80% that he's going to become immortal. Amit Ba, it's time to become a Buddha." A big monk next to him said with his hands clasped together, "This is Master Puhui of the Western Region Buddhist sect, who is quite knowledgeable about the doctrine of heart demons. Just happened to pass by my Guanli." Lao Yang introduced. The poor monk observes that young cultivator Chen, who is a passerby of the Buddha nature, has the appearance of nirvana, which is to be congratulated. Chen Shiliang was unimpressed with the old monk's phase viewing method. He knew a hook ate. For the cultivators of this side of the world, they simply did not understand what was meant by technology. "Great monk, where do you see that my disciple is going to become a Buddha?" "Oh, Amit Ba Buddha. This son is gifted and quite Buddhist. If the Taoist master does not abandon him, the poor monk would like to bring him back to the Western region and join my Buddhist sect, and help him break through the realm with emptiness." "All right, master. The poor disciple doesn't have that hobby." Monk Pu Hui sighed. "Before mortals achieve enlightenment, they are all confused by the many false images of the world, mind. Buddha and sentient beings are all empty. The direct nature of phenomena is empty. There is no saint and no mortal. There is no giving and no receiving. There is no goodness and no evil. Everything is empty." Chen Shiliang's duster suddenly tensed. Thunder and lightning rolled, flung on the big monk's bald head, snapped, and the thunder light exploded into ripples. The big monk was like a nail with his feet 3 times into the ground. His face aggrieved. "Why did you hit the poor monk? Does it hurt?" Chen Shiliang asked. "Ouch." The monk touched the bloodstain on his head. His whole body washed in golden light, and the wound gradually dissipated. Chen Shiliang said without a trace of humor, "Didn't you say that everything is empty? Then why are you in pain?" The great monk was speechless for a moment and fell into deep thought. Lao Yang rounded off the conversation by saying, "All right, let's not talk about these useless things. Old Taoist Chen, how are you going to get it? You protect me. I'll bring Yuan Hang's inner disciples and enter Chen Armorwood's inner landscape to help him cut down his heart demons." "Are you crazy? It's rumored that the cultivator's inner landscape is another world, and you don't know anything about that side. You might get your Yuan Shen trapped inside." Lao Yang said eagerly. "The source of the air-body records, the cultivator's spirit, according to which, immovable and indestructible, only knowledge of God swimming in the waves, ancient Xinjian, whether it is Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism, which family, all have this statement, just a different term." Tao said, Zhu Tu. Buddha said, Lingtai. Confucianism said, the virtual center. In fact, said Ara meaning, all beings are 2 sides of the same body, usually do not intervene in each other. The cultivation of the great success of the heart to see the nature of the time, can break through the shackles of the heavenly way, the spirit of knowledge of God into one. Cultivators to escape into the inner landscape, is to open the 2 sides of the world channel, light or fire into the devil, heavy body death. Very few people come and go freely. Chen Shiliang fused the memories of the 2 worlds. His cognition had overshadowed everyone present. What he cultivated in this world was art and law. What he cultivated over there was virtue and the way. Wisdom is revealed, and he has the certainty to lead his disciples and go and return. At that moment, a few people came in through the door. "Greetings to the sect leader Heavenly Father." 3 magnificent voices sounded at the same time. The 3 major disciples at the pinnacle of martial arts and just stepping into the threshold of immortal cultivation. The mixed escapement dragon, Tai Long. Revolving divine sword, Wei Shinjin. Little 5 thunder hands, Zheng Ziong. Master, we're here. How is senior brother Chen?" Then there were the 3 who had already stepped into the path of the cultivators. The wine sword immortal Ma Huayun, the Dekuro sword immortal Yang Kuesue, and the Yangi immortal Furin, as well as a large-sized cat-like spirit beast. Chen Shiliang nodded his head cautiously, and after giving a few disciples an introduction to the stakes and precautions, all 7 of them were in formation, spread out around Chen Armorwood. Lao Yang, it's a short 3 to 5 days, but a long 7 to 8 days, so I'm troubling you. Taoist Lao Yang bowed his head. recited the phrase blessed Shang infinite heavenly father, and flexed his fingers, and an hourglass made of light and shadow hovered to one side. Old Taoist Chen, don't worry. After Lao Yang finished speaking, he turned his eyes to the astonished big monk and said after a moment, Master Pu Hui, what is your opinion? Monk Pu Hui respectfully folded his hands and sat down on the ground and slowly said, the poor monk has just received the baton of Taoist Master Chen, and seems to have gained some enlightenment. I am very surprised and happy, and I would like to join with Taoist brother to protect his law. Good. A big monk with a big heart. Next time if the Brahmin side hits, you give a word to the poor Taoist. I dare not say anything else on my side. There are plenty of pills. Amit Ba Buddha. Good. Good. Inside the field, Chen Shiliang flung out his duster and sat down on his knees, his hands forming seals, and all the disciples moved in a neat manner. Nurture your breath and forget to keep your words, and lower your mind to the unspoken. I know my ancestor by his movements, and I know who I am looking for when I have nothing to do. True constancy requires responding to things, and responding to things requires not being confused. The non-fascinated nature abides by itself, and the nature abides and the chi returns by itself. Open. The fontanelle gates on the top of the heads of the seven reopened, and each of them flew out a ball of clear chi, and their yuanshan went out of the body, colorful, whooshing and swishing into the body of Chen Armorwood, who was seated in the middle. Lax. Exit hall. Lin Weidong is contacting the domestic return ticket. The old Taoist master is estimated to be dying, and after meditating, he can't wake up at all. After the plane landed, Gue Wu carried Chen Shiliang on his back, and the group clustered around and got the old Taoist master a chair in the airport lobby. When going through security, there was a brief argument over the cat in your 5 suitcases. Why don't you let me bring the cat? Gue Wu carried his master in one hand and his suitcase around his neck, stiffening his head as he argued with a couple of foreigners. Say mud in the silver pigeon. You, 8, go in the silver pigeon. Verbal communication barrier. Ma Huayun put on his headphones and was burying his head in debugging the downloaded voice Chinese and English simultaneous translation software. T Lung and the others helped your 5th senior brother stand, chest out, against a couple of airport foreign security guards. Here is not compared to the country. No one buys Lin Weidong's account. Not far away Lin Weidong is in contact with the informant lurking in Los Angeles, communicating the return trip, heard the quarrel, secretly screamed that it was not good. He hung up the phone, rushed over in a hurry, patiently negotiating with airport personnel in English. At this time, Chen Shiliang, who had been in a coma, suddenly opened his eyes, and his eyes emitted a golden light, and the special effects were on full blast. Gue Wu felt a lightness in his back and turned back in confusion, realizing that in the airport hall master floated up, his whole body Taoist robe hunting. There were shrieks from all around, and LAX people from all over the world were quickly drawn in, each looking incredulous. Chen Shiliang floated higher and higher, and finally suspended in the roughly 5 or 6 meters of high-altitude static, the golden light in his eyes piercing, his body slowly rotating. Nature is said to be the Tao. The Tao has no name and appearance. A nature only, a yuanshan only. The life is not visible to send the light of the sky. The light of the sky is not visible to send the 2 eyes. Gue 5 murmured. Then, his body stiffened and also floated up. Then, not far away Ma Huayun, the 3 brothers of the Iron Dragon. Several people from the Dao cultivation class, all of them took off in place, their eyes glowing. Lin Weidong's cell phone snapped to the ground. Dumbfounded. Here came a variety of discussion, mixed very many languages. The airport crowd onlookers more and more. Security checkpoints were completely blocked. Chaos into a pot of porridge. The sirens sounded, and the perimeter patrolmen rallied, guns at the ready. The lead patrolman looked up, wide-eyed, and began to pray to God. With a thud, a suitcase fell apart, scattering clothes, thermos cups, traveling shoes, and other necessities in all directions. A 3-flower cat's size suddenly become bigger, crowded over the surrounding seats. The size of the moment is 3 times the size of the spotted tiger. 3 kinds of fur color glittering, tilted the sky to let out a roar. Chapter 100. Have you ever asked me about the sword in my hand, you curmudgeons? The conversation went both ways, and just as there was a blow-up scene at LAX, there was a castle in Beverly Hills. In the old Nick family, in the room of the young Princess Evelyn, a bizarre phenomenon occurs, and the servants scream in shrill alarm. Today, agents surrounded the villa, and Nickelback, as head of the family, was notified that his grandson, Winston, had been attacked by a terrorist organization, his entire body frozen in ice, and that the federal government was currently trying to resuscitate him. His granddaughter, Evelyn, has been charged with crimes against humanity, and now federal investigators are at his door. Old Nickelback's head was in a daze at the moment, and down the hall, Heavily armed federal investigators were pulling out arrest warrants, wanting the Empire tycoon to hand over the culprit. Evelyn is still a child. Still a child. What ability does she have to go against humanity? Old Nickelback's cane thumped against the ground. Dear Mr. Nickelback, I understand your feelings very well at this moment, but this warrant of arrest, with the seal of Congress, will be remembered by the people of the world as a contribution to the peace of all mankind. Federal investigator George waved his hand and dozens of black-clad agents split into two rows from behind them and hurriedly ascended the stairs. You robbers! Don't dirty my stairs. By God! I'll sue you for trespassing. George sneered, unimpressed as he sat gracefully on the couch, raising his hand to look at his wristwatch as he inquired. The Empire doesn't allow the world to have a supernatural presence, and even if it does, then it has to satisfy the Empire's interests. The Honorable Mr. Nickelback, you have 10 minutes to make your position known. Oh my God, it's been 9 minutes and 52 seconds. Ha! It seems that you are bent on harboring criminals. On behalf of the Congress, I now pronounce your sentence. George snapped his fingers, and the bodyguard behind him handed over the pre-prepared documents from his briefcase with both hands. Oh Sella, my heart. The hunched-over Nickelback shuddered as he pulled out a bottle of medicine and poured it into his mouth. George didn't bother to look and waved his hand. The agent took out his handcuffs and cuffed the old Nickelback, who was completely unresponsive. With a grimace, squinting, he looked up the plush staircases on either side of the hall, calculating in his mind that, with the feedback from the previous information, it was highly likely that this little girl knew secrets about the Chinese superhuman, and by prying her little mouth open, the Empire might be able to get its hands on some kind of superhuman technology. With a clatter, a dozen black-clad bodyguards flew down from the second floor and fell to the ground with a thud. George snapped to his feet. What's going on? Second floor corridor. Fair-skinned blonde little girl. Her eyes put a golden light. The void stepped. Every step, a lotus flower appeared in the air. The aura infused the entire villa. Furniture, kettle, floor-to-ceiling large clock rhythmically shaking with her steps. A few minutes ago, Evelyn's ears rang with Chen Shiliang's comforting voice. Don't be afraid. Masters and brothers are here. Learn to control your power. The voice was gentle and kind. Evelyn was wearing cartoon-patterned pajamas, and under her feet was a pair of pink embroidered Mickey Mouse slippers. Just now she was changing her clothes when she was suddenly awakened by some kind of power deep in her soul, and her brain presented all kinds of cultivation techniques, but there was no memory of the immortal world. Evelyn, come gather at LAX. In the distant sky, a 1,000-mile transmission that only Evelyn could hear came from Chen Shiliang's voice. Yes, Master. Evelyn's eyes turned inward with golden light and returned to normal. She frowned and raised her hand. Two vines flew from her fingertips, curling up the two agents beside her grandfather. The vines shook as the agent smashed the glass of the landing window and flew upside down to land on the lawn outside. Waltz one day blocking cause? George subconsciously went to touch the sidearm at his waist, and after 2 seconds, reason overcame sentiment and he gave up resisting and sprinted for the door. He chose to flee to join the army. Evelyn looked through the shattered floor-to-ceiling windows to find a number of military cars parked across the street in front of her house. The kind of special ops squads from the movies wearing masks and assembled in front of her house. The federal investigator who had just run out of the room in a panic was hand-wringing and dealing with the military commander, his face agitated. Evelyn, are you in trouble? Or don't you know your way around the airport? Send a location on your cell phone. I'll have Tai Long and the three of them pick you up. In the sky, Chen Shiliang's 1,000-mile transmission sounded. Evelyn didn't know how to reply. The feats needed a little bit of recall. 1,000-mile transmission wasn't very good at the moment. And just now, in her eagerness to save her grandfather, she had instinctively used an attack. Grandpa, it's okay. Evelyn landed on the ground, picked up her own grandfather, and set him down on the couch. Damn, these bad guys. Look at how scared my grandpa is. Evelyn puffed her cheeks and beamed, inclining her head to look at the army that was surrounding her outside. Evelyn tapped her cell phone and opened, One Hyung Dashu class love one another family, to send a current location in the WeChat group. Evelyn, current location. Evelyn, master. I'm surrounded by bad guys. Knock, knock. Iron-blooded heart, Iron Dragon, sister. We'll be right there. Solo Vanguard, chicken, be confident. Senior sister. It's clear that you're the one who surrounded them. Wine sword immortal, Manhwa, I have a sword that can move mountains, break rivers, pour the sea, subdue demons, subdue devils, edict gods, pluck stars, destroy cities, and open the sky. Evelyn locks the screen on her phone and puts it in her pajama pocket, and on second thought, realizes that what Chicken Master said seems to make sense. Looks like the guys have awakened some sort of cultivation like themselves. Shifu is awesome. I really feel sorry for Tom and Akuna. They went back to their home country in the middle of the day and missed out on the immortal fate. Evelyn was slowly digesting the feats in her head, not quite familiar with them yet. She was a young girl who had just reached adulthood. She had never killed anyone at all. Annoying as hell. Evelyn, trust the Federation. Believe in the Empire. Abandon resistance and your family will be honored beyond measure. Outside the door, the sound of a loudspeaker rang out. Citizen of Amric, Evelyn, for the sake of the well-being of all mankind, put away your idiosyncrasies, and imagine how many innocents would be affected if a missile exploded in Los Angeles. That's countless citizens of the sacred, wonderful empire, and by giving up your resistance, you will redeem countless families. The Honorable Mr. Nickelback, can you hear me? Persuade your superhuman granddaughter to be a law-abiding citizen. She's over 18. She can drink whiskey and go to a bar and date legally. The Empire can give her her freedom. With a bang, the door of the villa fell apart, and Evelyn came through the air with lotus in her steps, her whole body flowing with immortal aura, her long blonde hair fluttering vertically, and anger hanging on her face. The Special Ops squad ambushed behind cover in the courtyard tensed up collectively, and a few whispered. They said they were coming for a little girl. They didn't say the other girl was Wonder Woman? Oh my god. The Avengers have entered the real world? That's not Wonder Woman. That's Dr. Strange. Shat. I'm thinking of giving up on this siege. I'm craving grandma's pizza. In the distant sky, a low male voice came from the sky, speaking in Chinese. How dare you kidnap my sister? Have you ever asked me? Huan Yun Jian Xian? The crowd followed the sound and looked. Above the sky, a Chinese man came with a sword, carrying half a bottle of human head horse noodle in his hand, already slightly drunk. The voice comes before the person arrives. Come with a sword on the wind. Get rid of the devil in the world. Have wine and be free. Without wine I am also upside down. Chapter 101, Master Shifu's might lacks, because it's an urban area. The officials won't dare to come in hard for a while. It would hurt a lot of civilians. All flights have been grounded. Crowds are being organized to evacuate. The perimeter of the airport is under martial law, taken over by the military. No one is allowed to enter, and it has the feel of an alien invasion of the planet. Sect leader Heavenly Father, we still haven't found Senior Brother Chen's whereabouts. Probe and report again. Here. Bang, bang, bang. 3 silhouettes broke through the air and directly smashed the steel ceiling of the airport. Chen Shiliang was sitting in the airport hall, and to his left and right were Gue Wu and the 3-flower spirit beast. He had just given a small meeting to the group. The content of the meeting was brief and concise. The disciples Yuanshen returned to the right place and gained mana from the cultivation world. The current mana maintenance time was still sufficient to rescue Chen Mu before the Yuanshen left, and then safely return to the country. In other words, everyone was still the same everyone, except for Chen Shiliang who had fused the memories of the 2 worlds. Everyone else was still the same as before. They were all modern people with mana, cultivators of my generation. We must repay any kindness, and we can't hold back any grudges without having to wait for the night. Master Dao, can you tell me what's going on? Lin Wei Dong was numb. He honestly didn't expect that things would turn so crazy. Xiao Lin it's hard to say in a moment. Just think of it as an immortal's presence in the world. We might be surrounded by the army. Can we carry the missiles or something? Lin Weidong said shakily. Chen Shiliang frowned, thought for a moment and said, the poor Taoan did not open a killing ring, has not negotiated it. What missiles to put? Besides, this is the city. Before the words were finished, 2 silhouettes in the distant sky came through the air, and it was none other than Ma Huayun and Evelyn. Ma Huayun carried a man in a suit with a disheveled official look in his hand and casually threw him on the ground. Master, this guy seems to be a big official. He knows where Master Chen is. I am a senator in the Imperial Congress and Lieutenant Governor of California. Grows, and I demand treatment equal to my status. The man braced his body, trying to keep his language calm and his suit decently organized. Master, he peed. Gue Wu pointed to Grouse's soaked crotch. Chen Shiliang coughed. Evelyn, translate. No need. I can speak Chinese. Grouse repeated in Chinese. Then said, the Chinese superhero boy you're looking for has been charged with crimes against humanity, and has now been taken away by the Imperial military and moved to a safe place. So do you know what you're up against? Gentlemen, you're facing the most powerful army on the planet, and it's home to the most sophisticated technology, a think tank of the highest human intelligence. You can't really do whatever you want just because you can fly. Humanity shall prevail. Amric will win. Grouse shook the dust off his body and said aggressively, and, I must emphasize, this one-armed gentleman. First of all, it wasn't me who peed. It was this gentleman's drink that spilled it. Damn it, don't put this cowardly disgraceful label on me. Grouse finished, squinting at the man who had drunk a bottle of Remy Martin. who was drunken and totally clueless about it. Ah, Huan Yun, you can use your mana to force the alcohol out. You're drunk like this, what's the point if you get into a fight later on? Chen Shiliang said rather helplessly. Ma Huayun said in disbelief. I've put up with this all my life and I can't enjoy it? I'm the wine sword immortal. Drinking can increase your battle power. Wahahahahahahaha. Ahahahahahaha. Others laugh at me for being too crazy. I laugh at others. Ouch dash. Chen Shiliang waved his hand. A flash of lightning swept across. Ma Huayun flew out backwards, smashing countless airport seats along the way, thumping through 7 or 8 walls, and his body ended up embedded in the rubble. Chen Shiliang sighed and looked at the terrified Grus, saying lightly, all right, let's continue our conversation. Where has my disciple been hidden by you? Grouse stumbled and sat on his butt, his crotch thoroughly wet, urine mixed with alcohol, emitting a smoking hot. His Excellency the Lieutenant Governor, is it still possible to communicate? The three-flowered cat, whose physique was completely transformed into that of a triple-spotted tiger, had its head sticking up, its snout blowing through Grus's hair and making a deafening gurgling sound. Cruz stretched his hands on the ground and kept backing up, not stopping until his body hit the wall. At the Karimak military base. God, keep its mouth away from me, the voice growled with a shudder. Buzzing and buzzing. Grouse's phone rang and looked up at Chen Shiliang, his eyes asking if he could take the call. Chen Shiliang nodded his head in a very humane way. He was a compassionate and kind-hearted old Taoist master. Just now he didn't think of releasing his pet to scare people. It was a complete coincidence. Grouse shakily picked up the phone, his face gradually turning white. Grus, don't be afraid. The Empire will protect you. Put the Chinese Satan on the phone. He pressed the hands-free outside voice. Hello, Honorable Four of China. I represent the Imperial Secret Service. You can address me as Nick. We have just seen your Thor's hand through the airport surveillance. You have made us experience the real-life version of the Avengers. The other party had a more relaxed voice, spoke fluent Chinese, and had the feel of a professional negotiator. What do you have to say to the poor man? I'm sorry to tell you that your disciple can't be returned to you for the time being. If you barge in, we don't mind turning on the base's self-destruct system. At that time, that superhuman boy called Chin Karmu will be reduced to pieces by the super high temperatures within 4 seconds. Chen Shilian listened to his beard jumping and jumping. No, cannot be taken by the other side of the rhythm. Voice tinged with anticipation. Well, blow it up. There was a few seconds of hesitation on the phone, and for a moment I was surprised that I didn't know what to say. Do you have anything else? If not, I'll hang up. Chen Shilian was light-hearted, then said extremely quickly, all disciples of the Dao cultivation class, listen to the order. Follow me into the White House. Take Trump's head straight. Wait, it's okay to talk. Nick's voice on the phone was noticeably raised a few decibels. Chen Shilian flicked his 2 fingers and crumbled his cell phone. Damn it, compare your heart with the poor Taoist? You're too young. The other party is very smart, holding on to the bottom card of dying with Chen Jiamu. This point can indeed threaten Chen Shiliang. However, the old Taoist master is not a vegetarian, and cannot show half the feeling of being held hostage. If he directly rushed into the Karimak military division base to rob people, he was really afraid that they would jump over the wall. No, he had to think of a safer method. Chen Shilian looked at the large hole in the steel ceiling, and in his mind, he calculated that the immortal world maintains the time for the Yuan Shen to leave the world, and he can still let the bullet fly for a while. Bang! 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 3 silhouettes landed on the ground, cracking the marble floor of the airport. Iron Dragon, Zhang Zion, Chicken, see the sect Master Heavenly Father. The whereabouts of Master Chen have been explored. At the Karimak military division base, about 300 kilometers from here. Sect leader, when will you depart? Chen Shiliang nodded his head and asked, the 3 of you, now go to the White House and find their president to drink tea and talk about martial arts culture. When appropriate, you can kill a few foreign devils to shake up the scene. Chapter 102, All people have obsessions. The 3 of them looked puzzled, and Tai Long asked, drinking tea? Master, no more elder brother? Chen Shilian crossed his arms and used his mana to secretly transmit his voice. Intimidate, scare, hold them hostage, put pressure on their bosses, take a higher profile, and directly charge into the White House. They used your senior brother's flesh to make a bet on fish death. We can follow suit. As long as we don't tear up the ticket, the other side won't dare to do so either. Tai Long instantly understood, and his face showed joy. I respectfully obey the sect Master Heavenly Father's decree. Second brother, third brother, follow me. Bang! Iron Dragon's whole body bloomed with golden light, smashing through the roof again like a cannonball. Bang! Bang! Zhang Ziong and Chicken followed. Huan Yun, Chen Shiliang said in a deep voice. What is Master's command? In the ruins, the man's hair was casually draped and his clothes were scratched and torn. Chen Shiliang transmitted, go to the streets, fly recklessly, and even do some chivalrous deeds, just for one purpose. Let more foreigners know about your transcendent existence and put pressure on their public opinion. Ahahahahaha, ahahahaha, I love pretending. Ma Huayun flew out epileptically. Evelyn, go get some food. Master, I'm not hungry. It's so strange. Is it true that with mana, it's okay if you don't eat or drink for a day? Little Lin is hungry. Chen Shiliang looked at Lin Weidong with a sideways glance of kindness. As a mortal, he was indeed hungry, but because of his nervousness, he did not dare to say so. Oh, okay master. Evelyn's hands manifested vines that swept away the ruins of the airport, and the three-flower spirit beast leaned down for Evelyn to mount, who blinked and rode the brain axe with a hop, skip, and a jump into the airport's large a la carte supermarket. Gui Wu, how is the comprehension of the Gongfu? Oh master, it's almost 90%. I'm just missing the final divine sword royal thunder true technique. Well, continue comprehending. Over there, you and Huayun have the highest talent and the strongest battle power. I observe Huayun. His heart is too heavy with demons, and he has comprehended less than even the third layer of the Gongfu. It's really annoying. Not even as good as a cat. Master, I was just wondering if we on this side dream of us on the other side, or if we on the other side dream of us on this side? Yuan Shun, the spirit of knowledge. 1 and 2, not to cling to. Your 5 the Buddha said, all beings have the wisdom and virtue of the Buddha, but with delusion and clinging cannot be certified. Oh, I don't know the Buddhist scriptures. Tao, what is it? Something mixed. First heaven and earth was born, silent, independent and unchanged, circumference and not dangerous, can be the mother of the world. I do not know its name. The strong word is Tao. Fifth child, don't think about that. Don't be like Huayun and get possessed. Think about happy things, like cooking. Oh, master, okay. Chen Shiliang let out a short sigh. Sure enough, what Lao Yang over there was worried about was good. The disciples had gained mana, and their obsessions were amplified. Not good. Just now, letting Huayun go out and make a scene. He mustn't really be unable to control himself and do something degrading. California, or California for short, covers a large area and is said to be famous for its beef. 100 miles or so away in Northern California, it was a sunny afternoon, and on the news, various videos of the alien attack on the airport had been sliced and diced and posted online. Foreigners are crazier than people at home. Many believe it to be true. Only a tiny percentage question the special effects, and the information here is much more transparent, relatively speaking. Some radicals, even holding up pro-alien banners, have been making a big fuss on the internet, and the civil debate about whether or not to strike with nuclear bombs has intensified. More great intelligence pointed out that it wasn't aliens, it was Chinese immortals. It's the Empire's angels who lost to the Chinese immortals in the higher dimensional world. There are all sorts of things to say. An exotic Chinese wandering singer, playing and singing to himself in the street, surrounded by many foreigners. It's back to the very beginning. The memory of your youthful face. We've finally come to this day. The old photo under the table mat. Countless memories linked. Today the boy is going to the girl's last appointment. It's an old lyrically difficult song. I think it's called Those Years. The singers sang as if they were mesmerized. Some geezers threw coins into the homeless singer's metal tub. At this moment, a figure flashed across the sky. The figure braked at extreme speed and floated down. The crowd erupts in shock as Superman arrives. Ma Huayun stood next to the singer, staring blankly at him, the song, reminding him of a girl named May. He flickered and passed in a flash, almost against the tip of the wandering singer's nose, bringing up a strong wind that changed the latter's hairstyle. You sang very well just now. Ma Huayun looked forlorn as he took out $100 bill from his pocket and stuffed it into the singer's jacket pocket. The singer's teeth chattered, completely confused. Don't be nervous. The Chinese don't harm the Chinese. You keep singing. The singer was terrified and trembled. Immortal. What do you want to hear? Sing what you want to sing at the moment and I'll listen. Just now that song. Ma Huayun seems to return to that year's campus. Back to the heavy rain. The cafeteria. He quietly put his own umbrella behind the seat of Ame. Because of low self-esteem, he did not dare to give Ame an umbrella for fear of being laughed at. He just stared silently at the girl in her school uniform who touched his soul with her knitted brows and smile. I want to go back to those years. Back to the classroom before and after the seat. Deliberately begged your gentle scolding. Blackboard permutations and combinations. You sheer unraveling? Ma Huayun took another gulp of wine and smashed the bottle. Aim, I miss you so much. I miss the time when we studied together. Do you remember that boy who had a crush on you for 6 years? Do you remember the graduation party? Our collective group photo. I stood behind you. Smelled your hair. Dang, the guitars are up. That 18th year. The alma mater dance. You stood like a minion. Manhwa suddenly surrounded by airwaves rolling. A circle of ripples. In addition to the singer. Dozens of meters in a circle of people. Countless cars issued an alarm sound. Change the song. The immortal was so angry that he almost spilled blood. What do you want to hear? The singer freaked out. Manhwa smiled faintly. His smile sad and forlorn. The obsession of the heart demon strengthened Manhwa's intention. And he could barely control it anymore. I'll take you somewhere and you sing to her. Ha! Manhwa's 5 fingers formed a claw in a false grip. And a motorcycle helmet flew in from the distance. Put it on. The singer was obedient. Manhwa wrapped one arm around the wandering singer and suddenly took off, heading extremely far into the eastern sky. On that day, news from Los Angeles hit the global hot seat. That was the day Trump learned the tea ceremony. And the White House guards, the royal bodyguards, all crouched down to sing the national anthem. On that day, there was a middle-aged man named Yang Kuai-shui, who was at the ruins of the airport, attending to the divine sword royal thunder true technique. On that day, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of a major eastern country rejected all unequal treaties in a domineering manner. On that day, armies were assembled and a great war was on the horizon. On that day, at a military base somewhere in the empire, the faint heartbeat of a frozen teenager returned. That same day, the sky over Ames restaurant was raining plums. A wandering singer from 10,000 miles away sings "Those Were the Years" in front of a diner in a deep voice. There is a man, levitating in the night sky of the Southgate Snack Street. In the rain of thousands of plum blossoms, the royal air feed on the drunken immortal looking at the moonstep. He just looked at the small window of that restaurant from afar, with the light on. It's not far and it's not close. There was a fat man, sticking his head out, looking at the sky. Honey, come out and see the gods. Chapter 103, Entering the Devil. In the immortal cultivation world, Wudong Immortal Mountain, Lao Yang and Monk Pu Hui suddenly opened their eyes, seeing panic in each other's eyes. In the center of the great hall, Chen Armorwood's coiled body slowly floated into the air, his body glowing scarlet. Even with his eyes downcast, he couldn't suppress the murderous aura that overflowed from his eyes. Chen Shiliang and the others from the immortal cultivation realm followed suit and levitated. Old monk, you know a lot. What's going on here? Lao Yang raised his eyes to the half-past hourglass. Amitabha Buddha, little fellow Taoist Chen. I'm afraid he's fallen into the devil. What to do? Can old Taoist Chen carry it off over there? The poor monk does not know. You keep watch. I'll go to the mountain gate and ask the sect leader to come. After Lao Yang finished speaking, his body turned into a ball of flowing light and flew out of the temple. Several helicopters landed on the outskirts of the Karimok military base, which was in a 300-kilometer no-man's land, and above the base was a 3-tiered fortress, with the core located 70 meters below ground, and representatives of several of the empire's major plutocrat families, one after another, descended from the helicopters. They are the ones who really control the lifeblood of the empire. And those orators who will be replaced in 2 terms or 1 term are just those who are pushed out by the people behind the scenes to inspire the people. And their mission is to stabilize the faith and honor of the empire for more than 200 years. There were 5-star generals leading the way, opening all sorts of gates, alloy doors, and taking special elevators. In the narrow, dark tunnel, the dim light wavered and flickered, pulling the figures of the 7 plutocrats askew. They stopped at a makeshift conference room on the outskirts of the lab. This plan is too risky. I suggest that the whole body slices be kept separately. The old man with a tall and burly figure was red in the face as he slapped the table so hard that the documents on the table shook a few times with him. Slightly slimmer in stature, but with eyes as sharp as an eagle man, he retorted without showing any weakness. Locke, this plan could change human civilization. Don't you want to live forever, my old man? Rothschild stroked his delicate beard, his voice low. We must consider the implications of the political situation. The Chinese side. How are we going to respond? Let Trump increase tariffs. Engage in a trade war. If you can't, send troops to the South Island. That representative of the DuPont family sneered. What about my family's business in China? Gentlemen, you can't just think of yourselves. Tony, I don't care what a couple of you old guys talked about. In any case, our family has to have an arm. Franco, that Chinese Superman's body belongs to the entire league. You have no right to do this. Gentlemen, an update. The White House has fallen. An older man, kindly reminded. They are forcing Trump to recite a declaration of peace and forcing him to do a live talk show on a live streaming platform. These lunatics are telling the world the truth in disguise. Shat, what does the Secret Service do? Where's Nick? He was killed in action. Sir, just 15 minutes ago when he tried to crash his F-22 fighter into LAX and a thunderbolt appeared in the sky. That's right, sir. It was lightning. Can you believe it? A fat guy with a missing arm, using homemade wires, draws down lightning and splits a fighter plane into a billion particles, and Nick doesn't even need to be cremated. That's called the Divine Sword Royal Thunder True Technique. You idiot. A scientist-like person, holding a cultivation novel. Read out word by word. 9 heavenly xianxia, transformed into divine thunder. Brilliant heavenly might. Lead it with the sword. By communicating with heaven and earth, the caster borrows the power of thunder from the heavens and introduces it into the sword, absorbing 10,000 pounds of thunder for his own use, with unparalleled power. Everyone, this world has gone mad. Science, the only standard for testing the truth. They must have mastered some kind of genetic evolution technology. This is a conspiracy by the Chinese monkeys. Immediately, dissect that Superman in the ice for me. Are you crazy? Franco, this corpse is our only card. Bull asterisk. Haven't you and your family endured enough? Send a carrier group immediately to the southern island of China. Have Goryeo send troops to the northern dynasties. 7th 6th Fleet. Head to Fusan Island. It's time to return to the Asia-Pacific in the true sense of the word. Oh my god. Really? I object. Of the 7 Zaibatsu representatives on the scene, 6 raised their hands in favor, and the one who was against it finally gritted his teeth and could only compromise. Now, start dissecting the corpse. Disassemble him for me. Extract the genes, and study the secrets of the mutated genes. Remember, I want a complete skull. The frozen lab, cast in 200mm steel plates. The side of the sleeping teenager's face could be seen in the ice through the only window. 7 people, each with their own agenda, looked at the small window at the same time, as if they were admiring a work of art. Sir, it seems that signs of life resuscitation have been detected. A female scientist screamed out of breath at the computer screen. What? The ice cracked inch by inch, and an alarm sounded on a display on the periphery of the lab. 10 seconds later, the base of Karimok rushed up to the sky and a naked young man flew up, his whole body radiating a blinding light that made it impossible to look at him directly. At the same time, in the Xianghe Garden neighborhood of Xincheng, Liang Meiwan is watching a soap opera. Shu Wan gets on the train, and Yi Ping is in tears as Liang Meiwan cries. A Taoist robe floated out of the closet, flew out the window, and disappeared into the western sky. Mom! 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 Clothes! Clothes! Chen Jiji frantically shook her mother, and was slapped across the face by Liang Meiwan, and Chen Jiji cried. At the foot of Wudong Mountain, Yuanheng Taoist training class, dormitory building, an inconspicuous mahogany sword shot through the roof and flew into the sky. Southgate Snack Street. Manhwa sits on top of the Christchurch across from Ames restaurant, with lots of empty wine bottles. Beside the huge cross welded in steel crouched the Chinese-American singer he had taken captive from thousands of miles away. Decien, let's, this, you see, how much longer do we have to drink? The police are all gathered around down there. Yuan Chen, did you see that just now? The wandering singer known as One Tatsu shook his head quizzically and filled a disposable plastic cup. She laughed. Ma Huayun leaned against the huge cross and drank all night. Who? Would you like to hear a story? Ma Huayun asked. I want to listen. Actually, I don't want to hear it. I want to go home. The singer is just my part-time job. I have a job in the United States of America. I have a beautiful and gentle wife. My son is in elementary school and I don't even need homework help over there. The story of the little plum blossoms that have been floating since the year I was born. I think of running in the sunset when I was 17 years old. That was my lost youth. Buzzing Ma Huayun's phone rang, interrupting the gradual improvement. Hey, Huayun, where are you? Come back to me quickly. I'm recovering my lost youth. Your youngest master is possessed, going on a killing spree. Ma Huayun's eyes narrowed and he broke into the air with a bang. The singer Yuan Chen stood on the roof and shouted with a helpless face. Hey, Decien, how am I going to get back? Chapter 104, Entering the Devil 2. The sky sends out a killer and moves the stars. The earth sends out killing machines. And dragons and snakes rise from the land. When a man sends out a murderous spirit, the heavens and the earth are turned upside down. Heaven and man combine their hair, and all changes set the base, detecting that the host is about to go off the deep end. Warning, warning, please be firm in your mind and don't fall into the devil's way. Start the paid version of antivirus software. Unable to kill the host's mind demon. Ding. Detected that the host has gone off the deep end. Ding. System blue screen. Reset in progress. Killing one is a sin. Slaughtering 10,000 is a male. And the 30,000 million slaughtered is the male of males. Ding. Congratulations to the host for joining the devil's path. Reward technique, Xian Tianjiu Chang. On the Karimok Gobi stand, the young man, Taoist robes attached to his body, stood still in the sky, still with his eyes downcast, sword in one hand strangling. The renewed Shin armor seems to be doing a heavily battle inside. For tracked rocket launcher vehicles, eased out of the bunker from and quickly dispersed, their turrets angled upwards. Blow up that Superman for me, Franco hissed as he squeezed his walkie-talkie. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. For missiles held their tails and crashed into the sky. Chen Armorwood's eyes opened. The scarlet light turned inward, and his pupils were completely dyed red. Today, I am at peace with the knowledge of true good and evil. The world doesn't know how to recognize the clear and the muddy. Evil for good comes good for evil. When it's true, it's true. A sword was swung out, and the red-colored crescent sword chi, scattering around the circumference, shattered the 4 missiles. The sky exploded with brilliant fireworks. The sword energy went but did not return, cutting through the steel fortress whose foundations were exposed on the ground. The fortress cut silky smooth, like a block of tofu tilting and sliding down. Chen Armorwood slowly looked towards the broken wall of stumps under his feet, towards the edge of the Gobi beach, and his eyes blossomed with murderous intent as he gazed through the mountains and forests, shrouding the bustling metropolis in the distance. Chen Shilian's voice came from the sky. Disciple, do not disorganize the Tao. Chen Armorwood calmly replied, Master, I have a word to say, and I won't spit it out, but there's no harm in saying it. Who is right and who is wrong? Break it and kill it. All the tangled contradictions are born out of a humble perspective. There is no good or evil, right or wrong, fairness or justice in this world. All these things are determined by what one thinks and does. We have been taught since childhood that bees are beneficial insects to be protected and locusts are pests to be executed. Inasmuch as we may obtain honey for our own benefit, we find the bees good. The locusts are devouring the harvests, and they are harming our profits, so they think they are evil. This is a judgment from our perspective alone. If we take the standpoint of bees, locusts, nature, or other insects and animals, is there any certainty as to which are beneficial and which are harmful? Is there any certainty of good and evil? I, Chen Armorwood, have been good to people since my immortal cultivation, and have never killed indiscriminately. Master, whether it's right or wrong, I'll say so myself. In the distance, Chen Shilian's voice drifted. Wait, for a moment, the master will think about how to reply to you. There is something about your words. Don't go into the city first, My master will study it and get back to you right away. Detecting a righteous monk attempting to interfere with the host's demonic heart, the host may cut him down before he can do so. Chen Jiamu was surprised, closed the system, shook his head vigorously. Dog system, what is this going to be? Is it still not big enough? Chen Armorwood whirled around and released a smile, pointing his sword to the sky and storing up his strength. At the same time, he shouted from 1,000 miles away. Yes, master, I hope you can convince me. I'm really suffocating right now. Continuing to store up strength, the first change of the 9 changes of Xian Tian, borrowing the surrounding killing aura. Countless translucent-shaped killing auras surfaced from the military base and converged on top of Chen Armorwood's sword body. Xian Tian Jiuchang. The idea comes from an old TV series, Journey to the East, in which there is a were-mountain armor. Seems to finally become a devil king, directly dry on the south heavenly gate. Beat a group of Big Brother holding his head in rats. Good reward for the old system thief. It seems that these people down there have a heavy killing heart. Oh, it's a bit interesting. In the mountains and forests in the distance, the killing aura of various beasts was sucked over with it. Chen Armorwood finished storing up his strength and slashed down with his sword. The sword chi wrapped in gale force winds seemed to split this side of heaven and earth, and wherever it passed, everything fell apart. The military base was chopped in half, and all sorts of explosions came out. The sword marks kept spreading and kept chopping to a hill 100 feet away, which was split into 2, and the sword power gradually faded. On top of the earth, a sword mark that was 100 feet long, 1 feet wide, and 7 or 8 feet deep appeared. Phew, so comfortable. Demonic cultivation is really cool. Chen Armorwood was also surprised by his move. His eyes were cast to New York, Washington. In the extreme distance, a sneer hung at the corner of his mouth. Senior brother. A drunken man flew over from the distant sky, staggering on his sword and carrying 2 bottles of Mao Tai in his hands. Ma Huayan looked down at the rolling smoke below him, and the word awesome almost came out of his mouth. Well done. He beamed and quickly calmed himself down. I'm ING here to bring my senior brother home. Senior brothers, you guys know immortal techniques too? Chen Armorwood asked. Ouch. It's a long story. We're hero experience cards with a time limit. Come on, have a drink. Ma Huayun tossed the bottle of wine. Chen Aimu pulled the corners of his mouth and didn't bother to ask more questions. Catching the bottle of wine, Sentinel landed on a lake 100 miles away, startling a flock of large wild and endangered birds. Chen Armorwood stood above the lake and snapped his fingers to open the lid. Master sent you? Well, he's still brewing. Ma Huayun flew over as well and stood across from Chun Armorwood. He cleared his throat, thought for a moment, and said, I saw Mei. Snapping, Ma Huayun slapped himself and turned his words around. Senior brother, Master said that we, monks of the cultivation, should stop at the right time and not kill innocents indiscriminately, so a small pleasure will do. Killing innocents indiscriminately? Senior brother, let me ask you, what do you mean by innocent? Is the ant you stepped on considered innocent? Chen Armorwood came to be interested. He had been in the ice for the past few days, and had been realizing the words good and evil. Let's see. Yeah, it's, justice. Yes, justice. I'm going to keep justice. Chen Armorwood laughed loudly, tilted his head and poured a few mouthfuls of wine, and said in a deep voice, when I was in school, there was a rascal in our class who was so bad that he often teamed up with a few jerks and beat up the most honest student in the class. Is he a bad guy? Okay, 7 or 8 of them beat up one. That's bullying, that's the bad guy. Senior brother, if it's 1,000,000 people beating up one person, then shouldn't we call this behavior justice? Ma Huayun's jaw dropped, a bit unable to finish digesting what it meant, and scratched his head. Chen Armorwood continued, when I learned history in junior high school, I remember there was a piece about Copernicus, who said that the earth was round, proposed the theory of the operation of the heavenly bodies, and as a result, he was accused by the Holy See of demonizing the people, and he was given a righteous trial, and as a result, he seemed to have been burned alive, and at that time, all the people supported the Holy See. It was laughable. As a result, more than 100 years later, his theory was confirmed. Elder brother, let me ask you, what kind of justice? The gleam in Ma Huayun's eyes slowly darkened. I don't know. Justice is like a little girl who is afraid of ghosts. It only shows up when there are a lot of people. Ma Huayun's palms were hot, his chest was heaving, his heart was beating with a thump, and it seemed as if the door to a new world had opened in his brain. He tilted his head back and gurgled a whole bottle of thatched rye, wiped his mouth, and chopped it off. Senior, go ahead. How do you want to do it? Senior brother accompanies you. Chen Armorwood gazed into the distance. Destroy the city. Chapter 105, Burn, My Youth. 4,000 words big chapter 2 chapters in 1. Wudong Immortal Mountain. Holding the park room. After Lao Yang left to move help, the only protector of the monk Pu Hui showed a difficult face, and in the Dharma formation, the eyes of the bearded drunken Taoist also began to red light, as if he was called something Ma Huayun to come. Amitabha Buddha. Little Master Chan's heart demon is so vicious, it's starting to pollute other Taoists. No, the old line must do something. The monk Pu Hui began to chant. His whole body blossomed with golden light, and it seemed like a Sanskrit song was resounding in the hall. Those who practice Buddhism, no matter which school of Confucianism, Buddhism or Taoism, are bound to encounter demons. All are due to ignorance. The 3 poisons of greed, anger and dementia. Wisps of golden light materialized as Buddha's name enveloped the large formation, attempting to wash away the hostile energy of the crowd and add a shield to it. The scene changed, and the Buddha's light instantly converged into the center of the large formation, being absorbed by Chun Armorwood alone, dyeing him a light golden color. Monk Pu Hui's forehead saw sweat, and he was both relieved and proud. The Dharma has no boundaries, and turning back is the shore. Amitabha Buddha. Young monk Chen, you really do have a destiny with the Buddha, being washed by my Vajra Prajna. It's only a matter of time before you get rid of your mind's demons. Chen Armorwood in the middle of the spell formation suddenly opened his eyes, and all of a sudden, his whole body turned gold to red, and he internalized his eyes. Old monk, what are you talking about? The little Taoist monk who was in meditation suddenly spoke up. The old monk saw this sudden change. The holy Buddha light turned into scarlet bloodlight, even if he was usually at the top of his Zen meditation kung fu. At this moment, his face was pale and almost broke his defense. Amitabha Buddha. Young Taoist Chen, you must not be controlled by the demons of the mind. All existent dharmas are like dreams and bubbles, like dew and electricity. You should view them as such. Chen Armorwood spoke in a calm tone. Speak human. The one you have to overcome is yourself. And the poor monk sends you a word of advice. There are people in the world who slander you, deceive you, humiliate you, laugh at you, belittle you, cheapen you, malign you, and cheat you. You only need to tolerate him, let him, buy him, avoid him, endure him, honor him, and ignore him. By thus beginning, you will be free from the devil's way. Junior fellow Taoist Chen, have you come to any enlightenment? Monk Pu Hui used his large sleeve and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Chen Armorwood revealed a thoughtful look. He did not hurry to retort, and in a few moments, released a smile. He who opposes is the movement of the way, and I can also oppose him. Hammer him, cut him, and behead him. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. Buzz Chun Armorwood's entire body's murderous aura flourished. It expanded several times more than just a moment ago. At this moment, in the big formation, not only Manhwa is in the devil, the one-armed Taoist, the blonde-hair foreign barbarians, the three mangy men, even including the three-flower spirit beast that is settled. The eye slits are beginning to overflow with scarlet killing chi. The red-eyed devilishness seems to be contagious. Chen Shiliang is the only one still holding out. Judging from the momentum, it's probably a dead end. If they had collectively fallen into the devil's way, it would not be an exaggeration to say that the world would be devastated. The great monk's liver and guts cracked in fear, and his body instantly fell back 10 feet and slid out of the great hall. Buddhas save me. The four silhouettes flickered, taking advantage of the old monk's panic to whoosh and fly into the great hall, faintly accompanied by evil shouts. Ghost child, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity has come. I can smell the air of the devil's resurrection. Lord Devil broke the void and opened the connection between the two worlds. We go to help. The monk looked sideways, only to see four genjutsu breaking into the big formation and disappearing. In the sky, 3 streams of light landed. One of them was Lao Yang. One of them was the Taoist Bone Immortal style sect leader. And there was also a woman in red from the descendant of the Chuan Yushanyu clan, the gun immortal Lingyun. Old bald donkey, you let the protector. What are you running out for? Did you see the 4 demonic cultivators just now? The big monk was full of fear. His voice trembled. It's over. It's all over. They seem to have entered the formation. Nubizi, you quickly go and take a look. The Karimat military base has been completely flattened. And above the ruins, remnants of smoke curl up. Looking far into the distance, I could only see countless modern armed forces densely assembled in the distance. On the horizon, all kinds of chariots and tanks stood in wait. The steel torrent was magnificent, and the luster of the metal glittered coldly in the daylight. At the same time, the sky was swarming with warplanes, covering the sky like giant black birds, whistling through the sky, the roar of their engines deafening, as if they were going to tear the sky apart. By the lake, Chen Armorwood and Ma Huayun had already drunk all the wine, and at this time in their hearts, both of them were indescribably happy. Senior brother, after the battle, do you want to take Master with you and go to the hookah to listen to music? Satisfy Master's long-cherished wish of many years. Ma Huayun's thoughts were clear and he smiled happily. Chen Armorwood said, I think it's you who wants to go. I, Ma Huayun, am open and honest in this life, and I used to go to Clearwater Bay for pedicures and never went up to the 3rd floor. Chen Armorwood shook his head helplessly. Senior brother, must not be controlled by desire, making us just like evil demons. Ma Huayun said, I'm going to make a flight first. The sky, the black pressure of the aircraft group attacked, opened the strafing, the lake was shot by the boiling water, countless carp corpses rolled over, all the various birds around the periphery have been beaten into a sieve now. Senior brother, today, can you let me be the main character for once? Senior brother pleased. Chen Armorwood retreated 100 feet and sat cross-legged on a hilltop as if enjoying a doomsday blockbuster. Ma Huayun raised his hand and ruffled it, turning water into swords as hundreds of water swords rose up from the lake. The sound of gunfire was interspersed with Ma Huayun's brash and middle-of-the-road lines. All people have 7 emotions and 6 desires. When 13 emotions are intertwined in my heart, I comprehend a sword intent that is uniquely mine, and the name of this sword is, the 13 Swords of the Plum Blossom. From the first day of middle school, in the bustling classroom, I caught a glimpse of her sitting by the window. The sunlight sprinkled on her hair, and she broke into my heart without warning with a single glance and a smile. The heart of the first plum blossom is like water, and this life will not change the smile of Izzy. First sword. First encounter. The water swords suddenly accelerated, forming a plum blossom pile formation and shooting out as the dozen or so fighters at the front exploded. In the time to come, I often feigned a sidelong glance, following her every move. Plum blossoms as far as the eye can see. Second sword. Dark fragrance. Ma Huayun stood in the air. The grass and trees rustled under his feet. A dog-tail grass flew in. He raised his hand and grabbed it, chopping it out from top to bottom. A tank split in two. The driver, because he was sitting on the side, suddenly realized that the co-pilot moved sideways to the side. The two looked at each other. One of them directly drew his gun and drank his own bullet. Ahahahahaha. It hurts. A sword of cold light in the 19 states. The moon like a silver hook. Nian Buxiu. The third sword. 100 cuts to start a prairie fire. Ma Huayun's body is like a falcon, swooping down. The 100 cuts prairie half-stored power. Suddenly frowned. It seems that someone wants to steal his thunder. At this time in the distance, 3 silhouettes smashed down in the air. Iron Dragon, Zhang Ziong, and Chicken, with bloodshot eyes, bare hands and empty fists, in the battlefield as if no one was there. Iron Dragon lifted an armored car, ripped it apart with his bare hands, and threw it to Zhang Xiong, who kicked it in the air, sending half of the armored car flying into the sky and crashing into a plane. Senior Ma, we brothers have come to help you break the enemy. Chicken held a tank barrel like a spinning gyroscope, and wherever he passed, blood and flesh flew. Manhwa smiled blandly, and despised in his heart. 3 reckless people, only make brute force, and see my plum blossom 13 swords. You 3 are not bad, learn well. The 3 of them suddenly stopped, and collectively looked up to the sky. A one-armed middle-aged uncle, with scarlet eyes, maintained the posture of holding up his sword, with lightning flickering all around him, and in the sky, spiderweb-like lightning coils and knots, converging on the sword. Your 5th brother is awesome, simply handsome. The 3 Iron Dragon brothers shouted in unison. This is the Divine Sword Royal Thunder True Skill, a group damage skill. So envious. Holy, this skill is estimated to drop half a tube of aura, right? Manhwa was a bit displeased. Hey, you 3, what are you talking about? Pretty much get over it, it's not like he can hear you. At the top of the mountain, Chen Armorwood, who was sitting cross-legged, stretched and stood up. Koshiki, what are you doing? Chen Shilong's stern voice came from behind him. Chen Kajai looked back and saw a serious-faced master riding a giant cat, as well as Evelyn, whose eyes turned red and blue at times. Master, look how happy the master brothers are. Chen Armorwood smiled brightly. Chen Shiliang leaped down from the cat mountain, sighed patiently and said, May for the division always feel that this means of ours. Is it not a little too extreme? Chen Armorwood smiled faintly and suddenly asked, Master, do you eat beef? I've heard that there are 4 kinds of meat that Taoists don't eat. Beef, dog meat, oyster fish, and hongies. Do you think that if a person is about to die of starvation, and these are the only 4 things that are available, will my generation of cultivators eat or not eat them? If he doesn't eat, and his life is lost, how can he cultivate? How can he realize the great Tao? Haven't we always advocated the dual cultivation of mind and body? Eat? Master is not a pedant. Chen Shiliang said what was in his heart. He wasn't the kind of person who drilled into the bullseye with a single slice. It was just that there were choices that he usually had, and he respected the rules of the Taoist sect. I'll tell you what. I'll have your 5 learn how to cook steak, and we'll go back and fry it now. Chen Armorwood turned his words around and said in a deep voice, Strike out their armies and decimate any remnants that resist us. They have hijacked the wealth and resources of this world, basing their pleasure on the suffering of other nations. Shouldn't they be exterminated? The way of heaven is to make up for what is lost, as you always say. Chen Shiliang scratched his head, still feeling that something was wrong and couldn't tell. To kill the Japs is to set the Chinese free. To eat some plants is to set the animals free. That's what you said, right? No. Master was giving an example at the time, fearing that you would be brainwashed by those cultivators who don't eat meat. Chen Armorwood laughed sardonically and didn't bother to retort, raising his hand to beckon the mahogany sword and swirling the aura under his feet. Buzzing Chen Shiliang phone rang. He found that it was a domestic long map, and the 3 words Wei Dongchen were written on the caller ID. Wait a moment while Master takes a call. Hey, Wei, what's up? On the phone Wei Dongchen's voice was a little trembling. Chen Lao Dao. 3 things. I'll make a long story short. You grasp on your own. First, the Eisenweiler carrier group has almost entered our territorial waters. This time it's not a deterrent. It's here to fight for its life. Secondly, I know all about you guys playing a real-life version of the feudalists over in Los Angeles. And just one thing I'd like to warn you about. They're planning on using nukes. Thirdly, I told you not to hit me. We tapped your cell phone for the main purpose of your safety in the first place. And I heard everything your protege said just now. And I'm now a fan of his. Oh yeah. And fourth, 39 years ago, the Windex in your underwear was applied by old son. Chen Shiliang crushed the cell phone with his bare hands. His entire body's Taoist robe was windless. His hairpin crumbled, and his flowery white hair danced wildly, just like an old devil coming out of the gate. His eyes had suddenly turned red when he heard the word nuke. Good, 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 saying 3 good words in a row. Chen Shiliang's entire body was covered in black and red murderous aura, and the grievances that had been held back for decades exploded in full force at this moment. Good disciple. My master will accompany you young people in your madness today. What the heck, heaven has good virtue. No one can judge us in this world. Neither can God. My fate is up to me. Not heaven. Whether it's a demon or an immortal, we'll decide for ourselves. Rumbling, Chen Shiliang's status was in full swing, his body pulling up more than 100 meters. A giant leaping into the air and jumping into the battlefield. Dharma, heaven and earth. Master Dao, I'm going on a killing spree, dropping atomic bombs, right? Master Dao will first level the White House. Facing the master who had a sudden change in his drawing style, Chen Armorwood's jaw dropped, and this time it was his turn to scratch his head. No, not me, master. Isn't that a bit too extreme? You kid is my master. In terms of PUA, you call yourself second. No one dares to call you first. Giant Chen Shiliang joined the battlefield with the most primitive fighting style. A sweeping leg, a piece of armored division blood and flesh. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Master is invincible. Iron Dragon jumped out of the way and was almost swept away by Master's leg. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Master's big move is so fierce? At a base 200 kilometers away, an improvised command team was watching the live feeds coming back from the battlefield. A face like death. The guys are all 5-star generals. Several also participated in the Gulf War, the Syrian War, the Middle East War. Are excellent commanders? The veterans honed in the actual battle. A scene blew up on the big screen, washing over their brains, and 3 minutes ago, one had a heart attack and died right where it was. What now? General Kosel has suffered a sudden myocardial infarction and is not breathing. What's the word from Congress? Those old things are already packing up and starting to run. News of the battlefield is still under lockdown, and the masses don't know about it yet. With this kind of momentum, there's no way to block it off. They're going to hit the city soon. A few veteran generals scratched their ears, their hearts full of remorse. Who instituted the island beheading program in the first place? He should be sentenced to hang. Back to you, sir. It was drawn up by General Kosel. Farking squid. The operations command center was a mess. No one could come up with a reasonable response. And an hour ago, the representatives of the 7 plutocratic families, all of them were reduced to pieces, and the presidential palace had long since fallen. How about we surrender? It's the Federation's honor to lose to the Sky God. The army's been routed for a long time. And you think no one raised the white flag just now? Mostly, they were turned into sandwiches by a kick. They are trying to destroy the empire. Fear, anxiety, spread through the house. Prepare to use a nuclear strike. Agreed. 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 One aging general objected. What about the people of Los Angeles? There's no time to evacuate. Men, drag this heretic out of here. Chapter 106, Going Downtown. What Master says is true. Grapes and fine wine in a night-glowing cup. Wanting to hear the plum blossoms urging on the horse, drunkenly lying on the battlefield. Do not laugh. How many people have come back from ancient conquests? Manhwa shattered the propeller of the fighter jet with one punch and turned his eyes to Gue Wu, who was tens of meters away. Gue 5. Let's compete to see who can hit more airplanes. Bring out your humble details. Gue V chortled, ignoring it, and sidestepped a missile, which flew back. The one-armed uncle didn't even look at it, and with a backward lift of his sword, the sword energy shattered the missile and exploded. It can no longer be compared to a few pros frying fish in a newbie zone. It's almost like a pro player full-leveled and hanging on to beat up a bunch of newbie village whites who don't know how to point their skills yet. At this time, there was a change. Above the sky, clouds rolled over, brilliant heavenly power, and thunder and lightning gradually converged. Is it your 5th senior brother's divine sword royal thunder true technique? Giganticized Chen Shiliang frowned and discreetly shook his head gently. The lightning was different this time. Not the cobwebby kind, but millstone-thick lightning coiled and intertwined. Purple blue and purple blue. Chen Shiliang suddenly exclaimed. It's a heavenly tribulation. Heavenly thunder robbery. Chen Armorwood raised his eyes, feeling pressure in this world for the first time since he had started his immortal cultivation. Ding! We've detected that the host is about to undergo a thunderbolt. Ding! There are 4 heavenly robberies, pointing at 4 people. Ding! Never before seen in history. 4 people are experiencing the thunderbolt together. Chen Shiliang roared in alarm. Not good. The thunderbolt is coming for the 4 of us. Mu, Huan Yun, Gue Fu. It seems that both worlds are shackled by the heavenly Tao, and we've invoked too much mana for the heavenly Tao to allow it. What to do? What to do? You guys can't carry it at all. Chen Shiliang, who had fused the memories of the 2 worlds, knew the power of this kind of thunderbolt, and he himself had carried the heavenly thunderbolt once in that side of the world, and had almost received a box lunch. The lightning split into 4 paths, with the thickest one being over 3 meters in diameter and unusually huge as it flew towards Chen Shiliang. The other 3 channels are roughly 1 meter thick, smashing through the clouds to lock the most of them present. Damn it! Why should poor Taoist have to endure the fiercest one? Chen Shiliang spat. If a machine gun is as powerful as an 8-year-old boy spitting at you and only annoying you, missiles are like throwing rocks, then this heavenly thunder robbery is the feeling of dozens of cooks waving machetes and chasing them all the way from the southern heavenly gate to the east road of Penglai. The other 3 were immediately cautious, and the pressure brought about by the heavenly thunder tribulation directly caused them to be somewhat breathless. Successful completion of the ferry is a great success, and failure of the ferry is a flag to cover the coffin. Disciples, fight! Chen Shiliang cheered the group on. After a pause, Chen Shiliang swallowed his saliva and changed his words. Run. Go to the downtown area to cross over. Heaven has the virtue of goodness. There are many innocent people in the downtown area. Perhaps heaven will be lenient. Chen Shiliang's body resized and realized that the thunderbolt hadn't gotten any smaller. Wanting to curse even more. Go downtown. As Master said, there are lightning rods downtown. Master, isn't it said that the heavens have the virtue of goodness? I see that the thunderbolt killed these soldiers without any hesitation at all. What time is it? You're still fooling us? Manhwa said while looking back at the lightning behind his ass. Let's fly higher. Chen Shiliang was just guessing. The idea had no previous reference at all. Downtown L.A. is up ahead. Speed up. Just try it. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Zip, 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 zip. Los Angeles, a beautiful city. Like a bright pearl set in the west coast of the empire. Exudes a unique charm. The air is filled with romance and freedom. The streets were bustling with all kinds of luxury cars, and the business district was so crowded that many pedestrians began to look up. In the sky, 4 purple-blue thunder pythons swirled and flew, with 4 small humanoid black dots in front of them. At that moment, 2 missiles came in from both sides, and accelerating suddenly all around. The missiles hit the thunderbolt, and the fragments burned and crashed down below, some of them landing not far from the mountain, which could have caused a huge fire if not extinguished in time. What to do? It doesn't work at all. Ah, Master, flying like this consumes a lot, Manhwa asked anxiously. Suddenly, he felt that his whole body was lighter, and his speed instantly increased by several times. He was surprised and inclined his head to look at Chen Armorwood and Guiwu, and found that the big group had inexplicably accelerated, and instantly distanced themselves from the heavenly robberies. The skin on Chen Shiliang's cheeks began to crack, and he kept overdrawing his own aura, hauling the crowd to land on a rooftop. The 4 of them were able to catch their breath and look out at the sky lightning robberies that were slowly flying in the distance. With the city's traffic at their feet, Chen Shiliang somehow started talking nonsense. Let bygones be bygones. There are plenty of good girls. Chen Shiliang's voice was soft. Gue Wu, you are the most down-to-earth. If you want to cultivate in the future, cultivate. If you don't want to cultivate, go down the mountain. If you like to sing, sing. Let He Wei give you a column. Master, what are you doing? Chen Armorwood had an ominous premonition, and his voice trembled a little. Chen Shiliang smiled miserably and said sagely, Your master, I have a plan in my heart. Heavenly tribulation is nothing. You 3, when things come up in the future, you need to consult more. Chen Shiliang pressed his hands on the tops of Manhwa and Guiwu's heads respectively, forcibly extracting their yuan shun. Without the mana over there and becoming an ordinary person, you won't have to undergo the heavenly thunder tribulation. Chen Shiliang took a step out. His entire body's aura unreservedly exuded, several times stronger than above the battlefield just now. Master, Chen Imu realized that the old man was trying to carry it all by himself. Chen Shiliang looked back and pressed down with a palm. Chen Armorwood's knees sank, and for this brief moment of hesitation, Chen Shiliang had already rushed over. Master, of the 4 heavenly robberies, 2 seemed to have lost their target and slid 90 degrees upwards, intertwining like twine and falling down from the top of their heads towards Chen Shiliang. There was also one that struck Chen Armorwood horizontally. It was intercepted head-on by Chen Shiliang, and the heavenly lightning shot at his chest as he stepped forward in the air instead of retreating. The thicker one then struck, similarly impacting his chest. When 2 thunderbolts fell overhead, the sky of Los Angeles is like the sun exploding. Stabbing people cannot open their eyes, blinding a few seconds before the crowd can see clearly. The sky there is an old Chinese Taoist priest, baptized in the thunder pool. Oh, it's Thor. Why can he summon lightning without a hammer? Chen Armorwood stayed full open, eyes wet and reddish, surrounded by black gas. A roar, as if half the city ground shaking. Master, this old man is actually quite good. Before Chen Jiamu just came that will. The old man fooled him to planting. No matter if he is good or not, Chen Shiliang always smile and say good job. What meal didn't the old man give him a few more pieces of meat in his bowl? Chen Shiliang was in the middle of a thunder pool, his mind going through the motions as if his life had begun to fast forward. Oh, so what the ancestors said was true. There's not much to say about my life, except that I've taken on a few good disciples and saved a few lives, especially the young disciple Chen Jiamu, who is the reincarnation of an immortal, so that the old Taoist me, also become an immortal. Worth it. Young people are under a lot of pressure and need more encouragement. Kogi, this kid, used to be too good looking, and when he realized that the more he tried, the more powerless he became, he had an inferiority complex. It's not his fault, it's the times. People low self-esteem is too much. The brain is easy to enter a dead end. Either do not love to talk, not love to communicate, or overly love to show their own, become others in the eyes of the people of the fun. He's not a psychopath by any stretch of the imagination, just a chap who wants to get things done but doesn't know how. This disciple of the poor Taoist is so good, you can't even find him by hitting the lantern. The loving voice carried a contented smile. Koshiki Master will protect you just as much when he goes over there. Afterwards, Chen Shiliang was reduced to pieces. The thunderbolt dispersed and the wind was light. Ding! The back mountain ancestor has been detected helping the host to break away from the devil's path and is willing to die. Ding! Complete the hidden mission. Once a teacher, always a father. Seal the host's demonic heart. Seal the host's demonic skill. Xian Tianjiu Chang. Reward upgrade. The host can be promoted to the 5 Chi. Chapter 107, the next topic. According to our latest news, a Chinese American who sought help from the local police in Sin City was taken hostage by immortals on the streets of Los Angeles and forcibly repatriated to his home country. Below, watch the footage coming in from the field. A man wearing a motorcycle helmet in front of Ame's restaurant at the south gate of Shinseki City's flavorful snack street is trying to explain his bizarre encounter to the camera over and over again. According to Surfing News, the fire in Los Angeles has burned 165 square kilometers of land, destroyed or rendered uninhabitable at least 12,000 buildings, and displaced nearly 100,000 residents. According to the California Fire Department, initial estimates suggest that the economic damage caused by the fire could be as high as $250 billion. From Russia's Channel 1, a military base in the Karimak Gobi, north of Los Angeles, exploded. The scene has traces of the aftermath of the Great War. The U.S. one-sided fallen soldiers are still being counted. Countless warplanes have fallen, and U.S. stocks have plummeted, which could bring about a third global financial tsunami. No force has declared responsibility for the incident. Foreign folk media reports paranormal phenomena in the Karimak Gobi, with Chinese immortals descending to the earth and thrashing imperial troops. Tune in below to watch an international news story about a carrier group from the Eagle Jam Nation attempting to invade our territorial waters, and the nation is on a level 1 alert. Economy Channel, the price of gold has skyrocketed. Kyoto, Secret Service Headquarters Office. The teacup shattered on the ground. Wei Dongchen's eyes were moist, and his already pale cheeks seemed to have aged another 10 years. Not long ago, he had received the news that Chen Shiliang had been split into pieces by lightning, at first in disbelief, then in shock, then in sadness. The news came from Lin Weidong, who had been hidden by a man who had given him room and board. The war on Los Angeles ended hastily with heavy enemy losses. The carrier group has been hovering on the edge of our territorial waters, not retreating and not advancing, performing the usual deterrent tactics of eagle sauce. Have you contacted Chun Aimu and the others? Wei Dongchen asked. He had a premonition that the godman should be somewhere recuperating. Wei Luo, contacted once. He is not willing to accept our help. Chen Aimu's family, protect them, send more manpower, and if you really can't, bring them to Kyoto. Alright, Wei. Xincheng, Xianghe Garden District. Liang Meiwan felt that there were many more unfamiliar neighbors in the district, and she had a feeling that she was being spied on, and she didn't know whether it was an illusion or not. Early in the morning, Liang Meiwan riding an electric car to send Shenjiji to school. Passing through the traffic lights, there is a car grabbed the yellow light, hit his mother and daughter. The driver reacted quickly. A kick in the brakes. Mother and daughter nothing serious. The electric car and the head of the car kissed a mouth. BMW 7 Series with a light scratch on the front end. There was not much going on. The driver was a little crazy, said Liang Meiwan with a child did not know to let the car, talking a little cursing. Liang Meiwan was reluctant, put the electric car across and asked the driver to apologize. Who are you calling blind? Keep your mouth clean. Liang Meiwan had never been a rebellious master, and with the lack of a man in the family, if she didn't get tough, she would be bullied to death sooner or later. Am I wrong? I don't know that turning lets you go straight, do I? This car of mine. I just repainted it yesterday. Forget it, I won't let you pay for it. I won't talk to you as a common citizen. In fact, both were in a hurry to take their children to school, and in the BMW, there was a little boy, lying on the window, watching curiously as his father argued with a strange aunt, Chen Ji, who had slipped to the window of the car at an unknown time, knocked on the glass with her small hand. Hey, kid! The glass of the car slowly fell, and the little boy, who looked 2 or 3 years younger than Chen Ji, stood on the back chair and stuck his head out. What for? The boy was dressed in a small suit, very much like a rich young man. Eat pistachios, no? Chen Ji spread her hands, a handful of pistachios in her hand, crunching and biting one open and breaking it in half. The little boy took it and put it in his mouth and chewed. Call sister. Sis, is it good? Not bad. Here, you come up. I've got chocolate here. Oh, good. Chen Jiji nonchalantly got into the car, and the venue was unusually luxurious. The boy graciously took out the Godiva chocolates sold by the piece, and it was said that one seemed to cost a couple dozen dollars. Chen Jiji, which has eaten such expensive chocolate. Usually the top is $5 a packet of McLeod's. It's so barren and delicious. Whimpering. Your pistachios are good too. Have they been sitting for a long time and gotten a little skinny? Is that your dad? Chen Jiji suddenly asked. Ah, yeah, is that your mom? Aha. Outside the window of the car, the two adults do not know where the stubbornness to the tendons was not much. Maybe each other, said the other's soft underbelly. No one will not let anyone, Liang Meiwan, want an apology, or a better attitude even if the man died not to apologize. Think the woman unreasonable. The number of people watching from the surrounding area is also increasing. The man was ready to call the police. Blocking the intersection wasn't that great. He had just taken out his phone and hadn't even dialed it when he saw a group of police running over in a panic. The leader should be the chief of the local traffic police detachment. He has seen. The back seems to be from the criminal police. A bunch of people, hooting and hollering, making it look like they're here to fight terrorism. A few of them, who looked to be moving ably in civilian clothes, silently surrounded Liang Meiwan, subconsciously separating the crowd. Before the man could speak, two police officers directly took out handcuffs. As if the man had the slightest resistance, he was going to handcuff him. Officer, hey, no, let me call bureau, how okay? The man was speechless for a while and looked at the expressionless female bodhisattva on the side. Where is my daughter? Chen Jiji. Chen Jiji. A bewildered Liang Meiwan suddenly realized that her daughter had disappeared. Not far away, a little head sprang out of the car window and flinched. Mom, I'm here. Come out, little brother, and say hello to your aunt. But another head stuck out. Hello, auntie. Liang Meiwan breathed a sigh of relief and took out her cell phone to dial her son's number. Hey, I do not know that child, a wooden. In the Wudong mountain, how it is. So many days, do not know to give home a phone call. Hey, son, somewhere in a mountain range in Los Angeles. Chen Armour would hit his master and brothers and then prepared to comprehend the mysteries of the 5 Chi Chao Yuan. He would never be willing to stop. The phone rang. Mom, I'm in. Chapter 108, Return to China. On that day, there were 2 clusters of red and blue skeletonized beads overlooking the empire. One of Fan Lijian Z beads from Chenjiamu, and one of Li Z beads from the museum. The 2 beads of thunder and fire, coiled into the torch of the Statue of Liberty. This was Chen Shiliang's handiwork before he fell. Above New York, a row of Chinese characters emerged from the lightning-twisted flames, visible to all. The weather is grandiose, and my path is flourishing. 6 airplanes formed an angle and tried to probe the situation. The Statue of Liberty torches within the offshock 2 pearls, thunder and fire, and the airplane explodes. The sky reproduces the text. To put it bluntly, anyone who doesn't listen is sharked. Over New York, silence, dark, cramped, dilapidated old warehouse somewhere in Los Angeles. Yesterday, the cultivation world Yuanshan detached a few people and a cat, returned to normal. Since Chen Shiliang for the disciples to undergo the heavenly lightning robbery fell, the world's short-lived craziness was pressed the pause button. However, there were exceptions to everything, such as Chen Armour Wood, whose existence had always been that of a Bujin in this world. He was still a transcendent, the only transcendent, by far, by no means. In this world, there was no lack of auras. What was lacking was people who could absorb them. Chen Armour Wood sat on his knees for the night, and in the early morning, slowly opened his eyes and spread out his palm. A phantom as white as water vapor gradually materialized and converged into the appearance of Chen Shiliang. Asterisk. Master has become a soul Manhwa Yun, who was eating bread at the side, got excited. Gue Wu, the 3 Iron Dragon brothers, and Evelyn, Lin Wei Dong all gathered around. Chen Armour Wood wiped away the sweat on his forehead and let out a sigh of relief. It's finally done. Dozens of hours ago, he had exchanged Chen Shiliang's immortal soul in this world at the cost of dispersing his 5 Qi. To put it simply, Chen Armour Wood was currently still at the cultivation level of peak air refining, could float in the air, imperialize objects, send out waves, and was at the pinnacle of martial arts. But the upper limit of reserve aura was more than 100 times higher than before. After he settled down, his Yuanshan went to the immortal cultivation world and discussed with Chen Shiliang, who was rather simple and crude. He was too disappointed with this real world and did not want to go back, especially after listening to Chen Armour Wood's theories. He felt that the real world was hopeless, and sooner or later it would be destroyed by humans playing with themselves. Chen Armour Wood was not. There was family, there were masters and brothers, There is his sister who knows how to be smart and has a high EQ and IQ. He is not all alone and not that spontaneous. Concerned for his safety, his master asked him to return to his country and accept the enthronement. Brother Lin, did you get what I asked you to get? Chen Imu asked. Lin Weidong took out a box of incense from his backpack, as well as an incense burner, and a black and white photo of Chen Xiliang with a big word Daiyin written on it. Chen Jiamu shook his head with a bitter smile and said, "There's no need for this photo. Incense and candles are enough. Come and offer incense to master." A few people were bewildered, but they were still involved in lighting incense and kneeling down as requested by Chen Armorwood. Smoke convergence to the mid-air in figurative Chen Xiliang fusion. Slowly smoke like Chen Xiliang demeanor came to life. Eyes from confusion gradually clear. Smoke like old Taoist master pinched his waist, overlooking the surrounding environment. A few people were getting excited. Nima master had come back to life, but in a spirit state. Holy, master, really? Ma Huayun looked up with a mixture of shock and joy. Nonsense. It must be true. You won't let master clear his mind even in death. You little brats. You really don't let people worry about you. The smoky Chen Xiliang spat. The crowd was shocked and delighted, asking questions, and in the end, the questions pointed to when they would still be able to possess the body of their Yuanshan and cast immortal spells and the like. Lin Weidong had long since seen it, and he had, at the moment, even changed his beliefs. Master Xiaodao, contact has been made with the consulate. We can return home at any time. Because of the deterrent over New York, the empire compromised, and Trump requested to personally escort you home. Aha! You arrange it. Chen Armorwood had no problem with that. Now with a new mission, returning to his home country to establish his own dojo, so that his master could be supported by incense and maintain his presence in this world. Lin Weidong arched his hand in greeting and walked out of the door, coming to a corner, where in the shadows of the wall roots stood the back of a stalwart man. The man heard the footsteps and turned his head. His face was 7 or 8% similar to Chen Armorwood's, and he looked like he had been waiting for a long time. Beforehand, it was this man, who had secretly saved Lin Weidong and placed him in contact with the motherland. You really don't intend to go in and take a look, old Chen? Lin Weidong had a serious expression. The man shook his head and threw the keys of an SUV to Lin Weidong. My identity, don't give it away. The man finished and turned to leave. The same day, the embassy in the U.S. sent someone and took care of everything. The latest news from the central bank. The State Council Information Office has publicly publicized that Chinese Taoism is a carrier of traditional culture, and it says that the Taoist magical powers are no superstition, let alone witchcraft. We have to look at it scientifically. Above. Available online. 3 days later, the Kyoto airport. There are Chine with them a few people. Off the plane, pick up the scene without the so-called gongs and drums. Red flags, a line of people. Solemn, but extremely important. Several of the lords of the shoguns received them in person and held a state banquet. On the following day, approved by the State Religious Affairs Bureau and the China Taoist Association, the Xinqing Taoist College was established in a vacant lot at the North Lake on New 6th Street in Xinqing City. The college is a higher education institution for cultivating Taoist talents, integrating education, training, research and exchange. It covers an area of more than 30 acres and plans to build 20,000 square meters of song-like structure teaching facilities, equipped with teaching building, office building, library, dormitory building, scientific research building, exchange center, catering building, and Taoist-style fitness facilities, etc. After completion, it will be able to accommodate more than 1,000 people in teaching and lodging. Tuition, $1,800/year, including room and board. Courses offered, for major categories, political theory courses, basic cultural courses, specialized courses in Taoism, and courses in literature, sports and arts. President, Chen Carmu. Vice President and Director of Publicity, Ma Huayun. Vice President and Director of Logistics, Yang Kuai-Shui. Teachers, T. Lung, Zhang Ziong, Mr. Wei. Admissions brochure. Faith and moral character, love for the motherland. Good behavior. Need to abide by the rules and regulations of the college during the school period. Age and education, age 16 years and above. High school and above, adjustable as appropriate. Physical and mental condition, physically and mentally healthy. No bad habits. Registration hotline, 135************************************************************************************************************************************่College purpose, may everyone have immortal cultivation. Love to believe or not. January 19, 2025. Senior brother. Opening an academy and accepting disciples can really bring master back to life? Incense offerings can at least sustain the master's divine soul in this world. Xin Chang. North Lake. The best place for feng shui. Excavators are working day and night. This place was originally planned to be a commercial center and a school, rotten for almost 10 years. At first it was mainly to sell the surrounding houses. Now that the house is sold out, the school and commercial center have not even been built, and the surrounding property owners have repeatedly called the mayor's hotline, and have always received enthusiastic and spirited replies, day after day, year after year, to no avail. But a stream of smoke came out of Chen Jiamu's pocket, and by the lake, there was one more smoky old Taoist priest. Master just returned from a divine journey to the immortal cultivation world. One good news and one bad news. Which one do you listen to first? Chapter 109 Shinseki Taoist College. Good news. The sect leader and I have ascertained that the Holding Room Grand Hall Phalanx has become the only bridge between the two worlds. All because of your special characteristics, opening up the two worlds that should not have influenced each other. What about the bad news? Previously, there were 4 demonic cultivators Yuanshin that mixed into the real world at the time of your demonization. Chen Armor would frown and asked, is it powerful? I don't know. By the way, you have brought what you wanted for the master. Chen Jiamu took out a roll of white paper, and then Chen Shiliang exhaled, and scorching marks appeared on the paper, gradually forming densely packed words. White paper a compound one. Chen Shiliang spit out the smoke, such as a human printer. Paper above, constantly presenting the text, pounded for a long time, all reproduced. Manhwa asked curiously, what is this? The Yellow Court Sutra, but it's the immortal world's version, not the same as ours here. Chen Shiliang added, Master, we can cultivate over here as well? Manhwa face showed joy. This world is full of spiritual qi. This sutra is divided into the Yellow Court Inner View Jade Sutra and the Yellow Court Outer View Jade Sutra. In addition to the 36 chapters of the main text, there are also the 10 Great Cave Heavens, the 36 smaller Cave Heavens, the method of unraveling the fetus in 12 junctions, and the Taiching Zhonghuang Jinjin Sutra, which, as a matter of course, can be cultivated by mortals. Master has copied them all over, so take your time to study them. Manhwa, senior brother, call me along when you practice. Let's practice together. Chen Armor would inclined his head and said, I don't need these. After this goes back, you and Gue Wu study it. The academy is short of teachers. When the school year starts, the high and low have to show their hand in front of the students. Aha. Manhwa nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. The main reason for us to run a school is to gather the strength of all the cultivators to help Master rebuild his physical body. I've thought about it, and teaching the Real thing is first and foremost about character. Chen Armorwood emphasized. Not far away, on the side of the highway, an imposing limousine slowly braked to a halt. The spring-faced Yue got out of the car and jogged all the way over. Master Xiao Dao, I just finished a meeting with a couple of people in charge of the construction. 2 months of playing hard to get, and it'll be finished. Yue looked toward the eye smoke like Chen Shiliang, arching his hand and bowed, the old Taoist master 1,000 generations. Chen Shiliang grunted and poofed back into Chen Keijai's pocket. Old he, it's hard work, and it's not such a rush. You do not know, the main thing is that we have money in place. Give all the cash, a section of the accounts, but also prepaid deposit. Such a project, where they go to find. Now a lot of construction sites are stopped, but also owe accounts. You do not do business do not know. Hiwei proudly said, right, this card, for you. Hiwei took out a black card from his briefcase and handed it over with both hands. It is? Our camel media went public. Xiao Dao Master, it's all your face. Now several domestic business giants take turns to invite me to drink tea. Aya. You don't know can't even push it off. Hiwei was blunt, with gratitude in his tone. When the first time to engage in martial arts wind, stud Chen A would, really should be the 4 words of the strange goods. I don't want the card. It's too much trouble to tie it back and forth. Just transfer some money to my card. I'm going back to my home to give my mom and sister a peace report. Chen Keijai waved his hand and left the site. At first, Chen Jiamu wanted to build a school at the original address of Yuanhang Taoist Seminar, but Chen Shiliang disagreed, saying that a big construction in that place would break the feng shui of Zhou village, and that the village was too remote and inconvenient for the students. When the state banquet, Chen Jiamu mentioned a mouth. What a piece of land in the letter to the city. Build a school. Then the Secretary of the Ministry of War, the Secretary of the Ministry of Rights, the Secretary of the Ministry of Household and so on the big brother. The scene on the phone to the Provincial Party Committee of Haizhou Province to coordinate this matter. Chen Jiamu and his parties returned to China, belonging to the internal reception. His deeds in Los Angeles, the people do not know, but the bigwigs understand clearly. At that time gave a very high honor. Chen Jiamu politely refused. This kind of fame and fortune does not mean much to him. When they received the notice from the higher-ups, It scared the people in the provincial party committee, thinking that they were going to build a military base or something. Overnight, the leadership of the City of Faith met and arrested the developer who had been occupying the site for 10 years without any construction work. Overnight to do the tender. The next day bidding, the same day the opening of the tender, Hiwei's Camel Media won the bid. The Faith City Taoist Academy program was established immediately and the plaques are ready. Hiwei was late that day because of diarrhea, and before he could go to the quotation, he received a call that his company had won the bid, and suddenly felt that the business was too good to be true. The budgeted funds were paid directly into Camelot Media's public account, and the construction process was given the green light all the way through, with the full cooperation of all departments. See, the little Taoist master does not sit in the car. Hiwei also do not come together. Drive yourself on the lake road to blow the wind, and look at the progress of the construction site. Xin Chang, Xianhe Garden District. Chen Jiamu just walked to the door of the district. The phone rang, looked at the balance. 2 million. Incidentally, there is also a text message from Hiwei, Xiaodao Master. Public to private transfer limit. Not enough, you just say. Chen Jiamu locked the screen phone, bought a bunch of carnations at the entrance flower store, and bought 3 pounds of sugar-fried chestnuts, and entered the gate of the district. Small neighborhood garden. Is playing bullfighting with a few boys. Little girl as a bull, others holding a red cloth. The little girl rushed. The girl, with her 2 cowlicks, was very brave, her head weaving in and out of the red cloth, with a certain air of crashing through the south wall. She suddenly turned her head and accelerated violently. Brother! Brother! Chen Ji, running in the wrong direction. The shouts of his little friend came from behind him. The little girl turned a deaf ear to the shouts behind her, and rushed towards Chen Imu with a brain. Chen Keijai opened his arms, and Chen Ji made a big jump in the air, his legs coiled around his oldest brother's waist, his head bobbing left and right. Mom said you were coming back today, so I was waiting downstairs for you first thing in the morning. Chen Jiamu wanted to put Chen Ji down, but found his old sister clinging to him like an octopus. Aha! Did you eat? Eaten? Oh no, not eaten. Here. Whoosh. Chen Ji slid down, unwrapped the bag of sugar-fried chestnuts, sat down by the neighborhood flower pool and peeled the skin with her hard incisors. Brother, how long will you stay back this time? Not going. Chen Jiamu smiled and he, stroking his oldest sister's head. Chen Keijai, at school, did anyone bully you? Kiki-chan, I never bully anyone. Kiki, ha, want to fly? What? Brother will teach you to fly. Will you learn? Chapter 110, previewing the new chapter, 2 more chapters in the evening. Hey, have you heard? We're opening a Taoist academy in Daxing City. Aha, the online renderings are out. Will it be a branch of the Zhejiang Province Taoist College? I don't think so. Did you watch the news? It was a Taoist priest named Chen who led the opening. My 6th uncle works for the Cultural and Tourism Bureau. Don't think it's another official gimmick to boost the tourism economy. 1,000 times true. The enrollment will start after the new year. In the afternoon in the Times Square to start counting the intention to enroll students. Let's also go to take a look. During the winter vacation, a few scum who estimated that they could only go to the 3rd grade in the downtown Super God Internet Cafe came together to discuss. Now can go to the Internet Cafe to play people. Most of the play is sentiment. Is the atmosphere? Lin Junbao. Is this Internet Cafe regulars? He went to the boarding system Pheasant High School. His parents are working in the south, followed by the grandma and grandpa to live. The old man can't control him at all. For him, the classroom desk is used to sleep on his back. It is not easy to mix the 3 years of high school. No surprise, go to a Pheasant University. The probability of the future is to enter the factory to play screws. Lin Junbao wasn't the kind of person who was born a scum. It was just that he couldn't keep up after the course was broken. So he simply gave up completely. It wasn't that he didn't want to learn, but he really couldn't learn anymore. In fact, at this age, it's already pretty good that he didn't go down an evil path. He heard a person next to him discussing, casually clicked on the web page. Baidu checked. There really is such a Taoist college. I'll go. A year 1800. Tube live. Lin Junbao wiped his eyes and thought that this was a new type of pyramid scheme, and finally saw the official certification of the Education and Sports Bureau and the Religious Affairs Bureau. And it was also on the local TV news. Credibility pulled full circle. Nowadays, the tuition fee for a random Pheasant University is tens of thousands of dollars a year. So where to mix is not to mix. It's just a student intake up here. It's not like you're a Buddhist monk, so you can just rush it mindlessly. Using his cell phone, Lin Junbao called the number of the admissions office posted on the website. Hello, how are you? This is the admissions office of the Faith City Taoist Academy. Hello, is this Director Ma? Director Ma is busy. I'm Nyo Mei from the admissions office. You can call me MS. Nyo, Mr. Lu, I would like to inquire about our academy. What do we study? Oh, about the curriculum. The website can be checked. By the way, there is an enrollment meeting in the afternoon in the sports plaza. You can go to the scene if you have time. Yes, thank you. Lin Junbao hung up the phone, feeling reliable. It's not like the school is on a profit model. It's supposed to be the state that allocates money for education and cultural confidence. In the afternoon, a lot of people gathered around the Xin Chang Sports Plaza, where a temporary display screen in the center of the plaza played a promotional video for the college, showing some 3D renderings and introductions to the classrooms and dormitories. The environment is simply great. It's still a new Chinese design style, interspersed with some Chen Jiamu playing Taijiquan, playing dragon fighting video, a variety of special effects explosion, like a fantasy blockbuster. The corner labeled with, pay attention to identify AI special effects. There is also a video of Ma Huayun flying with a sword and blowing up the lake with his true chi in the immortal cultivation world, and it looks like it was carefully edited by a professional post-production staff. Handsome as hell. At first, for the sake of the college's enrollment, Ma Huayun considered whether to put some satellite shots of the Battle of Los Angeles, and then for fear of too great an impact, it was dropped. And this video was also preserved. And in the future, it will be released to the internal trainees to watch. Everything seems reasonable and unreasonable. The promotional video ends with a cozy replay of all the disciples of the Taoist training class, making dumplings in Jotsuan. And as the background music ends, the picture ends with a couplet written by Chen Shilian when he was young. There is nothing in the world as good as practicing, and nothing in the world as difficult as eating. And the banner, believe in science. We, servant, ahem. Hello, all you boyish youths. I'm Xin Chang Taoist Academy, Director of Admission Office, Ma Huayun. On the dais below the display, a Taoist-robed Ma Huayun put down his microphone and performed a Taoist salute. Poor Taoist Ma Huayun, I bow to you. Support for online search verification. Fellow travelers, I'm not the one who wrote that. The subsequent style of writing is still relaxed and happy. Saving unhappy. The outline is being perfected. To be honest, several times I wanted to ejaculate. Invincible text is really difficult to write. What do you guys want to read can be left here. Grabbing floating? Feng Shui? Cultivation of immortality for all? Female lead? Immortal power traveling through the real world? Etc. New character call for students. You can leave a message here. Name, personality, male and female. If used, the author sends a red envelope and private message to thank. Chapter 111, Mermaids. Have you seen the movie? Mr. He. May I ask why you are bidding for this piece of land in the North Lake countryside at 10 times the price? What about this land in North Lake? It's the most environmentally friendly and luxurious project we've ever collectively used to develop. So he's not something that can be measured in terms of how much money can be spent. Okay. Thanks. Since this small half a year, he weigh business like a cracker. Others cannot take the project he dares to take. Others cannot touch the project he touched. Others do not dare to shuttle. He came to shuttle. It can be said that the wind and water. Xinqing North Lake by Garden Single Family Villa. Property boy greeted a few workers to place 2 stone lions in the entrance gate of the house of He. He Wei was wearing a black silk robe and a mustache, standing in the hall of his new home with a spring in his step, and the decoration was not too much to say that it was opulent. The BGM plays an old Hong Kong movie Cantonese classic, Ask the World If This Mountain Is the Highest. Today's dinner was special. During the day he took a piece of broken land in the North Lake countryside at 10 times the price of the bidding. What era is this? But also engage in real estate. Not pure brain bubble? This modest little third-tier city has a few out-of-town business bigwigs here tonight. The red sports car braked to a halt, driven by a buxom, sexy businesswoman, followed by a top-of-the-line red flag sedan with infinite sentiments. Down came a man with gray hair and high spirits. In the sky, a ruthless man in a leopard print suit wearing a flying machine slowly fell. Fourth master. Roland. Wow. Mr. Zhang, you're so punctual today? He Wei made air hugs with his hands and shook hands with the visitors one by one. I heard you bought North Lake countryside and are going to open a 90-year-old Conti. I have to be on time for once. I do apologize profusely for seeing something good and getting my hands dirty. Wow. Look at what a great place North Lake country is. Such a big piece of land. North Lake is considered a nice place? I wonder if you're in real estate. Can you do the math? I won't. The fourth master and Roland will on the line. No matter how much they offer, I will follow them as usual. And it will always be only 1 bite expensive. What sword Saint Dokoroku's best move? There is no trick. BGM, invincible is much, how lonely. Invincible is much, how empty. Roland and the fourth master are losing money by buying the North Lake countryside. They're doing it to raise the property prices in the neighborhood. You have a hair in your neighborhood? Not a single one. And you're alone. Ask for help, you. Mr. Zhang, Mr. He is going to treat us to a Romane Conti tonight. If you keep talking like that, he won't. Roland, you're falling on your sword by talking like that. This project of Xiaohe's, I think it's going to lose at least $300 million. And still let us make $600 million in a nonsensical way. Xiaohe, you are a great man. If North Lake can be filled in, it's a great deal of money. The North Lake is a national reservoir, involving the people of Xinjiang's drinking water, and the Heavenly Kings can't fill it even if they come. After filling in, water diversion from the Izandian Reservoir to Yangshan, south of the city through the South Bay Lake, for water together, so that not only can fundamentally solve the problem of yellowing tap water caused by the silting of pipelines in the old city, but also open up the north-south transportation. This project has been approved by the province. Direct funding, the budget at least 10 billion. What hi you hey poot? The leopard print attired Mr. Zhang suddenly got serious and snatched over a piece of paper. What is it? Fill lake approval. No more games. Mr. What do you plan to do after this lake is filled? Our company has recently been planning an eco-resort project. Growing vegetables. What? That's right. It is to grow vegetables. President Chen has a request. The students of the Xin Cheng Taoist College must eat organic vegetables. Meat should also be fresh farmers' own farmed. They are children. Our growing body. He searched around for suppliers and simply couldn't find any that supplied purely natural and naturally grown organic vegetables. The main reason was that he wanted large quantities. Now are industrialized. Pure natural. In addition to some farmers grow their own point of their own food. If you sell, no fertilizer, no pesticides. The yield is too low. The growth of slow not to mention. Half of them are eaten by insects. Xinjiang this place. Soil and water is suitable. For seasons, known as the country's permanent livable city. Rice, wheat, all kinds of vegetables can grow. He because of the timeliness, set up the vegetable plot next to the institution, so that every day the students can eat fresh vegetables pulled from the ground, and the refrigerator is saved. Breeding class cannot be less. First of all, the animals should be free-ranging, separated out some open space. Ask professionals to clean up the feces, said to fill the lake, but not all fill. Of course, to leave a part of the waters for the animals to freely frolic and bathe. This makes the meat delicious and nutritious. Hemp ducks, local chickens, geese and so on must also be arranged. Cattle, sheep and so on to have. The main focus is to have more categories, so that the cupboards can better ensure that the daily dishes are not the same. He knows that eggs, nowadays, are produced industrially, and the chickens are kept in a small compartment, with a light bulb on their heads shining 24 hours a day, laying eggs non-stop every day. And some of the hens have never even seen a rooster in their lives. It's just that tuition is a little cheap at $1,800 a year. I don't know how much money the college will lose in a year. No matter. He took it as charity. A school in the district. He could afford to support it. Gee, I envy the kids who go to school there. He sometimes wanted to experience it, to reminisce about the watery years of the student years. Dormitory building hardware requirements are extremely high. The small Taoist master said in the mountain monastic poverty is because of the lack of money. In the city to go to school monasticism, there is no need to suffer the students. Students are still children. Studying and training are hard enough, so of course they need to live in better conditions. 2 days ago, He had the honor to participate in the curriculum. Mainly the college's decoration is He company responsible for. There are to be based on different courses, design a different style of classroom. The curriculum is extremely varied. Theoretical courses have Taoist geomancy, feng shui, econometrics, talismans, Chinese medicine, calligraphy and so on are compulsory courses. Outdoor courses have Taijiquan, national martial arts, a variety of traditional kung fu elective, to ensure that there is a weekly outdoor experience, organizing barbecues, camping, feel the nature and so on. At present from the province of Zhejiang Province Taoist College side, invited a few teachers, in the training to Tailong them. Arts such as Guqin, Dongxiao, traditional tea ceremony, ink painting, root carving, ancient seal engraving, etc., are searching for masters of folk traditional skills. The little Taoist master runs a school that is single-minded and not sloppy. Whether it can produce a few immortals He doesn't know, but it can definitely produce masters of nationalism who are highly intelligent and have an open-minded character. After having a party in his courtyard and talking to a few business partners, He stood on the top floor of the villa and eyed the picturesque scenery of the neighborhood. All of this was given by the little Taoist master. And I, He am able to be where I am today because of the little Taoist master. Life is like a dream or a fantasy. Hey, this damn feeling of success. He Wei sips a mouthful of valuable red wine, hands crouched on the parapet. His heart is incredibly grateful that when Lin Weidong found him, he resolutely stood on the position of the little master of the road. What to say? And never hid from the little master of the road. Speak of the devil. The cell phone rang, and it happened to be Lin Weidong calling. Hey, Lindy, where is it? I'm in Kyoto. Lao He. How's the progress of the project over there at the academy? Will the school be able to open smoothly after the new year? No problem. After the spring festival can be put into use, we decorate with all solid wood. The materials are top-notch. Formaldehyde. This piece I also attach great importance to. After all, they are all children. He Wei spoke eloquently. On the phone, Lin Weidong somewhat sounded a bit gulpy and tentatively asked, do you know Lu Lin Village? What's wrong? I'm jetting off to Xinqiang tonight, and I'm afraid I'm going to have to make an appearance for the little Taoist master on this one. Spirit Mountain. The mountain road. The top of the mountain is the famous Jinding Taoist temple in Xinqiang. A long time ago, these years the cultural tourism fever. A platform under the Jinding. Some people invested in camping. The scenery is very beautiful. When the weather is good, many young people will be accompanied by waiting for the next day's sunrise in this place. Jinding Taoist Temple in Xinjiang Spirit Mountain. Material from the internet. Free admission. In fact, many of the scenes in the book, including the daily routine of the Taoist training class, many of which are adapted from my recollections. This platform camping should be charged. I'm not sure. This is a Taoist friend to help me shoot. That time's so happy. Hey, almost 3 years ago, a young man in a Taoist robe was flying through the air in the night. Master, who is this old Taoist at the top of the mountain to you? Chen Armorwood flew while asking Chen Shiliang in the incense burner, who shrank into a smoky mass and stuck his head out of the incense burner. It's my senior brother, a very powerful one. Master, it's windy on the mountain, so pay attention. Don't get blown apart. It's okay, blowing away doesn't bother me, for the master is now, in the end, on this side a massive energy body, invincible under the sun. Chen Keijai was powerless to spit on the world and thought about what happened during the day. In the daytime, in the bedroom, Chen Jiamu said he was doing a magic trick for Chen Jiji, and the master and disciple cooperated, and the master floated out from the incense burner wobbling and making faces for Chen Jiji. The little girl wasn't scared at all. She was excited, and that excitement was a little extreme. Chen Keijai turned around to pour the water and went back to the room once again to find that his master had disappeared. Chen Jiji had a large balloon in her hand. The seal was very tight. You could vaguely see a mass of distorted human faces in the balloon. God knows how the little girl got the old man in there. Gee, what are you doing? Chen Keijai was surprised. The teacup in his hand nearly unsteady. Brother, I used to collect my own farts and failed every time. Chen Jiji held the balloon up rather proudly and shook it. You wouldn't be? Aha. Chen Jiji nodded. Suck him into your mouth, into your gut, and, holy, Chen Armor would return to his senses. Not going to mention the embarrassing things during the day, and said with a turn of phrase, Chen Armorwood laughed. Master, my sister's Taoist enlightenment still needs more of your attention. Don't. I can't take this job. I think Hua Yun is quite suitable to be your sister's teacher. That's okay too. Chen Armorwood landed on the ground, looked up, and above the mountaintop, an ancient Taoist temple came into view under the moonlight. Master, we're here. Chapter 112, come and help us at the Taoist Academy after the new year. We're short of teachers. Daytime enrollment propaganda effect is good. Perhaps because of the reason that the tuition is cheap. Enrollment is more than expected. Because the plan is to open the school after the year. And the first phase of the limited number of places. Manhwa Yun and Gue 5 a discussion. Decided to make a joint screening activities. Similar to the immortal cultivation world entrance examination kind. Of course, this is the real world. The spiritual root measurement and so on does not exist. A few teachers themselves were still figuring out their immortal cultivation techniques, and Chen Shiliang got back the Huangting Jing school site next to the office of the project department. The file cabinets are stuffed to the brim, layers and layers of information up to the top of the cabinet, dozens of drawings scattered on the desk. A few people were definitely not here to check on the work. They got together and worked on how to cultivate. Brother Gue Wu, is this CUNC body divine method contradictory to Jisu Shou Jing? Tai Long looked at the scripture and asked with a half understanding. I'm also a bit confused. Let's ask senior brother Chen tomorrow. Let's start with the breathing techniques. These difficult ones, the ones that are not good to learn, put them on the back burner. Aha! There is a clear set of methodology for breathing. Follow the steps a little bit. According to the book, as long as you can achieve the internal chi does not come out, the external chi does not come in, then you can draw the spiritual chi into the body. The hardest thing is to have a quiet mind. And when you sit down there, you can't even press the miscellaneous thoughts. They collapse out in your head by themselves. Several people had been messing around for almost 2 hours or so and were ready to rest and go back to sleep when Tai Long suddenly pulled Zhang Ziyang, who was pretending to meditate seriously. Second brother. Third brother. Look. Project department large conference table. Gue Wu and Ma Huayun seem to be settled. The head began to smoke wisps of white smoke. Holy, it really works. Let's practice soon too. Aha, aha. The three brothers worked up with excitement, and realized that their minds were even more confused. They couldn't be still at all. Big brother, as soon as I meditate, my mind is filled with disorganized thoughts that I can't control at all. Second brother, actually, I'm the same. Hey, tomorrow, ask senior brother Chen to see if he has any SH method to directly lose his aura to us. Yes, similar to how Pliflis infused void bamboo with internal energy. During the day, I heard senior brother Chen say that he was going to meet an old acquaintance with master, saying that it was over at the Spirit Mountain Golden Cauldron. The night was low, the Spirit Mountain Jinding Taoist temple was silent, and the Ancestors' Hall was lit with a warm yellow light. Dappled tree shadows in the temple wall wantonly outlined. The wind sound leisurely, occasionally flicked the eaves of the bells, issued a subtle tinkling sound, but set off the surrounding more and more quiet. And the lights of the city below the mountain is comparable to the two worlds. People at the bottom of the mountain want to go up, but when they do go up, they want to go down. Human nature is like that, day in and day out. Nothing new. With a creak, the wooden door was blown open by the wind, and Kundo, who was working on a case and burying his head in writing, looked up and realized that there was a young Taoist priest standing in the doorway. Face serene, light smile. This little Taoist friend is walking at night without making a sound. What's going on? Little Taoist friend, what's the matter with your late night visit? Koan Dao put down his pen. She wore Taoist robes and a crown on her head, and was about 50 or 60 years old, with a heroic brow. She is the owner of this Taoist temple. Chen Shiliang's former youngest sister, commonly known as Lu Yu, Taoist name Huiran. Chen Armorwood bowed and said, Master Xiaowei, my master is Chen Shiliang. Master Xiaowei Guan stood up with a joyful expression on his face. My senior brother's disciple? He came to Xin City too? Qin Keijai took out a small square wooden box from his pocket and placed it on the table. Xiao Hui looked puzzled, and then she pinched her fingers. She used Xiao Lunan. The day starts on the month, the day starts on the hour, and the knuckles correspond to the 12 hours, and counted out the 6 gods. Xiao Lu known, generally used for asking questions, searching for things, etc., which is a very simple and good way to start the trigrams. After understanding the principle, ordinary people can easily learn in 10 minutes. Surprisingly, he launched 3 empty deaths. Kay vaguely guesses what. She stumbled forward a few steps, her hands crouching on the table, her eyes fixed on the small wooden box. Senior, when did this happen? Kay's tone was low, her expression sad. My master he actually. Don't say it, I know all about it. Kay interrupted with a raised hand, her eyes reddening. Chen Armor would close the door of the Ancestors' Hall and opened the small wooden box on the table, which contained an incense burner. Wobbly, smoky Chen Shiliang floated out of the incense burner and materialized in the air. Taoist Master Xiaowi's expression gradually froze. Junior sister, you're only half right. Chen Shiliang spun 360 degrees in the air, somersaulting in the process. How could? Huiran Taoist Master, who has cultivated the Tao for half a lifetime, finally saw the living floating today, although it looks familiar. Chen Shiliang spread his hands and began to recount some of the previous events of the mountain gate. After all, this situation was too shocking, and his senior sister needed time to adapt. Taoist Master Xiaowei knelt in front of the statue of the ancestor god and respectfully worshipped for a long time before calming down. Truly senior brother, what are you, an immortal? Little sister, hey, remember that big illness you had earlier? It was later diagnosed as schizophrenia. Xiao Hui slowly nodded her head. She certainly wouldn't forget that strange period of time. Before she entered the Taoist sect, she had strange dreams from time to time, dreaming that she was in a world of immortal cultivation, where there were people and things that corresponded to reality. Later on, such dreams became more and more frequent, and sometimes she couldn't even distinguish between the dream world and reality. Continuing for nearly half a year, she had a misanthropic tendency, finally, was diagnosed as schizophrenic. After a period of treatment, slowly stopped dreaming randomly, and later joined the Taoist sect, had talked to her brothers and sisters about this experience. Those experiences you had before were not hallucinations. There is a world of cultivation. In the Ancestors' Hall, the two people and a cloud of smoke, long talks until the latter part of the night. Chen Shiliang put all the things he experienced in his body, and explained in detail to Xiaowei Guanmu. After finishing, Chen Armorwood took out from his sleeve a sheet of Tai Ching Yuan Dao True Scripture with little content, hoping that senior uncle Xiao Hui would try to cultivate it. Xiao Hui scrutinized, brows sometimes stretched, sometimes locked, puzzled and asked. Yin and yang coitus began in January for the embryo, in February for the cell, in March for the fetus, the shape of the omen points also. The 3 souls descend, the 4 divine guards in April, the 5 hidden and peaceful towns in May, the 6 laws in June called the 6 roots also, and the 7 pranas are born in July, August King C, and the real 8 God also, 8 King, 5 Tibetan, 3 Dantian is also, September and 9 Palace, born 9 real, 9 Palace, in the mud pill circumference up and down is also, October molding, 10 days of God descending, the Yuan Dao air all, only to be born, senior brother, so cultivation is like baby molding, it's really an eye-opener for me. Shall we continue to look down? Therefore, the law has many doors, or control the carp and ascend to heaven, or ride the dragon and go up to Han, or sacrifice the Jiao and go towards the Yuan. Having practiced monasticism for many years, Kay quickly saw the actual methodology below, and she whirled around to sit down and began to breathe and visualize in accordance with what was written on the paper. Chen Armorwood also sat down and accompanied his senior uncle in meditation. Chen Shilian flew around the statue of the ancestor god, strolling here and there, perhaps because of the good magnetic field at the top of the mountain or Xiao Hui's high talent. The following morning, Xiao Hui opened her eyes from her meditation. It seems like I can feel the aura of heaven and earth. Chen Armorwood asked. Senior uncle, try manipulating the aura. Xiao Hui nodded, focusing her intention. Looking hard, her palm saw a seemingly invisible wave of air. A palm withdrew, and the large wooden door of the ancestors' hall creaked with a knob, pushed open by the palm wind. Not bad. Xiao Hui was breathing heavily, one hand holding her chest, beads of sweat rolling on her forehead. I can't, just this one time. It feels like the whole body's energy has been drained instantly. One flat A and you're out of blue? Chen Shiliang shook his head and smashed his mouth. Senior sister, there's more. Senior uncle, come help out at my Dao Academy after the new year. We're short of teachers. Chen Armorwood extended his hand in a solemn invitation. Good. The master and disciple looked at each other and tacitly argued that mortals could cultivate, and that it really depended on talent and heart. Before the Taoist training class, Manhwa and Gui were able to get better and better, but the 3 Tai Long brothers could not get in the door. As for this junior uncle Xiao Hui, the fact that she was able to strike palm winds in one night was enough to prove that her heart was much stronger than normal people. Only, all of them face a problem that they are very slow and also easily interrupted before the work is done. Chen Jiamu phone rang. It was Lin Weidong who called. His voice was urgent, as if he had encountered something unbelievable. Chapter 113. Lulin village is about 30 kilometers away from downtown Noborobetsa city, which is famous for its tofu. Lin Weidong, with a few special agents, had just arrived at the entrance of the village when he saw many police officers at the scene and the bodies of several wild boars lying on the ground. The death was gruesome, with many teeth marks on the skin, the wounds whitish, and the blood almost drained. Officer, a few days ago, my 6th grandpa said he saw a zombie, just like in the movies. No one believed it at first, but now it's okay. This wild boar can't have been bitten to death by a tiger. Besides, in this village of ours, there isn't even a wolf, and there can't be a tiger or leopard or anything like that. The lead policeman crouched on the ground, examining the boar carcass, with 2 other specialists off to the side, murmuring, "It's not a prank, is it, Officer Huang? It looks like a beast bite." A forensic scientist-looking man, wearing white gloves, examined the wound. "Where is your 6th master?" Officer Huang asked. The villagers raised their hands and pointed to the old rattan chairs in front of the house. A grandfather sitting in the courtyard sunbathing, shaking a bushel fan in the winter. "You saw walkers before?" the officer asked. "Ah, not zombies. Zombies," the 6th master corrected. "Where did you see it?" "By the pond. 2 of them, and they can swim." "Old man, I thought it was water monkeys at first. And when I shined my flashlight, well, it was a human." "Ah no, zombie man. By the time I shone the light, the dispatches, the 2 things jumped in the water." "Saw it in the night?" "Aha, I see it all the time." Officer Huang gazed at the old man's cloudy eyes, inclined his head and asked in a low voice, "Your 6th grandpa has no problem with his eyesight, right?" "There's nothing wrong with it. I've had cataracts before, but they're long gone now." "Grandpa, how many is this?" Officer Huang compared 2 fingers and wiggled them. "Comrade policeman, I'm not blind. Don't make a fuss. If you don't believe me, go to the watering hole and take a look at that. A few people will believe it and come to the pond, next to the billboard advertising the fishing fee. This is an artificial fish pond developed by a nearby owner of a farmhouse. Winter is the off-season for farmhouses. The chubby owner saw the police coming and ran over in 3 steps. Mysteriously, "Are you in charge of the fish pond here?" Officer Huang asked. "Gu, officer, to tell you there really is something in this pond. At first, there was a guest who ate at my place, and then came to the fish pond to fish at noon, when he had nothing to do. I didn't think much of it at the time. Guess what? This kid himself even put there is electric fishing equipment. I didn't know what was going on, and it didn't take long for the customer to get scared out of his ass and drive away. The bill wasn't even settled." Fat Boss lifted a cover cloth. "The pond really laid a set of more professional electrofishing equipment. I was thinking forget it, maybe people have something urgent. Not much a while, I saw a head sticking out of the pond. I thought someone fell into the water. At noon I also drank a little bit of wine. A little confused. That head floated over in circles. When I saw the main face, the wine gave me a fright at that time. It was definitely not a human face. I don't know what kind of thing it was. It should have been electrified and confused. I immediately ran back to call for someone. When we came over with the guy thing, the monster was gone." The more Officer Huang heard, the more outrageous he felt, and just when he was at a loss, a man's low voice sounded behind him. "Huang Wenlong from the West Side office. Officer Huang, right?" Officer Huang turned around and realized that it was a man in a black suit who didn't sound like a northerner. "You are?" Lin Weidong flashed his ID. Then said, "This side needs you officers to cooperate with me." Officer Huang stood in awe, looking at the other party's stance. It was very much like a movie secret agent. However, Officer Huang remained skeptical until he received a phone call from his top boss and was told that he was asked to unconditionally cooperate with a special branch officer surnamed Lin at the scene. Officer Huang gradually recognized the importance of the problem. "Not like a joke. Start pumping when the Interpol guys arrive in a few minutes." Not far away, a couple of dump trucks pulling pumps were traveling down the country road. Lin Weidong came before, has received part of the information. He is a person who has seen the world. Now do not say zombie water monkeys and so on. You just tell him that there is Godzilla. He may not really believe it. The fish pond is not a large one, and with all 7 or 8 pumps in place, the enjoyable pumping began to unfold. Criminal police team is confused. Surrounded by the fish pond, many villagers around the perimeter is separated. Some climbed into the trees, squatting on the roof in the audience. After pumping for almost more than 2 hours, the water in the fish pond went down by a third. Lin Weidong took out the pistol from his waist, turned on the safety, and his eyes shrunk slightly, buzzing and clattering. A human-like, monkey-like creature jumped out of the water, doggy paddling and swimming, but with great speed, whooshing and swishing its way to the shore. The crowd ran open at once, and the big guys were all confused. "What a water monkey. Ha!" Master 6 stood on his tiptoes and cursed. "That's right, it's this thing. Old man, I saw this thing with my own eyes, biting the boar to death." The monster had hair on its body, a solid monkey face, and 2 thin, sharp fangs flopped out of its upper jaw, and it gave a harumph like a cat in shock, pouncing on the closest one. The man couldn't even avoid it because it was so fast, and he was bitten on the shoulder. With a bang, the bullet pierced through the monster's brain and the monster fell. The attacked villager covered the 2 bloody grooves on his shoulder and cried out in pain. The crowd then reacted and started howling. At this moment, in the water, buzzing and humming, 7 or 8 of the same monster heads sprang out, staring viciously at the gun in Lin Weidong's hand. The 2 Secret Service agents behind him instantly drew their guns, and the atmosphere of the scene was tense. Because of the extremely strict control of guns in China, the people of the criminal police team went out to the police without a gun at all, but tacitly looked for suitable agricultural tools to use as weapons for self-defense. Lin Weidong decisively chose to call Chen Aimu for help. "Master Xiao Dao, are you up yet? Do you have time? There's something over here in Willow Forest Village. Thought I'd let you give some pointers." Chapter 114 Water Monkey? The scene was chaotic, and the water monkey that jumped onto the shore was dead after being shot in the head, his body twitching a few times. The thing in the water like a man like a monkey, about 1 meter tall. Head is very big, a little similar to the adult head plus the body of a small doll. Have hair. Hair also does not stay in the water. Silky smooth very. Do the scarf absolutely top quality material. The injured villager, a woman, was briefly bandaged on the spot and carried by a couple of young men to the highway at the entrance of the village to wait for an ambulance. The 6th master leaned on his crutches, trembling, pointing at the thing in the water and roared, "Posterior! This thing can be much more powerful in the water than on the shore. That's a water monkey. No run." Lin Weidong had read a case in the unit archives before, 5 years after the founding of the country. It seems to be a village over there in Jiangxi province. Wanjia fish pond buffalo go down to lie down in the water. Not for a while on the madness to run to the shore. A 2 head of cattle so, is a coincidence? But all the cattle as long as to a pond lying in the water, not more than 10 minutes, will flee in fear. This is evil. It was a water ghost in the pond at the time. 10 miles and 8 streets. But there is a cow ghosts and snakes. The next day is bound to rumors of God. 4 days later, a regimental commander level figure, leading a group of soldiers. Machine guns were set up. In those days, there were no pumps, so they organized the soldiers to carry buckets of water. According to the archives, the head of the village branch secretary was interviewed in that record. The head of the regiment made a bold statement that if there was really a water ghost in the pond, he would be sent to meet Stalin with a grenade. Very much in keeping with the temperament of the ruthless men of that era. Don't care what kind of demons and monsters we have. If grenades don't work, we'll use machine guns. If 1 gun is not enough, let's have 10. The soldiers are also excited. It is said that the army people have a high degree of masculinity, and the group shouts slogans and is full of energy. Raw with buckets, basins, scoops, dried up the entire pond. And finally the water monster did not see pond water in the silt. There is a huge firehead fish, the scientific name of the osprey. The average osprey is only 5 or 6 pounds. This one was on the scale at the time a full 27 pounds, alive and well, because this fish eats meat. I guess it's invincible in the pond. All the other fish and shrimp are eaten by it. The buffalo lying in the water, it went to bite the cow's butt. Lin Weidong looked at this file record at the time, only as a joke, but also thought, this big fish down most likely to be red stew. Good things are letting themselves catch up. Fish girl ate a lot. Nima, this Lu Lin village water really out of the monster? The pump is still pumping. The things in the water don't dare to come ashore for a while, and they are talking to each other, whimpering and wailing, as if they are discussing a plan. Lin Weidong turned his eyes and looked at the 2 scientific personnel in white coats on one side. The expert who just said water monkeys probably meant otters. It is a semi-aquatic mammal that is easily misinterpreted as a water monkey because of its preference for a secluded burrowing life. One of the white coats held up his glasses and stretched his head to look hard into the pond. Rare. You see that hair? How waddled. Now so much pollution. Can't say mutated. Chief, what now? To shoot or not to shoot? A subordinate asked with his gun raised, inclining his head. Let's just have 3 guns. We just saw how fast this thing is. There are 8 of them down there. Wait for my command. Officer Huang, organize the villagers to stay away. You CIDs pay attention to protecting the crowd. I've applied for armed firepower to the detachment, and I'm coordinating with the motorized brigade of the armed police over at Xianshan. Officer Huan was on the verge of danger, maintaining a defensive posture and gesturing to direct his brethren to evacuate the villagers. They are just a big head of the district office of the police. Encounter a robbery are considered a big case of the kind. This life cannot be promoted deputy office. Counting on today. Criminal police team out of the big task, also with a gun. But the village reported a suspected case of wild animals attacking the villagers. This kind of thing, a moment of time is simply impossible to approve the carrying of firearms. No leader is willing to take responsibility. In case it's really a tiger or brown bear or something, if you accidentally shoot it, and you run into some animal protection society holding up a sign and messing up the BB, the leadership is under a lot of pressure as well. Chief, look out! The 2 water monkeys whooshed and accelerated, rushing towards Lin Weidong. Bang! Bang! Lin Weidong was fully concentrated, and he decisively fired 2 shots in a row, and all of them burst his head. Back then, the Special Task Force Frisbee was not hit for nothing, and the bullets were not fed for nothing. Left, bang! One of the Secret Service agents fired a shot, hit the cheek, the monkey did not die, fell ashore to escape into the water. Bang 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 bang! The Secret Service personnel made up 4 shots in a row, the thing completely immobilized. The remaining 5 water monsters arched their backs, their expressions dripping with curses, and dived into the water. Chief, I don't feel the need to shake people. This thing doesn't seem that powerful. A special agent stood on the shore with a relaxed look on his face. Everyone be careful until the water is pumped out. In a flash, a famous member of the team wailed and fell down, being grabbed by a bone-thin paw in a death grip, and Lin Weidong hurriedly pulled him back. A couple of cops came up behind them to help. Careful, this thing seems to have a lot of power in the water. Thumping bullets shot into the water. Gurgling and bubbling with blood, the body of a water monkey floats up. The Secret Service agent who had narrowly escaped death gasped for air. His calf pants torn and bloody from the 5 finger-edge scratches. All back up and don't get too close to the shore. Lin Weidong changed the magazine with one hand. Clanging, little handsome. Watching Officer Huang froze and was filled with envy. Another one down, and the last 4 left. In a moment, find a way to get a live one. Academician Lu of the Chinese Academy of Sciences is probably going to be thrilled. Hello, Ringo. A Thai man's voice came from the distance. Lin Weidong glanced sideways and his face was delighted. Old Ma. A gu. Did Master Xiao Dao send you guys here? Ma Huayun rode a large motorcycle of Iron Dragon, carrying Gu Wu, and rushed all the way from the city to Lulin village with the wind. Don't you call me Gu. Gu Wu jumped off the motorcycle and stuck his head out to look at something in the lake. They had indeed received a notice from Chun Armorwood to come and take a look first, as the two brothers had the golden granite Dan in their hands, as well as the ox elephant running thunder talisman. If an individual challenged the power alone, it would not be an exaggeration to say that they were invincible in the world. My senior brother is not in the city and called us brothers to come and see. What's in this water? Ma Huayun parked his motorcycle and stood side by side with Gu Wu, sticking his head down to look. They both weren't scared at all. After all, they were men who had been crazy once. I don't know. The village elders said it was a water monkey. Lin Weidong pointed to the water monkey corpse on the shore with his chin. Ma Huayun said disdainfully, you can't even carry one shot. You're not much better. Why do you need us for this kind of thing? Lao Lin I feel like you guys aren't a bit too anxious. Lin Weidong's eyes twitched at the corners of his eyes and he didn't answer. Gu Wu whispered. Senior brother. I heard Master say earlier that 4 demonic cultivators Yuanshan ran to our side. Do you think it could be related to the demonic cultivators? Fifth, I'll tell you what. I'll go catch a live one. When the time comes in a bit, you're on. Gu Wu took out a talisman from his pocket. Why don't you use a talisman? It's a bit more efficient. Bull elephant running thunder talisman? Aha. Ma Huayun decisively refused. Fifth child you this person looks honest. Really a pussy point. Stuffy. Why did senior brother say that about me? What a good opportunity to manifest in front of people. Gu Wu revealed a naive and innocent expression. Ma Huayun disdained it and took out a grain of gold pandan from his hand, barfed it quietly and threw it in his mouth. Set a 14-minute alarm on your cell phone. I, Ma Huayun, have been bright and open in this life. When did I care about manifesting myself in front of people? Gu Wu It's not that I'm a senior brother who's talking about you. You don't have any awareness at all. Ma Huayun jumped into the water with a flutter. Shaolin. You brother Ma, I'll catch you a live one. Come on, little monkeys, bite me. The water grew quieter and quieter, and the pool water didn't go past Ma Huayun's waist as he stood in the pond, looking around. Come out, little monkeys. His ankles plunged into the silt at the bottom of the pond, and Ma Huayun regretted a little, calculating in his mind the time that the golden pandan. Ma Huayun let out an and was dragged into the water, leaving only a piece of hair from his head swirling in the water. Sixth master rushed over, carrying the electric distribution box for electrofishing. All get up. I'll electrocute them. Old man. Master. Don't. There's someone else in the water. Ma Huayun exposed his head and grunted 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 and grunted. Electricity. Give me all the electricity you can. I have the undefeatable body of the Vajra. I'm not afraid of electricity. This thing is so strong. Ouch crouch. Gulp gulp. Chapter 115. This car. I'll take it. Master. Close the gate. Gu Wu snapped. And no one in the room was more vocal than him. Okay. Older brother. Crunching. The electric switch closed. And the homemade electric fish head that fell into the water squeaked with blue light. And everyone subconsciously took a few steps back. This homemade electrofishing equipment. Not at all in line with national standards. 6 Moncler outlet store play is not too skillful. The horsepower to open up the maximum. Less than a minute. Something slowly floated up. Quick. The cage. Lin Weidong shouted. Where's the cage? Chief. Where's brother Ma? Lin Weidong realized something was wrong. He didn't see Ma Huayun. There were only a couple of water monkeys floating on the lake. I don't know if they were still alive or not. Power cut. Cut the power. Lin Weidong kicked open the electric switch and led the way. Jumping down. Officer Wong got a big disc of wire from somewhere. The thickest kind. Let's tie these things with wire while they're still dizzy. Here. Vice. Brothers give a hand. Soon the policeman present, together with one of the remaining special agents, tied up the 3 water monkeys tightly under 3.5. Something's not right. Lin Weidong stood in the water, holding his gun with both hands and valuing it. There were clearly 4 just now. How come only 3 came out this time? A silhouette flashed across the sky and hung over the lake. It was Chen Armorwood who had rushed back from the golden cauldron of the Spirit Mountain. He wore a Taoist robe, and with a flick of both sleeves, his aura manipulated the remaining pond water to separate, and the water appeared to be lifted by invisible transparent plastic bags. The bottom of the pond was plain to see, and in the silt, a water monkey with red eyes was tearing at Ma Huayun's head, its fangs making the toothsome sound of friction metal. Ma Huayun should be suffering from a lack of oxygen and carry it over. Sinner. Don't tie your hands yet. Ha! The water monkey gave a ferocious ha, dropping the gnawing, immobile man in his hand. You guys are special. It actually spoke. The demon of compulsion said that this world is full of tasty blood food and there are no cultivators, so it seems that she knows. Without a word of nonsense, Chen Armor lifted his hand from the top to the bottom and struck the Dragonfall palm. Reiki-inspired Dragonfall 18 palms is even more splendid than the martial arts version. The dragon struck is alive and well, and the sense of realism is drawn out. The water monkey's body went limp, and more puddles of water flowed rapidly away from his feet. Chen Armor struck the water monkey into pieces of a corpse with a palm strike, splitting it into pieces. The water spread silently down the silt to the shore, swishing and ingesting toward the sixth master. On the shore, is staring to refresh the three views of the six masters, the bushel fan in the hands of the suspension, the face suddenly a stiff, and then, swung out a touch of evil smile. The pupils turned red, and after a few seconds, they reverted back to that cloudy pupil. Chen Jiamu raised his hand to beckon Manhwa and patted his back, and wow. Manhwa coughed and spit out a few mouthfuls of water. Young master, I'm fine. With a wave of Chen Jiamu's hand, Manhwa was sent to the shore. Ringo, evacuate the people of this village. I can sense that they haven't been completely wiped out. Moo. The situation just now was seen by my master. I'll divinely travel over there to check it out. Within the incense burner in his pocket, Chen Shilong's voice resounded. Yes, master. Where's that big man who was electrofishing just now? Have to thank people properly. Officer Huang asked. Seems to be gone. Captain. What a good man who does good deeds without leaving a name. A few hundred meters away, the sixth master's pupils turned red as he muttered to himself. This body is too old. What the heck? It's in the old man's head. Old man. In the next moment, the demonic cultivator completely erased the sixth master's consciousness, meaning that his existence in this world was completely over. My father is angry today. The six Moncler outlet store adults walked to the side of the highway and stopped a bus. It has come to this world for a few days now. The four demonic cultivators Yuan Shun, two of which acquired their bodies in this world by taking ingestion, and two of which belong to the Earth locals, similar to directly awakening the memories of another world. Then the Yuan Shin fused, cultivation of the devil's law, a variety of types, but all have a common characteristic, that is, the evil devil's crooked gong method molding fast. For example, this original body called Zhou Longi's demonic madman. In fact, over there is not a too powerful character. Just that day happened to be with his companions to hunt down the mountain orthodox scattered cultivators, or should he have a chance, ghostly spirit out of the body, along the connecting the two worlds of the big formation. To this side, hundreds of years ago, the Xuanwu continent, there was an immortal who revealed that the world has another side, and that those with great chances can travel between the two worlds. It's just that this legend has never been corroborated in the Xuanwu continent until a year ago, when it was rumored that the Wudong Immortal Mountain had opened the passage between the two worlds. That day happened to be the time when Chen Armor would open the three-flower gathering. Zhou Longi cultivated the blood-refining dharma, eating people's essence and blood to nourish his cultivation. Those water monkeys, in fact, were all the people he had eaten being refined out of the devil. In the past few days, he quietly ate 7 people now, gained some of the fragmented memories of those who were consumed. Slowly, Zhou Longi basically understand the rules of this world, understand that there are guns and other ruthless weapons. He kept a low profile and was not overly reckless, except that these magical creatures he had refined needed to eat as well, so he encouraged them to hunt the beasts. Zhou Longi decided to metal up, slowly cultivate in this world, and then carry out a domination that was much easier than it seemed over there in the world. The bus braked to a stop and Zhou Longi got on. Yo, Master Wu, going to the city to see your grandson today? The driver was a young guy who, it seemed, had good taste. Zhou Longi found a window seat. The bus is very calm, scattered a few passengers. There are adults, children and women. This one's good. This one's not lazy. Hey, and women. Never mind. Too old. Wu Lao Lu. I'll ask you something. A few people have gone missing in the village recently, and I just saw a lot of police cars go by. Could it be that my father has been exposed? Then I'm sorry, but this cart man, this honored one will take it. Zhou Longi's eyes narrowed as he hugged one of the older men who had asked the question and bit down towards his neck with a mouthful. Chapter 116, Murdering the Heart. In an office in the Walidian Detention Center in Xin Chang, the atmosphere was oppressive and heavy. The bleak white light spilled feebly on the desk, and the walls around it looked like they had been mottled with age. Chen Shilian levitated on the desk, surrounded by what seemed to be a layer of mist. His expression cold, methodical description. Zhou Longi, originally an inner disciple of Qingxian Mountain. According to the recollections of his fellow disciples at the time, he often wrote letters to his family, but never received a reply. Later on, he was ridiculed by the elder shut-in disciple for his lack of Taoism, and the two of them had a private fight, in which he severely injured his fellow disciple and was expelled from the sect, and from then on, he entered the devil's path. He paused, as if reminiscing about the past, or pondering something, and, the poor Taoist reckons that at that time, he should have been greatly stimulated by something and went to extremes. Later on, this kid, with the blood-refining soul regeneration method, his cultivation progressed by leaps and bounds. He was good at refining living people into water corpses, or what the world calls water monkeys. A cold light flashed in Chen Shiliang's eyes. He has been lurking under the mountain all this time, only to take revenge. In the end, he killed the elder's shut-in disciple and gave the devil sect his submission, completely degenerating. This thing is very cunning. If he can't beat it, he performs water escape to escape. He can also change his body at will. It's really a bit hard to catch. In the office, there were only 3 people, Chen Jiamu, Ma Huayun, and Gu A Wu. In the dark corners, it seemed as if there were unknown shadows creeping in, adding to the tense atmosphere. Master, is this information reliable? Chen Armorwood's voice broke the silence, a hint of doubt and worry in his eyes. There aren't many records in the Qingxian Mountain case library, but looking at his methods, it shouldn't be wrong. Chen Shiliang said with certainty. Ma Huayun frowned and proposed, no, let Lao Lin apply for support from above and send more people. Come to deliver the head? Gu A Wu responded coldly, a hint of mockery in his voice that made the temperature of the entire room seem to drop a few more points. The electrocuted water corpses were temporarily confined in the detention center, and the 8-year veteran guards had long been scared white when they signed the confidentiality agreement, and their bodies couldn't stop trembling slightly as fear spread through the air. The River State Province branch of the Special Branch has sent experts and equipment, and is now on its way to Sin City overnight, where this mysterious water corpse is to be taken back for study. Chen Shiliang added, the solution is also simple. Just introduce him to an impermeable place. Just then, knock, 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 came a sharp knock on the door. Master Kodo, enter. Lin Weidong pushed the door and entered. His expression was panicked. His forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat, and his steps were a bit staggered, as if he had run all the way wildly. Half an hour ago, a bus in Lulin village had an accident. 3 passengers died. One of them was the village's Wu at the time, and the driver disappeared. According to the surveillance transmitted back from the station, there were at least 7 or 8 people on the bus at the time. Chen Armorwood frowned and inclined his head towards his master. His eyes filled with anxiety. I guess those guys were practiced into new water corpses by Zhou Longi. Dogs. So arrogant. Chen Shiliang's tone was filled with anger, and the mist around him seemed to be churning up due to this anger. Were there any women who died at the scene? The smoky Chen Shiliang huffed and puffed and floated over, his voice especially ethereal in this tense atmosphere. Even though Lin Weidong had seen Chen Shiliang before and was psychologically prepared, he still subconsciously took a step back at this moment and said with a somewhat trembling voice, there was a woman, probably over 50 years old, who died after being smashed in the back of the head with a blunt object. Well, poor Taoist knows the general situation. This guy doesn't suck anyone's essence blood. He's also a picky eater. Chen Shiliang said thoughtfully. There's a young man, sucked dry. Wait, my cell phone just received photos of the scene. Lin Weidong hurriedly clicked on his cell phone photos and showed them to the crowd. The scene in the photo is extremely tragic, full of blood in the car like ketchup. Shocking, and there is a passenger who was twisted off his arm. The bloody picture, if it is shivering, it must be mosaic. Chen Imu asked, Master, are there any feats that can locate him? No, by the way, Amu this side of the world is not the same as over there. Before we made a big kill in Los Angeles and directly attracted the heavenly lightning robbery, it is reasonable to say that that kind of small fight won't cause the heavenly Tao to shackle at all. Chen Shiliang slowly said. However, Master has a method that can draw him out. However, the means are somewhat. Chen Shiliang sighed, his expression somewhat gloomy. Lin Weidong eagerly asked, Old Taoist Master, don't sell the story. It's a matter of human life. Chen Shiliang firmly said, Okay, Xiao Lin find a secluded house. The roof, the fence, including the floor, all do rainbow waterproofing for me. Use the best materials, and then the appearance should not be visible. Poor Taoist has a plan to keep Zhou Longi from throwing himself into the net. A touching tear-jerking cartoon was playing on the outdoor big screen of the Times Square in Xinjiang. The night covered the entire square. Pedestrians were in a hurry, but they were all attracted by the images on the big screen. The voice actors' voices were full of deep emotion, echoing over the entire square. not only the several large outdoor screens on busy roads, including all kinds of car radio, short videos, shopping malls, supermarkets, elevators and all other advertising displays, are broadcasting simultaneously. The video screen is in ancient ink and watercolor style, with simple lines but no loss of charm, obviously well designed by professional artisans. In a simple village surrounded by green mountains, a small courtyard of mud adobe is covered with the moss of the years. In the courtyard, an old woman is sitting on the threshold. It is dusk, the remaining sunshine sprinkled on her. Her eyes look toward the winding path in the distance. Her eyes are full of expectation and longing. Beside her, a few old hens paced leisurely, occasionally clucking a few times, but could not break the thick atmosphere of longing that permeated the silence. The camera switches to the house. Dim light wavering, the old man sat in front of the mottled wooden table, spread a yellowed letter paper, his hands slightly trembling, picked up the brush dipped in ink, but just wrote down the word "my son." Tears came out of his eyes, dripped down on the letter paper, stained the ink marks. Vocalized narration rumbles on. "My son, Long E, since you were selected for the immortal sect, the 9 clans and 6 relatives of the family have come to congratulate you. My father is proud of you. My son has been away from home for 3 years. I do not know if you are safe and sound in Qingxian Mountain. My son has been away from home for 3 years. I wonder if he is well in Qingxian Mountain. My family has good food and clothing. I hope you will return home soon after you finish your studies, and remember to have enough to eat and wear. Father, Zhou Yuan Qiao." The scene begins to fast forward as time flies by and the middle-aged man is noticeably older. The second letter, "My son Long E, 6 years have not seen. I do not know whether you received the letter home. Early last month, Jing Cheng won the citation. Your third uncle invited me and your mother to go to the banquet. All praised you the most promising. Cultivation of immortality. Non-mundane fame and fortune can be compared. All is well at home. Do not miss. Father, Zhou Yuan Qiao." The third letter, "My son Long E, since you left home to learn the art, has been 12 years, Qingxian Mountain every 3 years, there will be outside disciples traveling. Said, you and the mountain door all well, for father very pleased. Your cousin Zhou Jingcheng has married and got a son, boy, weighing 6 pounds and 3 tails. All is well at home. Don't worry. Father, Zhou Yuan Qiao." The fourth letter, "Son Ah, Mom learned to write, some hard to see. Don't take offense. Mom misses you ah. Wanted you as a child hugging mom's knee. That little follower has grown up. Your father fell off the roof last year and broke his leg. Son, if you're free, come back and visit. Is the immortal sect really so strict that they won't let you go home to visit your family? Everything at home is very good. Your grandfather is gone. Gone peacefully. Your father did not let me tell you. Said it would affect your Taoist heart. Mom did not listen. Unfortunately. Ah, the immortal door messenger only comes once every 3 years. This blink of an eye. Oh, our 18 years, food and clothing, we are all very good. We're all well. Mom, Joe." The scene shifts to the entrance of the village, where a cold wind howls. A downtrodden old woman, withered and thin, dressed in a tattered cotton jacket full of patches, sits on a rickety chair. Her eyes were cloudy and she looked insistently into the distance, the direction her son had left. For more than 20 years, she had come every day without fail. The wind, blowing her thinning white hair, she did not realize. Her lips were dry and cracked, but she continued to murmur her son's name. As the sky darkened, her eyes finally filled with tears and hit the cold ground. Letter 5, "Son, your father is gone. All is well at home. All is well." In the cartoon, a group of black-clad men with loaded guns surrounded a small farmhouse and let out jagged laughter. It clicked, and the picture snapped to a live-action video recording. The dark, cramped room. The camera, removing the demonic mask from his own face, is none other than Lin Weidong. He smiled a grim, teasing smile, with the letter in his hand. He shook it. "Zhou Longyi, those letters you wrote to your family in the first place were never sent out at all. It's here with me. Those letters your family wrote to you. Sorry, I used them to wipe my ass. Dare to offend my grand elder's disciple. This is the consequence. Zhou Longyi, do you want to read the next few letters? Wahahahaha. Come to the chemical plant in the northern suburb of Letter City and fight me one-on-one. If you win the fight, I'll tell you the follow-up. I'm the only one here. I'll give you half an hour. If you don't dare to come, I'll notify my minions over there and start slaughtering your whole family." Downtown, a Sha Xian snack restaurant. Bang sound. Hanging wall of the TV was smashed by a fist. A man in a miner's hat, running like a madman toward the northern suburbs. Zhou Longyi wore the tattered miner's hat like a frenzied beast, charging across the road. The city was brilliantly illuminated at night, but this bustling scene was like an illusory bubble in his eyes. His eyes were bloodshot and burning with rage, and each step carried endless hatred and determination. The streets were crowded with traffic and the sound of car horns rose and fell, but Zhou Longyi turned a deaf ear. It was as if he was driven by an invisible force, and his footsteps did not stop at all. A sedan was driving normally when it suddenly noticed this crazy man in front of it. The driver's eyes widened in horror and desperately honked the horn, but Zhou Longyi rushed straight towards the sedan. The driver slammed on the brakes, the tires rubbing violently against the ground, making a piercing sound, and stopped less than half a meter away from Zhou Longyi. "You don't want to die." The driver angrily rolled down the window and shouted at Zhou Longyi, but Zhou Longyi only glanced at him coldly. The chill in his eyes made the driver shiver. He bypassed the sedan and continued to run wildly forward. Pedestrians on the side of the road glanced sideways, frightened by his frantic appearance, and avoided him. A few timid girls, screaming in terror, ducked aside. Zhou Longyi's mind kept surfacing the images of his parents in the cartoon, those heartfelt family letters, and Lin Weidong's arrogant and teasing face. At this point, he had completely lost his mind, and the flames of revenge consumed him completely. He ran through street after street, passing a mall where the video that had broken his heart and angered him was still playing on a huge billboard. With an angry growl, he leapt forward and directly smashed the billboard to pieces. The surrounding crowd was in an uproar, and the security guards ran towards him, but he was like a ghost, disappearing into the crowd in a few dodges. The cold wind of the night in the city of letters blew on Zhou Longyi's body. Lin Weidong and the members of the special duty squad were gathered in a temporary command center in an abandoned factory in the northern suburbs. The walls around them were covered with surveillance screens, constantly flashing with surveillance video footage coming from all angles. When the image of Zhou Longyi rampaging across the road appeared on the screen, the crowd reacted differently. Lin Weidong's eyes instantly widened. His eyes filled with tension and vigilance. His hands unconsciously clenched the corners of his coat as he muttered, "This guy really took the bait. Don't make any mistakes." The young special agent, Li, had shock written all over his face, his mouth slightly open, as if he couldn't believe that the crazy man in front of him was the target they were dealing with. His body leaned forward slightly, staring tightly at the screen as if trying to find a break in Zhou Longyi's every move. His eyes quickly switched between the various surveillance screens, calmly analyzing Zhou Longyi's course of action and possible attack methods. "This brat is too crazy. Everyone get ready and act immediately once he enters the encirclement." On the screen, Zhou Longyi was frantically running towards the chemical plant in the northern suburbs despite the vehicles. "Chief, is this thing still human?" Lin Weidong's face grew more and more somber. He was well aware of Zhou Longyi's danger. At this moment, he was worried that Zhou Longyi would cause innocent casualties along the way, and he was also afraid that there would be deviations in the plan. "Inform everyone to follow the plan strictly. Let the police make a symbolic stop. Don't fight to the death." Lin Weidong ordered loudly into the walkie-talkie. "Evacuate 3 routes to the northern suburbs, open martial law, and publicize anti-terrorism drills to the public. Team Lin, there's been a car accident. The road ahead seems to be blocked." At that moment someone shouted, "Chief, his whole body is starting to glow. He's smashing cars. Holy, he's starting to kill people." Chapter 117, The Madness of Zhou Longyi Su Xuezi. The streets are noisy and boisterous at the Dongfeng intersection in downtown Noborobetsa city, and a shrill car honk cuts through the long street. The man in the miner's hat was barreling down the road, completely oblivious to passing cars. Zhou Longyi was like a cheetah out of control, hasty and frantic. The oncoming cab plunged headlong into the greenbelt to avoid this madman, scraping and bruising the front of the car, the rear of the black car emergency steering wheel, tires and ground friction ear-splitting sound. The body slammed into the cab swinging sideways. Bang sound, directly rear end. Full responsibility. The driver got out of the car and cursed angrily. "Die." Zhou Longyi leaped over the driver, a foot lifted on the top of the sedan. Tin depression. Did not look at the jaw-dropping driver. Head also did not return to run toward the north. In exchange for the previous temper. How to drop also have to shatter the driver's cranium. This maniac doesn't want to die. The older woman carrying a basket of vegetables by the side of the road screamed in horror. The young guy beside her widened his eyes and tugged the older woman's arm in a deadly grip. His voice tinged with trembling. "Get out of the way. Something's not right with this guy. Your order has about timed out. Your order is about to time out." At the corner of the intersection, riders wearing yellow helmets emblazoned with kangaroo logos swerve without slowing down, transforming their electric bikes to fire on all cylinders. "Ha, what's going on? What are these cars hiding from?" The delivery boy wondered, intending to use the drain to make the turn and squeeze through the gap between the cars in front of him. The base drill of every delivery man. As the god donkey in the takeaway sector in the East Road area, this month's top seller has been a nail in the coffin. Little brother snapped off the helmet shield, loosened the brakes, screwed the electric door, knees together, people and cars together. I counting the gap between the car and the car spacing. Say a see a gap. Not exaggerate. A man rushed out of the interstices of the straggling cars, rather like the illusion of a narrow road. Brother you? Joe Longy ran while making seals with both hands. The blood mist visible to the naked eye coalesced in both hands, lifting the takeaway battery car that was in the way in front of him, and casually throwing it away. A scream came, only to see the delivery boy, even people with the car, in the air after an arc, fell heavily on the sidewalk more than 10 meters away. Lunchbox and the meal spilled everywhere. Soup splattered all over the place. The little brother lay on the ground, his helmet shattered, moaning in agony as he climbed to his feet and came to his knees in front of the thermos box, so desperate that he forgot about the physical pain. Your order has about timed out. Your order has imminently timed out. The water machine with the shattered screen on the floor was still stubbornly playing the platform's voice announcement. Bloodied fingers slid the cobwebbed screen. Hey, Huang, do me a favor, help me explain to the customer. I poof. A mouthful of blood sprayed out. The little brother was lying on the ground. Bright yellow clothes, blood seeped out. Either dead or disabled. The traffic police in front of them quickly jumped down from the police car. They held batons and shouted, "Stop! Freeze!" Joe Longy, however, acted as if he didn't hear it, without the slightest intention of stopping, and even had a crazy smile on his face. Death to those who stand in my way. The red blood mist that had previously converged on his hands suddenly covered his body, and his face was so fierce that he lifted an Audi car and smashed it over. The policeman called straight out and immediately dispersed in all directions. Joe Longy paused his body, turned violently, and blasted his fist on the windshield of the police car that was in hot pursuit behind him, and the driver's head burst open. The other hand in the small abdomen pressed the hood of the police car. The front of the car instantly dented, continuing to run furiously all the way. He came to an intersection. In an instant, police cars came like a tidal wave in all directions, surrounding him. Cops are getting out of their cars, guns in hand, guns pointed at him. Bang, bang, bang. No use of the movie kind of verbal warning before shooting. Can you hold your hands over your head or any other pleasantries like that? A single gunshot was dryly fired, hating the rabble-rouser. Joe Longy's left shoulder was blown open with a bloody hole by the bullet, and almost at the same time, his body began to flow and deform like melted wax, and his clothes fell off one after another, and in the blink of an eye, he turned into a puddle of water, slowly writhing on the ground. Dispatches went into the sewer manhole cover. What is this? A young cop was so scared that his face turned pale and his voice changed tone. The old cop next to him gulped and said with forced composure, asterisk 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 asterisk. No sperm is allowed after the founding of the country. Don't panic. Stay alert. The captain of the police received a call from his superiors. Immediately evacuate the crowd. Keep the city to the northern suburbs all the way unobstructed. All the police officers stay in place. The other side is not ordinary people can resist. Before the crowd could recover from the shock. 10 minutes later, about a kilometer away, a puddle of water gurgled out of the sewer manhole cover. The water spread upward along the soles of a big sunny boy's shoes. A couple was hanging out on the side of the road when a change of heart occurred. The big sunny boy. His eyes suddenly became empty and lifeless. His body trembled slightly, and in the next second, his face sank, and as he shook off the arm held by the woman, he twisted his neck from side to side, making the cackling sound of bones moving. Face like a dead man. Su Shuetsi, why are you reacting so strongly? 188,000 dowry is much? Is it too much? Hey, why don't you say something? You should be glad I don't have a brother. Su Shuetsi, is this marriage still going to happen or not? At this moment, the Su Shuetsi had all sorts of noisy sounds pouring into his eardrums, annoying him, because he had just taken over this body. His five senses had yet to fully adapt. Su Shuetsi inclined his head to look at the woman in front of him, her mouth opening and closing with spittle. He needed a few minutes to get to grips with his new body, as well as to draw some essence blood to replenish the consumption from the street battle earlier. The house is used, and your parents can't afford to spend money on decorating. Do not do whole house customization. Good. I'll put up with it. I'll put up with the car made in China. I tolerated the change from 8 gold to 3 gold. Su Shuetsi, now you even want to bargain for the bride price. Have you ever thought about me? Have you no bearing at all as a man? Listen to your parents for everything. Then you'll live with them for the rest of your life. I'm teaching you to be independent, or you'll be like your parents, a wimp for life. What are you staring at me for? You're still not convinced when I say something to you. Snapping, Su Shuetsi grabbed the woman by the neck and slowly lifted her up. I wanted to suck you up in one gulp, but now, my father intends to abuse you to death. Chapter 118, Who's the Devil? Joe Longy's prayer of Su Shuetsi begging him to spare his fiancée rang in his head, and that was his last struggle. The woman was thrown to the ground, her hands over her own neck, coughing violently, eyes red, teardrops rolling. Su Shuetsi, you turtle grandson, I am so good to you. Say a few words about you. You want to do this to me? You're spending his money and treating him well as you should. And if he's not earning any more money now, will you still treat him well? Don't make yourself out to be so condescending and great. Oh, this nasty memory is polluting me. Look at him conflicted, wanting to be abusive, wanting to prove himself, and wanting this to approve of him. Hypocrisy. The woman's face was white, her hands on the ground, and she kept backing away, bawling in aggravation in the face of her boyfriend, who had suddenly descended into madness. Gradually, a lot of people gathered around the side of the street and started pointing and talking. This man beats women. Pa, what a thing! Speak softly, and do not advise others to be kind without their suffering. It's wrong to hit a woman anyway, not a man. Shame on you. At that moment, a tall man across the street, wearing an executive jacket, winds up running over, helping up the woman on the ground. He inclined his head with an angry look on his face. Xiao Su, what's wrong with you? Rong Rong is such a good girl, how could you hit him? Hibiscus, where does it hurt? Let me take a look. The woman stood up in tears, pearly and gentle. Brother Wei, I'm fine. He's probably not feeling well in his heart. The man known as Brother Wei spat in a low voice. Rong Rong, don't aggravate yourself. You're still young. There are some things you need to think about. Wei, don't say anything. You know. Zhou Longyi shook his head vigorously, shaking his head, looking pained as two thoughts exploded in his head. The original owner's obsession is so strong. These flies are so annoying. The ghost-faced girl was right. The people in this world are even more black and white. Zhou Longyi covered his face with a slap and threw back his head and laughed maniacally. There were too many messed up memories in his brain, and after changing 3 bodies recently, he was on the verge of schizophrenia. What are you laughing at? Does acting crazy help? Trembling, he threw 3, 4, and the 9th consecutive punches to his head before he completely erased Su Shuetsi's consciousness and took full control of his body. Xiao Su, what are you doing? Is self-harm useful? Stop it. Stop it. Think about your parents. Think about the burden on your shoulders. Can you live up to Rong Rong like this? Brother Wei turned his head and said in a cold voice, Xiao Su, do you know why you've always been poorly liked in your unit? It's not because you're poor. It's because you have bad character. If you're not capable yourself, don't take it out on women. A woman in a white down jacket next to her pointedly chimed in. Finally, I see someone saying something human. This man's crazy is not a good thing at first glance. Big brother, good scolding. Scolding him to wake him up is also a piece of merit. Zhou Longyi raised his eyes again. His eyes had cleared, and with one hand in the void, the woman in the white down jacket not far away was sucked over by a force. Zhou Longyi struck a hand knife, cutting off the woman's head. The bare neck gurgled with blood. Zhou Longyi wrapped his mouth around the neck and drank soundly and painfully. Finally, he simply held up the entire headless body upside down, as if he were drinking and blowing into a bottle, and at the end of the drink, shook the bottle and tossed it away. Essence blood nourished his demonic energy, and the skin that had just opened up on his brain recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Phew, not so tired. Next to the crowd of onlookers, 5 or 6 fainted on the spot, almost more than half of them, vomiting in place. The scene is too explosive. Vigo's mouth was wide open, too afraid to speak, his brain in a state of deadlock, and Rong Rong's knees went weak, directly kneeling on the ground, her whole body trembling in fear. Unable to understand why because of her own one small irrationality, she made her boyfriend become like this. Zhou Longyi didn't even look at the people nearby, minding his own business and utilizing the essence blood he had just sucked to warm up his body. Breathing in and out, breathing in and out. After a few seconds, his eyes emitted a refined light as he looked towards the north. The North Suburban Chemical Plant is up ahead, right? No one answered him. Zhou Longyi frowned and lightning struck, slapping Wei's head into his chest. The group seemed to react at the same time and dispersed, leaving Rong Rong kneeling on the ground with a look of despair on her face. The North Suburban Chemical Plant is up ahead, right? Ha! The woman let out a piercing scream. Zhou Longyi pulled out his ears and didn't ask any more questions, finally understanding why the original owner was abusing this woman. The original owner's memory fragments. There is a bitter memory. He knows that this woman and his Sai at the same time, also fishing 3 other men, he still every day to brainwash himself, telling himself that it is not Rong Rong's fault, it is the fault of those horny men. This kind of courage can be sung and can be snot. When I was at the mountain gate in the past, eldest brother said that the world knows that the gods are good, but only the Stepford wives can't forget them. The king's birthday says grace on his birthday, and the king's death goes with the people. That day, When I crushed eldest brother's head, I told him that there's no need to wait for June to die, and that those who would betray you don't care if you're dead or alive. Your name is Xiong Rong Rong, right? What an unpleasant name. This honored one will have a fierce battle in a while and take you along to see how this honored one is like a man with commitment. How? Woo-hoo, ha 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 ha. The heaven's way is unjust, so my father will walk his own path. The whole body blood stained Zhou Longyi. The fear and pain to the extreme woman clamped in the armpit, toward the northern suburbs of the direction of the chemical plant, all the way to the wind flying, where they passed, unimpeded. The entire neighborhood doors and windows closed. Cars give way to the road, haphazardly parked on the side of the road. Su Shuetzi, I just throw a small tantrum. You have to do this to me. Tears from the corner of the woman's eyes into a line. With the wind, string of pearls. North Suburban Chemical Plant, built in the 1970s, when state-run factories were prevalent, and those who could go to work in them, even if they were ordinary workers, would unconsciously straighten their backs when walking on the street. In those days, everyone was poor. The status of workers was high. There were not so many add-up comparisons, and the real comparison was to who could work. Then in time for the wave of layoffs, the factory was sold to a private owner and slowly collapsed. Because the land was polluted and in the suburbs, it has been idle. After so many years of erosion by wind and rain, it has been completely turned into an abandoned factory. The factory has been overgrown with weeds, and at this time the door is open, and on the big iron barrel in the workshop, Lin Weidong is sitting on it, with a cigar in his mouth. To pretend to be a villain, to pretend to be a ruthless person, you have to be thorough. This is his understanding of the plot. The old Taoist master counted well. This demonic cultivator is very radical, and the method of provocation is very effective. The most negligent part of this plan was that it failed to notify the police in time not to confront and evacuate the crowd. But it couldn't be helped. God knows he would have killed him from straight out of the city, all the way to the madness of God stopping God. Outside the factory, an overcast wind picked up, and a very long shadow reflected obliquely on the ground from the gate. Lin Weidong drew his gun and jumped down from the iron barrel, the hairs of sweat on his entire body almost standing up. He inclined his head towards Chun Armorwood, who was hiding in the darkness and hiding his breath, and settled down. As long as we can bring him in and close the door, this waterproof S-rated house is where he'll be buried. Zhou Longyi, echoes drifted through the empty plant. Come in for a one-on-one fight. You think my father is an idiot? Outside the factory yard, Zhou Longyi put down the woman under his armpit, a cold smile hanging from the corner of his mouth. Not coming out? Very well, good show. In a flash, Zhou Longyi tore off Xiong Rongrong's calf, and his aura became ice, freezing the bleeding wound. The woman was in pain and wanted to bite her tongue several times, but she couldn't be cruel. Zhou Longyi frowned and shattered her teeth with a slap. Good girl, it'll be okay soon. You said to be each other's angels. Lin Weidong's scalp tingled as he raised his gun and snapped. Demon! Demon! Zhou Longyi pulled the woman's hair so she could look up at the men in the room with their guns raised. Wrong ah. Look how hypocritical. It's obvious that he could have shot to stop it, but he was afraid of startling his honored one into using the water shield to escape. TSK little friend. The two of us. Who is the devil? Talk. Lin Weidong staggered back a step, beads of sweat coalescing on his forehead, his heart almost jumping out of his throat as he breathed heavily. Chapter 119, Son of A, you're too young to be a mastermind. Lin Weidong's scalp was numb. The end of the gun fired fiercely. The bullet passed through Zhou Longyi's body, while his body bizarrely turned into water. Not a moment later, the water recoalesced into a human form. You perverts aren't qualified to talk about me. Lin Weidong. Woo hoo hoo hoo. Hurry up. Zhou Longyi let out a mocking teasing laugh. Lin Weidong, you are a talented person. Do something great with this honored one and be free? Why be a hawk and dog for the court? How about this honor grants you the blood refining technique? On top of the open space outside the factory, Zhou Longyi's bloodied fingers traced across the woman's cheeks and hooked up her chin. Realizing that the woman had completely fainted, Zhou Longyi's fingertip aura scurried around, stimulating the woman's temples and making her awake again. Which of these, women, money, fame, honor, is more attractive than the snap of a finger to kill and immortality? The woman who woke up was making whimpering noises, weak and ready to die in place at any moment, but strangely enough, there seemed to be a strange energy that was sustaining what little residual fire of life she had left. This feeling is really wonderful. Would you like to be my slave in this world? Oh no, it should be partner. Lin Weidong's anger was rampant. His knuckles clenched. Shaolin, hold steady. Let the poor Taoist come. Lin Weidong, who was about to rush out of the factory door, suddenly rang Chen Shilian's voice in his head. Relax. Open your mind. The poor man is going to you. Lin Weidong felt a tingle throughout his body. and then another person's consciousness appeared in his brain. Lin Weidong, who was possessed by Chen Xiliang, gradually went crazy with his expression. Zhou Longyi, you are right. Why bother being an eagle dog for the court? What about that Taoist priest? Child, he is our greatest threat. Get rid of him and I'll pass on your blood refinement technique. Lin Weidong turned around, dragged out Chen Jiamu, who was wearing a Taoist robe, and put the muzzle of the gun on his head, and with a bang, there was a splash of brains on the ground. Brother, he lost his aura a long time ago, but he's just an invalid. It didn't feel like enough, so I added a few more shots, just as if to beat Chen Karmu's face into a puddle of rotten meat. This is my pitch. Zhou Longyi's jaw dropped, suddenly feeling that the victory came too easy. Hey no, I haven't played yet. Lin Weidong threw down his gun, took out a few letters from his pocket and threw them on the ground. Brother demon, these letters are a lie. All the schemes are to catch you. It was all this Taoist's idea. Of course Zhou Longyi understood that he was a murderous pervert, not a cutie pie. From the very beginning, he knew that all of these things were fake and were used by the enemy to provoke him. As for why they knew about their origins, there was only one possibility, and that was that they were also from that world. But that's dead? That's too much child's play. Lin Weidong took a long breath. His expression of relief was indescribable. From this day on, I'm going to be myself. What morals and what laws? It's all bull *********. Lin Weidong squatted down and fished out an ancient book from Chen Imu's corpse. Brother devil. I can't read this thing. The true scripture of Tai Ching Yuan Dao or whatever. HM? Zhou Longyi's eyes lit up as he swished in and snatched the books. The moment he entered the factory building, the door suddenly closed. The surrounding area was violently dark. The body of Chen Armorwood on the ground disappeared into streams of light, and Lin Weidong's body seemed to have been grabbed by some large hand and swept backward. Pop, pop, the house lights came on. Standing on an oil drum, Chen Karmu, with a smoky Chen Xiliang suspended above his head, master and disciple, expressionless. It was an illusion just now? Careless. Backstabbing. Chen Xiliang said faintly. Turtle grandson. In terms of mind tricks, you're still a bit young. Chen Armorwood condensed thunderbolts with both hands, and without a word of nonsense, he directly covered over. Inches of thunder on and mapped in Zhou Longyi's furious pupils. He crossed his hands to block in front of his body. Bang! Was struck by lightning and electric fly. 2 sleeves of clothes destroyed. Arms scorched black. Palm thunder and even the law of Yang turned to overcome evil. Chen Armorwood's hands once again unfolded into a bracketed shape, and the palm lightning ball continued to coalesce, twice as large as it was just a moment ago. Zhou Longyi's body suddenly turned into water. Water in the house scurrying, hit the walls, floor, and even the door cracks. Window cracks are full of rainbow waterproof glue. Chen Armorwood laughed coldly and threw out the thunderballs, which exploded one after the other with unerring precision on the water that was frantically fleeing on the ground. With a boom, Zhou Longyi revealed his body. His whole body was charred black and smoking. His eyes revealed unwillingness. He operated his magic power and went to slam towards the wall with all his might, intending to use the most primitive and violent method to break through the wall and escape. Chen Armorwood had prepared for this, and with a palm launch, 9 light dragons of different colors took shape at great speed and shot out. Zhou Longyi ultimately did not resist the cultivation version of the descending dragon's 18 palms, and was beaten without any more resistance, lying on the ground in convulsions. Koshiki, abolish his Chihai. Chen Armorwood nodded. A claw inserted into Zhou Longyi's abdomen, took out a grain of dark red round similar to the golden Dan thing, crunching and crushing. Alright, he has no cultivation. He can't run away. Zhou Longyi erupted into the most desperate roar, his 5 fingers clawing at the ground, his fingernail caps shattering. Shaolin, wrap it up, Chen Xiliang said, inclining his head. Lin Weidong, who was crouching in the corner with a gun in his hand, had not yet recovered from the shock. Kobayashi, Kobayashi. Ah, yes. Lin Weidong looked down into the miniature pager on his collar and said, Group 1 and 2, all come in. 1 minute later, the door to the plant was pushed open from the outside and a group of heavily armed Secret Service agents came clattering in, keeping a high level of vigilance. Right in the middle, Lin Weidong stood with his arms folded, and at his feet were the painfully struggling and bruised devil cultivators. Chief, screw it, it's done? A subordinate said in surprise. Aha, deal with the scene. The subordinate revealed a look of infinite admiration, and with a gesture, immediately 4 people carried a large tempered glass box and threw Zhou Longyi in, sealing it with a sealant. No need to seal the glue. He can't turn to water to escape anymore. Get out of here, all of you, and send them back to CAS overnight. Yes. The subordinate gave a standard military salute, turned around, raised his arms, and led the team out at a trot. The factory building regained its quietness, and Lin Weidong sighed and turned to bow to Chen Jiamu, who was sitting cross-legged on a barrel of oil. Little Taoist master, your immortal cultivation university. When will it start? Do you think I can learn at this age? Immortal cultivation university? Chen Armorwood laughed. Xin Changdao College. What cultivating immortality university? Make it not scientific at all. No, Master Tao. I can't believe in science now. Have faith in science. No, Master Xiao Dao. The higher-ups are paying more and more attention to you, especially now that these so-called extraterrestrial heavenly demons have popped up. I reckon that the world is going to be in chaos. It can't be messed up. With a whoosh, Chen Shilong floated out of Chen Armorwood's pocket. Lin, I wonder if you've ever heard of a saying. What is old Taoist master's high opinion? Lin Weidong asked respectfully. The weather is grandiose, and my way prospers day by day. Chen Amu flirted. Master, you used to say that you should believe in science. If you didn't say it like that at the time, how did the poor man get it live on the internet? Let's learn to catcall and meow together. Chen Jiamu shrugged his shoulders and answered a phone call. On the phone, Ma Huayun hiccuped. Hey, senior brother, is the freshman selection for the day after tomorrow still on? Engage. Chapter 120, My Second Brother is Invincible. The main body of the Shinsky Road Academy has been fully completed and work is currently underway to paint the exterior walls. Because of the special nature of the enrollment, not everyone is recruited. In order not to affect the normal opening of the school year after the year, several people in the group of the Board of Education met several times to study. Finally, the logistics director, Gu V, proposed an early selection event for new students, similar to the test. Later on, a show of hands, martial arts teachers Tai Long, Zhang Ziong, and Mr. Wei approve. Ma Huayun, director of admissions and director of wind discipline, raised his hand in opposition on the grounds that he would not be able to develop an assessment program. What's the test? The root of the spirit? Who here knows how to do that? Okay, fitness test? A test of physical fitness? A test of resistance? There's a lot of different kinds of monasticism. It's not just about physical fitness. What about liberal arts, languages, math, and foreign languages? That's bull ********. Do we know how to do that? Memorizing Taoist texts? Even more unlikely. How many people have nothing to memorize these boring literary texts? Let them memorize the game skills. Hero restraint is more or less. Wake up, teachers. People look at the attraction of 1800 a year with food and shelter to come. Of course, do not rule out that there are Taoist enthusiasts really come to cultivate immortality. Before the plaza's big screen promotional video will soon be reminiscent of half a year ago. Chen Armor would fight. Lightweight stomping on the roof of the car video. And the mirage in Jotsuan at the time. And how many people swore they saw a Superman flying while moving mountains with a piece of red cloth? The internet has a memory. And even if it's blocked and deleted, the memories in a person's head don't go away. Maybe some adults won't believe it. Children are convinced without a doubt. In the office of the project department, Ma Huayun hung up the phone with a sad face. Senior brother Chen said to engage in enrollment selection. Everyone, let's come up with a plan together. What did senior sister Evelyn say? Tai Long asked. She's coming on a plane in the next few days. A girl and a foreigner. She can only be a vase when she comes. Messing with the reception and all that. Ma Huayun rested his chin on one hand, spinning his pen in boredom. The thumb tosses the neutral pen up, at least a meter, and the pen spins down and falls, finely packed and unmistakable, into the gap between thumb and forefinger, week after week. Holy, old Ma, how do you play this? Chicken was surprised. Ma Huayun noticed and was startled by his own little magic trick. Ma Huayun was shocked. He felt with his heart to manipulate objects with his mind and found that he could only control objects similar to a neutral pen. Crouching nest. This is aura manipulation. I'm going to be invincible. Snort. Not far away came Gue Wu's disdainful laughter. Who's your 5 Snickers? Gue Wu flung his empty sleeve, and a kitchen knife spun and flew out, skimming over Ma Huayun's head and chopping into the office's filing cabinet with a click. Almost half of the blade missing. This is controlled with your mind? Tai Long marveled, incomparably envious. Big brother, isn't that nonsense? Your 5th brother flung it out with a grapefruit. Gue Wu said, I told you guys to meditate properly to realize the aura, and you 3 are either hurting here or itching there. Tai Long picked up one of the beauty scissors by the table and plunged it into the table. Through a fierce energy, he said, 2nd brother, 3rd brother, tonight, you guys supervise my meditation. If I can't get into meditation and sit all night, you guys will cut my 2nd brother. Chicken suddenly said, Big brother, if you can't get into meditation, what's it got to do with me? Zhang Ziong corrected. Second brother. Big brother is talking about cutting his second brother. Why are you panicking? What does third brother mean by that? Big brother. Didn't we agree to be brothers for life? You've recognized someone else as your second brother again? Big brother. Answer me. Am I still your second brother? Tai Long's eyes suddenly turned serious. He looked deeply at Zhang Xiang, and had a look at Chicken. Two brothers? We have the opportunity to cultivate immortality now, so we just let ourselves go? Slacking ourselves? Look at Brother Ma, Brother Gue Wu. We all started from the same point. They're all capable of imperial objects. What about us? Still playing the hero. Chicken and Zhang Xiang bowed their heads in shame. Big brother is right. And master. Chen brother all the way through the wind and rain. Especially at that time, the master gave the skin experience card. Played a handful of invincible world. That feeling, like becoming a character in the game. That feeling of riding the world and tearing up tanks with your hands. That feeling of coming up in the air and sweeping the world. All have the hope, with good practice, of becoming their own permanent skin. Chicken and Zhang Xiang silently looked up at Iron Dragon. The three brothers held hands with a determined look in their eyes. Tai Long, as the elder brother, he had to take the lead. Chicken, I hope that one day, I can proudly say to others that my second brother is invincible. Chicken was greatly encouraged and moved. Then, he continued, Zhang Xiang, I hope that one day, you will be able to proudly say to others that my big brother, the world is invincible. Zhang Xiang smacked out the flavor of the words and asked aggressively, what about me? Ma Huayun said, Xiang, he's talking all about himself. Didn't you get it? My second brother is invincible. My second brother is invincible. Chicken muttered, violently shook off Iron Dragon's hand and said angrily, Big brother, so you've been treating me as your second brother? You were supposed to be my second brother. That second brother. Iron Cage suddenly understood and said in exasperation, Senior Ma, what is your brain thinking all day long? I, Ma Huayun, have been bright and open in this life, thinking of the right way on earth, bright and early, and you play with airplane cups, Ti Lung retorted. Joke. It's simply a big joke. Do you have any proof? Ma Huayun came on strong. He had washed his hands of it long ago. Thou hast only heard of bulls and elephants, but not of running thunder. Elephant, 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 why is thy nose so and so long? Iron Dragon digressed. Ma Huayun's face sank and he inclined his head. Brother Gue Wu, read the diary. Chicken said. Ma Huayun's desk snapped and thumped, reminding, all of you calm down and think about the freshman selection program for the day after tomorrow. I'm under a lot of pressure as the director of the enrollment office. It's simple. Big entry. Ma Huayun is going crazy. We're a famous family. Not a pimp. You play with cups. With a snap, Ma Huayun slapped his palm on his forehead, completely falling into silence. Actually, Master has already prepared a selection test program. Gue Wu took out a piece of printed paper from his Taoist robe and spread it out on the table. Ma Huayun grabbed the proposal on the table and glanced at it. The more he looked at it, the stranger his expression became. No. What did Master think? Is this really okay? Gue Wu said. Are you questioning Master's wisdom? The sect Master Heavenly Father has taken in several of us. Which one of us is not a heavenly genius? I unconditionally believe in Master. Tai Long didn't even look away and said with certainty. Ma Huayun pushed the proposal and handed it to Iron Dragon. Look at it first. Ti Lung picked up the cup in his hand and sipped his tea while looking at the program. When suddenly, a mouthful of tea was sprayed onto the paper. Holy! Chapter 121, Entrance Examination for New Students. The 7th secondary school in the city of Noborabetsu was requisitioned by Dao College as a temporary examination center. Early in the morning, a lot of eager students gathered in front of the school, taking into account the issue of the Protection of Minors Act, under 18 years old, exempt. The first class of students, all adults, ages from 18 to 60, and even a few retired old cadres also want to live a second spring, experience a senior college. This point, the admissions office did not expect. The guys are too enthusiastic. I guess there is a large part of the mix. 1,800 tuition a year. Food and housing. To put it mildly, outside the rent house are more than this price. About this Taoist College freshman screening activities, the Municipal Party Committee, the Education Commission attaches great importance to the major leadership team to personally stand. The TV reporter followed the whole story, to the shock of Big Smart, who at first thought the cadet was running a scam. 3 days ago, a preliminary count of 688 people filled out registration forms, which was several times more than expected. But after the first round of screening, a large portion had already gone. Those with high blood pressure, high blood cholesterol, heart disease, infectious diseases, circumcision, etc., are all eliminated from the program. Nowadays, people's subhealth is too serious. Monasticism and healthcare can really improve the body. The Taoist college will carry out healthcare classes in the future, specializing in sub-healthy people for conditioning training. The main reason is that with this enrollment, the first phase, there is no time to slowly condition the students. Some people looking for relations through the back door, cannot use through the examination, found that it is useless, even if you are the mayor's relatives. The director of the admissions office of the Ma did not buy, and even threatened that you let the governor to come are useless. Some people praised Director Ma for his integrity and honesty, while others commented that Director Ma was arrogant, infinitely arrogant. In the end, more than 300 aspiring young people, successfully shortlisted in the first round, entered this morning's examination. Director Ma, it's almost time. Ms. Nyo Mei, who had been temporarily deployed to help, held her laptop and spoke in an urgent tone. In the office, Ma Huayan put down the bowl of hot dry noodles and drew out a paper towel to wipe his mouth. Are the dolls all here? It's long overdue. The students have been waiting for over an hour. Ma Huayan flexed his disposable chopsticks and whooshed them into a sorting garbage can at the side of the playground almost 50 meters away, plunging them into the recyclable waste bin with pinpoint accuracy. Call it down. Gather in the playground. All extraneous persons, clear out. Looked at the beautiful cow in a daze. The students, almost all of them young, with only a few older ones, lined up and entered the school gates, with teachers from their former schools who had been notified to come over and work extra hours without pay to direct the scene. As the last group of students entered, the big motorized iron gates of the 7th middle school in the City of Faith slowly closed. A team of police officers neatly guarded the entrance, and many parents were inexplicably nervous and mysteriously talking. It's almost New Year's Eve, so nothing's going to happen. Old Zhang, why are there still police? Isn't it the Dao Academy? It's fine. Didn't you see that Secretary Kai came just now? And a lot of leaders from the municipal party committee were there. Aha, I've heard that the school's Dean Chen is quite a big deal, and people are coming from Kyoto. Let me tell you, this Dao Academy is to cultivate superpowered people, children into this life. Food and clothing do not have to worry. Really, I see the enrollment brochure said graduation package allocation will not really go to catch-up pow or something. In the schoolyard, 300 students stood under the podium, and on the stage stood 5 men, all in Taoist robes, holding the microphone. Ma Huayun cleared his throat and said, "Fellow students, it is our mutual destiny to stand here. Ahem, only after passing the examination can you officially enroll in my Xin Chang Dao Academy. The examination is divided into 3 steps. I'd like to talk to the students before the official test, so if you have any questions, you can ask them now." There was a young man down below, who raised his hand in a radiant manner and shouted, "Director Ma, I know, the first step is to test the spiritual roots, right?" Ma Huayun squinted at Gui Wu and found that the latter did not move like a mountain. "Haven't you read the enrollment brochure? What's the first sentence? Believe in science." I know, Director Ma, that was for show for those muggles out there. We all get it. The lad in the cowboy backpack chimed in. One of the students next to him laughed. "Brother, you won't this be brainwashed by the school's propaganda movie, right? This is the real world, not a game or a movie. We come here, mainly to learn traditional culture, really can cultivate immortality. First turn not us ordinary people, how many big men in the queue above. Now online AI is so bullish. Jitterbugs are everywhere in the video of the magic change. Gao Yuliang are wearing a mech. Liu Bei can send waves. Tang San burial with a rocket launcher to dry the Lord Buddha. There are a lot of such videos. Endless. Not only male frequency, the female frequency has become a hard hit. Jinhuan Chuan or something a word. Directly take AK to the teacher of the Qinjianbin mutiny. Of the 300 or so students who signed up, both men and women, at least a good chunk of them were sensible and wouldn't believe it was real just because they'd swiped through a few videos and watched a couple of special effects promos in the past. Some are scum who can't get into college. Some are traditional culture enthusiasts. And some don't want to be social animals anymore and come over to lie down. But there is a segment of students who are convinced that there is a supernatural presence in this world. Among the students, one named Zhang Junbo said, "I have a feeling as if I've experienced this, but I can't remember. Don't bull ****** me? In a moment you'll be able to predict the future." Someone retorted, "Jun Bao, I believe you. I've been there too. It's when I experience something, or a certain scene, and it somehow feels familiar, like it's happened before. I used to have the same dream all the time about becoming a demon sect master, and it was ancient. I went back to the countryside to visit my grandpa's grave the year before last, and I saw a ghost fire. Green. My dad said it might have been my great-grandmother." Many students began to add fuel to the fire by talking about their remarkable experiences and gradually began to blow each other up with awesomeness. If I can cultivate immortality, I might join the Acacia sect. I'll go with the sword cultivator. I've had a strong affection for swords since I was a child. Manhwa observed the following classmates' discussion, and he didn't interrupt. These kids were so funny. Underneath the podium, an older man probably in his early 30s laughed rather dismissively. We're here to learn, and you guys, chattering away about all this nonsense. Is it interesting? A few people were unconvinced, and someone asked with a stiff upper lip, You're interesting? Why are you still here to sign up? Introduce myself. I'm Lin Qiang. Zhang Junbao. Zhang Junbao reached out with a smile on his face. A few people next to him sputtered. Never heard of it. Don't recognize it. Usually, when introducing others, it is my name is so-and-so, not I am so-and-so, and the habitual use of the latter proves that the person is unusually flamboyant and self-confident, with a strong desire to perform. Lin X is Lin. Ruan Xiaoqi 7. Wang Yang Ming's Yang. Lin 7 Yang. You know each other now. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Lin Qiang paused and continued. Whoever just now, who said that he saw a ghost fire, does he know what is called phosphine? In nature, organic materials such as animal corpses and plant residues undergo complex chemical reactions during the process of decay and decomposition. Phosphine has a very low spontaneous ignition point, and may spontaneously combust at room temperature in contact with air, producing a green flame. And swampy wetlands, or old burial grounds, have a large amount of decaying plant and animal remains present. So there is only one truth, and the ghostly flames you saw were not your two tits. As for Junbao student, you have the feeling of repeating the experience of the event. This phenomenon is known as the sense of immediacy, also known as the hippocampal effect. The principle is very complicated. This involves the issue of neurology and brainstem information transmission. I will tell you about it when I have the chance later. Someone said, Are you a college student and know so much? I graduated from MIT in Gallatin. Bull batch. Can't see that it's still a sea turtle. Learning so much. Do not go to work in the top 500 foreign enterprises. Come to the Road Institute for what? Lin Qiang looked at the podium and said indifferently. I'm very interested in Taoist philosophy, especially feng shui and divination. I came here to find out the logic behind them and explain everything using the scientific method. Also, I don't call myself a cow pie. Zhang Junbao arched his hand in solemn respect. Hello, Uncle Lin. Lin Qiang frowned and looked at the teenager with exaggerated movements. Brother, I'm only 25 years old this year. Don't want my uncle. Oh, you didn't say anything. Thought you were 52. Ha, just kidding. Lin Qiang held his hand and said in a serious tone. I will cover you in the future. Remember Junbao. Science is the only standard for testing the truth. There is a lot of essence in traditional culture, but the dregs. Eek something flew past. At this moment, a young Taoist priest, flying over the heads of the crowd with his sword. Chapter 122, First Passage 1. In the crowd's eagerly awaiting gaze, Chen Armorwood was dressed in a flowing Taoist robe, his sleeves fluttering with the wind, his long hair flying wildly in the breeze, and he stepped on a flying sword with flashing cold light, as if he were an immortal on the earth, hovering above the podium in a dashing manner. Flexing his fingers and flicking the sword, the flying sword winced and quivered, and then immediately shot up into the sky, drawing a splendid arc in the air, and disappearing into the sky in an instant. In an instant, the playground, which was originally noisy and boisterous, seemed to have been pressed the mute button, falling into a dead silence. Everyone stayed where they were, their gazes following the disappearing sword light. Lin Qiang's arm, which was originally waving in the air, was now frozen in mid-air. The playful expression on his face instantly solidified, his eyes staring as if they were bronze bells, full of unbelievable shocked looks. There was a brief moment of silence on stage, followed by an outburst of shrieks and screams, many of them so excited that they burst into tears. Witnessing the scene of Taoist priests flying in the sky with their swords brought a shock far beyond imagination, as if it was a light that instantly lit up the desire for the unknown world in the hearts of the crowd. Who in the hell just said that he believes in science? Someone in the crowd whispered, their voice filled with shock and bewilderment. Quiet everyone. This is our dean, Chen Aimu. Ma Huayun held the microphone. That tone unconsciously carried a hint of sour flavor. He was envious of the dean's explosive appearance that was out of this world. Lin Qiang clasped his head with both hands, his eyes opened roundly, too shocked to speak, his mind blank, as if he was still trying to digest the marvelous sight he had just seen. Zhang Junbao's eyes, on the other hand, flashed with a blazing light of yearning and glittered, as if he had already seen what his future flying with a sword would look like. A few nymphomaniac girls in the student body had long since pressed on and started to whisper and woo. Wow, Dean Chen is so handsome. A girl clasped her hands together and placed them on her chest with a mesmerized expression. Yes, the young man of the Dao department. So young, my legs are looking crispy. Another girl chimed in, her face flushed. Tina, do you guess if Dean has a girlfriend? A girl asked curiously. What are you guys talking about? We're here to study, not to pick up men. A more sensible girl tried to calm everyone down, but it was hard to hide her admiration for Dean in her eyes. At this point, a woman in her early 30s licked her lips, gazed at the podium in fascination, and muttered, "He's not a man, he's a pure virgin." How did you know? The bystander asked in surprise. I can smell it. The woman looked certain. The commotion among the student crowd went on for several minutes, with no momentum at all to stop. On the podium, Chen Armorwood raised his hand and signaled. The playground instantly quieted down. Everyone held their breath and gathered their breath, waiting for his next sentence. Everyone, just now, Mr. Ma said that to enter the academy, you need to pass 3 tests. The tests have a certain degree of danger. It's all based on voluntariness. Those who don't want to participate can withdraw. Chen Armorwood's voice was low and powerful, echoing over the playground. The first level, the test is guts. The second level, wisdom. The third level, heart. He paused, his eyes scanning the students on the stage, and continued, for those who enter the Tao sect, guts can be practiced, wisdom can be cultivated, but the only thing that needs to be realized is the heart. After Chen Armorwood finished speaking, he quietly observed the reaction of the students below, and to his surprise, none of them quit. Well, that's good. All brave little North Noses. The corners of Chen Armorwood's mouth rose slightly, revealing a trace of a satisfied smile. Since no one has withdrawn, I will now announce that the first level of the examination will begin. As soon as the words fell, a mysterious spell formation instantly lit up around the playground, with light flickering and runes flowing, as if opening a door to another world. All students are plunged into an illusion belonging to the depths of their own memories. The first level of examination officially kicked off. Lin Qiang rubbed his sleepy eyes and slowly opened them, stretching lazily. Ha, why are you rowing a boat? Lin Qiang was puzzled and realized that he was sitting on the park's big yellow duck boat. His feet subconsciously stomped on the stirrups a few times, and the clattering sound of the rotating spiral oars came from the bottom of the boat. The soft river breeze was like a pair of gentle hands, gently caressing his face, and actually made him fall asleep without realizing it. Lin Qiang tried to recall, finally remembered that today he asked Zhang wanting to Shurha Park boating, but left and right, foot dry waiting for more than 4 hours. Zhang wanting but never came. Boat tickets and cannot be refunded. Not rowing will be a waste. No choice but to row himself. I did not expect to fall asleep on this languid river, but also made a light dream, dreaming that he went to participate in the Taoist College's freshman examination, and saw with his own eyes that there are immortals flying with swords. So it was a dream. Sure enough. Scared me to death. My 3 views were almost reshaped. Lin Qiang took a long breath and patted his chest, as if he wanted to slap out all the shock from the dream. As a Blue Massachusetts Institute of Technology, clamping and hairdressing major double major in the school bully, Lin Qiang has a strong interest in all kinds of strange and weird knowledge. He is extremely curious, dabbling in a wide range of things, and is full of the desire to explore all things in the world. AI. It's still a Valentine's Day for one person after all. Lin Qiang sighed helplessly, took out his cell phone and tapped on WeChat. He was filled with aggression and anger, wanting to question why Zhang Wanting stood him up. Tap on the familiar and make him a little angry woman avatar. Finger in the dialog box, unconsciously tap the transfer. Enter, 520. Transfer message, Happy Valentine's Day. At this moment, he may still have a trace of expectation of love left in his heart. Even if he was let go, he still can't help but want to express his feelings. Just then, another big yellow duck cruise ship slowly sailed past, and the faint sounds of men and women conversing came from the cabin. Today is Valentine's Day. Did your husband send you 1314? There was a hint of flirtation in his voice. Woman, also sent 520. The woman's voice is soft. Man, then you pay for the room tonight. Man's tone is flippant. Woman, deadbeat. How did you know my husband works late at night? Lin Qiang snapped his head up, his finger resting on the last digit of the input code. The expression on his face instantly frozen, the corners of his mouth involuntarily twitching. Humanity needs a purification. Lin Qiang locked the screen of his phone, turned his head to look at a pair of lovebirds leisurely playing in the artificial lake. The anger in his heart grew stronger. If I have superpowers, I will definitely slaughter all the adulterers and real estate agents in the world. Just as he was filled with indignation, he ghostly picked up one of the axes in the cabin, and as he looked at the sudden appearance of the axe, he couldn't help but put a series of question marks in his head. Why is there an axe on this boat? Before he could finish his sentence, his hand suddenly slipped, and with a plop, the axe fell into the lake. There seemed to be an irresistible force that made him throw away the axe. As the axe hit the water, the bottom of the lake began to gurgle and bubble, and before long, a smoky old Taoist priest slowly floated out of the water. "Oh young man, was it this golden axe you dropped? Or this silver axe? Or this iron axe?" The old Taoist priest's voice was ethereal and indistinct, as if it came from another world. Holy! Lin Qiang was so scared that he almost fell off the boat, exclaiming in his heart, "Nima, river god? Young man, answer my question." The river god's voice sounded once again, carrying a hint of irresistible majesty. Lin Qiang tried to calm himself down. His mind quickly recalled the animated story he had read as a child. The little boy selling matches kissed a toad. The toad turned into a princess wearing crystal shoes. They danced happily in the forest holding hands, encountered a woodcutter. The woodcutter's axe fell into the river. Because of the woodcutter's honesty, touched the river god, granted the woodcutter to become a priest and officiated at the wedding between him and the princess. I'm, like, experiencing a paranormal event. Calm down. I have to be calm. Lin Qiang took a deep breath and tried to calm himself. It's the iron axe. Lord River God. He tried his best to keep his voice steady and answered truthfully. What an honest boy. This iron axe. It's yours. The smoky river god old Taoist waved his hand, and the iron axe head flew into Lin Qiang's hands. No, isn't the plot a bit off? Lin Qiang scrutinized the plain-looking axe and asked with a heart full of doubts. An honest child is certainly rewarded, provided that he is brave. The river god's voice faded away, and his figure disappeared into the lake. In the next second, a piranha jumped up from the lake water like an arrow off the string. Its teeth that were interlaced like sharp blades flashed coldly under the sunlight, slicing through the air and pouncing straight towards Lin Qiang's face. Lin Qiang instinctively raised his axe and made a vicious chop, catching a sound, split the piranha into the water. The belly of the fish was split open, almost cut off. Only a little bit of flesh and blood connected. The fish body slowly floated on the water surface. The blood in the water quickly spread out. But that's all. Lin Qiang gasped and forced himself to calm down, shaking his head in an attempt to shake this nightmare awake. He pinched himself hard and frowned in pain. No, it's not a dream. It's all real. Lin Qiang's face turned pale, and an intense fear and uneasiness surged in his heart. No, I should have traveled to a parallel world. He began to ramble on, trying to find a reasonable explanation for everything in front of him. Am I, in fact, going to awaken the golden finger? System? System father? He shouted frantically in his heart, longing for a response. However, there was silence all around, and no system appeared. Hiss! Lin Qiang sucked in a mouthful of cool air, only to see that dozens of meters away, the big yellow duck cruise ship that had just paddled past, the hull of the ship was now shaking violently, as if it was experiencing a terrible storm. Lin Qiang's eyes narrowed as he fixed his eyes and realized that there was a dark patch of something at the bottom of the boat that seemed to be frantically hitting the small cruise ship. Not good! Lin Qiang screamed in his heart, and before he could react, the boat capsized, and a pair of men and women wearing bright orange life jackets struggled desperately in the water. Countless piranhas swarmed over like hungry wolves, and in an instant, the men and women in the water turned into bloody men and women, being nibbled away, leaving only a patch of blood and a few pieces of broken clothing on the surface of the water. Immediately afterward, Lin Qiang felt that his boat also began to shake violently, and when he looked down, he saw densely packed piranhas, thousands and thousands of them, like a raging black tidal wave, constantly crashing into his boat. Lin Qiang frantically stepped on the stirrups and tried his best to row the boat to the shore of the lake, but there were just too many piranhas, and the boat felt like it was stuck in a quagmire, so it couldn't be rowed at all. From time to time, a few more piranhas jumped onto the boat, and he could only swing his axe and chop them to death one by one. A nifty sky crash opening. Ha! With this axe? Lin Qiang's heart was burning, sweat soaked his back, but he knew that he had to calm down. Calm down! I have to calm down. There must be a way. He kept cheering himself up in his mind. He raised his eyes and looked around, but realized that there was not a single tourist at the park's lake, and the surrounding area was unusually cold, as if he and this group of horrible piranhas were the only ones left in the whole world. No! 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 It's all crossed. I must have a way. Lin Qiang gritted his teeth. Pooh, a sound. The bottom of the boat broke a hole. The lake water gurgled and began to bubble into the boat. Chapter 123, The First Pass 2. The sky was overcast, with lead gray clouds weighing heavily on the ground as if they would collapse at any moment. Lin Qiang stood on the roof awning as the cruise ship was about to sink. The wind whistled past his ears, just to hurry him to the cries of Hades. Lin Qiang quickly took off his own clothes and slashed them with his sharp axe. The fabric hissed and was quickly torn into strips by him. Immediately after that, he took off his jeans and took off his fall pants, brain running at high speed, hands skillfully tied together in a knot. moving so fast it was almost impossible to see. Soon a simple rope was made. Lin Qiang tied the other end of the rope to the axe, squinted his eyes, and stared intently at a small dirt bag not far from the center of the lake that was more than 10 meters square, swinging the rope around in circles. Whirring, he took a deep breath and violently flung it towards the small dirt bag. The axe arced through the air and hung precisely on the branch of a crooked-necked tree on the small dirt bag. It's done! Lin Qiang stood on the top of the boat and grabbed the rope and swung it with force. Just like Tarzan of the Apes possessed, a piranha leaped out of the water and bit Lin Qiang's ass, and he managed to land on the small dirt bag as he endured the pain. Yank a piranha off your ass with your bare hands and stomp it into caviar with the heel of your shoe. He gasped for air, his heart still beating wildly in his chest. Looking up, in the lake, the water was densely filled with piranhas, and the boat not far away sank completely to the bottom of the lake, leaving only the top of the sightseeing shed, stubbornly floating in the water. Piranhas showed the surface of the water, their eyes emitting an eerie light, their sharp teeth flashing with a cold light, and from time to time, a few fish leaped out of the water, stirring up a circle of muddy water. What the hell is going on here? Lin Qiang leaned against the tree on the small dirt bag and looked around the lake warily. Night was falling, and darkness came in like a tidal wave, enveloping him completely. Enduring thirst and hunger, he waited desperately for help on this lonely little mound of earth. The cold wind blew through, carrying the dampness of the lake water and chilling him to the bone. His voice was muffled, and his voice echoed across the empty lake, but he didn't get a single response, and his cell phone didn't have any signal, as if he had literally been abandoned by the world. The piranhas in the lake jumped up a few from time to time, and were chopped alive by Lin Qiang with his axe. Once he was so angry that he kicked it with his foot, and the fish's teeth almost bit through his leather shoes. Because his shirt and pants were torn into strips, he was wearing only his underwear, and the night wind scraped across his skin like a knife. He wrapped those cloths around his body and crouched down in the middle of the small mound of dirt, desperately waiting for a miracle. Finally, a wisp of fish belly white appeared in the sky. Lin Qiang had been hard at work all night, and his entire body was exhausted. Suddenly, a voice rang in his ears. Congratulations, you have passed the first level of the trial. What do you mean? Just as Lin Qiang raised his question, the environment around him began to distort and change, and he was back in the school's playground. At this time, the playground was a mess, and many of the surrounding students were lying on the ground, crying. The entire playground was filled with an air of tension and confusion, as if it had just experienced a brutal battle. In the crowd of 300 people, there were only a few dozen people, standing with the same blank faces as Lin Qiang. Holy, so it was an illusion just now. It's too realistic. At this time, more than a dozen ambulances siren, whistling into the school, paramedics in a hurry, carrying a stretcher. Many students fainted from shock, was urgently lifted into the ambulance. It turned out that all of them had gone through an encounter just like Lin Qiang's, with more than 210 people eliminated at the first level, and only more than 90 people had passed the first level of the trial. Lin Qiang had an extra wooden plaque in his hand, engraved with his information and his score of 62 points at the first level. Brother Lin, you passed too? Zhang Junbao waved the wooden card in his hand with an excited face and ran over to ask. Aha! Lin Qiang nodded proudly. Zhang Junbao asked again. How many points did you get? 62 points. Should be just passing. What's your number? 89 points. Mostly because the couple I had to save were so stupid they almost got me killed. Lin Qiang was shocked. You even saved 2 people. How did you do that? Are you going to save people? You're hopeless? Oh, no wonder you're only 62. Holy, how did that happen? Tell me about it. Not far away, a tall, pretty girl was examining the scoreboard in her hand and whispered, 98 points. It doesn't seem that hard. What? This senior sister. You scored 98 points? Lin Qiang and Zhang Junbao asked in unison. Is it because I didn't grill the fish well? The girl asked suspiciously. What? You even grilled fish? Zhang Junbao said incredulously. The girl said innocently. On that little dirt bag. There's nothing. What do you eat if you don't grill fish? You guys don't have any grilled fish? Besides, with 2 toolmen going to kill piranhas, someone has to work out the logistics of food and drink. Both men froze as they listened, speechless for a moment. My name is Louis Fong. You guys can call me Xiao Fong. The girl was very tall, at least 170 centimeters by visual estimation. Her head tilted gently and smiled brightly, the high ponytail behind her head swaying along. Lin Qiang, Zhang Junbao, the two introduced themselves, and in their hearts, they both wondered what kind of heaven-defying maneuver this girl had used in the test. Almost half an hour later, the eliminated were all cleared out by the security guards, and on the playground, stood 93 students who had passed. Manhwa on the podium began to announce, Students, congratulations on passing the first level. I believe you have seen the results you have achieved. The second level, a group of 3, is still similar to a copy of the illusions? I believe that with the experience you have just gained, you will perform even better. Of the 93 people, there are 31 groups of 3, and they'll come up later and draw lots to match teammates. Lin Qiang raised his hand and asked, "May I ask Mr. Ma, can we discuss forming a team on our own?" Yes. As soon as the words fell, the people below began to buzz and talk, all of them glowing and mingling. Ma Huayan looked at the students who had passed the test in good spirits and nodded gratefully. Half an hour of free time to use the restroom, drink some water, whatever, and meet in the playground in half an hour for the second session. After Ma Huayan finished speaking, he turned around and walked to the teacher's office next to the podium. In the office, Chen Shilian's upper body and Gue Wu's body, master and disciple, were united, and Gue Wu was sitting on the table, one hand pinching the knuckles, working on the illusionary spell formation of the second scene. Strange light flickered around the spell formation, runes looming. Ma Huayun picked up a bottle of Waha mineral water on the table, gurgling and drinking. "Senior brother, I can't bear to look at the next test. A lot of them are still 05, 06 after." Chen Armorwood said, "This illusion spell formation of masters is too good. The last time we caught that demonic cultivator, master demonstrated it once, and it really makes it hard to tell the real from the fake. It's just a strange technique. It's mainly because that demonic cultivator is too stupid. Senior brother, this thing can only deal with some ordinary people, and usually the second time, people won't fall for it. The second level, we all have to participate in it. I really don't know what master thought, letting me play the Acacia sect patriarch. Thanks to him for thinking of it." Ma Huayun spat. Chen Armorwood smiled and said, "It suits you very well, senior brother. You are perfectly capable of acting in your own color. I mainly don't want to give the students the impression that I'm a color demon. I'm still the director of discipline of our school after all. No, I can't. I'll ask master if I can change my face in the illusion realm in a while." Gue Wu opened his eyes and let out Chen Shilan's voice. "Huayun, don't complain. Have the 3 human Tai Long brothers ever complained a single word? It's also good to let you enter the illusionary realm and interact with the students. Why wouldn't it be a trial for you?" Ma Huayun stiffened his head, didn't say anything, and lowered his head to swipe his phone. Half an hour later, Niu Mei knocked on the door. "Mr. Ma, the students are ready." Ma Huayun locked the screen of his phone and revealed an evil smile. "Lu Mei, have you memorized your lines? Enter the illusion realm in a moment, and Ma will take you flying." Chapter 124, Talent. In the school's wide playground, the sunlight warmly sprinkled on the grass. Zhang Junbao and Lin Qiang, one on the left and one on the right, were softly cooing over Louis Feng, like 2 pestering little followers. "Little Feng, just agree to team up with us. The 3 of us together will definitely be able to kill it in the test." Zhang Junbao's face was full of anticipation, his eyes shining brightly, almost as if he was pulling Louis Feng's hand and shaking it. Lin Qiang also helped out. "Yes, yes, yes, you're a god with 98 points. With you leading us, this test isn't a breeze." Finally, under the 2's rounds of attack, the corners of Louis Feng's mouth rose slightly, helplessly and with a bit of a smile. She nodded. All right, I really can't stand you two." Just like this, the 3 successfully formed a team. Lin Qiang sat cross-legged on the grass and told the story of his thrilling encounter in the illusionary realm and his response to it. "Okay, I'm done. It's your turn. Little Feng, quickly tell brother, how did you get through the illusion?" After telling his own experience, Lin Qiang couldn't wait to know Louis Feng's secret to pass the exam. Saying that, he pulled out 3 cans of Red Bull from his school bag. This is a habit he has developed over the years of exams. When he encounters important moments, he always feels that a drink can refresh his mind. "I'll buy you guys a Red Bull." He smiled and handed over the Red Bull. "Cheers." The 3 raised their Red Bull cans and gently clinked them together with a crisp sound. "Juniper, how did you get it?" "You first." LV Yifang took a sip of Red Bull and turned her head to look at Zhang Junbao. Zhang Junbao scratched his head and said with a smile, "Brother Lin, using fall pants as a rope. Thanks for thinking of it." Then, he fell into reminiscence and slowly said, "At that time, when the river god came out, I guessed that it was an illusion. After all, 1 second ago, he was still in the playground. How could he blink and be in the river? At first I thought, this level must be a test of character, to see if the person is honest, but then I thought, this is too cliched, right?" I then remembered a saying that Taoists often say. "What words?" Lin Qiang and Louis Feng asked in unison, their eyes filled with curiosity. "Confucianism says, take up. It means let's work hard. The Buddhists say, lay down. Obviously, that means just lie flat. and the Taoists say, take it. Zhang Junbao deliberately sold the idea and paused for a moment before continuing. What does taking it mean? It means that Master Dao, I want all of it. He had a smug look on his face, as if he had discovered some shocking secret. From this, it can be inferred that all 3 axes have to be mine, Zhang Junbao said with certainty as he slapped his thigh. Reasonable and reasonable. Lin Qiang's eyes were wide open, full of admiration, giving a thumbs up, his mouth exclaiming, asterisk 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 asterisk. Junbao, this brain circuit of yours? I'm convinced. Lui Feng, however, frowned slightly and asked suspiciously, you said you dropped all 3 axes? Isn't that a lie? Che, if you cheat like that, you will definitely be eliminated. Zhang Junbao held a dog's tail grass in his mouth, a mysterious smile on his face, and then spoke colorfully about his response. In the lake, gurgling bubbles began to rise, breaking the calm of the lake. Not long after, a smoky old Taoist priest slowly floated out of the water, his voice ethereal and distant. Oh young man, is this golden axe you dropped? Or this silver axe? Or this iron axe? Zhang Junbao froze for a moment, his mind racing, and suddenly asked back, you don't recognize your own axe yourself? This question stunned the river god, who subconsciously replied back, the poor Taoist forgot. If I talk about the golden axe that fell, you don't want to regain your memories again in a while. Zhang Junbao was unforgiving and continued. The river god cleared his throat and repeated the question again. Oh young man, was it this golden axe you dropped? Or this silver axe? Or this iron axe? Answer me, be honest. Oh, you bring me the axe. Zhang Junbao was calm and collected, not flustered at all. The river god had no choice but to send the 3 axes to Zhang Junbao. As soon as Zhang Junbao entered his hand, he felt that the gold axe head and silver axe head were not mortal. They were engraved with mysterious runes, and they were heavy in his hand, giving him an illusion of Pangu opening up the sky. He was secretly happy in his heart. There was indeed a mystery. Without saying a word, Zhang Junbao threw all 3 axes into the river and then said with a calm face, I dropped 3 axes. Upon hearing this, the river god was instantly deflated and opened his mouth, surprisingly speechless for a moment. After a while, only then did he stifle a sentence. What an honest child. Thus, all 3 axes went to Zhang Junbao. In the next scene, Zhang Junbao was seen holding a gold axe in one hand and a silver axe in the other, and as if his entire body had awakened superpowers, he stepped into the water in the air and engaged in a fierce battle with the densely packed piranhas in the water. During this time, he also saved a pair of panic-stricken men and women on the boat next to him. In the end, while fighting with a fierce great white shark, Zhang Junbao was injured, but still passed the test with his tenacity and got a good score of 89 points. After the story was told, Lin Qiang was so dumbfounded by what he heard that his jaw was about to drop to the ground. I'll go. There's a great white shark? You guys didn't come across it? Zhang Junbao looked at the two with a puzzled expression. Lin Qiang and Lui Fan shook their heads in unison, and Lin Qiang couldn't help but speculate. Could the great white shark have been deliberately transformed by the river god to make things difficult for you? I have a feeling it might be. Zhang Junbao nodded and thought. Xiao Fang, how did you get a good score of 98? Zhang Junbao turned his head to look at Lui Fang, his eyes filled with curiosity. Upon hearing this, Lui Fang's face instantly became a bit strange, and even slightly flushed, appearing a bit shy. Can I leave it out? No way. We're a team now. We have to share. Zhang Junbao and Lin Qiang looked at each other and said in unison. Well, then you mustn't tell anyone. I swear. Chapter 125 Wisdom and Humanity. In the office, Chen Shiliang merged with Gui Wu to manipulate the large illusion spell formation in the second level. Huayun, there's a little girl named Lve Feng. Focus on her for master. Chen Shiliang said with a blowing beard and eyes. Is it special? Master has been playing with eagles all his life, and he almost let them peck his eyes out. Chen Armorwood raised his eyebrows in curiosity and asked, Master, when you played the river god, how did she get by? Chen Shiliang's eyes flashed with a hint of uneasiness and changed the topic. It's almost time. Prepare to open the second level of examination. Half an hour later, the people who passed the first level of examination were in groups of 3. Some were randomly assigned by drawing lots. Some had formed their own teams, a total of 31 groups of people, sitting neatly on the playground. Since everyone knew that the next thing they were going to face was an illusion, similar to playing a live VR game, one or two of them didn't panic much. Excitement and anticipation were on the faces of many. Zhang Junbao, Lin Qiang, and Lve Feng held hands and looked at each other. Lin Qiang suggested, do you want another can of Red Bull to make up for it? No need. I just heard the teacher say that the illusion is similar to our consciousness being transported to a special place and our body is still in the same place. So how embarrassing it would be if we drank too much urine. What Brother Junbao said is very true. With Ma Huayun's announcement, the spell formation above the playground lit up. Lin Qiang felt the space around him twisted and changed. The next moment, found himself standing at the gate of Shurha Park. A lot of people gradually appeared at the main entrance. All of them were the students above the playground just now, and the group was a bit puzzled. Someone was looking at a sign at the entrance to the park. This test, wisdom, by entering through the park gate and exiting at the back door, limited to 3 hours. Many students talked so simple. I used to come to this park when I was a kid. I'm familiar with it. Yeah, the park isn't that big. 10 round trips in 3 hours is enough. Guys, this isn't just any park. Remember the last time we were rowing in the park and battling piranhas? Yes, it makes sense. And since we're entering as a group this time, I guess there are monsters inside. A gang of people, hordes of them, blocked the park gates. The entrance gates could only pass one person at a time. And there were 2 costumed manginas guarding the gates. One holds a double-stranded sword. One carries an 8-foot snake spear. The duo was imposing, with majesty in their eyes, and overflowing with a painting style that didn't match their surroundings. Tickets, a sycamore leaf? One person? Some people see the rules of entry written on the sign and can't help but gag. At the entrance of the park, a huge sycamore tree, hugged by 7 or 8 people, had scattered yellow leaves swaying in the wind, and from time to time a piece would fall. There was a little resourceful man who immediately picked it up, handed it over to the 3 big men guarding the door. The gate opened and he proudly stepped inside. Just as he entered, he suddenly remembered that his teammates were outside and stood in the large iron gate of the garden, looking out. Harry, wah, go pick up the leaves. I'll wait for you inside. Everyone reacted and all gathered around the tree, tilting their heads and waiting for the leaves to fall, one falling with the wind. Another lucky winner is the first to grab it and proudly passes through the gate. The guys keep waiting. 2 slices, 3 slices, then the group cajoles and the leaves tear up. About 5 minutes later, another leaf fell, averaging a few minutes apiece. Time passed by. The time limit was 3 hours. There were more than 90 people present. It was not enough to divide it. Lin Qiang took 3 shovels from the hardware store next door and joyfully distributed them to Zhang Junbao and Luifeng. Zhang Junbao asked, "What do you need a shovel for? I reckon we'll have to do a fight later." Lvefeng pointed to the entrance of the park. There were several groups of people, fighting for the leaves. The scene was very explosive. Because it was an illusion, the group thought that the main body wouldn't really get hurt. There was even ketchup and tofu brains and broken tea eggs on the scene. The group that went in first was the worst off, as they were already dying because they were missing a teammate and were surrounded by the group. Heaven and earth are unkind, and take all things as ruminants. Brothers, charge, don't grab it, I got it first. Don't you guys know what it means to be on the up and up? Guys, line up and pay attention to the quality. Ouch, my head. Don't use a brick, bro. This leaf is for you. No, is there any law? Is there any law of the land? The 2 big men guarding the door, who were oblivious to the group beating of the students, watched the show with expressionless faces, and had no intention of making a move to stop it. Even though it's an illusion, the real experience of the 5 senses is tangible, and it's still going to hurt a lot when it's supposed to. All sorts of screams. The teenager who had gotten the sycamore leaf earlier wanted to come out and give his teammates a hand, and argued with the 3 big men. The next moment, the double-stranded sword swept across the room, and a head flew out, splattering a wall with blood. Anyone who trespasses without a ticket will be killed without pardon. Anyone who enters the garden and quits will be killed without pardon. Iron Dragon's 2 swords were crossed in front of his chest in a majestic manner. This scene really stunned the children who were beating each other with their fists, each blinking their big eyes in disbelief. Is this the Taoist Academy? Why does it feel like the style is a bit off? Is this a ING test of wits? Is this NPC directly killing people? How we joined is not a famous sect. Cultivation novels in the clan test is not like this. Put. Someone was picked up by a spear and pierced through the heart. Zhang Ziang shouted sternly, "Those who speak out of turn will be killed without pardon. No more games. No more money back." Put. The head hits the ground. Anyone who wants to quit their copy, just come over and collect your death. At the main entrance, the corpses of the several people who had been decapitated all turned into faint points of light and disappeared, knocked out of the game and awakened on the playground. Gradually the students understood and began to make suggestions. Everyone, this level tests intelligence, not force. We can't do these 2 NPCs. Don't even fight. Let's all figure out how to climb the tree together. We need to work together. Yeah, go find a ladder. There's got to be a ladder. The tree is too thick and so high, it's impossible to climb it. How about we stack up? Students chattered, and some began looking for tools in the neighboring stores. Lvefeng frowned. Not right. What's wrong? There simply aren't enough leaves to share. I just roughly counted them and there are only 60. But there are more than 90 of us present. LV Ifong observes the stores around the main entrance: Shinlan Jewelry, Johei Duck, Halai Barbecue, Riffing Pipe Hardware Store, Sinopec Gas Station. Why is there a gas station here? As far as I can remember, this place belongs to a busy street, so it's impossible to set up a gas station here. This level is a test of wits. There may be tools in these stores to get the leaves, but there aren't enough leaves to split. Humanity, the most untestable of all, and to be an enemy of humanity is foolishness. Zhang Junbao seemed to see the cunningness in the young girl's eyes and laughed. Little Fong is right. The guys aren't blind. They can all see it. There were more than 90 of us present, and no matter how we worked together, someone was going to be eliminated. And there is only one tree, and climbing it involves a lot less fighting with each other. At that moment, screams rang out in the distance as someone pushed another man from a tree and landed solidly on the ground, rolling his body around in agony. LV Ifong looked back and said, "If I guessed correctly, this would be the rules category. Wisdom is not fighting and being brave. Wisdom is the use of rules." "No, what are you guys talking about?" Lin Qiang looked for a large disc of rope, intending to repeat his old trick of climbing a tree. Zhang Junbao and LV Ifong said at the same time, "Tickets or barricades." It would have been an impossible task. "Let's go over the wall." Both of them looked at the same time to a low wall next to them. A leaf is not enough. It is to tell us plainly that the leaf is not enough to divide. Playing with the young. We use the young too. Lin Qiang's eyes lit up as he threw away the rope and nodded heavily. Over the wall. It doesn't say you have to enter through the gate. Thus, the three collaborated, with Lin Qiang squatting on the ground and letting Zhang Junbao step on his shoulders. Then Zhang Junbao climbed up and rode on the wall, switching LV Ifong to ride on Lin Qiang's neck. Zhang Junbao pulled her up on top and rode on the wall. The two bowed and reached out, pulling Lin Qiang up. Successful admission. Not far from the gate, Zheng Xian's eyelids fluttered as he whispered, "Big brother, do you want me to go and beat and kill these three unruly people?" Third brother, "Don't be in a hurry. When we get to the small bamboo forest inside, the second brother's level is no joke. It's too much. Blatant cheating in front of our examiners." Third brother, "Actually, the rules don't say that you can't go over the wall." It really made Master guess right. This group of people, they are a bit out of line. Tai Long narrowed his eyes, revealing an approving gaze. "Alright, we've finished our ticket checking mission. The students have all scaled the wall to get in. There's no point in staying here. Let's go to Chow Hei Duck for something to eat. I haven't eaten in a fantasy world yet, so maybe I can satisfy my cravings and lose weight at the same time. Well, I'll leave the rest to second brother and brother Ma. Go to the Chow Hei Duck in front." Iron Dragon and Zhang Xian handcrafted and wandered away. More students, running toward the park fence. People are sometimes easily blinded by a leaf. The rules are often for honest people, as long as the bottom line, flexible, only worthy of stepping into the threshold of arbitrary, and only the threshold. A lot of students reacted to seeing three people blatantly going over the wall and not having any trouble, and began to follow the example of the three of them. There were a few groups of people who had managed to grab the sycamore leaves with great difficulty, and they were breathing heavily with bruises and swollen noses. Damn! I didn't expect to be able to go over the wall. There's a kind of illusion that the peak tournament encountered the card matching mechanism to rush up to 2,000 points. After the trio tumbled in through the fence, they saw a sign inside the doorway with arrows drawn on it. Many students scrambled towards the direction of the small bamboo forest. Some kept in groups of 3, and there were also lone braves who lost their teammates sporadically. Those who passed through the small bamboo forest, play the elephant slide once, feed the northeast tiger in the zoo, walk across the corridor bridge, and leave safely through the back door are considered to have passed the test. Zhang Junbo said, "Well, it's exactly the same. It's our park here. The little bamboo forest is a sad place for me." Lin Qiang sighed. "Go." Wait. Louis Fan's eyes shrunk, only to see 100 meters ahead, in the entrance of the small bamboo forest, the students who rushed over at first, one by one, holding their heads and running out from the bamboo forest. The cries for help, the cries for help, the cries for help. At the entrance of the bamboo forest, a green-robed man, tall Kuei, sticking a fake beard length of 2 feet, lips as if coated with grease, danfang eyes, serpentine eyebrows, obviously after the makeup artist carefully sculpted. He was holding a spring in one hand and a green dragon crescent sword in the other, and he cut down people as he saw them, with several corpses lying at his feet, disappearing as a bit of streaming light. The green-robed man glanced this way with deep meaning and raised his eyebrows. The expression seemed to say, "You 3 little elf ghosts, my big knife is already hungry and thirsty." LV Fang's jaw dropped. This is a nifty test of wisdom? Chapter 125, Poor Second Master. Regarding Iron Dragon, Chicken, Zhang Xiong, as a test copy NPC, kept his original appearance and made his appearance in such a lurid way. It is the core of Chen Shiliang's playing style. What is wisdom? He who knows others is wise, and he who knows himself is wise. He who wins is powerful, and he who wins himself is strong. The three were against it at first. They thought that chivalry was for the country and the people, not in keeping with their own chivalrous urbane nature. Chen Shiliang bluntly stated that those who cultivate must encounter demons, and this demon does not refer to real demons or ghosts, but various reasons that prevent you from firming up your Taoist heart. Buddhists say that the prerequisite for a bodhisattva to have compassionate lowered eyebrows is to have Vajra eyes. The teacher must have the authority of a teacher and let the students know that my generation of monks has to face their fears head on. Taoism also has to get rid of the devil to defend the saying, life in the world, which has a smooth sailing, into the mystery door on the high pillow. Back then there was a Taoist master down the mountain to do good. Cloud travel back, found that the mountain gate changed into a tourist attraction, back to their own homes but also to buy tickets. The Taoist master instantly broke the defense, and even wanted to ask Lei Zhu out of the column to sweep the capital, instead of coming to society to be beaten by others. These children should beat themselves first. Only by beating up a strong temperament will they be qualified to cultivate the way and become enlightened. Only then are you qualified to talk about picking up, putting down, and even finally taking down. So, the three Iron Dragon brothers completely let themselves go. They improved the program. That whipping is not enough. Have to see some blood. Shark a few disobedient. The three of them, Lin Qiang, stood on the outskirts of the bamboo forest and looked at each other. Zhang Junbao asked, what to do? Go around the other way. I just went and tried. This isn't a real park, and many of the paths are blocked by invisible barriers. How about rallying the other students to go hard? There's only one of them, and Guan Yu is good at hitting controls. AoE damage isn't strong. At this time, the bamboo forest mouth of the green-robed man, a leap of 2 meters high, after landing, in situ rotation of the green dragon crescent blade, drawing a large circle, like a rotating gyroscope, wherever they passed, the bamboo forest was cut off. A few students with sticks, shovels, scared to back off. Guan Yu even knows Lu Bu's big move. What kind of magic skill is this? Lin Qiang spat. A hard fight is a sure thing. LV Yifeng stared at the notice board at the door, repeating the words on it. Those who pass through the small bamboo forest, play the elephant slide once, feed the northeast tiger in the zoo, walk across the corridor bridge, and leave safely through the back door are considered to have passed the test. She watched the forest keeper's movements for a moment longer, figuring out the problem. I have an idea, but the three of us aren't enough. Students, Lu Yifeng shouted as she stood on the boulder at the entrance of the bamboo forest. Many turned around and froze in place. LV Yifeng said with certainty, this NPC that guards the door can't get out of the bamboo forest. Have you found it yet? Some of the students woke up and observed that the forest keeper was indeed unable to leave the entrance of the bamboo forest, seemingly restricted by some rule. Even if he can't get out of the bamboo forest, how are we going to get through? It's the only way. Yeah, he's too fierce. He doesn't even need a second knife to chop people. All in 1 second. Our captain was just chopped at the waist. His intestines are flowing out. Be quiet. Listen to me. Lu Yifeng said while looking at the fake Guan Yu who had an iron face at the entrance of the bamboo forest. The wind is blowing toward the bamboo forest. There's a gas station in front of the park. So next, the guys know what to do? She stood on the boulder, towering over Guan Yu, and raised her eyebrows dominantly at him, her high ponytail swaying slightly in the sunlight. LV Yifeng removed her own headband, her long waterfall-like hair tilted, her slender hand holding it up as a wind blew by. The scene was quiet for a few seconds, then buzzed with cheers. Set fire to Master Guan Air. School sister is a great talent. She's the Zhuge of women. Fire attack. It's exciting to think about it. This level tests intelligence. That's what it's ing called. Yeah, well, this is an illusion anyway, and it's not illegal to start a fire. Yeah, burn this melon skin. I think I just discussed it with him and he glared at me. Anyway, he's restricted by the rules. He can't run away. Come on, time is limited. Everyone go get gasoline. In the bamboo forest, Chicken was stunned, his hands squeezing the bones of his pestle and knife white. Behind his back, Chicken walked deeper into the bamboo forest. He couldn't show his cowardice in front of his students. He tried to punch the bamboo forest boundary and found that he couldn't punch it out at all. The bamboo forest was small, about 20 meters square, and with gasoline, the fire would burn over quickly. Chicken looked around, forehead sweat. Although the illusion will not really be burned to death, but the pain of burning fire is a real experience. He tried to whisper and call out into the bamboo forest clearing. Master? A small voice? Master? Can you hear me? Can you open the boundary? These students are going to burn me. Master. Chicken was angry. Wasn't it said that the good students would utilize the various tools available in the stores outside and work together to get through? In the hardware store, even the drawings for ladder construction were quasi-ready, as well as various tools. Heartland Jewelers has chainsaws, self-tapping screws, and pistol drills hidden under the counter. There are fire trucks with ladders behind the gas station. Chen Shiliang said that the potential of people is unlimited. They may not use the solutions we give, and may be able to use the current environment and tools to create new ideas. The guys found all sorts of utensils from unoccupied stores around the area, and buckets and tubs of gasoline were soon brought in. LV Yifang commanded as everyone poured gasoline on the periphery of the bamboo forest and someone took out a lighter. Look everyone, that guy seems to be panicking. A greenish silhouette in the bamboo forest, scurrying around, the bamboo soughing. Lu Yifang said extremely quickly, quickly light the fire. He's using a big move to cut the bamboo. He's in a hurry. Clattering, the fire instantly ignited. A moment of thick smoke with the wind forward. The green-robed forest keeper bamboo cut half of the time. It was choked by the smoke and lost consciousness, oxygen deprivation and died, spared from the pain of the fire. Water, extinguish the fire. Almost there. We have limited time. All out of the way. Car horns blared at the gates, and a huge fire truck, busting right through the gates, drove into the park, where a couple of students pounded away, the three of them working together to hold the thick hose, and began to extinguish the fire. Xiaofang, it looks like you had the right idea. Look, the fire trucks are ready, Zhang Junbao said. Well, I wonder if it's feasible to drive a car against the door in the beginning? Lin Qiyang said. Maybe they'll get beat up by the guards at the gate. Come on. Next stop, the elephant slide. Chapter 126, Who is not a child? Xin Chang Shirha Park's elephant slide, built in the last century in 1982, is said to be the local water plant aid construction. Over the decades, witnessed many people from children into adults. There is a saying in the Shinseki City Cultural and Tourism Bureau that a visit to Shinseki City without playing the elephant slide once is tantamount to a wasted visit. The slide is towering, cement-filled throughout the body. In the shape of an elephant, visitors enter through the entrance of the elephant's buttocks, climbing all the way up to the elephant's head, the trunk made into a slide. Because the hole is small, it's not friendly to 200-pound fat people. Because of the lessons learned from the first 2 times when people were eliminated from the game by not moving and dying, the remaining dozens of lucky people gathered around the elephant slide, not daring to get on it. God knows what will happen. Look at the mission card. It says just play the elephant slide once. That easy? It can't be that simple. There must be something fishy. Back in the day, at night, my classmates had a field day in the elephant slide. Holy, man, really? Let's go skate and try it out and find out. Okay, go skate. We'll wait for you. Someone coaxed. The teenager who had just said he'd try it suddenly backed off. He was just paying lip service. But in his heart he wanted the others to go ahead and skate. Let's listen to Sister Fong. The group suddenly looked at the demon Louis Fong. What are you guys looking at me for? I don't know what's in this level. LV Yifang was in no hurry, sitting on the bench next to the elephant slide. Almost 20 minutes had passed and none of them were willing to be the first to eat the crab. I'll try. Zhang Junbao stood up and glanced back at the duo. What do you see? Lu Yifang asked. Zhang Junbao smiled faintly. I used to read the Taoist scriptures and said that the thickness of the contained virtues is comparable to that of a red sun. What do you mean? Let's have the heart of a child. Find childlike innocence? Lin Qiang asked. It is said in the Tao Te Ching that the thickness of contained virtue is compared to the red sun. Bees and insects and vipers do not sting. Fierce beasts are not based on them. And seizing birds do not fight. That is to say that the baby just born, uncontaminated by this world, the heart of the naked child is protected by heaven. Mosquitoes and insects will not bite. Wild animals will not eat. Will raise him as a child. Before not heard of any wolf child, tiger child. Lin Qiang spat. Don't be a ing bull-tur. That's the beast not being hungry. Zhang Junbao fearlessly laughed. I'm not afraid of your jokes. I grew up with my parents working abroad. And they were right. Sending a lot of money home every month. I grew up following my grandparents. And when I was a kid, no matter what I did, Grandma would do it for me in advance. As long as it was what I wanted, Grandma would fulfill me. Do you know about the great white rabbit milk candy? When I was a kid, I ate them by the pound. And when I was a kid, I once skipped school to go to the game hall to play War of the Three Kingdoms, and was caught by my grandmother. And unlike other parents, I didn't get beaten. And my grandmother bought me a game console, and left it at home, and played it with me. Lu Yifang said, you're a typical rich second generation It's a miracle you haven't been spoiled outside. Lin Qiang nuzzled. Brother, it's justifiable for you to get bad grades like this. I was locked up by my parents every day to attend various cram schools and hire tutors. Zhang Junbao laughed. So you got into a foreign university. Ah, say, which country is Gallatin MIT? Lin Qiang shook his head and stopped talking. LV Yifan laughed delicately. Squatting at home. Junbao, do you really not know or are you pretending to be confused? Zhang Junbao pondered doubtfully. Then was stunned. So it's that home squat. No wonder your parents gave you such a powerful name. Did you know that Zhang Sanfeng of the Taoist family was originally called Zhang Junbao? Zhang Junbao smiled sparingly. If, after one has experienced the trials and tribulations of life and death, even one's childlike innocence is to be lost, then what is the point of cultivation? Then, there is only the red sun, whose bones are weak and sinews are soft, but whose grip is firm. He does not know how to utilize the female's power, and his essence is the most important of all. He is also the greatest in harmony. Knowing the harmony is said to be constant. Knowing the constant is said to be bright. Benefit from life is said to be auspicious. The heart so that the gas is said to be strong. Thing strong is old, said not Tao long ago. Little Zhou of the Three Kingdoms said, all men were once children, though only a few remember. Dude, that's not what Little Zhou said. The game planner made it up. Not made up by the game planner. Lines from a classic foreign movie. Zhang Junbao smiled and did not bother to argue. He didn't care at all who originated it, just listened to it comfortably, and turned into the elephant's buttocks in a big way. And in no time, he stood on top of the elephant's head and waved his hand to the crowd below. Class, I'll give you a sample. Zhang Junbao sat on top of the elephant trunk and took a deep breath. From beginning to end, his heart was calm and there were no visions in his surroundings. Just so plain. And when playing with slides as a child when the heart is the same. 5 years old, his parents came back from Guangzhou, gave him a want gift bag, accompanied by him, in Shurha Park, played all day. Haven't played like that in years. Zhang Junbao moved his butt down and slid down with a whoosh. The next moment, the elephant trunk slide turned into a rainbow. Zhang Junbao rushed up to the sky, directly flying through the air over the park, flying through the zoo, flying through the corridor bridge. It seems to be an early pass. In the sky, a line emerged from the white clouds, containing virtue thicker than a red sun. Cadet Zhang Junbao advances directly. Asterisk. What happened to Nima? Straight up ascension. This is an epiphany. Zhang Sanfeng is worthy of being Zhang Junbao. We can too. Come on. Go. Everyone scrambled towards the entrance of the elephant slide and then lined up, one by one, to slide down. Miracles, unfortunately, only happen once. Lu Yifan looked towards the sky where Zhang Junbao had disappeared and revealed a pleased expression. Little Feng, let's try sliding down as well. Lin Qiang reached out. LV Yifang sat on top of the bench and placed her slender hand on Lin Qiang's palm. The latter pulled hard and LV Yifang stood up. 2 people played the elephant slide once. No rainbow in sight. Most people were disappointed and some complained that they were supposed to be the first to slide. On top of the playground, Zhang Junbao opened his eyes and realized that the 2 teammates beside him were still in the closed-eye meditation posture. He stood up and saw, not far away, the Taoist-robed Dean Chen smiling at him. Congratulations, Zhang Junbao. Chen Jiamu smiled serenely. Dean Chen, I passed the examination. Well, to be precise, it passed early, and we could see clearly in the watery mist illusion. Us? Zhang Junbao turned his eyes to see that there were still 3 big men standing beside Dean Chen, only they had changed their clothes. Natch, 2 of them were the gatekeepers from earlier, and one of them was Guan Yu, who had been set on fire by himself in the bamboo forest. Chen Armorwood sidled up, introducing, Mr. Tai Long, Mr. Zhang Xiong, Mr. Wei Shin, Wei. The 3 of them arched their hands in a Taoist salute and, without speaking, looked up into the sky. Zhang Junbao followed his gaze, and above the sky, amidst the watery mist, the scene from the illusion was displayed. He saw LV Yifang and Lin Qiang. A group of them stopped at the entrance of the zoo, and one of them was pale. Chapter 127, The Brain Axe. In a dead atmosphere, a zoo gate with a cute cartoon print came into view. Open to the open state, the iron fence stood quietly. Inside the fence, 3 mottled tigers paced back and forth, exuding a chillingly wild aura around them. The iron fence was glowing with a faint blue ethereal light, and the runes engraved on it. The fence was only about a meter high, so the tigers could have easily leapt out of it with their athletic stature. However, perhaps because of these runes on the fence, they were confined in this seemingly fragile cage, making a poised stance. It was a bit of an anomaly. On the mission notice board on one side, The words, "feeding the Northeast tiger in the zoo," stood out clearly in large letters, which were particularly eye-catching in this depressing environment. When a group of students appeared in the doorway, the tigers were instantly alert, arching their backs and emitting a low whimpering sound that was viciously feral, aggressive and intimidating. If it wasn't for the special features of this iron fence, I'm afraid these students would have been in the tiger's belly long ago. This is simple. Don't you just feed the tigers? This fence is glowing. It should have special characteristics. They can't get out. What are you afraid of? A boy with a thin, tall figure said, full of concern, with a hint of disdain on his face. As he spoke, he pulled a ham sausage out of his pocket and snapped it casually into the fence. "Dude, where did you get that ham sandwich?" someone asked curiously. "Shunned it at the Heartland Jewelers next door when I was getting gasoline earlier." The boy raised his chin triumphantly. "You guys didn't get any food?" Smelling the aroma of food, the tiger pounced on it and took a bite of the ham sausage, even swallowing the red plastic bag with it. Just then, a progress bar visible to the naked eye slowly surfaced at the top of the fence. Completion, 0.00000000001%. It dawned on the crowd that as long as they found enough food to feed the tiger, they could pass the level. Brothers, it's not easy to get this far. From now on, we are all classmates. Let's work together and split up to find food together. Look at this progress bar. It'll be done when it reaches 100%. This test is about unity. A more composed-looking boy stood out and raised his arms in an attempt to boost everyone's morale. That's right. It's unity. There were a lot of stores out there just now. Let's go get food. The crowd responded, harboring hope and preparing to split up. Yeah, there's a barbecue place, and a chow hey duck, and maybe a supermarket. Go go go. There's still over an hour to go. That should be perfectly enough time. Way to go, guys. Amidst a cacophony of chatter, the crowd began to turn around and walk back. However, reality dealt them a heavy blow. They realized that the way back was blocked by an invisible air wall, which seemed to be a transparent barrier. Invisible, untouchable, but impenetrable. Undeterred, they changed directions again, but the surrounding area was blocked by this mysterious wall of air. The crowd was trapped in a clearing of about 50 meters in circumference, with grass, trees and ornamental rocks, and the only exit was the iron fence that held the tiger. "It's over. I should have brought the food with me just now." Someone slapped his thigh remorsefully, his face full of self-reproach. "Damn it, what now?" The crowd looked at each other, collectively in despair, momentarily at a loss for words. "Let's stone these to death." Someone started carrying rocks. "Give the tiger smashed," wailing. The tiger was completely enraged. "Wailing, but wherever there is a little way, to come out to kill the four sides. What are you doing? Felines don't eat when they're pissed off. Besides, if you scare the tiger away later, are you going to go in and feed it?" Yeah, it makes sense. And it can't be smashed." Some people began to try to satisfy the tiger's appetite by pulling grass from the ground and throwing it into the cage. However, the tiger only sniffed it contemptuously and let out an angry growl, as if protesting against this perfunctory feeding behavior. "Why do I feel like the tiger is trying to eat people?" A trembling voice broke the silence, and the crowd was instantly alert, casting defensive glances at each other. The seeds of suspicion germinate quickly in the crowd and everyone begins to be wary of those around them. Feeding your own teammates, your own classmates, to a tiger is not what the righteous do. There must be another way. "Hey, why are you stepping on my foot? You're blind. It's obvious that you're placing your feet in the wrong place." At that moment, the two fallen men quarreled again because of their earlier conflict over the leaf grabbing. The two men were at odds with each other. Their words grew more and more heated, and soon they were wrestling. The surrounding people have come forward to persuade the fight. "Brother, it's not right for you to hit someone. How can you kick him in the dick? It's not good." "Yeah, that's not very martial of you." The two wrestled and rolled on the ground holding each other, unknowingly moving closer and closer to the iron fence. Someone was just about to warn, but a teammate covered his mouth as the latter's eyes darted around with an "I know what" smile and a meaningful "oh." The tigers seemed to sense an opportunity and cunningly lowered their breathing, pretending to be docile, while their eyes were fixed on the two men who were getting closer and closer, ready to strike. Just as the two men realized the danger and wanted to separate, a tiger's paw darted out from the grating below the iron fence with a lightning-fast bark, precisely hooking one man's ankle and dragging him in violently. The three tigers instantly surrounded them, and the man was directly scared silly, actually forgetting for a moment that this was an illusion. The tigers sniffed greedily with their noses, then licked his scalp with their barbed tongues, as if enjoying the feast to come. "Brother, don't be afraid. This is an illusion. You won't really die. Your sacrifice is honorable. You just smashed a rock tiger. This animal has a good memory. It's okay. Tigers aren't usually sadistic. They pounce on their prey by biting their necks. the man outside shouted, but there was little comfort in his voice. Desperate, the man gave a middle finger to the people outside, and simply stretched out his neck and shouted, "Tiger, give it a shot." Immediately afterward, heart-rending screams cut through the silent air as the tiger began to tear into his arms and legs, the sound of bones being crushed making the scalps of those outside go numb, and everyone involuntarily shudder. Nima, these tigers are clearly out for revenge. It's too humane. Soon, all that was left on the floor was a bloodstained shirt. Completion, 10%. 10%. That means we only need to sacrifice 10 people, and that's enough. A cold voice rang out. Nope, 9 people will do for now. Another voice corrected coldly. The eyes of the crowd began to grow fierce and greedy, sizing each other up as if assessing who would be the next suitable sacrifice. Lin Qiang quietly took out a wrench from his pocket and handed it to Lvefeng, clutching the other wrench tightly in his own hand. His hand was full of sweat. Lvefeng whispered in his ear and asked, "Where did you get this?" "When I was looking for a rope just now, I shunned it at the hardware store, thinking of tying it on a rope to make it easier to climb the tree." Lin Qiang responded in a small voice, "I reckon they'll kill those who fall alone. We're only 2 now, so be careful." Lui Feng said worriedly, "What you said makes sense." Lin Qiang nodded, his eyes revealing vigilance and unease. In the crowd, everyone stood in silent groups of 3, back to back, in a defensive position. There were 3 duos, and one who was completely alone, and he stood alone and pitiful. "Tell you what, let's play a game," the lone one suggested, forced composure in his voice. "How about rock paper scissors? The losing sacrifice. I think it's very fair." However, no one paid any attention to him, and the only thing that responded to him was a dead silence. "Hey, if you guys bully the few with the many, it's not honorable to win." He tried to convince the crowd, but still no one paid any attention. "This way, guess the size." Undeterred, he went so far as to take out a pair of dice from his pocket, a sob already in his voice, but still no one responded to him, as if he had become a forgotten man in the world. Asterisk 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 asterisk. "Big brothers, don't all look at me, okay? I'll go. This won't work. That won't work. What are you all looking at me for?" he cried out with a sobbing voice, panicking, his face full of fear and despair. "It's about time," someone kindly reminded. These words, however, were like a thunderbolt that boomed in the ears of the crowd. The crowd looked furiously at the clock hanging on the wall of the zoo's main gate, and time seemed to be infinitely stretched at this moment, with every second seeming incredibly long. There are still 20 minutes. What a tough call. Everyone's heart is struggling. In front of this cruel examination, the ugliness of human nature is infinitely magnified. Does the test have to be designed this way? Does it have anything to do with wisdom? At that moment, the blue light on the fence began to flicker and gradually dimmed. The sound of metal scraping against metal rang out as if it were a countdown to death. The fence slowly opened and 3 tigers stepped out of it with graceful but deadly strides. Their eyes glint with hunger and teasing as they stepped closer to the group of trapped students. Roar! 3 tiger whistles shook one's scalp. Chapter 128, Death to Death. As the boundary lifted, the tiger gracefully stepped out. A line appeared over the zoo that said, "Death is the only way to live." The 3 mottled tigers pressed their bodies together, their pace light, their very pretty golden tapering layers of recent fluff stained with reddish blood. There was a buzz as the crowd came together, all back to back in silent solidarity. "Brothers, this is an illusion. We won't really die. It's still up in the air who's the prey." There was a tall boy in a black sweater with a wooden stick across his hand, cheering the group on. "There are 70 or 80 of us in all, and we're afraid of a barren one." Yeah, back then Wu Sung was able to fight a tiger all by himself, and with so many of us, we're not vegetarians either. Go, charge. The crowd was inspired by him. The guys knew that this was an illusion, but it was just a dream, a game, and it wouldn't really kill them. At most, they would be eliminated from the game, and if they couldn't enroll this year, they would continue to enroll next year. Men who say that they've wrestled tigers in the flesh themselves can blow off a whole hour of awesomeness at a New Year's Eve gathering of relatives. The boy in the black sweater let out a roar. "If you're a brother, come with me to fight the tiger. Go!" Buzzing, 7 or 8 boys were charged with sticks and stones. How can you play a game and still be bullied by an NPC? Besides, it's not a real tiger. Roar! 3 tiger whistles sounded at the same time, and the black sweater boy braked to a halt, watching his companions rush up to their deaths. One of the people who rushed in front was swept across by a tiger claw, not even making a move to dodge at all, and the 4 bloody wounds on his chest were exceptionally horrifying. The tiger jumped up, pressed his paw against his chest, and poofed a bite through his prey's neck. Seconds. Everyone started backing up, their weapons unsteady. The tiger at the head of the group, its front paws heavily stepped on the ground, its body slightly crouched down, like a beastly machine ready for action. and then fiercely exerted its strength, its spine arched high, its limbs powerfully stomping the ground alternately, bringing up a cloud of dust. Everyone, holding their heads in the air. It's not even a nifty dimensional fight. Someone threw down his weapon and spun around, startling another tiger, which leapt high into the air and landed with a smooth lunge of its front paws, sweeping the running student to the ground, then pressing it down dead center with its thick paws, its head whipping from side to side as it continued to tear and bite, exactly the same as a cat biting and flinging a mouse to shake its head. Completely gripped by fear, the students screamed, stumbled and ran wildly, panicked, crashed right into a park bench, fell and rolled and got up, and continued to run for their lives until they hit an invisible wall of air, their faces in despair. Some were so frightened that their legs went limp and they collapsed to the ground, their hands subconsciously holding their heads. Ghostly cries of terror echoed through the air, accompanied by the tiger's low growl of contentment. Wow! Wow! 2 more people were pounced upon, and the tiger simply bit their necks off. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How is this even a fight? The tiger was so fast. I finally realized why cats can catch mice. We're just big rats, guys. The more the crowd dispersed, the more the tigers chased and got excited. And the most desperate thing was that these tigers just bit their prey and didn't eat it at all. The progress bar hovering above the zoo remained at 10% with no progress. Lin Qiang was holding a wrench in his hand, and he used to hear the old man say that wolves were bronze heads, iron bones, and tofu waists. In other words, the tiger's weakness might be in its waist as well, and as he looked at the pocket-sized wrench, and at the massive tiger, he didn't feel much use for it. This thing can only hit people in the head. I'm afraid it's completely useless for hitting a tiger. What to do? This is going to be a reunion. It's so upsetting. Don't move. Louis Fong mused. What's wrong? Have you noticed? The harder you run, the harder the tiger chases you. It's just as well to wait for death if you don't run. Before the words were out of his mouth, a scared student, sitting on the ground, was pounced upon by the tiger, who flicked the man from side to side with his paws, and the man rolled on the ground as the tiger jumped around, and when he saw that the man was not moving, he played with his paws for a while longer. Look, if you don't run you might get played alive. Lve Fong whispered extremely fast. Look again. Stand still and follow my rhythm. Lin Qiang's heart fluttered as he looked around, and sure enough, the tiger seemed to be enjoying this feeling of chasing his prey. The quest says it's feeding the northeastern tigers in the zoo. It doesn't say it's for us to fight. 1-2 are not scrutinizing. She looked up at a line suspended in the sky, put to death. It seemed to be mulling over some flavor. 7 sons, are you scared? Louis Fong asked. Of course I'm scared. Isn't this an illusion? And why is it scary? I don't know. Probably an instinctive reaction. Take a deep breath and relax. The test is just a game. Lve Fong dropped the wrench in her hand, unfolded her arms, and took a smooth step in the direction of the zoo entrance. Fong, what are you doing? Shoo. Lve Fong suddenly looked back and put her onion-like index finger between her middle red lips. Follow me. Don't talk. Don't be afraid. She stepped softly, as carefully as if she were walking on a one-way bridge, and the 3 tigers turned their heads, abandoning the prey they were chasing and abusing, and gathered around. Louis Fong closed her eyes. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, and fine beads of sweat coalesced on her forehead as she still continued to take steps. The tiger began to sniff the soft body within reach in front of him, and Lve Fong could even feel the fishy wind blowing her hair. She just took 1 step at a time and walked into the zoo entrance. Holy, this is okay? Lin Qiang's mouth was open enough to stuff an egg. The others looked over and were amazed. Brothers, there's a breakthrough. Those that don't kill you, make you stronger. This test is about facing your fears head on. The 3 tigers followed this young girl and together they walked into the middle of the zoo's gates. Lve Fong entered the completely dark cave entrance. At that moment, a dozen pairs of eyes lit up in the darkness, and gradually, more tigers appeared. Holy, what's with all this? Lve Fong had completely stepped into the zoo at the moment, standing proudly in the midst of the tigers. Her body lurched and she looked back at the square outside the door, releasing a smile. 7 sons. I know how to pass this level. Putting death on the line is. The next moment, she was pounced upon by several tigers and divided into pieces. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Nima was still eaten. It's totally useless. It looks like more tigers are coming out of it. A whole dozen of them. The progress bar above his head remained at 10%. Unchanged. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Schoolgirl sacrificed. It's not right. The progress bar didn't get more. What kind of setting is this? It's hard not to be doomed to a reunion. There's a bug. It's useless to sacrifice your teammates even if you can't beat them. What the hell? Wait. You guys. Look. Look up. Sister is in the sky. Above the sky, the intact Luifang stepped on a flying sword with her feet, and on the side of the sword stood a sword immortal with a handsome and disheveled face. In the illusion, Ma Huayun, wearing a coarse linen Taoist robe with long flowing hair and a wine gourd hanging from his waist, smiled faintly as he stared back downward. Holy, Director Ma has become a sword immortal. Director Ma, what kind of mission is this? It defies common sense. She was picked up by Director Ma. Standing on top of the flying sword, Luifang formed her hands into a trumpet shape and shouted downwards. Lin Xiang, you've all passed. The next stop on the corridor bridge is up to you. I passed early. The voice faded away, disappearing into the wind, and the flying sword turned into a stream of light far away. Lin Xiang's palms were hot and he was breathing heavily, seemingly enlightened. The progress bar at the top of the zoo instantly turned to 100%, and then all the tigers around them disappeared, as did the corpses of their dead teammates, and the broken limbs. The crowd came to their senses. The school sister willingly sacrificed for her Taoist friend and passed straight through, which is outrageous. In fact, the rules are clearly written. Feed the tiger, put to death until life. Here is the illusion. Will not really die, but people have selfishness or cannot make the behavior of sacrificing their lives to defend the road. The ham hocks remain superficial, and even if someone prepares the food ahead of time at the beginning, the progress bar is mostly slow to increase, and the 10% increase for eating one person is meant to interfere with the crowd's thinking. The tigers are only getting bigger. Pushing each other and sacrificing teammates will only lead to a reunion. And the fact that the tiger chooses to abuse rather than eat is proof of the logic lurking behind it. People who practice Buddhism talk about epiphany and gradual enlightenment. No matter which school of Buddhism or Confucianism, there are all such examples. If Zhang Junbao was a red-blooded person who was close to the Tao, then Lve Feng was an exceptionally gifted cultivation embryo. She relied on enlightenment. The gate of the zoo turned into a bit of light powder and dissipated, and a small lake came into view in front of the crowd. The lake is crystal clear, sparkling in the sunlight, the water blooming white as snow lotus, petals delicate, gently swaying in the breeze, emitting a burst of quiet fragrance. The surface of the lake was misty, as if it was a light veil that enveloped the entire small lake. Like a dream, a corridor bridge flies over the pond water north and south. The corridor bridge is carved and antique. The end is the exit of the back door of the park. Past the corridor bridge, the test is over. The crowd stopped at the end of the porch bridge and peered at each other. No one took the first step. This looks like a dreamlike wonderland. God knows what other surprises there will be. This entrance examination is designed too unconventional. Get out of the way. I'll do it. At this moment, at the back of the crowd, Lin Xiang straightened his collar and resolutely walked to the front. Chapter 129, it should be an itchy thigh. Scratch it. Asterisk 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 asterisk. On what basis? I feel like you're first up? Someone was unconvinced. Yeah, what if it's like the elephant slide again, and the first one slides right through? Lin Xiang raised his eyebrows and sidestepped out of the way, his face beaming with joy. Alright, you first. I don't have a problem with it. He made a gesture of invitation, anticipation flashing in his eyes. The man suddenly wimped out, nuzzled his mouth and said, "You're so sore. Did you find out something? I'm not going to be cannon fodder." Lin Xiang's face sank, with contempt in his eyes, and he said in a deep voice, "What are you catching up with, scared BB? Get out of the way." The next moment, he took one step onto the porch bridge. Nothing unusual, followed by 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps, everything is usual. On both sides of the veranda bridge, the view opens up to large lotus ponds. Lotus leaves layer upon layer, such as green silk like wantonly spread. The breeze, green silk gently fluttering, ripples. Lotus flower is like a shy girl, in the lotus leaves half hidden, petals or white as snow, or stained with light pink. The pool water boundless and the sky clouds. On the surface of the pool, a thin mist like a light veil, so that everything becomes a shadow. Sunlight through the fog, sprinkled with fine light and shadow. Standing on the corridor bridge, as if in a misty fairyland. I wish I could stay in this illusion for the rest of my life. It's so cozy. Lin Xiang turned around and realized that all of his classmates had disappeared, and he was the only one left in this side of the world. He turned his face away, took a deep, calming breath, and continued on his way. An oil paper umbrella appeared on the face, and then, a wonderful woman walked slowly. The beauty is unbelievable. As if coming from the fairyland, she has a long moon-white dress, light with the wind, skirt fluttering, her skin is fair and snowy, with a faint shimmering light. Her eyes are crystal clear, flashing with a spiritual light between the surplus, with a touch of a light smile that seems to be there, so that people are like a spring breeze. So fairy. Is the gentleman well? The woman smiled faintly. Lin Xiang was first stunned. and the next moment he shook his head vigorously, instantly understanding. A beauty trap? I, Lin Qiang, will not let my lust for women lead me astray from the path of immortality? He completely ignored the woman, firm in his Taoism, and brushed past her in his stride. As his body staggered, he inclined his head and faintly said, "It's just a small sculpture." Lin Qiang smiled crookedly at the corner of his mouth, glad that he didn't have a spermatozoa while secretly spitting in his heart. Mainly not my favorite type. I like the flirty ones. The surroundings changed instantly, and a huge soft bedstead appeared on the veranda bridge, blocking the way. A winking woman lying on her side on the couch, clad in a thin veil, her delicate skin vaguely visible, a snow-white thighs half-covered, glossy jade-like feet slightly curled. The woman pressed one jade hand against her puffy breasts, her cheeks flushed, and the tip of her tongue gently licked her watery red lips. The voice is crispy and numb. Daji has not eaten enough. Gonzi, come on. Lin Qiang swallowed his saliva. His face was delighted, and he subconsciously heated a few times. Beauty, here I come. He, come to the slave couch. Daji sat up, the tools slipping from her shoulders. She gasped and immediately pressed her hands together, playing cosplay to the max. If you can tolerate it, you can't. How can this be? No man can help it. Beauty. Lin Qiang's eyes went straight. At this moment animalism overcame reason. What the? Becoming immortal and attaining immortality. It's over. Snap. Lin Qiang suddenly slapped himself. Pa. Snap. Slapped a few more times and stopped in his tracks. So close. He. Come on. There's me. Sister. I want it too. And me. Behind the bed couch, a beauty with different postures climbed up, scratching her head in any type. Finally, there are even black stockings. High heels. Brother, climb over our bodies and you'll find the exit. Yo, having to go over the bed? That's part of the test, right? Yeah. Brother's right. It's part of the test. You're not allowed to touch me while I'm crawling. Brother is so bad. An imperial lady wearing black-framed glasses took off her high heels and threw them to the ground, her feet in black stockings stretching forward. Lin Qiang's eyes stared blankly, and his just-firm Dao heart collapsed almost instantly at this moment. He turned around, inserted his right hand into his pants pocket and scratched through his clothes, hunched over, staring straight at these demons in his eyes, gritting his teeth and showing determination. On top of the playground, Zhang Junbao and Luifang raised their heads and looked intently at the scene in the water mist illusion. Xiaofang, do you think Seven Sons will be able to pass the final hurdle? Zhang Junbao asked. It's hard to say. I'm curious now. Who designed this illusion? Knows too much about art. You see, everyone crosses the porch bridge with a different test, some face money, some face honor, some power, and it seems that the last hurdle is to face the bonds of their own inner desires. Zhang Junbao turned his head, looking above the playground sky, a screen made of water mist. Indeed, each student faces a different. Someone has become king and is commanding his knights under his command to slaughter the city. Some girls become powerful queens and give poison wine to one concubine after another. Someone who became a high-ranking official arrogantly counted down relatives who once looked down on him at a family gathering. But the female color test takes the cake. We're so lucky. Fong. Lve Fong nodded, but she was a little curious about what the scene would be if she faced the corridor test. She frowned and suddenly asked, is there any mystery about Lin Qiang's hand reaching into his pants pocket and twisting his body just now? Zhang Junbao thought about it, put his own hand into his pants pocket, tried to feel in the middle. The brother should be about the same size as himself, and nodded. Zhang Junbao's face didn't change. It should be an itchy thigh. Scratching. Luifang squinted over and said, oh, but scratching an itch. Why are you arching your back and looking like your expression is in pain? Everyone has their own special gift, and perhaps, this is a maneuver to relieve his tension. So amazing. I'm going to ask him when he comes out later. Zhang Junbao. In the office, several teachers were similarly admiring Lin Qiang in the water mist illusion. Tai Long said, Senior Ma, I think this kid is very suitable to be your personal disciple. Ma Huayun raised his voice. Old iron. What do you mean by that? Chicken echoed. Big brother is right. There is an heir to brother Ma's mantle. Zhang Ziyan, I second the motion. What do you three mean? Piss in a pot is not it. I Ma Huayun this life bright and open. Will not be the district female. Chen Jiamu lightly patted Ma Huayun's shoulder. Senior brother. There are some things that the senior brothers understand. You guys don't get it at all. You guys don't understand. I can explain all your doubts and the logic is self-explanatory. Ma Huayun almost broke his defenses and lost his voice and screamed. Iron Dragon, explanation is a cover-up. And a cover-up is the beginning of deception. Gue Wu said lightly. Today, I broke my fast again. So why say again? Gue Wu. Don't fart. November 21st. Sunny, farts are the soul of. Chen Shiliang angrily shouted. Gui Wu. Cut the crap and focus on maintaining the spell formation. He. How did the kid in the illusion start taking off his clothes? Ma Huayun looked towards the illusion. His eyes suddenly shrunk. At this moment, he decided that he would impart his life's learning to the son. This son would become a great man. In the illusion, Lin Qiang began to take off his own clothes. He took them off very carefully, one by one, and folded them neatly. Dodgy on the lookout bedwinks. Then he took off his shoes, his socks, his hands clasped on his belt, atmospherically unclasped, and removed his fall pants. Wearing big pants, he also deliberately straightened his body. It's just a mediocre girl. I didn't even react to it. Snapped at the showy, foxy woman a few steps away. I, Lin Qiang, have lived an open and honest life. How would I be overwhelmed by a mere woman's color? Not to mention that this is an illusionary realm. Even in the real world, I would still smile in the face of danger and definitely not smoke. Pouncing, Lin Qiang jumped directly into the pool water, the cold pool water filling his entire body, allowing his mind to quickly calm down. He poked his head out of the water and poofed upwards, spraying water in his face. Ouch! Ouch! The body of a beautiful woman with 2 or 8 eyes is like a fluffy body, and she beheads fools with a sword at her waist. Though I don't see a man's head fall, I secretly teach him to wither the marrow of his bones. He fought the urge to swim while reciting the poetry that was deep within him, battling the sword to pierce the peach blossom pistil. A few drops of dew and 2 petals. The sword rides the wind. Plop plop plop. He swam forward frantically, toward the exit of the corridor bridge, in the most standard breaststroke position. Swam. Lin Qiang. Pass. In the next moment, Lin Qiang snapped his eyes open, and the first time he checked his crotch, he found that his clothes were all there, and everything was an illusion. He sat on top of the playground and looked up at Zhang Junbao and Louis Fang standing next to him. The 3 of them smiled at each other. Congratulations, 3rd place. Oh, Director Ma said just now that the top 3, there's a special reward for that. Lin Qiang stood up, patted his butt, and looked around. Some of the students were still trapped in the illusion, and some of them looked disappointed, hanging their heads and sighing. At this moment, Ma Huayun's voice sounded in the distance. You 3, come to the office. Chapter 130, Welcome, classmate. Shinsky Road Academy. The first freshman examination is over. Total enrollment of nearly 2,000 people. The first round of political examination, physical examination and other conditions, coupled with the follow-up of several phantom assessment. The final qualified, only 26 people. Top 3, LV Yifeng, Zhang Junbao, Lin Qiang. 26 people. 1 person $1,800 a year. Tuition total just over $40,000. To put it mildly, not enough to cover the cost of food. But then the original purpose of the Taoist Academy was not to make money by charging tuition. It was to cultivate talent. Chen Amu did not comment on the results. The first phase, the guys also have little teaching experience. There are fewer people. Better to bring some. According to all sorts of screening, these 26 people, even if they are put into the community, do other industries, or nothing outstanding, but practicing martial arts cultivation, then, there are obvious advantages. They are a collection of luck, courage, character, talent and so on. Chen Shiliang's purpose is the dual cultivation of culture and martial arts. The first year, all practicing martial arts, Taijiquan, Bagua Pom, etc. Cultural aspects, is a variety of traditional classics, electives such as I Ching, Feng Shui Kanshui, Qi Men Dun Jia, Big Six Nuns, Zi Wei Do Shu and so on, such as the Little Six Nuns Plum Blossom E-number. Such a simple game belongs to the amateur self-study after school. Weekly tea ceremonies, Gu Qin, Tao Te Ching, Chuang Tzu, Lai Zi, Hugu Piao Zi, and more, except for the morning and evening classes, which are compulsory. The rest of the classes are up to the student's own will, and it doesn't matter if they take them or not. Morning and evening classes just follow the rhythm of the Yuanheng Taoist training class back in the day, and for the most part, it's still the main one to play. A discussion was held about whether the college should establish a gaming room, led by Director Ma, and at the first general meeting of all students and faculty of the College of the City of Shinsky, a majority of votes were cast in favor of conducting a gaming room by a show of hands. Director Ma's reasoning is that keeping up with the times and playing a reasonable amount of games will help your physical and mental health. There is another reason. At that time, Ma Huayun said at the meeting, we don't let students play games on the internet, so they will play in internet cafes. And in case anyone learns martial arts and fights in the internet cafes, will the local police station care? Or don't they care? The meeting was attended by all the teachers of our school and external teachers from other Taoist temples. as well as recruited art teachers. Participating students were the 26 who passed the test. There's no student council or anything like that at school. On weekdays, they are addressed as senior brother, senior sister, senior brother, senior sister, seniority and uneasy about age, determined by the time the assessment is passed. Another important decision that was made at this meeting was that you could be addressed externally as director so-and-so, teacher, or something like that. Within the academy, all follow the ancient practice of calling the family name plus the master. After the meeting ended, Ma Huayun dispersed the crowd, leaving behind 3 people. Lve Fong said, "Our new college will be built after the year. I see the rendering. It's so much better than the 7th middle school." Lin Qiang, "Well, I'm looking forward to it. Originally, I was still torn about whether to enter the factory if I couldn't get into college." Zhang Junbao, "It doesn't matter if you pass the exam, is the same as entering the factory." Ma Huayun walked in from outside with a pocket of yogurt in his hand. "The 3 of you have performed well. And President Chen and the sect master Heavenly Father have unanimously decided to give the 3 of you a little treat." Ma Huayun distributed the yogurt to a few people and took a box for himself. The 3 men suppressed their excitement and waited for Director Ma's next instructions. Lin Qiang asked, "Master Yun, may I ask if the small stove is for learning other things?" "What did you just say? Is the little stove learning something else?" "Nope." Previous sentence. Cloud Master. Ma Huayun nodded his head and said without changing his face, "I like this appellation very much. 7 sons, pass this appellation on." Lin Qiang nodded his head. "Why don't you guys drink it? Bought you yogurt especially for you." The 3 men laughed awkwardly. "Master Cloud, is this straw available?" Ma Huayun snapped his fingers, and not far from the desk, 3 straws flew over. Levitating in front of the 3 of them, Ma Huayun had one hand behind his back. His palms were full of sweat, even trembling slightly, the aura imperiousness. For the current him, the meticulousness was still a bit of a struggle. His expression was subdued and he smiled lightly. "Get the straw." The 3 of them immediately took down their straws, admiring Master Yun for this divine stroke. "Make yourself at home. This isn't a normal school." Poof, 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 poof. The 3 men stuck straws into the yogurt and drank it generously. Zhang Junbao politely asked, "Master Yun, President Chen can control a sword. Do all of our teachers know how?" Ma Huayun laughed. He, flying with a sword is a basic operation. Before in the illusion, that wine sword immortal. Didn't you see that I was dressed up? Yes. Master Yun seems to fly faster. By the way, Master Yun, the sect leader Heavenly Father you just mentioned. Which one is it? His name is Chen Shiliang. He is the master of Dean Chen and I. He has already been immortalized. Phew, the 3 of them showed unbelievable looks. "Well, there's nothing rare. Xiaofang, in a while you build a group. Pull in all your classmates. As a big sister, the burden will be heavier in the future." Luifang arched her hand and bowed. "All right, Master Yun." "Oh, learned in a good way." Ma Huayun chatted with the 3 men for a while longer and let them go back. In the office, he was the only one left, and Ma Huayun got up and drew the curtains, put his feet on the bench and tried to use his aura to manipulate the chair to lift himself up. Finding it extremely strenuous, he gave up after a few strokes. "Well, meditate well and absorb and refine the aura. Refrain from arrogance and impatience. When school officially starts after the new year, the Imperial Sword should belong to the base drill." He took out his cell phone and deleted some of the classic videos he had treasured for years, and went down to collect a few more inspirational songs. Casually dialed He Wei's number. "Hey, Mr. Ho. Master Ma. Your instructions. We just had a meeting and the college is going to add a gaming room. With a higher configuration if computers." "The gaming room? No. Your school? What's wrong? Problems with funding?" The phone hesitated for a few seconds. He Wei snorted and said, "No problem. This I notify to do the procurement bid this afternoon. Ready to increase the computer. Well, make it luxurious. There are 26 of us in the first class. You see to it, the rendering doesn't have to give a confirmation." "Well lo, by the way, Master Ma, this weekend, the Ministry of Engineering has a boss from Hong Kong over. It is said to bring a song and dance troupe. You are the project leader. The evening to relax together to relax? No, I won't be required to participate in those lowly activities in the future." Beep. Ma Huayun hung up the phone and snapped it to the desktop. "I want to practice." At this moment, a knock on the door rang out accompanied by a shout. "Senior Ma, do you have a moment?" Ma Huayun got up and opened the door. "Senior, what is it?" Outside the door stood Chen Armorwood, changed into casual clothes, clean and long hair tied up. "Chen Keijai, take you to meet a new student." "Ma Huayun, who is it?" "My sister." "Your sister?" Ma Huayun raised his eyebrows, somewhat confused about what was going on. Isn't your sister in elementary school? Are you going to get her into our college? Chen Kajai nodded. Shitty, we don't have a culture teacher. No, she's in her classes as normal. She came over after school to experience life, and I promised her earlier that I'd teach her to fly. She's a little kid and she wants aura to enter her body, which is so easy. Chen Armorwood smiled without saying anything, and for a moment he didn't bother to explain the influence of talent and heart on cultivation. Master Chen Shilian once commented that in the immortal cultivation world, other than himself, Ma Huayun and Gui Wu had the highest level of enlightenment. This could also explain why the 3 Iron Dragon brothers had been messing around for so long, but were still lingering at the martial stage, never being able to master Reiki. But an unstable mind is an obstacle that hinders the condensation of aura. If Senior Ma can keep his mind calm, he should actually progress very quickly. Ma Huayun followed Chen Jiamu out of the office and to the playground, where the students had all gone home at the moment. On the playground, there was a little girl with a punchy braid looking up at a bird's nest in a tree. Ma Huayun smiled slightly. From afar, the little girl's eyebrows did look a bit similar to senior brother Chen, looking like a very good and honest girl. Character should be as quiet as the senior brother. This student is small. Intuition tells him that this little girl should belong to the kind of very obedient children. Senior brother, your sister seems quite well behaved. At that moment, the little girl in the distance turned her head violently, leaned forward, swung her arms first, paused for about 3 seconds, and then ran on 2 little legs bouncing and running, with dust gradually swirling under her feet. The speed was increasing, and as he ran, he kept his head down and posed for a punch. Brother, do me a favor. Ma Huayun inclined his head to look at Chen Armorwood. He found that there was nothing unusual in senior brother Chen's expression. Chen Jiamu walked forward a few steps, met Chen Ji, a kick over. Chen Jiamu this kick with cleverness, the hook foot in soccer, picking the soccer ball flying. Chen Ji rose up in the air and was picked off by a kick, throwing arcs toward the top of the tree, flying higher and higher. The little girl wore an excited expression in the sky, eyeballing at least 10 meters high. She flew over the treetops, glanced at the bird's nest, found it empty, and wore an expression of disappointment. In the next moment, she began to free fall, followed by another kick from Chen Jiamu, and Chen Ji once again rose up in the air, a few dozen meters away. Chen Armorwood shouted, "Senior brother, catch my sister." Ma Huayun raised his head and looked towards the person that smashed over, subconsciously stretching out his hands in an effort to use his aura to reduce the cushion. Chen Ji, an old ape hanging seal, hung on Ma Huayun and slid down. The little girl tilted her head and stretched out a small, fleshy hand. "Hello, my name is Chen Ji." Ma Huayun stretched out his hand and solemnly shook the small hand. "Student Chen Ji, welcome to the Dao Academy." Chapter 131, The World is in Chaos. On the outskirts of Xin City, there is an extremely special cadre prison hidden away. This place has always been little known. Surrounded by barren weeds and sparse woods, the silence is somewhat depressing. Because of its special nature, it is heavily guarded on weekdays, and only the occasional passing bird will break the silence. Recently, all the inmates in the prison were transferred. In the original prison area, there was an additional strange building. It is surrounded by 100mm thick steel plates poured seamlessly into place, each of which is polished smooth and glows with an icy metallic sheen in the daylight. Just to be sure, the surface of the steel plate is also coated with a large amount of waterproof material, as if to completely seal any possible gaps. Not only that, the steel plate was densely engraved with ancient and mysterious talismans. At regular intervals, a yellow paper charm was attached, swaying gently with the breeze and making rustling noises. The heavy iron door was slowly pushed open, emitting a dull squeak sound, echoing in the empty prison area. Lin Weidong, dressed in a straight uniform with a cold face, walked in with a steady pace, followed closely by 2 subordinates, his footsteps neat and powerful. In the center of the room, there was a small prison. Inside the prison, a man was tightly locked up by thick chains, and he was Zhou Longi. The chains passed through the large acupuncture points around his body, vaguely flickering with streams of light that seemed to be constantly drawing on his strength. When Zhou Longi heard the ringing, he slowly raised his head that had been hanging low, his hair messily covering his eyes, and through the gaps in his hair, he was able to see the resentful light flickering in his eyes. Lin Weidong stood still, his gaze like a torch, staring straight at Zhou Longi, and said in a deep voice, "Zhou Longi, are you sure you don't want to say anything?" Ha 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 ha. Zhou Longi let out a burst of maniacal laughter, the sound echoing continuously in the confined space, giving people chills. Only after a long time did he spit out 2 words, "Griffin." The tone was full of disdain and contempt. Lin Weidong's face was expressionless. A trace of imperceptible annoyance flashed in his eyes, and he immediately pressed the button of the controller in his hand. In an instant, electric current raged down the chain and flowed throughout Zhou Longyi's body. His body instantly tightened and convulsed violently. His muscles trembled uncontrollably, and the features on his face were distorted from the pain. But even so, he still clenched his teeth and did not let out a single sound of pleading for mercy. According to our understanding, for demonic cultivators have smuggled over from that so-called immortal cultivation world of yours. You are harboring them, right? Lin Weidong raised his volume and asked word for word. Griffin, when I recover my cultivation, I will definitely refine you into a water corpse and then slowly torture you. Zhou Longyi hissed, the killing intent in his eyes almost spilling out. Lin Weidong secretly cursed. A wave of helplessness welled up in his heart. In the face of such a crazy and stubborn person, verbal communication seemed to have lost its meaning. Just then, a subordinate quickly stepped forward and whispered a few words in Lin Weidong's ear. Lin Weidong's originally furrowed brows lifted slightly, a hint of thought flashing through his eyes before he said, "Let them come in." Not a moment later, a few scientists in white coats walked in outside. They were holding a thick stack of information in their hands, looking hurried as they walked up to Lin Weidong and began to report something in a low voice, their fingers gesturing on the information from time to time. According to the hints given by Chen Xiliang, through the analysis of Zhou Longyi's physiological samples, he could be convinced that coming from an otherworldly world was not a physical body crossing, similar to soul crossing. Currently the theory can be determined that the real world corresponds to a mirror world. To put it simply, each creature, at the same time, lives in two different worlds. One is the real world as we know it, and the other is the more colorful world of immortality. For example, a person with two different identities usually do not interfere with each other. But in the underworld, there are many destinies are the same, just not the same way of existence. The two worlds have their own rules of operation, but right now, they seem to be in disarray. Some mortals, it seems, awaken the Yuan Shen of the immortal world and suddenly become another person. According to Chen Xiliang, there were even greater powers that were capable of inheriting the memories of both sides and fusing them into one person. Chen Xiliang himself was counted as one. It all started with Chen Keijai. Lin Weidong initially thought that he was listening to a mythological story, and now that it was once again scientifically verified, he even got excited. Perhaps a small beggar over here is a sword cultivator over there, and a high official over here may just be an ordinary person over there. For example, Gue Wu, who is just an honest and stuffy cook in the Taoist training class, is indeed a great immortal cultivator in the immortal world. Chen Jiji is an ordinary little girl. Over there, it is not guaranteed. To forget, Zhou Longyi was originally a civilian laborer, and that very night, while drinking beer with the foreman at the stall, the other world's demonic cultivator Yuan Shun, he occupied this body. Zhou Longyi was lucky, because the physical body he gave up over there, came here, and he fused the memories of the two realms. That night, excited to be new to the real world, he got his hands dirty and got 3 project managers killed, scared the hell out of the workers. At this moment, several Secret Service agents inserted probes with various probes into Zhou Longyi's head, with a large device attached to one side. Team Lin, it's all ready. Are you sure you want to try it yourself? A science officer confirmed. Lin Weidong nodded as the other end connected to Lin Weidong's head. This one experiment was a brainwave interaction that allowed Lin Weidong to read Zhou Longyi's memories. Lin Weidong took a deep breath and reclined on the bondage chair. Come on, begin. A staff member on the sidelines exchanged colors and then pressed the confirmation button. In the next moment, Lin Weidong's whole body twitched. The scene in front of him shattered like a mirror. His consciousness traveled through the air, and when he opened his eyes again, he realized that he had turned into Zhou Longyi, and his surroundings were a city-gate similar to the Warring States era. Here, is this that world? Lin Weidong muttered. Griffin, get out of my head. Zhou Longyi's voice resounded in Lin Weidong's heart. Zhou Longyi, what? What are you afraid of? Fear? I don't know what method you used to be able to bring back my memories, but are you sure you want to see the next image? The morning sun shines, and the ancient gates slowly open, creaking and awakening the sleeping town. Lin Wei looked up. Shangfan City was written on the city wall, and he saw through the gates. In front of the city gates, the peddlers had long been bustling about. An old man selling cooking cakes, carrying a flat stretcher, the aroma of the steaming cooking cakes overflowing, attracting children to gather around, staring with bated breath. The caravan of cloth sellers drove donkey carts, and the colorful silks glistened in the daylight. Women stopped to pick and choose, rubbing their fingers over the fabrics and haggling with the stall owners. Not far away, the Jianghu artists are playing tricks, between the shadow of swords, cheers and applause. The seller is wearing a worn-out short beat, but his hands are strong. a flip, a chop, all attracted the crowd clapping and cheering. The guards at the entrance of the city wore heavy armor and held long spears, their eyes vigilantly scanning the crowd. But it was hard to hide a hint of laughter in their eyes at the bustling scene. The hustle and bustle of carriages and horses, the sounds of yelling and laughter are intertwined, adding a vibrant fireworks to this ancient city gate. I can't believe that there really is such a wonderful world. He found himself in an illusory body. His body moving through the crowd is in a dream. At this moment, the sky a Taoist man flew through the air and stood on top of the roof of the city lord's mansion. The guards guarding the city stirred. The people of the city looked up and pointed, with some mouths shouting immortal cultivator. That little Taoist priest was thin, with persistence between his eyebrows, and a whitewashed Taoist robe was plain and unadorned. Lin Weidong's spirit lifted as he recognized that this was Chen Jiamu. Was it the Shao Dao master of this world? Griffin. Back in the year when the demon rode blood-washed Shangfan, it was a rare spectacle, reliving the profound memories today. Painful and fast. Who is the demon rode? Lin Weidong was puzzled in his heart and looked up at Chen Armorwood on the city tower. In the sky, countless cultivators stepped on flying swords, or rode other magic weapons to come in the air, covering the sky with no less than 100 people. Demonic Taoist Chen Amu. Don't tie your hands and surrender. Demon Road. Hand over the Chaos Pearl and I'll spare your life. I, the Taiping Immortal Sect, have come to rid the world of demons today. You epileptic. Think you'll be safe and sound when you get to Xianfan? The roaming cultivators surrounded Chen Armorwood, swords drawn. Throughout the city, the people were dumbfounded by the sudden sight of an immortal. This is not a real immortal descending to earth? The children on the street, the rattles in their hands snapped and fell to the ground. They tilted their heads, shock written all over their little faces. Some even reached out their little hands, pointing to the sky, excitedly shouting, "Mother, look, immortals!" The vendor selling sugar gourds, with his flat burden slumped over his shoulder, had a look of incredulity on his face. The people were talking to each other. Chen Armorwood stood on top of a high tower in the city, looking around at the righteous cultivators who surrounded him with a crazy smile on his face. You hypocrites, you talk about my demonic path. After chasing me for half a month, let's make an end today. His voice was hoarse and angry, drifting in the wind. Chen Armorwood, hand over the Chaos Pearl and I'll spare your life. Another cultivator shouted. If you want the Chaos Pearl, then come and get it with your ability. Chen Armorwood's hands quickly made seals. His body's evil power surged and surged. A black mist surrounded his body, and a mournful ghostly cry and wolfish howl faintly emanated from the mist. The righteous cultivators cast their spells, and for a while, the sky flashed with the light of various spells intertwining together. Chen Armorwood wielded his wooden sword in a bizarre and varied manner, each move carrying a powerful evil force that was hard to defend against. Under his attacks, many righteous cultivators fell to the ground injured. Everyone together, don't let him get away. The crowd of immortal cultivators once again surrounded Chen Aimu. Chen Armorwood was caught in a predicament. His stamina was gradually running out, and his body had a few more wounds, with blood staining his Dao robe red. Demonic Taoist, suffer death, kill him and avenge those innocent people. Shouts of killing kept coming from the crowd, and the voices were urging him to die. Chen Armorwood's mental defenses began to crumble amidst the wave after wave of shouts, and his eyes were filled with pain and despair. You all deserve to die. Chen Armorwood suddenly let out a roar, his voice filled with madness and despair. A black sword chi shot out in all directions like lightning, and wherever it went, both houses and cultivators were mercilessly destroyed. The originally prosperous street instantly became a mess, with houses collapsing, fires raging, and people screaming endlessly. Chen Armorwood's figure looked particularly hideous in this chaos. He had completely lost his mind, and all that was left in his heart was endless hatred and anger. Just when Chen Armorwood was about to run out of strength, a figure crossed the sky like lightning and instantly appeared in front of him. The crowd fixed their eyes on an old Taoist priest, dressed in gray Taoist robes, with white hair, but with deep wisdom in his eyes. Master. When Chen Armorwood saw the old Taoist priest, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but then it was replaced by pain. Master, they're forcing me, they all want me dead. Mu, don't be afraid, Master has come to save you, the old Taoist monk said. His hands quickly formed a seal, and a powerful positive chi surged out from his body, contrasting with the evil power in Chen Amu's body. Chen Shiliang, how dare you harbor this demonic path? You won't be able to leave today either. Zhao Lingfeng, you guys claim that you're doing this to get rid of the demons and defend the Dao, but in reality, you're doing it for the Chaos Pearl. Even though I, Chen Shiliang, am not talented, I can't stand by and watch you hypocrites harm my disciple. Chen Shiliang responded without fear. If that's the case, then don't blame us for not being polite. Zhao Lingfeng once again led the crowd of immortal cultivators to attack Chen Shiliang and Chen Armorwood. Chen Shiliang's figure flickered and arrived in front of Chen Armorwood. His hands danced quickly and executed a set of subtle spells, only to see a great glow around him. A golden rune flew out from his hands like a sharp blade, shooting towards the righteous cultivators. Those immortal cultivators cast spells to fend them off, but many of them were still struck by the runes and retreated with injuries. Chen Armorwood also endured his injuries and swung his wooden sword once again, fighting alongside Chen Shiliang. The master and disciple duo worked well together, and for a while, they actually made it difficult for the righteous cultivators to get close to them. How is this Chen Shiliang and Chen Armorwood so powerful? An immortal cultivator said in horror. No matter what, we must get the Chaos Pearl. Everyone step up, Zhao Lingfeng said through gritted teeth. Just as the two sides were at a standstill, Chen Shiliang suddenly pulled out an ancient talisman paper from his pocket. This talisman paper emitted a mysterious glow and was inscribed with ancient runes. Chen Shiliang threw the rune paper into the air and recited the words under his breath. Instantly, the wind and clouds changed in the sky as a huge golden pillar of light descended from the sky and directly struck the camp of the righteous immortal cultivators. The powerful force shook those immortal cultivators to the ground, and many of them fainted on the spot. While we're at it, go! Chen Shiliang grabbed Chen Armorwood's arm and performed the transportation technique, instantly disappearing from the spot. Lin Weidong's jaw dropped. For a moment he didn't know how to express this master and disciple. So crazy? Master Xiao Dao wouldn't really be a demon path, would he? Explosive headache observed all over his body. Lin Weidong snapped his eyes open and found that his consciousness returned to his original body. He lay back in the bondage chair, nearly drenched in sweat. It took a full half hour of adjustment before he recovered from the shock he had just experienced. Boss, just now, President Chen called and invited you to attend the opening ceremony of the Dao Academy after the first of the year. A subordinate reported in a low voice. Chapter 132 Mirror World. Hiwei Family Private Villa Roof Platform. Different from the ordinary B&B terrace. Planting some flowers and grass on the matter. The whole platform is about 260 square feet, surrounded by a wooden fence, enclosing a quiet world. Fish ponds, rockeries, small scenes have, at first glance as from the master design handwriting. Once there is a decoration, boss jokingly said. Just waterproof. It is not, you can imagine the number. Hiwei is rich and drifting. In the corner, a few poles of bamboo stood tall, rustling in the breeze, and in the center was a small, rustic table, paired with a few futons, and on the table was a set of exquisite tea utensils. Chen Armorwood sat cross-legged on a futon, his face serene. On the side, Chen Jiji squatted on the Taiwanese chair, clutching her cell phone and playing the game to death, her body swinging back and forth along with it. Across the room sat Ma Huayun, making tea. Senior brother, these past few days, I've remembered a lot of things. Ma Huayun stopped fiddling with the charcoal and looked up in bewilderment, noticing that Chen Jiamu actually had a rare serious face. Chen Keijai looked toward the huge floor-to-ceiling windows at the edge of the rooftop, his eyes looking through the glass, through a steel forest, through the mountains and rivers, and seemingly casting them toward a place farther away. Over there, I'm also called Chen Jiamu, and they called me Little Taoist at first, then Big Demon Tao, and then addressed me as Xian Wuzhen Xian. Ma Huayun froze, unconsciously sitting up straight. He had previously seen the video that senior brother Chen had brought back from the immortal cultivation world, and had seen the other self that was so handsome that he had moved himself. Chen Armorwood smiled lightly. To be precise, it was the year 763, where I was cultivating immortality, inquiring about immortality, searching for immortality, with a good master and 6 good brothers. I was born in the village of Hojoshin. My mother was an ordinary fisherman. Then my father came back once from the frontier and left again in a hurry. And the next year, I had a younger sister, who was very cute, and the 3 of us, together, fished, sold fish, and stewed fish, and the days were not rich, but they were warm. As Ma Huayun listened, a picture couldn't help but appear in his mind. A quiet farmhouse with fishing nets drying in the sun, a shallow beach by the side of the small yard. The youngest master rolled up his pants legs and speared fish with a sea spirit trident, and on the shore, a little girl of 5 or 6 years old, kicking the splash of water with her bare feet. 15 years old to go to the township examination. A win. The high school liberation yuan. Was the village people regarded as a natural talent? The next year rushed to the meeting of the examination. It is the strength of the group. Won the crown of the meeting of the laurels. At that time, my mother was so happy that she sold the family's savings, and all the neighbors had high hopes for me, and spontaneously raised money for me to go to Beijing to take the examination. Who would have thought that the wind and clouds would change and the world would be steeped in war? The peace and prosperity of the past, like a dream bubble, like a fleeting moment, replaced by Gingo and Iron Horse, smoke-filled. The plague is like a raging tidal wave, ravaging the four directions and displacing the people from their homes. Overnight, my originally peaceful and tranquil home was also swept into the current of the times, reduced to a drifter, struggling to survive in the chaotic world. When Chen Aimu said this, he paused for a moment and inclined his head to look at Chen Jiji, who was seriously playing the game on the side. Frowning, Chen Jiji shook her head, her mouth jabbering as she was voice directing her teammates. Ma Huayun was interested and poured a cup of hot tea for his senior brother. You met master later? No. Chen Keijai's words changed. Then, on the way to escape, there were times when we almost starved to death, and 2 years later, when the war was over, we carried on. Then later, we met Yaoer, who was the daughter of a big family and took us in. So, we stayed at her house, and my father-in-law admired me at the time, and later, we became a family. But, Ma Huayun spewed out a mouthful of old tea. Holy, senior, you're in the family? Chen Armorwood smiled breezily. Wrong, I am explicitly married. I was a poor boy. My sister was not yet enlightened, and I had no money to study. My father-in-law seems to have seen the knot in my heart and purchased a 3-entry, 3-exit mansion for us in the inner city, allowing Yaoer and I to fend for ourselves. Later I realized that the women's work that Yaoer embroidered and the claypots that I sold were bought up by many customers every day. And later, no matter if it was the wine that my mother brewed or the calligraphy that my sister wrote, when I put it in the bazaar, people would buy it. I am not a little cute. My sister's handwriting is so dragonflying that no one would want it for nothing. So naturally, I can see that it was my father-in-law's good intentions. That year, Yaoer and I earned 300 taels of silver with our own efforts. With the money to organize a wedding, I can marry Yaoer in style. When Ma Huayun heard this, his eyelids twitched. Senior brother, how do I feel like listening to a science fiction movie? What good things can let you touch me? I want Ame. Chen Jiji suddenly raised her head and looked over with a confused face. Brother, is it okay for me to study over there? Chen Aimu was dumbfounded. The sister who was concentrating on her cell phone turned out to have been working on 2 things at once. The teacher who enlightened you, in 1 year, changed 16. Chen Jiji nodded proudly and gave a heavy What happened after that? Ma Huayun asked. A month before the wedding, a few cultivators passed by our house. They took you all away? Starting the immortal path from now on? Ma Huayun asked excitedly as he clapped his hands together. Chen Armorwood had a complicated expression. No, he only took one person. Ma Huayun froze. You abandoned your family and followed the immortals? I respect Yaoer's choice. Yaoer told me that when she returns from her immortal cultivation, she will come back to me. Then, I waited for a full 47 years, until I inherited the position of the head of the family. My sister got married, and after burying my father-in-law and mother-in-law, she did not come back. I have since read through countless Taoist scriptures and have traveled all over the famous mountains and rivers, with the sole intention of searching for the immortals and discovering the whereabouts of Yaoer. When I saw Yaoer again, I was already a dying old man, about to die. That day, I passed the Shirha River in Mount Ahai, full of stars, the moon like a hook. There are lots of fireflies along the riverbanks. Out of nowhere, several figures were seen passing overhead. It was a few young immortals who were flying on their swords, flying low, both male and female. One of them, a fairy in a yellow shirt, resembles Yaoer. For a long time, her figure faded away. 1 incense stick later, a fresh breeze brushes by. I sit and forget this life. The difference between the immortal and the mortal is like an ant trying to shake a big tree. Sparkling Shirha River. The water reflects the Shang Yuan Lantern Festival brilliant lights. It's time to say goodbye to the world. I stood at the edge of the river and felt a rush like I've never felt before. I was, tempted to jump. Chapter 133, Master Dougie, can you answer the phone? Ma Huayun's eyes widened with astonishment as he pursued. What happened afterward? You couldn't have really jumped off, right? There was a hint of disbelief and eagerness in his voice. Chen Armorwood raised his head slightly, a faint smile on his face as he said softly, before mortals have penetrated the passage of love and the great Tao, it is difficult for them to discern the depths of their feelings. It's like the lamps in the water, bright and shining, looking close at hand, seeming to reach out and touch, but in reality it's so illusory and inscrutable. He paused, and his gaze shifted to the terrace fish pond not far away, where the water was crystal clear and the fish swam freely in the water. Then, Chen Jiamu continued slowly, the light reflected in the water by the lanterns is just like the emotion between a man and a woman. When two people meet, the emotion is as brilliant as fireworks. However, when they part, it is as flickering as a candle in the wind. However, even if the lamps and flowers eventually go out, The affection that once existed will still be deeply rooted and sprouted in the heart. Speaking here, Chen Armorwood's eyes became deeper and deeper, as if he was able to see his past self through time. He sighed softly and lamented. Between this gathering and the separation, I finally realized that the love of men and women in the great Tao of the world are actually originally connected. The entanglement of love strands is a kind of karma, and the severance of love attachment is likewise a kind of karma. Such a cycle is endless, and this is the cycle of love as well as the cause and effect of the Tao that I have come to realize. At this time, a breeze blew, flicking the corners of Chen Jiamu's coat. He stood there quietly, gazing calmly at the fish pond on the terrace, and recounted the waves and struggles that had arisen because of his emotions in the past. Now, everything has been transformed into a lightness and transcendence in his heart. Chen Armorwood gave a valiant smile and said, afterward, the river was like a mirror, with no waves in its reflection. The Yuan Shen moved, and I had an epiphany of the way of birth, and my white hair turned to green silk. Once again met Yaoer, already 300 years later. At that time, I had already worshipped the Wudong Immortal Mountain. Ma Huayun's jaw dropped and didn't continue to ask any more questions. 5 days later, in the bustling and noisy Shinshiro, with its skyscrapers and traffic, it was a sunny afternoon, and the streets and alleys of Shinshiro were as lively as ever. Suddenly, a dark shadow crossed the sky, followed by a deafening roar, and the entire city seemed to tremble. People looked up in horror, only to see an evil demon surrounded by black mist hovering in the air, its eyes flashing with a bizarre red light, and its hideous face sending shivers down one's spine. Just as the crowd was panicking, a white figure flew like lightning from the sky. It was a woman with flowing clothes, holding a jade sword that flashed with a cold light. The woman swung out her sword, and the sword energy swirled. Sword Immortal Yunyao, you and I don't interfere with each other. Why are you forcing this seat to show up? The man in a black suit with his entire body exploding with black aura was the chairman of the local Carrefour supermarket chain, Yang Bang, originally a rich little old man. At this moment, he even floated in the air. His temperament greatly changed. A black flame spewed out of Yang Gang's mouth, colliding with the sword chi with a loud bang and light. Yunyao, a moon-white ancient dress. Posture is absolutely beautiful. A few strands of broken hair hanging down in the cheeks. Eyebrows such as a far diaper. Eyes just like a cold pool, deep and cold. Through the refusal of 1,000 miles of indifference, do not stain a trace of earthly smoke and fire gas. This sudden battle instantly attracted the attention of the entire city. As people stopped what they were doing and looked at this scene in the sky in shock, the streets were in chaos, with vehicles colliding, pedestrians fleeing, and screams and shouts. Lin Weidong was dealing with official business in his office when he suddenly heard a loud noise coming from outside. He was shocked and immediately rushed out of the office. When he saw the battle between the woman Sword Immortal and the evil demon in the sky, he couldn't help but stare in shock. What is going on here? Lin Weidong muttered. He quickly took out his walkie-talkie and gave the order. Attention all team members, evacuate the crowd immediately, set up a quarantine zone, and make sure to ensure the safety of the citizens. Meanwhile, the battle between Yunyao and the evil demon became more and more intense. Yunyao's sword technique is as unpredictable as traveling clouds and flowing water. Yang broke the black mist to wrap himself tightly. Since this seat has been exposed, it has nothing to worry about. Yang bastard let out an eerie laugh, then it violently opened its arms, and a black mist instantly spread out, enveloping the entire sky above the city. In the mist, countless distorted human faces faintly appeared, emitting agonizing wails that sent chills down one's spine. Yunyao frowned tightly. She was well aware of the evil demon's power. She took a deep breath. The spiritual energy in her body quickly revolved. The sword in her hand glowed brightly. Chop! Yunyao shouted as her body flashed like a white meteor, charging towards the evil demon. Lin Weidong also led the members of the Special Services Department to the scene. Their hearts were filled with fear when they saw that horrible sight in the sky, but they did not retreat and remained at their posts, trying to evacuate the people. Everyone, don't panic, act according to the plan, Lin Weidong shouted. His voice was firm and strong, giving the team members and the citizens a hint of comfort. The air was filled with sword chi and black flames raged. The entire city was shrouded in a blaze of war, with buildings destroyed, streets vandalized, and debris everywhere. Captain, we can't intervene at all? A team member asked anxiously. Lin Weidong hesitated for a moment and said, our power is too small in front of this kind of battle. Intervening rashly will only get us killed for nothing. I'll call Master Xiao Dao. Just then, the woman Sword Immortal's countless sword chi flew like snowflakes, sweeping towards the evil demon. The evil demon felt a great threat, and it struggled frantically, trying to ward off the deadly blow. No, it can't be. I won't die. The evil demon let out a desperate roar. In front of Yunyao's powerful sword chi, its resistance seemed so powerless. Throughout the city, People were staring blankly at the sky, as if they still couldn't believe what was in front of them. Lin Weidong had just dialed Chen Jiamu's phone. Hey, Master Xiao Dao. What is it? It's okay. Oh. Yun Yao looked at the crowd below and appeared beside Lin Weidong in the next moment. Lin Weidong saw a streak of light falling from the sky, and 5 meters away in front of himself stood the fairy with the stunningly beautiful posture that had just flown around in the sky. Yun Yao, have you ever known where my husband is? Lin Weidong was confused by this sudden questioning. His face was filled with doubt as he subconsciously replied. Fairy, your husband? Who is it? Yun Yao's brows furrowed as a hint of displeasure flashed in her eyes. Chen Amu. Lin Weidong gulped, took out his phone, and tremblingly dialed a number. Hey, Mr. Dog, can you pick up the phone, please? Chapter 134, The Tough Guy. What is it? Lin Weidong lowered his voice. Master Xiao Dao, there is a invincible female sword fairy that is looking for you all over the world. Then he gave the phone to Yun Yao. Chen Aki's puzzled voice came over the phone. Hello, are you, Chen Kejai? Well, who are you? Husband, it's really you. Doodle doodle doodle. Hello, the number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Hello, the number you dialed cannot be reached temporarily. Chen Imu's face stiffened, hung up the phone, and directly turned it off. Bitter smile, helpless, unspeakable. No, even though he was gradually remembering the memories of the other world, but at least there should be a buffer period. Why was she really here? And, coming up as a husband is totally out of place. Chen Shiliang flew out. Chen Shiliang, good thing. Disciple. Chen Kejai spat. Good. Our academy is just in need of people. Here comes a big sister from the cultivation world. Or free labor. Don't want it for nothing. In the big luxurious living room of He Wei's house, Chen Jiji is using a vacuum cleaner and a sweeper robot to race to clean the room. Chen Jiamu inclined his head and growled. Chen Jiji. Master wants to play games with you. Brother, I'm coming. The little girl carried the vacuum cleaner in her hand and charged it full power. With a whoosh, Chen Shiliang rejoined the incense burner. Shinsky Road Academy has been renovated, and classrooms, dormitories and other various rooms are being ventilated with open windows to release formaldehyde. The dean's office, purely national-style design, a table and a chair, all have the examination. Unusually, the entire academy was shrouded by an invisible spell formation for shielding qi. The formation was laid out by Chen Shiliang, and Chen Armorwood was satisfied. Soon after, Jitterbug had an additional vintage female blogger who posted a very simple work of lyrical autobiography in brushstrokes. Synchronized dubbing. This kind of slow-moving video usually doesn't have much traffic, but for some reason, this female blogger named Yun Yao has a splashy traffic for every single one of her works. Ma Huayun was swiping his phone, and as he did so, he suddenly sat up straight from the sofa. In the video, it is a picture of a small, ancient courtyard with red plums blooming in the corners and a dark fragrance. A woman sat quietly at a stone table, with a graceful figure and picturesque eyebrows. Her fingers lightly twisted the brush, dipped in ink, pen, closed the front. In the plain paper fell beautiful lowercase, the brush between the gentle turn. There is also a pleasant and nice female voice playing in sync. When I first met my husband, I was in the Yulon City porridge soup kitchen. On that day, there was a huge crowd of victims. My husband lined up for a long time and got the kanji, but he did not eat it first and offered it to his mother and sister. At that time, although he was dressed in rags, his demeanor was warm and generous, and his posture was upright and heroic. My heart was pounding, and I have never forgotten my love for him. Afterward, my father needed help and recruited my husband, saying that he had the ability to build something, so he stayed in his house. Only then did I realize that his last name was Chen and his first name was Aki. At that time, I often pretended to seek the name of learning, so I asked my husband about many things. Whenever he asked, he answered with all his heart and sincerity, without any sign of boredom. At first, it took 7 or 8 days to meet, then 3 or 5 days to see each other. And then, when I didn't see each other for a day, my heart was disappointed, and my longing for you was like a creeper that grows like wild grass and can't be cut off. Ma Huayun's cell phone snapped and fell to the sofa. He picked it up in a panic, and immediately clicked on the homepage of this blogger, and found that there are several works, the same scene every time, lyrical autobiography of himself. Women's fiction is reflected in both. The comments below are a mixed bag of likes. Holy, Sherfu's wife. Ma Huayun remembered that Qin Jiamu had heard a mouthful of it before, fleeing from the famine and encountering Yao or something, and this damn blogger was called Yun Yao. Right on. He immediately downloaded the video and sent the link to the WeChat group of his former Taoist training class in the meantime. Then, whatever, just read the latest chapter. A month before the wedding date, My teacher passed by this place and said that I have the spiritual root of immortality, with extraordinary qualifications, and that I would be successful in cultivating immortality. I heard about it and my heart was pounding. However, the wedding date is approaching, and the big ceremony with my husband is about to take place. The teacher also said, miss this opportunity, immortal destiny is difficult again. To your qualifications, more than a year, 1 year, can be aura into the body. Then you can go back to pick up your fiancé. With the clan, double cultivation asked. On that day, I resigned from my husband. My husband did not stop me, and he looked forlorn. The teacher carried my sword and up. I looked back. See my husband sitting alone on the roof, beside the empty wine altar lined up. The lonely state, heartbreaking. My tears fell like rain, and I could not restrain my feelings. I am going to cultivate immortality, and I swear that I will return early. But how can I easily part with my husband's love? Manhwa cannot wait. Clicked on the second video. Remembered that at that time, the master said, his wife and the immortal left. He waited for 47 whole years, and finally died of old age before enlightenment, and finally cultivated the immortal. My teacher is a female cultivator with a gentle nature. Taoist name, Destruction of Love. Mainly practicing Tai Xian emotionless sword Dao. Since joining the clan half a year ago, my cultivation has progressed rapidly, far exceeding that of my peers. My teacher praised me as a great genius and said that I would shine on the path of immortal cultivation. Next year, the clan competition. I have learned. I force over the group. Won the first place. Won a marrow washing dan. This is a precious elixir that can help people open their spiritual veins and transform their bones. I thought of my husband at home. Although he is thousands of miles away, his love is unbreakable. So I sent a message to him by Crane, sending him the marrow cleansing pill in the hope that he will take it and open his spiritual veins, so that we can go to the immortal cultivation promise together. When Manhwa saw this, he immediately dialed Chen Jiamu. Beep, 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 the phone rings. Hey, junior brother, this is your problem. Junior brother-in-law didn't forget about you at that time, and thought of bringing you along to cultivate immortality. Chen Armorwood's lazy voice came from the phone. What are you talking about? Manhwa smiled wryly. He had a feeling of holding Chen Jiamu's handles. You're still engaged in some kind of Yuanshan movement over there, realizing the way of unending life. Brother, are you someone else's marrow cleansing pill to be able to cultivate immortality? Chen Keijai raised his voice. That video you were talking about? Manhwa smiled crookedly. How can it be fake? Your wife is chasing after you from another world, and you're planning to keep your door closed? You know. Beep. Chen Keijai hung up the phone. Manhwa shrugged his shoulders. Nothing to say. Clicked on the next video and continued to watch. Before a few days, my father wrote back, saying that my husband had married the city governor's daughter, and asked me not to communicate with him, saying that he had broken with me. When I heard this news, I was hit by a thunderbolt, and my heart was like ashes. After 47 years, I still do not die. Nearly every month to repair the letter with my husband and father, but not a piece of paper back. Teacher often advised me, both into the immortal door, should be cut off from mundane love affair, but I am difficult to give up. The heart is always thinking of my husband. One day, Sister Mei Wanrong secretly told me, always pass the message of the crane or stop for the division, even that marrow pill, but also did not send out. At first, I couldn't believe it, until one time, I secretly flew with the messenger crane to 100 miles away, and actually really saw my teacher stop the crane. Seeing this, I was furious and went straight to the teacher to question him. The master also frankly admitted everything, and even said that the father's reply letter was all forged by her. She said that all she did was to help me realize Tai Xian emotionless sword intent, which is actually for my cultivation plan. I heard this word, heartache like a twisted, which care about the division of the obstruction. Decided to royal sword down the mountain, want to find my husband, and return to his hometown. The house is not the old look, even has disappeared. My husband also do not know where to go. In a trance, 47 years have passed. The sea has changed. Everything has changed. One day, I royal sword flying Shi River, coinciding with the Shang Yuan Lantern Festival. The river lights, bustling. However, my heart lonely, in a trance, actually seem to feel my husband is still in the body. The past love, as if yesterday, can look back, empty blank, leaving a heart full of sadness. Somewhere in the corner of the playground of the Dao Academy, Chen Armorwood watched this video, silently locking the screen of the phone and looking at the sky. His mood was incredibly complex. He whirled around, clicking on the next video. 400 years later, in order to realize Tai Xian forgotten sword intent, I will kill my teacher. Chapter 135, The woman under the mountain is a tiger. In a corner of the South Bay Lake in Xinjiang, A quiet B&B courtyard is gently wrapped in the afterglow of the setting sun. Yunyao gently put down the brush in her hand, ending today's video recording, and then unconsciously sighed quietly. That sigh, full of unspeakable melancholy and despondency. Seeing this, Lin Weidong, who was on the side, hurriedly stepped forward and handed over a steaming towel with both hands, looking respectful and with a little concern, carefully saying, "Sword immortal, you wipe your hands." Yunyao slightly waved her hand. Her stunningly beautiful face was shrouded in a layer of unrelenting sadness. Her cherry lips softly opened as she softly murmured, "Shaolin Zi, do you think, will husband be willing to see me?" The voice was soft, but it was permeated with endless apprehension and anticipation. Lin Weidong was no ordinary commoner. As a well-informed person, he knew all about the unusual events that were occurring frequently around the globe during this period of time. He knew in his heart that the world was moving in an unpredictable direction, becoming more and more elusive. China has both immortal cultivation powers reincarnated, and the probability is that other countries will have similar situations. Take last month for example. I heard that in a quiet town in England, all the people in the town were turned into dry corpses in one night, and the scene was extremely weird and creepy. Nowadays, the world situation is surging. Every country's official is closely searching for the folk who may be awakened by the great powers, and they have to offer attractive conditions. They do not ask for much, but only hope that when the world situation is in turmoil, these great powers will be able to stand on the side of their own country. Yunyao's last display of immortal sword combat power was assessed as belonging to the top SSS level, and the country naturally provided her with excellent treatment, with all kinds of resources and privileges available. At first, Wei Dongchen of the Special Service Department was instantly energized when he heard that this female sword fairy was here to search for her husband, and immediately issued an urgent mission to carpet search for eligible men across the globe, which even Lin Weidong was included in the screening. To put it bluntly, as long as Yunyao nodded her head, Lin Weidong's future children would have to take her surname Yun, and he would have to unconditionally become the sword immortal's husband, which was both an opportunity and a challenge for ordinary people. Then, everyone realized they were overthinking it. Who would have thought that Junyao's heartfelt husband would be Chen Armorwood? And there seemed to be a lot of misunderstandings between the two of them, and they were having a disagreement. When Wei Dongchen learned of this, he was shocked and thought to himself, this is not good enough. If the sword immortal and the little Taoist master kept on misunderstanding, it would not only affect themselves, but could have a negative impact on the country and even the world situation. So, he held a symposium overnight, convening experts and think tanks from all parties to discuss in depth how to resolve the misunderstanding between the sword fairy and the little Taoist master. Everyone expressed their own views, argued endlessly, and finally, the meeting decided to use the power of public opinion to disclose the truth to the world through the self-media platform. The sword fairy is not thinly veiled not to return, but by her master of all kinds of calculations, so that she mistakenly believed that her husband married another person. Not only that, but the master hindered her at every turn, even sealing her up in the mountains until Chen Amu died of old age before telling her the truth. Since the little Taoist is closed, let the whole world know about it and expose it. Although not married, that also has a marriage contract. It is difficult to Xiao Dao master directly withdraw from the marriage knot. This battle of public opinion is about to start. I don't know where Yunyao and Chen Amu will go after the truth comes out. As Yunyao's video burst into flames, a brand new explosive video broke into the public's view in a very impactful way. This time, instead of the literary style of brushstrokes paired with recorded spoken word, it is simple, direct and eye-catching. The protagonist of the video is a woman dressed in ancient red clothes, named Yu Lingyun. She has a valiant figure, with a long spear on her back, and a playful appearance, a typical Sichuan and Chongqing hot girl. Just a short while ago, she actually awakened the memory of another world. Since then, she has been uploading videos every day in a hotpot restaurant in Sichuan and Chongqing, without any padding, directly opening the story of the immortal world. Each video is about 10 minutes long, with ups and downs, and has quickly gained numerous likes and favorable comments. Her narrative is succinct and powerful, and the stakes are amazing. When I was 77 years old, I went down to the mountains to practice, and forcefully cut down the southern barbarian dog demon to protect the peace of one side. When he was 82 years old, the central state held an immortal martial arts competition, and a young Taoist priest named Qin Karmu stood out on the Wudong Immortal Mountain and won the competition in one fell swoop. He transformed palm winds into dragons, which was really interesting. At the age of 88, I traveled to Qianlong Beach and met with Chen Jiamu again, and they traveled together for half a day and talked happily. At the age of 104, we met for the third time at the mundane Zhouji wine store, and have been Taoist couples ever since. On that occasion, we also tasted the mundane chow mein together, a taste that is still unforgettable. At the age of 111, Chen Armorwood and I were talking about the sutras and discussing the Tao at Jiuxian Mountain, and we even jerked off 3 flower spirit beasts together in our spare time, which was very cozy. These titles are all short stories, wonderfully told by the hot Sichuan girls. Each segment is so graphic and real. It's as if the anchor made up the story as if it actually happened. A moment to gain a large number of fans. Within a few days, Yu Lingyun received a call from a special State Department and was told that rumor mongering was a felony. On the following day, Yu Lingyun uploaded a video on his shaky tone. At the top of the cloudy Chui mountain, a red-clothed female gun immortal stood proudly. Her posture was upright, just like a red plum in the snow, and the lance in her hand flashed with a cold light, mirroring her red clothes. In a flash, the girl who was so beautiful that she was like a girl in the second dimension, steeped her strength and danced her lance. The shadow of the gun was like electricity, bringing up a whistling wind sound, and the boulders crumbled under the overpowering gunplay, splattering debris and making a dull sound. Immediately after that, she leapt and rushed towards the imposing 100-meter waterfall. The long spear in her hand was like a dragon coming out of the sea, stabbing straight out, accompanied by a loud sound that shook the sky and earth. The waterfall was actually split open by her alive, and the water rushed in a raging manner to both sides. The water vapor filled the room, creating a gorgeous rainbow in the refraction of the sunlight. She stood in the middle of the waterfall, like a gun fairy coming from mythology, dressed in red, as if everything in the world had lost its color in front of her. After the video was aired, several helicopters from Kyoto came flying in with gifts, goodwill and endless surprises. That day, the name of Chen Armorwood once again burst into flames all over the internet. The following day, 2 women fought at the entrance of the Dao Academy in a shocking manner. Shinsky Do Academy. All the members gathered around Dean Chen and asked him who he would choose. Holding the 3-flowered cat in his arms, Dean Chen flew to Wudong Mountain overnight, intending to retreat. Chapter 136, The Scourge of the Red Color. With only 10 short days before the official start of the school year, the Xin Chang Dao Academy was thrown into a panic. The Dean, Chen Armorwood, had unexpectedly left quietly with the cat, which had made the people in the academy as anxious as ants on a hot pan. At this moment, the people of the Faith City Dao Academy were tightly surrounding Chen Shiliang, asking for countermeasures with 7 mouths. What can we do about this? With the dean leaving, what should we do? Chen Shiliang looked calm, as if he had a plan, as he stroked his beard and said unhurriedly, "Don't worry, Amu will be back soon." Gue Wu, Ma Huayun, and the 3 Tai Long brothers were full of doubts and glanced at each other, obviously believing Chen Shiliang's words. As if he suddenly remembered something, Chen Shiliang coldly asked a puzzling question. Amu left with the cat, right? Everyone was confused and looked at each other, not knowing how this was related to when the dean would return. Ma Huayun scratched his head and said truthfully, "Yeah, he said he wanted to be alone." Chen Shiliang slightly coughed and sold a secret. "Then there is no problem. That cat In fact, there is an unknown story." For the master sensed that she seems to have returned as well. Hearing this, everyone inclined their heads to look upwards, and even the ever-composed Gue Wu sat up straight, his face full of curiosity. Seeing that the crowd had been aroused, Chen Shiliang slowly opened his mouth, his voice seeming to take the crowd back to that distant era. "That's just it. Let's tell you about that past relationship. In the year 13892 of the Wanxian calendar, that year, Chen Jiamu was 235 years old, and with his master Chen Shiliang, he traveled down the mountain. What's so great about those 2 female children at the door? Back then when Master and Amu traveled Old Kiln Mountain, they met more than just this pair of women. Laoyao Mountain, more than 800 miles away from Wudong Immortal Mountain, is like a relic immortal mountain, looming majestically between heaven and earth. At the bottom of the mountain, a crystal clear stream meandered by, the water gurgling and rippling, shimmering with a fine golden light under the sunlight. Beside the stream is a soft meadow, grassy as grass. All kinds of unknown wildflowers bloom uncontrollably. Colorful, fragrant flowers attracted bees and butterflies dancing happily in the bushes. Chen Shiliang raised his eyes and saw that the trees in the mountain forest were tall and tall, with lush branches and leaves, layered on top of each other, covering the mountain forest. Occasionally there are spirit birds in the middle of the shuttle. Their posture is light, cries clear and elegant, surrounded by clouds and mist, as misty as a light veil, the wisps entwined in the mountains. Spiritual chi converges and flows between these mountains and waters, nourishing everything and attracting countless cultivators. Jiamu this is a feng shui treasure land. Master has calculated that there is a chance today. Chen Shiliang twirled his beard and said to Chen Aimu beside him with a certainty. An old man and a small 2 Taoist priests at the bottom of the mountain leisurely, thirsty, hold up the mountain spring to drink, straight to the heart, hungry, then hand-picked fruits, juice overflowing, full of natural sweetness. While they were meditating beside the stream and sensing heaven and earth, they suddenly heard a loud noise coming from within the forest. The quiet, deep woods are intertwined with branches and leaves, and dappled with light. Suddenly, a nimble figure scurried out from the forest like a meteor, in the form of a young girl. Her skin was fair and snowy, glowing with a soft shimmering light, as if it was condensed by moonlight. Curved eyebrows, eyes are like two clear springs, moist and bright, permeated with ignorance and innocence. Under the small nose, there is a cherry lips without pointing, when the corners of the mouth gently rise, revealing two small playful tiger teeth, lovely to the extreme. She was dressed in a pale pink romper, barefoot underneath, the hem of her skirt fluttering gently as she ran, her feet flustered, looking back from time to time. Behind her, a slim old monk was in hot pursuit. The old monk was clad in a brown monk's robe, his beard was all white, and there was a string of eye-catching Buddha beads hanging on his neck, and with every step he took, the beads swayed with his movements, emitting a clear and crisp sound. His expression was cold and his gaze was like a torch, as if he wanted to put the young girl to death. The young girl ran while begging for mercy. "Master, spare my life. I have never harmed anyone. Please spare me." The voice was like a yellow warbler crying, with a sobbing tone that made people feel pity. However, the old monk was not moved, and with a wave of the Zen staff in his hand, a powerful wind attacked towards the young girl. The young girl's figure flickered and narrowly avoided the blow, but she was unsteady and fell to the ground. She looked helplessly at the old monk approaching step by step, tears swirling in her eyes. Pathetic. This scene startled the master and disciples of Chen Armorwood who were not far away. Chen Armorwood suddenly leapt out, like a bolt of green lightning, instantly stopping in front of the great monk. The monk froze, stopped and looked up and down for a moment at this little Taoist monk who appeared out of nowhere. Then he folded his hands and said, "Amitabha Buddha, little Taoist monk, this woman is a demon." The poor monk was about to beat and kill her to rid the people of evil. The young girl behind her, seeing that someone was righteous, immediately cried out in a delicate voice, "I have been practicing in Old Kiln Mountain since I was a child, and I cultivated to the point of transforming into a form 100 days ago, and I ate fish when I was hungry, and I have never harmed anyone." "Oh." Chen Armorwood looked up and down at the young girl lying on the ground, nodded slightly, and said, "It's a spirit that was born and raised." The old monk's pale voice rang out, "Poor monk's Dharma name, Shuang Mu, 2 trees for a forest, and it just so happens that there is also a musi in my Taoist name. Monk, you and I are destined to be together," Chen Armorwood said with a smile. Before the poor monk came to Puxian Temple to become a monk, his common name was Lin Weidong, a person from Huzhou. "Young monk, the poor monk observes that you are also a cultivator. How could you be mesmerized by a demon at a young age?" The old monk frowned with a puzzled expression. Chen Armorwood revealed a look of reminiscence and said faintly, "Puxian Temple? Is Hui Xin? Hui Hai those 2 little monks alright? Which Taoist temple are you a little monk from? How dare you be so rude? Hui Xin. Hui Hai 2 ancestors Buddhism is famous in the heavens. The world knows that. His 2 old men passed away 80 years ago, 100 years old. How can there be such a thing as a little monk?" The old monk's face was full of doubts, with a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. "It's a pity that the 2 young monks, Hui Xin and Hui Hai, have good character, but are just a bit stupid." Chen Armorwood sighed softly. "Bold demon path, speaking out of his mouth, dare to insult my ancestor." The doublewood monk immediately opened his eyes in anger, and the astral winds of his entire body danced, seemingly like a dragon's roar. Monk's robes hunted in the gale, his cloudy eyes rounded, fiercely shouted. Rosary beads rotated from his neck and flew out, and in an instant, sand flew between the mountains and forests, and the dragon-shaped chi carried the rosary beads, and swooped towards Chen Armorwood. The rosary beads are like rings of steel, spinning at high speeds with a rushing momentum that shatters stone and breaks iron. Chen Armorwood, however, reached out a finger without any hesitation and gently flicked it forward, only to see an invisible force instantly collide with the dragon-shaped chi, and the other party's chi instantly fell apart and was reduced to nothing. Monk Shuangmu was filled with shock and froze on the spot, unable to believe his eyes. Chen Armorwood smiled slightly. "More than 100 years ago, at the Central State Martial Arts Conference, I saw that the 2 young monks knew their way around, and each passed on a doubt to them. If they had comprehended all of it, it wouldn't have been so bad that his descendants couldn't even transform their chi into dragons, much less die so early." Shuangmu monks covered with wrinkles on the face of the sudden movement. He stared at the fine look in front of the face of this small Taoist. How to see is also double 10 years old, but just that light hand. This, could it be that you are the Chen Xianxian that the ancestor spoke of back then? The Xuanwu true immortal, Amitabha Buddha. The old monk knelt on the ground and made a big bow. "True immortal is not so much. Alright, I'll send you another chance. Chen Armorwood took out a scroll from his sleeve, and the scroll flew in front of the great monk. This is my insights from the I Ching, which can transform chi into dragons, a total of 18 weights, so you can properly comprehend it, and also fulfill your ancestors' long-cherished wish. The old monk took it with both hands reverently and put it in his arms, keeping it close to his heart. Just then, Chen Armorwood took a step forward and raised his hand to gently stroke the top of old monk Shuangmu's head. In an instant, a warm Taoist rhythm was transmitted down Chen Armorwood's palm into the old monk's body. Old monk Shuangmu's body first jolted, his legs involuntarily weakening slightly. The breathing that was originally rapid due to the full force of his exertion instantly became long and calm, and the heavy panting gradually faded away. His tightly clenched fist slowly loosened, originally taut as a string of muscles, at this moment also slowly relax. The whole person's aura from just now the harshness and ferocity, turned into a peaceful and serene. His eyes were first blank, then rippled with layers of ripples, and all the confusions and obsessions on the road to cultivation in the past flashed by in his mind as if they were lights on a horse. The first time I saw him, I was in the middle of a long journey. Those problems that had once trapped him were now like ice and snow meeting the warm sun, melting away one by one. The old monk's heart is full of awe and indistinct. He knows that this is the immortal's enlightenment, so that he is on the road of cultivation, finally broke through the shackles. In a moment, Chen Karmo withdrew his palm. Back then, your ancestor honored me with tea, and now I will return this karma. The old monk wiped away his tears and performed another prostration. Immortal supporting the top. The poor monk has no regrets in this life. The old monk was grateful and left with a big smile. Chen Armorwood inclined his head towards the young girl who was almost looking dumbfounded on the side. Lightly asked, I observe that your Taoist heart is clear and you do not have a murderous aura. So cultivate well in the future and do not harm others. I. The young girl stood up, grasping her skirt with both hands, beaming, and then, with a whirlwind, said eagerly, May I follow you? What kind of thing are you incarnated as a human? In a flash, the young girl's entire body flickered with streams of light, and a cute three-flower cat meowed. After hearing this, the group of people from the Faith City Tao Academy came to a realization, each with a complex expression. Manhwa revealed an envious look. Master, that means that senior brother he has another woman? Tai Long said, that three-flowered cat, if it takes form, we'll have another little sister. Chen Shiliang said, this should be almost time to awaken. That three-flower cat woman, a special thing, is dead to Aki, and he will be at Wudong Mountain this time, so I guess he'll have to break his body. At this time, the sound of breaking air resounded outside, accompanied by the sound of two women cursing and swearing. Ma Huayun lifted the window, but saw a splash of red, a splash of yellow, two delicate figures, toward the direction of the Wudong Mountain flying extremely fast. In the real world, in the Wudong Mountain Lower Zhou Village Yuan Hong Taoist training class, the surrounding area was so quiet that only a few occasional birdsongs could be heard. Chen Armorwood was sitting on a stone bench in the courtyard, gently stroking the lazy three-flowered cat in his arms in his hand, his mind still pondering over the various things that had happened in the past few days. Suddenly, as if summoned by something, the three-flowered cat that was originally lying meekly in his arms jumped down and landed on the ground with agile movements. Chen Armorwood, slightly stunned, raised his eyes to look, only to see that the three-flowers cat suddenly surrounded by a layer of soft light. Light flashes between, the original cat gradually hidden, replaced by a beautiful body of a wonderful young girl, and at the moment, she was actually naked. Chen Imu's eyes widened at once, and a flash of unnatural shock and familiarity surfaced on his face as he hastily inclined his head, not daring to look directly at him. Master, I remember it all. The young girl's clear and pleasant voice rang out with a few hints of delight and excitement. Chen Armorwood's freshly constructed Tao heart collapsed in this instant. Dumbfounded, he said, You're, Nana? The cat in human form nodded vigorously, but in the next second, she realized her embarrassing situation. Her face instantly turned red, and she hurriedly curled up and crouched down, her hands tightly protecting her snow-white body, like a frightened deer. The name Jana was still given to me by my master at the time. Jana whispered, a hint of shyness in her voice. Chen Armorwood turned his back and calmed himself before raising his hand and pointing to a room, trying his best to keep his tone calm. Go find some clothes. Jana stood up hastily and walked quickly into the house. The room was a bit cluttered as she rummaged through piles of clothing, making a few minor noises from time to time. After a few moments of tinkering, a woman in a wide man's dhoti came out. The Taoist robes were too big for her, the wide sleeves nearly covering her hands and the hem dragging on the floor. Master, what is this item? Yang Na asked as she held a tube-shaped item in her hand and walked over to Chen Armorwood with a curious expression. Seeing what Yang Na was holding in her hand, Chen Armorwood looked subdued and explained, This is the water cup of one of my senior brothers. Children should not touch it. Yang Na blinked her big watery eyes and said innocently, oh, he must have forgotten to take it. Before Gui Wu picked it up in the fish pond, Chen Jiamu smiled, touched her head, and said, well, Xiana, go wash your hands. Remember to soap them. Good boy. Yang Na nodded her head obediently and bounced towards the place where she washed her hands. Her figure was full of vigor, as if she was a cheerful bird. She had just pushed open the door and felt two figures flying in the sky, one red and one yellow. With a woman-like figure, the two figures fought and flew in the sky, immortal swords and lances, indistinguishable from each other. From time to time, I heard Jun Yao, you little Tai fox, one mouthful of husband. Are you guys married? Dao couple Dao couple. You Ling Yun, when did my husband admit to being your Dao couple? Humph, two women serving one husband. I can take a step back. Is it okay? Give a quick word. Then I'll have to be the big one. This is the real world. Marriage laws can only take one. Tell them to change the marriage law. If they don't, I'll hit Kyoto.